Chapter 1. Renlin. In the outskirts of H City on the Water Blue Star, there stood a commercial building awaiting demolition. At this moment, a police car with flashing warning lights was parked at the entrance of the building, its red and blue lights twinkling alongside a buzzing helicopter hovering in the sky, all indicative of a rare and momentous event. From a distance, a red Hongqi vehicle approached, and two middle-aged men emerged from the back door. The man on the left exuded an air of authority, his police uniform insignia subtly revealing his rank, while the man on the right appeared younger, likely under 40, yet his police insignia suggested he held a significant position as well. "Is he upstairs?" the man on the left inquired. "Yes, he has been standing there for 3 hours," the younger man replied. "Let's go up." "Just the two of us?" Wang Yuan asked incredulously. "Yes." But it was evident that Wang Yuan was exceedingly anxious, his voice trembling slightly. "There are no buts, it's just the two of us," Lin Feng stated unequivocally, striding towards the entrance. With no alternative, Wang Yuan followed his superior inside. The rooftop, spanning 5,000 square meters, was desolate, save for a young man in a black suit standing on the steps beyond the railing. The young man gazed down at the dozens of police cars below, letting out a sigh of relief. What was destined to happen has finally arrived. A smile graced his handsome face. His name was Renlin, the eldest son of Lin Feng. Due to childhood experiences and certain societal factors, he suffered from severe depression. Recently, after casually commenting on a novel, he became a target of online harassment. In a fit of rage, driven by his violent tendencies exacerbated by his depression, he tracked down and killed those who insulted him online. Now, aware of the impending doom, he chose not to flee but stood on the rooftop awaiting his father. Had he not wished to see his father one last time, perhaps he would have taken his own life 3 years ago. Perhaps sensing a connection through blood or intuition, he turned to see the two middle-aged men ascending the staircase. Due to the rooftop lacking direct elevator access, they had to take the elevator to the top floor and then climb the stairs. "Dad, this is the last time I'll call you that. I'm leaving first." After softly uttering this sentence, Renlin leaped off the edge. He had no intention of speaking to his father or offering any explanation since his parents' divorce at 12. He had not seen his father again, with only a few glimpses on television to remember him by. "Heir." Lin Feng watched in despair as his son departed without even acknowledging him, collapsing in grief. "Heir, my divorce from your mother was not without reason. Why can't you give me a chance to explain? I have never abandoned you both all these years." Why? Lin Feng cried, his heart breaking. Director Lin, Wang Yuan, witnessing the scene, wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Perhaps letting him cry would provide some relief. Renlin had departed. Leaving without clarity, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his actions would have on his father, nor did he understand the repercussions his actions would impose on his father's career. He did not wish to think about it, nor would it matter. He was lost even to the meaning of his own existence, leaving little energy to concern himself with others. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he jumped, a belt worth 4 million, purchased by his mother for his 18th birthday, emitted an invisible light that enveloped his soul and whisked it away into the void. Chapter 2. The Falling Meteor. Wuhuan City is located at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire on Douluo Continent. The Papal Hall is the second most important hall after the Hall of Worship, presided over by the Pope Qian Renxue, who, at 42, is the most powerful man in the realm, holding a status equivalent to that of the emperors of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, at least on the surface. Wuhuan City today is thriving, with formidable spirit masters renowned far and wide, and not a single ordinary resident in sight. Even the guards are fully qualified to serve as the imperial guards of the Tiando Empire, while the patrolling soldiers are all at least great spirit master level, with team leaders being spirit king level, showcasing the might of the Wuhuan Hall. Today is a significant day for the Wuhuan Hall, as the Pope Qian Renxiu's child has been born. Strangely, however, not a single soul in Wuhuan City seems to care. Perhaps they are entirely unaware that their holy maiden has given birth today. A shrill scream echoed from a 500 square meter room in the side hall of the Papal Hall, followed by the wailing of an infant. "Your Holiness, the holy maiden has given birth to a daughter." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue, seated on the papal throne, sprang into action, leaving a mere shadow in his haste. The titled Luoyuiguan remained kneeling for 10 breaths before turning to follow the Pope. "Donger, you've worked hard. Let me see the child," Qian Renxue said, swiftly entering the room and taking the child into his arms. Though he was mentally prepared, seeing the baby girl still left him feeling a hint of disappointment. A girl is a girl, he'll see her again in 6 years, he thought, feeling a sense of relief. Make sure to take good care of the holy maiden. If there's even a hint of negligence, you'll have to answer for it. With that, he cradled the child and made his way to the door. Just as he turned to leave, a black meteor streaked down from the heavens, crashing through the roof and into Bibi Dong's abdomen. "What is that?" Qian Renxue exclaimed, immediately rushing to Bibi Dong's side to probe her belly with his soul power. "What is this?" He sensed a powerful vitality intertwined with a potent dark aura that made his angelic spirit uneasy. Observing Bibi Dong's pain, he felt a bloodline connection and contemplated whether to shatter this vitality when Bibi Dong grasped his hand. "You've taken everything from me, why you even leave me this child?" Seeing the resentment in her eyes, Qian Renxue felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Take good care of yourself. I must leave now. Is this the divine will, sensing my tragic fate and granting me a child?" Bibi Dong pondered, unsure whether to feel joy or bitterness. Angel Temple. "Father." Qian Renxue entered, cradling Qian Renxue, treading lightly as if afraid of disturbing something. "Is it a boy or a girl?" His father, undoubtedly Qian Douluo, inquired. "A girl, but Donger carries another life within her." "Oh, there's a bloodline connection, yet it gives me an uncomfortable feeling." "Then let it be well, see the child once she's born," Qian Douluo replied, clearly unperturbed. "Yes, father. What shall we name the child?" "Reporting to you, father, she shall be named Qian Renxue. Regardless, she is the Qian family bloodline. You may go now." "Yes, father." "Dark aura? Could it be a bloodline mutation?" Qian Douluo knelt before the angel statue, gazing at her with utmost reverence. For Qian Douluo, nothing was more important than the angel goddess's lives mission was to nurture the successor of the angel god. If there had been anything else of great importance in his life, it would have been that woman. Chapter 3. Qian Renlin. 3 years swiftly passed. Bibi Dong's pregnancy maintained a steady progression. Yet curiously, the child within her remained still and silent. Had it not been for the increasingly potent vitality she sensed, she might have thought heaven was mocking her by granting her a stillborn. "Baby, I wonder what you'll be like once you are born. Will you take after me? Or will you inherit more from that beast?" Since giving birth to Qian Renxue, Qian Renxue had lifted her confinement. In these years, aside from cultivating, she had spoken to her belly. Her life had been unbearably tragic. The one she loved had left her, and had it not been for the child bestowed upon her by heaven, she would have destroyed it long ago. Now, after 3 years, she had an impending sense that the time for the child to emerge was near. "Report, Your Holiness. According to our scouts, we have discovered traces of a 10th San-year-soul beast at the Haotian sect." Yu Egwan reported on one knee. "Oh, are you certain?" Qian Sunji's eyelid twitched as he pressed further. "Indeed, Your Holiness. The news is absolutely true. According to our informant within the Haotian sect, the second young Master Tang Hao has married the 10th Sandier transformed soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. This has caused quite a stir within the sect." Yu Egwan reported quickly, his head bowed. "Where's the soul beast now?" "On its way back to the Haotian sect with Tang Hao." Qian Sunji's interest was piqued, although he was already a level 95 super Daw, and existing title Douluos had their soul rings. Bibi Dong was only at level 89 and on the verge of a breakthrough. He might not need it for himself, but he could capture it for Bibi Dong, as 10th Sandier soul beasts were rare treasures. The Stardow Forest was known to harbor a powerful beast god and several soul beasts over 200,000 years old. The realm of the far north boasts a power equivalent to that of the Stardow Forest. Moreover, it is inhabited entirely by ice attribute soul beasts, making it an unsuitable battleground for Bibi Dong. The other soul beast gathering locations lack any 100,000-year soul beasts. Even Poseidon, ruling over the seas, would never permit the extermination of such ancient beings, for they are all devoted followers of the sea god. Engaging in conflict with Poseidon over a single 100,000-year soul beast would be an unwise trade, especially considering that Poseidon is a level 99 ultimate Douluo, and the sacred site of the sea god harbors 6 additional tidal Douluos. Thus, with a walking 100,000-year soul beast now before us, a splendid opportunity presents itself. Although the Haotian sect is renowned for its formidable strength, and is often referred to as the foremost of the 3 great sects, it currently possesses only 2 tidal Douluos. Tang Chun mysteriously vanished decades ago, leaving the current sect leader, Tang Xiao, as a level 92 tidal Douluo, and the Grand Elder as a level 94 tidal Douluo. Between the two, they are wholly inadequate to safeguard a 100,000-year soul beast, while Tang Hao, at a mere level 89, poses no significant threat. Juju Douluo, summon Ghost Douluo, and intercept the Blue-Silver Emperor. Qian Sunji decisively commands. "Understood, Your Holiness." Yu Egwan responds, promptly carrying out Qian Sunji's orders. "Your Holiness, the Saintess has given birth. Inform Donger to await my return," Qian Sunji declares, not bothering to look back as he departs. By the way, should it be a boy, name him Qian Renlin. If a girl, Qian Renlin. Qian Sunji pauses at the door to add, of course, your holiness. Saintess Hall, a space brimming with the essence of life. Lin Lin finds himself ensnared in a lengthy dream, yet the details elude him. He feels an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if infused with boundless energy. Where am I? My head feels so dizzy. He experiences discomfort, akin to being confined within a silicone bag, where the air is thin and breathing becomes a struggle, the space too constricted for movement. He thrashes about, using both hands and feet, striking and kicking in desperation. Ah, that hurts. Baby, stop kicking. Bibi Dong, engrossed in her reading, suddenly feels excruciating pain in her abdomen, the child within thrashing mercilessly. This agony surpasses the pain she endured while absorbing spirit rings, far exceeding the discomfort she felt during the birth of Qian Renxue. Saintess, what troubles you? A maid, on the verge of tears, fears for Bibi Dong's well-being, knowing the consequences if anything were to happen to her. Quick, call for the midwife. Bibi Dong gasps, drenched in sweat and unable to articulate further. Your Highness, whom should we summon? The maid, frantic and anxious, struggles to comprehend Bibi Dong's murmurs. Quickly, the saintess is about to give birth. One maid finally realizes the urgency. Hurry, we must assist you to the bed. Let me out. Who the hell locked me in this bag? Lin Lin feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, having survived an 18-story fall only to find himself bound. Who the hell is tugging at my head? Lin Lin senses someone pulling at his head, while something obstructs his shoulders, creating the sensation of being trapped in a narrow hole just large enough for his head. He struggles mightily, reaching out to swat away the hands that grasp him. Your Highness, this child is far too strong. I cannot hold him. The midwife, having delivered countless children, finds herself utterly confounded by this situation. This. The midwife stares in horror at what lies beneath Bibi Dong. He's finally out. So is you tugging at my head. Lin Lin crawls out, shaking his head, feeling dizzy and sticky, discomfort evident as he gazes at the elderly woman. Yet, due to the language barrier and his infant voice, he sounds merely like a babbling child. What a prodigy! A true prodigy! The midwife exclaims, gazing in astonishment at the newborn. She swiftly lifts him to cleanse his body, admiring the drowsy child before her. I can't believe I've been reborn. Lin Lin stares in bewilderment at the wrinkled face before him, his own delicate hands devoid of nails, before succumbing to sleep. Congratulations, Your Highness. A prodigy has been born. Let me see the child. Bibi Dong smiles radiantly at the infant cradled in her arms, her first genuine smile in years. Ah, but the child lacks a name. Let me ponder what to call him. Your Highness, His Holiness, said if it's a boy, name him Qian Renlin. If a girl, Qian Renlin, a maid whispers nearby. Bibi Dong feels a surge of anger and helplessness, having had her love, freedom, and purity taken from her. Now even the right to name her child is being stripped away. Qian Sunji, mark my words, one day, I shall personally end your life, she vows inwardly, teeth clenched in rage. Chapter 4. Encircling Tang Hao, pursuing Ayin. Stardew Forest, the Valley of Souls. The original text fails to specify the location. I have merely chosen a name for reference. Tang Hao cradles an infant in one arm, while grasping Ayin's hand with the other, both fleeing in a state of desperation as if pursued by some unspeakable horror. What do you think you can escape? A figure clad in black stands atop a small mountain peak in the Valley of Souls, arms crossed, observing them with a sinister calm. Only a shadow of a ghost is seen, such as the nature of a tidal Douluo. Tang Hao urges Ayin, take our child. He hands the infant to her, brandishing a massive black hammer adorned with golden patterns, stepping forward with resolve. Fifth soul skill, ghostly shadow grasp. In an instant, countless ghostly hands emerge from the ground, ensnaring Tang Hao. Damn it, I can't break free. Seventh soul skill, Hao Qian true body. Tang Hao's hammer expands threefold in size. Eighth soul skill, Thousand Gene Strike. The hammer transforms into a dazzling array of colors as he exclaims, Ha! And shatters the ghostly hands that grasp him, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful strike to the ground. Boom! The ghostly hands disintegrate into light and fade away. Let's go. Tang Hao grasps Ayin's hand and dashes forward. The ghostly figure watches Tang Hao's retreating form, a sinister smile freezing on his lips. Liner is truly adorable. Bibi Dong beams at the freshly born Qian Renlin lying in the cradle, his large eyes reflecting a sense of indifference that elicits a chuckle from her as she gently pinches his cheeks. Qian Renlin gazes at the beautiful woman extending her hand, and instinctively, he bites down. So sweet, he murmurs, sucking on Bibi Dong's finger. Bibi Dong gazed at the adorable child, playfully kneading his chest. Linner, this place is known as Douluo Continent. And we currently reside in one of the three great powers of the continent, the Spirit Hall. Though Qian Renlin had only just entered the world for less than 2 hours, Bibi Dong had frequently conversed with him while he was still in the womb, teaching him the language of this realm and its historical narratives. Previously, Qian Renlin had been in a state of slumber, unaware of Bibi Dong's words. But now that he had awakened, he realized that the dream he had experienced for 3 years was, in fact, the historical development of Douluo Continent. Indeed, he had dreamed of the origins of Douluo Continent and everything related to the novels and animations from his past life. The root of this dream might ultimately lie in the misty mass of energy within his consciousness. Yes, it was the very same energy that had emerged from the belt when Lin traversed into this world. He did not comprehend the purpose of that energy, nor did he understand its role, yet he could see his own sea of consciousness, feeling a refreshing sensation in his soul, allowing him to comprehend Bibi Dong's words. Nevertheless, whatever the circumstances, he would accept his fate. He was no longer Lin, he was now Qian Renlin. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, sending chills down Tang Hao's spine. He glanced forward to see a sinister figure, entirely clad in gold, even his hair shimmering with the same hue, hovering in midair. Tang Hao's expression changed as he exclaimed, Qinshuanji, one of the 2 chief lackeys of the Moon Douluo, Yueguan. Upon hearing the term lackey, Yueguan's countenance soured dramatically. 5th soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. With a flourish of his hands, a large chrysanthemum materialized, revealing his spirit, the mystic heavenly chrysanthemum. Yueguan hurled the chrysanthemum into the sky, which instantly transformed into countless petals, swirling like a tornado and rushing towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, unyielding, summoned his true spirit, recognizing the threat posed by the storm of petals. 8th soul skill, 1000 gene strike. He wielded a hammer, significantly larger than ordinary, and smashed through the tornado of petals, relentlessly attacking Yueguan. Yueguan's expression shifted alarmingly. 8th soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. A blinding beam of light shot forth from the mystic heavenly chrysanthemum before him, aimed straight at Tang Hao. In an explosive clash, both figures were sent hurtling backward. Yueguan crashed into a small mountain, spitting blood and clutching his chest. As Gue Mei rushed to support him, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." This Tang Hao truly deserves the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit in a one-on-one confrontation. None of us can match him. Tang Hao, in a dire state, had left a massive crater in the earth, while Ayin hurriedly assisted him. At that moment, a radiant light, imbued with a divine aura, enveloped the entire Broken Soul Valley. "Ayin, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." "No, I shall not depart. I wish to remain by your side, even if it leads to my demise. It matters not if I perish, but our child must be safeguarded. You must flee. Take our child and escape." Ayin, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed longingly at Tang Hao and then at the infant in her arms, forcing herself to leave despite her heartache. It is no surprise that you are the foremost genius of the Haotian sect in a century. Even 2 titled Douluos could not prevail against you. A colossal statue of an angel materialized as Qianshuanji emerged slowly. "Your Holiness." The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo knelt instantly in reverence. Mobilizing 3 titled Douluos, the Spirit Hall truly wields immense power. Tang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising from the ground as the Haotian hammer reappeared in his grasp, his 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, rhythmically pulsing. "What are mere 8 soul rings to me? Why court destruction?" Qianshuanji regarded Tang Hao with disdain, arms crossed over his chest. "Let us dispense with trivialities. If a battle is to ensue, then let it begin," Tang Hao declared fiercely, his teeth clenched. "Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall has no desire to antagonize the Haotian sect. Surrender her to me, and I shall grant you mercy," Qianshuanji stated, raising his hands above his head. "Come, if you wish to harm Ayin, you must first tread over my lifeless body." You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead choose the bitter cup. 5th soul skill, Angelic Sacred Sword. As the angelic statue behind Qianrenxue brandished a colossal sword of light, it swung menacingly towards Tang Hao. Dodging deftly, Tang Hao maneuvered closer to Qianrenxue, leaving a path of severed mountains in the wake of the angelic sword's wrath. Utilizing his 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body, he unleashed the chaotic cloak hammer, each strike against the air amplifying the power of the Haotian hammer exponentially. With his 8th soul skill, the 1000 gene strike, a resounding thud echoed as Qianrenxue was propelled backward, the angelic statue following suit. Moonlight and ghostly glimpse exchanged a knowing glance, interlocking their hands. In the realm of duality stasis, despair enveloped Tang Hao. He found himself immobilized. Just as he became entrapped, Qian Renxue activated his ninth soul skill, Angelic Sacred Light. And a diminutive angelic sword pierced through Tang Hao's chest. He was hurled to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest. As Qian Renxue prepared to deliver the final blow to Tang Hao, Ayin, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain herself. "Wait, I will come with you. Let go of Hao," she cried, tears streaming down her face as she approached, clad in her blue attire and high heels, cradling their child. "Ayin, you shouldn't have come out," Tang Hao exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to find himself ensnared tightly by Ayin's blue-silver emperor. How could he, in his weakened state, possibly escape her grasp? He could only watch in anguish as she drew nearer. "Ayin, no, please," Tang Hao shouted, his heart wrenched, feeling as though the most vital part of his existence was slipping away. "Hao, take good care of our child," Ayin smiled at Tang Hao, a bittersweet expression gracing her features. Chapter 5. Ayin's Sacrifice, Qian Renxue's Demise, Star Do Great Forest, Soul-Severing Valley. Qianrenlin stood in the air, arms crossed, observing Ayin approach with a playful expression. "I, Ayin, am resigned to the fact that I cannot survive by returning with you. Yet, I hold no grievances. Only a plea for you to spare Hao, who is innocent." As I walked, I formed seals, and a radiant blue light enveloped me, conjuring a colossal magical array on the ground. In the center of the array, a beam of celestial light descended upon me. Qian Renxue sensed something amiss. This is bad. She intends to sacrifice herself. Everyone, unite and halt her. With that, Qian Renxue charged at Ayin, followed closely by 2 titled Douluos and dozens of soul Douluos and soul saints. However, it was too late. They were destined to miss their target. The crimson soul ring of sacrifice descended upon Tang Hao, his injuries visibly mending at an astonishing pace as his soul power surged to level 91. The blue-silver grasp binding him shattering instantaneously. "Qian Renxue, you shall perish. Prepare to pay with your life." He unleashed his 7th soul skill, Hao Tian True Form, followed by the 9th soul skill, Hao Tian Strike, and the chaotic rain of hammers. 3 formidable soul skills descended upon Qian Renxue, who had no time to react, and was instantly sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Similarly, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were also hurled back, bloodied, while the surrounding soul Douluos and soul saints suffered grievously, some dead, others gravely wounded. "Flee!" Qian Renxue roared in defiance. "Where do you think you're going?" Tang Hao was relentless, pursuing Qian Renxue. Just then, an unknown title Douluo from the Spirit Hall obstructed Tang Hao, buying time for Qian Renxue's escape. The world outside remained oblivious to the reasons behind this battle, nor did they comprehend the circumstances. They only knew that Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall had been deposed. Bibi Dong ascended to power, and of the remaining 3 titled Douluos, 1 was dead and 2 severely injured, while Tang Hao had fled. 3 years later, in the Spirit Hall's offering hall, an extraordinary day dawned. It was the day of the soul awakening of the Pope's daughter, the holy maiden Qian Renxue. All 7 titled Douluos of the offering hall were present, alongside the Pope Bibi Dong and the holy son Qian Renlin. No one else was deemed worthy of entry into the offering hall, not even the more than 10 titled Douluos below level 96 from the Douluo Hall. "Come, Schwer, approach." Qian Douluo beckoned to Qian Renxue. Indeed, it was Qian Douluo, the grandfather of both Qian Renxue and Qian Renlin, who presided over the awakening of Qian Renxue's martial soul today. Qian Renxue glanced at Qian Renlin. "Sister, go ahead. I believe you will awaken a powerful martial soul." Qian Renlin said to Qian Renxue with a beaming smile. Qian Renxue smiled and turned her gaze towards Bibi Dong, who reciprocated with a gentle smile and a nod. Owing to the intervention of Qian Renlin, Bibi Dong did not maintain the estrangement from Qian Renxue as depicted in the original work. Since the age of 1, upon learning that his father, Qian Sun, had met his untimely demise at the hands of Tang Hao, Qian Renlin underwent a profound transformation. No longer the lively and cheerful infant he once was, his countenance became one of innocence tinged with melancholy. Qian Renlin was, of course, aware of how his father, Qian Renxue, had met his demise. However, he held no concern for it, as he had never laid eyes on Qian Renxue. With the memories of his past life, he felt no obligation to adhere to any notions of familial bonds. By leveraging the death of his father, he shed the pretense he had maintained for a year. For a detached demeanor was his true nature. Yet, this life was different. He discovered that his mother bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother from his previous existence, exuding grace and beauty, both being individuals of high standing. Consequently, Qian Renlin naturally regarded Bibi Dong as his former mother, treating her as such. Bibi Dong cherished him deeply, showering him with affection, which made Qian Renlin feel as though he had not lost a mother's love, a sentiment he relished. Initially, Bibi Dong shared a disdain for Qian Renxue. Much like the original narrative, however, Qian Renlin was determined to prevent the recurrence of events from the original story. Thus, he subtly guided Bibi Dong, endeavoring to unravel some of her emotional knots. Gradually, her animosity towards Qian Renxue diminished, and her resentment towards Qian Douluo lessened. Yet, there remained a significant obstacle in her heart, Yu Xiaojiang. During the time Qian Renlin was counseling Bibi Dong and became aware of this issue, he resolved that Yu Xiaojiang must perish. His continued existence would forever obstruct Bibi Dong's emotional resolution. There was yet another reason. Since the Spirit Hall had already become adversaries with the Haotian clan and considered Tang San a mortal enemy, it was imperative that Yu Xiaojiang meet his end. Qian Renlin possesses a plethora of thoughts within his young mind. However, at the tender age of 3, he is unable to put them into action. He harbors a desire to avoid appearing too extraordinary, fearing that it may incite suspicion. Although Bibi Dong dotes on him, one must not forget that Qian Renlin is the miraculous child that brought her conception. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Qian Renxue awakened her martial soul, the six-winged angel, also possessing an innate level of 20. We shall not delve into the details of Qian Renxue's soul rings, as she is not the protagonist. Rather, she is merely a close relative of the main character, Qian Renlin, in this world. Chapter 6. The Departure of Qian Renxue. After awakening her martial soul and absorbing the soul rings, Qian Renxue set off for the Heaven Do Empire. Qian Renlin did not perceive any drawbacks in the situation. After all, it would be unreasonable for him to assert that with his presence, Qian Renxue could effortlessly overpower any obstacles without needing to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe. He was not the type to exhibit such flamboyant behavior, nor would he ever indulge in such arrogance. After all, he was merely 3 years old. What could a child of that tender age possibly know? Even if he were to speak, no one would pay him any heed. Qian Renlin had never harbored any concerns about awakening an inferior martial spirit. Since his awakening, the nebulous gray substance within his sea of consciousness had perpetually nourished his soul and physique. Uncertain of its nature, he referred to this ethereal essence as the source of life, drawn from its inexhaustible vitality. From the moment of his birth, Qian Renlin had never engaged in physical training. His days were spent simply eating, drinking, and following Bibi Dong as she introduced him to the world. Yet, his constitution was extraordinary. Even the most formidable soul masters were no match for his physical prowess. His sole deficiency lay in his unawakened martial spirit, which rendered him devoid of ranged combat capabilities. Agile assault-type soul masters dared not confront him directly, but they would circle around him with their swiftness, a tactic he found difficult to counter. It was not that Qian Renlin lacked the desire to train. Rather, the results were negligible. The extent of his daily training paled in comparison to the boundless energy provided by the source of life. The notion of breaking physical limits through mere physical training, as depicted in novels, did not apply to him. With no alternative pursuits available, he found himself at a loss. After all, in the Douluo Continent, there was no concept of martial techniques or skills. Soul masters relied on a staggering 90% of soul skills coupled with a mere 10% of combat experience. As for combat experience, Qian Renlin had no need for it. He could effortlessly learn and apply techniques in real time against any opponent below the rank of soul respect. Qian Renlin discovered that his physique, mental strength, and comprehension were extraordinarily high. Qian Renlin now finds himself in a state of anticipation, awaiting the awakening of his martial soul. It is only upon this awakening that he will be able to embark upon a myriad of endeavors. In his current 3-year-old form, he is rendered incapable of any significant action. In the Tiando Empire, within the capital city of Tiando Sacred City, the atmosphere is particularly lively today. A contingent of 1,000 white-armored guards emerges slowly from the imperial palace, with 3 resplendent golden carriages prominently displayed in their midst. The 3 commanding figures at the forefront exude an aura of formidable power, instilling a sense of awe in the countless civilians lining the streets, who dare not raise their voices in exuberance. What occasion is it that even the palace guards have been mobilized? Those carriages adorned with the emblem of the white goose must belong to members of the royal family. Who are those 3 individuals at the front? They seem exceptionally powerful. According to my cousin, who serves as a maid within the palace, Today marks the royal family's triennial hunting expedition. Thus, it is indeed the royal hunt. This explains the deployment of so many palace guards today. As the discussion unfolds along the roadside, the central carriage houses a boy of about 7 or 8 years. None other than Xue Qinghe, the second prince of the Tiando royal family. He is renowned as the most exceptional offspring of the Tiando emperor. Possessing innate full soul power and having cultivated his otherwise unremarkable white goose martial soul to level 19 by the tender age of 9, a remarkable prodigy indeed. Beside Xue Qinghe kneels a young girl clad in white, her head bowed, concealing her features from view. She was taken under his wing a year prior during his travels. At that time, Xue Qinghe encountered her in a pitiful state, unable to even procure a meal. Moved by her plight, he took her in as a maid. After all, Prince Xue Qinghe is well known throughout the Tiando Empire for his courtesy, refinement, and benevolence toward the common folk. Over the course of a year, with Qian Renxue's adeptness, she has become his most trusted personal maid, enjoying a position of considerable favor. Should Xue Qinghe ascend the throne, she would undoubtedly secure a status akin to that of a consort. Let it be noted, Qian Renxue has not yet engaged in any such intimate conduct. Her duties have been limited to assisting Xue Qinghe with his personal care and attire. Qian Renxue lowered her head, concealing her expression. Yet her slightly trembling form revealed her profound joy. After a year, the opportunity had finally arrived. Xue, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Xue Qinghe, noticing Lin Qingshu's demeanor, mistook her happiness for discomfort. Your Highness, I am perfectly fine. I am merely moved, she replied. Xue, I have told you many times that there is no need for you to refer to yourself as a servant or to call me your Highness. Xue Qinghe responded with a hint of exasperation. That cannot be. Propriety must not be discarded. Your Highness is indeed your Highness, and if I overstep, they will gossip. Lin Qishu said, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Ah, you stubborn one, do as you wish. Xue Qinghe said with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, this was the final chapter of his life. He could never have imagined that the one he trusted and cherished the most, Xue, would betray him. Report. Your Majesty, it is dire. What is all this commotion? What is the meaning of such disorder? The Emperor of the Snowy Night sat in his regal chair within the imperial study, frowning as he observed the guards stumbling in, their panic palpable. Your Majesty. It is terrible. The royal hunting team has suffered total annihilation. The guard exclaimed, his voice choked with grief. What? What happened? The Emperor rose from his seat, his anger igniting. The royal hunting team encountered a beast tide. 2 of the 3 sole Douluos perished, 1 was injured, and 1,000 elite guards sustained heavy casualties. The 3 princes, the first and third princes are dead, and the second prince is gravely wounded, the guard reported anxiously. The gravity of the situation was clear. The emperor could only imagine the loss of life within the palace, and his own fate might be at stake. Meanwhile, on another front, Xue, how could you? Xue Qinghe stared incredulously at the dagger plunged into his chest, directed by Lin Qingshu. He never anticipated that the one he trusted most would attempt to take his life while he was gravely injured. Clearly, Qian Renxue had no intention of explaining herself. Her actions spoke volumes. As Xue Qinghe watched the girl before him gradually transform, her features shifting to mirror his own, realization dawned upon him. It is over. Everything is over. Father, I have been unfilial. I have failed to discern the true nature of those around me, bringing catastrophic ruin to the empire. With that, Xue Qinghe breathed his last. Your Highness, everything is prepared. One of the 3 sole Douluo leaders of the royal hunting team entered, kneeling before Xue Qinghe. Proceed, she commanded. Yes. The leader summoned his martial spirit, and a pitch-black praying mantis, the soul-devouring mantis, emerged, engulfing Xue Qinghe completely. Chapter 7. The awakening of martial spirits. 2 years had passed since Qian Renxue impersonated Xue Qinghe. Today marked the day of Qian Renlin's martial spirit awakening. Martial Spirit City. In the offering hall, come, Liner, step into the formation, Qian Dalu lovingly instructed Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin entered silently. Over the course of 2 years, his demeanor had transformed entirely, exuding an aura of icy detachment that discouraged any approach. At the age of 6, Qian Renlin donned a black trench coat adorned with silver-white diamonds. His silver-gray hair, cut short to the ears, danced gracefully in the breeze, enhancing his elegant presence. He possessed an extraordinary air, appearing dignified and handsome, with features akin to a jade-like visage. He embodied grace and charisma, standing tall and striking. A paragon of refined elegance and gentlemanly demeanor. His striking appearance, coupled with an aloof and cold temperament, elicited admiration from all who beheld him, prompting exclamations of his remarkable charm and sophistication. As Qian Renlin stepped into the center of the formation, a brilliant surge of green and black light erupted from his being. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, one that Douluo had not encountered before, yet it stirred a wave of excitement within him. Such a grand display for a mere awakening of the martial soul. It must be extraordinarily powerful. The prominent figures surrounding him, including Bibi Dong, gazed at Qian Renlin in solemn contemplation. Bibi Dong clasped her hands tightly in anticipation. The radiance emanating from Qian Renlin has already penetrated the confines of the room, only to swiftly retract once more. A shadow gradually solidified behind Qian Renlin. It was not the six-winged angel. Douluo furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, contemplating. The awakening of an angelic martial soul does not manifest in this manner. What is this? A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. The figure behind Qian Renlin astonishingly bore an identical resemblance to him. What kind of martial soul is this? They had never encountered nor heard of anyone whose awakened martial soul mirrored their own appearance so closely. Even the angelic goddess had her martial soul, which was her true form, passed down only after her ascension to divinity. But that was not the end. The silhouette behind Qian Renlin became increasingly solid, as the life source energy within his sea of consciousness surged rapidly into the shadow. With the infusion of this life essence, the figure gradually sprouted hair and attire, and 6 pairs of wings unfurled behind it. 12 wings. The tension among the onlookers escalated. The greater the strength of Qian Renlin's martial spirit, the more exhilarated they became, for it held the fate of the martial spirit hall. As time progressed, the silhouette behind Qian Renlin revealed its true form. Standing 3 meters tall, it bore a strikingly handsome and alluring visage, mirroring Qian Renlin's own features, with flowing blood-red hair that danced in the absence of wind. A crimson vertical mark adorned its forehead, and its eyes remained shut, with tendrils of crimson mystic light flickering around the eyelids. Suddenly, the 12 black wings behind the figure spread wide, revealing occasional glimpses of green lines that writhed slowly. Clad in an outfit reminiscent of a long coat and donning black boots adorned with white patterns, the figure exuded an enigmatic aura. In an instant, the silhouette's eyes snapped open, revealing an astonishing sight. Its sclera were red, framed by black pupils. As the eyes opened, a wave of malevolent darkness enveloped the entire hall in an instant. What is this? I can actually feel my vitality and soul power ebbing away. This martial spirit is, in fact, consuming our life force and soul power. The surrounding crowd gazed in horror at the figure behind Qian Renlin, hastily summoning their own martial spirits. Qianer, quickly retract your martial spirit, Douluo urged anxiously, sensing that his angelic martial spirit was being firmly suppressed, rendering its release exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the teachings, Qian Renlin remained silent, closing his eyes, as did the figure behind him. In an instant, the surrounding malevolent and dark energies dissipated. As Qian Renlin opened his eyes once more, the shadow behind him followed suit, its gaze transforming into a mesmerizing blend of gray sclera and green pupils. An aura of divine vitality enveloped the grand hall, filling the air with an enchanting essence. The onlookers were astounded to feel their own life force rekindle. It was nothing short of miraculous. I feel as though I have regained 10 years of youth. This martial spirit is truly formidable, capable of both siphoning vitality from others and bestowing it upon them. Truly, he is the chosen one, a blessing for our spirit hall. Such a terrifying entity is fortunate to reside within our ranks. Had it been in the hands of another power, it would have marked the gravest misfortune for us. The surrounding elders were abuzz with speculation. Liner, what manner of martial spirit do you possess? Douluo inquired urgently, his eyes fixed on Qian Renlin. The 12-winged elemental angel, Qian Renlin replied, contemplating for a moment. Come, place your hand upon this crystal orb, Douluo urged eagerly. Qian Renlin nodded slightly, withdrawing his martial soul and placing his hand upon the crystal ball. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated the grand hall. Innate level 20, yet another innate level 20. Douluo exclaimed. Excitement etched upon his face as he embraced Qian Renlin's shoulders. Level 20, is it? Qian Renlin was aware that he was not truly at innate level 20. Rather, he was at innate level 10. His martial soul did not belong to the Douluo Continent nor to the divine realm, which implied that it was not a divine martial soul. Since it was not a divine martial soul, attaining innate level 20 was implausible. After all, it is well known that only those with a martial soul inherited from the divine lineage are bestowed with the heavenly gift of innate level 10 soul power. His martial soul was not a divine lineage martial soul, who then could bestow upon him the innate level 10 soul power. The reason he possessed innate level 20 soul power ultimately stemmed from the nebulous gray gas within his sea of consciousness, which had continuously nourished his body over the years. He was uncertain of the true nature of this gray gas, yet one thing was certain: his martial soul was undoubtedly connected to it. This revelation was indeed a tremendous surprise. The substance he referred to as the source of life not only rendered his physique extraordinarily robust, but also perpetually purified his essence, greatly enhancing his comprehension by 100-fold. Following the awakening of his martial soul, he realized that it had been derived from Qian Renxiu's six-winged angel martial soul, combined with the soul-devouring spider and the death spider of Bibi Dong. His 12-winged elemental martial soul not only inherited the characteristics of Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong's martial souls, but also encompassed the 12 elements within it. What are elements? The essence of elemental cultivation, when elevated to its zenith, embodies the concept of rules. Above rules lies the law, and beyond the law exists the Tao. In other words, if Qian Renlin were to fully cultivate these 12 elements, he could indeed extend 3,000 paths from them. In that moment, he would embody the world, even a universe unto himself. Yet, he is acutely aware of the arduous nature of this endeavor. It is profoundly challenging. After all, the so-called deities of this realm have merely grasped the principles, having only attained insight without true mastery. This implies that once they leave the confines of this world's rules, their divine powers would be extinguished, never to be replenished. They would find it impossible to dominate those who are not divine through the rules alone. Indeed, the 3,000 great worlds constitute 3,000 universes, each governed by its own set of laws. In certain extraordinary realms, it is commonplace for mortal prodigies to challenge celestial beings beyond their rank. At this moment, Qian Renlin is engulfed in confusion. He is uncertain of the path that lies ahead. He grapples with profound internal conflict. On one hand, he is reluctant to adhere to a singular path, yet on the other, given the exceptional gifts bestowed upon him by fate, he feels an unquenchable desire to strive and explore. Who would have thought that a mere mortal, destined for demise, would attain such immense fortune? Qian Renlin forced a bitter smile, uncertain whether to feel joy or melancholy. In this moment, he was overwhelmed by a sense of frustration, a fiery agitation stirring restlessly within his chest. He yearned for an outlet for his emotions, yet simultaneously deemed such an impulse childish and beneath him. Meanwhile, the onlookers could only gaze in bewilderment at Qian Renlin's silent departure, unable to comprehend why someone with such a formidable martial spirit would appear so discontented. Qian Dalu gazed at the forlorn silhouette of Qian Renlin and let out a soft sigh. How could he be unaware of his thoughts? Since the day of his birth, Qian Renlin had never laid eyes upon his father, and on that very day, he was met with the devastating news of his father's demise. Such a blow to a 6-year-old child was unfathomable. It was precisely for this reason that Qian Dalu refrained from avenging his son by taking the life of Bibi Dong. He did not wish to witness his 2 grandsons suffer the loss of their father, only to be further bereaved of their mother. Of course, all of this was merely the contemplation of Qian Dalu himself. Qian Renlin has never harbored any feelings for his so-called father, Qian Renxue, and his heart remains utterly unmoved by his death. Chapter 8. The First Soul Ring. The following day, Stardew Forest. Qian Dalu disregarded the surrounding sounds of vendors and groups, soaring directly into the continent's foremost gathering place for soul beasts, accompanied by Qian Renlin. Naturally, the Spirit Hall possesses its own exclusive soul-hunting forest, yet that is merely constructed for ordinary soul masters. Qian Renlin is undoubtedly no ordinary soul master. What he requires is a soul beast endowed with the 12 elements. And it is evident that the soul-hunting forest does not possess such a plethora of elemental soul beasts for his selection. Upon discovery, the over 400-year-old golden armored flame dragon was subjected to Qian Daolia's overwhelming soul power, rendering it immobile instantly. As its name suggests, the golden armored flame dragon is a fire attribute creature, adorned with golden scales that resemble a suit of armor, akin to a 4-legged dragon reminiscent of a lizard. Identifying it is quite straightforward. The red rings on its tail signify its age, with each ring representing a century. This particular golden armored flame dragon boasts 4 red rings on its tail, clearly indicating its 400-year existence. Qian Renlin gazed in astonishment at the colossal lizard before him, a creature that was twice his size. Although he had perused numerous soul beast illustrations within the Spirit Hall and was aware that the fauna of Douluo Continent was particularly grand, this was the first time he had ever laid eyes on one in person. having never ventured beyond the confines of the spirit hall. To be candid, witnessing such a formidable soul beast, mightier than any creature on Aqua Blue Star, instilled within him a fleeting desire to capture it as a steed. However, such thoughts were mere fantasies. For soul beasts would sooner perish than submit to humanity as pets, let alone allow themselves to be ridden. The gentle dragon horse is a different matter altogether. Linner. Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring. Qian Renlin took the angelic short sword from Douluo, delivering a decisive blow to the golden-armored fire dragon's essence. Gazing at the yellow ring, he inhaled deeply and seated himself cross-legged, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Upon the ring's entry, Qian Renlin sensed an unusual dissonance. It seemed as if his martial spirit was rejecting this soul ring. Indeed, my martial spirit absorbed a substantial amount of life force from the fountain of life upon its awakening yesterday. Possessing a semblance of sentience is not surprising, he mused, ultimately deciding to forego the absorption of this soul ring. Child, is something amiss? Douluo observed Qian Renlin's peculiar act of drawing in the soul ring only to expel it again, puzzled. For once absorption commences, it cannot be interrupted. Such an occurrence, where a soul ring could be expelled from the body, had never been witnessed before. This soul ring is not suitable for me, Qian Renlin declared, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. Let us continue our search, Douluo replied, refraining from further inquiry as they ventured forth in pursuit of another soul ring. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the soul ring of the golden-armored fire dragon transformed into a beam of light and penetrated the depths of Qian Renlin's consciousness. He felt an intrusion within his mind, furrowing his brow as he turned to discover the soul ring had vanished. A thought flickered in his mind, yet he chose to disregard it. Still no success. This marked the sixth soul beast Qian Renlin had slain, encompassing both fire attributes and others. Yet, without exception, as soon as they entered his body, they were expelled. Grandfather, I believe I have discerned the reason, Qian Renlin stated thoughtfully. Oh, what is it? Douluo inquired with interest. I suspect it may be due to the insufficient age of the soul rings, Qian Renlin offered, albeit with uncertainty. Are you certain? Douluo questioned earnestly. The first soul ring for a soul master must not exceed 500 years in age, lest one risk catastrophic consequences. I understand, grandfather, but I feel capable, Qian Renlin asserted, his voice resolute. Douluo examined Suanzi's expression, which did not seem to indicate jest, and ultimately resolved to test the ancient technique over 800 years old. Success! Qian Renlin exclaimed with a hint of joy. This was an 856-year-old wind attribute swift wind two-headed wolf, regarded as a premier spirit beast among wind attribute soul beasts. Qian Renlin effortlessly absorbed the soul ring. And just as he was about to conclude this process, he discovered that a surge of energy emanating from the source of life within his spiritual sea was merging into the soul ring behind him. As this energy flowed in, the yellow soul ring transformed into a purple hue at a visibly rapid pace, continuing until Qian Renlin's body could no longer withstand the influx, at which point the source of life ceased its contribution. The age of the soul ring had reached 4,592 years. Qian Renlin was astonished to find that what he referred to as the source of life possessed the ability to enhance the soul ring's age. It is known that once a soul master absorbs a soul ring, any further enhancement of its age can only be achieved through divine tests utilizing divine power. Linner, how do you feel? Douluo gazed at Qian Renlin in astonishment. I am well, grandfather, Qian Renlin replied as he rose. What is your first soul skill? Douluo did not inquire about how his soul ring could extend its age. Perhaps it was a characteristic of his martial soul, truly remarkable. Not only did it enhance the age of the soul ring, but it could also elevate its longevity. With his eyes closed, Qian Renlin focused intently before reopening them, declaring, My first soul skill is a domain-type ability. Within a radius of 200 meters, both my allies and I can experience a 50% increase in speed, while our adversaries will suffer a 50% reduction in theirs. Furthermore, with each additional soul ring, the range of my domain will expand. After speaking, Qian Renlin unleashed his first soul skill, the domain of speed. Centered around him, a subtle luminescence radiated outward for 200 meters, and both Qian Renlin and Douluo distinctly sensed their speed had indeed surged by 50%. Oh, I can hardly believe it. Even I feel my speed has increased by 50%, Douluo marveled, taken aback that Qian Renlin, at merely level 20, could enhance his speed by such a margin. especially considering he himself was a peak level 99 limit Douluo. I did not anticipate that your first soul skill would be a supportive one. However, with the enemy's speed halved, your physical strength will render you impervious to any agile attacker of the same rank. By the way, how long does this soul skill last? There is no time limit. As long as I maintain focus, it will persist until my soul power is exhausted. With my current capacity, I can sustain it for approximately 15 minutes. Such a duration? Unbeknownst to Qian Douluo, the life source within Qian Renlin's sea of consciousness continuously supplied him with vitality, allowing his soul power consumption rate to be at a proportion of 1 to 5 compared to the energy provided by the life source. This meant his first soul skill could last several minutes longer. Coupled with Qian Renlin's 2 innate domains as an elemental angel, he now possessed 3 domains, one of life, one of malevolence, and this speed domain. Surely, my martial soul cannot merely be a supportive type, Qian Renlin mused, glancing at the 12-winged elemental angel martial soul, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Let us proceed and seek your second soul ring. Qian Renlin retracted his martial spirit and quietly followed Qian Douluo. Qian Renlin is yet unaware of the true magnitude of his martial soul's power. Chapter 9. Tang San. Qian Douluo and Qian Renxue had been in the Star Do Forest for 3 days. Given that Qian Renxue's first soul ring was 5,000 years old, this time it must exceed 8,000 years. While there are numerous 8,000-year soul beasts, locating a top-tier soul beast imbued with elemental energy proves to be a daunting task. The Star Do Forest is vast, encompassing an area greater than that of both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire combined. Searching for a soul beast suitable for Qian Renxue in such an expansive terrain is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although it may not be as exaggerated, it is nearly so. Liner, let us rest here for the night and continue our search tomorrow. Although Qian Douluo, a level 99 limit Douluo, can go without rest for half a month, he recognizes that his grandson is merely 6 years old. Despite Qian Renxue's extraordinary qualities, Qian Douluo still perceives him as a child. A 6-year-old is in a crucial phase of physical development and must be mindful of rest. Qian Renlin had no objections. He found a large tree, took out a piece of millennia-old 9-tailed fox fur from the ring on his finger, spread it on the ground, and leaned against the tree, sitting cross-legged. He then retrieved a barbecue grill and a bottle of cumin powder along with various condiments from the ring. The author, having never engaged in barbecuing, was unaware of the necessary ingredients for deliciousness, only knowing about cumin powder. He also produced a century-old soft-boned rabbit that he had casually hunted, preparing for the barbecue. These items, such as cumin powder and the grill, were certainly absent in the Douluo Continent, but after suffering from depression in his previous life, Qian Renlin often ventured alone into the mountains and rivers, self-learning these skills online, which were now proving quite useful. As for how the grill came into being, it was quite simple. At the tender age of 5, Qian Renlin began to establish barbecue shops throughout every city, town, and small village in the Douluo Continent using the energy from the Spirit Hall. Naturally, the barbecue shop in the small village was run by the person responsible for awakening the spirits of 6-year-old children in the community. Under the pretense of both managing the shop and safeguarding the villagers, significantly elevating the status of the Spirit Hall among the common folk. Speaking of this, one must mention Su Yuntao, who had moved to Holy Soul Village over a year ago. Calculating, Tang San should be heading to Notting City in about 3 months. I ought to prepare as well. Tang San, I wonder how you will fare after losing Tang Hao. Qian Renlin pondered while tending to the barbecue. If someone were to behold Qian Renlin's visage at this moment, they would notice the chilling glint radiating from his eyes. The Tiando Empire is situated in the northern part of the Douluo Continent, and at the southernmost edge of this empire lies an inconspicuous little village, which, despite its unremarkable appearance, bears an extraordinary name, Holy Soul Village. It is said that Holy Soul Village was not always known by this name. Long ago, a formidable soul sage emerged from this village, and the villagers took great pride in this, thus renaming their home to Holy Soul Village. The original name of the village has faded into oblivion, and no one cares to remember it. About 10 meters from the entrance of Holy Soul Village, on a modest hillside, stands a dilapidated wooden house. It is referred to as a small hillock simply because it is slightly elevated compared to other areas of Holy Soul Village, catching the eye of anyone entering the village. This is not to be confused with the small hill where Tang San regularly trains. Dad, I want to go to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. I wish to become a soul master. With that, I could improve our family's circumstances, and then you wouldn't need to be a blacksmith anymore, exclaimed the 6-year-old Tang San. who had just awakened his spirit and rushed home with a beaming face. Logically, Tang San is about a month older than Qian Renlin, but in Holy Soul Village. Unlike other places, children must wait until all their peers turn 6 to awaken their spirits together. Thus, Tang San delayed his awakening by a month. A soul master? What difference does it make? Even if one becomes a soul master, you're still nothing but a waste, Tang Hao said through clenched teeth. Tang San never anticipated that his joyous announcement to his father would provoke such a strong reaction. Instantly, he lowered his head in silence. Show me your martial soul. Tang Hao finally exhaled, turning slightly to face Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San extended his right hand, and as a surge of azure light emanated, a blue-silver grass manifested in his grasp. Blue-silver grass. It's exactly like hers. Tang Hao gazed at the familiar appearance of the blue-silver grass. Reminiscent of the one often seen at the entrance, his eyes glistening with emotion as he rushed forward to grasp Tang San's right hand. After a long moment, Tang Hao regained his composure, took a deep breath, and stepped into the room. Just as he reached the doorway, Tang San spoke up. Father, I have another martial soul. And as he retracted his right hand, his left extended to reveal a small, pitch-black hammer. Tang San's Haoyan hammer would only resemble the Haoyan hammer more closely once soul rings were added. Tang Hao turned to examine the small hammer in Tang San's hand. His eyes moistening once again as he stepped closer, lifting Tang San's hand to his gaze. Dual martial souls, dual martial souls. My son, you actually possess dual martial souls. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he embraced Tang San tightly. Father, I'm about to lose my grip, Tang San said, using his right hand to support his left, fearful that the hammer might strike his father. Tang Hao wiped away his tears and released Tang San. Put away your martial soul. Tang San immediately felt a weight lift as he retracted the hammer. Remember, in your future, you must protect your blue-silver grass with the hammer in your left hand, Tang Hao said sternly, locking his gaze onto Tang San. Though Tang San did not understand his father's intense reaction, he dutifully nodded. Yes, father, I will remember. Moreover, never attach any soul ring to your hammer, nor release it under any circumstances, Tang Hao instructed with grave seriousness. I understand, father, Tang San replied, although he was uncertain why his father insisted on such conditions. Nevertheless, he trusted that his father would never wish him harm. Don't you desire to attend the Soul Master Academy? Tomorrow, I will speak with that old Jack fellow. But, father, I would prefer not to go to the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. I want to stay home with you. I can be a blacksmith. Tang San could not bear to see his father in such a despondent state, nor did he want to leave him alone at home. While he was present, he could care for his father. What would happen if he left? Who would look after him? In retrospect, he realized how impulsive he had been. Consumed by the enchanting dream of becoming a soul master, while neglecting the feelings of his father. Overwhelmed with guilt, he cast a remorseful glance at Tang Hao. There is no need for further discussion. It is decided, Tang Hao asserted, his voice leaving no room for dissent as he retreated indoors. Father, rest assured, I shall become a formidable soul master. No, I aspire to attain the rank of title de law. I will not let you down, Tang San vowed, his fists clenched tightly. Determination etched upon his face. Chapter 10, Second Soul Skill, Stardew Forest. Linner, your second soul ring has been identified, Qian Renlin remarked, gazing at the dark golden terror claw bear 100 meters away. This dark golden terror claw bear, with its 9,600 years of age and possessing attributes of gold, was perfectly suited for your second soul ring. Qian Renlin observed the bear, whose strength could rival that of 100,000-year soul beast, with an unwavering heart. Seventh soul skill, Angelic True Form. The angelic martial soul behind Qian Renlin instantly manifested. The fourth soul skill, Angelic Holy Sword. In an instant, a luminous sword materialized in Qian Renlin's grasp, striking the dark golden claw bear with a speed so swift it was as if it were a bolt of lightning. The dark golden claw bear, aggrieved by the pain, erupted in fury and lunged at the tiny creature before it with a ferocious swipe. Qian Renlin deftly ascended into the air, evading the onslaught. Eighth soul skill, Angelic Holy Light. In Qian Renlin's hand, a luminous sword materialized, swiftly directed towards the dark golden terror claw bear below, pinning it to the ground. The fifth soul skill, Angel's Roar. In Qian Renlin's hand appeared a colossal lightsaber, ablaze with flames. With a graceful lift of his hand, the lightsaber ascended slowly. As he swept his arm, the lightsaber descended from the heavens, plunging into the formidable body of the dark golden claw bear. In that instant, the bear was rendered utterly powerless to resist. Qian Renlin gently descended, retracting his martial spirit. Linner, Go, he commanded. Before bestowing upon Qian Renlin a magnificent sword radiating an aura of immense power, the angelic divine sword. With Qian Renlin's current strength, he was still insufficient to breach the defenses of the dark golden fear claw bear. Even ordinary iron weaponry could scarcely scratch its hide. Qian Renlin brandished a lightsaber larger than that of his peers, approaching the dark golden terror claw bear. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he thrust the luminous blade toward its head. The bear, filled with resentment, glared at the diminutive creature before succumbing to defeat and collapsing to the ground. A deep purple soul ring, tinged with black, emerged from the fallen beast. Qian Renlin exhaled slowly, inserting his lightsaber beside him as he settled into a meditative posture to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring entered his body, the soul power within him began to surge uncontrollably. He had underestimated the situation. This soul ring far exceeded Qian Renlin's absorption limit. He and Qian Douluo had shared similar thoughts, assuming that the first soul ring spanned 5,000 years, and the second would surely be no less than 8,000 years. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Qian Renlin's first soul ring had been enhanced through the source of life according to his limits, meaning his threshold was firmly set at 5,000 years. They had both neglected this fact, observing Qian Renlin's contorted expression and his body swelling as if inflated. With veins bulging beneath his skin, Qian Douluo was alarmed, his anxiety palpable as he gazed at Qian Renlin. He disregarded the angelic divine sword, unwilling to interrupt the process, as doing so could bring untold harm to Qian Renlin. What to do? Damn it, how careless of me. I should never have taken the risk of allowing Liner to absorb a soul ring nearing 10,000 years. Qian Douluo felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously, rubbing his hands together. If anything were to happen to Liner, how could I ever explain it to his mother? Clearly, if Qian Renlin were to encounter any misfortune, the fragile relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, which had only just started to mend, would shatter irreparably. Perhaps even worse than before. Just as Qian Renlin was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, the source of life finally responded after a prolonged delay. A torrent of life essence flooding into Qian Renlin's body. Yet, the physical agony was secondary. The primary concern was the resentment of the dark golden terror claw bear. It had been basking comfortably in the afternoon sun, only to be abruptly struck by a massive lightsaber. Before it could react to the infernal buck, it was pinned to the ground, followed by another colossal lightsaber that nearly severed it in half, and finally witnessing an ant-like creature thrusting a lightsaber brutally into its skull. One can only imagine the indignity of the dark golden terror claw bear's demise. Its resentment was immense, and if in a haunted place, that very spirit would undoubtedly be the most fearsome ghost in existence. See that? Just a little closer, just a tad more, the dark golden terror claw bear thought. Gazing at the figure enveloped in a grayish mist, relishing the thought of revenge, envisioning itself crushing that silhouette with a single swipe. However, unexpectedly, from 3 meters away, a burst of multicolored meteors shot forth from the gray mist, striking it with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, inspired by League of Legends in honor of King's Fountain attack. It watched wide-eyed, as its own essence transformed into luminous particles, merging into the figure's body, filled with unwillingness and urgency, yet utterly powerless, its consciousness fading away. Just as Qian Douluo braced himself for a rift with Bibi Dong, Qian Renlin opened his eyes. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Qian Renlin gazed at Qian Douluo, who sat on the ground with his hands clasped over his head, utterly disoriented and forlorn. Qian Douluo abruptly raised his head, gazing at Qian Renlin as if he had encountered a ghost. His expression transformed into one of sheer delight, and in an instant, he sprang from the ground, darting to Qian Renlin and enveloping him in a tight embrace. "As long as you are unharmed, everything is well. It is I, your grandfather, who has erred, subjecting you to such immense suffering. I was wrong to allow you to absorb this soul ring, which even the spirit hall dares not recklessly assimilate," Qian Douluo said, his voice laced with lingering trepidation as he held Qian Renlin close. "Grandfather, please, loosen your grip. You are holding me too tightly," Qian Renlin gasped, feeling the pressure on his chest make it difficult to breathe. "As long as Liner is safe, that is all that matters," Qian Douluo exclaimed joyfully, tears of relief streaming down his face as he finally released Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin gazed at the elderly man before him, who typically exuded an air of authority and dominance, now displaying a visage that stirred feelings of both discomfort and profound emotion within him, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Although Qian Douluo had previously shown him affection and indulgence, it was predominantly tempered with strictness and never allowed for any laxity, regardless of his past life or this one. It was the first time Qian Renlin truly felt the deep love of his grandfather. Poseidon, it would be wise for you to tread carefully. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. I shall bind you to my grandfather's bed if necessary, Qian Renlin thought fiercely. In his previous life as a wealthy heir, such actions were not uncommon. By the way, my child, has your second soul ring increased in age? What is the nature of your soul skill? After a brief pause, Qian Dalu regained his former stern demeanor. The warmth that had recently blossomed within Qian Renlin dissipated in an instant. The second soul skill is the metal domain. My second soul skill is indeed a domain-type skill, specifically the metal domain geared towards combat. In a radius of 300 meters centered around me, our attack power and combat effectiveness are enhanced by 50%, while the enemy's is diminished by the same margin. Like my first soul skill, its range will expand with additional soul rings. As he spoke, a layer of golden, ethereal light gradually manifested within the 300-meter radius surrounding Qian Renlin, and both he and Qian Daolu distinctly felt their combat prowess surge by 50%. As Qian Renlin contemplated, he extended his hands, and his 10 fingers abruptly elongated and darkened, with nails transforming into exceptionally sharp talons. With a mere flick of his wrist towards a nearby tree, measuring half a meter in diameter, the tree was instantly severed at the waist. The clean, smooth break resembled a meticulously polished surface. With a thought, he retracted his domain and forcefully grasped the midpoint of the severed upper half of the tree, causing it to splinter into several segments. The fractures revealed numerous protruding wooden shards, far from smooth, resembling the aftermath of an aggressive cleaving that had removed 2/3 of the tree. Qian Renlin silently pondered the unexpected enhancement of the sharpness of his tools within this metal domain. Qian Daolu gazed at Qian Renlin with a look akin to that of a monster, exclaiming, "Your fortune is truly extraordinary. Not only did you escape the fate of an explosive demise, but you also serendipitously acquired a pair of external spirit bones. This is a rarity indeed. Many soul masters, including title Douluo, may never encounter even a single ordinary spirit bone in their lifetime. Yet, you have obtained not only external spirit bones but a complete pair at that. If you were not my grandson, I would be tempted to seize them for myself. Grandfather, with the absorption of my second spirit ring, my first spirit ring has also advanced to nearly 9,600 years, matching the age of the second spirit ring. Moreover, it appears that the range of my domain has expanded to 300 meters. Qian Renlin deftly shifted the topic, releasing his first spirit skill, speed domain. You truly are a prodigy, a marvel, Qian Daolu remarked, his expression reflecting envy and admiration as he beheld the domain. Grandfather, how can you label your grandson a prodigy? Qian Renlin retorted, somewhat displeased. Ha ha ha, come, let us return home. Chapter 11, an alternative use of soul power Ghost Elder. Bring forth all the self-created soul skills currently possessed by the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin commanded as soon as he returned to the Holy Sun's Hall, addressing the empty air beside him. At your command, Your Highness. A voice echoed from the shadow of a spiral dragon pillar near the entrance of the Holy Sun's Hall, reverberating throughout the vast chamber, rendering the speaker's location indistinguishable. Were it not for the life essence that had significantly enhanced Qian Renlin's mental prowess over the past few years, he would not have discerned the presence of an individual concealed within the hall. After a moment, the ghostly figure knelt on one knee before Qian Renlin, who was seated on the dragon throne, eyes closed in repose. Your Highness, I have brought what you requested, he said, as a ring slowly floated toward Qian Renlin. Ever since Qian Renlin's martial soul awakened, Bibi Dong had dispatched the ghostly figure to serve under him. Qian Renlin swiftly grasped the ring and vanished without a trace, not even casting a glance at Ghost Douluo. It appears my assumptions were correct. This so-called self-created soul skill is not a technique or martial art, but rather a method of utilizing one's martial soul energy through a unique approach. In the training arena of the Holy Sun's Palace, Qian Renlin reflected upon these so-called self-created soul skills. Typically, this arena serves as a training and exchange ground for the guardians of the Holy Sun's Palace. However, with Qian Renlin's presence, they naturally retreated to the auxiliary arena in the front courtyard. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin naturally possesses his own exclusive cultivation chamber. Although the chamber spans several hundred square meters, Qian Renlin finds the confinement of such a square enclosure quite uncomfortable, believing it hinders his ability to develop his own soul techniques. Indeed, ever since he absorbed the soul rings, he has been contemplating the creation of his own unique soul skills. His current methods are insufficient, The two domains he commands do not lend themselves well to solitary combat. A formidable soul master could easily claim his life from 300 meters away. To forge his own soul technique, the first step involves externalizing his soul power. Qian Renlin gradually releases his soul power, attentively sensing its manifestation. Is this not what is referred to as soul pressure? He gazes with furrowed brows at the golden soul power enveloping him. It seems that relying on soul power to perceive his surroundings is unrealistic. He has long been intrigued by the spiritual detection methods described in novels. It appears I must depend on my formidable spiritual strength, he muses. Undeterred by the failure of his aspirations for soul power detection, as he still possesses the ability for spiritual sensing. However, how can I achieve the externalization of my soul? Lacking a reference, he is uncertain about how to proceed. Despite his potent spiritual strength, he is at a loss for its application. Currently, all he can do is amplify his spiritual awareness through his strong soul power, enabling him to discern whether those around him harbor hostility or not. With little direction, Qian Renlin does not dwell on the idea of soul externalization, for no one in the Douluo Continent has employed such a method for detecting their surroundings. Nor would anyone conceive of doing so, unless it were a feature of specific mental-type soul master skills. It seems that the formidable million-year-old insect is an absolute necessity. Qian Renlin has already set his sights on the sky dream ice silkworm within the Stardoe forest. With no clear path forward, he resolves to study the transformation of soul power into tangible substances. Qian Renlin gradually unleashed his soul power, diligently compressing and solidifying it, carefully attuning himself to the fluctuations and state of his essence. With his formidable spiritual strength and an understanding that surpassed the ordinary by hundreds of times, he effortlessly succeeded in materializing a sword in his hand on the first attempt. Yet, this accomplishment was insufficient. He aspired to render the sword more solid and razor-sharp, akin to a true weapon. As Qian Renlin felt the flow of soul power within him, he also grasped the soul power sword in his hand. Suddenly, he swung the sword aside, and it pierced through the wall, shooting away rapidly before gradually dissipating. To his astonishment, it took 1/10 of his soul power, which was double that of others at the same level, to condense this sword. Qian Renlin gazed at the sword embedded in the wall with a frown. Enemy attack. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Your Highness, are there assassins? Dozens of black-armored guards rushed in at the entrance of the training ground, their expressions taut as they glanced between the hole in the wall and Qian Renlin. Have I not explicitly stated that no one is permitted to enter without my command? Do you disregard my words so easily? The moment Qian Renlin's fleeting inspiration was shattered by their intrusion, his anger surged, and he cast a dark glare at the leading guard. The guard, trembling with fear, immediately knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. Your Highness, please calm your wrath. It was not my intention to offend. I sensed a powerful wave of soul energy emanating from your direction, which compelled my urgent entry. We did not mean to disturb you. As he spoke, he continued to bow deeply, with the other black-armored guards following suit, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Qian Renlin harbored a deep desire to eliminate these guards. However, upon observing the soul saint at the forefront, coupled with the numerous soul kings behind, he reconsidered his position. It would be imprudent to summon the specter for such a trivial matter. Such tasks are best handled personally. Begone. Remember, should there be a next time, take your own lives. Thank you, young saint. Thank you, young saint, echoed from the retreating figures. As Qian Renlin watched them vanish, he continued to contemplate the method of soul power condensation that had previously flashed through his mind. This technique would allow him to forge a soul power sword while expending significantly less energy, maintaining its form for an extended duration. After a month of diligent practice, Qian Renlin finally achieved the ability to condense the soul power sword at an almost negligible cost, sustaining it until his soul power was entirely depleted. This remarkable feat was made possible by the continuous supply of soul power from the source of life. Throughout this month, it was evident that Qian Renlin did not limit himself to merely crafting one sword. With his formidable soul strength and insight, he had progressed to the legendary transformation of soul power into a steed. No, it was the transmutation of soul power into a horse. Qian Renlin gazed at the majestic Qian steed beneath him, nodding in satisfaction. The so-called Qian steed is a magnificent manifestation, a synthesis of the Qian and the white dragon horse, embodying the essence of a Qian body, a horse's head, and dragon horns, all intertwined with the soul energy of a horse. Crafting this exquisite creature had consumed half a day of Qian Renlin's meticulous efforts in refinement and repair. With a mere thought, Qian Renlin summoned a pair of black wings that materialized behind him. With another thought, the black transformed into white, gold, and green. Qian Renlin gazed at the nameless tree nestled in the corner of the martial arts arena, a smirk gracing his lips. The golden wings adorning his back transformed into countless shimmering scales, which shot forth with remarkable speed. Clink, clink, clink. The golden scales propelled the leaves, embedding themselves into the wall behind the tree. Upon closer inspection, a scale, roughly the size of a thumb, had penetrated the wall to a depth of 3 centimeters. It is noteworthy that this entire wall was constructed from glazed bricks. Witnessing these seemingly ordinary glazed bricks, which could withstand the full force of a great soul master's strike. Being effortlessly pierced by his soul power scales, Qian Renlin nodded in satisfaction. Truly, these scales, honed over a month of concentrated effort, exhibited remarkable efficacy. They likely surpassed even Tang San's so-called bone-piercing needles in potency. Concealed in the shadows, Gui Mei stared at Qian Renlin, astonished, as if beholding a celestial prodigy. What manner of divine being is this, Your Highness? Qian Renlin rode away on his ebony soul power Qian steed, seeking permission from Bibi Dong to embark on a journey. Tang San, I am coming. Chapter 12, Salus Mother, I wish to go out. Qian Renlin burst into the Pope's palace, addressing Bibi Dong. No. Bibi Dong replied resolutely, without lifting her head. I must go to the Great Soul Arena. Qian Renlin's voice was unwavering. He felt an urgent need to escape the confines of the Spirit Hall after 6 long years that had nearly driven him to madness. Why must you venture out when the Soul Arena is right here in Spirit City? You are only 6 years old, and your strength is still feeble. It is far too perilous. Should other factions discover your departure from the Spirit Hall, your safety would be gravely jeopardized. Until you have matured, I cannot allow you to leave. While the other major factions may not openly act against you, I cannot discount the possibility of reckless individuals committing foolish acts. I have been cooped up in the Spirit Hall for 6 years, and I feel as though I am suffocating. My days are consumed with reading and training. I am nearly driven mad. In truth, Qian Renlin has hardly practiced at all, for the source of life incessantly provides him with energy. The time he spends on cultivation pales in comparison to the myriad other activities he could pursue. Bibi Dong regarded Qian Renlin earnestly for a long moment. Take the Ju Gui Douluo with you. Ju Gui Douluo is the embodiment of both Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo. They are sworn brothers, inseparable since childhood. Qian Renlin turned his horse around and departed. He was neither a pretentious individual nor an arrogant one. He had not descended into the folly of aspiring to be a so-called lone wolf. In his previous life as a wealthy heir, he was accustomed to being accompanied by numerous sycophants whenever he ventured out. With such considerable resources at his disposal now, why would he choose otherwise? The Tiando Empire. The city of Tiando. The resplendent office on the 6th floor of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin sat calmly on the sofa, his legs crossed, gazing at the middle-aged man with white hair who stood before him, head bowed. How have you progressed with the matter I requested? Your Highness. The list you sought is meticulously recorded in this document. Salus respectfully presented a notebook to Qian Renlin with both hands. Qian Renlin took the book and began to read. It was merely a few sheets of paper, and within minutes, he had finished. Blue silvergrass. Qian Renlin's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed at the file on the first page. Pay particular attention to this individual named Tang San. Your Highness. Although this Tang San is a genius with innate full soul power, his martial soul is simply an ordinary blue silvergrass. I wonder why Your Highness places such importance on him? Saras inquired, puzzled. Are you questioning me? Qian Renlin shot him a disapproving glance. I wouldn't dare. I merely, enough. Do not speak further. Qian Renlin slowly rose from the sofa, remarking, You speak the truth. If it were merely ordinary blue silvergrass, it would not warrant such grandiose measures from me. But have you ever encountered blue silvergrass with innate full soul power? What does His Highness the Saint's son mean? Salus inquired, puzzled. Have you not seen the rankings of the top 10 martial souls? Your Highness, while Yu Xiaojiang may be considered talented, his theories have never been substantiated. And he himself is merely a level 29 waste. Furthermore, his so-called top 10 martial souls ranking is nothing but a farce on the continent. A farce? Can you articulate it? Qian Renlin asked with a playful glint in his eyes. I am unable to write such a thing, Salus said, lowering his head in embarrassment. Do not underestimate anyone, though Yu Xiaojiang's strength may be lacking. The fact that he can articulate this so-called ranking of the top 10 martial souls indicates there is reasoning behind it. According to Yu Xiaojiang's principles, this Tang San must possess another martial soul, Qian Renlin said, narrowing his eyes. Is His Highness suggesting that Tang San is a dual martial soul? Salus exclaimed in surprise. I cannot be certain. Keep a close watch on him, but be cautious not to alert him, and certainly do not take any action against him. If he is indeed a dual martial soul, then his blue silvergrass is not merely ordinary. According to the core principles of Yu Shaojiang's top 10 martial souls ranking, one of the conditions for the emergence of dual martial souls is that both must be equally powerful top-tier martial souls. In truth, Qian Renlin need not go to such lengths. But he could not directly inform Bibi Dong that he knew where Tang Hao was and that he had a son with innate full soul power. Setting aside how the Wuhuan Hall might perceive this, the very question of how he knew was inexplicable. How could someone who had never left the Wuhuan Hall since childhood possess such intricate knowledge? Should he claim to be a transmigrator who had read the original work? His warning to Salas to tread lightly stemmed from his awareness of Tang Hao, who was covertly protecting Tang San during this period. The document Salas provided to Qian Renlin contained records of those with innate full soul power who had emerged in recent years. He could not simply demand information on someone named Tang San upon his arrival. Yes, Your Highness. By the way, arrange for an identity for me. I wish to visit the Grand Soul Arena. Understood. Saras received the decree and withdrew. Although the Great Soul Arena was jointly established by the 7 prominent families of the continent and does not belong to any single faction, it is nonetheless quite effortless for the Spirit Hall to arrange for someone to participate in the soul battles. Tang Hao, the moment you confront Zhao Wujie will mark the final breath of your life. Cherish these 6 years, Qian Renlin silently contemplated as he gazed out of the window. Note, the Spirit City does not possess a Great Soul Arena, as the Spirit Hall would never permit any force other than itself to exist within its confines. The Soul Arena in Spirit City was created by the Spirit Hall for personal disputes among its residents and serves as a venue for their interactions. The Spirit Hall has explicitly stated that all forms of conflict are prohibited within Spirit City. Violators face obliteration, irrespective of their identity or status. Of course, this regulation is intended for the residents of Spirit City, and it is understood among them. Chapter 13. Qian Renlin Strength. Dear spectators, the upcoming one-on-one soul battle features the undefeated champion, Ming Feng, renowned for his ghostly claw, facing the newcomer, Dugu Qiubai. Will Ming Feng continue to forge his invincible legend? Or will it conclude here? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. Ming Feng, ghostly claw, tear him apart, tear him apart. As the unknown referee's words fell, the audience erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Your Highness, this individual is named Ming Feng. He has gained immense popularity among the spectators, as every opponent he faces in the Soul Arena either meets death or severe injury. Hence, he has earned the moniker Ghostly Claw. What is his strength? Qian Renlin's calm demeanor revealed not a hint of disturbance. Level 29, with the spirit of the Phantom Wolf, Saras respectfully replied. Very well, I understand. As Qian Renlin finished speaking, he spread his wings and shattered the glass, descending from the VIP room to the soul fighting platform. Wow, how impressive. But why is he so small? He appears to be only 7 or 8 years old. What could compel someone so young to enter the soul fighting arena? It seems he landed in the first VIP box. Indeed, that is a suite reserved exclusively for members of the royal family. Nonetheless, his entrance is undeniably striking. I can't help but wish to touch his face, and his wings look so cool, I long to feel them. TCH, you conceited fool, can you even compete with him? You wish to touch his wings? What do you mean by that? Are you seeking your own demise? Do you want to fight? Then let us go. Who is afraid of whom? Very well, let us register now for a life and death match. Sure, I'm afraid of you, but I must first watch this battle unfold. Setting aside everything else, just the manner of Qian Renlin's entrance combined with his strikingly aloof demeanor instantly garnered a multitude of admirers. Ming Feng watched as his own fans swiftly shifted their allegiance to this young boy, and as he gazed upon his face, the comments below stirred a wave of envy and resentment within him. Kid, I care not for your identity. If you plead for mercy now, I shall spare your life. Ming Feng growled menacingly at Qian Renlin. After all, in the grand arena of soul fighting, life and death hang in the balance, should one perish. It is merely a reflection of their inadequacy, though this is not a life and death platform. Delivering a thorough beating and witnessing the request for mercy would certainly bring him some satisfaction. Seeking death, Qian Renlin regarded his adversary with a frigid gaze. Whoosh! With a swift movement of his wings, Qian Renlin appeared before Ming Feng in an instant. His left hand, wielding the dark golden bear soul bone, struck with precision, piercing through Ming Feng's chest before he could react. A sharp pang of pain surged through Ming Feng as he looked down to find his left chest completely penetrated. Turning his gaze, he saw Qian Renlin crushing a vibrant crimson heart in his grasp. You dare. Mingfeng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Qian Renlin would audaciously slay him before such a crowd. He was equally astonished that Qian Renlin would disregard the rules by committing murder on the soul arena as he fell to the ground, filled with resentment. Humph. All who offend me shall perish, Qian Renlin remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Mingfeng. With a surge of soul power, the blood on his hands vanished without a trace. Stop! The referee called out as he watched Qian Renlin turn to leave, intending to halt him immediately. At that moment, a wave of soul power resonated in his ear, rendering him speechless. What? Do you wish to die as well? Qian Renlin's icy gaze bore into him. And no, nothing. The referee stuttered, his body trembling as he recalled the earlier transmission of soul power, struggling to articulate his words. With a swift motion of his wings, Qian Renlin entered the VIP room number 1. How audacious of him. He had actually committed murder. He disregarded the rules and took a life. Did the soul arena not intervene? He is so striking. This is what a man should be. The audience erupted in chaos upon witnessing Qian Renlin's departure after the act. The referee, observing the scene, bellowed for silence. Spirit possession, 6 soul rings pulsating in unison. In this soul battle, Dugu Qiubai emerged victorious. Afterward, Qian Renlin paid no heed to the ensuing events. Nor did he wish to. Such trivial matters would naturally be addressed by others. Salus gazed bitterly at the lifeless body on the fighting platform, lowering his head even further upon seeing Qian Renlin. Your Highness, the Saint's son, is truly terrifying. To kill for the first time without a hint of hesitation. And with such brutal means, he thought, growing even more respectful towards Qian Renlin. Everyone overlooked the fact that throughout the entire confrontation, Qian Renlin had not even released his martial spirit. It appears that my self-created footwork is quite effective. Even a typical agility-focused soul master likely could not discern my movements. Qian Renlin mused, reflecting on the recent battle. Indeed, the footwork he employed was the swift wind steps, a technique he had devised himself, enveloping his feet in wind element soul power for instant propulsion. Its advantage lies in its speed, while its drawback is that it lacks the versatility of Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps. This technique is primarily utilized for a swift strike against an unsuspecting opponent. However, in prolonged engagements, it proves less effective due to its lack of agility. After all, it was a method Qian Renlin had painstakingly developed over the course of a month without any reference to guide him. It seems he must find a way to acquire Tang San's Xiantian treasure record. His interest in Tang San's external aid does not stem from a belief in its superiority, but rather because it is the sole martial arts manual in the Douluo Continent. If he were to obtain it, he could create his own unique martial arts techniques through the Xiantian treasure record. Chapter 14. Re-entering the Stardew Forest. 3 months have swiftly passed. For the past 3 months, Qian Renlin has been engaged in soul battles while diligently exploring and devising his own combat techniques. Following his inaugural soul battle, he faced opponents who had ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Yet, lamentably, even a level 39 Soul Sovereign posed no significant threat to Qian Renlin. They often could not withstand even a single strike from him. Subsequently, upon hearing that their adversary was Qian Renlin, many opponents would concede before even stepping onto the arena. Ultimately, Qian Renlin found himself compelled to request a change in opponents to Soul Zone, but even the ordinary Soul Zone could not match his prowess, failing to compel him to utilize his martial soul. This led to encounters with Soul Kings, who could finally pose a modicum of challenge to Qian Renlin without his martial soul activated. During these 3 months, he engaged in soul battles against Soul Kings, simultaneously testing his limitations and refining his methods. By the end of this period, Qian Renlin had attained the prestigious Purple Gold Soul Battle Badge. Typically, a mere 3 months of victories would yield only a Silver Battle Badge. However, Qian Renlin's remarkable achievements were undoubtedly linked to his ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks. The hierarchy of Soul Battle ranks includes Iron Battle Badge, Copper Battle Badge, Silver Battle Badge, Gold Battle Badge, Purple Gold Battle Badge, Sapphire Battle Badge, Ruby Battle Badge, and Diamond Battle Badge. Now, Qian Renlin not only possesses a Purple Gold Battle Badge, but also boasts extensive combat experience. Most significantly, he has reached level 30. Previously, 2 soul rings with a lifespan of 9,000 years had remarkably elevated his level to 26. After a month of self-developing soul skills at the Spirit Hall, he successfully refined his soul power to achieve level 27. Following 3 months of soul battles, he has undoubtedly attained level 30. He has discerned that once he reaches the pinnacle of his current level, the life source within his sea of consciousness ceases to enhance his soul power and instead begins to refine it, fortifying his physique and meridians. Hence, he has postponed acquiring soul rings. Moreover, his upcoming expedition to the Douluo Forest transcends the mere acquisition of soul rings. He has a far more significant task at hand. He is currently in a state of anticipation. Your Highness, the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo have arrived. Half a month prior, Qian Renlin had summoned Ghost Douluo to the Spirit Hall to borrow the two esteemed offerings. The Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo are both esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall, ranked as the fourth and fifth offerings, respectively, and each boasts an impressive level of 96 as Super Douluos. Qian Renlin nodded at the four esteemed title Douluo before him, remarking, 2 title Douluo at level 95 and 2 at level 96 should suffice. The reason I summoned the 2 venerable elders for this soul ring acquisition is due to a matter of utmost importance, one that demands our utmost diligence. Qian Renlin stated earnestly to the 4 title Douluo, before we embark, I must inquire whether the 2 elders can engage in a skirmish with the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Qian Renlin addressed the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo with a grave demeanor. I am familiar with the Titan Giant Ape. But what manner of soul beast is the Sky Blue Bull Python? The Porcupine Douluo asked Qian Renlin, perplexed. It is a soul beast even more formidable than the Titan Giant Ape. With an age of approximately 200,000 years, Qian Renlin replied solemnly. A soul beast of such age possesses strength that can rival a level 95 title Douluo among humans. Moreover, its physical prowess is extraordinarily robust, rendering it superior to its human counterparts of equivalent rank. Furthermore, it resides deep within the forest, its territory. 200,000 years? The 4 were taken aback. Your Highness, although we are unsure of your intentions, we shall, even at the cost of our lives, ensure your safety, they proclaimed earnestly, bowing to Qian Renlin. There is no need for such alarm. I do not require you to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The Sky Blue Bull Python has dwelled in the Lake of Life for several millennia without re-emerging. This time, it is primarily a precautionary measure. You need only inform me how long you believe you can withstand an encounter with the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, Qian Renlin instructed. The Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Spear Douluo exchanged contemplative glances before responding. If it is merely the Titan Giant Ape we face, my strength alongside the Serpent Spear would be more than adequate. However, if we are to contend with the 200,000-year-old Sky Blue Bull Python as well, we would be able to hold our ground for no more than a quarter of an hour, perhaps even less, the Porcupine Douluo stated gravely. A quarter of an hour. Qian Renlin mused thoughtfully. Currently, the soul beasts in the Douluo Forest that are over 100,000 years old are predominantly in a dormant state, absorbing the dream ice silkworm in the Lake of Life. It seems that only the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape have remained unaware of the opportunity to join Emperor Tian and the others in this endeavor. Qian Renlin calculated the time. With his speed, a quarter of an hour should suffice. Thus, it was decided, and I shall elaborate further once we reach the Douluo Forest. To my astonishment, at the heart of this Douluo Forest lies a million-year soul beast, accompanied by numerous ferocious beings of several 100,000 years. In the peripheral regions of the Douluo Forest, the 5 individuals approached cautiously. Fortunately, it possessed no combat prowess. Otherwise, we would have hesitated to venture deeper into the forest. Do not be so apprehensive, Qian Renlin said calmly. Currently, Emperor Tian and his companions are engaged in absorbing that colossal insect, lost in slumber, thus there is no cause for alarm. His primary concern revolved around the possibility of Emperor Tian and the others awakening prematurely during the absorption of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Indeed, Qian Renlin had gone to great lengths to bring the 4 esteemed title Douluos with the intention of targeting the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Although this endeavor was a millennium ahead of schedule, according to the original narrative of Hu Hao, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm undoubtedly surpassed 1,000,000 years, especially considering it had been absorbing soul power from Emperor Tian and the Silver Dragon King for a millennium, retaining an abundance of energy during its sacrificial moment. Most importantly, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm had merely slumbered to reach the 1,000,000-year mark before being captured by Emperor Tian. Your Highness, we have now entered the depths of the Douluo Forest. Let us proceed with caution, one of them urged. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground. A colossal stone had emerged. It appeared that we had been discovered. Serpent Spear Douluo. This formidable creature is entrusted to you. Qian Renlin gritted his teeth and spoke swiftly. Do not worry, Your Highness. Restraining this behemoth shall prove no challenge, came the confident reply. Behemoth, your grandfather is here. Dare not act recklessly. The Titan Giant Ape, incensed, roared in response, You wretched humans, I shall pummel you to the ground. The 4 companions of Qian Renlin have approached the Lake of Life. Caution! A rumble reverberates through the air. A colossal head emerges from the depths of the lake. Chapter 15. The Third Soul Ring. Humans, depart from this place. Qian Renlin gazed upon the monstrous creature before him, its neck resembling that of a serpent, while its head bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a bull. Qian Renlin hovered in the air, no larger than a single eye. At last, you have emerged, he remarked with a sly smile. Humans, your path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. It would be prudent for you to depart from this place. The azure bull python seems to hesitate, reluctant to engage with you, or perhaps unwilling to fight here. Qian Renlin was aware that beneath him lay dozens of soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, absorbing a colossal caterpillar. You are the great caterpillar. Your entire family consists of caterpillars. At that moment, a child's voice echoed in Qian Renlin's mind. Qian Renlin smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, choosing to disregard it. Qian Renlin was undoubtedly aware of the identity of the voice. What shall we do now, Holy Son? The serpent spear Douluo inquired, casting a glance at Qian Renlin. The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo regarded the sky blue bull python with astonishment. After all, it was their first encounter with such a soul beast. Were it not for Qian Renlin, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a creature in the Stardow forest. Do not panic. You must hold it off. If you cannot, then fight. It harbors reservations, he instructed. Hey, you impudent child. Are you not aware that ignoring someone is a sign of disrespect? Came a disapproving voice, high-pitched and accusatory. Ah, you are hardly human. Why should I extend you the courtesy of politeness or respect? Qian Renlin retorted, his tone laced with amusement. Humph. I offer you a grand opportunity. Would you accept it? The childlike voice persisted. You are in no position to offer me opportunities when you yourself are in peril. What could you possibly provide? Qian Renlin responded, his eyes narrowing and his demeanor haughty. Humans, get out of here quickly. The sky blue bull python glared at the onlookers, its irritation palpable. Hey, bullhead. What do you eat to grow so large? And why is your lower half concealed? Show us. The needle porcupine Douluo exclaimed, terror evident on his face. Your Highness. Please do not speak. Humph. Since you refuse to leave, then stay. The sky blue bull python began to ascend slowly, clearly enraged. A grand opportunity. Would you desire a million-year soul ring? The heavenly dream-eye silkworm urged eagerly, recognizing the rarity of encountering a human with such formidable mental strength. We cannot let him perish. Very well, it is a deal. Qian Renlin hastily agreed. Needle porcupine Douluo, you must delay it for as long as possible. Understood. The three immediately summoned their martial spirits. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body 3. 8th soul skill. As the battle between the three and the beast commenced, Qian Renlin quickly distanced himself from the fray, just as the needle porcupine Douluo and his companions prepared to strike. A blinding beam of light erupted from the lake of life, followed by the apparition of a colossal caterpillar materializing in the air. What is this? The chrysanthemum Douluo and others observed warily. This is the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. This is bad. It intends to make a sacrifice. The sky blue bull python was taken aback, turning to Qian Renlin in alarm. Was this your doing? Roar. A beam of light shot from the mouth of the sky blue bull python, aimed directly at Qian Renlin. You dare? 2 instruments of stillness. 9th soul skill, needle porcupine's guardian. As the fusion domain of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo descended, the sky blue bull python instantly felt its movements hindered. The needle porcupine Douluo swiftly positioned himself before Qian Renlin to intercept the oncoming attack. Humph. 1st soul skill, realm of speed. 2nd soul skill, metal domain. As the 2 domains of Qian Renlin descended, the 3 titled Douluos experienced an instantaneous surge in both speed and combat prowess, elevating their abilities by 50%. Meanwhile, the Tianqing Yolong felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as its already sluggish movements were rendered nearly immobile. At that moment, the 8th soul skill, Dolphin Charge, was unleashed. The porcupine Douluo activated his 8th soul skill, summoning a colossal dolphin phantom that collided forcefully with the head of the Tianqing Yolong. The impact of the attack dissipated, leaving the Tianqing Yolong in pain. What? The porcupine Douluo was taken aback to discover that his most potent strike had inflicted no damage whatsoever on the Tianqing Yolong, causing an immense burden to weigh upon him. Had it not been for the martial soul fusion technique of the chrysanthemum Douluo, he doubted he could withstand even a quarter of an hour against this formidable soul beast. Your Highness, we are struggling to hold on, the chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he addressed Qian Renlin. Controlling such a powerful soul beast, measuring several dozen meters in size, has already drained over half of our soul power in just half a minute. Qian Renlin felt an immense pressure, as his seemingly inexhaustible soul power suddenly reached its limit. How much longer must we endure? We cannot hold on any longer. Qian Renlin anxiously implored the heavenly dream ice silkworm. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light descended upon Qian Renlin. As Qian Renlin's soul power was instantly replenished to its zenith, a platinum-hued soul ring began to rhythmically pulsate behind him. The crimson cross on the forehead of his 12-winged elemental angel martial spirit abruptly opened, revealing a single golden eye radiating a dazzling red brilliance. In an instant, Qian Renlin's eyes transformed into golden orbs, emanating a crimson radiance. With a mere thought, a brilliant beam of golden light shot towards the azure bull python, causing it to momentarily freeze in place. "Let us depart," Qian Renlin exclaimed, spreading his wings and swiftly taking flight. The Zhugue 3 Douluo hastily followed suit. Roar. The azure bull python, witnessing the trio's abrupt disappearance, was consumed by a furious rage. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo, engaged in battle with the titan great ape, was momentarily taken aback by the swift retreat of the three before promptly pursuing them. Shortly after their departure, a roar far more terrifying than that of the azure bull python reverberated throughout the Douluo forest. The four individuals, still positioned at the forest's outskirts, were instantly shaken by this beastly roar, causing their soul power to fluctuate violently, and one of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Qian Renxue was in a dire state. Had it not been for the protection of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. The ghost Duke Douluo accelerated his pace while carrying Qian Renxue. Just after their departure, a colossal black dragon slowly emerged from the lake of life. The golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian, had awakened ahead of time. Chapter 16, The Third Soul Skill. Upon returning to the martial soul branch of the Heaven Do Imperial City, Qian Renlin immediately entered seclusion. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo began to recuperate, and the two esteemed members, the thorned fish snake spear, also returned to report. Their recent expedition to the Douluo forest was indeed fraught with peril. They had not anticipated the multitude of terrifying entities concealed within its depths. It was imperative for them to convey the circumstances of the forest's innermost regions to Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong. "Humans, how audacious you are!" Alas, the sky blue bull weevil had emerged prematurely. Otherwise, Qian Renlin lamented, he could have harnessed the essence of the life lake deep within the Douluo forest through the life source. He sighed in regret, realizing he must wait until his strength had significantly increased to undertake the journey once more. A week later, Qian Renlin gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, stretching lazily and yawning. "Someone, I am hungry," came his indifferent voice. "Your Highness, everything has been prepared." A beautiful young maid in a green dress gently pushed the door open, followed by over 20 white-clad maidens, each carrying a tray. "You, stay, the others may leave," Qian Renlin said coolly, fixing his gaze on the leading maid. The 20 white-clad maidens set down their trays, bowed, and slowly exited, closing the door behind them. "Your Highness," the green-clad maid said, her tone noticeably tense, her face slightly hopeful as she lowered her head. "Pour the wine." Oh. The green-clad maid fumbled in a flurry of panic. "How do you conduct yourself?" Qian Renlin remarked grimly, noticing the wine spilled on his trousers. "I apologize, Your Highness." "I am truly sorry." The maid hastily knelt, bowing her head in supplication. "Get out." "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you," she said, retreating with a mixture of relief and joy, fully aware of the cold-blooded nature of the one before her, who would spare no mercy. "It seems my life is spared," the maid thought, exhaling a sigh of relief as she reached the door. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the soul force sword piercing her chest, and she fell, unwillingly. "Drag her out and feed her to the fish," came the indifferent voice once more. The surrounding guards promptly removed the lifeless body of the green-clad maid, while several white-clad maidens trembled as they entered to clean the bloodstains that had splattered on the floor. With such a commotion, Qian Renlin instantly lost his appetite. "You truly are ruthless. That girl merely accidentally knocked over a wine cup. Was it necessary to take her life?" Tianming's figure resonated within Qian Renlin's consciousness. "When one commits a mistake, they must face the consequences," Qian Renlin replied in a flat tone. "Yet it need not come at the cost of one's life. If I fail to execute my duties, there is no reason for me to live. You truly do not understand whether it is good or bad to follow you. By the way, where has the martial soul I sacrificed to you gone?" Tianming inquired, puzzled, as it had anticipated that the recipient of the sacrifice would possess a martial soul, yet it sensed no second martial soul within Qian Renlin. "Is this what you mean?" Qian Renlin released his martial soul, pointing to his forehead. He had not anticipated that absorbing the energy of Tianming's ice silkworm would grant him the ability of the heavenly eye, a function residing within the martial soul, yet not requiring its release for use. This heavenly eye boasted numerous capabilities, including mental attacks, soul force projection, enchantment, and illusions, among others. Moreover, the soul ring of the ice silkworm endowed Qian Renlin with 4 soul skills, one of which remained a domain-type skill. This realm is characterized by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mastery of this domain can manifest a miniature world or serve as a means of combat. During battle, one can only unleash a single element at a time. Simultaneous release is not entirely impossible, yet it would lack potency and merely serve as an aesthetic display, capable of altering the environment to evoke a particular scene. The second soul technique is known as the Angelic Holy Sword, akin to the Angelic Holy Sword of the 6-winged angel martial spirit, though not confined solely to the light attribute. The third soul technique, Elemental Clone, allows the user to create a clone composed of elemental energy limited to a duration of 5 minutes, with the clone possessing 50% of the user's strength. Each clone consumes 10% of the user's soul energy. The fourth soul technique, Angelic Armor, manifests a layer of armor externally using 12 elements. Additionally, there exists a million-year-old head soul bone of a mental nature, featuring 2 soul techniques, an active skill named Mirage, and a passive skill that grants immunity to any spell damage not exceeding 1 major realm above the user, including soul energy damage. With this passive skill, one remains undefeated within the same realm. If your soul techniques have no effect on me and your weapons cannot breach my defenses, what use is it? Currently, aside from the self-created soul techniques, Qian Renlin possesses 1. The first soul technique, Speed Domain, enhances the speed of allies by 50% within a radius of 500 meters while reducing the speed of enemies by 50%. 2. The second soul technique, Metal Domain, amplifies the attack power, combat prowess, and weapon sharpness of allies by 50% within the same radius, while diminishing the enemy's attack power and combat prowess by 50% without affecting the sharpness of their weapons. 3. The third soul technique, Elemental Domain. Within a radius of 500 meters, the 5 elements can coalesce to transform any terrain, enhancing one's own metal, wood, water, fire, and earth abilities while weakening those of the enemy. 4. The third soul technique, Elemental Clone, consumes 10% of the user's soul energy to create an elemental clone, retaining 50% of the user's strength for 5 minutes. 5. The third soul technique, Angelic Holy Sword, condenses into a colossal elemental sword of light to strike at foes. 6. The third soul technique, Angelic Armor, forms a suit of elemental angelic armor. How it appears is left to your imagination. Let it be as impressive as you wish. The million-year soul bone skill, Mirage, manipulates the thoughts of enemies, sealing off their 5 senses. Unless their mental power surpasses that of Qian Renlin, there is no escape. As for the dark gold bear-grasping soul bone, it possesses no skills, merely boasting exceptional hardness and sharpness, with an innate capability to shatter souls. Additionally, the 2 primary martial souls come with innate domain skills. The Dark Evil Domain devours the life force and soul energy of enemies. The Life Domain consumes soul energy to bestow life force and soul energy upon others. The temporary longevity enhancement is not immediately apparent. The infusion of 10 years of life to the elder upon martial spirit awakening is merely a consequence of the life source energy leaking. Numerous self-created soul techniques exist, yet only a few are truly effective: Rapid Wind Step, Soul Energy Materialization, and Soul Energy Projection. The effects are only valid against opponents of the same realm. Those surpassing the user by 1 major realm cannot be breached, with the exception of auxiliary skills. By absorbing the 3rd spirit ring, Qian Renlin's 1st and 2nd spirit rings have now been elevated to an extraordinary limit of 38,000 years through the essence of life, which is the utmost threshold his current physique can endure. Given the current physical endurance of Qian Renlin, combined with the continuous enhancement of his constitution through the life source, it is estimated that by the time he reaches level 40, he should be capable of absorbing approximately 70,000 years, not exceeding 80,000 years. Presently, Qian Renlin's overall strength is on par with that of a soul saint. Chapter 17. Douluo Qian Renlin rode his soul force Qian steed, gracefully emerging from the spirit hall. Not a single guard accompanied him, yet he bore no concern, for he was well aware that 2 formidable 95th level super Douluos were ever watchful in the shadows, safeguarding his presence. 200 kilometers away from the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, there lay a majestic mountain, where peaks rose in splendid layers, and waters shimmered like a mirror. The verdant hills floated upon the surface, their reflections dancing elegantly, while the scenery along both banks resembled a picturesque gallery stretching for miles. Qian Renlin, astride his Qian steed, gazed intently towards a forest shrouded in a green toxic mist, lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes glimmered with a verdant hue. He had maintained this posture for half an hour. Old ghost. What do you suppose the Holy Sun is contemplating? How would I know? Keep your distance, you effeminate fool. Huh, are you looking for a fight? Upon hearing the term effeminate, Douluo immediately bristled. Enough. If you disturb the Holy Sun, you shall face the consequences. As he spoke, Ghost Douluo shifted aside slightly. Just as Yueguan and Gue Mei were exchanging barbs, Qian Renlin made his move. With a flick of his hand, an ice and fire protective barrier enveloped Yueguan and Gue Mei, while the Qian steed beneath him reared up and emitted a cry, manifesting a pair of fiery wings upon its back. Follow me, commanded Qian Renlin. And with a tug on the reins, the Qian steed soared towards the heart of the setting sun forest, with Yueguan and Gue Mei hastily in pursuit. Qian Renlin possesses the 12 elements, allowing him to absorb all manners of energy within the world. Thus, he is unfazed by the poisonous mists of the sunset forest. However, the Gue Douluo cannot endure even a moment within. The toxins seep into their very marrow. Qian Renlin previously utilized the heavenly eye to observe the sunset forest for half an hour, specifically to analyze the toxins shrouding the forest in a poisonous mist. As Qian Renlin descended into the setting sun forest, his body instinctively absorbed the toxins that gradually flowed into him. The specters of Yueguan felt an unsettling discomfort, realizing that their powers were suppressed by more than 3 levels in this place. It was precisely due to this environment that Douluo managed to evade countless enemies seeking his demise. Otherwise, with his meager strength as a titled Douluo, he would have perished countless times already, had it not been for Tang San's soul-devouring mother's heart. The formidable Douluo could have easily defeated him in less than 3 moves. It is worth noting that later, Douluo forced all his toxic abilities into the singular soul bone in his head, significantly enhancing his strength, yet even then, he could not contend with Douluo. Old poison Douluo, are you not coming out to greet us? Qian Renlin called out, for with his soul power, he sensed a figure imbued with potent toxins and another faint presence ahead. With a sigh, a figure entirely shrouded in a green hue emerged. Upon sensing Douluo's aura, Douluo realized that the visitor was likely not benign. It's you? I never imagined you would hide in such a wretched place. Yueguan expressed his surprise at Douluo's appearance, yet the surrounding green toxic mist resonated with Douluo's essence. Old poison. Had it not been for Prince Xuexing's timely intervention 3 years ago, you would have long since met your end. This time, let us see where you can escape. As Douluo prepared to strike, Qian Renlin raised a hand to halt him. Pray tell, young friend, what brings you to this desolate and humble abode? Desolate? Huh? Qian Renlin scoffed. I have heard that the esteemed poison Douluo has a granddaughter of remarkable beauty and talent. Might I inquire about your intentions regarding her? Indeed, what do you seek? Douluo sensed an ominous turn at the mention of his granddaughter, Yen. Perfect timing. I find myself in need of a maidservant. And your granddaughter's beauty and talent are unparalleled. Might you part with her? Qian Renlin, atop his Qian steed, gazed at Douluo with a calm smile. He understood that Yen was Douluo's Achilles heel. His interest lay not in her, but rather in provoking Douluo to act, for he was not entirely unreasonable. Are you insulting me? Douluo's fury was palpable upon hearing his precious granddaughter demeaned to the status of a mere maidservant. No, be more confident. Remove the might, Qian Renlin replied, maintaining his tranquil demeanor as he waved his hand, summoning a fan engulfed in flames, which he gently waved. Even if you are the holy son of the spirit hall, I shall ensure you comprehend the cost of insulting a titled Douluo. Emergence of the Emerald Scale Serpent King. 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Emerald Scale. 9th Soul Skill, Divine Light of the Emerald Scale. Douluo instantly activated his martial spirit, unleashing a green beam toward Qian Renlin with great speed. Old poison, do you dare? 4th Soul Skill, Exotic Flower. 8th Soul Skill, Spectral Apparition. Douluo swiftly approached Qian Renlin, and in an instant, a figure resembling Yueguan in feminine attire coalesced before him, charging towards Douluo's assault. In a fleeting moment, Ghost Douluo amassed a multitude of soul energy orbs that rained down upon Douluo, who could barely withstand 3 breaths before his martial soul's true form was shattered. Thud. Thud, thud. Douluo staggered backward, collapsing to one knee as he clutched his chest, spewing forth a stream of green blood. Grandfather, Douluo, who had been hiding in the back, could no longer contain her emotions upon witnessing her grandfather's injury. She rushed forward to support him, her eyes brimming with tears. Her demeanor heart-wrenchingly beautiful. Yenner, did I not instruct you to stay hidden? You should not have come out, Douluo said. His expression filled with anguish and concern as he gazed at Douluo, though he felt no fear for his own life, being a man destined for demise. His heart was tethered solely to Douluo. Grandfather, no, I wish to stay by your side. I won't go anywhere, even if it means death. I want to die together with you, Douluo sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Silly child, he chuckled softly. Qian Renlin summoned his martial soul, activating the first soul skill, Domain of Speed, and instantaneously appeared before Douluo. Seizing Douluo by the throat and lifting her effortlessly, what a poignant display of grandfatherly affection. Release her. If you have grievances, direct them at me, Douluo implored. A look of desperation etched upon his face as he addressed Qian Renlin. You fiend, do with me as you please, but spare my grandfather. Douluo spat defiantly at Qian Renlin. No, let her go. She is innocent, merely a child. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. My life is yours to take. What valor is there in tormenting an innocent girl? Slap. Silence. Qian Renlin struck Douluo, then turned to Douluo, his voice infused with ire. You are insufferably loud. Your presence is already unbearable, and your words only deepen the foulness. Douluo, silenced by fear, recognized that Yenner remained in Qian Renlin's clutches. I may spare her life, but you must pledge your loyalty to me. What? Douluo exclaimed, astonished. Qian Renlin tightened his grip on Douluo's throat. Very well. If you release Yenner, I shall comply with any demand you make. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. The agony of uttering such words was palpable for a proud man like Douluo, who cherished his freedom. Empty promises are of no value. You must offer something tangible. Chapter 18. Enslaving the Douluo grandfather and granddaughter. This saint's son does not trust you. Poison Douluo. You must provide a substantial token. Qian Renlin remarked with a sardonic smile as he regarded Douluo. Douluo hesitated, then slowly produced a green pearl from his mouth. Regarding it with deep significance as he said, this is my life soul pill, which can enhance your cultivation speed by at least 30%. Rest assured, this pearl bears no side effects. Oh, no side effects, you say? Qian Renlin observed Douluo with keen interest. While the pearl indeed posed no immediate detriment and was a fine treasure for cultivation, Qian Renlin, aware of the original narrative, knew of its hidden consequence. Should Douluo perish, so too would the one who absorbed the pearl. Douluo, visibly anxious, asserted, This pearl is of no use to me. If you wish for my trust, do not resist. As he spoke, Qian Renlin activated his celestial eye. His golden pupils fixed intently upon Douluo. Douluo, meeting that gaze, felt an instinctive unease. Yet, contemplating Qian Renlin's words and the peril faced by Douluo, he ultimately resigned himself to the situation. The golden eyes of Qian Renlin emitted a beam of light that penetrated into the mind of Douluo, causing him to instantaneously lose all perception of his five senses. Douluo felt as though he were ensnared within a dark void, devoid of sight, sound, scent, or sensation, drifting aimlessly for what felt like an eternity. When Douluo finally opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Qian Renlin, and an overwhelming desire to kneel and submit surged within him. Startled, Douluo attempted to struggle against this impulse. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of mustering any defiance towards Qian Renlin, nor could he summon any hatred for him. Qian Renlin gazed down at the kneeling and prostrate figure of Douluo at his feet, a satisfied nod gracing his expression. It appears that the Eye of Heaven possesses formidable power, capable of even subjugating a titled Douluo. Qian Renlin has just employed the celestial eye skill, enslavement, in conjunction with the million-year head spirit bone ability, Mirage. While Mirage serves as a supportive skill, enslavement is the primary force. It closes off the opponent's five senses through Mirage, and then utilizes formidable spiritual power to enact the celestial eye skill of enslavement, thus altering the opponent's thoughts. Rise. Yes. Master, Douluo was taken aback. These words escaped his lips involuntarily. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Why? Qian Renlin turned to gaze at the tearful and fiercely glaring Douluo, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now it is your turn. Qian Renlin's eyes suddenly turned a captivating shade of pink as he gazed intently at Douluo. The allure of the heavenly eye. Douluo, under the enchanting gaze of Qian Renlin, felt an overwhelming attraction, perceiving him as exceedingly handsome and magnetic, stirring a desire to surrender herself entirely to him, rendering any trace of hostility obsolete. Perfection. Qian Renlin, observing the infatuated Du Guyan, was exceedingly pleased. Qian Renlin did not impose enslavement upon Du Guyan. Otherwise, it would lack significance. Given her meager prowess, it was utterly implausible for her to break free from Qian Renlin's enchanting abilities. Possessing the source of life, Du Guyan's soul force could never surpass that of Qian Renlin in her lifetime, unless she were to have some extraordinary advantage. Naturally, should she somehow manage to escape his charm, he would not hesitate to eliminate her, for the cautious Qian Renlin would never permit even the slightest element of instability to persist. Let us first address the toxins within your bodies, Qian Renlin instructed Du Gubo, startled. Du Gubo wondered, could it be that my master is aware of my condition? Without further contemplation, he respectfully replied to Qian Renlin, yes, master, please follow me. At the heart of the setting sun forest stood a towering mountain formed of flames alongside one sculpted by ice. While surrounding the mountains were the roots of a toxic plant, as if recently severed by some unseen hand. Qian Renlin discerned that it was the root of the Bai Lin Shuang Juhua. As for the flower, it was evident that it had been plucked and consumed by Du Gubo, who had fortuitously achieved the rank of title Douluo by virtue of this very plant. At the summit, there existed a uniquely blessed spring, its twin sources embodying the duality of yin and yang, resembling an immense red and blue Taiji diagram. The twin springs represented the frigid yin spring and the searing yang spring. This was one of the three legendary treasure troves of the world, the ice and fire duality eye. You shall all remain outside. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter, Qian Renlin stated with fervent intensity, gazing at the ice and fire duality eye before him, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, your highness the saint. Yes, master. The others replied respectfully. Qian Renlin leaped into the very center of the eye of ice and fire, not hastily reaching for the celestial herb, but rather curious to ascertain how long his current physical limits could endure within this extraordinary realm. Is the master truly so reckless as to leap in? Du Gubo remarked, his eyelids twitching with concern as he watched Qian Renlin plunge into the spring. Perhaps, unbeknownst to himself, he had already begun to devote his full attention to Qian Renlin. Old poison, does this spring possess any peculiarities? Zhu Douluo inquired, eyeing his former adversary turned ally with confusion. I am unsure of the specifics, but this spring exhibits both extreme cold and intense heat, which is quite bizarre. Even I would not dare to venture in lightly. When I first discovered it, I tossed an ordinary soul master inside, and he was obliterated in an instant. The terrifying heat on the other side is equally perilous, Du Gubo recounted, a shudder evident in his expression. Oh, is it truly as dreadful as that? Zhu Douluo remarked with a bemused glance towards the distant eye of ice and fire. Elder Zhu, are you not at all concerned for the master's safety? Du Gubo glared at the two, incensed by their calm demeanor, especially considering they were subordinates of the master. His Highness the Saint's son never engages in endeavors without assurance. What are you so anxious about? Gue Douluo shot a sidelong glance at Du Gubo. Are you planning to jump in and retrieve the Saint's son? Reflecting on Qian Renlin's earlier admonition, Du Gubo fell silent. Truly, it is no wonder this place is recorded among the three great treasures of the earthly realm in the Xiantian Baolu. Even with my current physique, I instantaneously felt overwhelmed. Upon entering, Qian Renlin was besieged by an immense pressure, frozen by the biting cold and scorched by the searing heat. It seemed he still required the fiery apricot blossom and octagonal profound ice grass. With that thought, Qian Renlin seized two celestial herbs and swiftly consumed them. As the herbs touched his tongue, they transformed into two streams of warmth that coursed through his body, alleviating the surrounding pressure severfold. Qian Renlin possessed neither the Xiantian skill nor any other techniques, relying solely on the inexhaustible energy of the life spring to alleviate the effects of the medicinal power and enhance his physique. It was unclear how much time had passed when Qian Renlin sensed that he had reached the limit of his body's absorption and prepared to conclude his practice. His soul power had reached level 40, firmly established, and he had compressed his soul power by at least 3 times. With one last glance at the bottom of the spring, Qian Renlin unfurled his wings and soared upwards. Your Highness, upon his descent. The others stepped forward to pay their respects. How long has this disciple been in seclusion? Qian Renlin inquired in his characteristically indifferent tone, replying to the master. It has been 3 months. Du Gubo gazed at Qian Renlin with admiration. You are indeed extraordinary, having remained unscathed in this desolate place for 3 months. Oh, has it truly been so long? Qian Renlin replied, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 19. The Eyes of Ice and Fire in these 3 months. It was evident that Qian Renlin did not merely elevate his soul power to level 40. Considering the absorption of soul rings and the enhancement from the life strength, he had already attained level 35. With the eyes of ice and fire, Qian Renlin spent 3 months and 2 celestial herbs to elevate his soul power by 5 levels. How arduous that must have been. During this period, Qian Renlin's already formidable resistance to toxins had grown even more impervious. The 2 external soul bones from the 9,000-year-old dark gold fearsome bear had also been upgraded to 50,000 years, becoming more resilient and sharper. Additionally, gaining a soul skill that enabled long-range attacks through the projection of soul power, unlike before when he was limited to close combat. This technique was not a mere projection of ordinary soul power, it was capable of cleaving through soul kings as effortlessly as slicing through clay. Douluo. Addressing the affliction of your body is quite simple. I have 2 methods. One involves purging the toxins from your entire being, and the other entails condensing all your toxins into your soul bones, Qian Renlin stated coldly, gazing at Douluo. Of course, the former would take an excessive amount of time, as the toxins have accumulated and permeated your very marrow. That would be a protracted endeavor. And I have no need for a powerless waste. Although Douluo is reputed as the weakest title Douluo on the Douluo Continent, this is merely in relative terms. His area of effect capabilities can dominate the entire continent, and any foe beneath his toxic title Douluo would face certain death upon contact. Thus, you have no choice but to select the latter. Qian Renlin plucked several herbs around the Eye of Ice and Fire and handed them to Douluo, proclaiming, "This poison dragon vine can perfectly control the toxic soul energy within your body. The other herbs will assist in extracting the poison from your marrow. After consuming them, commence your cultivation." Of course, Qian Renlin was merely fabricating this information. He had no medical knowledge to speak of and was only attempting to project an air of expertise. In essence, he was merely trying to appear impressive. He held Douluo's internal poison in complete disregard, believing that providing the source of life within the sea of consciousness would suffice, leaving the subsequent matters to Douluo himself. He had no idea what the herbs were called. The term poison dragon vine was simply a whimsical fabrication based on its serpentine appearance and toxic properties. Nonetheless, Douluo harbored no skepticism towards Qian Renlin's words and promptly stuffed the herbs into his mouth, settling into a cross-legged position to begin his cultivation. Qian Renlin also began to sit cross-legged behind him, channeling the overflowing life energy from within. Qian Renlin never anticipated that merely sitting there would consume half a year. His haphazard ramblings about a few herbs not only proved ineffective but also caused difficulties for Douluo in his cultivation. Observing Douluo's perplexed expression, Qian Renlin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then, he recalled the method Tang San used to nourish Douluo with blood and decided to give it a try. To his astonishment, it actually worked. After imbibing Qian Renlin's blood, Douluo's speed in consolidating his toxic powers markedly accelerated. Qian Renlin pondered that it must be related to the invulnerable physique cultivated within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Or perhaps it was due to his elemental body capable of embracing myriad loss. However, such considerations had become trivial. What mattered was the outcome. Unexpectedly, half a year had elapsed, and Qian Renlin was now 7.5 years old. Very well, after this lengthy period, your concerns have been entirely resolved. Now, we must turn our attention to your granddaughter. Fortunately, she is still quite young. Acquiring a soul bone for her should suffice, Qian Renlin remarked, gazing at the now black-haired Douluo, who no longer emitted an unpleasant odor. "Thank you, master," Douluo exclaimed, instantly prostrating himself in excitement. Not only was he liberated from the torment of illness, but his strength had also surged, with his soul power reaching the impressive level of 92. It is noteworthy that he had only ascended to the rank of title Douluo less than 5 years prior. Given his innate talent, without the fortuitous acquisition of a Bilan Xuanjue flower, he would never have attained such a prestigious rank. "Elder Ju, consume this," Qian Renlin instructed, presenting a mystical herb to Yueguan. "This is the rare, immortal mushroom of the heavens." Yueguan exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the herb's resemblance to his martial spirit. "Indeed, it is an extraordinary herb, and consuming it will be beneficial for you," Qian Renlin assured him. "What is an immortal herb?" It was evident that the inhabitants of Douluo Continent were unfamiliar with the concept, nor did they comprehend what immortal entailed. It is of the same caliber as a deity," Qian Renlin replied, somewhat exasperated. "So, this is a herb consumed by gods?" Yueguan was taken aback, realizing that his martial spirit was somehow connected to the divine, leaving him uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. "Alas, I never imagined my martial spirit was a herb favored by the gods." Enough with the hesitation. "Consume it at once." We still need to find my fourth soul ring afterward, Qian Renlin urged impatiently, bemused by the incessant chatter of the Zhu clan members. Here, Elder Gue, this ghost needle grass is for you. Consuming it will be advantageous. Qian Renlin offered a black herb resembling a dandelion to Gue Mei. Yes, your highness, Gue Mei replied, taking the black dandelion and promptly placing it in his mouth before sitting cross-legged to meditate and absorb its essence. After a considerable time had passed, your highness, I have reached level 96. The Zhu Douluo exclaimed joyfully. Not only had his soul power ascended to 96, but his martial spirit had also undergone a transformation, changing from chrysanthemum to lotus. The Zhu Douluo gazed at the 12-petaled golden lotus in his hand, a perplexed expression gracing his features, rendering him rather comical. Gue Douluo's soul power too had reached 96, and his martial spirit, Gue Mei, had become more solidified, originally a specter with only an upper body. After consuming the ghost needle grass, it now possessed a complete form, appearing far more substantial than before. Very well, your matters are concluded. It is now time to attend to my own affairs. Chapter 20. The thunderous evil-eyed tiger, the celestial eye of Qian Renlin, has been activated, enveloping the sunset forest in a psychic aura that extends 1,000 meters. A group of 5 has scoured the sunset forest for half a month. Yet they have yet to discover a suitable soul beast for Qian Renlin. The potential candidates either exhibit insufficient age or possess inadequate attributes. After all, there are only a handful of soul beasts endowed with the 12 elemental attributes, each boasting a cultivation level exceeding 100,000. The 12 elemental attributes include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, darkness, light, time, space, and life. Among these, darkness denotes malevolence, which signifies perpetual vitality, and water represents ice, while the remaining terms are interpreted in their literal sense. Qian Renlin has already attained mastery over the 8 ultimate attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Light, darkness, and life constitute the 3 primary elemental attributes of his martial soul, requiring no secondary awakening. The remaining 9 elemental attributes necessitate the energy of soul beast for complete awakening. At this juncture, one might ponder, the gold and earth attributes are acquired through the absorption of the dark gold bear soul ring, and the wind attribute is obtained from the swift wind two-headed wolf soul ring. How, then, are the water and fire attributes acquired? Let us not forget that Qian Renlin, alongside Qian Douluo, had vanquished numerous soul beasts in the Star Doe forest, and the energies of these soul beasts were absorbed by Qian Renlin's martial soul. Even if they do not represent ultimate attributes, Qian Renlin, possessing the 12-element angel martial soul, can induce qualitative change through sheer quantity. Suddenly, with a thought, the Qian Renlin soared eastward, followed closely by the 4 companions. The 62,000-year thunder evil-eye tiger, possessing the attributes of lightning and darkness, was perfectly suited to be my 4th soul ring. Qian Renlin gazed at the colossal tiger, 100 meters away, standing at a height of 10 feet, its entire body cloaked in darkness, with piercing red eyes that occasionally flickered with bolts of lightning. Do not engage, stand by and observe, he commanded. Qian Renlin uttered the words of his martial spirit, and a golden sword of soul power coalesced in his hand, aimed directly at the eyes of the colossal tiger. With a resounding clang, the soul sword struck against the tiger's eyelid, as though it had collided with an impenetrable fortress, erupting in a shower of sparks before vanishing in flames. Truly, this was a soul beast of 60,000 years, renowned as the king of the forest. Its defensive capabilities alone surpass those of any soul beast under 100,000 years. Tiger-type soul beasts, regardless of the realm, possess an unwavering reputation as the monarchs of the forest, and no entity dares to confront them head-on. After all, facing one is akin to a mere tickle. A single swipe from its claws could spell your doom. First soul skill, domain of speed. Second soul skill, domain of metal. In an instant, Qian Renlin unleashed 2 formidable soul abilities, with the soul bone manifesting above the thunderclap evil-eyed tiger, striking down upon its head with a claw before swiftly retreating. Observing the tiger's bloodied visage, Qian Renlin understood that it was but a superficial wound. The thunderclap evil-eyed tiger roared in fury, having been struck twice by the diminutive adversary. Anyone would be infuriated, let alone this already irascible beast. The 3rd soul ability, Angelic Holy Sword. Qian Renlin raised his hands high above his head, mirroring the 12-winged elemental angel behind him, which also lifted its hands in unison. A magnificent golden greatsword gradually materialized in its grasp. With a decisive motion, Qian Renlin swung his hand forcefully. The angel followed suit, bringing its hands down, and the colossal sword descended upon the great tiger. With a resounding impact, the great tiger was forced to slide back 3 meters in pain. Despite its speed being more than sufficient to evade such an attack, it found itself hindered. Its agility reduced by 50%, its body unwell, and its fighting spirit diminished, resulting in sluggish reflexes. Unable to penetrate the tiger's defenses, Qian Renlin furrowed his brow, observing the Thunder Evil Eye Tiger, which remained unscathed. His most potent offensive tactic, the angelic holy sword, had failed to breach the defenses of the Thunder Evil Eye Tiger. Am I left with no choice but to wear it down? Contemplating this, Qian Renlin closed his eyes, only to open them suddenly. The eyes of his martial soul transformed into a striking red, white, and black gaze, manifesting his innate domain of evil. The great tiger instantly sensed its soul power and vitality gradually ebbing away. Growing increasingly restless, it let out a deafening roar and charged toward Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin's figure flickered as he swiftly maneuvered past. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the Thunder-Eye Demon Tiger was not seeking a duel with him, but rather attempting to flee. Block its path! Qian Renlin exclaimed in alarm, realizing that should it escape the confines of their domain, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to catch up given their current speed. 2 instruments of prohibition. 9th soul skill, Azure Scale Divine Light. As the fusion technique of the Chrysanthemum Spirit was unleashed, the Thunder-Eye Demon Tiger came to an abrupt halt, and the 9th soul skill of Douluo struck it as well. Bang! The Thunder-Eye Demon Tiger was sent skidding for several dozen meters. Its soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. The Lotus Spirit before the Chrysanthemum Douluo coalesced into a powerful beam of light that shot towards the Thunder-Eye Demon Tiger. In an instant, the creature lost all ability to move, finding itself at the very brink of defeat. Qian Renlin wielded his 3rd soul ability, the Angelic Holy Sword, and thrust it repeatedly into the eye of the Thunder Evil Eye Tiger, piercing the same spot 5 or 6 times before ending its life. Gazing at the deep black soul ring before him, Qian Renlin took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Meanwhile, in Saint Soul Village, Father, I have returned. Father. Tang San joyfully sprinted home with Xiaowu. However, what greeted him was a desolate and dilapidated house. Observing the dust on the table and the cobwebs in the room, it was evident that the place had long been neglected. Father, are you there? I have returned. Tang San called out urgently. Oh, it's little San. Grandfather Jack exclaimed. Why are you here? Where is your father? Tang San asked, puzzled by old Jack's presence. I came to find your father to accompany me in welcoming you back. But alas, just take a look for yourself, old Jack replied, handing Tang San a piece of paper, shaking his head with a sigh. Tang San, confused, took the paper. Little San, by the time you read this letter, do not worry. Tang Hao. Grandfather Jack, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off. Qian Renlin took a full hour to completely absorb this soul ring. The 4th soul skill, Thunder Domain. Qian Renlin surveyed the thunderous domain enveloping a radius of 500 meters, nodding in satisfaction. The Thunder Domain, a range of 500 meters, enhances one's own lightning attribute by 50%, with attacks carrying the paralysis effect of electricity, while simultaneously diminishing the opponent's lightning attribute by 50%. This effect is ineffective against non-lightning attribute soul masters. The other major domains also expanded to a radius of 500 meters, with soul bones elevated to 65,000 years, and soul rings similarly enhanced to 65,000 years. Your Highness, look what I have. Zhu Doa grinned broadly, presenting Qian Renlin with a piece of bone. This is a soul bone. Qian Renlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, your Highness is truly fortunate. This soul bone was harvested from the left leg of the Thunder Evil Eye Tiger. This marks your 3rd soul bone, Zhu Douluo remarked enviously. A 60,000-year left leg bone. I possess only a single soul bone of merely a few thousand years. Qian Renlin calmly accepted the soul bone and commenced its absorption, showing no inclination to relinquish it. The 4 Zhu Doa members watched with envy as Qian Renlin absorbed the soul bone. It seemed that following the young prince was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Such luck was unmatched by anyone else. Indeed, His Highness possesses 4 soul rings, and this is already the 3rd soul bone acquired. Should they discover that Qian Renlin's external soul bones were a pair, they might question their very existence, although they were already beginning to do so. Douluo gazed at Qian Renlin with unwavering reverence. He had become a steadfast believer in him. Douluo stared at Qian Renlin with starry eyes, her admiration growing as he continued to demonstrate his prowess. Chapter 21. Mo Feng in the Sunset Forest. Douluo. Continue to guard this area for me and tend to these medicinal herbs. Yes, master. Qian Renlin instructed Yu Guan to deliver several medicinal herbs to the spirit hall. requesting Elder Ju to hand them over to his grandfather and mother. Yes, Your Highness, Elder Ju replied respectfully. As for Duguyen, she shall remain by my side. Qian Renlin remarked, gazing at the bashful Duguyen. Indeed, master, Duguyen shyly responded. Let us depart for Heavendo City. Qian Renlin employed his third soul skill, the elemental domain, to conjure a horse-drawn carriage, subsequently transforming 3 dragon steeds to pull it. He swiftly entered the carriage, followed closely by Duguyen. The ghost Douluo transformed into a wisp of black mist, seamlessly blending into the shadows until he vanished from sight. Ever since the ghostly phantom absorbed the ghost needle grass, his martial soul had undergone a mutation, granting him a unique innate ability to dissolve into a shadowy mist. With his formidable soul power at the rank of 96th level Super Douluo, even Qian Daolu would struggle to detect him without meticulous scrutiny. Stop. Let us rest here for a moment, Qian Renlin said as he slowly opened his eyes. Yes, master, Duguyen replied, promptly disembarking and kneeling on one knee, bowing respectfully. Qian Renlin stepped off the carriage, treading upon her back, and with a mere wave of his hand, the carriage vanished into thin air. Who might that young gentleman be? Did you witness his recent actions? How did that carriage simply disappear? Could it be a storage soul guide device? A seasoned individual elucidated. No. I sense a fluctuation of soul power. That carriage was materialized using soul energy, an elderly soul emperor remarked slowly. Hiss. The transformation of soul power into a steed is indeed formidable. How did he achieve such a feat? Perhaps it is a unique type of martial soul. On the vast Douluo Continent, where martial souls abound in extraordinary forms, it is not surprising to encounter one with special abilities, the soul emperor mused with an inscrutable gaze. So that is how it is. Disperse now. The demeanor of that maidservant reveals that the child must belong to a prestigious family. Grandfather, what ails you? A 6-year-old child gazed up at the elder. Oh, it is nothing. The elder's eyes flickered as he returned to his senses. Qian Renlin felt the persistent gaze of someone upon him. When he turned to look, the figure had vanished. Esteemed guest, may I inquire whether you seek sustenance or lodging? This humble establishment guarantees your satisfaction, a young attendant said, winking playfully at Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin was rendered speechless, as he had not expected the inn in this small town to provide such service. Qian Renlin disregarded him and ascended to the 2nd floor. The young attendant, clearly feeling awkward, scratched his head, revealing his inexperience as a newcomer. Please serve our esteemed master the finest and most expensive dishes your establishment has to offer, said Duguyen, handing the attendant a gold soul coin, and hastily followed Qian Renlin. Yes, I will be swift, I assure you, the attendant replied, his eyes gleaming with envy as he observed the gold coin in his hand, while casting a glance at Qian Renlin, exclaiming, I never imagined such a beautiful young lady would refer to that boy as her master. As Qian Renlin had just settled on the 2nd floor, he was once again struck by the sensation of being watched. Turning his head, he found the old man once more. What is it, master? Duguyen inquired with a hint of confusion. Qian Renlin paid him no heed, urging, eat. Surprisingly, despite the modest size of the establishment, the speed of service was commendably swift. Yes, master. Duguyen promptly poured wine for him while serving him dishes. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qian Renlin retired to his chamber. And master, Duguyen shyly cast her gaze down, staring at her toes. Undress me, Qian Renlin said with indifference. Oh, Duguyen carefully began to loosen his garments, her heart racing. Kneel. I said kneel. Duguyen, with tears streaming down her face, protested, Master, have I done something wrong? The following day, Qian Renlin, noticing Duguyen sleeping on his chest, gently pushed her away and rose from the bed. Master. Duguyen shyly looked at him, still feeling a lingering dryness in her mouth. Change my clothes. Oh, come forth. You have followed me for a day and a night. What is your purpose? Qian Renlin directed his gaze toward the shadow of a large tree. Ha. Quite the clever lad, to have discovered me, chuckled an elder, the Soul Emperor, who had been observing Qian Renlin the previous day, accompanied by a child. It is you. Indeed, it is I, young one. I see darkness gathering upon your brow. A calamity of blood awaits you. The elder grinned wickedly at Qian Renlin. Oh, I am unaware of any impending calamity, Qian Renlin replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Youngster, I must commend your audacity. Venturing out alone, I wonder what your guardians think. Allowing a mere child to roam freely. Have you quarreled with your family and run away secretly? The elder laughed heartily as he spoke. Qian Renlin smiled, realizing that the other party likely perceived his lavish attire and the presence of a young servant girl, perhaps thinking he was an easy target in this desolate wilderness. Speak plainly, senior. Young one, do not be anxious. I am Imoyun. I merely noticed your extraordinary talent and thought to take you as my disciple. Imoyun said with a smile directed at Qian Renlin. Oh, to take me as your disciple, do you consider yourself worthy? Qian Renlin retorted with a smirk. Go ahead. Little one, take your shot. Before Imoyun could utter another word, he was interrupted by Qian Renlin. As Qian Renlin's words fell, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows beside Imoyun, a dagger poised at his heart. Imoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Renlin before he succumbed to his fate. To take me as a disciple? Qian Renlin thought of him as a fool, considering he was aware of Qian Renlin's noble lineage yet still sought to recruit him. As if he were in need of guidance. Your Highness, how shall we deal with this child? Douluo inquired, glancing at the terrified young boy. Eliminate him, came the reply. Very well. Wait, Qian Renlin said, activating his celestial eye to assess the boy, discovering an exceptionally strong vitality within. Despite his tender age of merely 6 years, with a soul power reaching level 12. Look at me, Qian Renlin commanded, his eyes shimmering with gold. The young boy, trembling with fear, found himself entranced by Qian Renlin's gaze. All right, what is your name? Sir, I am called Imo Feng. Summon your martial spirit. Yes, sir. Upon Imo Feng's words, a dark aura materialized, revealing a purple mantis behind him. What is this? Qian Renlin mused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the martial spirit. Though unable to recall where he had seen it before. What is the name of your martial spirit? He inquired. It is called the Void Mantis, sir. The Void Mantis. I feel as though I have heard that somewhere. Qian Renlin pondered, brows furrowed in thought. All right, you shall remain by my side from now on. Yes, sir. Imo Feng replied, his head bowed, concealing his expression. Chapter 22. The 6 Sword Servants after the brief interlude. The group returned to the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City in silence. Your Highness, the top floor of the Spirit Hall branch awaits, Salas said, hastily bowing with respect. Qian Renlin nodded. What progress have you made on the task I assigned you? In response to His Highness, the Holy Sun, Sarath clapped his hands. And 6 children were ushered in. Ling Yin, the Fire Spirit, aged 6, possesses an innate soul power of level 9. Ling Bing, the Ice Phoenix Spirit, also 6 years old, boasts a full innate soul power and has been inseparable from her brother, Ling Yin, since their childhood. Ling Xiao, the Soul-Breaking Spear Spirit, is 6 years old with an innate soul power of level 9. Wang Lin, the Wind Bamboo Sword Spirit, at 6, also has an innate soul power of level 9. Zhao Qi, the Soul-Blowing Flute Spirit, is 6 years old with an innate soul power of level 8. Li Chu, the Soul Destruction Eye Spirit, at 6, possesses an innate soul power of level 9. Qian Renlin gazed at the notebook in his hands and spoke slowly. You are all orphans. Just a few days ago, you awakened your martial souls at the Spirit Hall, and I trust Sarath has informed you of everything. With his legs crossed, he addressed the 6 individuals with a calm demeanor. The 6 exchanged glances and declared, We are willing to join the Spirit Hall. No, he interrupted. I am not asking you to join the Spirit Hall, but rather to pledge your loyalty to me. Loyalty to you? The 6 clearly hesitated, reluctant to swear fealty to a child who appeared no older than 10. Swear loyalty to me, and I shall ensure that you ascend to divinity within 20 years. Qian Renlin said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he activated his celestial eye enslavement skill. After a prolonged silence, they knelt, prostrating themselves before him. From this day forth, you shall refer to yourselves as the 6 sword slaves, a sharp blade in my hand. We vow to protect our master with our lives. Wherever our master's gaze falls, we shall crush all in our path. Excellent. Qian Renlin nodded in satisfaction. From today, I shall personally guide your training for the next 5 years. What a terrifying individual, thought Imo Feng, who had been a silent observer throughout. I am fortunate to have the knowledge within my mind for protection, otherwise, I would be among them. Continue. During this period, Qian Renlin focused on nurturing the 6 sword slaves in Imo Feng, with the aim of elevating them all to level 10 within a month, while also enhancing their combat experience and teamwork. However, it seemed they were too apprehensive to act against him, constantly second-guessing themselves as if they feared his presence. First, practice one-on-one with Imo Feng. Tomorrow, I will take you to acquire your soul rings. Yes, master. Qian Renlin returned to the summit of the Spirit Hall and inquired, Saras, has anything of note transpired in the Tiando Empire during this period? As he elegantly crossed his legs and sipped on a glass of red wine. It was evident that such indulgences were foreign to the Douluo Continent. This was merely one of the many pursuits Qian Renlin had encouraged the Spirit Hall to explore, alongside barbecue and milk tea establishments, among other culinary delights. Qian Renlin was indeed studying soul-guiding devices, but these artifacts had been lost for millennia, and he lacked the time to conduct personal research. If he could obtain Tang San's Xiantian treasure record, perhaps he could draw inspiration from the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Although Qian Renlin possessed an intellect far surpassing that of the Douluo Continent, without any references, he could not conjure solutions from thin air. Currently, the Spirit Hall had developed numerous firearms, cannons, and grenades, yet their effectiveness was minimal, inflicting damage comparable to that of a soul sage. Should they encounter a soul king, such forces could be easily repelled by a formidable soul power shield. The agility system was particularly difficult to contend with. Their speed was remarkable, and the soul masters exhibited vigilance and sensitivity far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Returning to the Holy Sun, there have been no significant events in the Tiando Empire in recent years. The only incidents being the deaths of 2 princes a few years ago, Salas respectfully reported. Indeed, Qian Renlin replied with a slight snort. As for the circumstances surrounding the demise of the 2 princes, both were acutely aware. One of the 3 great soul Douluos had been arranged by Salas himself. And Tang San? Returning to the Holy Sun, my subordinates have yet to discover any issues concerning Tang San. However, his blue-silver grass martial soul has unexpectedly shown the capacity for cultivation, and its effects and potency are significant, Salas remarked, puzzled. Continue to observe, but be certain not to reveal any signs or alarm the snake in the grass. By the way, arrange for a soul king to practice with the 6 sword servants. Understood. The following day, Qian Renlin led the 6 sword servants into the Star Doe forest to procure soul rings. With Qian Renlin's guidance, it would be disappointing if the 6 sword servants could not advance a level within a month. Red Fire Python, a 400-year-old fire attribute soul beast, is suitable for the first soul ring of Lingyan. Go forth, all 7 of you, and show me the extent of your progress over the month. Yes, master. Subsequently, the 6 sword servants summoned their martial souls, while Mo Feng also activated his martial soul. The 6 sword servants, lacking soul rings, could not yet manifest their martial souls. First soul skill, Mantis Fist. Mo Feng dashed towards the red fire python, raising his fist to deliver a blow. Bang! The left eye of the red fire python was instantaneously blinded. Mo Feng's Mantis Fist was indeed serrated, and after landing his strike, he swiftly retreated. The 6 sword servants then began to encircle the red fire python, delivering blows. Sighing as he observed their methods of attack, Qian Renlin shook his head in disappointment. There was utterly no coordination. They were striking alternately, unaware of the necessity to target the same location. Thus, they could not even breach the defenses of the red fire python. With a surge of soul force, Qian Renlin condensed a sword and struck down at the 7-inch mark of the crimson fire python. In an instant, the creature was severed into 2 segments. Writhing and convulsing on the ground, Lingyan, deliver the final blow, Qian Renlin commanded, noticing the 6 individuals frozen in astonishment. Oh yes, master. As he observed Ling Yan absorbing the soul ring, Qian Renlin shook his head, realizing that he was merely a child unacquainted with the world. In contrast, Mo Feng exhibited a calm demeanor. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Qian Renlin couldn't shake the feeling that Mo Feng was somehow different, not resembling the others who bore the marks of subjugation. Am I overthinking this? In this entire Douluo Continent, who possesses a soul force more formidable than mine? Qian Renlin shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. After all, his Eye of Heaven skill merely enslaved others' 5 senses, altering their perception of him, without the ability to erase their consciousness. What is your first soul skill? Qian Renlin inquired, gazing at Lingyan, who had just absorbed the soul ring. Replying to my master, my first soul skill is Flame Spirit Attack. Summoning a soul force crimson serpent to assault the enemy, Lingyan respectfully responded. Immediately, Lingyan unleashed his first soul skill, Flame Spirit Attack, and a phantasmal crimson fire serpent materialized, coiling around a towering tree, which shattered instantaneously. Excellent. This move could easily obliterate ordinary soul masters, Qian Renlin acknowledged with a nod, for not everyone possessed his extraordinary combat prowess. Now, it is time to search for your soul rings. Thank you, master, the group replied respectfully. employing Qianrenlin's Eye of Heaven detection ability. They scoured a radius of 1 kilometer and, within 2 days, located the first soul rings for the 6 sword servants. Lingbing's first soul skill was Ice Power, which fired a powerful ice thread from her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, to freeze and then shatter her foes. Ling Xiao's first soul skill, Soul-Piercing Spear, aptly named for his martial soul, effortlessly penetrated the enemy's soul force shields. Zhao Qi's first soul skill, Soul Melodies, an auditory attack aimed at disturbing the enemy's thoughts. Wang Lin's first soul skill, Wind Blade, unleashed a blade of wind through his martial soul, the Wind Bamboo Sword, to strike the adversary. Li Chu's first soul skill, Soul Shatter, released an invisible assault through his eyes, fragmenting the enemy's soul. We have strong attack types, agile types, and support types. We merely lack a healing soul master. Chapter 23. 5 years of training since their return from the Stardow Forest. Qian Renlin and his companions had remained at the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. 5 years had elapsed, and Qian Renlin was now 12 years old. The youthful child had matured into a striking young man, his phoenix eyes and sword-like brows exuding a sharp allure. His prominent nose added to his handsome visage, while his thin lips bore a hint of charm tinged with a touch of severity. With a head of short, purple-black hair and draped in a black coat adorned with golden patterns and silver-white steel diamonds, Qian Renlin appeared even more dashing, his tall leather boots enhancing his stature of 1.7 meters. Throughout these 5 years, Qian Renlin had not cultivated soul power, but had instead compressed it. His soul power had become exceptionally dense, transforming into a viscous liquid. During this period, Qian Renlin had already condensed a soul core in his Dantian, achieving the rank of 54, a soul king. Now, his physical prowess alone could rival that of a soul sage, and the condensed soul power sword could effortlessly breach the soul power shields of soul sages. Of course, Qian Renlin did not favor one over the other. He imparted the method of soul core condensation to Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, among others. As a result, the strength of several titles had increased at least twofold, with the lowest now at level 97. The originally level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo had reached level 99, second only to Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong. In these 5 years, Bibi Dong had also attained the rank of 98 Super Douluo, with her first martial soul, Death Spider Queen, possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings, while her second martial soul, Soul Devouring Spider Queen, had 6 black and 3 red rings, making her strength comparable to the level 99 Golden Crocodile Douluo. During these 5 years, Qian Renlin also managed to meet Qian Renxue several times. She had grown even more beautiful. And after consuming the celestial herbs he provided, her strength had ascended to the rank of 55, a soul king. Qian Renlin did not disrupt her established patterns, nor did he caution her regarding Tang San. After all, with his presence, Tang San could hardly pose a threat. Over the course of 5 years, the 6 sword servants, under Qian Renlin's tutelage, have enhanced their soul power to the 31st level, recently acquiring a soul ring just last week, has also reached the 33rd level of soul power. The combat experience of these 7 individuals, having undergone Qian Renlin's rigorous training, is exceedingly rich. The synergy of the 6 sword servants can easily overpower a formidable attack-type soul king. S power has rendered him invincible within his realm. Currently, the soul rings of these 7 are as follows. S second soul skill, Void Shield, allows him to meld into the void and launch surprise assaults on adversaries, typically unnoticed by ordinary soul masters. His third soul skill, Jump Strike, enables him to leap into the air and execute a powerful grasp on his enemies, a feat that none can withstand among those of the same realm who do not specialize in offense. His soul ring configuration consists of 1 yellow and 2 purple. Ling Yan's second soul skill, Flame Spirit Possession, summons a soul beast that absorbs soul rings, enhancing his strength, speed, and defense by 30%. With the augmented attack power based on the absorbed soul beast capabilities. His second soul ring was acquired through the absorption of the Red Fury Horse. His third soul skill, Flame Ray, launches a fiery beam, akin to a certain rotund individual from Shrek's Phoenix Fire line. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Lingbing's second soul skill, Phoenix Shield, manifests a layer of soul power around his body, increasing his strength and defense by 30%. His third soul skill, Phoenix Charge, augments his power and speed by 30% through the embodiment of his martial spirit to attack foes. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ling Xiao's second soul skill, Soul Shattering Thousand Blades, gathers soul power to form long spears that are launched at enemies, with the number determined by his soul power. Currently, he can simultaneously condense 6 soul power spears. His third soul skill, Spear Strike, allows him to hurl his soul-shattering spear to pierce through opponents. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Wang Lin's second soul skill, Instantaneous Movement, enables him to teleport up to 10 meters, with greater distances achievable at higher levels. His third soul skill, Wind Blade Slash, conjures numerous soul power wind blades that slice through enemies, with the quantity determined by his soul power. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Zhao Qi's second soul skill, Soul Melding Melody, involves playing the flute to dissolve the enemy's soul power shield. His third soul skill, Soul Shattering Melody, employs his martial spirit flute to condense a soul power weapon that slices through adversaries. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Li Chu's second soul skill, Soul Capture, involves locking eyes with the enemy to unleash terror. His third soul skill, Soul Devour, allows him to consume the soul power of those who are utterly defenseless. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 1 purple. This encapsulates the soul ring configurations and skills of the 6 sword servants and, of course, throughout these 5 years, Qian Renlin has not solely focused on training these 7 individuals. In the past 5 years, Qian Renlin has established a personal faction known as the Web through the power of the Spirit Hall, engaging in intelligence gathering and assassination missions. Now, after 5 years, the Web has spread its influence across the Douluo Continent. Report, Master, there is 1 month left until Shrek Academy's enrollment. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee to report to Qian Renlin. I understand. Continue to monitor, Qian Renlin replied indifferently. Yes. The figure vanished back into the shadows. Qian Renlin gazed approvingly at the 6 sword servants, who were diligently practicing their intricate 6-in-1 fusion technique. It is time to release them, he declared. Come, accompany me outside. Yes, Master. They responded in unison. Your Highness, the Saint's son. Just as Qian Renlin and his entourage stepped through the gates of the Saint's son's palace, a melodious and enchanting voice interrupted their departure. Is there something you require? Qian Renlin inquired, turning his attention to Hulaina. 6 years prior, she had entered the Spirit Hall through the elite examination, and, akin to the original tale, had been taken under Bibi Dong's wing and bestowed with the title of Saintess. With Qian Renlin's presence, the Spirit Hall had ceased to appoint any further saintesses. However, as Bibi Dong articulated, Lino has matured and requires a companion. Hulaina, with her exceptional talent, character, and virtue, is most suitable. It is only prudent to cultivate her early on to assist Lino with future responsibilities. Thus, Hulaina was granted the esteemed title of Saintess. Despite Hulaina's unparalleled beauty, talent, and aptitude that surpassed all in the Douluo Continent, Qian Renlin felt no romantic inclination towards her. Should the Spirit Empire be established in the future, he could still take any consort he desired. Are you planning to venture out, Your Highness? She asked timidly. If you have come merely to engage in trivial chatter, I suggest you take your leave, Qian Renlin replied coolly. Not at all, Your Highness. May I accompany you? Hulaina proposed bashfully. Since their first encounter in the Pope's palace, she had fallen deeply in love with him, believing, such a man is truly worthy of a lifetime of devotion from me. Hulaina. Qian Renlin gazed at the other for a moment before saying, Come up. Hulaina, filled with delight, looked up at Qian Renlin's dragon horse carriage. As for the 7 sword servants, they naturally followed suit, employing the soul power techniques taught by Qian Renlin to keep pace. Upon entering, Hulaina immediately noticed Douluo, who was attending to Qian Renlin, and pouted slightly. Qian Renlin disregarded her, closing his eyes as he directed the carriage with his thoughts. While Douluo massaged his shoulders from behind, Hulaina stood by, utterly at a loss. All right, you few shall remain here for a while. Do not approach me without the silver fighting soul medallion, Qian Renlin declared as he alighted from the carriage, facing the fighting soul arena and turning his back to the 6 sword slaves. Yes, master, the 6 sword slaves replied without a flicker of emotion, not inquiring about their current location. They would naturally understand where they were once they entered. Qian Renlin had little patience for subordinates who felt the need to ask incessantly. After a fortnight of travel, Qian Renlin and his companions finally arrived at the kingdom of Balak, and 3 days later, they reached Soto City. Chapter 24. Soto City. Qian Renlin did not permit Mo Feng to enter the soul fighting arena, for he had other tasks to attend to. Qian Renlin rode upon his majestic Qilin steed, while behind him, Douluo and 2 others also harnessed their soul power through the methods taught by Qian Renlin. Having spent 5 years in the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin had already devised countless unique soul techniques, earning a place among the three principal authority bodies of the Spirit Hall. Only those who had attained the rank of Soul Saint or above were permitted to study these techniques. However, Qian Renlin remained unconcerned. For every technique he created possessed a means of counteraction, which was also available at the Offering Hall. After all, the Offering Hall was unwaveringly loyal to the Angel clan, whereas the Douluo Hall pledged allegiance solely to Pope Bibi Dong. Access to the Offering Hall was strictly reserved for families who had shed blood and sacrificed lives for the Spirit Hall across generations, with a minimum requirement of being a title Douluo at level 96. Currently, there were 8 such individuals. In contrast, entry to the Douluo Hall was granted to any who had reached the title Douluo rank within the Spirit Hall, with the highest ranking among them being the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Ghost Douluo, also at level 96. The Elder Hall represented the pinnacle of authority within the Spirit Hall, jointly maintained by the Offering Hall and the Papal Hall. Naturally, the Grand Offering, Qian Renlin, also held the esteemed position of Grand Elder in the Elder Hall, with the second Elder being the Golden Crocodile Douluo. It must be noted that Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin all lost their parents during the battle against Tang Hao, all of whom were of the Soul Douluo rank. Ignoring the murmurs of those around him, Qian Renlin stepped into a soul guide shop, a nameless establishment marked solely by the emblem of a Spirit Hall token. Indeed, this was the very shop owned by Flander. As Qian Renlin stepped through the door, his gaze fell upon the radiant crystal. "Boss, how much for this crystal?" he inquired, addressing an elderly man reclining in a chair. Flander cast a brief glance and replied, 100 gold soul coins. "Hey, old man. You expect me to pay 100 gold soul coins for this piece of junk? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Do you know who my master is?" Before Qian Renlin could interject, Dugu Yin, filled with indignation, directed her ire towards Flander. 100 gold soul coins. Take it or leave it. Flander disregarded Dugu Yin's threats, continuing to keep his eyes closed. "Yinner, pay him. Qian Renlin is taking the crystal and leaving. I've changed my mind. It's now 200 gold soul coins. Are you courting death?" Qian Renlin swiftly turned, casting a cold glare at him. "Humph." Flander let out a disdainful snort, summoning his martial soul, as 7 soul rings began to pulsate rhythmically around him. Qian Renlin concentrated his soul power into a sword and launched it towards Flander. This was a self-created soul skill. Flander's eyelids twitched as he recognized it as such. For aside from self-created soul skills, any other soul skill requires the release of one's martial spirit. Yet Qian Renlin was able to manifest a soul power sword without even unleashing his martial spirit. Flander realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. This group was certainly not to be trifled with, and there were likely experts hidden in the shadows. Just as Flander was momentarily dazed, Qian Renlin's soul power sword had already pierced through his soul power shield, striking him and vanishing without a trace. A defensive soul guiding device. Qian Renlin squinted at Flander, aware that his soul power sword could effortlessly penetrate a body without the activation of his martial soul's true form. However, when his soul power sword pierced through Flander's soul power shield, it vanished without a trace. This could only imply one possibility: he possessed a defensive soul guide. "What?" Flander exclaimed, his eyes widening. To think a mere soul power sword could breach his soul power shield, an achievement even a soul emperor could not accomplish. "Little one, this crystal is a gift for you. No payment is required," Flander declared in a grave tone. Setting aside the potential influential background of the child or the powerful guardians that may surround him, Flander found himself unable to fathom the depths of Qian Renlin's strength. Truly a prodigy. This is a true monster. Could it be that he is participating in the Shrek assessment? Flander pondered intently. Humph. Qian Renlin departed with the golden hairpin in hand, and the 3 hastily followed suit. "Master, why do you not slay him?" asked Dugu Yin, perplexed. Given Qian Renlin's disposition, that old man ought to have perished long ago. Hulaina's eyelid twitched. She had not anticipated that the seemingly charming and lovely girl possessed such a ruthless nature. It is well known that Hulaina herself is gentle and kind-hearted. "He still holds value. He cannot die just yet," Qian Renlin replied calmly. Qian Renlin and his companions promptly entered the finest establishment in Suatua City, the Rose Hotel. "Please prepare 3 rooms for us," he requested. The front desk attendant, with a furtive demeanor, replied, "I apologize, sir, but we only have 2 rooms left." Upon catching a glimpse of Qian Renlin's indifferent gaze, the attendant shuddered and stammered, "No. Wait, we actually have 3 rooms available." Being a wealthy heir in his previous life, Qian Renlin was acutely aware of the deceptions often employed by such romantic hotels. Qian Renlin disregarded Juliana's jealous gaze and entered the largest private room with Douluo. Juliana and Mo Feng each occupied their own separate rooms. Qian Renlin reclined on the sofa, while Douluo adeptly knelt at his feet, lowering his trousers. Qian Renlin pondered the appearance of Flander he had just witnessed. To be candid, during his previous life while reading the original work, he held a fondness for the members of Shrek Academy. However, as an abundance of fanfiction emerged, his disdain for the Shrek 7 grew increasingly pronounced, along with an aversion to those who aligned themselves with Tang San, the protagonist. In a moment of exasperation, he carelessly pinned a comment, only to be met with a wave of online harassment. Accusations of hypocrisy and pretense ensued, with some claiming, "Stop pretending, brother. Had you traversed into that world, you would have fared even worse than the protagonist, perhaps even resembling a sycophant." As such comments proliferated, Qian Renlin's already violent tendencies deepened, prompting him to summon Shaolin from his mother's company. Shaolin had originally been a hacker in an internet CAF, notorious for sowing chaos in various gaming establishments, until Qian Renlin recognized his potential and brought him into his own enterprise. Qian Renlin summoned Shaolin to trace the IP addresses of those who had slandered him online. Accompanied by a few thugs, he stormed into the homes of his detractors, resulting in their untimely demise. Ultimately, the situation escalated beyond control, leading to his exposure. His mother's company plummeted, and a cascade of negative press ensued, causing former partners to sever ties and incurring substantial penalties. Overwhelmed by despair, his mother succumbed to grief. Meanwhile, his father, the Minister of Public Security in H City, faced an uncertain fate, likely grappling with the consequences of his son's actions, possibly even incarceration. Father, mother, I am so sorry. It is the child's disobedience and impulsiveness that has led to this, Qian Renlin thought, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched his hair in anguish. Master, what troubles you? Did I cause you pain? Douluo asked urgently, observing the trembling Qian Renlin. Leave me, he shouted, kicking her aside in frustration. Please, do not act this way, my lord. Calm yourself, Douluo implored, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed Qian Renlin's torment. After 12 long years of restraint, Qian Renlin finally erupted in this moment of despair. Qian Renlin exhaled slowly as he approached the window, withdrawing a spirit cigarette from his soul guide and igniting it gently. Chapter 25. Daimu Bai on this day. Qian Renlin summoned Mo Feng, who knelt on one knee with his head bowed. Mo Feng, it has been 5 years since you have followed me, has it not? Qian Renlin remarked, crossing his legs and observing the prostrate figure of Mo Feng. Master, to be precise, today marks 5 years, 4 months, and 7 days, Mo Feng replied. Indeed, throughout these years, you have remained by my side, and your talent, character, and disposition have been commendable. I have a task to assign to you. It is imperative that you accomplish it. Qian Renlin spoke coldly. Master, I pledge to fulfill your task with unwavering resolve, Mo Feng declared resolutely. Excellent. I need you to infiltrate Shrek Academy and cultivate good relations with them. It is essential that your identity as a member of the Spirit Hall remains undisclosed. Do you have confidence in this? Master, I will execute this task with utmost precision, Mo Feng affirmed emphatically. Very well, in a week. The enrollment period for Shrek will commence. Prepare thoroughly, Qian Renlin instructed as Mo Feng slowly retreated to the door, closing it behind him as he departed. Tang Hao. Your end is but 7 days away, Qian Renlin said, his gaze chillingly resolute. Hello. Could you please provide us with 2 rooms? Sir, we have only 1 room left. The innkeeper replied. Only 1 room? Tang San inquired, his expression troubled. Alas. Although we have but 1 room remaining, it is spacious enough to accommodate you comfortably. The innkeeper assured. Xiao San, 1 room is sufficient, Tang San conceded. But, oh come on. I, as a girl, fear not. What are you afraid of? Xiao pouted adorably. Very well, Tang San contemplated. Hey, you must be new here. Are you not aware that you are to always reserve a room for me? Just then, a man accompanied by 2 women entered the inn. Humph. Scoundrel, Xiao fumed, eyeing the man who was flanked by the 2 girls. Hey, we arrived first. Why should we give way to you? Here comes Daimu Bai, Qian Renlin observed with amusement as he watched the scene unfold at the entrance. Little girl, mind your tone. Be wary of the trouble that may come from your words. Daimu Bai remarked, his gaze fixated on Xiaowu's charming face, his eyes gleaming. Tang San immediately grasped Xiaowu's hand. Esteemed sir, we did indeed arrive first. Perhaps you could seek accommodations elsewhere? At least you are articulate, kid. Now, summon your manager. Do you not know that a room must always be reserved for me? He directed his words first at Tang San and then at the front desk. The front desk staff appeared utterly flustered. Ah, it is young Master Dai. I sincerely apologize. This individual is new and unfamiliar with the rules. My esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that we must always reserve a room for young Master Dai. Perhaps you should seek accommodations elsewhere, the manager said, making things difficult for Tang San. On what grounds? We arrived first. Who does he think he is, acting so domineering? Xiao exclaimed angrily. Very well. If you wish to claim this room, you must first defeat me. Who is afraid of whom? With that, Xiao rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage. Tang San immediately pulled Xiao back, stating, since the challenge has been issued, I shall not be easily trifled with. As he spoke, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong and launched an attack at Dai Mubai. Bang, bang, bang. Without his martial soul, Dai Mubai was, of course, no match for Tang San. I admit, you are formidable. However, I have yet to unleash my martial soul, Dai Mubai declared, revealing his martial soul, the Evil Eye White Tiger. As a level 37 assault-type soul sovereign, Tang San, in contrast, had the blue silvergrass, being a level 29 control-type soul master. Upon activating their martial souls, Dai Mubai gazed in astonishment at Tang San's martial soul, for blue silvergrass was widely regarded as the most useless martial soul in the continent. First soul skill, bind. Tang San initiated his first soul skill, attempting to ensnare Dai Mubai. White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai instantly unleashed his first soul skill, shattering Tang San's blue silvergrass. Admittedly, at the same realm, there are not many who can contend with you. However, I am a level 37 assault-type soul sovereign. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. A powerful wave of light shot forth from Dai Mubai. Tang San utilized his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step to evade the attack. Second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass enveloped Dai Mubai like a zongzi, continuously sprouting from his body. Damn it! Dai Mubai felt himself immobilized. You are impressive, forcing me to use my third soul skill. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai transformed, resembling a white tiger, and shattered Tang San's blue silver grass with ease. Tang San was sent flying back by the recoil, crashing into the front desk. There is no need to continue. I concede. The room is yours. We shall take our leave, Dai Mubai declared, turning to exit. Humph. You think you can just walk away after the fight? Xiao said, her expression unfriendly. Oh, little rabbit, what do you intend to do? Bullying a girl alongside a powerful soul master is hardly a challenge. Let us compare our strengths, a voice interjected as a figure descended slowly from the stairs. Who are you? Dai Mubai inquired, regarding the younger individual before him. Emophone. Martial Soul, Void Mantis, level 33 assault-type soul sovereign. Emophone proclaimed, activating his martial soul, and a purple mantis materialized. Level 33 not only surprised Dai Mubai but also astonished Tang San and Xiao, who marveled at this boy, who appeared to be of similar age, yet had already attained level 33. Xiao San, look at his soul rings. What? To Tang San's astonishment, the second soul ring turned out to be a 1,000-year purple soul ring, rendering him speechless. According to his teacher, the maximum threshold for a soul master to absorb their second soul ring is 856 years, yet here was Tang San, facing a 1,000-year soul ring. This marked the first moment he began to doubt his teacher's words. Dai Mubai, equally taken aback, stood beside him. As a 37th level powerful assault-type soul master with the Evil Eye White Tiger martial soul, Dai Mubai once again activated his martial soul, feeling an immense pressure emanating from his opponent. The second soul skill, Void Shield, rendered Emophone momentarily invisible. Dai Mubai, perplexed, found himself unable to sense his opponent's presence. The first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, and the first soul skill, Mantis Fist, collided. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai's soul power shield shattered, and his body was sent crashing through the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in disbelief. What? Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock, struggling to comprehend how he could not withstand even the first soul skill of his adversary. His pride had taken a significant blow. Meanwhile, the figure of Qian Renlin, watching from above, expressed immense satisfaction with Mo Feng's performance, a testament to the 5 years he had invested in his training. You were too complacent. Had you activated your third soul skill at the outset, perhaps your defeat would not have been so dire, Mo Feng said, extending a hand to help Dai Mubai to his feet. Perhaps, Dai Mubai replied with a bitter smile, pondering whether activating his third soul skill would have changed the outcome, though it seemed he would still face a crushing defeat. How about sharing a room with me? My place is quite spacious, with 2 extra rooms that would suffice for you, Mo Feng suggested with a smile. No, we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave for now. We will meet again, Dai Mubai said, his spirit dampened as he walked away. How does he know we will meet again? Who would want to see that arrogant fool? Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai's retreating figure. I am uncertain, Tang San admitted, sharing in her disappointment. You must be considering joining Shrek Academy as well, Mo Feng remarked slowly. Indeed, I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. Are you also intending to join Shrek? Tang San queried, perplexed. Indeed, given your ages and soul power. Arriving in Soto City at this time can only mean one thing, joining Shrek Academy. I am Mo Feng. We shall meet again the day after tomorrow, he replied. Ascending the staircase. The day after tomorrow marked the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Chapter 26. Shrek. Once inside their room, Tang San sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. Today, that Dai Mubai is a few years my senior, 37 is not surprising, but that Mo Feng has reached 33rd level, for levels above me. Moreover, according to my teacher, Shrek only admits those 13 and under, which means Mo Feng is the same age as I am. Furthermore, his soul ring, a purple 1,000-year soul ring for his second, could it be that my teacher's theory is flawed? Is the absorption limit for a soul master's second soul ring beyond 800 years? Tang San pondered, gazing at the blue-silver grass in his hand, beginning to question the validity of his teacher's teachings. Yet, my teacher's theory does not seem entirely incorrect, does it? Moreover, it is indeed unheard of throughout the continent for anyone's second spirit ring to be 1,000 years. Tang San pondered. It seems I can only seize the opportunity to inquire with my teacher. As Tang San was lost in thought, Xiao Wu, observing him seated alone on the sofa, curiously asked, What are you doing here all by yourself? Nothing much, Tang San replied with a smile. Look at this place. It's so grand and beautiful. Shall we come here often? Xiao Wu said, gazing at Tang San with anticipation. Tang San, surveying the room filled with vibrant shades of pink, fell silent. Even a fool would recognize this location. Oh dear. Tang San. Xiao Wu pouted. Xiao Wu, I feel it necessary to discuss something with you. We are siblings, and we cannot frequent such places. You have grown up and can no longer share the same room with me. Let today be an exception. You must not entertain such thoughts again, Tang San said, his expression turning serious as he looked at her. Xiao Wu stared at him blankly and slowly replied. You are such a blockhead. What is wrong with that? Tang San was slightly bewildered. I haven't tea upset you. Let us go out and play, Xiao Wu said, her face lighting up with hope. All right, Tang San thought for a moment and agreed. On the third day, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Is this really Shrek? It looks so dilapidated. As she gazed incredulously at the village before them. It should be. My teacher said it was here, Tang San replied uncertainly. I wonder what your teacher was thinking. Choosing to bring you to this rundown place instead of a fine royal academy, Xiao Wu said, her lips pursed in frustration. I didn't invite you. You insisted on coming with me, Tang San said, feeling quite wronged. Humph, who told you to be my brother? All right, let us not bicker. There are many people gathered ahead. Let us go take a look. Since that day, Mo Feng and Tang San had become quite close. And today they had agreed to visit Shrek together. Mo Feng, having learned that they had come from the kingdom of Locke, shared that he was an orphan who had joined a small family in his youth, gaining much attention and training due to his remarkable talent. Upon hearing that he was an orphan, Xiao Wu felt a wave of sympathy, knowing that his only family had been killed by the Spirit Hall's Bibi Dong, leaving Tang San as his sole relative apart from Deming and heir Ming. Thus, Xiao Wu quickly bonded with Mo Feng. Excuse me, is this Shrek? Tang San politely inquired of the last person in line. Just up ahead, the person replied, clearly having waited in line all morning and feeling a bit impatient. Hey, what are you doing? The person in line noticed Tang San and the others moving forward and quickly grabbed them. Qian Renlin stood atop a tree, gazing into the distance at Shrek, lost in contemplation. Master, a respectful figure emerged from behind. News from the Spirit Hall indicates that the 4 great offerings have arrived in Soto City. Tell Grandpa and the others to conceal themselves. They must not be discovered by Tang Hao. Understood, I take my leave. Just days prior, Qian Renlin had sent word to Bibi Dong, reporting Tang Hao's presence in Soto City. Bibi Dong promptly relayed this information to Qian Douluo, who, accompanied by the 3 great offerings, hastened to the location. They now awaited Tang Hao's arrival in Qian Renlin's chamber. The 4 great offerings and Tang Hao, let's see how you will escape this time, Qian Renlin mused silently. Unqualified. Next, hey, on what grounds? Although your son is 12 years old, his spirit power only reaches level 17. We at Shrek do not accept such candidates. Listen well. Shrek Academy is a haven for exceptional talents. Only those under 13 with spirit power of 21 or higher qualify as monsters. Do not waste your money if you do not meet the criteria. An elderly man slowly rose from his chair, 6 spirit rings pulsating rhythmically around him. Instantly, the line of applicants diminished by a third. Next. Why? My son is clearly qualified. Your son's first spirit ring is a mere 10 years. It's utterly inadequate. And what about my refund? Refund? What refund? Once enrolled at Shrek, fees are non-refundable. Dai Mubai ushered them out. A youth leaped down from the tree. 3 spirit rings swirling around him. If you can defeat me, I shall refund you. The father, observing the situation, grasped his child and departed. Next. Does your family know you are here? Hey, isn't Shrek an academy for monsters? Am I qualified? Qualified. Go on in. Finally, it was Tang San and his companion's turn. 5 golden soul coins. Tang San began to reach for his pouch, but Imo Feng anticipated him, extracting 15 golden soul coins first. Who will go first? The 3 exchanged glances. I'll go, Tang San declared. Hey, have you trained some hand spirit technique? Lift your leg. Ah, qualified. Summon your spirit. Blue silvergrass? Aren't you recruiting monsters? Does this count as a monster? Tang San inquired with a hint of pride. Indeed, you are a monster. Proceed. What about me? Am I a monster too? Xiao Wu asked as she summoned her spirit. All are welcome. Go on. Li Yusong joyously allowed her passage without even checking her bone age. This year's crop of monsters is far greater than in previous years. Li Yusong instructed Imo Feng, extend your hand. All right. Bone age is qualified. Summon your spirit. Level 33? A 33 at 12 years old. 1,000-year second spirit ring? Li Yusong, with an expression of disbelief, inquired, am I considered a monster? Imo Feng gazed at him with a smile and replied, indeed, indeed. Dai Mubai, please escort them directly to the 4th challenge. Yes, teacher. When the group entered the 2nd challenge, they naturally captivated the attention of a cluster of young onlookers, ignoring the gaping mouths of the crowd. They proceeded to the 4th challenge. Zhao Laoshi, wake up. We have some candidates for assessment, Dai Mubai said to a burly middle-aged man who was snoring, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Zhao Wujia, rubbing his sleepy eyes, glanced at Dai Mubai and then at the few children not far away. Oh, there seem to be quite a few little monsters this year. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with interest. This 4th challenge will be assessed by me, Zhao Wujia. The assessment criteria are in my hands. You must endure the burning of an incense stick for its duration. You now have time to prepare for this task. As he spoke, an incense stick appeared in his hand, which he inserted into the ground and ignited through friction. Chapter 27. Zhao Wujia. This isn't appropriate. Dai Mubai thought to himself, pleased at the prospect of not being defeated in front of so many junior students. However, he knew he had to maintain appearances. What is inappropriate about it? The principal is absent, and I am the highest authority in the academy. Are you itching for a fight? Zhao Wujia shot a menacing glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai swallowed nervously and replied, and no, not at all. He stepped forward, feigning a sigh, and lamented, alas. You are in for a tough time. Originally, the assessment for this 4th challenge was for you to endure an incense stick in my presence. But I do not know why Teacher Zhao has taken it upon himself to assess you. Alas, take care of yourselves. Is Teacher Zhao really that formidable? The group asked in confusion. Not just formidable, but exceedingly so, Dai Mubai clarified. Is he a soul emperor? Xiao inquired, disappointment evident in her voice. He is not a soul emperor, Dai Mubai replied, a hint of mischief in his expression as he looked at Xiao. Oh, so he isn't a soul emperor. That's nothing to fear. With so many of us, enduring an incense stick should be manageable, Xiao declared confidently, patting her chest. Although Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor, he is a soul sage, Dai Mubai remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness as he regarded Xiao. A soul sage? The group gazed at Zhao Wujia in astonishment. What? A soul sage? Xiao Wu echoed, equally taken aback by Zhao Wujia's presence. Indeed. Teacher Zhao is the most powerful individual in the academy, second only to the principal. He is a level 77 battle soul sage, Dai Mubai stated. Teacher Zhao, also known as Zhao Wujia, possesses the martial soul of the mighty diamond bear, renowned for his formidable defense. The specifics of his 1st and 2nd soul skills remain unknown, while his 3rd soul skill is also a mystery. His 4th soul skill allows for precise tracking, once locked onto by Zhao Wujia's 4th soul ring. He can instantaneously close distances within 100 meters using his leaping prowess. Such an outrageous skill. Furthermore, the 5th soul skill is gravitational compression. Once Master Zhao unleashes this ability, your speed will be significantly diminished, and you will also be drawn towards him. Beyond that, my knowledge is limited. But I am certain that the 7th soul skill is the true spirit of the martial soul, which greatly enhances the attributes such as strength and defense for those with beast martial souls. Now, the incense time is running short. You must quickly devise a strategy to endure for the duration of the incense stick. Damo, I said solemnly. I am Tang San, wielding the blue silver grass. A level 29 control system soul master, Tang San introduced himself first. I am Xiao Wu, the dancing Wu, with the soft bone rabbit as my martial soul. Also a level 29 agile attack soul master. Mach Phone, my martial soul is the void mantis, and I am a level 33 assault soul sovereign. Level 33? The group gasped in astonishment, with Ning Rongrong casting an unusual glance at Mach Phone. Huh. If you knew that this fellow was already a soul king at the age of 12, I wonder what expressions you would wear, Mach Phone thought, observing their reactions. Soon, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and others also introduced themselves along with their martial souls and soul power. Are you all prepared? The incense time has already elapsed. Zhao Wujing began to show signs of impatience. We are ready, Master Zhao, they all replied in unison. Mach Phone, you will launch a frontal assault. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. You will attack from the sides. Ning Rongrong, provide us with support from the rear. Tang San, as the control system, naturally took on the role of temporary commander. Understood. 7 treasures turn out. Glorious 1, speed. 7 treasures turn out. Glorious 2, strength. With Ning Rongrong's enhancements, everyone felt their speed and strength increase by 30%. The second soul skill, Void Concealment Shield, allowed Mach Phone to vanish in an instant. The young Zhao Wujia observed the vanishing figure of Mo Feng and let out a cold chuckle, finding the situation amusing. With his first soul skill, the Mantis Fist, Mo Feng materialized behind Zhao Wujia and delivered a powerful punch. Zhao Wujia winced in pain. Without his martial spirit activated, he felt a buzzing in his head. What a little rascal he is. Shortly after, Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu launched their attacks, yet they inflicted no harm upon Zhao Wujia. Xiao Wu leapt into the air, her legs wrapping around Zhao Wujia's head as she bounced him down to the ground. Mo Feng then ascended, employing his third soul skill to strike Zhao Wujia's head with a claw. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujia was driven into the earth. Roaring in fury, Zhao Wujia retaliated, sending the 3 combatants flying with his overwhelming aura, instantly rendering them devoid of fighting spirit. As Tang San gazed at the unconscious Xiao Wu, rage surged within him. He began to employ hidden weapons. Swish, swish, clang, clang. The projectile struck Zhao Wujia, resembling an ant attempting to shake a tree, proving ineffective. Without his martial spirit, Tang San's weapons were incapable of inflicting any damage. They merely tickled. Another furious roar erupted from Zhao Wujia, and Tang San was flung away in an instant. Enough. This ends here. You are all far too weak, Zhao Wujia declared, dusting himself off. Daimubai, summon Oscar to heal them and escort them back to their dormitory. Teacher Zhao, there is still a third of the incense left, Daimubai weakly protested. What? You truly wish to expel them? Zhao Wujia glared. And no, Oscar. Oscar has business to attend to. Where is he? Oscar arrived, astonished by the scene before him. What on earth is happening? Stop dawdling. Bring out your sausages. Oh. Do not touch these hidden weapons. When that little brat wakes, let him gather them himself. By the way, Daimubai, inform them that they have passed the assessment. Yes. Teacher Zhao. In the distance, Qian Renlin observed the scene with a smile, thinking to himself, Tang Hao, it is time for you to make your appearance. With that thought, he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, 2 parties, similarly focused on the Shrek assessment battlefield, noted his departure. Tang Hao regarded the retreating figure of Qian Renlin. Lost in contemplation, those individuals over there belong to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Who might this person be? Is he associated with other prominent families beyond the young lady? Meanwhile, the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, watching Qian Renlin's exit, found themselves in deep thought. We cannot discern whether he is foe or friend. What could be his intentions in approaching the young lady? Or is it merely a coincidence? He hastily reported the matter to the sect leader before turning to leave. With Qian Renlin's formidable spiritual strength, he naturally detected the presence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect members. However, Tang Hao was adept at concealing himself, and without employing his heavenly eye skill, Qian Renlin would have indeed overlooked him. Regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Qian Renlin paid little heed as he returned to his hotel to orchestrate his plans. Grandfather. We shall act at the hour of the rat tonight, he declared. Very well, I shall follow my grandson's lead, Qianrenlin replied, his face aglow with delight. He was immensely pleased with his precious grandson, who had always been perceptive and independent. Many of the Spirit Hall's enterprises were managed by Qian Renlin, including milk tea shops, barbecue joints, clothing stores, and supermarkets, all of which he had conceptualized. These ventures yielded an annual revenue exceeding 20 times, particularly from clothing and tobacco, which comprised more than half of the income. Moreover, Qian Renlin had also standardized timekeeping. He had the Spirit Hall develop clocks. And now every city center's tallest building featured a grand clock manufactured by the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, time was still calculated according to the traditional 12 earthly branches. As adapting to such a change after several million years of history on Douluo Continent proved quite challenging. It would require the Spirit Hall to unify the continent before such a transition could be fully embraced. Chapter 28. The Siege of Tang Hao. Zhao Wujie sat in his office, grinning foolishly. This year's little monsters are indeed numerous, especially that one named Imophone, he chuckled, contemplating the need to train them properly. As he stroked his chin with a sly smile, a sudden deep voice interrupted him. Who? Zhao Wujie startled. Show yourself. Instantly. He sprang to his feet and leaped out the window. Who are you? Zhao Wujie demanded. Did you enjoy bullying those children earlier? Tang Hao taunted. As a large black hammer materialized in his hand, his 9 soul rings gradually revealing themselves. Humph. Zhao Wujie scoffed as the first 3 soul rings appeared. However, upon seeing Tang Hao's black soul rings, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. When the final red soul ring emerged, Zhao Wujie was left stunned, drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry echoed, and a figure descended gracefully. My lord, I am unaware of how you have offended His Highness, Flander inquired, bowing while clutching his abdomen. Step aside, or I shall strike you as well, Tang Hao warned, his gaze fixed menacingly on Flander. At the very least, might you enlighten us as to your reasoning? Flander asked, maintaining his composure. Having harmed the young, the old come seeking vengeance. Is that reason sufficient? Flander quickly grasped the situation and retreated a few paces. Ouch, no strikes to the face, nor to the rear. Zhao Wujie, do you comprehend? Indeed, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness, Zhao Wujie replied, bowing with a look of relief. Very well. The matter concerning the third party is now entrusted to you. Just now, consider it my slight recompense. As Tang Hao spoke, he turned to leave. Ha 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 ha. Tang Hao, you have finally made your appearance. Let us see where you can escape this time. A sinister laugh echoed, and a figure emerged from a nearby tree. Before the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao glared at the figure with fury. Ha ha ha. This time, your demise is inevitable, the figure exclaimed. In an instant, 3 additional figures surrounded Tang Hao, forming a tight circle. For title Douluo, including 2 level 99 limit Douluo, indeed a grand display of power. Qianrenlin, you truly hold me in high regard. Tang Hao remarked, casting a glance around before addressing the elder before him. Humph. The last time I allowed you to escape, this time I shall avenge my son. Qianrenlin declared with a menacing glare at Tang Hao. With a swift motion, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true body of the martial spirit, multiplied by 4. Followed by the 6th soul skill, the angelic holy sword, the 8th soul skill, the crocodile's roar, the 9th soul skill, the spear assault, and the 9th soul skill, the dolphin's descent. In an instant, these 4 formidable soul skills surged towards Tang Hao. Humph. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body. Tang Hao activated his martial spirit, his hammer tripling in size. With a leap into the air, Tang Hao wielded his hammer, striking with a force that amplified in the atmosphere. Nearby, Flander and Zhao Wujie immediately distanced themselves upon seeing the Spirit Hall's members. They dared not intervene, feeling utterly powerless. Alas, Hao Tian is in grave peril this time, Flander sighed. So the third party is the son of Hao Tian. I wonder if he will still have a father after this. Zhao Wujie absent-mindedly rubbed his face, saying, Let us not concern ourselves with this matter. We should return. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Tang Hao was sent flying. Had it merely been Qianrenlin, he might have fought back, or at least managed to escape. However, he had not anticipated the Spirit Hall's caution, deploying 2 level 99 and 2 level 98 fighters. Initially, Qianrenlin had intended to confront Tang Hao alone, but Qian Renlin insisted that his grandfather bring additional title Douluo to ensure Tang Hao's capture. Qianrenlin observed the serious expression and urgent tone of Qian Renlin. To exercise caution, he decided to heed his grandson's counsel. Gazing at Tang Hao before him, Qian Renlin felt a profound sense of relief for having brought along the golden crocodile Douluo and the serpent spear brothers. Without their assistance, he might have indeed allowed Tang Hao to escape. Tang Hao, sensing the overwhelming odds against him, contemplated fleeing. How could Qian Renlin allow him to escape? The 6 years of restraint he endured were solely to await this moment when his adversary would appear, enabling him to capture him in one fell swoop. Observing Tang Hao's attempt to flee, Qian Renlin could no longer remain passive. He immediately pursued, manifesting his martial soul. His first soul skill, Domain of Speed, his second soul skill, Domain of Metal, his third soul skill, Domain of the Five Elements, his fourth soul skill, Domain of Thunder, and his fifth soul skill, Angelic Prison. In a fleeting moment, Qian Renlin unleashed 5 formidable soul skills in rapid succession. The immense power surging within him exacted a significant toll, depleting 50% of his soul energy in an instant. As Qian Renlin activated his fifth soul skill, a radiant aura emanating 12 distinct colors enveloped Tang Hao. With determination, Qian Renlin gritted his teeth and summoned his innate domain, the Dark Domain, aware that his current strength was insufficient to confine Tang Hao. Indeed, as Tang Hao observed his various metrics plummeting at an alarming rate, he resolutely employed the Haotian sect's secret technique, the Explosion Ring. With the disappearance of his first 4 soul rings, his power surged, doubling in intensity. Struggling, Tang Hao lifted the hammer in his grasp and shattered Qian Renlin's angelic prison. Yet, time was not on his side. The 4 esteemed titles had arrived, and Tang Hao's speed within Qian Renlin's domain could not possibly match theirs. The 8th soul skill, Angelic Holy Light. The 9th soul skill, Crocodile Devourer. The 9th soul skill, Spear Assault. The 9th soul skill, Dolphin's Descent. The 4 titled Douluos unleashed their formidable soul skills upon Tang Hao. The 9th soul skill, Angelic Domain. Qian Renlin, determined not to hold back this time, summoned his 9th spirit ability, instantly manifesting a domain that spanned a radius of 1,000 meters. Tang Hao found himself enveloped by the 7 domains, feeling his soul power gradually dissipating, making it increasingly arduous to even lift the hammer in his grasp. With a furious roar, Tang Hao unleashed 4 spirit rings, yet before he could strike at his adversary, he was already gravely wounded. He realized that today, escape may be beyond his reach. Tang Hao, surrender your life to me. Qian Renlin bellowed fiercely as 4 soul skills struck Tang Hao with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Tang Hao was sent hurtling backward, his right hand, along with his hammer, flying away, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Grandfather, stop hesitating and swiftly eliminate him. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences, Qian Renlin urged, recognizing the peril of verbosity often associated with villains. He understood that if they did not act promptly, an ancient force might emerge to rescue Tang Hao. Very well, Qian Renlin replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. He then unleashed his 8th soul skill, Angelic Holy Light. In Qian Renlin's hand, a magnificent great lightsaber materialized, hurtling towards Tang Hao. A piercing scream escaped Tang Hao's lips as the lightsaber pierced through his entire waist and lower body, rendering him bereft of his manhood. Truly deserving of the title of Douluo, he remained alive despite such a grievous injury. Qian Renlin gazed at Tang Hao, astonished that he still drew breath. Qian Renlin gradually retracted his soul abilities, as the simultaneous release of 6 formidable techniques had completely depleted his soul power. After all, he was merely a soul king at level 55. Typically, a soul king could exhaust all their soul power by unleashing a single domain. Yet he had managed to maintain 6 soul techniques. At the very instant Qian Renlin withdrew his martial spirit, a sword materialized at his throat, demanding his release. Chapter 29. Tang Hao's Desolation. The appearance of the sword Douluo release Liner. Spare the Holy Sun. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ah, so, you were the father of the child of destiny? How intriguing, Qian Renlin remarked with a bitter smile, taken aback by the very scenario he had dreaded. Is this a mere coincidence, or is it the will of the heavens? He pondered, gazing slightly upward towards the sky, contemplating, sure God, is it you? Qian Renlin is still unable to comprehend whether Tang San's existence is merely a coincidence or a design orchestrated by the sure God. Yet, at the end, how could Tang San find no way back home? The realm where the Tang sect resides is beyond the control of the divine realm. Qian Renlin harbored no fear that the sword would strike him, as long as this person was not foolish. Did he not realize the calamity this would bring upon the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue. Qian Renlin slowly addressed the master of the sword. Humph. We, the 3 sects, are interconnected. Should you from the spirit hall dare to come, I shall not hesitate to slay Sword Douluo. who spoke with resolute determination. He had learned from the guards protecting Ningrongrong that Zhao Wuji had knocked out his precious princess, prompting him to rush over, intending to teach Zhao Wuji a lesson. However, upon arrival, he discovered a fierce battle unfolding. As he approached, he noticed 4 title Douluo mercilessly overpowering Tang Hao. Naturally, as an elder title Douluo, he recognized Tang Hao's signature weapon, the Haotian hammer, with its 9th spirit ring being red. There was no such existence within the entire Haotian sect. Not to mention that Tang Chun had vanished decades ago. Even if he had not, these 4 could not subdue him, so it must be the exiled Tang Hao. Although he was unaware of the events that transpired back then, Tang Hao had become renowned across the continent as the youngest title Douluo in history. Qian, do you wish to oppose the Spirit Hall on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Release Liner at once. Qian Daolu was instantly engulfed in fury. Yet, he dared not act. Liner was in his grasp. As a seasoned title Douluo of level 95, he possessed the capability to slay Qian Renlin before he could make a move. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect harbors no intention of opposing the Spirit Hall. But I must take Tang Hao with me. He has slain my son, Qian Daolu stated in a low voice, declaring that the enmity of a slain son is a debt that cannot be overlooked, even if he was not the one who killed him. Sword Douluo fell silent, surprised to learn that the former pope had met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao. The people of the continent only knew that the former pope, Qian Renxue, had pursued Tang Hao and returned empty-handed, unaware that he had actually perished. This part of the original text is somewhat confusing. Ning Fingji only knew that the Spirit Hall had pursued Tang Hao for something over a decade ago, but was oblivious to the outcome. He was aware that Qian Renxue had abdicated, Bibi Dong had ascended, and Tang Hao had been expelled from his sect, leading to the closure of the Haotian sect. Every grievance has its source, and he had now become a mere shell of his former self. Sparing his life would be a mercy in itself. Qian also felt a sense of injustice. Qian Daolu gazed at Tang Hao, who was left with but a single breath, having detonated 8 soul rings, his dantian pierced through. It seemed he would never again cultivate soul power. Very well. Release Liner, he commanded. With that, Qian Daolu seized Tang Hao and cast him at Qianrenxian's feet. Sword Douluo, in turn, caught Tang Hao and, with a swift kick, sent Qian Renlin sprawling before soaring away. Qianrenxian, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, mark my words. One day I shall personally exact revenge for this kick, Qian Renlin thought, rising and watching Sword Douluo depart. Lino, are you unharmed? Qian Daolu hurried to Qian Renlin's side, his voice laced with concern. Grandfather, I am fine. If Tang Hao is gone, so be it, after all. He is but a waste in this lifetime, she reassured him. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Humph. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall be the first to obliterate you. As Qian Daolu returned to the hotel, he expressed his ire towards Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, questioning their vigilance and safeguarding Liner. How could you allow that old scoundrel, Qianrenxian, to approach without your notice? Great Elder, please calm your fury. We never anticipated the presence of someone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School nearby, Zhu Douluo replied, feeling aggrieved. With the 4 great offerings present and Tang Hao incapacitated, they let their guard down, not expecting anyone to dare behave recklessly in front of the 4 great offerings. Furthermore, you 2 failed to detect Qianrenxian, Zhu Douluo interjected. What? Are you itching for a reprimand? Do you dare to question me? Qian Daolu fumed, his anger flaring. And no, Great Elder. It was our negligence. Should you wish to punish us, we accept, Zhu Douluo stammered, suddenly alert. Humph. Were it not for your remaining strength to protect Liner, I would have struck you down myself, Qian Daolu retorted coldly. Grandfather, this matter is not entirely the fault of Elder Zhu and the others. I too did not foresee the presence of a title Douluo nearby, Qian Renlin interjected, sensing the appropriate moment to speak. It was undeniable that Qian Renlin could not absolve Zhu and Gue Douluo of all blame, yet their utility was paramount. It was unreasonable to consider executing 2 96th level title Douluos over this incident. Grandfather, perhaps you should return for now, Qian Renlin suggested. However, Liner, would you not consider returning to the Spirit Hall with me? It is perilous outside. Today it was Qianrenxian, but who knows which lunatic may strike next. Qian Daolu expressed his concern for Qian Renlin's safety. Grandfather, I assure you I am fine. Currently, no one on the continent dares to lay a hand on me. Qian Renlin reassured him, as it was indeed true that no power would easily provoke the Spirit Hall. Very well, I shall return for now. You 2 must ensure Lin's safety. Should even a single hair be harmed, I will personally annihilate you, Qian Daolu warned. Yes, Great Elder, we shall certainly safeguard His Highness. The Holy Sun. There will be no second chance, Douluo replied, wiping away non-existent sweat. With that, Qian Renlin and his companions departed. You may withdraw as well, he commanded. Understood. We take our leave, the subordinates replied. Qian Renlin reclined on the sofa, uncorking a bottle of red wine and pouring it into a fine goblet. Is the child of fate truly that formidable? Is it so challenging to even slay a single kin? He pondered. What, then, is the purpose of my existence? Am I merely a product of coincidence or a result of premeditated design? As he contemplated the glass of wine in his hand, an unsettling heaviness enveloped his chest. This was not an ailment, but rather a vexation. Indeed, he found everything bothersome. Even tasks he believed would be simple turned out to be quite the opposite. This feeling, I believe, resonates with many in reality, including the author himself. The host, Du Guyan, gracefully emerged, expertly attending to Qian Renlin. Sword Uncle, you mentioned that individuals from the Spirit Hall have appeared near Shrek, with intentions to kill Tang Hao. Ning Fingji inquired of the seated Qian Renxue in the hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, and according to Qian Renlin, Tang Hao has slain his son. Qian Renxue, this matter appears quite troublesome, Ning Fingji reflected. I never anticipated that the Spirit Hall would suddenly announce Qian Xuanji's abdication due to being killed by Tang Hao. He mused. Fingji, I acted impulsively this time, attracting such significant trouble for our sect, he continued. Sword Uncle, you should not blame yourself. Had I been present, I would have acted without hesitation as well, Ning Fengji reassured, acknowledging his own tendency to meddle in affairs. Moreover, the three upper sects are interconnected. We cannot allow the Spirit Hall to dismantle us one by one. Fengji, are you suggesting that the Spirit Hall intends to strike against us? Qian Renxue queried. In my youth, the entire continent was engulfed in chaos and warfare, only to suddenly find peace in recent decades. Ning Fengji slowly rose from his chair. Though the reasons remain unclear, I have detected various signs indicating that all of this is intricately linked to the Spirit Hall. Perhaps, in the near future, the Spirit Hall will make its move, he expressed with growing concern. Chapter 30. The Evil Soul Master Ma Hongjun. The following day, Tang San and his companions gathered at dawn, having learned from Dai Mubai that they had successfully passed the assessment. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others were unharmed, merely exhausted from having been knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujin's backlash. Upon learning of Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San exhaled in relief, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation. Thank goodness Teacher Zhao is not our enemy. Otherwise, we would truly be in peril. Indeed, a soul sage is quite terrifying, Xiao Wu added, patting her chest. Recently, Tang San had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, as if something significant was afoot, especially since he had been startled awake from his dreams that morning. Good morning. You're up so early, Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu at the door. Tang San had come directly to find Xiao Wu. Hello, Tang San. Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Let us go find Dai Mubai together. I wonder where we might find something to eat, Mo Feng suggested. All right. At that moment, Dai Mubai arrived. Boss Dai, we were just about to find you, Tang San said with a smile. Haha, come on, I'll take you all to breakfast. The Shrek cafeteria is not located within the academy, but rather in a village behind it, where half the village has been taken over by Shrek. Honesty, let's break up. I can no longer endure you, said Suiwa. Am I not loving enough? Replied Hongjun. Oh, that's not it. You know your own situation. And I simply cannot bear it any longer. No way. What will I do if you leave? Even if we break up, you must be with me one last time. As Dai Mubai and his companions approached the cafeteria, they noticed a chubby boy with red hair forcibly pulling at a young girl. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to intervene. Wait, we don't know the situation. It's best not to meddle too much, Mo Feng said, blocking Xiao Wu. Having spent 5.5 years by Qian Renlin's side, he was no longer the timid, overly inquisitive boy he once was. Hey, Mo Feng, are you not a man? Can't you see that chubby guy is bullying a girl? Xiao Wu retorted, visibly displeased. Xiao Wu, I think Mo Feng has a point. We don't know the circumstances. It's better not to act rashly, Tang San chimed in, initially hesitant about intervening but finding merit in Mo Feng's words. Haha, Xiao Wu. Tang San, you are unaware, aren't you? That red-haired chubby boy is called Ma Hongjun, and he is also a student of Shrek. As for that girl, she is his girlfriend. It seems she can no longer tolerate him and is causing a scene about breaking up. Dai Mubai laughed, addressing them. Oh, so that chubby boy is also one of our academy's students? Did he bully her? Has he done something wrong? Xiao Wu exclaimed, furious at the thought of such behavior in Shrek. You are mistaken. This is not entirely Ma Hongjuan's fault. This is all due to his fire-type spirit, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. Oh, the spirit is to blame? Tang San asked, puzzled. Yes. Ma Hongjun originally hailed from a small village where the awakened spirits were typically harmless little creatures. However, for reasons unknown, he awakened a powerful fire-type spirit. While it is indeed a top-tier spirit, it comes with a significant flaw. Every time he cultivates, he suffers from uncontrollable desires and must engage in special activities to relieve himself. Otherwise, he risks bursting from within. Special activities? What do you mean? Tang San and the others were confused. Could cultivating one's soul power lead to such desires? Well, what else could it be? It simply matters between men and women, Dai Mubai said, glancing at Ma Hongjun in the distance. There exists such a spirit? Tang San marveled. The world is indeed vast and filled with the most bizarre phenomena. Xiao Wu, blushing, exclaimed with a scoff, possessor of an evil martial soul. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng instantly perked up, having spent many years in the martial soul hall. He was undoubtedly aware that there were individuals on the continent who had awakened evil martial souls. Such souls were typically cultivated through peculiar means. Some individuals had to commit murder to enhance their soul power, while others were driven to become ruthless fiends, consumed by their martial spirits. Furthermore, there were those who required intimate relations with women to bolster their soul energy, although those with such martial souls were swiftly eradicated by the martial soul hall upon awakening. I never imagined that Shrek would harbor a possessor of an evil martial soul. It must be that the initial traits of such a martial soul are not readily apparent. Mo Feng pondered silently as he observed Ma Hongjun. Humph. Zhu Shiqing turned her head. Let us proceed and take a look, Dai Mubai remarked as he walked towards Ma Hongjun and the others. Tang San and the rest promptly followed suit. Ma Hongjun, why are you here, Dai? Ma Hongjun inquired, perplexed, unable to contain himself any longer. If I didn't come, wouldn't you wear out Suehua? Dai Mubai retorted with a hint of annoyance. Suehua, you can't possibly endure Hongjun any longer, can you? It's indeed Dai Lauda. Alas, I can hardly bear it anymore. Hongjun visits several times a day, and my body simply can't withstand it, Suehua expressed anxiously. Well, I can't interfere in your matters, but rest assured, I hope you can grant Hongjun a bit more time. The dean is already seeking a solution for Hongjun, Dai Mubai reassured. Really? Dai Lauda, has the dean truly found a way to resolve my martial soul issue? Ma Hongjun asked, his face alight with joy as he clutched Dai Mubai's arm. Clearly, he could no longer tolerate the predicament surrounding his martial soul. That should be the case, Dai Mubai replied, reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Very well. I shall grant Ma Hongjun a little more time. If his physical issues remain unresolved, I shall have no choice but to part ways with him, Suehua hesitated before stating. Wonderful. Suehua, I adore you, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, beaming like a child, as he embraced Suehua and planted a kiss on her cheek. Oh dear. Be honest. There are still others here, Suehua shyly remarked, casting a glance at Tang San and the others. Haha, let me introduce you. These are the new students at the academy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Mo Feng, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing, Dai Mubai said, pointing to each of them in turn. Hey, I'm Ma Hongjun, with the martial soul of the evil fire phoenix. From now on, I shall be your senior, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. His eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. Humph. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong snorted in unison, turning their backs to him. Zhu Shiqing also averted her gaze, ignoring Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Humph. Suehua, feeling a twinge of jealousy, tugged at Ma Hongjun's sleeve. Come on, everyone must be hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria. Class is about to start. Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a disapproving look. All right, Ma Hongjun said, leading Suehua towards the cafeteria. Dai Mubai shook his head and followed suit, with Tang San and the others trailing behind, for they were unaware of the cafeteria's location. Chapter 31, The Proud Ning Rongrong Bang. 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 While Dai Mubai and the others were having breakfast, the sudden tolling of 3 bells echoed through the air. Hurry. This is the new clock from the Spirit Hall. It chimes at every hour, and this is the time for our academy's assembly, Dai Mubai stated solemnly. Since the Spirit Hall had produced the clock, every major academy had adopted it for timekeeping, and Shrek had naturally acquired one, positioned in the center of the playground. Upon their arrival, Flinder and Zhao Wujin were engaged in discussion in the office. Principal, should we inform Tang San about yesterday's incident? Zhao Wujin inquired, rubbing his bruised face. That was quite a blow from Tang Hao. I'm still swollen. Ah, perhaps we should refrain from telling him for now. If only Xiao Gang were here, Flinders sighed, shaking his head in resignation. They were unaware of the outcome of the previous day, but presumed that Tang Hao was in serious trouble. Who is Xiao Gang? He was a brother of mine from the past. But let's not dwell on that. Those youngsters should be arriving shortly. At that moment, the Shrek Seven were whispering amongst themselves on the playground. Well, miss, do you have a boyfriend? Oscar asked dreamily, his gaze fixated on Xiao Wu. Humph. Xiao Wu quickly hid behind Tang San, turning her head away from him. Hee, beautiful lady, do you think I'm handsome? Oscar awkwardly chuckled, shifting his attention to Zhu Zhiqing. Xiao Ao, are you looking for a beating? Dai Mubai glared at him ominously. Well, no way. Boss Dai, you guys are eating meat. Surely, you can leave at least a bit of soup for your brothers, Oscar lamented, addressing Dai Mubai with a frown. What nonsense are you spouting? Dai Mubai shot a glance at Zhu Zhiqing, threateningly stammering at Oscar. I'm not wrong. Oscar muttered quietly, rubbing his head, looking at Dai Mubai with a resentful expression. Ah, Xiao San, is this not the merchant from last time? As Dai Mubai contemplated imparting a lesson to Oscar, Flinder made his entrance. Lacking the soul crystal, Flinder's modest establishment offered little to pique Tang San's interest. However, considering that Xiao Wu was without a storage soul guide, she decided to spend 10,000 gold soul coins to acquire a small spatial device. Naturally, as in the original narrative, this transaction was on credit. Should one inquire why Flinder consented to extend credit to Tang San, it could be traced back to Tang San's distinctive belt. Furthermore, upon hearing that he intended to join Shrek Academy, Flinder readily agreed to the terms. In the original tale, Flinder's intention to gift the soul crystal to Tang San stemmed from the fact that the entirety of Douluo Continent remained oblivious to its true nature. Aside from its hardness and aesthetic appeal, it served little purpose. Given Flinder's avaricious disposition, parting with such a precious soul guide was out of the question. What unscrupulous merchant is this? Our Dean Oscar, still as endearingly naive as ever. Dean? Tang San exclaimed. Surely, he holds no grudges, Xiao Wu said, her voice tinged with innocence as she gently shook Tang San's arm. Ah, you are unaware. Our Dean is notoriously vengeful, she added. Oscar, catching sight of Flinder's unfriendly gaze, immediately fell silent, contemplating a retaliatory moment for later. It was indeed his propensity to lose his tongue in the presence of beauty. That's him, Flinder remarked, his thoughts drifting as he recognized the individual who had once trailed behind Qian Renlin. Today marks the commencement of Shrek Academy's academic year, and for you all, it is the inaugural lesson. I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. Oscar, you are to complete 10 laps around the entire playground. Oscar, in silence, commenced his solitary run. Shrek Academy is a haven for extraordinary individuals, attracting only those deemed exceptional. Thus our teaching methods diverge from those of other institutions. Flinder addressed the assembly. Today's first lesson is to deliberate on how a support-type soul master can ensure their own safety on the battlefield. While it is common for support-type soul masters to have protectors nearby, it must be acknowledged that this does not derive from their own strength, and protectors cannot always remain by their side. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. Therefore, how should a support-type soul master safeguard themselves in the absence of a protector? As Tang San and his companions pondered, Mo Feng listened with great interest. Having spent 5 years alongside Qian Renlin, he had naturally heard discussions on the self-preservation of support-type soul masters. It is well known that both support and control-type soul masters, as well as agile attack soul masters, share a critical flaw. Their physical forms are significantly weaker compared to the robust attack-type soul masters. To alter this predicament, the foremost requirement is to possess a formidable physique. Thus, this constitutes the first lesson of the day. After Flander concluded, he glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had just finished her run, and Oscar. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, step forward, he commanded. Ning Rongrong, casting a puzzled glance at Oscar, stepped out. Oscar appeared relatively calm, evidently accustomed to such situations. Today's lesson is straightforward. You two will run 10 laps around the village. No use of soul power and no slacking. You may only upon completion, Flander stated with a serious tone. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face contorting into a grimace of despair. She had never endured such hardship before. Oscar, already aware, dashed off, leaving Ning Rongrong with no choice but to follow suit. Unsurprisingly, Ning Rongrong did not manage to complete a single lap before she veered off to indulge herself. Oscar, unable to resist the charm of her lovely face, refrained from reporting her. It was evident that both had received a scolding from Flander, while Oscar continued his laps. Ning Rongrong, indignant, protested, having been spoiled her entire life. She was unaccustomed to being reprimanded. Flander, who do you think you are? You are merely a lowly soul sage. What makes you so exceptional? Indeed. While I am just a soul sage, you are merely a 27th level great soul master. Here at Shrek Academy, the rules are dictated by me. Not by your 7 treasures glazed tile school. But I am a support type. Humph. Oscar is also a support type, and he is now at 29, soon to reach 30. But I possess innate full soul power. Oscar also has innate full soul power. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Mo Feng, too, possess innate full soul power. They are all at least 33rd level soul masters, far surpassing you. If you wish to stay, then do so. If not, you may leave. Fine, Flander. You have some nerve. Ning Rongrong cried as she dashed back to the dormitory. Director, will she take her belongings with her? Daimubai inquired cautiously. What? Do you genuinely wish to expel her? Perhaps send Oscar to comfort her. With that, Flander dismissed them, leaving in frustration. It seemed unrest was ever present, first with Tang Hao, then the Spirit Hall, and now the little princess of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Xiaogang, where are you? Chapter 32. The Soul Arena the following day. Flinder led the Shrek 7 into Soto City. Today's lesson revolved around practical combat. In his words, the finest environment for a soul master-esque growth is constant real-world engagement. In a modest tea house, Tang San and his companions gazed at the pale yellow liquid, tainted with black residue, before them, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Is this truly a beverage fit for consumption? As they lifted their teacups to their noses, their desire to drink evaporated instantaneously. Xiao San, this principal is exceedingly stingy. Is this truly something people drink? Xiao Wu exclaimed, visibly irritated. Alas, the academy is currently facing financial constraints. We must make do, Flinder replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Wu's remark. Waiter, bring us 2 pots of your finest tea. Mo Feng, accustomed to a life of luxury under Qian Renlin's care, could hardly bear the thought of consuming something that resembled urine. Coming right up. Wow, you're the best, Xiao Feng. Xiao Wu beamed as she playfully patted Mo Feng's shoulder. Tang San and Xiao Wu's financial resources relied solely on Tang San's earnings from blacksmithing in Notting City. Ever since Qian Renlin awakened his martial spirit, he had instituted several changes within the martial soul hall, such as eliminating the monthly distribution of gold soul coins to soul masters, replacing it with a system of equivalent exchange. This included hunting soul beasts to exchange their remains for gold soul coins or retrieving treasures, along with the substantial resources available to those who joined the martial soul hall. Given Xiao Wu's position, she could not partake in hunting soul beasts for gold soul coins, and while Tang San had initially considered this method for financial gain, Xiao Wu would certainly not allow it, citing the plight of the soul beasts as her reasoning. Tang San, on the other hand, could not relinquish his Tang sex hidden weapons, which left them in a precarious financial situation. Wow, Xiao Feng, I didn't realize you were quite the little tycoon, Oscar remarked, casting a sly glance at Mo Feng. By the way, Xiao Feng, who was that boy you were with last time? Flinder inquired, voicing the curiosity that had lingered in his mind. When the martial soul hall ambushed Tang Hao, they had retreated without seeing Qian Renlin, and the identity of this martial soul hall as saint had remained closely guarded, known only to a few insiders. A common soul master like Flinder could not possibly be privy to such information. Mo Feng paused for a moment. Principal, are you referring to the individual who was in your establishment that day? He is someone I met in the soul arena, seemingly a young scion of a prominent family. Noticing my considerable talent and youth, he sought to recruit me, but I declined, citing my aversion to constraints. How then did you come to befriend him? Flander inquired with intrigue. He replied, having an additional friend is preferable to acquiring another foe. Since I happened to be in Soto City for a while and had nowhere else to go, I agreed to his friendship. Mo Feng stated while sipping his tea. And how well do you know him? Flander pondered, recalling the unsettling sense of crisis from that day. Not extensively. I have only witnessed him battle once in the Soul Arena, where he defeated a Soul King team without unleashing his martial soul. I remain unaware of what his martial soul is, Mo Feng reflected thoughtfully. What? He triumphed over a Soul King team without employing his martial soul? Such a feat is beyond even an ordinary soul sage's capability, Flander exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I merely recognized his impressive strength and his intriguing background, which prompted me to agree to befriend him, Mo Feng responded earnestly. Flander adjusted his glasses, lost in contemplation. Pray tell, what is the soul arena you speak of? Tang San queried, perplexed. To defeat a Soul King team without a martial soul, this concept eluded them. They were unaware of each other's identities or ages, merely presuming them to be seasoned soul sages. This is precisely the lesson I intend to impart today, practical training. Daimu Bai, kindly elucidate for them, he commanded. Certainly, Dean, Daimu Bai replied. The Soul Arena is a venue established by the 7 great families for duels among Soul Masters, encompassing individual duels, pair duels, and 7-person team battles, along with a unique arena known as the Deathmatch Arena. This arena primarily serves as a means for Soul Masters to resolve conflicts, evolving over time into a social hub. Whether addressing personal matters or financial woes, the Soul Arena accommodates such endeavors. In the Deathmatch Arena, the stakes are life and death. Even if one were to slay their opponent, no repercussions would follow, regardless of the adversary's identity or background. Furthermore, there exists a betting system surrounding the arena. The Soul Arena badges are categorized into 8 tiers, ascending from Iron Soul, Copper Soul, Silver Soul, Gold Soul, Purple Gold Soul, Sapphire Soul, Ruby Soul, to Diamond Soul. Given our prowess, securing a Silver Soul badge should be within our reach, shouldn't it? Xiao proclaimed with confidence. Not so easily. I have been engaging in battles here for 2 years, and I still possess only an Iron Soul badge, Daimu Bai lamented. Oh, Dai. How is it that with your strength, you still hold an Iron Soul badge? Tang San expressed his astonishment. Well, the Soul Arena is quite a challenging place. It attracts all manner of individuals. Currently, I have amassed only 2 points, Daimu Bai sighed, shaking his head. That is all I can share with you for now. You will comprehend everything once you arrive. Now, the time for rest has concluded, and you must set forth. I shall await your return here, Flander concluded, shutting his eyes. Burial of heaven, burial of heaven, burial of heaven. Tear them apart. As the esteemed figures, including the illustrious Ling Xiao, the fiery Ling, Wang Lin, the enchanting Yilingling, and the remarkable Tang San, entered the arena of soul battles, they were immediately enveloped by the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd surrounding them. The fervor displayed by the spectators rivaled that of the most devoted fans of top-tier stars from the Water Blue Star. What was unfolding? Upon entering, Ma Hongjun heard shouts of adoration directed towards a goddess, leaving him perplexed. I have no idea, he remarked. Daimu Bai hasn't graced us with his presence in over 2 months. Xiaofeng, do you possess any knowledge? Daimu Bai inquired, his gaze shifting with surprise towards Mo Feng. Considering the circumstances, it was no shock, as he had heard of this individual frequently mingling in the arena. They say that Zhang Tian is a team composed of 7 members, 5 males and 2 females, one of whom joined later as the soul-healing soul master in their ranks. They arrived 2 months ago and swiftly vanquished formidable opponents with their unmatched prowess. Their leader, Ling Xiao, wields the soul-piercing spear, while Ling Yin and Ling Bing are siblings, with the brother's soul being a flame and the sisters a frost phoenix. Wang Lin's soul manifests as a wind-based sword, Zhao Qi's as a flute, and Li Chu's takes the form of his very eyes. Lastly, the later addition of Yilingling, who possesses the 9-heart begonia, the premier healing soul in the continent, rounds out this formidable ensemble. All 7 of them are at the pinnacle of their craft, each holding the esteemed title of 33rd level soul master. Mo Feng was taken aback by the fact that Qian Renlin had recruited yet another female, and a healer at that. It seemed that this group, once known as the 6 sword servants, now stood as the 7 sword servants, utterly flawless in their formation. The strength they had cultivated under Qian Renlin's rigorous training was astonishing, rendering them formidable even compared to their peers in the assault category. Am I truly destined to join the Spirit Hall and pledge my loyalty to that individual? Mo Feng pondered, reflecting on the 7 individuals displaying their prowess on stage. Without Qian Renlin, he mused, he might still be languishing at a mere 20-something level. Yet, the haunting memory of his grandfather's demise at that very man's hands clenched his fists in silent fury. Chapter 33. The 7 sword servants what? A collective 33rd level? Gasped the crowd in disbelief. How old are they? Daimu Bai stammered, swallowing hard. 12, came the incredulous reply. What? 12-year-old soul masters? All 7 of them? At 33 levels? No. As for Yilingling, I'm uncertain of her age, but she has already reached the 35th level, Mo Feng stated, shaking his head in astonishment. This is terrifying. They are true monsters. I feel like a mere mediocrity, Ma Hongjun lamented, his expression one of despair. I attained the 29th level at 12 years old through the Shantian skill, yet they have reached 33 levels merely through meditation. Tang San felt deeply wounded. His pride in the Shantian skill shattered. Alas, Let us forego team battles for today and engage in one-on-one and two-on-two duels instead. Dai Mubai sighed heavily. At that moment, Flinder approached, brandishing several masks, and upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, he delivered a sharp rap to his head. You little rascal, feeling mischievous? Looking to slack off? Dean. It is not that I wish to shirk my responsibilities. Just look at them. Dai Mubai, feeling aggrieved, touched his head and pointed at the stage. Aren't they merely a few soul emperors? No, wait, they are astonishingly young. Flander observed them with a puzzled expression. Of course they are young. They are merely 12 years old, the same age as Xiao San, Dai Mubai lamented. What? 12-year-old soul emperors, as prodigious as Xiao Feng? Flander was taken aback. In truth, they were a few months younger than Imo Feng, who possessed innate full soul power, while these youngsters were all at level 9. However, mentioning Imo Feng was not an option, otherwise he could not explain his profound understanding of them. Alas, for now, do not concern yourselves with the team battle. After the match, return promptly to your training. Do you see the gap between you and them now? Flander felt as though he had lost 10 billion, 7 prodigies. This was the true essence of monsters, the kind that Shrek had long sought after. I must inquire if they have joined that academy. If not, I will certainly do my utmost to recruit them, Flander silently resolved. The 7 individuals on the stage appeared utterly at ease, playfully engaging with one another. Their opponents constituted a level 39 team, yet they remained entirely unperturbed, with several young men teasing each other nonchalantly. How arrogant. The opposing team, infuriated by the apparent disregard shown by these youngsters, seethed with rage. Despite recognizing the formidable strength of their opponents, they believed themselves capable of holding their own against them. The third soul skill, Turtle Shield, was invoked by the opposing captain, who swiftly summoned a shield. To his surprise, the Crimson Flame Python summoned by Qianrenlin had already arrived before him. Boom! The shield shattered, and the individual was sent flying, eliminated from the match. Enough of this frivolity. I have a date with Ling Ling later. The second soul skill, Soul-Shattering Thousand Spears, was unleashed by Ling Xiao, as hundreds of soul power spears coalesced around him and were hurled at the opposition. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the opposing team collapsed, all eliminated. I hereby declare, the Burial Sky team has achieved 100 consecutive victories, with full points, successfully upgrading to the Golden Soul Doula badge. Burial Sky, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, I wish to be your partner. Ling Xiao, I want to bear your children. Get lost, you little rascal. Have you taken a good look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of bearing children for Ling Xiao? Let me tell you, Ling Xiao is mine. An irate female voice interjected, clearly displeased. What? Do you wish to fight? Strike if you must. Do you think I fear you? With that, the 7 sword servants stepped off the stage and ascended to a private room upstairs. Upon their arrival, the 7 masters immediately knelt, prostrating themselves before him. Excellent. I have observed your prowess, and your cooperation is commendable, Qian Renlin remarked with a smile. You shall serve as my most steadfast divine servants. The current level of mixed respect holds no threat to you. Continuing to engage in soul battles has lost its significance. Henceforth, remain by my side. Yes, master. The 7 rose and positioned themselves behind Qian Renlin. Ling was naturally drawn to him, as he was in need of a healing servant. Upon reviewing the information prepared by Salus, he discovered that this wielder of the 9-heart begonia martial spirit was indeed special. He summoned Zhu Douluo to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to bring her to him, subsequently conditioning her mind. She was now a solid servant devoted to him, thus solidifying the 7 sword servants. Meanwhile, Flinder, having witnessed the conclusion of the 7 sword servant soul battle, made his way to the first VIP room. Fully aware that these peculiar beings had already established their influence, he could only shake his head and sigh, recognizing that these children were not destined to be intertwined with him. In a parallel narrative, akin to the original tale, Tang San and Xiao Wu triumphed in their soul battles, while Dai Mubai faced off against Zhu Zhuqing, who ultimately succumbed. Mo Feng encountered an unnamed opponent, easily securing victory without any strain. Thus, the soul battles for Shrek Academy reached their conclusion. As they exited the arena, Dai Mubai found himself embroiled in a dispute with Zhu Zhuqing due to his flirtatious antics, leading to an almost violent confrontation upon their return to Shrek, where Ning Rongrong mocked him incessantly. Tang San, if you assist me in eliminating Dai Mubai, you shall be a cherished guest of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. I can offer you boundless resources and golden soul coins. Ning Rongrong, some things cannot be purchased with money. Your behavior is too reckless. This is not the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If you cannot integrate with us, you may as well return. Mo Feng, help me rid of him. And you will be a distinguished guest of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will grant you anything you desire, even myself. Ning Rongrong gazed at Mo Feng with hopeful eyes, having been enamored with him since their first encounter. He was composed, strong, and talented, showing her no disdain. Truthfully, Mo Feng found himself genuinely captivated by the lovely figure before him. Having been by Qian Renlin's side since childhood, he had little interaction with girls. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat capricious, he found her endearing. Furthermore, she possessed talent and a noble background, and he was not particularly familiar with Dai Mubai. Yet, the task assigned by Qian Renlin lingered in his thoughts, causing him to hesitate. He could not yet sever his ties with Qian Renlin, as he still required the protection of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Dai Mubai, being the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, posed a multitude of complications should he be killed. The repercussions could jeopardize Qian Renlin's plans, and the might of the Star Luo Empire was beyond his capacity to confront. If Qian Renlin were to discover that he had failed in his enslavement, his character would undoubtedly prompt him to send someone to hunt him down. Additionally, being in Shrek, he was uncertain whether he could eliminate Dai Mubai and retreat unscathed. Contemplating this, Mo Feng studied Ning Rongrong earnestly, slowly shaking his head as he walked away. How is it that even you look down upon me? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Ning Rongrong's cheeks. As Mo Feng turned to gaze at her, his heart twisted painfully. He rushed over to embrace her, saying, Rongrong, I have never looked down upon you. Some matters are not as simple as you perceive. You care for me. Do you not? Then why not assist me in eliminating Dai Mubai? With your formidable strength, it should pose no challenge, correct? Feeling the warmth of Mo Feng's embrace, Ning Rongrong looked up with hope and inquired, Yes, I do like you, but why must you insist on killing him when you hold no enmity against Dai Mubai? Please, do not act so impulsively. Do you even comprehend Dai Mubai's true identity? Watching as Tang San and the others distanced themselves, Mo Feng slowly replied, What identity? He is merely a lowly Shrek student, is he not? Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze to meet his. Mo Feng shook his head and clarified, No. He is the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Shuqing is the second young lady of the empire's foremost family. They have been betrothed since childhood. So you must not interfere in their affairs. What? But why have they come to the Heaven Do Empire? Ning Rongrong asked, astonished. This is related to the customs of their homeland. The Star Luo Empire values martial prowess, whether royal or noble. One must engage in a brutal struggle for succession. The only ones worthy of inheriting the throne are those who survive. Dai Mubai was born a few years after his brother and has faced constant oppression. He had no choice but to flee to the Heaven Do Empire to survive. Likewise, Zhu Zhiqing, in order to live and succeed, had to join forces with Dai Mubai, which is why she traveled such a long distance to seek him. Then why do they still seem at odds? Ning Rongrong questioned, perplexed. She had always assumed Dai Mubai pursued Zhu Zhiqing merely for her beauty, unaware of the deeper complexities between them. This is because Dai Mubai has long succumbed to a life of indulgence, frequenting places of pleasure since the age of 6. Zhu Zhiqing naturally cannot abide by his behavior, Mo Feng stated, looking intently into Ning Rongrong's eyes. Thus, you must refrain from meddling in their matters. What I have shared with you today should remain confidential. In truth, Mo Feng did not mind if Ning Rongrong disclosed this information to those from the Star Luo Empire, for he had yet to develop a close relationship with Dai Mubai. His demise would not significantly affect him, especially given the number of lives he had taken alongside Qian Renlin over the years. But how could he threaten me? In my entire life, apart from Flinder, he is the first to dare to do so. Who told you to provoke him? Do you also believe I am at fault? You blame me, do you not? Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears once more. No, Rongrong, that is not my intention. It is his fault. He deserves it. Mo Feng quickly reassured her with another embrace. Humph, that is more like it. I shall forgive you. By the way, was what you said earlier true? Ning Rongrong gazed intently into Mo Feng's eyes. It is indeed true, without a shred of falsehood. Then your feelings for me are genuine as well. Ning Rongrong tilted her head and inquired, Is it true? Mo Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Is it really? Indeed. Then say it again. I like you. Whom do you like? I like Ning Rongrong. Then confess to me. I like Ning Rongrong. Will you be my girlfriend? Ning Rongrong shyly nodded. Mo Feng felt elated. Akin to a child, warmth and sweetness enveloping his heart, accompanied by a delightful tingling sensation. Is this what first love feels like? Is this what being in love is? Father will surely approve of Mo Feng. Lost in her thoughts, Ning Rongrong broke into a silly grin. Imofeng joined her in the laughter. Concealed behind a tree, Oscar observed the two embracing, biting his lip and clenching his fists tightly. Rongrong, I wish you happiness. I know I am not worthy of you. With that, he turned and walked away. The following day, at the Shrek playground, Ning Rongrong approached Dai Mubai. About yesterday, I was in the wrong. I sincerely apologize. I was selfish. Please don't take it to heart. Her unexpected apology astonished Tang San and the others, as they had never anticipated the temperamental young lady would express regret. Dai Mubai was equally taken aback, yet recognizing her initiative, he, as a gentleman, responded, It's all right, Rongrong. Tang San and the others, observing Ning Rongrong holding Imofeng's hand, seemed to come to a realization. Indeed, Rongrong, it's good that you can see things clearly. We, the Shrek 8 monsters, are united. Yes, exactly. What Little San said is true. We are one, Xiao promptly added. I am truly delighted that you can forgive me. I promise I will no longer act so willfully. Ahem. Now that everyone is here, where is Oscar? Flander approached with a look of satisfaction, only to see Oscar arriving late once again. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Director, I have reached level 30. Oscar exclaimed breathlessly as he ran. Director, I have advanced to level 34. Chimed in, revealing that he had achieved this breakthrough after confessing his feelings to Ning Rongrong the previous day, which had brought him a sense of relief. Wonderful. Prepare yourselves. Today we shall take Oscar to acquire his soul ring. Flander beamed with delight. A 14-year-old soul master at level 30 is truly a prodigy, especially one who specializes in support. Oscar silently observed the hands of Ning Rongrong and intertwined, taking a deep breath before coming to terms with the situation. Though he had only known Ning Rongrong for a few days, primarily drawn by her beauty, he recognized that she had found her place. He was not unreasonable. He understood that he was unworthy of her, and two support types together did not hold much significance. At the entrance of Shrek, Zhao Wujia appeared, battered and bruised. What are you all bickering about, you little rascals? Dai Mubai will lead the way. Let us set off. Zhao Wujia snapped, irritated by their noisy antics. Why not call them little bear cubs? Xiao muttered under her breath. Eh? Zhao Wujia glared at her, prompting Xiao to retract her neck in response. Dai Mubai took the lead, sprinting ahead, followed closely by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, with Oscar trailing behind, and, hand in hand with Ning Rongrong, soon caught up. Chapter 35, Davis at the same time. Qian Renlin and others had already arrived at the Star Luo Empire. Your Highness, why have we come to Star Luo City? Hulaina inquired, perplexed. For a leisurely excursion. Qian Renlin cast a fleeting glance at her, his voice devoid of warmth. Huliana, sensing his indifference, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. If you find it burdensome to be by my side, then you may return. In a year, the Elite Soul Master competition will take place across the continent. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, your foremost duty is to devote yourself to rigorous training, Qian Renlin proclaimed, his words chillingly clear. Although Huliana possessed remarkable beauty and an enchanting allure that captivated countless men, Qian Renlin remained utterly disinterested. He was well aware of Bibi Dong's intentions in taking her as a disciple and bestowing upon her the title of Holy Maiden. However, as a staunch non-believer in marriage from his past life, he had no inclination to entertain such matters until the continent was unified. Do you truly dislike me so much? Are you unwilling to even grant me a glance? Huliana's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. If you have come to profess your love, then perhaps the title of Holy Maiden is unnecessary, Qian Renlin replied, his patience wearing thin. Very well, I shall take my leave. Huliana inhaled deeply, wiping away her tears as she spoke. Yueguan, please escort the Holy Maiden back to the Spirit Hall. Yes, Your Highness, he responded. Let us depart. Yueguan nodded to the lovely maiden, still supportive of the bond between the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, recognizing her talents, character, and virtues. Qian Renlin, I will undoubtedly prove to you that I am not inferior, Huliana declared, casting one last glance at him before following Yueguan. She resolved that unless she broke through to the Soul King level upon her return, she would not emerge from her seclusion. Qian Renxue paid no heed to Hulaina as she rode her Qian steed into the ancient city, steeped in a legacy of millennia. The 7 sword slaves and others promptly followed in her wake. In the imperial palace, the ghost Douluo, uninvited, made his entrance before the figure seated upon the throne. Addressing the emperor, Your Majesty Xingluo, I have come to discuss matters of collaboration. Xingluo the Great, having long since detected the presence of the ghost Douluo and his entourage, regarded them with a mixture of surprise and composure. What brings you here, ghost Douluo? He inquired with a cool demeanor. While there may not have been any prior cooperation between the Xinghua Empire and the Spirit Hall, that does not preclude the possibility of future alliances. The ghost Douluo replied with a sinister smile, attempting to draw the emperor's attention. Meanwhile, as the ghost Douluo engaged the emperor, Qian Renxue stealthily infiltrated the prince's residence. "Who are you?" Davis demanded coldly, eyeing the intruder before him. "I am here to assist you," came the response. "Assist me? How absurd. I am the esteemed prince of the Xinghua Empire. I would never require your assistance," Davis retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "Ah, look at me," Qian Renxue responded coolly. "How bold," Davis exclaimed, momentarily entranced by the gaze of the figure before him, finding himself ensnared in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he asked, "Do you comprehend?" To his horror, Davis discovered that he was utterly devoid of any anger towards this individual, instead feeling an overwhelming impulse to submit at their feet. "What sorcery is this? What have you done to me?" Davis stammered in terror. "Your will is surprisingly resolute," Qian Renxue remarked. Qianrenlin's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the first person who could maintain even a semblance of rationality. Perhaps his prolonged status as the prince of the Xinghua Empire had instilled in him a profound sense of pride and arrogance. The enslavement of Qian Renlin elicited no response as the enslavement skill was employed. "What?" Davis was momentarily taken aback, only to be plunged into an abyss of darkness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself kneeling submissively at Qian Renlin's feet. "Master," Davis reverently knelt at Qian Renlin's feet. In the past, Qian Renlin employed the Eye of Enchantment skill on Davis. Over the course of 5 years, Qian Renlin has significantly enhanced this enchanting ability, enabling him to dominate a weak-willed individual without resorting to enslavement techniques. While this skill does not directly manipulate a person's thoughts, it instills a profound respect, rendering it difficult for others to show him any form of disrespect. Should the other party harbor ambition and possess a stronger will, they might be able to break free from this enchantment. However, Qian Renlin has not limited his endeavors solely to the development of this enchanting skill. He has devoted ample time to researching and refining his other abilities as well. With his extraordinary comprehension and innate talent, he could easily subjugate a soul sage without the necessity of employing the illusory mirage technique. Upon discovering that Davis was beginning to resist his enchanting abilities, Qian Renlin immediately unleashed his enslavement skill. Should Davis awaken, Qian Renlin's efforts would be in vain, after all. Davis could easily signal the Star Luo Empire before Qian Renlin could fully dominate him. If the Empire were to uncover his perverse power, it would not only place the Spirit Hall in a precarious position, but Qian Renlin also realized that subjugating such a significant figure would not prove as simple as he had initially thought. Just after Qian Renlin successfully ensnared Davis, he commanded him to summon Zhu Zhuyun. Qian Renlin once again enslaved Zhu Zhuyun in the same manner. Qian Renlin gazed down at the two individuals prostrating at his feet, channeling a fraction of his elemental soul power to alter their physical constitutions. Qian Renlin has not only developed several skills over the past 5 years, but he has also researched a benevolent time bomb. This so-called benevolent time bomb involves planting a seed of 5 elemental soul power within the body of the opponent. This seed not only poses no harm, but also significantly accelerates the absorption of soul power, gradually enhancing the opponent's physical constitution. However, there lies a hidden danger. Qian Renlin can detonate the 5 elemental soul power seed within the opponent at any moment. The more powerful the seed accumulates, the more formidable the effects become. The lightest consequence could scatter the soul power and sever the meridians, while the gravest could result in a complete bodily explosion. Currently, every individual under Qian Renlin's control possesses this seed, including the duo of Du Gubo and his granddaughter, the 7 sword servants, Ling Feng and Luo Wang, among others. 5 years have passed, and Du Gubo has already reached the 94th level as a titled Douluo, while Du Guyan has attained the 33rd level. The 7 sword servants stand at the 33rd level as well, and the lowest among Luo Wang's top 10 assassins has reached the 81st level of Soul Douluo. However, what puzzles Qian Renlin is that, logically, given Mo Feng's innate full soul power aptitude and the 5 elemental soul power seed, he should have surpassed the 36th level by now, yet he remains at the 33rd level. It seems he must find a moment to observe Mo Feng closely. Narrowing his eyes, Qian Renlin reflects on the growing sense that something is amiss with Mo Feng, despite his deep respect for him. There is an absence of the dullness associated with enslavement. Whenever Qian Renlin assesses Mo Feng's strength, there is no thought of fearing injury to his master. He has subtly inquired about Mo Feng's origins, only to discover that he is merely the grandson of that old man, possessing a character that lacks the necessary strength and cunning, entirely unlike a time traveler or reincarnator, just an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Chapter 36. Yi Zhiqiu. It seems the reason may lie in his physical constitution or his martial soul. As Qian Renlin pondered the martial soul of Mo Feng, he became immersed in thought, sensing an uncanny familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered it before. Undoubtedly, it had never manifested in the Douluo Continent. During his 3-year slumber, revisiting the origins of Douluo, he had not discovered any martial soul resembling Mo Feng's. There were indeed some similarities, but they were merely high-level martial souls, with innate soul power not exceeding rank 7. During this period, you should devote yourselves to diligent training, striving for an early breakthrough to Soul King. I expect you to secure second place in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Is that not feasible? Qian Renlin dismissed thoughts of Mo Feng with a shake of his head, returning to a placid demeanor as he addressed Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Given that Davis secures second place, the first must naturally belong to the Spirit Hall. With Qian Renlin's intervention in this life, Shrek's chances of claiming first are irrevocably diminished without the Celestial Herbs. With their talents, lacking the Celestial Herbs, can they truly aspire to reach Soul King within a year? Such aspirations are mere folly. Achieving Soul Sect would be a significant feat. Moreover, the Celestial Herbs confer benefits beyond merely elevating soul power levels. They enhance physical constitution, accelerate the cultivation of soul power, reinforce martial souls, and facilitate mutations, among other advantages. Qian Renlin estimated that a year later, Tang San might reach the Soul Sect, while it would be miraculous for the other 5 to attain level 39. No problem, Davis and his companion said respectfully. Qian Renlin glanced coldly at the two before vanishing into the darkness. He had no intention of keeping them around. Their mission was solely to defeat and eliminate the 7 monsters in the Soul Master Elite competition. As for what came next, Qian Renlin had no intention of retaining them. Why the 7 monsters? This was because Qian Renlin had never intended for Mo Feng to participate in the competition. He wanted Mo Feng to remain at Shrek as a failsafe, a seed planted to ensure certainty. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Mo Feng could be Shrek's decisive strike. He also had no intention of directly sending someone to annihilate Shrek. After all, having traversed into this world, how could he not indulge in the fate of the Chosen One? This was his sole delight in the Douluo Continent. Otherwise, he might as well have slept at the Spirit Hall every day until he reached level 99, only to pass away at the end of his lifespan. For someone with severe depression, even the slightest inconvenience could lead to a collapse. Striving to attain godhood? That was a mere child's game. Although the environment, powerful background, and resources of this life had alleviated some of his depression, he fundamentally remained a person starved for affection. His current goal was to alter Bibi Dong's fate, ensuring her safe inheritance of the Rakshasa god position. Furthermore, he aimed to have Qian Renxue ascend to godhood without Qian Dao's sacrificing himself, allowing him to find another divine position for inheritance. The initial goal was simple, while the latter was fraught with difficulty. Once Qian Renxue attained the angel god status, Qian Dao would expend his life force and perish. He did not wish for the only 3 relatives who had treated him well in this life to depart from him. He needed to change this, and the only way was to ascend to godhood. Yet, he had no desire to inherit anyone else's divine position. Thus he could only take the more arduous path. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, in an ordinary inn in a small town, the Shrek group was embroiled in a conflict with individuals from another academy. I am Yi Zhiqiu, a teacher from Songhui Academy. May I inquire about the whereabouts of your teacher? Humph. We don't need our teacher to deal with scum like you, Mo Feng coldly remarked, sitting at a table and sipping his drink. It was outrageous that someone had dared to insult Rong. You little brats cannot call the shots here. You have injured my student, and your teacher must provide us with an explanation, Yi Zhiqiu said with a menacing gaze directed at Mo Feng. I already told you. We don't need our teacher to handle you, Mo Feng retorted, equally unfriendly in his demeanor. Very well, I shall see what you little brats are capable of, Yi Zhiqiu declared as he prepared to manifest his martial soul. Hold on. What? Are you afraid? Since you are afraid, summon your teacher, Yi Zhiqiu declared with arrogance. No. I maintain my stance. We do not require our teacher's intervention to deal with you. However, we cannot engage in combat here. For if anything were to be damaged, I would not have the means to compensate. Mo Feng retorted coldly. He was certainly not short of money. But should they resort to violence, this establishment would inevitably crumble, leaving them without a place to stay. Zhao Wujie was currently resting above, should they demolish his sleeping quarters. A peaceful night would be out of the question for them. Very well, then we shall step outside to fight, Yu Zhiqiu announced as he turned to exit. The students of Tsanghue Academy promptly followed suit. Go, Teacher Yi. Tear them apart, Teacher Yi. Once he strikes, their demise is assured. Mo Feng regarded the raucous group with disdain. It was laughable for a man in his 30s to engage a handful of 12-year-olds while basking in a sense of honor. Yu Zhiqiu, a level 51 defense-type soul master with the martial spirit of a tortoise shell, gazed at the emerging figures, instantly summoning his martial spirit. He was determined to teach these presumptuous youngsters a lesson. To insult a soul king would undoubtedly come with consequences. Dai Mubai, martial spirit. White tiger. Level 37 battle soul master. Tang San, martial spirit. Blue silver grass. Level 29 control type great soul master. Xiaowu, martial spirit. Soft bone rabbit. Level 29 battle soul master. Ma Hongjun, martial spirit. Evil Fire Phoenix, level 29 Battle Soul Master. Zhu Xing, Martial Spirit, Ghostly Spirit Cat, level 27 Agility Type Great Soul Master. Ningrongrong, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, level 27 Support Type Great Soul Master. Mo Feng, Martial Spirit, Void Mantis, level 34 Battle Soul Master. The Shrek 8 monsters collectively summoned their martial spirits. Unsurprisingly, the surrounding crowd was left astounded. These individuals appeared so youthful. Yet the lowest among them possessed a soul power of 27, while the highest reached 37. What kind of academy was Shrek? Why had they never heard of it before? Yu Zhiqiu observed several children lost in thought across from him. A 12-year-old soul master was indeed a rare prodigy in the Douluo Continent, especially one at the esteemed levels of 27 and 37. These individuals must belong to powerful families or possess significant backgrounds. It seems I must tread lightly, he contemplated. Children, your journey in cultivation has not been easy. I have no desire to escalate this matter. All you need to do is apologize to my student and cover some medical expenses, and we can consider this resolved, he stated succinctly. Enough with the idle chatter. If a fight is to ensue, let it begin, declared Ma Hongjun, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Very well, since you choose to spurn my goodwill. You leave me no choice, he retorted. With a whisper, he unleashed his first soul skill, the Turtle Wave Qigong, directing a stream of powerful soul energy toward Dai Mubai. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill to counter the assault. Despite Yu Zhiqiu being a level 50 soul king and a defense-type soul master, his offensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Yet, Dai Mubai found himself staggering back, feeling a tumult within. Chapter 37. Mo Feng takes action. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even the formidable Dai Mubai could not fully withstand Yu Zhiqiu's strike. Is this what a soul king is truly capable of? Tang San pondered solemnly. Until now, they had only battled opponents of similar rank, with the strongest among them, Zhao Wujin, completely overpowering their efforts. This marked their first encounter with a soul king, and they were shocked to discover that even a defensive soul king possessed such formidable offensive strength. Tang San mused quietly. Dai Mubai, Xiao Feng, you attack head-on. Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu, you flank from the sides. Fatty, you assault from above with fire, and Rong Rong, provide us with support from the rear. Tang San swiftly devised a strategy. Understood. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's 2 enhancement skills enveloped the 7. Ma Hongjun leaped atop the rooftop to unleash his Phoenix fire line. Dai Mubai executed a frontal assault, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing sought weaknesses from the sides. Tang San ensnared Yu Zhiqiu with his blue silver grass, while Mo Feng remained stationary, unperturbed. Xiao Feng, why do you remain idle? Tang San questioned, perplexed by Mo Feng's calm demeanor. You are all too slow. You cannot hope to contend with him. Stand down. I shall take this on myself, Mo Feng replied, shaking his head. Having spent 5 years at the side of Qian Renlin, he had undoubtedly encountered numerous battles against soul kings, even having slain one. What? The group stared at Mo Feng in disbelief. This was a soul king. They felt overwhelmed even as a team. How could he propose to face him alone? Xiaofeng. This is no laughing matter. That is the soul king. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Xiaofeng, now is not the time for recklessness, Tang San admonished him sternly. Perceiving his youthful exuberance, please heed what Tang San and the others say. While you are strong, your opponent is the soul king, Ning Rongrong added. Believing that Mo Feng sought to avenge her due to the opponent's earlier provocation, her voice tinged with gratitude. No, I can handle him alone. Mo Feng remained resolute, his heart unwavering. He could hardly wait to inform them that they would not comprehend his resolve. With a swift motion, Mo Feng vanished into the battlefield, instantly blending into the void. Tang San and the others were taken aback, quickly steeling themselves. Should Mo Feng falter, they would intervene immediately. They could no longer sense Mo Feng's presence. What is this boy up to? Zhao Wujie, observing from above, was equally perplexed. On the opposing side, Yi Zhiqiu's initial fury transformed into caution. He too could not detect the opponent's aura, as if he had vanished from existence. Suddenly, an unsettling dread enveloped him. A dispassionate voice resonated, and a shroud of black mist descended upon Yi Zhiqiu. What? Yi Zhiqiu felt his strength diminish significantly. His speed and attacks slowed dramatically, accompanied by a creeping sense of terror. Mo Feng wasted no words. Utilizing his third soul skill, Jumping Strike, he materialized from the void, leaping into the air to deliver a forceful blow. Bang! The soul power shield enveloping Yi Zhiqiu shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling backward, his feet skidding 3 meters along the ground before crashing down. The fear that enveloped him was a domain skill Mo Feng had developed during his training with Qian Renlin, a unique ability inherent to his martial soul. As long as the enemy did not exceed him by 2 major realms, they would succumb to fear, experiencing a 50% reduction in all physical capabilities, with their soul power operating sluggishly. Combined with Mo Feng's martial soul embodiment, the sharpness of his fist could easily pierce through Yi Zhiqiu's soul power shield, penetrating his very being. Employing his first soul skill, Manus Fist, Mo Feng observed Yi Zhiqiu staggering backward and swiftly unleashed his attack, seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was vulnerable, a lesson imparted by Qian Renlin himself. He urged, Rongrong, grant me speed. Ning Rongrong promptly activated her second soul skill, Acceleration Amplification. With her enhancement, Mo Feng dashed forward, catching up to Yi Zhiqiu and delivering a powerful punch to his head. Puff! The spikes on Mo Feng's fist brutally pierced through Yi Zhiqiu's skull. Having never encountered a life-or-death battle, Yi Zhiqiu's combat experience paled in comparison to Mo Feng, who had constantly danced on the brink of mortality. With no means to retaliate, Yi Zhiqiu fell, his head pierced through. Teacher! The students of the Tsanghue Academy watched in horror and rage as their instructor perished before their eyes, gazing at Mo Feng as if he were a demon. He actually killed the teacher? Even the onlookers were incredulous as they gazed upon Yi Zhiqiu, sprawled in a pool of blood. Homicides are a rare occurrence on the mainland. Xiao Feng, you were far too impulsive. You only needed to give him a beating. Why resort to murder? Dai Mubai looked at Mo Feng with astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Feng, while the individuals from Tsanghue Academy may not possess the best character, they do not deserve death, Tang San lamented. Killing someone is a grave matter, especially in broad daylight. Alas, Xiao Feng is still young and hot-blooded, too rash in his actions. Mo Feng himself had not anticipated that his strike would result in Yi Zhiqiu's demise. He had merely thought that this person deserved to die, wishing to shatter his skull with a single punch. Unbeknownst to him, once he activated the Fear to Sin skill, his will would lapse into a state of temporary numbness, affecting his mental clarity and thoughts. It's merely a small Tsanghue Academy. If he is dead, so be it. A soul master who fears trouble is not a good soul master. Moreover, Tsanghue Academy is hardly virtuous. Ridding the world of him could be seen as a service to the people. At that moment, Zhao Wujie appeared at the entrance, disdain evident in his voice. Zhao Wujie was also taken aback that this young man had indeed killed his opponent, and to do so by defeating someone of level 51 while being only level 34. This indicated that he had reserves of strength. The more Zhao Wujie observed Mo Feng, the more he felt satisfied, decisive in battle and composed under pressure. He bore the marks of extensive combat experience, reminiscent of his own youth. Teacher Zhao, Tang San and the others sighed in relief upon seeing Zhao Wujie. They were unaware that the mere presence of Zhao Wujie instilled within them a sense of immense safety. All right, return to rest. We must venture into the Stardow Forest tomorrow. Zhao Wujie waved his hand impatiently. The group hurriedly retreated to their end to rest. With Zhao Wujie present, there was no need for them to concern themselves further. Hey, are you from Shrek Academy so brazen as to kill our teacher and simply walk away? A student from Tsanghue Academy demanded. And what would you have us do? Join him in death? Zhao Wujie glared menacingly at the student. The Tsanghue Academy members swallowed hard, shivering as they gritted their teeth, and replied, at the very least. You must take responsibility. Humph. Here is a gold soul coin. Now be gone. Zhao Wujie begrudgingly tossed a gold soul coin at him before turning to enter the inn. 20 years ago, he had dared to kill members of the Spirit Hall. What was a mere Tsanghui Academy to him? The Tsanghui student stared at the gold soul coin at his feet, clenched his fists, picked it up reluctantly, and walked away. They could not make decisions about this matter and would have to report back to their dean. As for acquiring soul rings, given the circumstances, they were not in the mood, and with Yushicho's death, they dared not venture into the Stardew Forest recklessly. Chapter 38. An unusual aroma of heaven and earth. Stardew Forest. Imofone and his companions ran from the inn, arriving at their destination. Is this truly the Stardew Forest? Tang San gazed in awe at the vast expanse of the forest before him. It was his first visit to this place. Previously, he had acquired his first 2 spirit rings from the hunting forest in Nodding City. Apart from Xiao Wu, Daimubai, and Imofone, it was the first expedition to the Stardew Forest for the rest of the Shrek 8 monsters. After all, the initial spirit rings could be readily obtained from the hunting forest. Certain unique martial spirits, such as the blue lightning tyrant dragon, required spirit beasts with the bloodline of a subdragon for their rings, which were indeed scarce in the hunting forest. The Spirit Hall had already shown considerable benevolence by aiding ordinary civilians, and it was improbable for them to assist forces that opposed the Hall. This was my second visit here, and the sight still moved and astonished me. Daimubai observed the dense woods with utmost seriousness. Once we enter, we must exercise caution. Do not stray from your companions. The forest teems with spirit beasts, as well as countless seemingly innocuous, yet dreadfully perilous plant-type spirit beasts, Imofone warned earnestly. He had nearly lost his life here while acquiring his 3rd spirit ring, when he had accompanied Qian Renlin to this very place to obtain his 3rd spirit ring. Qian Renlin had insisted they rely on their own strength while he and the 2 titled Douluo soared above, leaving them to find spirit beasts below. Conceitedly, he believed he had absorbed much from being near Qian Renlin and felt confident in his abilities, presuming that securing a mere 1,000-year spirit ring would be a trivial endeavor. He intended to act independently, only to be reprimanded by Qian Renlin. Later, feeling resentful, he sought to prove himself by provoking a 500-year-old dark demon sword tiger alone. He was utterly outmatched, and as the sounds of battle drew nearby spirit beasts, he nearly met his demise. Had it not been for Qian Renlin's timely intervention with a beam of light that vanquished the surrounding spirit beasts, not only would he have failed to secure his 3rd spirit ring, but it was uncertain whether he would still be standing there today. After that incident, he faced severe punishment from Qian Renlin. To this day, the memory of being scorched by 10 fire element spirit masters while simultaneously being healed by 20 healing spirit masters sends chills down his spine. The experience was terrifying, more agonizing than death itself. Since then, he dared not show even a modicum of disrespect towards Qian Renlin and followed his orders without hesitation, spending 5 years shrouded in darkness. Now, a flicker of light illuminated his heart, for he had encountered Ningrongrong. As he thought of this, Imofone gazed tenderly at Ningrongrong, holding her hand tightly. She sensed his unusual demeanor and returned his gaze with affection, aware that something weighed on his mind. Yet she wisely refrained from inquiring. You are right, Imofone. Our teacher also warned me about the extreme dangers of the Stardew Forest. We must remain vigilant and cautious on this journey, Tang San stated solemnly to the group. Let us proceed. Daimubai led the way while Zhao Wujie gestured to everyone, indicating for them to follow. Daimubai forged ahead, with Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar moving in the middle. Xiao Wu danced joyfully to Tang San's left, and Imofone walked to Ning Rongrong's right, while Zhu Shiqing and Ma Hongjun brought up the rear. Zhao Wujie leisurely trailed behind them. As they journeyed, Xiao Wu frolicked as if wandering through her own backyard, but after receiving a reprimand from Tang San and Zhao Wujie, she became considerably more subdued. Suddenly, Imofone sensed movement ahead and spoke with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing promptly leaped into a tree to observe. What appeared before them was a serpent with a comb-like crest atop its head and a tail resembling that of a phoenix, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San inquired eagerly, "How long is it, and what color are its wings?" "It measures approximately 6 to 8 meters in length, and its wings are a pale red," came the reply. 6 to 8 meters with pale red wings. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake must be between 1,300 to 1,800 years old, making it perfectly suitable for Oscar's 3rd spirit ring. Tang San pondered aloud. Imofone gazed at Tang San with a hint of astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered a soul master capable of discerning the age of spirit beasts, despite not being able to pinpoint the exact year like Qian Renxue could. Nonetheless, it was quite impressive. Mo Feng silently reflected on the prowess of his teacher. In the spirit hall, one could naturally access the spirit beast compendium and age, abilities, and spirit skills inscribed by Qian Renxue. In the dream crafted by Qian Renlin, a narrative of the development of Douluo Continent unfolded. Through the power of his mental strength, he imparted certain elements into Mo Feng's sea of consciousness, which were then transcribed by Mo Feng. Thus, upon encountering the fiery-tail rooster-crowned serpent before him, he swiftly discerned that this soul beast was approximately 1,590 years old. His astuteness prevented him from vocalizing his thoughts, for doing so would have necessitated explanations he could not provide. As Tang San observed the emergence of the fiery-tail rooster-crowned serpent, he hastily interjected, and soon they managed to subdue the creature. Cease. Just as Oscar prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a sharp voice interrupted. Who are you? Zhao Wujie cast a wary gaze upon the duo of an elderly woman and a young girl. The old woman, known as Chao Tianxiang, was fortunate to be esteemed within the spirit master community, earning the title of Snake Matriarch. Ah, it is the Snake Matriarch Chao Tianxiang, Zhao Wujie remarked, his demeanor softening considerably. Tang San and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the typically domineering teacher Zhao would exhibit such humility. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed senior? It turned out that the formidable Zhao Wujie was indeed the unmoving king. The old woman sought nothing more than to claim the fiery-tail rooster-crowned serpent as her granddaughter Iran's possession, asserting that they could not slay it. Chao Tianxiang displayed no trepidation towards Zhao Wujie's formidable title. Zhao Wujie was somewhat taken aback, although she was a soul sage and her husband a soul Douluo. His understanding of her character suggested she should not be so assertive. Preposterous. This soul beast has been subdued by my student. Why should I relinquish it merely at your behest? Observing her intention to seize his student's soul ring, Zhao Wujie could no longer remain passive. Moreover, this soul beast was initially injured by the old woman. Do you truly believe you could have intercepted it otherwise? Furthermore, even if it belongs to you, what the old woman desires must be granted. Chao Tianxiang, shedding her previous amiable demeanor, spoke imperiously. Are you intending to seize it by force, esteemed senior? Zhao Wujie's expression darkened, and Tang San and his companions sensed the brewing tension. The other party was indeed intent on claiming the soul beast. And what of it? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the air. My dear, you have arrived. The speaker was none other than Long Gong Mengshu, the husband of Shipa Chao Tianxiang, a formidable soul Douluo at the 89th level. Zhao Wujie, upon witnessing the arrival of both Long Gong and Shipa, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Not only could their combined martial souls rival a titled Douluo, but Long Gong's 89th level alone was beyond his capacity to contend with. The sense of frustration was palpable for Zhao Wujie, as he was on the verge of securing a soul ring, only to be compelled to relinquish it. Yet, for the sake of his student's safety, he dared not engage. Had it been merely himself, he would have posed no fear to the adversary. Defeat would mean death. But he could escape if necessary. However, with 8 young companions in tow, he could not disregard their well-being. Let us depart, Zhao Wujie reluctantly instructed the 8 oddities. Teacher Zhao, Oscar lamented, gazing longingly at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, Let us go. There are plenty of soul beasts. Our current strength is insufficient, and all we can do is acquiesce. Hearing Tang San's words of solace, Oscar felt considerably better. Ma Hongjun and the others glared resentfully at Long Gong and Shipa. Alas, such is the lament of the weak, devoid of power. They have no recourse but to yield. Long Gong and Shipa exchanged enigmatic glances as they observed the departure. Ran, go and acquire your 3rd soul ring. Chao Tianxiang urged Ran, shaking her head. Yes, Grandma. Ran responded cheerfully as she proceeded to absorb the soul ring from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As time passed, Ran's absorption of the soul ring accelerated significantly. Finally, after half an hour, she successfully assimilated the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring. Ran, we shall escort you out of the forest. Find a place to stay for the time being. Your grandparents have a matter of great importance to attend to. Long Gong Mengshu said sternly to Ran. Grandpa, what important matter do you have? Ran inquired, puzzled. Ran, do not concern yourself with this matter. We have our own affairs to tend to, he replied. Very well, Grandpa. Please take care. Ran thought it curious that her grandfather spoke so seriously, as he had never addressed her with such gravity before. Nonetheless, she wisely refrained from pressing further. Long Gong and Shi Pe guided Meng Yi ran out of the forest, hastening towards a certain location within the Star Do forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ma Hongjun expressed his frustration. We have searched for quite a while, yet we have not found a suitable soul beast for Xiao Ao. It's all that Long Gong and Shi Pe's fault. Had they not seized Xiao Ao's soul beast, we would have already left the forest, Xiao Wu fumed. Alas, what can we do with our limited strength? Mo Feng replied with a bitter shake of his head. He understood all too well the brutal law of the jungle. Had he possessed sufficient power? Alas, Mo Feng shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Ning Rongrong, noticing Mo Feng's unusual demeanor, tightly grasped his hand. In return, Mo Feng offered her a reassuring smile. All right, everyone, let's refrain from complaints. The Stardo forest is vast. There will certainly be a suitable soul beast for Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai remarked, observing Zhao Wujie's dejected expression. He fully empathized with Zhao Wujie, for he shared a similar sentiment in the past, a feeling of helplessness. Lacking the strength to safeguard even what one possesses. Enough. The night has fallen. Let us rest here for the night and continue our search for Xiao Ao's spirit ring tomorrow. Zhao Wujie exhaled, turning to address the group. Yes, Teacher Zhao, everyone replied. They intended to take turns keeping watch, but Zhao Wujie intervened, asserting that they were merely children in need of ample rest. Given their limited strength, their watch would yield little benefit. Since he himself was not inclined to sleep, he volunteered to take the night watch. Tang San and the others did not insist on being strong. They began preparing food, knowing that rest was essential after their meal. Later, as Tang San and the others settled down to sleep, Zhao Wujie suddenly heard a call. Who? Zhao Wujie quickly rose, surveying the surroundings. Teacher Zhao, what is the matter? Is there a soul beast ambushing us? Dai Mubai and the others promptly inquired. Nothing. You all stay put. Dai Mubai, look after everyone. I need to step out for a moment, Zhao Wujie instructed them before turning to leave. What's going on with Teacher Zhao? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. I don't know. But judging by his expression, it seems something significant is afoot, Tang San remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Why overthink it? We should rest and wait for Teacher Zhao to return. With his strength, who could possibly harm him apart from the Dragon King and the Serpent Lady? Ma Hongjun declared, plopping down on the ground and waving his hand dismissively. Dragon King and Serpent Lady? Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Mo Feng exchanged worried glances. Could it really be them? Dai Mubai queried, his brow furrowed. Not necessarily. We are unaware of who the Dragon King and Serpent Lady are. However, if they are not involved, why would Teacher Zhao appear so alarmed? Tang San pondered. Mo Feng, reflecting on the day's events, felt an unsettling disquiet. Particularly when that so-called Chao Tianxiang mentioned Zhao Wujie's title of the Unmoving King and the peculiar glint in her eyes. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, Unmoving King. Zhao Wujie, Mo Feng exclaimed. Rongrong, didn't you mention that Teacher Zhao was hunted by the Spirit Hall 20 years ago? Yes. What of it? Ning Rongrong replied, gazing at Mo Feng with confusion. This is bad. Teacher Zhao is in danger. Mo Feng's pupils contracted in alarm. What? Teacher Zhao is in danger? Xiao Feng. What exactly is going on? Do you know something? The crowd, filled with confusion, turned to Mo Feng and inquired, I do not know. But surely you recall that Rongrong once mentioned how Teacher Zhao had slain many members of the Spirit Hall 2 decades ago, only to be relentlessly pursued by them, ultimately leading to an unresolved conclusion, correct? Indeed. Could it be that the Spirit Hall has come after us? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. I cannot say for certain, but I must express my unease regarding the duo I encountered today, the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Matron. They struck me as rather peculiar. If my intuition serves me well, they are likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall, or perhaps they have already allied themselves with it. Mo Feng spoke in a grave tone. He was unfamiliar with the Dragon Duke, Mengshu, nor the Serpent Matron, Chao Tianxiang, and had never heard Qian Renlin mention them in the many years they had known each other. Furthermore, he had not observed any interactions between Qian Renlin and these individuals. Most members of the Spirit Hall he had encountered alongside Qian Renlin, but the Dragon Duke and his companion had never made an appearance in the Spirit Hall. Any knowledge he possessed about them was merely gleaned from the occasional discussions of others regarding their past exploits. This indicated that they were not members of the Spirit Hall. Or perhaps they were clandestine pawns placed by the Spirit Hall on the broader stage. However, what perplexed Mo Feng was why the Spirit Hall would require the services of the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Matron. He had not heard of any significant events associated with them. What instilled fear within him was the unsettling possibility that the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Matron had already fallen under Qian Renlin's control. He recalled the serious demeanor with which Qian Renlin had urged him to infiltrate Shrek Academy, coupled with the unsettling expressions of the formidable dragon and serpent couple he had encountered today. The likelihood of this possibility loomed large in his mind. What shall we do now? Ma Hongjun inquired anxiously. Although Zhao Wuji consistently found various excuses to reprimand him, after spending so many years at Shrek, he had developed profound feelings for both Shrek and Zhao Wuji. He had come to regard Shrek as his home, and the people there as his family. Thus, upon hearing that Zhao Wuji might be pursued by the Spirit Hall, he was naturally filled with unease. Regardless of the circumstances, we ought to go and see for ourselves. If you fear for your lives, you should hasten back to Shrek. Chapter 40. The Titan Giant Ape, Part 1. Mo Feng spoke solemnly to everyone. In order to free himself from Qian Renlin's grasp, he must rely on Shrek. For the time being, nothing must happen to Shrek. Indeed, he was not under Qian Renlin's control. His mysterious spirit had shielded him from harm on 2 occasions. The first instance was when he was 6 years old, when Qian Renlin killed his grandfather and attempted to enslave him. During that ordeal, his spirit preserved the core of his consciousness. This explains why, despite his respect for Qian Renlin, he had not fully submitted to him. The second instance occurred when the 5-element soul power seed was implanted within him by Qian Renlin. Although this seed resided in his body, it was concealed in a corner by his spirit, preventing it from fully merging with his being. This is why, while others experienced a surge in power, his soul power cultivation progressed at a relatively slow pace. He currently lacked the capacity to entirely expunge the soul power seed. Even if he could, he would not dare to do so, for if Qian Renlin discovered that the soul power seed within him had lost its connection, given Qian Renlin's temperament, he would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Qian Renlin cannot tolerate anything that is beyond his control. What Mo Feng currently lacks is time, if only he is granted sufficient time. He firmly believes that he will possess the strength to expel the soul power seed that has not integrated into his being. At that point, he would only need to pay the price of an arm. I have no objections. We, the 8 monsters, are united. Shrek is our second home, and we cannot simply stand by and watch Teacher Zhao perish. Even if our strength is feeble, I must do something for Teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai declared with unwavering determination. He has completely embraced Shrek as his home. I have no objections either. Tang San hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. I will accompany you, Xiao Wu said, seeing Tang San's agreement, naturally wanting to stay by his side. Wherever Mo Feng goes, I shall follow. Ning Rongrong sweetly stated while leaning on Mo Feng's shoulder, holding his arm. Since everyone is going, I cannot leave alone. Zhu Zhuqing remarked upon noticing that everyone had made their decision. She could not abandon them, for there would be no place for her in Shrek otherwise. Even though everyone would understand her, the barriers in her heart would still remain. Then let us hurry. We have delayed long enough. Teacher Zhao has gone far. And it is likely that the fighting has already begun, Ma Hongjun said anxiously, his eyes red and his voice tinged with emotion. Everyone nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the direction Zhao Wujie had departed. Come forth. What kind of skill is hiding in the shadows? Zhao Wujie, having distanced himself from Tang San and the others by 100 li, arrived at a spacious area. He believed that at such a distance, the little monsters would remain unaffected. However, he did not consider what would happen should the 8 monsters encounter danger while he was so far away. Nor did he have any schemes to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Zhao Wujie, you remain as rough around the edges as ever. The moment I called for you, you appeared. Do you no longer care for your students? A robust man, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood with his back to Zhao Wujie. Long Gong Mingshu? Zhao Wujie never anticipated that the man who had stolen his student's soul beast during the day would summon him at night. May I inquire why you, esteemed Long Gong, have summoned me? Zhao Wujie asked, bowing with cupped hands. 20 years ago, you killed dozens from the Spirit Hall, including several soul saints, and later escaped from the hands of several titled Douluos due to your formidable defense. Ever since, the continent has bestowed upon you the title of the Unmovable King. Is this accurate? Long Gong turned to face Zhao Wujie. Indeed, esteemed senior, that is true, but it is a matter from 20 years ago, hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Wujie replied, though internally he felt a sense of vanity. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact this incident had on the honor of my Spirit Hall? Long Gong coldly addressed Zhao Wujie. Your Spirit Hall? You have actually joined the Spirit Hall? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in shock. He had not expected that the renowned Long Gong and Shi Po in the world of soul masters had secretly allied with the Spirit Hall. When did this transpire? No wonder. The esteemed serpent matriarch has remarkably ascended from the soul emperor to the soul sage rank in a mere span of time. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened as he spoke. Long Gong Mengshu has not intervened on the main road for many years, thus the extent of his power remains a mystery. However, the serpent matriarch is different. She has frequently punished nefarious individuals for the sake of common soul masters, and many are aware of her soul power level. This has left Zhao Wujia perplexed, as she had been a 67th level soul emperor just a year ago, and now, astonishingly, she has reached the 71st level of soul sage. This complicates matters. For the martial soul fusion technique of Long Gong and the serpent matriarch could already rival that of the title Douluo level, and with her elevation to soul sage, Long Gong's strength has also intensified, likely augmenting the potency of their combined martial soul technique. Zhao Wujia clenched his teeth, thinking, grateful to my master for his favor. I am now one of the 10 heavenly swords of the net. When speaking of his master, Long Gong exhibited a marked increase in reverence. The net? Zhao Wujia's eyes darted. He was unaware of any such organization within the Spirit Hall. Enough of this idle chatter, my old companion. Let us commence, Mengshu instructed. The serpent matriarch emerged from the shadows beside Long Gong, and the two promptly initiated their martial soul fusion technique. They dared not underestimate Zhao Wujia, especially since their master had tasked them with capturing him alive. A few days prior, while in their own residence, a self-proclaimed son of the Spirit Hall had intruded upon their chamber, attempting to recruit them. They held their own familial allegiance and disapproved of the Spirit Hall's practices. Thus they refused to join. However, the intruder was overpowering. One of them had their martial soul fusion technique shattered, suffering a backlash of soul power. The assailant then forcefully compelled them to meet the gaze of the son of the Spirit Hall, and that was the end of the encounter. They became one of the heavenly killers of the net, alongside the earth killers. The assailant's initial directive was for them to remain active in the Star Do Great Forest, a gathering place for thousand-year soul beasts. They were informed that a fugitive, long pursued by the Spirit Hall, would soon enter the forest, and their mission was to capture this individual alive. Yet, they were provided with scant information regarding the fugitive's strength, identity, name, or appearance. They dared not inquire further and had to rely on their family's influence to investigate all individuals hunted by the Spirit Hall over the past decades. This explains why the serpent matriarch became so formidable upon hearing of the infamous unmoved Ming Wang, Zhao Wujia's reputation. They dared not defy the commands of Qian Renlin. Chapter 41, Titan Giant Ape, Part 2, Damn it. Zhao Wujia observed the formidable stance of his opponents, clearly intent on leaving no room for mercy in their pursuit to defeat him. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul Manifestation. Roar. Zhao Wuqi's physique has expanded, his muscles swollen, and his appearance resembles that of a formidable black bear. The 4th Soul Skill has locked onto a target, while the 5th Soul Skill initiates pursuit. Zhao Wuqi is inherently inclined to strike first, preferring not to adopt a passive stance. In an instant, he unleashes his martial soul's true form, immediately fixing his gaze upon the serpent lady and swiftly teleports towards her. With a resounding thud, as Zhao Wuqi approaches the serpent lady, a tremendous backlash force propels him away. Was that the power of a martial soul fusion technique? His face darkens as he rises from the ground. As a powerful assault-type battle spirit sage, he is naturally at a disadvantage against a control-type opponent, especially one as formidable as a soul de law. Compounded by the martial soul fusion technique, it seems he might not escape this encounter unscathed. Zhao Wuqi, our master wishes to see you. Come with us, and I may spare your life. At this moment, the martial soul fusion technique of Dream Shu manifests as a colossal serpent, its head resembling that of a dragon. Its body is snake, with 4 limbs beneath it. Its mouth slightly ajar. Dream Shu's voice resonates from within. You wish to see me? If I accompany you, my fate shall rest in your hands, be it life or death. Zhao Wuqi retorts with a cold laugh. He is not one to cower in fear. Rather, he is unwilling to meet his demise in such a humiliating manner. Even in death, he would prefer to choose the path of battle. Come, let me witness the might of a martial soul fusion technique that can rival a title de law. Zhao Wuqi exclaims with bold laughter, his foot stamping down to create a deep crater in the earth. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, he declares as the martial soul fusion technique. The twin blades of dragon and serpent materializes, The combined form of the Dragon King and Serpent Lady suddenly morphs into a dragon and a serpent, entwining and advancing towards Zhao Wuqi with lethal intent. Zhao Wuqi's expression shifts to one of alarm. Should he become ensnared, his demise would be inevitable. The sixth soul skill. The mighty diamond roar is unleashed as Zhao Wuqi's legs sink, reverberating through the forest with an earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others, rushing to the scene, are taken aback. That's Teacher Zhao's soul skill, the mighty diamond roar? This is bad. Teacher Zhao is engaged in combat. Could it be with the spirit hall? Ma Hongjuan's anxious face turned pale. Regardless of the identity, Teacher Zhao is in peril. We must hurry, Tang San exclaimed with urgency. The pace of Dai Mubai and the others quickened. Zhao Wujia's formidable golden roar merely momentarily halted the fusion technique of the Dragon King and Serpent Queen. Yet it continued its relentless assault towards him. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujia unleashed his first soul skill, the indomitable body of King Ming, causing his physique to swell further. Enveloped by a protective layer of soul power. In that critical moment, the fusion technique of Meng Shu collided with Zhao Wujia, shattering his protective barrier instantaneously, disintegrating his martial soul and fracturing his arms. Zhao Wujia screamed in agony, just as his limbs were on the verge of being severed. A thunderous roar resonated through the air. The fusion technique of the Dragon King and Serpent Queen fractured immediately, sending the duo hurtling backward in disarray. Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang, filled with dread, gazed towards the source of the roar, only to behold a colossal stone giant before them. The Titan Great Ape. The three exclaimed in astonishment. However, the Dragon King and his partner spoke in fear, while Zhao Wujia sighed in relief, grateful that he would not be left in a state of dismemberment to suffer a slow death. The Titan Great Ape disregarded the trio, swatting them away with a single swipe, and continued its advance. The Dragon King and his partner were violently thrown to the ground, while Zhao Wujia lay unconscious. Meng Shu, witnessing Zhao Wujia's fate and his own grievous injuries, struck the ground in frustration. Damn it! Not only have I failed to complete the master's task of capturing Zhao Wujia, but I am also severely injured. It may take months to recover. How am I to report to the master now? Meng Shu lamented with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape continued its charge forward, its expression a mix of urgency and excitement. What is that? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the enormous stone giant. What kind of soul beast is this? Dai Mubai echoed in disbelief. That is the Titan Great Ape, 100,000-year soul beast, Mo Feng remarked, equally astonished, as it was his first encounter with such a creature. He had only learned about it while compiling the Soul Beast Compendium for Qian Renlin. 100,000-year soul beast? The group gasped in shock. But this is not our primary concern right now. We need to think about how to handle this situation as it approaches us, Mo Feng stated. Glancing at the oblivious group. At this moment, we should not be marveling at its astonishing presence, he continued. Indeed. How could a 100,000-year soul beast appear at the forest's edge? Tang San said, his voice tinged with dread. What are we to do now? Dai Mubai found himself devoid of authority at that moment. Escape was no longer an option. I will distract it. You all flee towards the forest. Spoke Mo Feng with a resolute demeanor. Absolutely not. That is far too perilous. If we are to leave, we must depart together, if death awaits. It shall claim us all, Ning Rongrong declared, gripping Mo Feng's arm with urgency. Indeed, we, the Shrek 8 monsters, are united. How can we sacrifice a comrade for our own survival? Dai Mubai asserted solemnly. Yes, we are one. If we leave together. If we perish together. We cannot allow you to face danger alone. Tang San nodded in agreement with Dai Mubai's sentiments. Mo Feng gazed at the faces before him, an unfamiliar warmth enveloping his heart. This was the first time he felt such warmth. Previously, he had only experienced the chill alongside Qian Renlin. Enough of this talk of life and death. We must depart swiftly, otherwise, it will be too late. You should head to the previous inn. If I survive, seek Teacher Zhao. If I do not return after one cycle, you should return to Shrek, Mo Feng said with a smile, his tone buoyant. He then turned towards the Titan Giant Ape, leaving the seven in silent contemplation. This is unacceptable. It is far too dangerous. We cannot allow him to take such risks alone, Ning Rongrong insisted, attempting to follow Mo Feng. No, even if we go together, it would lead to our demise. We cannot squander the opportunity that Xiao Feng has afforded us. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Moreover, we must trust Xiao Feng. He will return safely, Oscar interjected, grasping Ning Rongrong's hand. Indeed, Oscar is right. Even if we go as one, facing a 10,000-year soul beast would be futile. We cannot betray Xiaofeng's intentions, Tang San added. How can you all be so cowardly? Xiaofeng is willing to sacrifice himself so that you may survive. Yet you falter? If you will not go, I shall, Ning Rongrong cried, breaking free from Oscar's grasp and turning towards Mo Feng. The others exchanged glances, torn. I will go too. I cannot bear to watch them perish while I remain alive. Oscar hesitated for a fleeting moment before following Ning Rongrong. Xiaoyao, return. Rongrong. Come back. Tang San called out anxiously. Let us go, Xiao San. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's hand. Very well, you all return. I shall accompany them. Tang San gritted his teeth and joined them. Xiao Wu naturally followed Tang San. Fatty, take Shuqing and return. As your leader, I cannot idly witness their demise. Damubai said, turning to Ma Hongjun, who also turned to follow. Dai boss, wait for me. I shall go too. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhu Shiqing, who likewise chose to follow. Oh dear. Zhu Shiqing quickly followed suit. Regarding the settings of this book, since I am publishing it on Qidian, those who subscribe cannot see this chapter, thus, I will reiterate. My premise states that Tang San is 1 month older than the protagonist, while Qian Renxue is 3 years a senior. I have made adjustments to Qian Renxue's age, so there is no need to inquire further about the age differences between Tang San and Qian Renxue. The characters will not exhibit a lack of intelligence. However, as this is my first attempt at writing, my prose may not fully convey the sentiments I wish to express. Readers may find it somewhat awkward or even toxic. Prepare yourselves accordingly, but I shall strive to avoid such pitfalls. I will not inflate the word count unnecessarily, nor will I undermine supporting characters to elevate the protagonist. The protagonist possesses a cold demeanor, marked by ruthlessness and a hint of selfishness, and will not engage in comedic antics. The author personally disdains foolish protagonists. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that the protagonist is a tyrant, a villain of the purest kind. In his worldview, everything ought to belong to him. If he desires something, he will seize it directly, even employing certain methods to do so. Therefore, for those who favor a more virtuous narrative, I advise you against reading further, as the synopsis and title make the nature of the story abundantly clear. Why then? Do some still claim the protagonist is cruel or dark? If you cannot accept a character who embodies darkness, even to the extent of taking a life, I implore you, please refrain from reading. The synopsis prohibits the inclusion of certain elements, which is why I have not stated them explicitly, but one can deduce the genre from the title. This is akin to critiquing a tyrant for not being a benevolent ruler. You are aware of his nature yet still expect him to embody compassion. Hence, please refrain from commenting on the protagonist's darkness or cruelty. If this genre does not suit your taste, there are countless fanfictions featuring Tang San as a brother for your enjoyment. Moreover, this book has no female lead, no female lead, no female lead. However, should the protagonist encounter an attractive woman, as you desire, he may claim her. Yet devoid of any emotional attachment, devoid of emotional attachment, devoid of emotional attachment. I emphasize this point thrice for clarity. The protagonist is not a eunuch. He is not a eunuch. He is not a eunuch. And this book is not a eunuch narrative. This is not a eunuch narrative. This is not a eunuch narrative. Chapter 42, The Soul-Forging Furnace. The martial soul branch of the Tiando Empire Qian Renlin was reminiscing with his sister. Despite their scarce encounters over the past 5 years, their bond remained as strong as ever. Sister, how do you find Tiando City? He inquired. Quite delightful. I enjoy their cuisine and amenities, and I relish my freedom. Qian Renxue replied with a smile. That's reassuring. Sister, rest assured, it won't be long before our spirit hall unifies the continent, Qian Renlin said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Qian Renxue felt a tinge of surprise. From the moment she was assigned to masquerade as Shuqinghe, she understood that the spirit hall had grand schemes at play. However, what perplexed her was her brother's unwavering confidence. Sister, do not burden yourself with pressure these years. Consider it a journey of leisure, a chance to relax. Even if discovered, it matters not. Ah, by the way, I must commend you. The red wine you crafted is quite delightful. Well then, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, simply channel your soul power into this necklace, and I shall sense it, Qian Renlin stated. Rising while handing Qian Renxue a necklace, the exterior of the necklace bore no remarkable features. Yet the crystal at its center was a communication device forged by Qian Renlin within the realm of the 5 elements, capable of transmitting thoughts directly to him when infused with soul power. With Qian Renlin's keen insight and talent, he meticulously developed every facet of his soul skills, sparing not a shred of soul power. Qian Renxue, momentarily taken aback, nodded, and adorned the necklace around her neck. The urgency with which Qian Renlin departed stemmed from the recent communication he had received via the crystal message he sent to Meng Shu, informing him of the mission's failure. He felt compelled to ascertain the circumstances behind such a setback, particularly why even a soul sage could not be subdued. On the outskirts of the Stardow forest, the Titan giant ape contemplated swatting the small creatures before him with a single blow. However, upon meeting the gaze of Xiao Wu, it hesitated. As a being with 100,000 years of wisdom, it possessed intelligence that rivaled that of humans. With a swift motion, it seized Xiao Wu and retreated to a safer distance. Tang San and his companions anxiously paced in place. "Calm down, Xiao San. We must first locate Teacher Zhao," said one of them. "No, I must rescue Xiao Wu. She is my only family besides my father. I cannot stand idly by while she is devoured by a soul beast," Tang San declared, sprinting towards the direction where Xiao Wu had been taken. "What should we do? Big brother die?" Ma Hongjun asked urgently. "With Teacher Zhao's fate uncertain and Xiao Wu captured, we cannot neglect either of them. I will pursue Tang San." "You all must search for Teacher Zhao," Mo Feng asserted, making his way after Tang San. Dai Mubai and the others could only fidget in frustration. "Rong, we must trust Xiao Feng. We have no other recourse," Dai Mubai urged as he grasped Ning Rongrong's arm. "But Xiao Feng," Ning Rongrong said, her anxiety palpable. As a support-type soul master, she felt powerless. "We should listen to Xiao Feng. He has always been decisive." "I believe he will be fine," Dai Mubai replied with conviction. "Indeed, Rong, we must have faith in Xiao Feng and not add to his burdens," Ma Hongjun and the others echoed, their determination evident in their gazes. "Grandpa Jian, why do you not come for me?" Ning Rongrong lamented, her eyes red from crying, longing for the presence of the beloved sword Douluo during this dire moment. "Let us heed Xiao Feng's guidance and search for Teacher Zhao. We shall wait for Xiao Feng here," Dai Mubai remarked, marking a tree before leading the group to seek out Zhao Wujia. "What is happening?" In a mansion within Heavendo City, Qian Renlin furrowed his brow as he gazed at Ming Shu, who lay upon the bed. "Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over capturing a soul sage?" "My lord, it is my fault for not executing the task effectively," the subordinate replied. "We intended to subdue Zhao Wujia, but suddenly a colossal stone giant appeared, disrupting the fusion of our martial souls and casting us out of the forest periphery with a mere swipe of its hand." "The stone giant? What is its cultivation level?" Qian Renlin inquired, his gaze intense. "Over 100,000 years," came the reply. "Is it this?" Qian Renlin conjured a model of a soul beast using the quintessence of the 5 elemental powers, pointing towards it and declaring, "Indeed, master, it is he, the Titan Great Ape." Qian Renlin fell into deep contemplation, nearly forgetting that Xiao Wu was also present at that moment. It appeared that Heir Ming had detected the sin of Xiao Wu's rabid essence and sought her out. "This matter is not entirely your fault, nonetheless. You have failed to accomplish my task. Considering your unwavering loyalty to me, I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's confinement in the Soul Forging Tower. Are you agreeable to this?" Qian Renlin spoke in a calm tone. "Thank you, master. We are in agreement," Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch exhaled in relief. They were well aware of their master's temperament, and they were likely the first to fail a mission without facing annihilation. The Soul Forging Tower, after all, is a valuable asset. As long as one possesses a strong will to resist the temptation of self-destruction, emerging from it will only benefit the body. And one's soul power level may even increase. The Soul Forging Tower was a venue transformed from the 5 elements domain that Qian Renlin had developed a few years prior, primarily designed to punish those whose transgressions were not fatal yet remained utterly loyal to him. Those who entered would constantly endure the torment of searing flames, thunderous strikes, and metallic lacerations, all while being simultaneously rejuvenated by the potent life force of wood attributes and nourished by the energies of water attributes. Those who emerged from such an ordeal would invariably exclaim in ecstasy. However, the experience within was excruciating, far more brutal than any form of torture. Akin to a fate worse than death, many had previously succumbed to the agony, resorting to suicide through methods such as biting their tongues, crashing against walls, or even tearing themselves apart. As for the reason for such primitive methods of demise, it was simply because all who entered would have their soul power sealed by the title Douluo. The notion of self-detonating one's soul power? Utterly impossible, unless one could break through to title Douluo while inside. Based on Qian Renlin's calculations, Dragon Lord, currently at level 89 Soul Douluo, should be able to attain title Douluo upon entering. This was also the reason why Qian Renlin had refrained from killing him outright. Title Douluo experts are a cornerstone presence anywhere, even in a formidable establishment such as the Spirit Hall. Losing one would be a significant loss. In the Stardow Forest, Tang San watched the Titan giant ape retreating further away, hastily entwining the surrounding trees with his blue-silver grass, then launching himself from the blue-silver grass. With a thud, the Titan giant ape swatted him away. Ming, you cannot lay a hand on my friend, Xiao Wu exclaimed, perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, visibly displeased. Roar, roar, roar. Are you saying you merely knocked him unconscious? Did you not harm him? She continued. That is unacceptable. This forest is perilous. What if he is devoured by a soul beast? The Titan giant ape paused, contemplating. Indeed, in such a dangerous place. What if a human falls unconscious and is consumed? Ming scratched his head sheepishly, waving his hand as dozens of trees fell to the ground, encircling Tang San protectively. With a mighty roar, he declared this area off-limits to any soul beasts. However, they were unaware that a cunning spider had also been ensnared within the confines. Chapter 43, The Soul Guidance Canon Spirit Hall. Your Highness, the Son of the Hall, we have succeeded. Success. Gui Douluo burst into the Holy Sun's hall, calling out to the contemplative Qian Renlin. Oh, whoosh. Qian Renlin swiftly dashed out of the Holy Sun Palace, heading towards the outer city. The Holy Sun, ever so spirited and enigmatic, shook his head with a smile. Qian Renlin has always held a profound respect for the concept of time since childhood and does not permit his subordinates to dawdle in their tasks. Within the outer city of the Spirit Hall, in the surrounding area, lies the Prince Hall. Ignoring the surrounding bowing attendants, Qian Renlin entered a towering structure of vibrant crimson. Elderly, how fares it? He inquired. Your Highness, after dedicating 5 years to the model you entrusted to us, we have finally developed the preliminary soul power cannon. Li Si responded, his voice brimming with excitement. Have you tested it? What is its power? Qian Renlin pressed. Indeed, we have conducted tests. And its might rivals the strongest strike of a soul king specializing in assault. It can be fired after charging for 3 breaths, with a cooldown period of 60 breaths. Li Si replied eagerly. Lead me to see it, Qian Renlin urged, suppressing his own exhilaration. This way, Your Highness, Li Si gestured, guiding him into a testing chamber on the first floor of the refining tower. The chamber, entirely forged from fine steel, spanned over 1,000 square meters. At its center stood a cannon, not merely a cannon but a soul engineer's cannon, crafted from the soul power condensed through Qian Renlin's mastery of the 5 elements. After acquiring his 3rd soul ring, he had transformed numerous locations through the realm of the 5 elements, including the former soul refining tower and this very refining tower, alongside a myriad of other edifices. With Qian Renlin's current domain extending to 1,200 meters, the refining tower encompassed an impressive 8,000 square meters, twice the size of the Pope's Hall. 5 years ago, Qian Renlin harnessed the quintessence of the 5 elemental soul powers to forge a formidable soul cannon. Subsequently, Elderly, tasked with the creation of the soul guidance device, utilized this model to construct a soul cannon. With a wealth of historical knowledge regarding the development of Douluo Continent, Qian Renlin provided the foundational model of the soul cannon, leading to Li Si's triumphant creation of the soul guidance device we behold today. It is noteworthy that the art of crafting soul guidance devices had been lost for millennia, thus, their successful creation of such a device, through theoretical frameworks and Qian Renlin's soul cannon, evokes tremendous excitement and elation. This accomplishment heralds the potential resurgence of the martial soul hall's former glory. While the current soul cannon is merely a first-tier device with soul power at the rank of Soul King, one cannot help but ponder the future possibilities. Even if it is just a first-tier soul cannon, the production of thousands or even tens of thousands could obliterate all factions across the Douluo Continent. Moreover, with this successful prototype, the prospect of developing more potent soul cannons and other soul guidance devices, such as laser cannons, aircraft carriers, spaceships, and even soul-guided swords, akin to lightsabers, becomes tantalizingly real. Might there even be the potential to create a soul power net enveloping the entire continent? Is mass production feasible? Qian Renlin inquired, swallowing hard. Indeed, the materials required for this first-tier soul cannon are not exorbitantly priced. With sufficient iron essence, diamonds, and ethereal wood, we could produce as many as desired. The primary challenge lies in the extensive resources and finances consumed during the research of the soul guidance device, Li Si replied, filled with admiration. Since Qian Renlin began his journey, he has made innumerable contributions to the martial soul hall, significantly enhancing its revenue through innovative commercial strategies by over 20-fold. To put this into perspective, the monthly income in gold soul coins reaches astronomical figures. were it not for Qian Renlin's ingenious financial methods. The Martial Soul Hall would have been reluctant to independently pursue the development of soul guidance devices. The mere research of this soul cannon has cost 500 million gold soul coins. Given the disposition of the Martial Soul Hall, such extravagant expenditures would typically be relegated to subordinate factions. Beyond financial acumen, Qian Renlin's unique soul techniques have empowered previously combat-inept support-type soul masters to rival their attack-type counterparts of equal rank. Many of his dazzling soul techniques have become highly sought after by the Martial Soul Hall's performance troupe. Furthermore, his research into soul power condensation methods has significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of soul masters. All of these advancements have been classified as secretive teachings, accessible only to those within the Martial Soul Hall or individuals who have made sufficient contributions. Now, Qian Renlin has bestowed upon the Martial Soul Hall yet another monumental surprise by successfully creating a soul guidance device. Upon hearing the news from the Forging Tower, individuals from the Hall of Offerings and the Papal Hall flocked to witness this marvel. Haha, truly, my grandson is exceptional, blessed with extraordinary talent. Boomed Qian Daoliu's laughter. Liner is indeed a great fortune for our Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Qian Renlin's hair and added, the Crown Prince possesses remarkable talents. With ambitions that span the heavens and the earth, he is a person of profound knowledge, well-versed in both ancient and modern wisdom, transcending the ordinary. His Highness the Holy Sun is truly a paragon of wisdom and knowledge, possessing unparalleled talent and scholarly depth. With the Holy Sun, the world shall be united. The other offerings and titled Douluos sing his praises without restraint. Enough with the flattery. It would be more beneficial to contribute to the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin remarked impatiently, waving his hand. You are indeed correct, Your Highness. Starting tomorrow, I shall remain in the Refinement Tower to study soul-guiding devices alongside Elderly, declared a level 95 Super Douluo, clapping his hands in agreement. Indeed, from tomorrow onward, I shall personally pursue the fugitives of the Spirit Hall. Another level 92 title Douluo quickly added. Excellent. I shall. The remaining title Douluos, upon hearing Qian Renlin's words, expressed their eagerness to contribute to the Spirit Hall. Seeing their enthusiasm, Bibi Dong smiled and remarked, with such zeal, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. Let us commence today. Very well. From this day forth, I shall move into the Refinement Tower. The level 95 title Douluo initially paused, then promptly responded. Indeed, Elder Fingyun's words ring true. I shall begin investigating the fugitives of the Spirit Hall at once, the level 92 title Douluo said, turning to leave. Yes, we too shall. Qian Daolu and the multitude of worshippers observed their eager demeanor with amusement. Qian Renlin smiled, and so did Bibi Dong with a soft chuckle. Very well, starting tomorrow. Elder Fenglin shall collaborate with Elderly on the development of soul-guiding devices. There is no rush for other matters. Let us first manufacture the simplest of storage soul-guiding devices. Qian Renlin addressed them. Given the current strength of the Spirit Hall, there is no immediate need for offensive soul-guiding devices. Many within the Spirit Hall still lack storage soul-guiding devices, so this should be our preliminary focus. After all, 99% of the external world remains without soul-guiding devices, and many families have relegated storage soul-guiding devices to the status of heirlooms. Qian Renlin pondered. Considering that aside from storing items, these devices serve little else, it would be prudent to produce them for sale, utilizing others' funds to further research soul-guiding devices. Indeed, Your Highness, we shall not let you down, Elderly responded, casting a glance at Elder Fengyun, hesitating momentarily before speaking hastily. However, the creation of storage soul-guiding devices is quite challenging, especially as we lack both materials and methodologies. It seems we may need to expend a few storage soul-guiding devices first, Li Si mused, furrowing his brow. Chapter 44. The Showdown in the Stardow Forest. Tang San trudged onward, beset by a 3-meter-tall black spider trailing behind him, amidst debris scattered from the battle. Xiao San, how are you? Xiao Feng, what brings you here? Where are Dai Da and the others? Tang San queried, gazing at Mo Feng with a puzzled expression. Dai Da and the others returned to the town first. We couldn't bear to leave you, so I followed you here, Mo Feng replied, shaking his head. You've been with me all this time? So you were just here? Tang San asked in astonishment. Indeed, I witnessed your battle just now. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Managing to absorb the 1,000-year soul-devouring spider at a higher level, Mo Feng remarked. He had observed the entire confrontation between Tang San and the soul-devouring spider, and it was he who roused Tang San from his stupor. curious about the capabilities of this inherently full soul power with the blue-silver grass martial spirit. He had been prepared to intervene had Tang San faltered. Ultimately, he was not disappointed, as Tang San, with his 29th level soul power, triumphed over the 3,000-year soul-devouring spider, even breaking through the 30-level bottleneck during the encounter, absorbing the soul ring at a higher level. This soul-devouring spider was certainly not the same as the 1,000-year face spider from the original tale. A few days prior, Qian Renlin had specifically instructed the members of the Luo network to capture all the 1,000-year spiders within the Stardow Forest. Now, all 1,000-year face spiders from the Stardow Forest resided in the soul-hunting forest of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin's actions were solely aimed at undermining Tang San's opportunity to acquire the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Little did Qian Renlin anticipate that due to Mo Feng's covert intervention, Tang San successfully triumphed over a 3,000-year-old soul-devouring spider, and as a twist of fate, he obtained a 3,000-year-old trunk bone. Are you saying that you were secretly assisting me during that battle? Tang San questioned, puzzled by how effortlessly he had vanquished the soul-devouring spider. I merely unleashed a slight touch of fear to influence its psyche. The victory was entirely yours. Mo Feng replied, shaking his head dismissively. Now that you've acquired your 3rd soul ring, we should seek out Teacher Zhao. Little Wu should be fine. How do you know Little Wu will be all right? Tang San inquired, bewildered. Little San, do you trust me? Mo Feng asked seriously, locking eyes with Tang San. Of course, Little Feng. We are brothers, comrades. I absolutely trust you, Tang San responded, albeit still confused. Little San, this matter must remain a secret, Mo Feng insisted. Biting his lip. All right, but I am a member of the Spirit Hall, Mo Feng declared solemnly. What? You are? Tang San exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall, Mo Feng interjected quickly. I came to Shrek due to a mission assigned to me by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. However, my heart is not with the Spirit Hall. I constantly yearn to escape its grasp. Yet, my powers are insufficient, and I am at a loss for what to do. Little Feng, do you have something weighing on your mind? You can confide in me. Also, do you know anything about Little Wu's situation? Little San, my grandfather was killed by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin, who also seeks to enslave me. By the way, Qian Renlin possesses a particularly terrifying ability to enslave others. You must never gaze into his eyes should you encounter him, Mo Feng said, his eyes glistening with emotion. What? Enslave others? The Spirit Hall is that formidable? Tang San exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Indeed. I am a member of the Spirit Hall, but for now, please do not divulge this to the Dean or Big Brother Dai. I trust your integrity and character. Do you love Little Wu? Little Feng, what are you joking about? Little Wu is my sister. You harbor feelings for Little Wu that transcend mere sibling affection. You may not realize it yet, but I can see through you, Mo Feng said, taking a deep breath. Little Wu is a transformed being of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What? Little Feng, you must be joking. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. I am not jesting. Little Wu is a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit in transformation, as confirmed by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. And about your mother. My mother? Xiaofeng, do you know the identity of my mother? Tang San anxiously grasped Mo Feng's arm and inquired. Indeed, Little San, your mother is the legendary blue-silver emperor, a soul beast of 100,000 years. After transforming, she encountered your father, Tang Hao, and the two fell in love, ultimately giving birth to you. Your martial spirit is not merely blue-silver grass. It is the illustrious blue-silver emperor of 100,000 years, Mo Feng stated, gazing intently into Tang San's eyes. Your mother sacrificed herself to the Spirit Hall 10 years ago for your father's sake. As for your father, Tang Hao, he is no ordinary man. He is the younger brother of the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect, renowned as the youngest title Douluo in history. Tang San could hardly fathom that his seemingly disheveled father was actually a formidable title Douluo, and the youngest one at that. Then why does my father appear so dejected? Initially, he even discouraged me from becoming a soul master, Tang San queried, perplexed. Because of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? Indeed. Your mother was coerced into sacrifice by the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, who is also the biological father of the Spirit Hall's saint. For the sake of your father. Although your father avenged your mother by slaying the former Pope and ascended to the rank of title Douluo. This incident led to the closure of the Haotian sect. Our enemies are all associated with the Spirit Hall, thus, we must strive to grow stronger and ultimately exact revenge on the Spirit Hall for our loved ones. As for your father's prolonged absence, I suspect it is due to him evading the Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit. Regarding your feelings of despondency, it may stem from the circumstances surrounding your mother. Mo Feng gently patted Tang San's shoulder, affirming, I, Tang San, swear that I shall not rest until the Spirit Hall is obliterated. I will not live as a mere mortal. With tears welling in his eyes, Tang San pressed his fingers deeply into his palm. Mo Feng could wholly empathize with Tang San's anguish, as his own grandfather had been slain before his very eyes by Qian Renlin. Although it was the ghost Douluo who delivered the fatal blow, he merely acted under Qian Renlin's orders. The Spirit Hall is a formidable behemoth, with title Douluo-level experts in abundance. Given their current strength, even a single warrior from the Spirit Hall could annihilate them in the Shrek Academy. He did not wish to bring misfortune upon Shrek, especially since he was unaware that Xiao Wu's mother had also fallen victim to the Spirit Hall. In his eyes, only Tang San shared a vendetta against the Spirit Hall. Tang San deserves to know his true lineage. And Mo Feng has gleaned insights about the Haotian sect's origins and capabilities within the Spirit Hall. Given time to develop, the Haotian sect could indeed rival the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Tang Hao's potential, if afforded time, could reach heights comparable to Tang Chun and Qian Daolu. This understanding prompted Mo Feng to reveal the truth to Tang San. As he recognized that his own power alone could not contend with the Spirit Hall, even the terror of Qian Renlin was daunting. He sought to leverage the strength of the Haotian sect alongside Tang Hao's prowess. However, unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao had already been incapacitated by Qian Daolu, rendering him incapable of cultivating spirit power for the rest of his life. Chapter 45. Years of time after opening his heart, Mo Feng felt a tremendous relief. He had harbored these sentiments for far too long. Following his candid exchange with Tang San, he felt invigorated, and his spirit power had reached the 35th level. Although Tang San was burdened by the revelations of his heritage, he understood that now was not the time to confront the Spirit Hall. He needed time to grow. Upon learning that Xiao Wu was safe, he felt a sense of ease. His primary focus now was to find Zhao Wujie alongside Mo Feng. Mo Feng and Tang San searched the outskirts of the Star Doe forest for a period until they finally discovered Zhao Wujie, who had been buried in a pit. Zhao Wujie's body was severely injured, with multiple fractures and missing arms. Tang San, Mo Feng said with sorrow as he gazed at Zhao Wujie, Teacher Zhao, please wake up. Mo Feng, there is still breath in Teacher Zhao. We must carry him out of the forest and regroup with Dai Mubai. Tang San replied calmly. All right, Mo Feng said, hoisting Zhao Wujie onto his back as they made their way toward the nearby town beyond the forest. Dai Mubai? Little San, you are safe. Where is Xiao Wu? This is Teacher Zhao. What has happened, Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai initially sighed in relief upon seeing Tang San and Mo Feng return unscathed. But then he noticed Zhao Wujie's presence behind Mo Feng and exclaimed in shock, we do not know either. After we found Teacher Zhao, we immediately regrouped with you. Let us first return to Shrek and discuss this with the Dean. All right, Xiao Ao, gather the others. We shall return to Shrek at once. Yes, Boss Dai. At the entrance of Shrek, a throng clad in blue uniforms encircled the academy. Where is your Dean? Come out. What nonsense is this, Shrek? It appears to be the Academy of Evil Soul Masters. Who is your Dean? Come out. You think you can escape after killing our Academy's teacher? Come out. If Shrek does not provide us with an explanation, there is no need for this so-called Academy to continue operating. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall's prohibition against large-scale combat on the continent, and the two empires' restrictions on soul masters engaging in personal duels, they would have stormed in long ago. I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Do you have any evidence that our students killed your teacher from Tsanghue Academy? Flinder emerged from within the academy, addressing the crowd, his 7 spirit rings fluctuating behind him. Humph, just a soul sage, and you think you're impressive? Does having a soul sage present give you the right to kill our Tsanghue Academy's teachers? An elderly man with white hair scoffed from the front of the crowd. It is you, Shernyan, Flinder replied, his tone stiff. It was evident that Shernyan and Flinder had been longtime adversaries. Humph. Flinder, I see you have regressed over the years. What? Have you established some monstrous academy in this dilapidated place? Shernyan sneered coldly. You, old fool? Were never my match in the past, and you still aren't now. What? Do you wish to fight? Flinder regarded him with disdain. I did not come seeking a fight. But one of your academy's martial souls, that of Amantis, has killed one of our teachers. You must provide an explanation for this, or I will expose the matter throughout the continent. I wonder how Shrek will continue to exist then. A martial soul of Amantis? Could it be Xiao Feng? Why would he kill someone? Flinder pondered in confusion. What do you intend to do? Flinder inquired, his expression turning grim. I will not make things difficult for you. Songhue Academy is not unreasonable. Simply hand over the one who killed our teacher. Qianrenlin silently thought, a 12-year-old with a 33rd rank battle spirit. If I could recruit him to Songhue Academy. Impossible. Flinder refused without hesitation. Though he was frugal, he could not betray his own student for his own safety. Then do not blame me if I publicize this matter. By the way, I have also inquired about your academy's vice dean. I hear that the Spirit Hall has been searching for him recently, Qianrenlin remarked with a smile. Flinder found himself in a precarious situation. Shrek had already been disregarded. And now the opposing side held leverage over him. Oh, do you intend to execute the son-in-law of my 7 treasures glazed tile school? At that moment, a voice of formidable authority resonated, inquiring, who are you? The individual known as Qianrenlin glared at the newcomer with evident hostility. Are you deaf? He retorted. Dean. This person just claimed to be from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Qianrenlin exclaimed, his face paling in shock. I am uncertain which esteemed elder from the 7 treasures glazed tile school you may be, he cautiously inquired. I am the sword Douluo, Qian. The sword Douluo replied as he approached, followed by the Shrek 7 Monsters. Since Ning Rongrong and her companions had departed the forest, they had sent word to her father, Ning Fengji, from a nearby town. However, due to Ning Rongrong's well-being and the delays caused by Tang Hao's circumstances, Tang San and the others encountered the sword Douluo on their way back to Shrek. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie's grievous injuries and feeling anxious about Ning Rongrong, the sword Douluo resolved to escort them back to Shrek personally. As soon as they returned to Shrek, they were confronted with this situation. The sword Douluo had also heard from Rongrong about the matter concerning Mo Feng during their journey. Upon learning that Mo Feng was an orphan, he unhesitatingly consented to their relationship. A 12-year-old battle spirit sovereign had never before appeared on the Douluo Continent. Of course, with Tang San's emergence and Oscar's presence. Albeit Oscar being without a soul ring, the circumstances had shifted. When the sword Douluo heard Qianrenlin intended to take Mo Feng away, he lost his composure. So it is you, sword Douluo, Qianrenlin said, bowing deeply in apology. I sincerely apologize for my lack of discernment. Apologies are unnecessary. What do you intend to do about my 7 treasures glazed tile school son-in-law? The sword Douluo retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him. What? When did I ever say I would handle your son-in-law? Qianrenlin responded, bewildered. The child who harmed your teacher, the sword Douluo replied curtly. No. It's a misunderstanding. Esteemed one, it is purely a misunderstanding. I would never dare to handle your son-in-law. Qianrenlin protested. This is merely a token of goodwill. I hope the young brother will not despise it. Qianrenlin first sought to ingratiate himself with the sword Douluo before turning around, grinning sheepishly, and presenting a ring to Mo Feng. Qianrenlin gazed at the ring with a pained expression, as it represented all of his worldly possessions, his soul guide artifact. Yet, in the face of life and death, what was this trifle worth? It was common knowledge that in the Douluo Continent, a spirit master without backing could be killed by a title Douluo without consequence. And no one would risk offending a title Douluo for the sake of an ordinary spirit master. Moreover, who was unaware of the close ties between the 7 treasures glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family? Then I shall not be polite. Mo Feng said with a smile, accepting the ring and placing it on his finger. Having been with Qian Renlin for so long, he had naturally acquired a touch of audacity, and he would not refuse something freely given. Upon inspecting the ring, Mo Feng was astonished to find it held tens of thousands of gold soul coins, along with various other materials. He glanced at Qianrenlin, then at Flinder, shaking his head in a sigh. How is it that, although we are both soul saints, the disparity is so vast? Flinder gazed at Mo Feng in surprise, and then suddenly recalled something, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Chapter 46. Yu Xiaojing having resolved the issues at Songhue Academy. Sword Douluo followed Flinder and the others into Zhao Wujie's room. Zhao was grievously injured, having had his arms brutally severed by martial prowess. With over 60% of his bones shattered and his internal organs crushed together, it was truly remarkable that he had not succumbed to death. Even Sword Douluo furrowed his brow upon witnessing Zhao Wujie's tragic state and remarked, who could have dealt such a heavy blow? Flinder, equally perplexed, inquired, has he offended someone? Sword Douluo sighed and turned to Flinder. His enemies from the past have mostly perished. As for now, Zhao Wujie has not been in contact with the outside world for over a decade. Flinder pondered and suggested, could it possibly be someone from the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong interjected, I only know that Zhao Wujie has a particularly hostile relationship with the Spirit Hall. That is indeed a possibility. Since Zhao Wujie killed many of their members, he has been relentlessly hunted and eventually remained in Shrek. Flinder nodded. Mo Feng, Please recount the events that transpired in the Stardow Forest. Sword Douluo turned to Imo Feng and urged. Before we entered the Stardow Forest, we had a minor conflict with the members of Tsanghue Academy in a small town. I inadvertently killed the leading teacher, Yujichio, Imo Feng said, awkwardly scratching his head. And then? Sword Douluo seemed unconcerned about Imo Feng's lethal misstep. Then we searched for a soul beast suitable for Xiao Ao in the Stardow Forest. Along the way, we encountered a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Just as he was about to absorb the soul ring, an old woman named Qiao Tianxiang intervened. Qiao Tianxiang? They are the famed couple. The dragon and snake. Yet, they have maintained a good reputation on the continent, with no negative rumors about them, Sword Douluo mused. Please continue. Initially, Qiao Tianxiang was quite amiable, but upon hearing Zhao Laosher's name, her demeanor shifted drastically. Soon after, Long Gong Mengshu arrived, and they began to prepare to forcefully seize the soul beast. Zhao Laosher, recognizing their formidable strength, had no choice but to concede, and we subsequently left. Wait, you said that Qiao Tianxiang's attitude turned hostile upon hearing Zhao Wujie's name, and they even intended to forcibly claim the soul beast? Indeed, that Long Gong and Snake Granny are truly despicable. Had it not been for them, Xiao Ao would have absorbed the soul ring long ago, and we would have returned to Shrek without all these complications. Ning Rongrong expressed her indignation. Sword Douluo disregarded Ning Rongrong's grievances and began to ponder the motives behind Long Gong and his companion's actions. Could it be that they too disapprove of Zhao Wujie's character? You continued speaking, and then we searched for several days in the starry forest without finding a suitable spirit beast for Xiao Ao. One night, Teacher Zhao suddenly rose and urged us to be alert as he ventured deeper into the forest. Concerned for Teacher Zhao, we followed him. Along the way, we heard his furious roar, and then the Titan Great Ape appeared, capturing Xiao Wu. In an effort to rescue her, Xiao San pursued the spirit beast. Worrying for Xiao San, I followed him, while Dai Lauda and the others returned to the town. Xiao San obtained his third spirit ring en route, and we eventually met up to search for Teacher Zhao together. After locating him, this is how things unfolded. Imo Feng spoke succinctly about the process, and he had no intention of revealing his matters with Jian Douluo. If you say that the formidable couple, the dragon and the serpent, did not linger after obtaining their spirit beasts, then did Zhao Wujie encounter the Titan Great Ape during a battle? Jian Douluo furrowed his brow, questioning the situation. Everything seemed plausible, yet many doubts remained. Why did Zhao Wujie suddenly challenge someone? Why did the Titan Great Ape emerge unexpectedly? Why did it only capture Xiao Wu? It appears to be so. The Shrek 8 monsters nodded in agreement. Currently, we possess no clues, and it seems we cannot derive any answers from you. We should wait for Zhao Wujie to awaken before proceeding. At this moment, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Teacher, Tang San exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the visitor. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang, as he is known by the people of the continent. The others from Shrek gazed in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary figure, astonished to discover that he was Tang San's mentor. Imo Feng similarly regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a perplexed expression, pondering, is this truly Xiao San's teacher? Flandra, grasping Yu Xiaojiang's hand, introduced Xiao Gang. This is His Excellency Jian Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your Excellency Jian Douluo, this is my dear brother, Yu Xiaojiang. His Excellency Jian Douluo Yu Xiaojiang quickly bowed, one hand on his abdomen and the other lowered as a gesture of respect. Indeed, I am familiar with you, one of the Golden Triangle. I have also perused your 10 competitive philosophies regarding martial souls, which are quite commendable. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the praise from the esteemed individual. Merely observing Zhao Wujie's injuries indicates that multiple assailants were involved. His arms bear clear signs of being grotesquely crushed, and his entire body is marked by shattered bones. However, the condition of his internal organs and the degree of concavity in his chest suggest that this was the work of a spirit beast. Yu Xiaojiang examined Zhao Wujie's wounds closely and remarked, truly deserving of the title of master renowned across the continent. Just a glance at the injuries allows one to deduce much. The Sword Douluo, astonished, looked at Yu Xiaojiang and said, from the account of the student, it appears that Zhao Wujie initially engaged in battle but was overmatched. Subsequently, the Titan Great Ape struck him on the chest, propelling him out of the forest perimeter, thus saving his life. Yu Xiaojiang gently touched Zhao Wujie's chest and said, everyone was taken aback. Truly, Yu Xiaojiang is deserving of the title of master. Flender, your academy must possess healing-type soul masters, correct? We should attend to his wounds. Flender, still in a daze, shook his head in response. Oh, right, right, summon Xinxi. Flinder exclaimed, snapping back to attention. What is it, Dean? Is this Wujie? Xinxin, surprised, quickly summoned his martial soul, Candy Bean, to administer to Zhao Wujie, channeling soul power to guide the medicinal effects. This is futile. Wujie's injuries are far too severe. My Candy Bean martial soul is incapable of providing sufficient aid. Xinxin frowned in concern. What then? Flinder fretted, pacing anxiously. His injuries are grave, and there are too few soul masters on the continent capable of healing him. The sword Douluo furrowed his brow, noting, Zhao Wujie's condition is critical. He has 1 foot in the realm of the dead, with over 60% of his bones shattered. And his internal organs are all crushed together, save for a heart that remains somewhat intact. However, I am aware of a martial soul in this world that can heal him. Yu Xiaojing slowly began to speak. The sword Douluo's eyelids flickered, gazing at him intently. What martial soul? Flinder inquired eagerly. The sword Douluo exhaled deeply and replied solemnly, The immortal Nine Hearts Begonia. Chapter 47, Nine Hearts Begonia. It is she, Imofeng thought. Recalling Yi Lingling from the soul arena, whose martial soul was indeed the Nine Hearts Begonia. The immortal Nine Hearts Begonia? What kind of martial soul is that? Flinder asked, puzzled. The Nine Hearts Begonia is a unique healing-type martial soul. It is rather extraordinary. The soul masters who possess this martial soul, irrespective of how many soul rings they obtain, only manifest one effect, no matter how grievous the injury sustained, as long as there is a breath remaining. It can restore you to full health, Yu Xiaojing stated gravely. Such a miraculous martial soul exists in this world? Everyone was equally astonished. To possess such a martial soul is akin to having an extra lease on life. As long as you draw breath, he can restore you to health. However, despite the formidable nature of this martial soul, it is traditionally passed down through a single lineage. A new bearer of the Nine Hearts Begonia can only emerge upon the death of the previous owner. Furthermore, this family has always maintained a clandestine existence, making it impossible for anyone to locate them. Yu Xiaojing sighed and remarked, This is understandable. Once the owner of such a martial soul is revealed, countless forces across the continent would undoubtedly vie for possession. To ensure their survival, they have no choice but to remain hidden. The sword Douluo interjected, not necessarily. Oh? Sword Douluo, Yu Xiaojing, and the others looked at Imofeng with confusion. Have you forgotten the 7-member team we encountered last time at the Soul Arena? Imofeng addressed Tang San and the others. Are you referring to the Zongtian team? Dai Mubai asked, bewildered. Indeed, within the Zongtian team, comprised of 5 males and 2 females, there is a girl named Yi Lingling whose martial soul is the Nine Hearts Begonia, Imofeng affirmed, nodding at them. How do you know this? Tang San inquired. Imofeng was taken aback, realizing, yes, that girl never unleashed her martial soul throughout. I had been engaged in battles at the Soul Arena, and ever since the Zongtian team appeared, I kept a close watch on them. On one occasion, I happened to witness the martial souls of all 7 members and noticed that one girl's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Nine Hearts Begonia. I believe she must be the heir of the Nine Hearts Begonia, Imofeng concealed, stating. Do you know their background? Yu Xiaojing asked, rubbing his nose. This I do not know. Regardless, they must hail from a significant power, as every time they engaged in battles at the Soul Arena, they exhibited brutal ferocity towards their opponents, and remarkably, the arena seemed indifferent to it. While the audience welcomed such displays with enthusiasm, Imofeng replied, shaking his head. He certainly could not disclose that they were the 7 sword servants of the Holy Son of the Martial Soul Hall. However, since their last appearance, they have not shown up again. Flinder shook his head and remarked that he often returned to Soto City to oversee his small shop and occasionally kept an eye on affairs across the continent. Naturally, the Soul Arena in Soto City was the prime venue for gathering information, as it was a melting pot of diverse individuals from all walks of life. He still harbored the intention of attracting the other party's attention, keeping a watchful eye on the Burial Heaven team, but regrettably, that encounter turned out to be their last. This is troublesome, Zhao Xian lamented. All we know is the other party's name. We are utterly in the dark about everything else. You should start feeding him candy beans daily. I will return and summon a few healing-type soul masters to see if they can be of any assistance. At the very least, we cannot allow him to perish. Sword Douluo sighed. He held little hope, as Tang Hao remained unchanged. Apart from waking up, his body was already incapacitated, his soul power dissipated, his dantian shattered, and his lower abdomen remained hollow. Currently, Tang Hao could not even consume food, as he was unable to digest anything. and whatever he ingested would simply flow out from his abdomen. Each day, he relied on a multitude of soul masters to transfer soul power to sustain his life. That's all we can do. Flinder furrowed his brow and sighed. All right, while we cannot do anything about Zhao Wujia's situation, the children's lessons must not be neglected. Starting tomorrow, I will personally instruct them. You all must be weary from recent events, so return and rest early. Let us gather at the cafeteria tomorrow morning. Yu Xiaojing said, glancing at Zhao Wujia before turning to Tang San and the others, then departing. Go on, Flinder waved them off. Your Highness, Flinder hesitated, wanting to speak to Sword Douluo. On one hand, he hoped Sword Douluo would stay a few more days at Shrek, yet on the other hand, he was concerned about Zhao Wujia's injuries and wished for Sword Douluo to return and bring along a few healing soul masters. Matters within the sect are pressing. I shall take my leave now. Rongrong is in your care, Sword Douluo said, fully aware of Flinder's thoughts, and hastily waved his hand. Flinder watched Sword Douluo depart and bowed slightly. Why is the academy so deserted? Where is everyone? A girl with twin ponytails appeared at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Could it be that Xiao San and the others have not returned? Xiao pondered in confusion. After meeting Ming and Deming, she had condensed her third soul ring and then proceeded to the place where Tang San had fainted, only to find a dead spider there. She then went to their separation point, which was also devoid of anyone. Subsequently, she left the forest for an inn in town, where the front desk informed her that Xiao San and the others had departed, prompting her to head straight for Shrek Academy. After a 5-day journey, she finally returned to the gates of Shrek, only to find the entire academy eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. She hurried toward the boys' dormitory and shouted at the entrance, Xiao San. Xiao San, are you there? With a creak, the door swung open. Tang San, upon seeing Xiao Wu, rushed over and embraced her. Xiao Wu, I'm so relieved you are safe. You have no idea how worried I was. Tang San spoke with a trembling voice. Xiao San, what are you doing? I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Wu pouted and spoke. Tang San, releasing her, gazed at her earnestly. Xiao San, what's wrong? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with confusion in her eyes. Tang San, suppressing his curiosity, smiled and said, It's nothing, Xiao Wu. It's just good to have you back. Shall we take a stroll? Tang San suggested, taking Xiao Wu's hand. Observing Tang San's unusual demeanor, Xiao Wu felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. She thought to herself that today, Xiao San seemed quite strange. She nodded, smiling. Behind Shrek Academy, on a hill adorned with blue silver grass, sat 2 youths, a boy and a girl. Xiao Wu, will you leave me? Tang San asked nervously, looking at her. What are you talking about, Xiao San? You are my brother. How could I ever leave you? Xiao Wu inquired, perplexed. Xiao Wu, tell me honestly. Are you not human? Tang San could no longer restrain his question. Xiao Wu stared at him in shock, thinking, has he discovered the truth? Panic began to rise within her. Xiao San, what are you saying? Am I not standing right in front of you? She replied, forcing a smile. Xiao Wu, answer me. You are a 10,000-year soul beast transformed, aren't you? Xiao San, I do not blame you. Even if you are a transformed soul beast, you are still my sister. I have promised to protect you forever, Tang San declared as he embraced Xiao Wu firmly. Chapter 48, Confessions of the Heart. You don't blame me for hiding the truth and deceiving you? Xiao Wu asked, her voice trembling. Silly girl, what could I possibly blame you for? Regardless of whether you are human or beast, you are my sister, Tang San asserted, looking steadfastly at her. Sister? Xiao Wu murmured, lowering her head. What did you say? Tang San asked, puzzled. Nothing, you fool, Xiao Wu retorted, feeling a bit down. Tang San tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at his foolish expression, which made Tang San chuckle as well. When did you realize I was a soul beast? Xiao Wu inquired. Just as Tang San was about to respond, he recalled Mo Feng's words and shifted to say, it was when we first entered Shrek. Oh, you knew then? Does that mean everyone else knows as well? Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. Not quite, Xiao Wu. Do you remember how unusual you were when you first arrived at Shrek? You mentioned how fortunate it was that the dean was a soul sage and not a titled Douluo, Tang San remarked. At that time, I was puzzled as to why you feared titled Douluo so much. Later, in the Stardow Forest, you appeared so happy, as if you were home. That made me suspicious. Then you asked me not to harm soul beasts, and I saw the Titan giant ape only capturing you and sparing others. It all became clear to me, Tang San said, gently patting Xiao Wu's head. I see. How dull it is to have been discovered by you. Xiao Wu pouted in disappointment. Haha, Xiao Wu, he chuckled. Allow me to share a secret with you. What secret? My mother is also a soul beast. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and said, Humph. Are you merely trying to amuse me by claiming your mother is also a soul beast? Xiao Wu retorted, her tone filled with indignation. No, Xiao Wu, my mother is indeed a soul beast of 100,000 years. As Tang San spoke, he unleashed his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Could it be that your mother is blue-silver grass? Xiao Wu chuckled. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Tang San, your mother wouldn't happen to be the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, would she? Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, my mother is the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Tang San replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Tang San, was your mother killed by humans? Xiao Wu inquired sympathetically, gently patting Tang San's head. Not precisely, but it's close enough. To escape the pursuit of the spirit hall, my mother sacrificed herself for my father, Tang San said, his eyes reddening. Tang San, do not be sorrowful. My mother was also slain by the spirit hall. Xiao Wu comforted him, her voice laced with anger. Your mother was killed by the spirit hall too? Tang San frowned. Yes, it was that Pope Bibi Dong, who became her 9th spirit ring, Xiao Wu replied, tears brimming in her eyes. As Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, he reflected, I never imagined our fates would be so tragic. Xiao Feng's grandfather was killed by Qian Renlin. My mother was forced to sacrifice herself by his father, and Xiao Wu's mother was slain by her own. Tang San, do you like me? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. What are you saying, Xiao Wu? Of course, I like you, he exclaimed. But it's not the kind of affection one has for a sister. I no longer wish to be your sister, Xiao Wu insisted. We are siblings, how can you entertain such thoughts? Tang San responded sternly. I won't listen, Xiao Wu exclaimed, covering her ears and running away. Sighing, Tang San shook his head. You clearly like her too. Why not accept her? He glanced at Mo Feng, who said, you are siblings. Yet you share no blood relation. You are merely classmates from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, Mo Feng pointed out. Nonetheless, she is my sister, Tang San insisted stubbornly. Do you realize the extent of the hurt you inflict on Xiao Wu? She has never regarded you as merely a brother. Mo Feng remarked. Those involved are often oblivious, while onlookers see clearly the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, I do not wish for you to become like your teacher, Mo Feng stated earnestly. My teacher? What is wrong with my teacher? Tang San was taken aback. As a man, you must bear responsibility. Do not keep a girl waiting too long, Mo Feng advised, shaking his head as he departed, leaving Tang San in a state of confusion. My teacher? Tang San, perplexed by Mo Feng's words, pondered deeply. Could it be that Xiao Feng hoped I would not remain single for a lifetime, just like the teacher? Indeed, it must be so. The emotionally inexperienced Tang San found this possibility increasingly plausible. In his previous life, he dedicated himself to the study of hidden weapons, never stepping beyond the Tang sect or engaging with others, rendering him a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo recounted to Ning Fingji the circumstances surrounding Ning Rongrong and Mo Feng, and requested several healing-type soul masters to assist in treating Zhao Wuji at Shrek Academy. Tang Hao continued to endure a life worse than death, unable to eat or drink. Sword Uncle, you must have heard about the recent events on the continent? Ning Fengji inquired of Sword Douluo, seated to his left. Are you referring to the Spirit Hall dispatching titled Douluos personally to apprehend criminals? Indeed. The peace in the Spirit Master world that has lasted for decades is unlikely to endure much longer, Ning Fengji said with a furrowed brow. What do you mean? Sword Douluo asked, puzzled. It is time we reached out to other sects and empires, Ning Fengji asserted. Are you suggesting we unite with other forces to resist the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is too formidable. They possess no less than a dozen titled Douluos openly. And there exists the formidable Qian Renlin. Previously, the Haotian sect had an ancestor who could stand against them, but now, with Tang Chan missing for decades and the Haotian sect in seclusion, our only chance to oppose the Spirit Hall lies in uniting our strength. Moreover, just days ago, scouts reported that the Spirit Hall Saint Sun has developed soul guide devices. Ning Fengji lamented. What? The Spirit Hall has actually developed soul guide devices? How can this be? Wasn't the method for crafting them lost for millennia? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the news was relayed by Elder Lin at great personal risk. Ning Fengji sighed. Is it impossible to contact Elder Lin now? Ning Fengji slowly shook his head, contemplating the dire situation. It was evident that Lin Lao was likely in peril. This predicament proved troublesome. Our sole high-ranking operative embedded within the Wuhuan temple now faced an uncertain fate. Even if he were alive, our chances of rescuing him were slim. Lin Lao, a rank 84 Soul Douluo, was the only intersect Soul Douluo and the sworn brother of Ning Fengxi's father. Following the demise of Ning Fengxi's father, he had taken it upon himself to venture into the Wuhuan Temple. This represented the singular instance of communication with the sect, and the conveyed message was succinct. The Holy Sun possesses extraordinary talent. The soul guiding devices are manifest, and the net spreads across the continent. Prepare accordingly. It is reasonable to surmise that the other sects had received similar intelligence. Sword Uncle, accompany me on this journey, he implored. Very well. Chapter 49. The Purgatory Tower. 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this span, the Wuhuan Temple became exceedingly active within the realm of soul masters. Those who had long harbored enmity against the Wuhuan Temple or posed threats to the continent were relentlessly apprehended and confined within the Purgatory Tower. The number of captured Soul Douluo alone exceeded 10, supplemented by numerous soul saints and hundreds of soul emperors. Many minor clans and factions were uprooted, instilling widespread anxiety across the continent, with various forces gripped by trepidation. The grand tournament for Soul Master Elites was merely a year away. Bibi Dong had broken through the limit of 99 ranks, while Long Gong Mingshu, following his emergence from the Soul Forging Tower, ascended to rank 90, becoming the first titled Douluo of the net. Since Qian Renlin's ascension to Soul King, the vitality source's energy provision had evidently diminished significantly. Perhaps it had always functioned at this rate. As Qian Renlin's strength increased, the demand for soul power grew, rendering his breakthrough seem sluggish. He now stood at 59 ranks, yet remained unable to progress further, his internal soul power having coalesced into a tumultuous sea. Elder Li from the Forging Tower expended 10 storage soul-guiding devices and ultimately succeeded in developing a manufacturing technique, which had now entered mass production. The Purgatory Tower, a towering prison enveloped by countless chains, sprawled over an area of 8,000 square meters. Each of its 18 levels stood 5 meters high, with the identity and strength of the prisoners escalating with each ascending tier. Naturally, all individuals incarcerated within the Purgatory Tower possessed at least the strength of a Soul King, and were deemed profoundly culpable. Each level was guarded by 100 Soul Kings, while every tier above the 10th housed a Soul Douluo, culminating with 3 titled Douluo on the topmost level. Within these confines, one could witness an array of tortures, both imaginable and unimaginable. Most significantly, each cell measured 100 square meters and was a fully enclosed space, accommodating both male and female inmates. There were no beds, no restrooms. Prisoners conducted all their essential activities within these walls, receiving only minimal oxygen and undergoing sanitation once a week, which they themselves had to manage. Devoid of water or food. Indeed, to survive, they were compelled to resort to cannibalism, consuming one another, as their soul power was sealed, leaving them reliant solely on physical confrontation. Each cell housed 10 prisoners, with new arrivals entering daily. Qianrenlin's objective was to orchestrate their mutual exhaustion. Only in this manner could sufficient space be created to accommodate additional prisoners. It is evident that whether they are inmates or high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, anyone who has ventured into the Inferno Tower would be enveloped in profound dread. In their hearts, Qian Renlin is regarded as a deity of death, a veritable demon. Often, many other spies would inadvertently confess upon entering the Inferno Tower. However, there exists one exception. Over the span of 3 months, he endured countless tortures yet remained resolute in his silence. Even as one of his arms was brutally devoured by others, he uttered not a single word. Outside a solitary cell on the 9th level of the Inferno Tower, Qian Renlin quietly observed the one-armed elder facing execution, appearing calm on the surface while his heart remained utterly undisturbed. Your Highness, this individual was previously a steward in the Elder Hall, primarily responsible for documentation and editing. 3 months ago, he was discovered by the Web's personnel to exhibit peculiar behavior. Subsequently, his personal maid was secretly apprehended, and she revealed that he had stealthily left the Martial Soul Hall one fateful night 3 months prior. During that time, he was visibly restless, often gazing out the window. The Web deemed him to harbor ulterior motives and promptly captured him. The warden of the Inferno Tower bowed before Qian Renlin, reporting, "Do we have any insight into his schemes? Is he a rogue cultivator or affiliated with a family?" Qian Renlin, hands clasped behind his back, inquired with indifference. This subordinate has yet to ascertain that, the warden replied, beads of cold sweat forming as he lowered his gaze. "Proceed with the death by 1,000 cuts," Qian Renlin stated with an impassive demeanor. After 3 months of investigation in the Inferno Tower without uncovering the individual's identity, it is no longer necessary to pursue the matter. I believe that regardless of his affiliations, he poses no threat to the Martial Soul Hall. The warden softly acknowledged this. Reflecting on his 5 years as the warden of the Inferno Tower, where he had grown numb to the monthly executions he administered, Qian Renlin turned and walked toward the other cells. Each cell above the 9th floor housed a solitary inmate, all of whom were formidable warriors. Each warrior was a treasure in their own right, and the thought of eliminating them pained Qian Renlin. For surely, it would be far more gratifying to subjugate them and transform them into his own loyal followers. Qian Renlin arrived at the adjacent chamber, and the Soul Saint prison guard, standing vigil outside, promptly opened the prison door. Qian Renlin entered the room, calmly observing the fallen figure. He gradually unleashed his heavenly eye skill. Titan struggled to open his eyes and gazed at Qian Renlin, only to soon lapse into a daze, succumbing to darkness. After a lengthy pause, Qian Renlin commanded, "Release him." Titan, having been set down, reverently knelt at Qian Renlin's feet. "Follow me," he instructed. "Yes, my lord." A quarter of an hour later, Qian Renlin gradually advanced towards the 8th level, accompanied by 12 figures whose presence emanated an overwhelming aura of power, intensifying at an alarming rate. Among them, 3 individuals stood out with particularly formidable energy. If outsiders were to behold them, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe and inexplicable fear. They were Titan, the chieftain of the Strength clan, wielding the martial soul of the mighty gorilla. A soul Douluo of level 84, Yang Wudi, the chieftain of the Breaking clan, possessing the martial soul of the soul-breaking spear, a soul Douluo of level 86. And Niu Gao, the chieftain of the Imperial clan, brandishing the martial soul of the armored giant rhinoceros, also a soul Douluo of level 86. Indeed, they were once among the 3 of the 4 great affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, captured 3 months prior by the 3 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Additionally, there existed the Swift clan, which Qian Renlin deemed largely ineffective beyond their swiftness, with their strongest member merely a soul king. He had boldly infiltrated their clan, subjugating the entire populace, and now they served as couriers for the Spirit Hall across the continent. Just 3 months ago, Qian Renlin established a new enterprise, Spirit Hall Express, which, quite literally, delivered packages. The shipping fees were exorbitant, calculated at 10% of the merchandise's value. Nonetheless, countless individuals flocked to it eagerly. Qian Renlin ascended to the 8th level, gradually unleashing his martial soul and activating his innate domain, the Dark Realm. In an instant, the entire 8th level was filled with anguished cries as he devoured dozens of Soul Saint powerhouses, finally allowing me to break through to level 60. Qian Renlin's lips curled into a smile. Although their soul power was sealed, it still resided within their bodies. As long as it remained within, be it life or soul power, Qian Renlin's martial spirit could devour it. Qian Renlin retracted his martial soul and turned towards the 7th floor, continuing his methodical ascent through the levels, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 1st. Beginning from the 8th floor, Qian Renlin had devoured a staggering 32 soul saints, 71 soul emperors, and 1,293 soul kings. Now, his soul power had reached a state of near saturation. After nearly half a year, he was finally poised to obtain his 6th soul ring. As Qian Renlin emerged from the Abyss Tower, he spread his arms and took a deep breath, remarking that even he found the atmosphere within the tower to be exceedingly oppressive, despite the fact that this tower was constructed from his own elemental domain using precious materials. The moment he established it, numerous guards from the former prison of the Spirit Hall lost their sanity upon entering, unable to withstand the suffocating and terrifying aura that permeated the air. In response, Qian Renlin restructured the entire training regimen for the Spirit Hall guards and the Black Armored Guards, dictating a relentless cycle of training and killing. The methods employed were brutal, and only those who could endure the harrowing trials were deemed worthy to become Black Armored Guards or prison wardens of the Abyss Tower. Those who faltered were sent back to the old prison to oversee the confinement of ordinary spirit masters. As Qian Renlin's figure receded into the distance, the prison warden waved his hand, and countless Black Armored Guards continuously brought an unending stream of prisoners from the old prison into the Abyss Tower. After all, the tower could not remain unoccupied for even a single day. This time, Qian Renlin had not only consumed all spirit masters below the rank of Spirit Douluo, but had also taken away all the Spirit Douluo level offenders. Presently, the entire Abyss Tower stood empty. Although Qian Renlin did not vocalize it, the tower could not be left vacant for a single day. Even if it meant filling the 1st level with ordinary prisoners, it was imperative to maintain occupancy. Chapter 50. The Origins of Ling Shao and the Holy Sun Hall of the Spirit Hall. Ling Xiao approached the seated Qian Renlin with haste, kneeling and inquiring eagerly, "Master, is there a task for me?" He was filled with anticipation. Since aligning himself with Qian Renlin, he had yet to receive any assignments for the Seven Sword Slaves. Ever since the soul battle in Soto City, he had remained in the spirit hall, diligently cultivating. At times, he pondered whether he was too weak, whether his master deemed him inadequate and wished to abandon him. "This summons is not for a task," Qian Renlin replied, shaking his head, clearly observing the immediate shift from Ling Xiao's hopeful expression to one of disappointment. "Would you like to know about your origins?" Qian Renlin gazed at him calmly and spoke. Ling Xiao was taken aback. "My origins?" he questioned. "Master, regardless of my identity or background, ever since encountering you, my life has belonged to you. In my heart, I am merely your spear, shattering all obstacles that stand in your path," Ling Xiao declared with unwavering conviction. Having grown up alone, surviving through begging, he eventually garnered his master's recognition, gaining strength and status. He had long since relinquished any hopes regarding his lineage. After being abandoned by his parents, he resolved that they were unworthy of such a title. In his heart, his master was his true parent, his life, and the very essence of his existence. His sole purpose was to eliminate all adversaries for his master, even unto death upon the battlefield. Qian Renlin calmly gazed at Ling Xiao, slowly rising to his feet as he spoke. "Regardless of your thoughts or actions, it is my duty to inform you that you do not bear the surname Ling. You are, in fact, a member of the Yang clan. You are the young scion of the Piji clan, one of the 4 affiliated sects of the once great Haotian sect. Your father, Yang Wudi, is the current patriarch of the Piji clan and is now one of the elite assassins of the Luo network. Presently, the Piji clan also stands as a member of the Spirit Hall." With reddened eyes, Ling Xiao looked down at the ground, questioning, "Then why did they abandon me? Why have they never sought me out all these years?" 15 years ago, due to certain circumstances, the Haotian sect was compelled to seal itself off, neglecting the 4 affiliated sections, in a bid to evade his enemies and ensure the continuation of the Yang lineage. Yang Wudi had no choice but to secretly send you and your mother out of the Xing Luo Empire on the day of your birth. Unfortunately, after reaching the Tiando Empire, you encountered bandits. Your mother was tragically violated and perished, while her loyal protectors sacrificed their life to ensure your safe passage to Tiando City. Upon receiving the news, Yang Wudi assumed you had perished as well. Having failed to locate you, left unprotected, you were eventually taken in by a family that did not treat you kindly, prompting your escape. As a young child, you were forced to rely on begging for sustenance until the day of your martial soul awakening, when you were discovered by Salus. These revelations were uncovered by the Luo network. Upon realizing that Ling Xiao's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Piji clan, suspicions arose. An investigation confirmed that Ling Xiao was indeed the youngest son of Yang Wudi. After assimilating the Piji clan, he pondered whether to facilitate their reunion. Ultimately, after subjugating Yang Wudi, he decided that such a reunion would be beneficial, providing them both with a deeper bond. Go and seek him out. After all, he is your father, and his original decision was made out of necessity, Qian Renlin urged as he assisted Ling Xiao to his feet. Understood, Ling Xiao replied, turning and departing towards the Luo network hall. No one knew the nature of the conversation between Ling Xiao and Yang Wudi, but it was evident that Ling Xiao emerged from the Luo network hall with a noticeably lighter heart, suggesting that his inner turmoil had been resolved. Subsequently, Qian Renlin summoned all members of the 7 Sword Servants, as it was time for the Shrek training to conclude and for them to participate in the soul battles. Qian Renlin is about to embark on a quest to acquire the 6th soul ring, while also taking the opportunity to meet the Shrek 7 Monsters. Additionally, it is time to address matters concerning Mo Feng. Qian Renlin was determined to meet him, curious about the circumstances surrounding their encounter. If Mo Feng had indeed lost something beyond his control, Qian Renlin would not hesitate to eliminate him. He could not allow anything to exist that he could not dominate. Currently, the 8 members of Shrek had completed their physical training under Yu Xiaojiang and were poised to enter the 2nd phase of practical combat training. After 3 months of intensive practice, their bonds had deepened significantly. They had become brothers and partners, trusting each other enough to watch each other's backs. Zhao Wujia's awakening had occurred, yet, akin to Tang Hao, he was rendered incapable, destined never to cultivate soul power without encountering a miraculous opportunity. The sword Douluo and Tang San, along with others, had learned from Zhao Wujie who had inflicted his injuries. Upon discovering it was, once again, the Spirit Hall. Their collective fury was palpable. However, they found themselves powerless. The Spirit Hall was far too formidable, and the time to confront them had not yet arrived, as they still had much preparation ahead. Although Ning Fengji's intervention had improved relations among various powers on the continent, hinting at a potential alliance, numerous conflicts still lingered. Until these issues were resolved, true unity was unattainable, for each faction harbored its own hidden agendas, and trust was a scarce commodity. Furthermore, the attitude of Emperor Xingluo remained ambiguous, neither outright rejecting nor fully endorsing their endeavors. Thus, the matter was left in limbo. Human nature is such that, until disaster befalls them, individuals often maintain a detached stance, indifferent to the tribulations of others. Yet, when calamity finally strikes, it is invariably too late. Tang San and the others followed Yu Xiaojang to the Soul Arena, even though it was not their first visit. The sheer magnitude of the crowd left Tang San in awe, marveling at the arena's grandeur. Hearing from Flinder that they had visited on the very first day of school, Yu Xiaojang addressed them with a stiff expression. You should be well acquainted with the rules of the arena, correct? Yes, teacher, Tang San and the others replied in unison. Good. Today's lesson will involve each of you participating in a series of matches, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-7 team battles, until you earn your Silver Soul badge. Now, go ahead and assign yourselves partners. Remember, you must not use your real names in the Soul Arena from now on. I have prepared code names for each of you. Here are your masks. As Yu Xiaojang spoke, he distributed masks to the 8 individuals. After some discussion, they ultimately settled on their respective code names. In the realm of martial prowess, Tang San, known as the Thousand-Handed Azura, alongside the enchanting soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, and the Void Walker, Mo Feng, who can traverse the ethereal void undetected even by soul saints, emerges. The formidable evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, and the enigmatic nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, join their ranks. While the sausage specialist, Oscar, and the radiant 7 treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong, complete the ensemble. Originally, Tang San bore the moniker of Thousand-Handed Blue-Silver, a title deemed unappealing by Xiao Wu, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to collectively bestow upon him the title of Thousand-Handed Azura. Mo Feng's title, Void Walker, is derived from his sole ability to elude into the void, an elusive feat that even the most powerful cannot perceive. Although Yu Xiaojang initially dubbed him the Void Hermit, Mo Feng found the appellation rather awkward, leading him to adopt the more fitting title of Void Walker. As the time arrived to allocate partners for the 2-on-2 soul battles, Mo Feng naturally paired with Ning Rongrong, while Tang San partnered with Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai contemplated joining forces with Zhu Zhuqing, yet Oscar persistently implored to be his companion. Ultimately, swayed by Oscar's pleading gaze, Dai Mubai acquiesced, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun as the final duo. Chapter 51. The Ambition of Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin, accompanied by the 7 sword slaves, gradually stepped into the Soul Palace library. Within the library, one could find records chronicling various events from the continent as documented by the Soul Palace, including the experiences of the title Douluo, as well as accounts of formidable spirit beasts and unique soul creatures found along the great paths. Qian Renlin must meticulously strategize the acquisition of his 6th spirit ring. With the absence of the Dream-Eye Silkworm, the Stardow Forest has awakened formidable soul beasts such as Emperor Tian and other fierce creatures. Given the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it would be unwise to venture into this perilous territory. The ramifications of a potential conflict could be catastrophic, not only resulting in substantial losses for the Spirit Hall, but also threatening the very existence of the Douluo Continent itself. While the Sea God may deter an assault from the Endless Sea, the Stardow Forest, once the sovereign of Douluo, is likely to launch an offensive against humanity. Furthermore, with the Ice God's restraint lifted in the extreme north, it poses a significant threat to humanity as well. After all, humans and soul beasts share an irreconcilable enmity. For soul masters to transcend their limitations and alter their fates, they must hunt soul beasts. Thus, until Qian Renlin has amassed sufficient strength, he cannot afford to enter the Stardow Forest again. In the extreme north, there exists the Snow Empress, whose power rivals that of Emperor Tian, along with several other ferocious beasts exceeding 300,000 years in age. Should the Spirit Hall recklessly intrude in pursuit of Qian Renlin's spirit ring, the consequences would be dire, an outcome he is keen to avoid. The Spirit Hall's soul hunting initiative is imminent, and maintaining a steady course is imperative. Moreover, Qian Renlin has begun to devise plans for the Sun and Moon continent. Once the refining tower produces warships, coupled with Qian Renlin's temporal abilities to create spatial wormholes, it will mark the moment for the Spirit Hall to launch its offensive against the Sun and Moon continent. Qian Renlin harbors grand ambitions. He aspires to transcend mortality and establish his own divine status. To accomplish this, he must absorb a sufficient amount of divine power. However, the existing divine inheritance sites on the Douluo Continent are woefully inadequate for his needs. Thus, long ago, Qian Renlin began contemplating how to reach the Sun and Moon continent. For waiting a millennium is an insufferably lengthy endeavor. With the advent of the Soul Guide research at the Forging Tower, hope illuminated his path. He is convinced that once he breaks through to the titled Douluo rank, neither the Douluo Continent nor the Sun and Moon continent combined will pose a threat to him. He is currently awaiting the moment when Li Si successfully creates a spatial soul guide, enabling him to search for the coordinates of the Sun and Moon continent. With his formidable mastery of temporal and spatial elements, Qian Renlin envisions fabricating a spatial wormhole to traverse the two great continents. Calculating based on the movement speed of his previous life on Water Blue Star, type title Douluo could potentially reach the Sun and Moon continent in approximately 3,000 years, provided he knows the coordinates and is not hindered by any unforeseen variables. However, a title Douluo cannot live for 3 millennia. Their lifespan typically caps at around 300 years, even for the most exceptional, the 99th limit Douluo, who possesses divine power within. As he meticulously studies formations, Qian Renlin awaits news from the Forging Tower, taking every factor into account. Should Li Si truly succeed in developing the spatial soul guide, Qian Renlin intends to endow Bai He, the renowned leader of the clan, with vitality through his martial soul's innate abilities, granting him extended life. Indeed, Qian Renlin has already selected Bai He for this role. Currently, Bai He, bolstered by the immense resources of the Spirit Hall, is dedicating himself to training, striving to attain the title Douluo rank at the earliest opportunity. Qian Renlin is unconcerned with Bai He's combat prowess or the potential pitfalls of rapid cultivation. His purpose is simply to serve as Qian Renlin's aide. Qian Renlin gazed thoughtfully at the materials before him. Given his current prowess, attaining a soul ring of 100,000 years was essential. After all, a soul ring of such antiquity would endow a soul master with 2 soul skills. Although Qian Renlin possessed the life spring to enhance the longevity of his soul rings, it would not grant him an additional skill. In his perspective, possessing a greater array of abilities was undoubtedly advantageous, especially since this realm lacked martial arts techniques. High-level combat relied heavily on the soul skills conferred by one's martial spirit. Moreover, once he ascended to divinity, his self-created soul skills would become obsolete. This is not to suggest that Qian Renlin's self-developed skills were inferior, but rather that the laws of this world dictated such a reality. Divine beings engaged in combat relying on divine power and the rank of their divinity. A higher-ranking divine position could unequivocally suppress one of a lower rank. Qian Renlin shook his head and turned to leave, realizing that his 6th spirit ring would have to be obtained through Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu was currently unable to kill. He needed to acquire Tang San's Xiantian treasure record through her. As long as Xiao Wu remained in Qian Renlin's grasp, Tang San would undoubtedly surrender the Xiantian treasure record. It could be said that Xiao Wu held a position in Tang San's heart that surpassed even that of Tang Hao. In the Soto City arena, today marked the 27th battle for the Shrek 8 monsters. They had been engaged in combat in the arena for nearly a month, during which they had been awarded the Silver Soul Badge for their impeccable victory rate. The 8 of them had become the focus of public attention, especially after their overwhelming defeat of the Frenzy team on their first day, resulting in a fanbase rivaling that of the once mighty Burial Sky team. Consequently, many believed that the Shrek 8 would be the only formidable adversaries to the Burial Sky team, which had not been seen for half a year. Yet, the myth of the Burial Sky team remained etched in the hearts of the people, impossible to erase, as their brutally powerful combat style left an indelible impression. After a month of overwhelming their opponents, Shrek was now set to face a formidable adversary, the royal team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon learning of Shrek's circumstances, Qin Ming promptly led the Tiando team on a long journey to Soto City, eager for a showdown with the Shrek 8 monsters. You are facing a troublesome opponent this time. The royal team of the Tiando Empire, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed Tang San and the others. Tang San accepted the information handed to him by Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mubai and the others leaned in to take a look. What? All members are at least level 35 in spirit power? The captain, Yu Tianheng, is at level 39? The weakest among them is at level 35? Dai Mubai and the others exclaimed in astonishment. It was important to note that amongst the Shrek 8, the strongest was currently at level 37. Tang San and Xiao Wu were both at level 33, while Ma Hongjun was 32, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were at 29, and Oscar was at 31. Although Mo Phone was powerful, His spirit power level was also only 35. 3 months prior, Flinder had personally taken Oscar into the Stardow Forest to obtain his third spirit ring. Oscar's third spirit ring came from a 1500-year-old speed-type Swiftwind Swallow. Without the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his third spirit ability no longer possessed such formidable flying speed. His third spirit ability allowed him to create a sausage and, upon consumption, temporarily gain the ability to fly for a brief period, although it still lasted for a minute. His speed was no longer as swift as that of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Instead, it provided a flying skill based on the Soul Master's own movement speed, making it rather lackluster. This Tianheng is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and is an inner disciple, Ning Rongrong remarked upon seeing Tianheng's name. Rongrong. Do you know him? Chapter 52. The Imperial Battle Team. Only the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect possesses Soul Masters of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus lineage. This individual bears the surname Yu, and furthermore, he belongs to the Tian generation, thus he must be of the inner circle, Ning Rongrong remarked while stroking her chin. Indeed, this Yu Tianheng is the beloved grandson of the sect's leader, renowned as one of the Blue Electric twin talents, Yu Xiaojiang stated slowly. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul holds a position in the realm of beast martial souls comparable to that of Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda among auxiliary martial souls. Moreover, the owners of the Xuanwu Turtle martial soul are equally formidable. The Xuanwu Turtle martial soul is esteemed as a top-tier existence, celebrated for its formidable defensive capabilities across the continent. Xiao San, in this upcoming battle, you must not take things lightly. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul is hailed as the world's foremost beast martial soul, exhibiting immense strength, defense, and offensive power. Furthermore, before reaching the 70th rank, beast martial souls maintain a significant advantage over weapon martial souls, Deming Bai interjected. Mo Feng nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this information from the he had reviewed at the Spirit Hall. This time, Xiao Ao should refrain from participating. I shall take the lead. The others nodded in agreement, deeming this the most prudent course of action. Then let us proceed thus. Xiao Feng, you will first employ your second soul skill to eliminate their auxiliary support. However, I believe this strategy is flawed. If they have reviewed our data, they will undoubtedly anticipate this maneuver. Our primary objective should be to first remove their defensive support, Mo Feng countered. Very well, I shall take on this Yu Tianheng. You all can make arrangements for the others, Deming Bai asserted, flexing his fingers, eager to test his prowess against Yu Tianheng and discern the disparity between his white tiger and the opponent's Tyrannosaurus. Excellent, let us strategize accordingly. Tang San commenced the planning of their tactics. Yu Xiaojiang observed the members diligently discussing their strategy, a satisfied nod gracing his features. On the other side, the Imperial battle team lounged in their resting area, engaging in cheerful banter. A young man gradually pushed the door open. Teacher, Yu Tianheng and the others quickly rose to their feet. This is your opponent for tonight. Take a look, Qin Ming remarked, handing Yu Tianheng a dossier. Yu Tianheng casually accepted the document and glanced over it. Suddenly, blue-silver grass? What is the matter, Captain? The others questioned, puzzled. Nothing. Just have a look, he replied. Yu Tianheng provided the information ladder to his teammates. The others glanced at it casually and soon dismissed it. The highest level among them was merely 37, with some inexperienced members at 29. It is essential to note that the lowest among their ranks was already 35, dominating in the Sky-Do City's Seoul arena. They regarded their opponents with utter disdain. Even Yu Tianheng only expressed slight surprise upon seeing Tang San's martial spirit, but he quickly brushed it aside. You must not underestimate them. This team is formidable. Battling opponents of higher ranks is commonplace for them. I expect you to emerge victorious without exception. Qin Ming sternly advised as he observed the nonchalant demeanor of the group. Teacher, although this team possesses commendable strength, do you not have faith in our abilities? Osro remarked dismissively. To my knowledge, the one named Mo Feng single-handedly defeated a 42-ranked soul engineer just half a month ago. His prowess is exceptional. You must not take him lightly. What? A 35-ranked individual defeating a soul engineer? And one specializing in offensive techniques? The members of the Imperial fighting team gasped in astonishment. Captain, do you believe you can contend with a soul engineer? Yu Feng inquired of Yu Tianheng, furrowing his brow. Yu Tianheng pondered, if it were a speed-type fighter, it might be manageable, but against a strength type, it's a 50-50 chance. Although he had never directly battled a soul engineer, he had witnessed their confrontations. Their sheer power and speed surpassed his, coupled with an additional soul skill, making victory a daunting challenge. The others fell silent, realizing that even their captain, Yu Tianheng, might not be a match for Mo Feng. It appears we must pay close attention to this Mo Feng, he concluded gravely. His martial spirit is the Void Mantis, and his second soul skill allows for brief invisibility. Shimo, you must ensure Wingxian's safety during the upcoming battle. Do not stray from his side. If I am not mistaken, he will be their primary target. Yu Tianheng stated with seriousness. Understood, Captain, the two replied solemnly. Qian Renlin has abducted Yilingling, leaving Feng Xian as the only remaining support-type member of the royal battle team. The martial soul of Feng Xian is the Windjade Stone. While Du Guyan was enslaved by Qian Renlin even before entering the Tiando Royal Academy, currently they have transformed Lin Yu, a control-type soul master, into their pawn. The members of the royal battle team are as follows: Captain Yu Tianheng, martial soul, blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a level 39 assault-type soul sovereign, Vice Captain Lin Yu, martial soul, Chong Ling, a level 35 control-type soul sovereign, member Ao Soluo, martial soul, Ghost Leopard, a level 36 agility-type soul sovereign, member Yu Feng, martial soul, Windbell Bird, a level 36 agility-type soul sovereign, member Sure Mo, martial soul, Xuanwu Turtle, a level 38 defense-type soul sovereign, member Sure Mo, martial soul, Xuanwu Turtle, a level 37 defense-type soul sovereign, member Feng Xian, martial soul, Windjade Stone, a level 36 support-type soul sovereign. Soul ring configuration, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Captain, look at the soul ring configuration of Mo Feng. Someone exclaimed. What? 1 yellow and 2 purple? How is that possible? It is no wonder he could defeat a level 42 standing soul sect with a mere level 35 strength. 2,000-year soul rings allow for a significant enhancement in soul ring compatibility and soul skills. Even Qin Ming was astonished upon reviewing the data on Mo Feng's soul ring configuration and achievements, truly a testament to the caliber of students produced by their alma mater. All right, you all discuss strategies. I will step out for a moment. Yes, teacher. I will face this Mo Feng. Understood, Captain. Yu Feng. You and Ao Soluo should find an opportunity to eliminate their support-type member. Of course, Captain. They believe it shouldn't be difficult to take down the opposing support with their strength. Sure Mo. You both are responsible for defending against their attacks and ensuring Feng Xian's safety. The two nodded solemnly, aware of the arduous task ahead, which not only involved withstanding the enemy's assaults but also safeguarding Feng Xian. Yu Tianheng nodded and continued, Lin Yu. Your role is to provide us with enhancements from the rear. Understood. Captain Yu Tianheng commenced the meticulous arrangement of tactical strategies, as well as contingencies that might arise during the battle. Meanwhile, Qian Renlin, accompanied by the 7 sword servants, approached Soto City in a leisurely carriage, his mind equally preoccupied with forthcoming plans. The 7 sword servants had now attained a formidable level of 39, merely a step away from the coveted 40th level, which would grant them a soul ring. Under Qian Renlin's tutelage, bolstered by the formidable resources of the Spirit Hall and the bestowed 5 elements soul power, it would be rather lamentable if the 7 sword servants could not elevate their prowess by 10 levels within a year. After all, Qian Renlin possessed a reservoir of soul power comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, and such a breakthrough necessitated an immense quantity of soul energy. Had he trained like an ordinary soul master, he would have long since reached the rank of soul Douluo. However, that path would render his soul power insubstantial, in addition to necessitating the consolidation of a soul core. While most tidal Douluo can only condense a single soul core throughout their lifetimes, and some exceptional individuals may achieve 2 or even 3, Qian Renlin stands apart from ordinary soul masters. He merely requires the aid of a life source to compress the soul power within him and, through the unique characteristics of certain martial spirits, can condense as many as 12 soul cores within his being. Presently, with a soul power level of 60, he is already in the process of forming his 3rd soul core. Qian Renlin's 1st soul core coalesced in his dantian, the 2nd in his heart, and for the 3rd, he intends to concentrate it in his mind, a task that is undoubtedly the most arduous. Once he succeeds in this endeavor, he will be capable of simultaneously harnessing both soul energy and mental power to strike at his adversaries, thereby acquiring an array of additional abilities. Qian Renlin contemplated that once the soul core in his mind successfully coalesced, he might be able to manifest his primordial spirit. His comprehension would soar dramatically, allowing him to explore and unravel the mysteries of formations within his own realm. Chapter 53. The Reversal of Extremes in the Soul Arena of Soto City. A young man waved his hand, dissipating the soul-powered carriage, and stood quietly at the entrance of the arena. Gradually, he lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. While 5 men and 3 women stood respectfully behind him, Qian Renlin dispersed his spiritual detection and slowly made his way toward a private room, followed closely by the 7 sword servants and Duge Yan. Strangely, no one around seemed to notice their presence. Bang! In the third lounge, Yu Tianheng and his companions, who were discussing tactics, were suddenly startled by the loud crash. "Who are you?" Yu Tianheng exclaimed, glaring at Ling Feng, who had kicked open their private room door. Ling Feng said nothing, stepping back to reveal Qian Renlin's figure. Yu Tianheng's expression turned grave as he beheld the strikingly handsome, yet imposing young man before him. The aura emanating from Qian Renlin was so powerful that it was akin to that of his grandfather, Yu Yuanjin. But how could this be? He cannot possibly be older than I am. This is the Royal Combat Team's lounge. Who are you? Have you taken a wrong turn? Yu Tianheng said, his tone serious. Instinctively, he did not believe that they had truly made a mistake. One does not violently kick down a door without intent. It seems they have not come with good intentions. I have come here to inform you that you should withdraw from this battle, Qian Renlin stated coldly. On what grounds? You think you can just demand we withdraw? Who do you think you are? If you wish to battle, you may participate freely. Why must we concede? Oh, you fear encountering us in combat? Worried that you may not prevail? You want us to withdraw? Do not worry. If we do meet, considering your youth, we shall show mercy. Hey, kid, out of goodwill, we shall overlook your door-kicking incident. You may leave, just turn left and walk straight on the first floor to register. Perhaps they had sensed that Qian Renlin's group was formidable, resulting in their softened tone. However, they could not afford to lose face. Given Yu Tianheng's background, a verbal confrontation would likely not pose a significant problem. Seeking death? The 7 sword servants cast a cold glance at the insolent individual before them. In an instant, Ling Feng dashed forward and struck the disrespectful man squarely in the face. Bang! Ouch! The man was slammed against the wall. How dare you lay hands on the Royal Combat Team? The members of the Royal Combat Team were instantly enraged. Did you perhaps strike a bit too hard? Yu Tianheng remarked, his expression darkening. It was evident that this group was not to be trifled with, and the speed of the attacker was astonishing. Yu Tianheng could hardly discern how the blow had been delivered, as his companion had been sent flying. Humph! Is this the extent of the so-called Royal Combat Team? Truly disappointing. Ling Feng scoffed, shaking his arm dismissively. Yu Tianheng's anger flared as he lunged toward Ling Feng with a punch. Ling Feng sidestepped, delivering a swift strike to Yu Tianheng's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Captain! The others looked on in horror as Yu Tianheng was hurled backward and rushed to support him. Who are you? Do you even know who our captain is? Humph. However, he is nothing but a worthless fool, courting death. The remaining members of the Royal Combat Team hastily summoned their martial spirits and launched an assault on Ling Feng. Bang! 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 Ling Feng conjured a translucent soul power shield before him, and their attack struck against his barrier with little effect. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? How disappointingly inadequate. Ling Feng shook his head in mockery. What? Yu Tianheng and the others stared at Ling Feng in disbelief. How could such a multitude fail to overpower a mere young boy? Who exactly are you? Yu Tianheng inquired once more, his voice heavy with curiosity. You are not worthy to know the identity of my master. Enraged, Yu Tianheng felt that he was being gravely underestimated. Enough. At that moment, Qian Renlin, visibly irritated, furrowed his brow. Ling Feng promptly stepped aside with utmost respect. Qian Renlin gradually entered the private room and chose a seat, observing Yu Lingling and others trailing behind him. They were taken aback once more. Lingling, where have you been this past year? Did this fellow threaten you? Did he force you to leave? With a cold glance, Yu Lingling huffed disdainfully and settled onto Qian Renlin's lap, nestling into his embrace. The remaining members of the 7 sword servants were unfazed. Yet Yu Tianheng and the others gazed in disbelief at the once gentle and beautiful Yu Lingling, now transformed into someone so unfamiliar. A wave of anguish surged through them as they struggled to accept this change. With a collective roar, Yu Tianheng and his companion sprang to their feet, ready to unleash their martial spirits once more. Qian Renlin suddenly lifted his head to gaze at them, unleashing a formidable aura of soul power. With a resounding thud, the 7 of the royal duel were immediately brought to their knees under the weight of his pressure. Yu Tianheng and the others glared at Qian Renlin with fiery resentment, for they had never endured such a grave humiliation in their lives. Qian Renlin observed the furious crowd, his eyes gradually transforming into a resplendent gold. Tianheng. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Ming hastily rushed into the lounge. Tianheng, what has happened to you? Qin Ming stared incredulously at Yu Tianheng and the others, who were prostrate at the feet of others. Who are you? What have you done to my students? He bellowed at the unfamiliar figures in the room. Do you wish to know? Then come closer, Qian Renlin replied with a calm smile. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming surveyed the disheveled room and slowly stepped into the private booth. Though unease gnawed at his heart, the safety of his students compelled him to draw nearer. Qian Renlin observed the entrance of Qin Ming, a broader smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he condensed an expansive earthen domain, imposing immense pressure upon Qin Ming, who found himself abruptly seated upon the ground. Look at me. Qian Renlin's voice was devoid of warmth. Struggling, Qin Ming raised his gaze to meet Qian Renlin's golden eyes. Yet before he could finish his thought, he was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. All that you possess, including your very lives, belongs solely to me. Do you understand? Yes, master. You shall continue your training at the Tiando Royal Academy as before. Should any matters arise, I will communicate with you through the communication stone. Understood, master. Why do you remain in a daze? Yes, master. The group of the Imperial fighters hastily rose from the ground and proceeded towards the door. Qian Renlin turned his gaze towards the 7 sword servants. You shall take the stage in tonight's soul duel. Should you falter, you are well aware of the consequences. Yes, master. They replied in unison, with unwavering conviction. The 7 sword servants knelt on one knee, resolutely declaring, "This is the first task bestowed upon us by our master, and we shall execute it flawlessly," they thought with steadfast determination. Qian Renlin sent a message to Salus, instructing him to discuss the personnel changes with the Soul Arena. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek remained oblivious to the fact that their opponents had been replaced, continuing their animated discussions about tactics. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing entered and informed them. Prepare yourselves. You are to take the stage in 15 minutes. Chapter 54, The Bewildered Shrek with a Thunderous Boom, a woman adorned with magnificent pristine wings soared into the referee's position above the Soul Arena. Welcome, everyone, to the Soto Great Soul Arena. It is my utmost honor to once again greet our esteemed guests. I am Dodo, the host for tonight's soul battle. The crowd erupted in excitement upon Dodo's appearance, her enchanting voice, ethereal beauty, and alluring figure making her immensely popular in the arena. Now, let us invite the contestants to take the stage. As her words echoed, the gates on either side slowly opened, revealing the figures of both teams. Ma Hongjun and Oscar gazed at the electrifying scene, their hairstyles flamboyantly styled. Upon seeing Dodo's stunning figure, they instantaneously adopted lecherous expressions, with Ma Hongjun noticeably drooling. Daimubai, concerned for their image, promptly smacked them on the head, exclaiming, "What are you doing, Boss Dai? Pay attention, there are over 20,000 people watching us." Ma Hongjun fell silent at once. As both teams ascended the Soul Arena, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Look, it's Zhang Tian. What? Zhang Tian has appeared? Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. Lin Feng, I want to bear your child. Ling Yan, I wish to marry you. Wow. It's my husband, Wang Lin. You shameless hussies. How dare you call him your husband? Clearly, he belongs to me. You two wretched girls. What makes you think you deserve him? Only I possess the beauty worthy of Liner. Goddess Yi. Goddess Yi. Goddess Yi. Spirit Ice. Spirit Ice. Ice Goddess. Ice Goddess. As the 7 sword servants made their entrance, many in the audience fainted, overwhelmed by the intense emotions and lack of oxygen in the enclosed space. The 8 members of Shrek stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle before them. For nearly a month, the audience had been calling their names. What was happening? Wait, what are they calling out? Zhang Tian? Tang San and the others exchanged startled glances. In the VIP room, Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on? How has the Royal Combat Team transformed into the Zhang Tian team? This is dire. With these few little monsters facing Zhang Tian, they stand no chance. Moreover, it has been rumored that their methods are exceedingly brutal." Yu Xiaojing, filled with trepidation, reflected on the past month during which he had led Shrek's 8 monsters to Soto City for soul battles. Zhao Wujia's condition was dire, confined to his bed due to severe injuries, while Flander was diligently searching for the inheritor of the 9-heart-sea butterfly martial soul, alongside the genius Tian Debeo who was attempting to mend Zhao Wujia's wounds. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible for him to rescue Shrek's 8 monsters in the face of Zhang Tian. All he could do was hope that Xiao San and the others would choose to surrender rather than face defeat. Big Brother Dai, what is happening? Is this not the Imperial fighting team? How has it transformed into the Zhang Tian team? Ma Hongjun gazed at Dai Mubai in bewilderment. The expressions of Dai Mubai and the others mirrored his confusion. When had this transpired? Had it just occurred moments ago? Yet, why had the Soul Arena not informed them? Even in the case of a last-minute substitution, they ought to have been notified. This was dire. They were completely unaware of the opponent's soul skills. Having vanished for half a year, they were surely stronger now, Daimubai remarked gravely. So, does this mean the tactics we deliberated upon for half a day are now rendered useless? Ma Hongjun rubbed his head in perplexity. Hadn't they been missing for nearly 6 months? How could they return at this moment? Imo Feng pondered heavily. With the 7 sword servants present, Qian Renlin must also be here. What could his purpose be in coming here? Was he intending to take action against Shrek? Imo Feng's instincts were tinged with foreboding. Remember, if the situation turns unfavorable, surrender immediately, Imo Feng instructed them sternly. The word surrender must never escape his lips. Otherwise, given Qian Renlin's temperament, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. He could only pray that Tang San and the others would not be too obstinate. The Zhongtian team also caught sight of Imo Feng, offering him an enigmatic smile. This time, their mission extended beyond merely defeating Shrek. Qian Renlin had tasked them with extracting the depths of Imo Feng's capabilities. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Shrek's original opponents, the Imperial Fighting Team, would be replaced by the Zhongtian team from Soto City. The time has come. Both teams are reminded that you have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Once I declare the commencement, you may engage in combat until one side concedes, is completely incapacitated, or falls from the soul arena. Now, please unleash your martial souls. Brothers, even if we find ourselves outmatched in this soul battle, we must not falter in our spirit, Daimubai proclaimed with a hearty laugh. With Daimubai's declaration, Shrek's 8 monsters underwent a splendid transformation. Humph. The 7 sword servants regarded the 7 individuals, who required such flamboyant displays even to summon their martial souls, with palpable disdain. Ling Feng boldly took the lead, standing at the forefront as he flicked his wrist, summoning the soul-devouring spear into his grasp. Ling Yan positioned himself to Ling Feng's left rear, with a firm step. His martial soul ignited, embodying a formidable fusion of offensive and defensive capabilities. To Ling Feng's right rear stood Ling Bing, who gracefully waved her arms, conjuring an icy phoenix that ascended gently behind her. Although she did not possess a defensive battle soul, the 7 sword servants, under the personal tutelage of Qian Renlin, boasted defensive prowess that rivaled that of equivalent defensive soul masters. Moreover, they were equipped with self-created soul techniques imparted by Qian Renlin himself. Zhao Qi occupied the center of the 3rd row, deftly rotating his wrist to reveal a black flute. Yi Lingling stood behind Zhao Qi, cradling a begonia blossom in her hands. Wang Lin positioned himself to the left of Yi Lingling, gripping a bamboo sword firmly in his right hand. Li Chu, to her right, slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze had transformed into a profound abyss, devoid of any hint of white. This formation had been meticulously arranged by Qian Renlin himself. The other 7 sword servants possessed commendable self-defense capabilities, rendering them unafraid of being targeted by agile attackers. However, Yi Lingling was an exception. Her martial soul solely possessed healing abilities, and having only been by Qian Renlin's side for a mere year, she lacked the fortitude to withstand a sudden assault from their opponents. Thus, Wang Lin and Li Chu were assigned to protect her. They did not need to engage directly with the enemy, for with their prowess, no rival team of the same rank could stand against them. Their role was merely to distract the adversaries. Yu Xiaojiang observed the positioning of the 7 sword servants with evident confusion. However, Imo Feng understood. Their formation was capable of executing a seamless 7-person fusion technique in an instant. As Imo Feng contemplated strategies for the upcoming battle, he too possessed self-created soul techniques from Qian Renlin, yet he could not use them here, as it would be indefensible. The techniques bestowed upon him were identical to those of the 7 sword servants. Unbeknownst to him, during the past 6 months, the 7 sword servants had mastered new and more potent soul techniques, and they had all reached level 39. Reflecting on this, the 7 sword servants gazed at Imo Feng, who was in a martial soul-activated state, feeling perplexed. Given his talent and the energy of his master, he should have attained at least level 40 by now. Why was he still at level 35? Chapter 55. Zhongtian vs. Shrek. I hereby announce the commencement of the soul duel. With the declaration from Dodo, Daimubai instantaneously unleashed his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, manifesting his 3 soul rings of rank 39, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, imposing an unparalleled pressure upon their opponents. The 7 treasures glazed Tile Pagoda activated, bestowing upon them the power of Liuli 1, enhancing their strength, and Liuli 2, boosting their speed. Ning Rongrong released her first and second soul skills, augmenting the speed and power of the Shrek team by 30%. In a swift motion, Tang San employed his first soul skill, entangling his comrades with blue-silver grass to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Xiaofeng, conceal yourself in the void and neutralize their control and healing systems, Tang San instructed, addressing the left side where Mo Feng stood. Mo Feng smiled wryly. Stealing their healing and control systems? He shook his head and activated his second soul skill, Void Concealment. Watching Mo Feng vanish, Qi Jiannu smirked. Bang! Indeed, the moment Mo Feng approached Qi Jiannu, he was instantly rebuffed by an invisible force. Yu Xiaojing looked on in astonishment at Qi Jiannu, sensing that the opponent seemed to have melded into a singular entity. Is this the fusion technique of 7? Yu Xiaojing pondered, his eyes flickering. No, this is not a fusion technique of 7. It is merely the formidable synergy developed through prolonged collaboration. But what was that repelling force? Even Zhao Wujie could not counter Mo Feng's second soul skill and had to withstand it. Why was it ineffective against the Zhongtian team? Yu Xiaojing was perplexed, having witnessed Mo Feng vanish only to be suddenly thrust back by an unseen force. Tang San hurriedly used blue-silver grass to pull Mo Feng back. Xiaofeng, are you all right? I'm fine. Mo Feng replied with a pained smile, clutching his chest, as the backlash from the counteracting force had left him winded. Had he not secretly activated the defensive soul skill taught by Qian Renlin, he might have coughed up blood from that blow. Die. You attack the wielder of that long spear head-on. Fatty, unleash your fire upon them. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, you two flank from the side, but be cautious. Rong, boost us. Xiaofeng, support everyone. Understood. Daimubai activated his third soul skill, White Tiger King Transformation, his body swelling as a phantom of a white tiger emerged around him, instantly increasing his strength and defense by 50%. Ling Yin summoned 2 crimson fire pythons to confront Daimubai. Xiao's eyes turned pink as she gazed at Qi Jiannu. Li Chuan cast a glance at her, and Xiao Wu immediately spat out blood. Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed with concern, looking towards her. I'm fine. Third brother, Xiao Wu murmured, wiping her mouth. The backlash of soul power is troublesome. Tang San employed the blue-silver grass to ensnare the 7 sword servants, aiming to disperse them. Wang Lin conjured countless blades of wind around him, slicing through the encroaching blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing sought to launch a surprise attack from behind the 7 sword servants, but Shao Qi hastily played his flute, unleashing a multitude of soul power blades to thwart Zhu Zhuqing's advance. She deftly dodged while fending off the barrage of razor-sharp weapons. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, was unleashed as Ma Hongjun positioned himself, spewing flames towards the 7 sword servants. Humph. The first soul skill, Ice Ray, was activated as Ling Bing released her ability. An ice phoenix behind her continuously unleashed chilling blasts to counter Ma Hongjun's fiery assault. Observing the flames gradually freezing, Ma Hongjun stomped his foot in frustration. The second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix, elevated the potency of Ma Hongjun's flames threefold, hinting at a potential resistance to the icy onslaught. Ling Bing was taken aback. This plump fellow, despite being only level 29, was managing to counter her ice power, albeit not earnestly, as she was a rank 39 soul master. Nevertheless, she decided to intensify her attack. Utilizing her soul power, the ice ray expanded dramatically. With a whoosh, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line was swiftly encased in ice, its ferocity undiminished. Alarmed at the impending freeze, Ma Hongjun hastily severed the connection to his flames, but it was too late. He was transformed into an ice sculpture. Hongjun, Fatty, Tang San, and the others gasped in shock at the sight of Ma Hongjun encased in ice. Yet, amidst the battle, they could only feel anxious. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing drenched in sweat, Mo Feng quickly pulled her to the rear. Zhao Qi cast a glance at Mo Feng, then ceased his flute-esque melody. Turning his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, the edge of his soul power was formidable enough to shatter even the most ordinary soul masters. Yet this girl managed to withstand it for such an extended period. Although he had not unleashed his soul skills, her resilience in enduring his soul power blade for so long astonished him. Meanwhile, Daimubai was battered and bruised. A single crimson fire python could easily rend him asunder. Let alone two. His prolonged resistance was merely a result of his opponent toying with him. Anger surged within him, yet it was futile. Escaping was a challenge in itself. Tang San observed the 7 sword servants with grave concern. Their coordination was flawless, leaving no room for error, while his blue-silver grass could not even approach them. Mo Feng's second skill proved ineffective, and his strength paled in comparison to theirs. They faced utter defeat, yet the thought of conceding was unbearable. This battle was their first since being awarded the Silver Soul Badge, and a loss would revert them to their former state, rendering a month of hard work meaningless. It was worth noting that they had been exceptionally granted the Silver Soul Badge. Now that the Zhongtian team had returned, the Soul Arena no longer required their presence. Standing before the window of the first VIP room, Qian Renlin quietly observed the battle arena below, showing no concern for the potential loss of the Seven Sword Servants. How was the investigation into Lu Erlong progressing? From a corner of the room, a figure slowly materialized, kneeling before Qian Renlin and reporting. Lu Erlong is currently in the Heavendo Empire. 10 years ago, he suddenly arrived in Heavendo City and established a prestigious Soul Master Academy named Blue Tyrant Academy. Before he could finish his words, a soul sword pierced through his heart, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. What I seek is not the identity of Lu Erlong, but her deeds. Should there be a next time, this shall be your fate. From the shadows emerged two figures clad in black, kneeling respectfully as they replied. After a moment of silence without any spoken words, they dragged the lifeless body of their comrade into the shadows. In the Douluo Continent, there cannot be so many martial souls capable of cloaking themselves. This was a soul technique created by Qian Renlin, utilizing both earth and darkness attributes. Inspired by the martial soul of the ghost Douluo stealth technique, nowadays, the web of souls has become ubiquitous. Tang San, it seems you are no longer of any use to me. You have disappointed me greatly, and your Xiantian treasure record holds little significance for me now. Previously, Qian Renlin had refrained from killing Tang San, hoping to extract something valuable from the Xiantian treasure record, but as time passed, Qian Renlin's soul power and mental strength grew increasingly formidable. Along with a terrifying level of comprehension, he no longer required Tang San's Xiantian treasure record to develop numerous martial techniques. Once the Spirit Hall has produced powerful soul-guided devices, the Tang sect's hidden weapons will also become obsolete. Chapter 56, a startling change on the soul-fighting platform. Tang San glanced at his companions, then shifted his gaze to the opposing side. He fell silent. Their adversaries were overwhelmingly strong, rendering any approach futile. Gradually, he crouched down, his palm touching the ground as he secretly unleashed his third soul skill, web binding. Instantly, countless strands of blue-silver grass ensnared the feet of the Seven Sword Servants, rapidly enveloping their entire bodies. With the success of his first strike, Tang San immediately activated his second soul skill, parasitism. Countless strands of blue-silver grass sprouted from the bodies of the Seven Sword Servants, firmly binding them like rice dumplings. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu swiftly utilized her teleportation skill, kicking towards Ling Feng's face. Zhu Zhuqing also rushed to attack the Seven Sword Servants from the side. Dai Mubai attempted to shatter the ice block to rescue Ma Hongjun, but was halted by Tang San. Dai, the fatty is fine for now. If you break the ice sculpture, he too will shatter along with it. Listening to Tang San's words, Dai Mubai quickly ceased his actions, always placing his trust in Tang San. Do you think this will be of any use to us? The Seven Sword Servant sneered at Tang San. With his third soul skill, Wind Slash, Wang Lin's soul power surged, coalescing into countless blades of soul power that instantaneously shredded the blue-silver grass binding the Seven Sword Servants. These blades were not mere manifestations of ordinary soul power. They were the result of intensive training under Qian Renlin, a technique so potent that even a blade from the soul sect could be severed in two upon contact. As the Seven Sword Servants broke free from their restraints, Xiao Wu attempted to retreat, but found it too late. Ling Feng seized her ankle, swinging her around before casting her towards Tang San. He hurriedly used blue-silver grass to catch her. Xiao Wu, are you all right? He inquired. Third brother. My foot hurts so much. Tears of pain threatened to spill from Xiao Wu's eyes as Tang San hurriedly crouched down to soothe her sprained ankle. It's nothing, Xiao Wu. This is merely a dislocation caused by the vigorous shaking. Tang San grasped her foot, twisting and pushing it gently. It hurts, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. I never expected you, a young girl, to have such a cruel heart. If you were to kick me, wouldn't my handsome face be marred? Ling Feng glanced at Zhu Xing, who had been knocked aside, then shifted his gaze to Mo Feng, who was blocked by the fiery red serpent of Ling Yin. With a smirk, he addressed Xiao Wu, delightful. While saying this, Ling Feng even sniffed his fingers, which had just touched Xiao Wu's ankle. Tell me, what future do you have following those useless Shrek members? You'd be better off enjoying the good life with me. Bah. Shameless. Despicable, Xiao Wu retorted. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted, Li Ru swiftly unleashed his second soul skill, Soul Capture. A beam of black light darted into Ning Rongrong's eyes. Ah! Ning Rongrong screamed, collapsing onto the ground as the amplifying aura enveloping the group instantly dissipated. Rongrong! Mo Feng dashed forward, punching through the fiery serpent to reach her, eager to comfort her. Ah! Stay away, stay away. Ning Rongrong flailed her arms in terror, her eyes and head throbbing painfully as she found herself engulfed in an abyss of fear and darkness. In her perception, terrifying and malevolent monsters surrounded her. Seeing a figure with half a face missing, smeared with black and red blood, approach her only intensified her panic. Rongrong, it's me. Calm down. I'm Mo Feng, he pleaded, drenched in sweat as he embraced her tightly. Get away. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed by sheer terror, fainted. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's torment, Tang San was consumed with rage. Bastard! He drew a concealed weapon from his belt and hurled it towards Lingfeng. Clang! 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 What is that? Lingfeng asked, deflecting the thrown weapons effortlessly. Humph! Tang San ignored him, continuing to launch his hidden projectiles. The other 7 sword slaves, incensed by this indiscriminate attack, glared at him. Using other weapons on the battle platform? Although Qian Renxue had taught them that any means could be employed to defeat an opponent, they believed that only they had the right to do so, while their enemies should submit to their whims. Zhaoqi promptly played the soul flute, summoning countless blades that sliced towards Tang San's projectiles. Wang Lin unleashed a torrent of wind blades in a similar fashion, indiscriminately targeting Shrek and the others. Tang San quickly activated the purple extreme magic eyes to track their trajectories, deploying blue-silver grass to envelop everyone. However, it proved futile, as the blue-silver grass was swiftly shredded. Mo Feng hurriedly activated the golden armor taught by Qian Renxue, shielding Ning Rongrong with his back against the incoming damage. Clang! 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 A relentless barrage of slicing winds surged forth, shattering the protective shield and leaving deep lacerations upon Zhu Zhuqing's back. Despite her agility allowing her to narrowly evade further harm, Dai Mubai was not so fortunate, as he bore the brunt of numerous cuts across his body. Although the individual power of these wind blades was not particularly formidable, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Activating his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, followed by the third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, and then the second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai hastily amplified his defenses and endeavored to disperse the encroaching wind blades. Oh, it appears you are quite concerned for her, Ling Feng remarked playfully, glancing at Xiaowu and then at the delicate Ning Rongrong cradled in Mo Feng's arms, before turning to Tang San with a mocking tone. What is she to you? She is the girlfriend of my brother. Tang San replied coldly, his gaze fixed on him. A pang of realization struck Mo Feng. Indeed, the 7 sword servants were inconsequential. He had merely assumed this was Mo Feng's endeavor to fulfill his master's mission more effectively. However, the situation was different with Qian Renlin. In the luxurious VIP room above, Qian Renlin listened intently to Tang San's words, observing Mo Feng's expression and his earlier actions. This individual had truly slipped from my grasp. Qian Renlin gazed at Mo Feng with a chilling demeanor, and with a mere thought, he ignited the 5 elements soul power within Mo Feng's body. You have a discerning eye. I too have a fondness for that girl, Ling Feng remarked, an inscrutable look in his eyes as he addressed Mo Feng. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. In an instant, Mo Feng's left hand was obliterated on the soul-fighting platform. The pain coursed through him, causing cold sweat to pour down as he hastily covered the severed limb. Tang San and the others widened their eyes in shock and rushed to support him. Xiao Feng, what has happened? Are you all right? Mo Feng remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Qian Renlin's indifferent eyes from the window above. He realized that his fate was sealed. The audience below was equally astonished, bewildered by the sudden explosion of his hand. The 7 sword servants stared blankly at Mo Feng. This is Ling Feng, astonished by the sight of Mo Feng's mangled hand, began to piece together the situation. Why? What have they offered you? He said. Disbelief etched across his face. The other 7 sword servants shared his thoughts. You have betrayed the master? You failed to fulfill the task assigned to you and developed feelings for them? You must pay for this, they retorted, their gazes icy as they directed their fury towards Mo Feng. Dai Mubai and the others were left in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. What do you mean by betrayal? Who is this master? Chapter 57. Revelation. The spectators below were in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? So they know each other? And who is this master? Their hearts ached, clearly feeling the resonance of heartbreak. Their idol, their goddess, was merely a servant to another? Why? A wave of disbelief washed over the audience of over 20,000. Many were so incensed that they vomited blood in despair. My goddess! My idol! They lamented. This cannot be true. It must be a dream. Liars, deceivers, you have betrayed my feelings. Return my Ling Feng. Liars. Return my goddess. Return my idol. Regardless of the audience's outrage, the members of Shrek on stage were equally incredulous. Tang San stared at Mo Feng in a daze, and as he processed the words spoken, the realization struck him. The Zhang Tian team was indeed the subordinates of the Spirit Hall's holy son that Xiao Feng had mentioned. No wonder Xiao Feng has been so troubled tonight. He must have known all along. Xiao Feng, I am so sorry. It is my fault. I have brought you this misfortune. Tang San lamented, guilt-ridden as he looked at him. Xiao San, what is going on? Xiao Wu exclaimed in a flurry. Yes, Xiao San. Xiao Feng, what on earth is happening? Incredibly, Xiao Jiang descended slowly from the upper floor. Little 3, do you remember what I told you? Mo Feng exhaled. I remember. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would turn out like this. Forgive me. This is not your fault. After all, you had no way of knowing they were from the Spirit Hall. Mo Feng replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. What? The Spirit Hall? It was not just Dai Mubai and the others who were astonished. Even Yu Xiaojiang, who was approaching, found it equally unbelievable. You should concede. Teacher, we concede. Upon uttering these words, the members of Shrek hurriedly carried the unconscious Ning Rongrong and the ice-encased Ma Hongjun out of the arena, racing back to Shrek Academy. Observing the retreating figures of Mo Feng and his companions, the 7 sword servants promptly sought an audience with Qian Renlin. Every action they undertook required Qian Renlin's approval. Without his command, even if they were aware of Mo Feng's betrayal, they would not dare to act independently to pursue him. This truly takes me by surprise. So, are you a traveler from another realm, or something else entirely? Qian Renlin gazed at the departing group, led by Mo Feng, his eyes shimmering with surprise. He had not anticipated the existence of others in this world beyond himself. Ah, how truly exhilarating. What significance lies in adhering strictly to a predetermined path? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Qian Renlin's lips. Were he to follow the narrative arc of a novel, methodically and predictably, he would undoubtedly conclude that this world was a construct of human design, with its trajectory firmly established. Meanwhile, at the other side, the Shrek team was in turmoil. Teacher, Dai, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you mustn't worry about me, they exclaimed. I understand his character. He will not spare me. Wrong. I entrust you to them. He is currently orchestrating a grand scheme and will not act against you for the time being. But I am different. I am a traitor, an unstable element, and I cannot endanger you. Xiao Feng, how could we possibly abandon you? They responded fervently. If necessary, we can flee to the Heaven-Do Empire with our talents. They will surely accept us, Tang San urged as he ran alongside Mo Feng. Indeed, if all else fails, we can seek refuge in the Douluo Empire. Given my status and your innate abilities, I am certain that person will welcome you, Dai Mubai resolutely declared. Tang San and Xiao were taken aback, astonished by Dai Mubai's connections to the Douluo Empire. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing that he was already aware of Dai Mubai's true identity. Precisely. If necessary, we can approach the 2 great empires. The Spirit Hall has grand ambitions and will not act against them in the immediate future. What you need most now is time. With your talents, achieving the rank of title Douluo within 20 years is entirely feasible. 20 years. Alas, that may be too late. He will not grant us such an extended reprieve, Mo Feng replied with a bitter smile. He understood Qian Renlin all too well, and this understanding bred profound fear. What? Is it possible he could assassinate us within the 2 great empires? Xiao Wu interjected incredulously. Indeed, he would dare, Mo Feng replied in a somber tone. Tang San and the others exchanged worried glances. If my suspicions are correct, he should be nearing level 60 by now. His martial spirit is exceptionally formidable. Once he reaches title Douluo, no, even Soul Sage, the entire continent combined would struggle to match him, Mo Feng stated with grave seriousness. Is he truly that terrifying? Isn't his martial spirit the 6-winged angel? Yu Xiaojiang asked, perplexed. It is not merely a 6-winged angel. His martial spirit boasts 12 wings. With the first soul ring exceeding 50,000 years, Mo Feng revealed, eliciting gasps from the group. What? The first soul ring is 50,000 years. How can that be? They exclaimed in disbelief. His martial spirit can enhance the age of the soul rings, Mo Feng said, shaking his head, uncertain of how this phenomenon occurred. Could it be that? Yuxia Gang, filled with dread, realized that this was not the most terrifying aspect. Each of his soul skills was a domain ability, capable of enhancing attributes by 50% across the board while simultaneously diminishing the attributes of his adversaries by the same margin. Mo Feng, struck by the fearsome nature of Qian Renlin, felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing that such an enemy was utterly insurmountable. How could anyone possibly rival him? Was it conceivable that the Spirit Hall could indeed be unassailable? Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Do you know what makes him truly terrifying?" What is most fearsome about him is, just as Mo Feng was about to speak, a booming laughter interrupted. "Where do you think you're going? Run? Keep running. Why have you stopped? Did you really think you could escape after betraying your master?" The 7 sword servants gradually encircled the Shrek 8 monsters from all directions. Time was running out. Mo Feng managed a bitter smile, reluctantly gazing at Ning Rongrong in his arms. "Rongrong, I cannot accompany you any longer. You must find happiness. Xiao San, take care of Rongrong for me. Keep running ahead, and whatever you do, do not look back," Mo Feng said coldly to Tang San. "Xiao Feng, what are you planning? Xiao Feng, don't do anything reckless. We are one. How can we bear to watch you perish? Go. No, if we leave together. I need you to go. Quickly. As long as there is life, there is hope. Xiao San, you have a greater mission. You cannot fall here." Mo Feng shouted fiercely at Tang San. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, I'm sorry. I cannot bear to watch you die." With that, Tang San opened his left hand, and a surge of powerful soul energy instantly enveloped the area. "Xiao San, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Yuxia Gang and the others stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, as did the 7 sword servants. "What is this? Dual soul?" Ling Feng gasped in shock. Yet at that moment, a loud bang echoed. Chapter 58. Farewell. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Mo Feng delivered a punch to Tang San. "Pooh!" Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Mo Feng in disbelief. "Why?" The others were equally astonished as they gazed at Mo Feng. "Xiao San, I always believed you were sensible and composed, but I was gravely mistaken. You are nothing but a great fool, an utter simpleton." Tang San was taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. "Do you even realize what you are doing? Do you understand the calamity this will bring upon you? Have you considered yourself, thought about your father? What will happen to him if you perish?" Mo Feng berated Tang San. "What will happen to Xiao Wu if you die? How can you be so selfish? Do you comprehend the immense expectations your teacher has for you? Do you comprehend the sorrow that would envelop your master upon your demise? He has relied on you throughout his life. If you were to perish, he would forever be looked down upon, unable to rise from the ashes of his existence." Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Mo Feng in astonishment. How could he possibly know? Tang San and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Xiaojiang, bewildered as to how this matter could concern their teacher. Disregarding their confusion, Mo Feng continued to chastise Tang San, pointing a finger at him. "Furthermore, if you were to expose your identity, do you understand the calamity that would befall Shrek? Do you truly believe that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall would spare you? Would he show mercy to anyone associated with you? Your father is the one who caused your own father's demise. The Haoyan sect has fallen due to your father's choices. Do you not realize the reasons behind your father's despondence? How can you be so selfish?" Mo Feng's eyes were filled with anguish as he gazed at Tang San. Silence enveloped Tang San. Silence enveloped Shrek, while Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with tears brimming in her eyes. Mo Feng exhaled slowly, casting his gaze to the heavens and then back to his companions at Shrek. "Little San, Brother San, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful friend in you. It is time for you to mature. Do not remain so naive. There are countless matters awaiting your attention. And to Gu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Xiao Ao, and even the chubby one, I feel honored to have met you all. I wish to fight alongside you, but my time has run out. There are myriad tasks that you must undertake in this world. You cannot allow my demise. An individual destined to perish, to lead to your downfall here. And what of you? Have you considered the fate of Rongrong should you die? Have you thought about it?" Oscar's eyes were red as he spoke. "How can you be so selfish? Why must Rongrong bear such immense suffering alone?" Listening to Oscar's words, Mo Feng fell silent. Indeed, he acknowledged his selfishness. He had fallen in love with Rongrong due to her words and now intended to leave without resolution. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Xiao Ao. "I am aware of your feelings for Rongrong. I entrust her to you. Treat her well. She is a wonderful girl. Be patient with her capriciousness. She enjoys playful banter, sweet words, and romance. She is innocent and pure. Do not let her suffer. Please, protect her. Mo Feng cast a fond glance at the unconscious Ning Rongrong, tears welling up as he smiled at Oscar. Oscar gritted his teeth and glanced at Rongrong. She is your woman. You should be the one to protect her. What does it mean for me to protect her? He genuinely wished to strike Mo Feng. Mo Feng offered him a radiant smile and spoke gently. You will come to understand. Indigo, Sister Qing is a good girl. Be accommodating towards her. Do not always bicker with her. She actually has feelings for you, but she struggles to express them. Zhu Qing furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Dai Mubai before turning away. Zhu Qing, Dagu has changed significantly. He no longer indulges in debauchery. Please, try to accept him. After all, the two of you are indeed a natural pair, aren't you? Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing exchanged glances. Who is a natural pair with him? Xiao Feng, please don't speak nonsense. Exactly. I have no feelings for her. It's all your wild imagination. I have never liked her, Dai Mubai replied, his handsome face flushed. Observing the bickering duo, Mo Feng smiled fondly, wishing to continue their playful banter. Are we done? Have you finished your farewells? The master is still waiting for you. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, please don't force us to take action. The 7 sword servants were growing impatient. How could these individuals still be so frivolous at such a critical juncture? Mo Feng reassured the worried Shrek group. I am fine. You all should return to Shrek and hasten your journey to the 2 great empires. With a smile, he turned towards the 7 sword servants. For the sake of our many years of camaraderie, could you assist in healing my friend's injuries? Mo Feng addressed them earnestly. Ling Feng hesitated, instinctively. He was not inclined to offer them aid. However, Mo Feng had been their steadfast companion since childhood, and this might be their last encounter. Moreover, the master did not order us to kill them, merely to defeat them and extract Mo Feng's secrets. Sighing, Ling Feng cast a sympathetic glance at Mo Feng and slowly said, in the past, Mo Feng was always our pillar of strength. Now that he may face death, one can't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Ling Bing, seeing that the leader had consented, waved her hand to dispel the ice encasing Ma Hongjun, channeling soul power to help him regain consciousness by morning. He will awaken by dawn, Ling Bing coldly informed the Shrek group. Li Che also lifted the nightmare-afflicting Ning Rongrong, assuring her that after a good rest, she would naturally awaken. Yilingling employed her martial spirit, the 9-heart begonia, to heal the injuries of Dai Mubai and the others. Thank you. Mo Feng bowed deeply to the 7 sword servants. All right. The master has been waiting for quite some time. With one last glance at the Shrek members, Mo Feng followed the 7 sword servants. He understood that he could not defeat them. Even if he could, they could summon countless assassins to surround him at any moment. As for the Shrek team, he could only hope they would leave Soto City soon. At least in the 2 great empires, they would find some safety. His only concern was for Rongrong and Tang San, if Rongrong awoke to find him gone. Tang San's secret of possessing twin martial spirits had already been exposed. But fortunately, the 7 sword servants were unaware of Tang San's true identity. However, it would not remain a secret for long. As the most loyal servant of Qian Renlin, the 7 sword servants would surely report Tang San's secret upon discovering it. Sigh. Let us return to Shrek first. We shall depart for the Heaven Do Empire tonight. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Mo Feng, who was following the 7 sword servant, shaking his head with a sigh. With Mo Feng's departure, it may well be a farewell for eternity. Xiao Feng, let us be brothers in our next life. Tang San and the others silently exchanged glances at Mo Feng's retreating figure before turning to leave. The paths one has traversed are one's most invaluable treasure. Only by remembering these paths can one navigate the roads ahead with wisdom. Addressing certain inquiries from readers, many have remarked that I have portrayed the strength of the sky blue bull python excessively high. I shall amend this to a rounded figure of 200,000 years. As for the dream eye silkworm, let us not quibble. Whether it is 999,000 years or 1 million years makes no significant difference to it. Moreover, its existence serves merely to rationally resolve the protagonist's spiritual power and the soul skill of enslavement. Consider this book as a parallel world to Douluo. Let us not be overly critical. The second query pertains to why the protagonist has yet to seize resources. I must clarify that aside from the 3 great treasure troves in the domain of the god of slaughter, there are indeed no extraordinary resources on Douluo Continent. The 3 major treasure troves, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, have already been acquired, while the Qian Kuan Inquiry Valley necessitates a heart filled with love. Only those truly in love may enter, lest they face punishment. It is evident that Qian Renlin lacks such affection, and his current strength is insufficient to force entry. As for the third Dragon Valley, it harbors little of value beyond a soul spirit. Regarding the other locations, the Lake of Life has seen the awakening of Tian, and naturally, Qian Renlin cannot enter before he has attained sufficient strength. As for Sea God Island, that is a topic best left unaddressed. Another question arises. Since Tian has awakened, why could Qian Renlin and the others retreat unharmed? Firstly, at that moment, they had reached the forest's outskirts. And Tian was not prepared for a battle with humanity. Otherwise, it would have led a soul beast invasion long ago. Furthermore, Qian Renlin is accompanied by 4 super Douluos for protection. Tian would not be foolish enough to underestimate his backing. Additionally, Tian's primary task is to safeguard the Silver Dragon King, ensuring her recovery and swift awakening, thus it cannot leave the forest. Lastly, why does the protagonist not eliminate Tang San and Phone? This will be addressed later. The main character of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School does not intend to kill them, and this too shall be elaborated upon. Chapter 59. The departure of Shrek Soto City Marshal Soul Branch. Qian Renlin lounged on the sofa, casually sipping red wine with one leg crossed over the other. He displayed no concern for the 7 sword servants' inability to subdue Phone, if they lacked even this modicum of strength. They were unworthy to serve as his subordinates on his path to greatness, let alone to become his divine servants in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Master, Phone has arrived. The 7 sword servants proclaimed, kneeling in submission. Rise, Qian Renlin replied, casting a detached glance at them. The 7 sword servants slowly stood up and silently moved behind Qian Renlin, while Phone kept his head bowed, enveloped in silence. Qian Renlin leisurely sipped his red wine, and as time passed, Phone felt an increasingly heavy pressure weighing upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, you have followed me for so long and concealed yourself so well that I have yet to discover your presence. You are quite remarkable. Qian Renlin gazed calmly at Phone, and the more composed he appeared, the more terrifying Phone found him. I am curious, how did you manage to do this? Can you enlighten me? Qian Renlin squinted, sensing that Phone was merely an ordinary youth, devoid of any distinguishing traits. With a mental acuity akin to that of his peers, Phone remained silent. Oh, are you not afraid of death? Qian Renlin slowly set down his wine glass and began to pace around him, commenting, your arm. Quite impressive. You have forcibly transferred the soul energy I implanted in your heart to your arm. Can you tell me how you accomplished that? Qian Renlin remarked as he observed the severed part of Feng's arm. Thus far, he was the first individual not under the control of Qian Renlin's soul energy, and also the first capable of forcibly relocating his own soul energy. This could elucidate why his level of advancement had been so sluggish. He looked at the silent Phone. Qian Renlin slowly raised his hand to grasp the severed edge, causing Phone to tremble with pain throughout his entire body. Qian Renlin paid no heed, as he controlled his soul power to gradually flow into his body. As Qian Renlin's soul energy surged within him, strands of multicolored soul power began to traverse through his meridians. Astonished, Qian Renlin felt an overwhelming surge of purple soul power thwarting his own attempts at probing. How could this be? Is there truly a force in this world capable of resisting the surge of my elemental soul power? Contemplating this, Qian Renlin channeled even more of his soul energy into Feng's body, intensifying its ferocity. The elemental soul power swiftly devoured the purple soul energy within Phone, resembling a fleeting shadow racing past. In an instant, Phone was gripped by excruciating pain, his body convulsing and trembling. The sensation was unbearable, akin to a colossal python rampaging through his very being, leaving devastation in its wake. His meridians had been ruthlessly shattered by Qian Renlin's elemental soul power. Let me see what trump cards you possess, Qian Renlin uttered coldly, showing no sign of empathy for Feng's anguished cries. For those who betray him, even a fate of dismemberment would be a light punishment. The soul energy circulating within Qian Renlin accelerated increasingly, eventually reaching a pace of completing a full cycle in merely 3 seconds. You, wretched demon, you shall not meet a good end, Phone uttered, trembling all over, his voice quivering with dread. Qian Renlin's eyes narrowed, and the speed of his soul power surged once more. Phone had begun to struggle violently this time, but being restrained by Qian Renlin, he could only sway helplessly and cry out loudly. The 7-sword slave, witnessing this scene, found it unbearable to look at. The cruelty of such suffering was too much to bear. The master of the Soul Hall in Soto City also watched Feng's torment with trepidation. his body trembling involuntarily as he pondered, should he speak or remain silent? Qian Renlin coldly shouted, determined to uncover the reason behind Mo Feng's escape from his servitude, as well as how he managed to manipulate the soul power that Qian Renlin had implanted within him. He needed to ascertain whether this was a mere personal attribute of Mo Feng, or if it was a capability that anyone across the continent could possess. If it were the former, the solution was simple: he would kill him. However, if it were the latter, "You devil, go ahead and kill me. I will not divulge anything." Mo Feng struggled to utter, his body racked with pain and fatigue, making even speech a Herculean task. "So, you choose silence? 7 sword slaves. Bring me Ning Rongrong from Shrek. Let us see how long you can maintain your defiance." Qian Renlin commanded coldly to the 7 sword slaves. They hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yes, master," and promptly turned to leave. Although they felt sympathy for Mo Feng, they dared not defy their master's orders. Mo Feng quickly raised his head, realizing the cruelty of the situation. "You are truly heartless. May you meet a terrible fate," he exclaimed before fainting. Did he think that losing consciousness would absolve him of his plight? Qian Renlin let out a cold snort, utilizing his celestial eye ability to unleash his mental energy into Mo Feng's sea of consciousness. As Qian Renlin's mental force permeated Mo Feng's mind, Mo Feng slowly began to awaken. "I shall grant you another opportunity. Speak. How did you manage to free yourself from my control? I will never divulge that information." "So abandon all hope," Mo Feng retorted, his laughter dripping with cruelty. "You are indeed quite defiant." As the eyes of Qian Renlin transformed into a golden hue, it once again unleashed its enslavement skill upon Mo Feng. After a lengthy pause, a sinister laughter erupted. "Ha! Your soul technique is utterly ineffective against me. Ha ha ha!" Mo Feng remarked with a twisted grin. Qian Renlin decisively released the hand he had grasped. Since inquiries yielded no results, he resolved to refrain from further questioning. Did he not hold a considerable regard for that Ning Rongrong? Then he would simply capture her. Meanwhile, the 7 sword servants unfurled their soul-powered wings and soared swiftly towards Shrek Academy. However, what greeted their eyes left them utterly bewildered. What was happening? Where were the people? Why had they vanished entirely? The 7 sword servants stared in astonishment at the deserted academy. "Strike with all your might. Obliterate this place. If I cannot find them, how much longer can they hide?" Ling Feng uttered coldly. With the onslaught of the 7 sword servants' formidable soul techniques, Shrek was reduced to ruins, desolate and shattered. Where had they gone? It seemed they had already departed. "What shall we do now? Our master commands us to capture that Ning Rongrong alive. He is currently in a furious mood, and we have failed to apprehend anyone. What a predicament," voiced the 7 sword servants with concern. "Damn it, had I known, I would have captured them all earlier and presented them to the master." Ling Feng seethed, recalling the prior moment when he had offered healing to them. "Let us return and report our situation." It appeared that was the only course of action. The 7 sword servants unleashed one final skill, setting Shrek ablaze. Before turning to depart, Qian Renlin harbored a deep aversion to his subordinates' procrastination. He insisted that those he wished to see must be presented to him, living or deceased. Even in the absence of capturing the adversary this time, he demanded a report upon their return, leaving the final decision to his master. Chapter 60, Is Mo Feng Dead? Part 1. Simultaneously, the members of Shrek Academy, including their teachers, were journeying towards the Heaven Do Empire. They had departed from Soto City, summoning Flanders to lead the faculty in a hasty exit from Shrek Academy. Even without Mo Feng's warning, they could foresee the peril that awaited Tang San, who had exposed his twin martial souls. The Spirit Hall would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Perhaps Mo Feng was right. The Spirit Hall might seek to eliminate everyone connected to Tang San entirely. Such has always been the modus operandi of the Spirit Hall. And since the Holy Sun took power 6 years ago, the situation had only worsened. There had been instances where a soul sage, inebriated, carelessly uttered disparaging remarks about the Spirit Hall, only to vanish along with all associates by nightfall. Outsiders were left in ignorance of their fates. But it was reasonable to assume that the circumstances were dire, as various factions grew increasingly wary of the Spirit Hall's influence. Principle: are we truly to ally ourselves with the Heaven Do Empire? The teachers of Shrek, having sought refuge from constraints and various grievances, were reluctant to accept the principal's sudden proposal. Alas, there is no alternative. The Spirit Hall has set its sights on us. Our lives may be expendable, but these young prodigies have their futures ahead of them. Flanders grasped the gravity of the situation only upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words. "Once we reach the Heaven Do Empire, you may depart." Shrek is now disbanded. Do not squander your time on us. Furthermore, remaining with us poses a risk to your lives. If you wish, consider joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School instead. Before heading to Heavendo City, they had one matter to address: a visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhao Wujie's current state rendered him a burden. The Heavendo Empire would have no use for him. Given his connection to Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji would likely take him in. Principal, what are you saying? We have known each other for decades. Shrek is our home. If you ask us to leave, we have no place to go. We, old bones, do not have much time left. Rather, we would impart our lifelong knowledge to these young prodigies. Li Yusong interjected. Indeed, we have nowhere else to turn. We are unfamiliar with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Wherever the principal goes, we shall follow. Flanders was deeply moved. My good brothers, I shall refrain from further words, but I will always cherish your kindness. Just ahead lies the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Let us first attend to Zhao Wujie's matters. Yu Xiaojiang remarked with a calm demeanor. Soto City Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin cast a cold glance at the seven sword slaves, who returned empty-handed. Where are the individuals you were tasked to capture? Who has meddled this time? Master, it is not that someone has interfered. Rather, when we arrived, Shrek was already deserted. The seven-sword slave hastily knelt, his voice trembling. Then are you implying that you arrived too late? Why, yes. The seven-sword slave prostrated himself on the ground, drenched in sweat under Qian Renlin's imposing presence. Bang! With a fierce wave of his hand, Qian Renlin unleashed a surge of soul power that sent the seven-sword servants flying. Incompetence! How can you fail at such a simple task? If there is no one from Shrek here, they will surely seek assistance elsewhere. Master, it is my grave sin, and I willingly accept the punishment. The seven-sword servants hastily climbed to their feet and knelt before Qian Renlin once more. You may return to the Soul Forging Tower. Only re-emerge once you have attained the rank of Soul Master. Despite their loyalty and dedication, Qian Renlin's dissatisfaction lay more with their capabilities than their commitment. Understood, Master. Master, there is one matter I must report. There is a student from Shrek with the blue-silver grass martial soul. He possesses a twin martial soul. The departing Ling Xiao suddenly recalled Tang San and respectfully addressed Qian Renlin. Oh, did you discern what the martial soul was? Qian Renlin inquired calmly. I did not see it, Master. When I was commanded to capture the traitor, that individual named Tang San was preparing to unleash his second martial soul against us. But he was thwarted by Mo Feng's strike. Hence I am unaware of what his second martial soul entails. Ling Feng quickly interjected. Very well. I am informed now. You may leave. Bring this traitor to the martial soul city and hand him over to Elderfin. Elderfin, appointed by Qian Renlin to oversee the Purgatory Tower, is a titled Douluo of the 95th rank and one of the 3 titled Douluos guarding the Purgatory Tower. Yes, we take our leave. The seven sword servants, accompanied by a dispirited Mo Feng, departed hastily, setting off for the martial soul city that very night. What? Little Feng has been captured by the holy son of the martial soul hall? What on earth is happening? In the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji sprang from his seat upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, exclaiming in alarm. It was well known that Mo Feng was already considered his future son-in-law, so one could only imagine his distress at the news. Beside him, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo exchanged incredulous glances. Ning Sect Master, we are equally uninformed. It would be best for Xiao San to explain the details. Indeed, Master. Tang San stood, nodding respectfully to Yu Xiaojiang before bowing to Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo. In the bone Douluo, allow me to explain, Sect Master Ning. When we were acquiring the third spirit ring for Xiao Ao in the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujing was injured by the Overlord Dragon Serpent, and Xiao Wu was captured by the Titan Giant Ape. While I was in pursuit, I encountered Little Feng, who had been trailing us. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Wu, clearly aware of her identity, having discerned it during their previous visit to Shrek. Xiao Wu, sensing the gaze of the 2 titled Douluos, quickly hid behind Tang San. He grasped her hand reassuringly, offering her a comforting glance. Subsequently, Little Feng revealed to me that he is affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. What? Little Feng is with the Martial Soul Hall? Ning Fengji and the 3 of them gasped in astonishment, while the members of Shrek Academy likewise regarded Tang San with incredulity. Indeed, however, I kindly ask that Sect Master Ning and the 2 esteemed ones allow me to finish, Tang San said, nodding. Xiao Feng confided in me that he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, serving as a bodyguard to the Holy Sun. However, for various reasons, Xiao Feng has not genuinely submitted to the Spirit Hall or its Holy Sun. He has been seeking an opportunity to extricate himself from their control. Yet, the spirit hall is exceedingly powerful, and he finds himself utterly unable to escape the grasp of the Holy Sun alone. Subsequently, the Holy Sun assigned him a task to infiltrate Shrek Academy under the guise of a prospective recruit during the enrollment period. I had no idea Xiao Feng had such a significant background. But why did he not inform us? Had he confided in us? We could have devised a plan to assist him. Let us allow Xiao San to finish his account. Please, continue, Xiao San. Chapter 61. Has Xiao Feng perished? Part 2. Tang San nodded and continued. Later, Xiao Feng unexpectedly approached me, revealing that he knew my true identity and shared details of my lineage. It was then that I learned my mother had been slain by the spirit hall. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiao San and Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with concern. I am aware that 15 years ago, the spirit hall engaged in battle with your father in the Valley of the Soul's End for a certain object. The outcome was that 2 of the 4 titled Douluos dispatched by the spirit hall perished, and 2 were grievously wounded, including a former pope of the spirit hall. Since then, your father has been missing. It appears the spirit hall's intent was to hunt down your mother, Ning Fingji stated with a grave expression. Indeed, my mother is the transformed spirit beast of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and the spirit hall covets her spirit rings and bones, Tang San declared, releasing his blue-silver grass martial spirit as he spoke. After Xiao Feng revealed my origins, he advised me to tread carefully, stating that he would assist me in battling the spirit hall. He also disclosed Xiao Wu's identity, and now, I no longer wish to conceal it. Xiao Wu is also a 10,000-year spirit beast. What? Xiao Wu is also a spirit beast? The members of Shrek stared in astonishment at Xiao Wu, unable to fathom that the companion they had lived alongside for half a year was, in fact, a spirit beast. Yes, I implore you to keep this a secret. Xiao Feng's grandfather was murdered by the ghost Douluo at the behest of the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall, and Xiao Wu's mother was slain by the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that Xiao Feng's grandfather was also a spirit beast? No. Xiao Feng's grandfather was not a spirit beast. He merely offended the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall with a single remark and was subsequently killed by the ghost Douluo. I never imagined that you, Xiao San and Xiao Wu, had such tragic backgrounds, along with Xiao Feng. What transpired next? Why did the Spirit Hall suddenly abduct Xiao Feng? This remained the source of their confusion. This is all my fault. Had I not uttered that one sentence, Xiao Feng would not have perished, Tang San lamented. What did you say? Do you recall the soul battle from last night? The opposing spirit master, wielding some unknown means, rendered Rongrong unconscious. In my agitation over this matter, when asked about our relationship and why we cared so deeply for Rongrong, I could have simply stated that we were brothers, comrades. Yet, I found myself declaring that Rongrong was Xiao Feng's girlfriend. Tang San was on the verge of tears, filled with self-reproach. Tang San, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. But surely, the Spirit Hall would not unjustly suspect Xiao Feng over this? The others inquired, puzzled. Although Mo Feng was the subordinate of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy had a mission, it seemed unreasonable to think that Xiao Feng could not have a girlfriend. It is not so simple, Tang San replied, shaking his head. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is inherently suspicious. Once he believes that Xiao Feng has feelings for Rongrong, he will also doubt our intentions. Tang San recounted how Xiao Feng had informed him that the Holy Sun would stop at nothing if he suspected something, without requiring evidence. He would annihilate whatever he deemed a threat. During the battle, the Holy Sun observed from above, planting some seed of power within Xiao Feng. Upon suspecting Xiao Feng, he triggered the power within him, only to find that Xiao Feng had resisted, redirecting it to his arm. Thus, while the Holy Sun detonated the seed, Xiao Feng did not perish. He sacrificed an arm instead. This event only intensified the Holy Sun's conviction that he had not controlled Xiao Feng and commanded the 7 sword servants to pursue him. We hastily fled Soto City with Xiao Feng, but it was too late. They caught up with us. Tang San's voice grew hoarse as he recounted the ordeal. The others grasped the unfolding situation. It was evident that Mo Feng, wishing to spare Shrek and the others, had chosen to confront them alone. We do not know if Xiao Feng is alive or dead, Ning Fingji remarked, his brow furrowed. Alas, it is likely that the situation is dire, the sword Douluo lamented. But what of Rongrong? How shall we explain this when she awakens? Wait, what? Father, what are you saying? Xiao Feng is dead? Ning Rongrong interrupted. Having entered just as Ning Fingji spoke, she had overheard the sword master mention Xiao Feng's predicament, and the news struck her like a thunderclap. Father, sword master, teacher, you are deceiving me, are you not? You merely dislike Xiao Feng, and that is why you claim he is dead. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe something has happened to Xiaofeng. Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, covering her ears, her cries filled with anguish. Rongrong, that is not true. We did not say Xiaofeng is dead. We do not know his fate. He has merely been captured by the spirit hall. Ning Fengji rushed to comfort her. Is it true? Xiaofeng is not dead, is he? Xiaofeng is alive. He has been taken by the spirit hall? Sword Master, you must go rescue him. Xiaofeng has been captured. Why do you not go to his rescue? Grandfather Jian, you care for me the most. Please, I beseech you to save Xiaofeng. Ning Rongrong wept, her tears resembling the beauty of blooming pear blossoms. The others looked upon her with hearts full of sympathy. Rongrong, please remain calm. Xiaofeng is likely unharmed. Perhaps the spirit hall has simply taken notice of his exceptional talents and wishes to recruit him. Yu Xiaojiang hastily fabricated. Indeed, Rongrong. With such formidable gifts, the spirit hall must be interested in Xiaofeng's potential, others chimed in. Yes, it is quite possible that Xiaofeng has already been taken under the wing of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, they added. Their eyes brightening with hope as they sought to comfort Ning Rongrong. Is that truly the case? Father, teacher, third brother, is what you say genuine? Has Xiaofeng truly joined the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong inquired, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yes, indeed. Rongrong. Xiaofeng has been recognized for his extraordinary talent by the Spirit Hall and has thus joined them. We must now devote ourselves to our training so that we may rescue Xiaofeng at the earliest opportunity. Tang San consoled her with a heavy heart. Yes, third brother is right. I must train. I shall rescue Xiaofeng. I will come for you soon, Xiaofeng, Ning Rongrong declared, wiping her tears as she staggered out of the grand hall. Rongrong. The onlookers felt a deep pang of sorrow for her helplessness. Fengji. Allow Rongrong some time to gather herself. Our intervention now would be futile, Jian Douluo advised as he observed Feng Zhi's intent to pursue Ning Rongrong. Indeed, if we go after her now, she will only believe that Xiaofeng is lost to her forever, which would only complicate matters, he added with a sigh. Chapter 62. A father and son reunited. In a secluded chamber of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, after ensuring the comfort of Zhao Wuzhi, Tang San was led by Ning Fengji to the room where Tang Hao was recuperating. Xiao San, you are aware of the situation. I will leave you here. Ning Fengji said gently to Tang San. Thank you, Secmaster Ning. Tang San replied with a respectful bow. If you do not mind. You may call me Uncle Ning from now on. Very well, Uncle Ning. With that, as Tang San entered the room, Ning Fengji sighed and turned to depart. Once a legendary hero, the Haotian Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo in history, now lay wasted, relying solely on rare treasures to sustain his life. Place your belongings down and leave, Tang Hao murmured weakly, eyes closed in a state of rest. Upon seeing the man who appeared to have aged 20 years, Tang San could no longer contain his tears. Father, Tang Hao, startled, swiftly opened his eyes to gaze upon Tang San. Xiao San, is that truly you? How did you come to be here? Tang Hao trembled, his voice filled with panic. He could not bear to face Tang San. He was afraid to confront him in his current state. Dad, Tang San, tears streaming down his face, knelt and slowly inched towards the bedside, grasping Tang Hao's hand. Little San, you must go, you must leave, Tang Hao said, his gaze evasive. Dad, it's me, Little San. I want to go, I want to leave, Tang San sobbed, clutching Tang Hao's arm. Little San, do not cry. It is your father who has failed you, leaving you to suffer. I can no longer protect you, Tang Hao said, gently wiping the tears from Tang San's face. Dad, was it the spirit hall that did this? Tang San inquired, looking intently at Tang Hao. Little San, you are still young. It is not yet time for you to know, Tang Hao replied lovingly. Dad, please don't hide the truth from me. I already know everything. Uncle Ning has told me. Tang Hao fell silent. Little San was still too young to bear such immense pressure. He had always wished for Tang San to have a happy childhood. Dad, rest assured, one day I will avenge you and mother, Tang San declared with unwavering determination. And for Xiaofeng, I will seek vengeance for him as well, he thought, clenching his fists. Little San, the spirit hall is powerful. All we can do now is lie low. You must remain calm and never allow yourself to be captured by them. I will, Dad. That night, father and son conversed for a long time, sharing the many unspoken thoughts accumulated over the years and discussing matters that had previously been unsuitable for Tang San to know. Tang Hao revealed much to him. The members of Shrek Academy stayed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for several days. During this time, Ning Fengji offered to take in Shrek's members, but Yu Xiaojiang declined, wishing not to burden them. Ning Rongrong had grown quiet and withdrawn, spending her days confined to her room, only emerging for meals and training. Oscar wished to comfort her but was at a loss for words. Uncertain of how to approach her, Damubai and Zhu Zhuqing had matured significantly through their recent experiences, their bickering diminished, and their relationship had softened considerably. Perhaps, as Mo Feng suggested, they could only escape their current predicament by uniting and embracing one another. Yu Xiaojiang began to study the martial soul fusion technique between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the Xinglua royal family and the Zhu family. Tang San crafted a wooden wheelchair for Tang Hao, allowing him the freedom to move beyond the confines of his bed. Tang San also assessed his father's injuries, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. The internal damage was severe, although it would be relatively simple for a healing spirit master to mend his injuries. The remnants of the dark elements from Qian Renxue prevented any healing from taking place. How formidable is the dark element of Qian Renxue? It is one of the two paramount domains of his martial soul core, a challenge insurmountable for the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaojiang remarked that unless one possesses a martial soul such as the Nine Hearts Begonia or a life-type martial soul, there exists no means to counter it. Yet, aside from Yi Lingling, whose martial soul possesses vitality, they are unaware of anyone else who might share such a gift. Given the urgency of the situation, the information provided by Mo Feng was scant. Knowing that Qian Renxue possessed life elements was inconsequential. Would they capture him? Unless they wished to engage in war against the Spirit Hall, no one would be so foolish or daring to take such a risk. Flinder and the other instructors were similarly engulfed in gloom, their dark circles evident. As the steadfast shield of Shrek Academy, they bore numerous burdens. Master Ning, I apologize for troubling your esteemed sect for so long. Yu Xiaojiang addressed Ning Fengji with a bow. Ah, what trouble could it be? You are all teachers and students of Rongrong. Are you leaving already? Why not stay a bit longer? Ning Fengji initially waved his hand, then furrowed his brow as he inquired of the others. No, we have already imposed enough on your sect. We must not linger further, especially with the imminent commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. We need to prepare. Yu Xiaojiang maintained a stoic expression, seemingly oblivious to the concept of mirth. Very well, I shan't keep you any longer. However, with this situation at hand, I cannot in good conscience allow Ning Rongrong to train alongside Shrek's group. In my view, it is far safer for her to remain by my side. I wish to accompany Tang San and the others, Ning Rongrong declared, breezing into the hall. Rongrong, the outside world is perilous. You should remain here to cultivate. Ning Fengji frowned. As a soul master, one must endure trials to grow stronger. Moreover, I believe that learning alongside my teachers will facilitate my development. Besides, there is safety in the academy, Ning Rongrong replied calmly. She had resolved that regardless of whether Xiaofeng lived or perished, she would strive to enhance her skills. With Yu Xiaojiang's formidable philosophy and wealth of experience, it was evident that she would glean much knowledge. If Xiaofeng were indeed to be lost, her determination to cultivate and avenge him would only intensify. Ning Fengji glanced at the sword Douluo, lost in contemplation. Very well, Master, I entrust Rongrong to your care, he said solemnly. Ning Sect Master, do not worry. Even at the cost of our lives, we shall ensure Rongrong's safety, Flinder assured with gravity. That brings me peace. Rongrong, you must heed the words of Dean Flinder and Master. Should you encounter any adversity outside, return at once. Regardless, she is a treasure gem in his palm, and he undoubtedly cannot rest easy with Rongrong alone outside. After all, they are in the city of Tiando, where he can see her at any time. Given his relationship with the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, it is likely they will take good care of Rongrong and her companions. Chapter 63. Lu Erlong. Outside the capital of the Tiando Empire, in the rear garden of the Blue Tyrant Academy, there lies a beautifully crafted courtyard, exquisite and resplendent, adorned with intricately carved railings and jade-like structures. This enchanting space is filled with blooming roses and various flowers, with a winding cobblestone path leading through the garden to the center of the lake. At the heart of the lake stands an elegant, quaint pavilion. The entire scene forms a picturesque paradise of intricate architecture and opulence, evoking a sense of tranquility upon entry, as if one could cast aside all worldly distractions. At this moment, seated in the pavilion at the center of the lake is a stunningly alluring woman, appearing to be in her 30s. Dressed in a simple azure cloth gown, her elegance is in no way diminished. Beneath that simple attire lies an undeniable allure, with curves that speak of maturity and fullness, far beyond the reach of an ordinary maiden. Her shoulder-length hair is elegantly gathered with a blue cloth scarf, accentuating the delicate beauty of her somewhat pale yet strikingly exquisite face. Her eyes, like painted orbs, gaze calmly yet vividly into the distance. She sits there quietly, resembling a breathtaking portrait. Should anyone chance upon this captivating scene, they would surely hesitate to disturb its serenity. However, today is an exception. An uninvited guest has arrived. Unnoticed by anyone, quietly admiring the beauty before him. Yet, he is merely a timid, cowardly inept, unable to let go. Qian Renlin gradually approached her from behind, first indulging in the enchanting fragrance that emanated from her, before speaking in a velvety voice. Lu Erlong, do not expend your efforts unnecessarily. I shall not accompany you. Their tone clearly indicated that this was not their first encounter. I find myself perplexed. How does one, possessing an unremarkable appearance, a rigid demeanor, and a mere cultivation level of 29, essentially deemed a failure, manage to capture the affections of the two most beautiful women in the continent, all while perpetually wearing a scowl? Qian Renlin inquired with a sense of curiosity. Might you share your thoughts with me? He was a person of responsibility. Despite his modest strength, he possessed an unwavering ambition. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he held a certain pride. Pride? Huh. What right does a worthless individual have to be proud? You mustn't speak of him in that manner. Indeed, from the moment you were born, you stood at the pinnacle above all others, yet that does not grant you the license to belittle those beneath you. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the offspring of the Pope, you ought to contemplate how to assist and safeguard others, rather than mocking them. Even as the holy son, you cannot forcibly seize what is not rightfully yours. I fail to comprehend, with your status and position. Countless women in this world would pursue you, yet why do you fixate upon me? Furthermore, I could very well be your mother. Are you attempting to impose a moral obligation upon me? How naive you are. You must understand, this is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. My strength entitles me to claim all that I desire. My elevated status means that everything in this world ought to belong to me. Moreover, what I detest most in this life is moral coercion. Why should I be compelled to assist others simply because I possess wealth? Just because I am powerful? Should I be responsible for the world's protection? For safeguarding the weak? What a farcical notion. It is an utter absurdity. In my previous life, many immature individuals harbored such juvenile beliefs, thinking that the affluent ought to selflessly aid the impoverished, and that the strong should protect the weak. Such naivety. Others have also fought diligently for their possessions. It is not as if they lack ambition and merely expect fortunes to fall from the sky. Life is not that simple. To be candid, Qian Renlin felt a twinge of envy towards Yu Xiaojiang. Despite his unattractive appearance and lack of strength, as well as being a staunchly heterosexual man, he had won the affections of two of the continent's most beautiful women. Countless women admired and revered him. Yet Qian Renlin understood that this was due to his good looks and formidable strength. Were he unattractive, without power, background, or wealth, he doubted anyone would ever love him. With so many beautiful women on the continent, he regarded them as nothing more than a collection of lowly commoners. With a mere flick of his finger, they would eagerly shed their garments and comply with his desires. Thus, he felt no affection for these women, even harboring disdain, never viewing them as equals. Upon learning of Lu Erlong's situation, he resolved to conquer her, determined to make Yu Xiaojing witness how his beloved woman would submit beneath him. With this thought, Qian Renlin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. In every aspect, I surpass him. I am wealthier, stronger, and more handsome. I need not even lift a finger. For countless individuals in this world would cater to my every whim. What, pray tell, am I lacking compared to him? Ha! Lu Erlong chuckled softly. You're excessively domineering. Far too assertive. Your desire for conquest and possession is overwhelmingly intense. Such behavior will ultimately lead to your own destruction. A person like you will never attain true love. You lack any understanding of what love truly is. What you possess is merely a craving for possession. A craving for possession, is it? Huh. Qian Renlin let out a cold laugh, forcibly turning her head to meet his gaze. Today, I shall show you what love truly is. With that, Qian Renlin pressed his lips fiercely against Lu Erlong's enticing red mouth. How dare you be so brazen? This is my Blue Tyrant Academy, not your spirit hall. If you continue to disrespect me in this manner, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Erlong retorted angrily, her face flushed with indignation. Ah, quite spicy. I must say, I find it quite appealing, Qian Renlin remarked as he slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his gaze dark and penetrating. If I recall correctly, you were cousins with Yu Xiaojiang. Marrying your own brother, I wonder how your so-called responsible lover will protect you once this scandal spreads. How will you safeguard yourself? As Qian Renlin turned to leave, a smirk graced his lips. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Erlong was consumed by an overwhelming desire to end his life right then and there. No, she thought darkly. It is imperative that he does not reveal this matter to anyone. She may disregard her own well-being, but she would never permit any harm to befall Yu Xiaojiang. A man of such pride could never withstand such a blow. Furthermore, the nature of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is notoriously tyrannical and twisted. Should he be allowed to depart freely, one could only speculate what calamity might befall the continent. Lu Erlong's expression hardened into a mask of frigid resolve, her eyes burning with an intense murderous intent as a colossal red dragon, ablaze with flames, materialized behind her. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's mutated martial soul, the fire dragon, enveloped her in its fierce aura. Sensing the overwhelming hostility and soul power emanating from behind, Qian Renlin swiftly turned around. The sight of Lu Erlong, now imbued with her martial spirit, ignited a furious rage within him. This holy son, with the best of intentions, sought to court you, promising endless wealth and glory. Yet you, wretched woman, not only fail to express gratitude, but dare to contemplate an attack against me? With a cruel smile, Qian Renlin clenched his fists tightly, and behind him emerged a colossal figure adorned with 12 black flame wings. He was enraged, whether in his past life or this one. It was only the second time he had felt such fury. Chapter 64. Qian Renlin versus Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong gazed at Qian Renlin's martial spirit in astonishment, a hint of fear creeping in as well. The pressure emanating from his martial spirit was overwhelming. What kind of martial spirit is this? And what about your soul rings? Staring in disbelief at the 5 deep black soul rings encircling Qian Renlin, Lu Erlong exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can anyone in this world have a first soul ring that is 10,000 years old? Moreover, the intensity of its color clearly indicates it is among the highest within that age range. Want to know? Fight me first, and then we'll talk." Qian Renlin let out a cold smile. Never before had anyone dared to exhibit such murderous intent towards him. He intended to make his opponent pay an eternal price. With a gulp, Lu Erlong unleashed her martial spirit's true form, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from Qian Renlin, a sensation that left her profoundly uncomfortable. As her martial spirit took hold, her torso, right arm, right shoulder, calves, and feet became enveloped in a layer of crimson scales, an appearance that was exceedingly bizarre. Fire element? A smirk graced Qian Renlin's lips. Is she attempting to play with fire? With the activation of his third soul skill, Flame Domain, a compressed realm of fire enveloped the two. Given Qian Renlin's current domain extending over a radius of 1,200 meters, should he unleash it with full force, all individuals below the rank of Soul King within the Blue Tyrant Academy would be crushed to dust. What is this? A domain? Lu Erlong was once again taken aback. The 12-year-old Qian Renlin had actually attained mastery over a domain. Moreover, this domain exerted an immense suppressive force upon her, reducing her overall strength by half. Furthermore, she felt a chilling realization. This domain was consuming her internal fire attribute soul power. What kind of domain is this? Lu Erlong inquired darkly. Realizing that the dragon scale armor formed from her martial spirit's true form had dissipated, indicating its ineffectiveness. Flame domain. Anyone caught within the confines of my domain will have their fire attribute soul master strength diminished by 50%, and over time, they will be utterly drained. Qian Renlin revealed with a sickly grin. He relished the sight of his enemies rendered helpless and despondent, a sensation that brought him immense satisfaction. Lu Erlong cast a somber gaze towards Qian Renlin. Her strength, now diminished by 50%, still allowed her to wield the power of a soul sage. Yet, she contemplated many factors. Was this his only domain? His martial spirit bore 6 pairs of wings, a clear indication of a mutation from the 6-winged angel martial spirit. And it was a favorable mutation at that. The 6-winged angel martial spirit was already extraordinarily formidable. What then of the 12 wings? First soul skill, violent dragon transformation. As Lu Erlong unleashed her soul skill, her torso, right arm, right shoulder, calves, and feet became once more adorned with a layer of scaled armor, enhancing her strength, attack power, defense, and attack speed by 10%. This skill was, of course, not her martial spirit's true form, which could amplify her attributes by 50% across the board. Lu Erlong resolved to test the waters first. Second soul skill, Dragon Arm. Her entire right arm became shrouded in dragon scales, forming an armored gauntlet that augmented her arm strength, attack power, and defensive capabilities. She raised her fist and hurled it towards Qian Renlin's position with determination. Qian Renlin's right hand was similarly enveloped in a layer of fiery dragon scale armor, clashing against Lu Erlong's fist. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Lu Erlong staggered back a few steps. His physical strength is utterly terrifying, not to mention his speed and defense. What a formidable opponent, Lu Erlong thought, her fist still tingling from the impact. What? Is this all you've got? That was merely a casual strike from me. Surely, as one of the esteemed Iron Triangle, you cannot be this weak? Qian Renlin observed her with amusement, his anger dissipated. He now wished to toy with her. You are indeed powerful. Your overall prowess as a level 60 Soul King is already formidable, nearly rivaling that of a Soul Saint. Coupled with your domain, there is no Soul Saint left who can match you. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Renlin could eliminate her in an instant even without activating his martial soul. Merely conjuring a soul power sword from his energy would suffice to pierce her heart, even in her state without a martial soul's true form. However, such a captivating woman was not one he was willing to kill, at least not for now. He wished to witness the anguish on Yu Xiaojiang's face. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang is your cousin. There is no way you two could be together. Follow me, and you shall have everything you desire. You wish to establish an academy, do you not? How about I construct the finest academy across the continent for you? I could even promote Yu Xiaojiang to the position of elder. Qian Renlin gazed at the enchanting beauty before him and provocatively asked, Are you bestowing your charity upon me? Lu Erlong felt deeply insulted. Not only did he wish to toy with her, but he also sought to do so in front of Xiao Gang. With a surge of fury, he summoned his third soul skill, Wrathful Thunder. Lu Erlong clasped his hands together and unleashed a colossal fireball infused with both fire and lightning attributes, hurtling towards Qian Renlin. With a flick of his wrist, Qian Renlin conjured a wall of fire before him. Boom. The moment the thunderous fireball made contact with the flaming barrier, it erupted in a spectacular explosion. The force incinerating nearby flora and reducing them to ashes, while the ground quaked in devastation. Qian Renlin never anticipated that this fireball could explode. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, gesturing to disperse the encroaching lightning and flames. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I find myself increasingly enamored with your fiery temperament. Much like your martial soul, Qian Renlin said, licking his lips with a wicked grin. With his fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame, Lu Erlong thrust both hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of dragon fire forged from his soul power, hurtling towards Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin calmly conjured a shield of earth attribute soul power before him, successfully fending off the attack. Qian Renlin swiftly maneuvered, instantly appearing behind Lu Erlong, striking down with a palm aimed at her waist. In response to the vanishing Qian Renlin, Lu Erlong hastily unleashed her fifth soul skill, the Skyward Flame. A powerful tornado of dragon fire enveloped her, serving as a formidable barrier against Qian Renlin's assault. Attempting to repel him, she then promptly activated her sixth soul skill, the Explosive Fire Dragon, to increase the distance between them. Channeling a surge of dragon fire into her fist and launching it towards Qian Renlin. With a swift miscalculation, Qian Renlin promptly seized her fist with his left hand. Bang! Qian Renlin stepped back, having withstood the blow entirely with his own physical prowess. Although he sustained no injury, the force of the punch still propelled him a step backwards. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. Once I make my move, you shall have no chances left. Qian Renlin remarked as he shook his hands. What makes this fellow so formidable? He is merely 12 years old. Lu Erlong lamented internally, contemplating the horror that would ensue should he attain the rank of title de law. With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Erlong unleashed all her soul skills, yet they inflicted no harm upon him. At best, they merely coaxed one of his soul skills into action. Wait, one soul skill? What exactly did he employ just now? Lu Erlong noted with confusion that she had not seen any illumination from Qian Renlin's soul rings. Typically, a soul ring would glow when a soul master activated a corresponding skill, yet throughout their battle, she had not witnessed Qian Renlin release a single soul skill. Chapter 65. The Royal Academy of Tiando. Is the Spirit Hall truly this daunting? Lu Erlong thought in despair. The Spirit Hall was already immensely powerful, and now with the addition of the Holy Sun Qian Renlin, she dared not envision the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Xiao Gang, we cannot withstand this. Lu Erlong felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Gang, I miss you so dearly. Where on earth are you? As she spoke, a tear slipped down her cheek. Qian Renlin was instantly filled with rage. Even at this moment, that contemptible woman still harbored thoughts for that useless Yu Xiaojiang. What merits did he possess? Ambition? Huh. The so-called 10 core concepts of martial souls he penned were merely plagiarized from the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the records of the Spirit Hall, how would he have acquired such extensive knowledge about martial souls and spirit beasts? Since you choose to remain ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition. Qian Renlin clenched his jaw tightly, his hands gripping firmly. Breathe. Remain calm. Stay composed. Qian Renlin slowly exhaled, forcing himself to calm down, his icy words piercing the silence. Are you not afraid of death? Go ahead and kill me. I shall never yield. Lu Erlong gazed resolutely at Qian Renlin, vowing that she would not allow such a fiend to demean her. You truly fear not for your life? All for that worthless wretch? Are you willing to forsake your own existence for him? What redeeming qualities does he possess? Qian Renlin remarked with an indifferent demeanor. You do not understand. You will never comprehend, Lu Erlong replied with a tone laden with emotion. She had succumbed to despair, standing before a formidable adversary and grappling with her powerlessness in love. No longer resisting, her sole wish was to pass away peacefully. Humph, you wish for death? Qian Renlin let out a cold snort and turned to leave. The woman he, Qian Renlin, had set his sights on could not perish so easily. Lu Erlong calmly observed him as he departed, aware that it would be naive to assume he possessed any kindness. After these two encounters, she could distinctly discern the nature of his character. At the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Qian Renlin, with his back turned to a shadowy corner, coldly commanded, "Ensure her safety. No one is permitted to approach her without my consent." "As you wish," a deep and respectful voice responded, though the source remained elusive. Indeed, a few days prior, Qian Renlin had forcefully seized control of the Blue Tyrant Academy and had similarly confined Lu Erlong. He harbored no concerns about her potential for self-harm. Should she dare to act on such impulses, the scandal involving her and Yu Xiaojiang would become widely known, a consequence she would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy finally arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, located in the heart of Tiando City. This decision had been made after much contemplation. The Royal Academy was affiliated with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, thus joining it also meant becoming a part of the empire itself. Notably, compared to the Royal Academy, the internal regulations of the Tiando Empire were far more stringent. Within the Royal Academy, one could leave at will, whereas departing from the empire was considerably more challenging. Moreover, their current weakness would render them less significant within the empire and as instructors of the academy. The Royal Academy was undoubtedly more suited to their needs. Their plan was indeed astute. They believed that by aligning themselves with the Tiando Royal Academy, they would also be regarded as members of the Tiando Empire. They hoped the Spirit Hall would exercise caution, allowing them to escape the turmoil once it subsided. Hey, who are you? Do you not realize this is the Tiando Royal Academy? Did you not see the sign at the entrance stating no entry for unauthorized personnel? You beggars should leave at once. Just as they approached the grand entrance of the academy, still in awe of its splendor, an audacious voice reached their ears. Beggars? Is he referring to us? The members of Shrek Academy stared in astonishment at the golden-haired youth nearby, glancing down at their own attire. They were clad in garments tailored by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, crafted from the rarest of materials, including exquisite silks. The cost of their attire alone exceeded 500 gold soul coins. What did he mean by calling them beggars? Daimubai and the others were left utterly bewildered. Ning Rongrong glared at Schwepping with icy fury, infuriated that he dared to suggest that the possessions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were fit for beggars. With a huff, she was ready to teach him a lesson. However, Tang San, burdened by guilt over Mo Phone and the revelation of his father's lifelong inadequacy, acted first. The provocation from Xue Peng ignited the pent-up frustration within him. As Tang San swiftly struck out, Xue Peng was taken aback. He never anticipated that these individuals would dare to retaliate against him within the walls of the Tiando Royal Academy. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojiang urgently called out to stop him. Yet, in his explosive state, Tang San was deaf to his plea, channeling his energy into a palm strike aimed at Xue Peng's chest. Instantly, Xue Peng felt as though he had been struck by a colossal boulder, sending him hurtling backward to crash violently to the ground. Snow Avalanche clutched his chest and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a venomous glare at Tang San. Do you know who I am? How dare you, a mere commoner, lay a hand on me here? None of you shall leave the Heaven-Do Empire alive. With great difficulty, Snow Avalanche rose to his feet and staggered toward the academy's entrance. Xiao San, you have acted recklessly. How could you injure a student of the academy here? Indeed, Xiao San, this is a critical moment. You could have simply endured a few words. It wouldn't have cost you anything. Now that you've hurt someone, how can we possibly join the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Flinder and the others frowned in distress as they addressed Tang San. However, Yu Xiaojiang was contemplating Snow Avalanche's earlier words. If he were an ordinary student, it would have been one thing, but this individual is extraordinary. From his words, he appears to be a prince of the Heavendo Empire. What? A prince? Xiao San, what shall we do now? Not only have you injured him, but he is also a prince. Oh dear, you have been too impulsive. Humph, what of a prince? He was the one who first spoke disrespectfully. Moreover, Dean, you need not worry too much. Before I left, my father entrusted me with a letter to present to the Academy's dean when we arrive. Ning Rongrong said nonchalantly. After the incident regarding Mo Feng's disappearance, her demeanor had transformed. She was no longer the innocent girl of the past, but had gained a touch of gallantry. Flinder and the other teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Given Ning's connection to the Ning clan, joining the academy should not pose much of an issue. Yet, that prince. Well, we shall see when the time comes. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in resignation. Tang San, having reflected on the earlier incident, felt a pang of regret. He could not fathom why he had struck the prince. Such behavior was not characteristic of him. At that moment, he had merely been irked by Snow Avalanche's words and sought to teach him a lesson. Little did he know that so-called prince was utterly ineffectual, showing no defense against his attack, resulting in Tang San delivering a blow far too severe. Chapter 66, Prince of Snowstar in a Grand Hall of the Royal Academy. Upon learning of Flinder and the others' arrival, Dream Machine immediately went to greet them, accompanied by 2 other vice presidents. While others may not have known, they were aware that the first person in history to break through to the Soul Emperor level, Qin Ming, had emerged from Shrek. Haha, you must be Dean Flinder, correct? I am Dream Machine, the chief of the Heavendo Royal Academy, a battle spirit Douluo of the 86th rank with the martial soul, Black Demon. As Dream Machine exited the Grand Hall, he spotted the approaching group from Shrek and immediately approached them with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I am Flinder, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, wielding the soul of the Cat Eagle, a formidable soul sage at level 78 with 7 rings. Upon encountering the illustrious Dream Chief, I was taken aback, for he seemed to possess knowledge of our arrival. I promptly bowed in respect, recognizing that Dream Machine is a powerful soul Douluo of level 86. Thus, it was only proper to pay my respects, regardless of my own status. Dean Flinder, you are too courteous. Please, do come in, Dream Machine urged, assisting me as we entered the Grand Hall. Dream Chief, I find myself in a rather delicate situation that necessitates your assistance, I began, hesitating to voice my request. Oh, is something troubling you, Dean Flinder? And please, spare me the formalities, it feels rather odd. If you don't mind, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as brother, he suggested, much to the astonishment of the 2 other soul Douluos present, who were bewildered by his unexpected amiability. In that case, I shall comply. Dream brother, please refrain from calling me Dean Flinder. Simply refer to me as Flinder, I replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly realizing the value of cultivating a rapport with Dream Machine. Excellent. My dear brother Flinder, what brings you to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy on this occasion? Dream Machine inquired, observing our entourage with curiosity. Alas, my brother, I am no longer the Dean of Shrek Academy. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we have regrettably disbanded, I lamented, shaking my head in sorrow. Is it a matter of funding or perhaps infrastructural deficiencies? If there is any way I can assist, do not hesitate to ask, he offered. I slowly shook my head. It is not merely a financial issue. Let me be candid with you, Dream brother. With the Elite Soul Master competition approaching, our academy, lacking the necessary qualifications and funding, seeks to discuss potential collaboration with your esteemed institution, I confessed, feeling rather embarrassed about the proposition, given our lack of familiarity. Dream God Machine furrowed his brow in contemplation. Let me introduce you to this esteemed individual, Bai Baoshan, the vice chair of the 3 major committees of the Royal Academy of Tiando. He possesses the martial soul of the Heavenly Star Furnace and is a defense system soul Douluo of the 8th ring at level 85. Shrek and others were taken aback. This is the 3rd-ranking member of the committee, Jilin, with the martial soul of the Heavenly Green Vine, a control system soul Douluo of the 8th ring at level 83. Flinder and the others were once again astonished. 3 soul Douluos, indeed, the Royal Academy of Tiando stands as one of the continent's premier institutions for soul masters. I have acquainted myself with details regarding your academy and have heard about the esteemed students of Shrek. I am willing to accept your request for teaching and learning at our Royal Academy. However, fairness prevails here, and all achievements must be earned through your own efforts. The Royal Academy does not belong solely to Dream God Machine. Many decisions are beyond his singular authority. Thank you immensely, Brother Dream, Flinder expressed, eager to convey his gratitude. Suddenly, a group of soldiers encircled the grand hall at the entrance. An elderly man and a youth slowly entered, followed by a cold-faced man clad in black robes. This is a title Douluo. Shrek and the others gasped in astonishment. Xiaowu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Uncle, they're the ones who harmed me. You must avenge me." A nearby youth whispered to the elderly man upon seeing Tang San and the others. The elder nodded in response. Humph. Shui Bang let out a cold snort, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is Dream God Machine present? Dream God Machine exchanged glances with the other two and respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "The Prince of the Tiando Empire." Shrek and the others gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. "Is there a guest among the 3 committee members? Will you not introduce me?" Prince Xuexing asked, his sharp gaze piercing through the air. Your Highness, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. He's here to discuss matters of collaboration with us. Dean Flinder, this is His Highness Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire, who oversees the Royal Academy. In the presence of Prince Xuexing, Dream God Machine dared not refer to Flinder as brother any longer, fully aware that the prince held a disdain for ordinary soul masters. If he were to learn of their familiarity, the consequences could be dire. The others from Shrek were taken aback by Dream God Machine's swift pretense of unfamiliarity with Flinder, their hearts filled with discontent. Shrek Academy? I have never heard of it. Surely it is an insignificant institution, Prince Xuexing scoffed. While Xuebang cast a derisive glance at them. Dream God Machine, how could you allow these individuals of dubious origins to enter our Royal Academy? Oh, Your Highness. Shrek Academy is by no means an inconsequential institution. Our esteemed teacher, Qin Ming, hails from Shrek Academy. And it is indeed an honor for our Tiando Academy that these Shrek teachers are willing to come and teach here. Humph. Dream God Machine, according to our Academy's regulations. Any prospective teacher must undergo an assessment, correct? Upon the utterance of Prince Xuexing's words, the individuals within the hall were taken aback. Your Highness. The esteemed instructors from Shrek Academy possess the prowess of Heavenly Do-level teachers and require no assessment. Your Highness. Surely your visit today is not solely for this matter. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy stands as the pillar of the Empire, a bastion that cultivates the talents of future leaders. I would never wish for the Academy to employ arrogant and overbearing individuals. As Xuexing spoke, the members of Shrek cast him furious glances. Chief of the Dream Machine. I have heard that upon your arrival at my academy, your people humiliated and assaulted my nephew. What do you have to say regarding this incident, Your Highness? The 4th Prince of the Heavenly Do Empire? Prince Xuebing? Xuexing fixed his gaze upon him. Have you come to address this issue? The atmosphere grew tense among Shrek's members, who had anticipated such a confrontation since they first arrived at the Academy's gates. Then, Your Highness, why do you not inquire as to why Prince Xuebing was harmed? Flander pressed defiantly. Yu Xuexing raised a hand to halt Xuebing's response. I have always been benevolent towards talent. Since you seek collaboration with our Heavenly Do Royal Academy, let us set aside the matter of Xuebing's humiliation for the moment. However, you must possess the strength to prove your worth. And how, might I ask? Does Your Highness wish for us to demonstrate this? Flander's eyes glinted with inquiry. Humph. It is quite simple. You need only to withstand 5 minutes under the command of this Mr. Digu, and I shall recognize you as worthy talents, Xuexing declared with a smirk, casting a glance at Dugubo behind him. Chapter 67. Establishing relationships what? The faces of Shrek's members turned grim, for this was an utterly impossible task. Not only was Zhao Wujia incapacitated and recuperating at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, but even combined, the strength of all Shrek's members would not suffice to withstand a title de law. Prince Xuexing was clearly seeking vengeance for Xuebing. What? Are you incapable? If you cannot, then leave the academy at once. Xuexing extended his right hand, speaking coldly. You. Shrek's members gritted their teeth, fists clenched, glaring at him fiercely. Humph. This matter is beyond the authority of a mere prince, Ning Rongrong interjected, pulling back Daimobai, who was about to act. Oh? This entire academy is under my jurisdiction. I have the decisive word in all matters. Young one, though I may be a humble prince, you are nothing but a lowly commoner from who knows where. Laughter erupted among Shrek's members, as this old man dared to label the esteemed princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school a commoner. Humph. You would do well to consider how to apologize to the Night Emperor. Ning Rongrong retorted coldly. Xuexing furrowed his brow, observing Ning Rongrong. This young girl was far too composed. And what do you mean by your majesty? What do you mean? Look for yourself. Ning Rongrong slowly retrieved an envelope from her soul-guiding device and handed it to Prince Xuexing. Originally, this letter was meant for Emperor Shuya, as instructed by Ning Fengji. However, given the unforeseen circumstances, it had to be delivered prematurely. With a puzzled expression, Xu Weixing accepted the envelope and opened it. As he read, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and his hands trembled. Ah, it appears this is from the little princess of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. I have been remiss, Xu Weixing acknowledged, bending slightly at the waist in apology before presenting the envelope back to Ning Rongrong. What? Are you afraid now? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Ma Hongjun interjected, unable to contain himself. Hongjun. Flinder shot him an admonishing glare, prompting him to fall silent. Humph. Were it not for your association with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I would not allow you to leave this academy alive, Xu Weixing retorted. Casting a scornful look at Ma Hongjun before turning on his heel to depart. You have passed the assessment. Congratulations on becoming esteemed educators of our academy, he added dismissively. Xue, witnessing the unfolding drama, was left utterly dumbfounded. Uncle, are we simply leaving like this? What about my grievances? Xue protested, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Humph. Xu Weixing shot her a glare as he exited the grand hall. Xue hurried to follow. Uncle, wait for me. Douluo Bo scanned the hall with a cryptic smile before also turning to leave. Just 2 days prior, he had received a message from Qian Renlin, stating that the Shrek team would soon arrive at the Royal Academy of Tiando to discreetly assign him a task. Given that Prince Xu Weixing was his lifesaver, he seized the opportunity to agree to serve the Tiando Empire. The members of Shrek collectively exhaled in relief. Rongrong, thank you so much for your assistance just now. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated today, Flinder expressed gratefully, addressing Ning Rongrong. It's no trouble at all, Dean. After all, I am a member of Shrek Academy too. Daimubai, do not think we are oblivious to your recent antics. In the future, exercise more restraint. A title Douluo is not to be trifled with. Yu Xiaojiang sternly admonished Daimubai. I apologize, teacher. I acted impulsively, he admitted regretfully. Haha. Congratulations, my friend. You are now officially educators of our academy. The trio of Meng Xinji approached eagerly to congratulate them, eyeing Xu Weixing and his entourage as they departed. Brother Meng, Chief Meng, Flinder, and the others promptly bowed in respect. Haha. Brother Flinder, please do not hold it against me for denying our relationship earlier. Prince Xu Weixing has always looked down upon commoner soul masters. If he were to discover our fraternal ties, it's likely that I too would be expelled from the academy, Meng Xinji remarked awkwardly. What are you saying, Brother Meng? Surely, I understand these matters well. You are being overly cautious, Flinder replied hastily. After all, they were not particularly close. Aiding them was already a generous act. And they should not drag one another down. Is this indeed the little princess of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School? Just now, I failed to recognize that the Dream Master was laughing heartily at Ning Rongrong. Dream Chief is being overly serious, Ning Rongrong quickly remarked. Haha, let us proceed. I shall first escort you to the dormitory, where you can settle in before we dine. Many thanks, Dream Chief, Flanders and the others responded eagerly. Meanwhile, at the residence of Prince Xu Weixing, observing the raucous snowstorm, Douluo Bo cast a disdainful glance and addressed Xu Weixing. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Mr. Douluo, I apologize for troubling you today. What urgent affairs could possibly prevent you from enjoying dinner here? I have yet to properly host you, Xu Weixing inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ah, there is no need for a meal. Should anything arise, just summon me. And I shall depart, Douluo Bo said, shaking his head dismissively. He had significant responsibilities awaiting him. Very well then. Prince Xu Weixing could only helplessly see him out, as he still needed to rely on Douluo Bo's strength and ensure he was well accommodated. All right, you may take your leave here, Douluo Bo stated before soaring off in a particular direction, vanishing from Xu Weixing's sight as he headed towards the Heaven Do Royal Academy. He dared not allow himself a moment of negligence regarding the task entrusted to him by his master. Wow, how grand! Little Sen exclaimed. Indeed, this is the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even this single dormitory surpasses the size of the Shrek girls' dormitory by far. Wow, it even boasts a private bathroom. And this bed is simply enormous. Little Wu was utterly astonished as she stepped into the dormitory. She could confidently assert that aside from the Rose Hotel in Soto City, this was the finest place she had ever resided. Little Wu, our belongings are nearly settled. We must seek out the dean and the others to dine, Tang San remarked, observing Little Wu's elated demeanor. Heaven Do Royal Academy does not oppose students engaging in romantic relationships, provided they apply to their teachers for permission to cohabit. Over the past 6 months, Through Mo Feng's persuasion and Little Wu's affections, they had confirmed their romantic relationship. The rest of the Shrek 8 monsters were naturally pleased to witness this development, as it was evident to all that Little Wu's feelings for Tang San transcended mere sibling affection. Furthermore, following Mo Feng's incident, Tang San cherished brotherhood all the more and held his loved ones dearer. He vowed never to allow anyone close to him to depart again. Reflecting on Mo Feng. Little Feng, are you well? I wonder if you harbor any resentment towards me. Tang San, are you still feeling guilty about Little Feng? You were not at fault for that incident, and I believe Little Feng would never blame you. Little Wu said, holding his hand as she observed Tang San's despondent expression. I hope so. Chapter 68. Identity revealed just as Tang San and Little Wu were preparing to seek out Flanders and the others for dinner. They were unaware that an uninvited guest was hastening from within Heavendo City. Dean, teacher, Tang San, accompanied by Xiao Wu, arrived at the grand hall and called out to Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang, it's Xiao San. I am no longer the headmaster of Shrek. You may call me teacher. Just as you do with Xiaojiang. Flandra, engaged in conversation with the dream machine, waved his hand upon seeing Tang San enter, saying, yes, teacher. It was evident that after addressing him as headmaster for over half a year, they were somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden change. Indeed, you two are timely. Those young lads never arrive on time, Flandra remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Having successfully joined the Tiando Royal Academy, the weight on his heart had considerably lightened. Teacher, we are here as well, exclaimed Dai Mubai and others, to which Flandra responded with a smile. Ah, excellent. You've made progress. This time, you are not late. However, Ning Rongrong's spirits immediately fell upon hearing this, for it was once Mo Feng who gathered her. Now, without Mo Feng by her side, she felt quite out of sorts. Xiao Feng, I miss you so much. How are you at the spirit hall? The rest of the group, witnessing Ning Rongrong's dejection, felt their recently restored good mood plummet once again. Alas, Flandra lamented, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out, as the children's earlier cheerfulness vanished anew. Well, let us go. It's time to eat, and we cannot keep Chief Dream waiting. Yu Xiaojiang promptly interjected. The trio of chief educators, perplexed by the unfolding events, smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. You are newcomers and still unfamiliar with many places. After dinner, I shall help you get acquainted with our school. That would be much appreciated, Chief Dream. Yu Xiaojiang replied with a respectful bow. Come along. You need not be so formal with me. There is no need for constant bows. I am no different from you, Chief Dream said, waving his hand dismissively as he turned towards the cafeteria. The Shrek group adjusted their attire and followed him. Just as they stepped out of the grand hall, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing heavily on the ground. The group quickly looked up, their expressions tightening upon seeing the newcomer. Xiao Wu, frightened, hid behind Tang San, visibly trembling, having encountered the formidable Douluo before. They were uncertain why he had come. Chief Dream exchanged glances with the others and bowed respectfully to Douluo. You may rise. There is no need to be anxious. I come merely to request a person, Douluo stated nonchalantly. The three chief educators, along with Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang, hesitated, exchanging glances. May I inquire whom you seek? A girl named Xiao Wu, with the spirit of the soft bone rabbit, Douluo replied, glancing at those present with a calm demeanor. What? The group gasped in astonishment. What does he want with Xiao Wu? Has he already discovered her? Tang San's gaze narrowed, his mind racing with thoughts as he tightly grasped Xiao Wu's hand. An instinctive warning coursed through him. This was not a favorable situation. Xiao Wu's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling more violently, her eyes darting in a panic towards Tang San. Under the authority of the Duan family, this Xiao Wu is one of my students. Might I inquire what your intentions are with her? Flinder interjected, his eyes shifting as he stepped forward. I see great potential in Xiao Wu and wish to take her as my disciple. Would she be willing to accept my guidance? Duan Gubo squinted his eyes, gazing at the girl hiding behind Tang San. No, Xiao Wu cannot go with you. Tang San immediately rejected, a certainty settling within him that the powerful Duan Gu Douluo was aware of Xiao Wu's true identity. He could only hope that the latter would hesitate due to her connection to the Tiando Empire. Humph. As a dignified level 93 title Douluo, to take on a mere 33rd level soul master as my disciple is a tremendous opportunity for her, and a privilege for you all. Do you have any inkling of how many aspire to be my apprentice? Duan Gubo's expression turned icy. Duan Gu, this Xiao Wu already has a master. So I fear your generous offer may be in vain, Ning Rongrong stated, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Duan Gubo. Oh? Pray tell. Who is this master of Xiao Wu? Duan Gubo's cold stare pierced through Ning Rongrong. She is a disciple of the sword Douluo, Qian Renxue. Ning Rongrong replied with unwavering confidence. According to her knowledge from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Bailin Douluo Duan Gubo had always been a solitary figure, relishing freedom and eschewing constraints, never aligning with any faction. She believed that upon hearing the name of the sword Douluo, he would surely retreat. However, it was apparent that she was mistaken. Duan Gubo furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that the old man has taken a liking to her? Remembering the task assigned to him, his resolve solidified. Qian Renxue had commanded him to capture Xiao Wu, regardless of the cost, and personally deliver her. Oh, when did this happen? I have never heard of that old scoundrel Qian Renxue taking on a disciple before, Duan Gubo remarked, slowly advancing towards Tang San. The poison Douluo, your grace, it is not necessary for the sword Douluo to publicize the taking of an apprentice. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of foreboding as he approached. Humph, you are lying. Duan Gubo suddenly bellowed, reaching out to seize Xiao Wu, intending to forcibly take her. He had previously been puzzled as to why his master cared so deeply for Xiao Wu, but witnessing her in person, everything became clear. Moreover, Qian Renxue had already reached level 60 and had yet to obtain a soul ring. He could easily deduce the implications. Be careful. The crowd gasped in alarm. Duan Gubo, this is the Tiando Royal Academy. Do you dare to abduct someone under the Emperor's nose? Meng Shenji, disregarding the opponent's strength, interjected. If Xiao were to be captured before his very eyes, what would become of the Tiando Royal Academy's reputation? What would happen to the honor of the Tiando Empire? Humph. Dugubo took Xiao away, and if you do not wish to live, feel free to come forward. He cast a cold glance at them before turning to leave. Xiao. Tang San's eyes instantly turned red. She was his Achilles heel. His only kin aside from his father, the most significant person in his heart. He could not bear to watch her being taken away. Calm down, Tang San. The opponent is a titled Douluo. Flender admonished him. How can I remain calm? They are taking Xiao Wu. Dugubo merely intended to accept her as his disciple. You must remain composed. No, if she is taken away, I will never see her again. Tang San exclaimed in anguish, summoning a massive hammer in his left hand and striking fiercely at the hand that gripped his arm. Chapter 69. Xiao Wu is captured what? Twin martial souls. The chief of the Dream God Machine exclaimed loudly, gazing at the hammer in Tang San's hand. The other two committee members also gazed in astonishment. Is that the Haotian hammer? Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong exclaimed. They had never anticipated Tang San would be associated with the Haotian sect. Tang San, what are you doing? He is your teacher. Yu Xiaojiang urgently called out to him. Bang! The hammer struck Flender's wrist, and the unprepared Flender was instantly left bloodied and battered. Hastily releasing his grip, seeing his strike land, Tang San quickly activated the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step and pursued the direction in which Xiao Wu was taken. Tang San, come back. The members of Shrek were agitated, pacing anxiously. Flender, go after him. How can you, a soul saint, fail to restrain a mere soul emperor? Yu Xiaojiang berated Flender. You blame me? How was I to know Tang San would react so intensely? Moreover, the opponent is a titled Douluo. How could I possibly pursue? Rest assured, Tang San will be unable to catch up. He will return once he calms down. Flender huffed, turning away. Return? How can he return? Are you foolish? Do you truly not comprehend why Dugubo captured Xiao Wu? You imbecile! Yu Xiaojiang was infuriated. Isn't it merely to take her as a disciple? That is hardly a bad thing. Xiao Wu has done nothing to provoke him. He would not harm her, would he? Flender retorted. The rest of the Shrek members remained silent, evidently agreeing with Flender's perspective. Dugubo would not kill Xiao Wu without reason, surely? You. Xiao Wu was the cause of Yu Xiaojiang's rising ire. What is it? Are you implying she is Tang San's partner, and you fear you might do something reckless? Suddenly, Flender smacked his forehead. How could I forget that? Tang San had previously mentioned that Xiao Wu was a transformed soul beast, with all that had transpired recently. He had overlooked such a crucial detail. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the three from the Dream God Machine, remaining silent as he could not fully trust them at this moment. Let us go eat first. Dream Machine shook his head and addressed them. They too believed that Dugubo would not kill the young girl without cause. From their understanding of the poisoned Douluo, despite his notorious reputation, he was a person who distinguished between enmity and gratitude. Yu Xiaojiang could only relent and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, followed closely by Flender and the others. Shrek had long been aware of Xiao Wu's identity. The reason he refrained from disclosing it was that he felt Xiao Wu was not in immediate danger. Their anxiety was futile. They could only inform Ning Rongrong to seek the sword Douluo's assistance later. In his mind, Douluo, as a titled Douluo of level 93, did not require soul rings, and given his character, would not bestow such a boon upon others without reason. He had heard that the man had a granddaughter, and it seemed likely that this was intended for her. Moreover, she was only in her 30s and unable to absorb Xiao Wu's soul ring. Hence, to obtain it, she would have to force Xiao Wu to make a sacrifice, but with Xiao Wu's temperament, she would undoubtedly refuse. Once Yu Xiaojing arrived at this conclusion, he calmed himself. The primary objective now was to buy time and hope everything unfolded as he envisioned. Meanwhile, Tang San was channeling his Xiantian skill, racing towards the direction Douluo had taken. However, he soon realized that the distance between them was widening until Douluo faded into a mere black dot, vanishing from sight. Nevertheless, Tang San did not halt. Even without seeing Douluo, he was determined to pursue. He recognized that this path led towards the Star Luo Empire, and if he continued in that direction, he would eventually find Xiao Wu. Suddenly, Tang San felt as though he had collided with a wall. The impact left him bloodied and sent him hurtling backward. After such a long and swift journey, his soul power was nearly depleted, and the force of the collision caused him to lose consciousness in midair. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a shadow slowly materialized from the earth, catching Tang San and vanishing with him. At that moment, the group, having just finished dinner and heading back to their dormitory, sensed something was amiss. Tang San had been gone for a considerable time. Could something have happened? Flinder and the others recalled the avalanche and the Prince of Snowstars from earlier that day, their unease growing with each thought. Flinder, I think we should pay a visit to the Prince of Snowstars' residence, Yu Xiaojing said, fixing Flinder with a serious gaze. Flinder glanced at Yu Xiaojing and then at the group of young prodigies before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you, Dream Machine spoke slowly. By Baoshan Jilin. Please ensure these students are settled. I will accompany them to the Prince of Snowstars' estate. The two nodded in response. Yusong, Zhaoshan, Qibin. You may head back for now. We shall commence their lessons tomorrow as usual. We will discuss further upon our return, Flinder instructed the nearby teachers. Understood, Brother Flinder. We appreciate your taking the time to accompany us, Chief Dream. I still hope that the third young master has been captured by Prince Xuexing, otherwise. Yu Xiaojing first expressed his gratitude to Mingxinji, then shook his head and said, Rong Rong. I would like to ask for your assistance in contacting the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to search for the third young master and Xiao Wu. Of course, Teacher Xiaojing. What do you mean? Flandra, listening to his words laden with implications, inquired with curiosity. Let us discuss this later. Yu Xiaojing was uncertain. If Tang San had indeed been seized by Prince Xuexing, he might only face mild punishment, as the prince would not act recklessly, considering the reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, if they were not responsible, then it could only be either Douluo or the Spirit Hall. The former would capture Tang San to threaten Xiao Wu, while the latter would do so upon discovering Tang San's secret, intending to eliminate him completely. He did not believe that bandits or robbers had taken Tang San. He hoped for that outcome, as such brigands would likely be limited to the Spirit King level, and Tang San could escape if he could not overpower them. Moreover, the Tindo Empire would not tolerate the emergence of such forces. Are you suggesting that the girl named Xiao Wu was captured by Douluo? That Tang San went to rescue her? Do you suspect it was this king who took him? In the main hall of the Prince Xuexing's residence, the prince, seated on his throne, looked at Mingxinji and the others with a furrowed brow. He could not comprehend why Douluo would seize Xiao Wu after leaving here. Did that girl possess some secret? Your Highness, we merely wish to confirm whether Tang San is here. I believe that even if Prince Xuexing had captured him, it would merely be for a lesson, which we can understand. However, Tang San has not returned for an entire night, and thus his teacher, Mingyu, is understandably anxious. Mingxinji bowed and spoke to Prince Xuexing. His implication was clear. Since you have apprehended him and delivered a lesson, shouldn't you now release him? I completely empathize with your feelings, but I assure you that I would never capture Tang San. What reason would I have to do so? Moreover, even if I sought revenge for my nephew, I would not resort to such underhanded tactics. As for Douluo's capture of Xiao Wu, I am even less informed. After leaving my presence, he headed south and even neglected to partake in the banquet I had prepared for him. I never anticipated that he would return to the academy solely to capture Xiao Wu. Chapter 70. The Holy Unicorn Hall. Mingxinji, Flandra. And Yu Xiaojing slowly exited the residence of Prince Xuexing. Xiaojing, how much credence do you give to Prince Xuexing's words? Flandra asked Yu Xiaojing, who was standing silently beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojing replied, I believe there is no necessity for Prince Xuexing to deceive us, given his status. He would not need to resort to such measures to teach Tang San a lesson. Indeed, from my understanding of Prince Xuexing, although he possesses a somewhat domineering disposition, he places immense value on his reputation and honor, making it highly unlikely for him to engage in such underhanded activities. Dream Machine also concurred with Yu Xiaojiang's sentiments. Alas, if it is not Prince Xuexing who has captured them, then who could it be? Let us return for now. Perhaps the third party is simply eager to pursue Xiao Wu, which explains their prolonged absence. If they have not returned by tomorrow night, we shall seek the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Yu Xiaojiang stated slowly. Alas, it seems we have no choice, sighed Flanders, feeling vexed. There is little use in fretting now, as they remain unaware of Dugu Bo's whereabouts and do not dare to seek aid from the Spirit Hall. Our only recourse is to request help from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In the Spirit City, looking eastward from the Pope's Palace, one can behold a grand hall sprawling over 1,000 square meters, shrouded in deep black. The architectural style of this hall is predominantly reminiscent of an ancient Chinese castle, complemented by tower-like structures. Atop the fortress stands a striking crimson Qian statue, holding a purple orb in its mouth. This magnificent hall comprises 9 stories, each adorned with a row of fist-sized Xianming stones embedded in the walls. A faint crimson glow emanates from these stones, instilling an unsettling sense of fear and terror in onlookers. It is entirely unlike any human habitation, as no one would construct such a dark and foreboding dwelling. Yet, this hall was personally built by the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, utilizing the 5 elements domain over the course of a month. This esteemed edifice is famously known as the Holy Qian Hall, or Saint Child Hall. The inhabitants of the Spirit Hall are baffled by their Saint Child's affinity for such an environment, which is engulfed in darkness, save for a solitary red light. Anyone who resides in such a place for an extended period is bound to develop psychological afflictions due to the oppressive atmosphere. It is worth noting that even the Pope's Palace and the worship halls are constructed with utmost opulence and resplendence. However, Qian Renlin is exceedingly extreme, aside from his outings. He confines himself to the Holy Qian Hall, leaving no one privy to his activities within. Qian Renlin issued a solemn warning. No one, aside from himself, was permitted to approach within 100 paces of the Holy Unicorn Palace without his explicit consent. Any transgressor would face immediate execution. Bibi Dong had previously inquired about this matter, but Qian Renlin had evaded her questions, citing a preference for solitude. Over time, both Qin Daolu and Bibi Dong ceased to pursue the issue. As night deepened, a figure cloaked in black gradually emerged 100 paces from the Holy Unicorn Palace. Upon stepping within the designated range, the figure gently set down an unconscious individual, kneeling on one knee with one hand resting on their abdomen and the other clenched against the ground, bowing in reverence. After a prolonged moment, the towering 3-meter doors of the palace began to swing open, inexplicably without anyone to push them. The figure lifted their eyelids, rose, and grasped the unconscious form, striding into the grand hall as the doors slowly closed behind them. Within the palace, a profound sense of astonishment enveloped the figure. The deeper they ventured, the more their heart raced with wonder. The hall was adorned with countless fearsome beasts, the malevolent Qiongqi, the unruly Taowu, the deceptive Hundun, the all-devouring Taodai, and the mighty Kuimping capable of traversing sea and sky, alongside the vengeful Yaji. Each wall of the hall bore intricate carvings of these terrifying creatures, and merely gazing upon them stirred a tumult within the figure's soul, rendering them breathless. They recognized none of these ferocious beings. Was this the unicorn horse of the young master? The unicorn, a symbol of auspiciousness, held a surprising legacy, yet the Soul Hall had never recorded these soul beasts. How had the young master come by such knowledge? As Douluo anxiously scrutinized the murals, a distant voice resonated from within the hall, rendering the speaker's identity unclear. Douluo took a deep breath to steady himself and hastened to ascend to the 9th level. Approaching Qian Renlin, who stood with hands clasped behind his back at the balustrade, Douluo bowed and announced, "Your Highness, I have brought the person." Qian Renlin slowly turned around, his expression calm as he regarded the distracted Ghost Douluo. "Do you pledge your loyalty to me?" Ghost Douluo felt a stir within. "What does this mean, Your Highness?" "Your Highness, the ghosts have always been loyal to the Spirit Hall. I am inquiring whether you are willing to swear allegiance to me." Qian Renlin's voice emerged with a placid tone. Since Ghost had already seen the mural within the hall, regardless of his suspicions, Qian Renlin was compelled to employ certain measures. Should Ghost divulge this matter to Qin Daolu and the others, Bibi Dong may remain unaffected, but Qin Daolu would undoubtedly harbor doubts. He had yet to find a pretext to deflect Qin Lu's inquiries regarding the murals of the sacred Lin Palace. If Ghost were to discover that Qian Renlin was not of the Qian lineage, I, your subordinate, willingly pledge my loyalty to your highness, Ghost declared, kneeling with one knee and fixing a resolute gaze upon Qian Renlin, speaking in a firm and resonant tone. Excellent. Before long, you shall realize how sagacious your decision today is. Do not resist me. A radiant golden light emanated from Qian Renlin's eyes, piercing directly into the ethereal sea of spirits. The ghost Douluo instinctively sought to evade it, yet ultimately restrained himself. He was astute. It was evident that the ferocious beasts etched upon the walls were the prince's clandestine secrets, and he had deliberately allowed himself to enter. Should he choose to flee today, it was likely he would never escape the spirit hall alive. The ghost Douluo found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness. What profound solitude it was. Boundless and unfathomable, imperceptible to sight, sound, touch, or sensation. He could not even ascertain whether he was still alive. In this void, he felt as though he had been adrift for an eternity. Yet it also seemed as if only a fleeting moment had passed. He longed to open his eyes, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. A bead of perspiration emerged on Qianrenlin's forehead, for it was exceedingly arduous for him to subjugate a 96th-level Super Douluo with his current mental prowess. This was precisely why he urged the ghost Douluo to refrain from resistance. Should the latter defy him, he would be subjected to the backlash of this potent mental force. It is essential to recognize that the disparity in mental strength among tidal Douluos is vast, akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth. Qian Renlin contemplated the necessity of forming a soul core within his sea of consciousness at the earliest opportunity. It took him a mere quarter of an hour to enslave the likes of Douluo. Yet this time he invested a full half-hour to alter the consciousness of the ghost Douluo. Indeed, the incident involving Mo Feng served as a cautionary tale, revealing that merely altering another's perception was insufficient. He now endeavored to transform the very essence of the opponent's awareness, with the ghost Douluo as his inaugural subject. Should he fail, as time elapsed, Qian Renlin's brow furrowed ever deeper. He had not anticipated that completely dominating a tidal Douluo with his mental acuity would prove so challenging. At that moment, within the ethereal realm of the ghost Douluo's consciousness, a colossal figure, strikingly identical to Qian Renlin, gradually materialized. This figure bore an expressionless visage, with piercing eyes and a robust physique. Adorned in a suit of black and crimson armor, while his waist-length crimson hair billowed freely. Merely a glance at this imposing apparition sent the ghost Douluo's mind reeling, rendering him unable to meet its gaze directly. The towering figure gazed down upon the ghost Douluo with an air of indifference, and under the immense pressure, the ghost Douluo slowly sank to his knees, prostrating himself upon the ground. As the ghost Douluo succumbed entirely, the void that enveloped him shattered like a mirror, and the five senses that had been sealed away returned to his very soul. The enslavement orchestrated by Qian Renlin has officially succeeded. Gue Douluo, initially stunned, shook his head, his bewildered gaze gradually regaining its vigor. Boom. As he lifted his gaze to behold Qian Renlin, who stood before him with arms crossed. Gue Douluo felt a tumult within his heart, hastily bowing his head. He dared not meet the eyes of this being. The moment he did, an overwhelming dread and guilt would engulf him, an affront, a grave sin against the heavens. Meanwhile, Douluo had been kneeling with Xiao Wu in the Holy Lin Palace for a whole hour, the grand doors before them remaining immovable. Yet, he exhibited not a hint of impatience, continuing to prostrate himself respectfully 100 steps away from the palace entrance. Boom. As the great doors creaked open, Douluo swiftly regained his composure, seizing Xiao Wu and darting into the hall. Like Gue Douluo, upon entering, he was equally awestruck by the ferocious beasts depicted on the walls, his heart echoing with disbelief. However, unlike Gue Douluo, he did not hesitate for a moment, hastening towards the upper floor, unwilling to keep his master waiting. Impertinent! How dare you gaze upon the countenance of our master? Gue Douluo bellowed, witnessing Douluo's audacity. Douluo paused, perplexed. Old ghost, what madness has seized you? Impertinent! I am the foremost holy envoy of our master. My title is not one you can utter. Whoosh! In an instant, Gue Douluo materialized before Douluo, delivering a powerful punch towards his chest. What madness is this? Douluo exclaimed, hastily summoning his martial spirit to defend against the blow. Yet, the full force of Gue Douluo was beyond his capacity to withstand. Before his martial spirit could fully manifest, he was sent reeling backward by the ghostly fist. Puff! Douluo clutched his chest, incredulous as he gazed at Gue Douluo. Old ghost, what is your intent? I am steadfastly loyal to our master. with no ulterior motives. Why do you strike at me? An ant dares not gaze upon the visage of our master. Such an act is sacrilege, a heinous crime. I am the master's personally appointed first holy envoy, and your audacity to call my name is an affront to our master, indicative of disrespect and insidious intent. You must be punished. Douluo declared impassively, gathering a sphere of black soul power in his hand, and lunging towards Douluo once more. Douluo, alarmed, narrowly evaded the punch and urgently addressed Qian Renlin, who stood by the railing. Master, I am unwavering in my loyalty to you, with no intentions contrary. This holy envoy punishes you. How dare you evade? After my warning, you still dare to gaze upon our master's visage. Such a sin warrants the gravest of penalties. Prepare to pay with your life. Douluo's fury ignited as he perceived Douluo's defiance, deeming it an egregious disrespect towards their master, a sacrilegious act that demanded severe retribution. Stop. Qian Renlin interjected sharply, for further conflict would surely devastate the Grand Hall. Your subordinate has acted on his own to punish disrespect towards the master. Those who desecrate the master deserve death. I implore you, let the master administer the punishment. Upon hearing Qian Renlin's words, Ghost Douluo swiftly moved to stand before him. Kneeling on the ground in a display of reverence and earnestly responding, let this be the last instance. Please, withdraw. Qian Renlin gazed with satisfaction at the actions of the ghostly figure before him. This was the servant he desired, one who not only revered him but exhibited true loyalty. Douluo, trembling with trepidation, watched this scene unfold, feeling that today's ghostly presence was utterly alien and terrifying. He had genuinely felt the chilling grip of death. The ghost Douluo truly intended to take his life. Approaching with a lowered head, Douluo hastily knelt before Qian Renlin. Knowing all too well that he could no longer dare to meet his gaze directly after the events that had transpired, Qian Renlin's gaze flickered as he regarded Douluo. Contemplating whether to demote his servitude at this moment. Never mind, there are matters of greater significance, he decided. He gestured with his chin towards the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu, instructing, take them to the Hell Tower. Yes. Douluo promptly rose, each hand grasping one of his burdens, hastening out of the Holy Lin Palace. It was not that Qian Renlin harbored a desire to eliminate them at this juncture. Rather, he relished the thought of watching Tang San endure a prolonged suffering, ultimately leading to his demise. As for Xiao Wu, Qian Renlin turned and stood before the ninth-floor glass window, his gaze profound. At this moment, Flinder from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, accompanied by Yu Xiaozhang and Ning Rongrong, had met with Ning Fengji, the sect leader. Please, save Xiao San and Xiao Wu, Flinder implored, his brow furrowed as he addressed the seated Ning Fengji. Calm down, Flinder. What exactly transpired? Ning Fengji inquired. Sighing, Flinder explained, just yesterday. We were about to take the little monsters out for dinner when the poison dog suddenly appeared and abducted Xiao Wu. In a fit of urgency, Xiao San rushed after them, and we were unable to restrain him. Flinder shook his head, lamenting, initially. We thought Xiao San would return on his own after failing to catch up, but a day and night have passed without a word. At first, we suspected that Prince Xuexing had taken Xiao San, but upon investigation, we discovered he was not involved. We feared something unfortunate had befallen Xiao San, prompting us to seek your assistance, sect leader Ning. Xiao Wu was captured? What could Douluo possibly want with her? Has he recognized her true identity? Ning Fengji pondered, his voice low. Flinder, filled with regret, admitted, I am ashamed to say that I momentarily forgot. How could you forget such a crucial detail? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Let me explain, Flinder continued. Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years. I suspect Douluo captured her upon realizing her identity, intending to force her to sacrifice herself for his granddaughter. Alas, at that moment, Douluo was formidable, and we were powerless to stop him, Flinder lamented. It is all my fault. In my confusion, I foolishly thought he merely wished to take her as his disciple. Had I known he intended to abduct her for a soul ring, I would never have allowed him to take her. And you? Why did you not intervene yesterday when you already knew of Xiao Wu's identity? Flinder reproached Yu Xiaozhang with a look of sorrow. Intervene? How could I? A title Douluo is not so easily obstructed. Furthermore, Xiao San had mentioned here that Xiao Wu was a transformed soul beast. How could you forget in just a few days? Yu Xiaozhang retorted, casting a sideways glance at Flinder. Humph. Had it not been for the troubles arising recently that plagued my mind, I would not have forgotten. If you had reminded me, I would have risked my life to stop Douluo from taking Xiao Wu. Flinder exclaimed. Enough of your bickering. The pressing matter now is, where would Douluo take Xiao Wu after the abduction? Ning Fengji mused. Douluo has always been a lone wolf, unanchored to any particular place. It is truly unknown where he might reside or venture, Flinder noted. Doesn't he have a granddaughter? We should first locate her. For that old curmudgeon is bound to seek her out to see Xiaowu, Ningfengji suggested. But how do we find her? We do not even know what she looks like, nor do we know her name or which academy she attends, Flinder said, suddenly realizing. Ah, the academy. Sect leader Ning. Could you assist us in finding out which academy Douluo's granddaughter attends? Flinder rose and respectfully addressed Ning Fengji, expressing gratitude for the assistance provided. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. I kindly request you to expedite the process, as I fear that the delay may harm Xiaowu. Flinder hesitated, aware that their willingness to help was already a significant kindness, and further demands would be excessive. Ning Fengji waved dismissively, responding, no need to worry. After all, they are also Rongrong siblings and my former students. I shall certainly do my utmost. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang quickly expressed their thanks. In the 10th level of the Purgatory Tower, a young boy was confined alone. Where is this? The boy slowly regained consciousness, shaking his head vigorously and gradually opening his bleary eyes. Is anyone there? Let me out. Where am I? Tang San shouted with all his might. But his weary body collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Xiaowu. Xiaowu. Suddenly, he recalled that Xiaowu had been captured by Douluo. And while pursuing her, he had collided with something and lost consciousness. He struggled to rise, but after taking only a few steps, he fell again. Xiaowu. Is anyone there? Where is this? Why have I been brought here? Tang San desperately called out. Yet all he received in response was the hollow echo of his own voice. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, prompting Tang San to quickly lift his head. However, the completely enclosed cell offered no visibility. This is not the Tang sect, he realized, as the confinement did not resemble the wooden cells he was familiar with. Where am I? Initially, he had thought he had returned to the Tang sect, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the stark differences. With a rumble, the cell door slowly ascended, revealing 3 pairs of black leather boots before Tang San's eyes. He steadied his breath and focused intently. As the door fully opened, 2 elders accompanied by a young boy appeared before him. Tang San was taken aback, recognizing the elder on the right as Douluo, the very person who had taken Xiaowu. Douluo, where have you taken Xiaowu? He exclaimed urgently, attempting to rise. Qian Renlin curled the corner of his mouth, displaying a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent as he gazed at Tang San, who lay on the ground barking like a rabid dog, destined to become the future Shura god. With a sharp clap of his hands, Qian Renlin summoned a fresh wave of footsteps as 2 guards clad in black armor escorted a young girl with a delicate figure into Tang San's view. Xiaowu. Xiaowu. What have you done to her? What have you done to her? Tang San exclaimed anxiously, for Xiaowu was his very life. He would never permit anyone to harm her. Silence him, Qian Renlin coldly commanded. Douluo swiftly moved forward, delivering a forceful palm strike to Tang San's chest, sending him crashing against the wall with a sickening thud, blood splattering from his mouth. He glared fiercely at the 3 before him, vowing to exact vengeance upon them. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation, Qian Renlin remarked, observing Tang San's hostile gaze while gently caressing Xiaowu's cheek. Release her. Whatever you desire, confront me directly. Do not harm Xiaowu. Tang San pleaded desperately, loathing his own impotence as he watched Xiaowu suffer, powerless to intervene. Confront you directly? Qian Renlin replied, his expression oddly fixed on Tang San. I have no interest in men. What do you intend to do? I warn you. Do not act recklessly. Tang San cautioned. Aren't you seeking a trade? Very well. I will give you whatever you want. I beg you to release Xiaowu. I want the Xiantian Baolu, Qian Renlin stated with gravity. In truth, the Xiantian Baolu had lost much of its significance for him, though possessing it was better than having none at all. What? Tang San gasped, taken aback by the revelation. How could you know my secret? What do you mean? What Xiantian Baolu? He asked, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Are you still feigning ignorance? Tang San, you are now in my grasp, and so is Xiaowu. With a mere flick of my finger, your beloved will be lost to you. Qian Renlin laughed, relishing the torment he inflicted upon Tang San, the fated child, and all those connected to him. Tang San fell silent, torn between the decision to surrender the treasure and the fear of exposing his secret. Yet, with Xiaowu's safety at stake and the dire circumstances suggesting that his secret might already be known, he was at a loss. How could they have discovered it despite his careful concealment? Tang San, as long as you hand over the Xiantian Baolu, I shall release you both. What do you say? Qian Renlin coaxed, his eyes narrowing with intent. He was not inclined to kill Tang San just yet. He wished for him to witness the suffering and demise of those he cherished while remaining utterly powerless to intervene. This was one of the few joys he had found since his arrival in this world. With a gaze filled with turmoil, Tang San glanced from Xiaowu to Qian Renlin, and finally, with a heavy heart, he conceded, "Very well. I will give it to you. But I must first see Xiaowu." Qian Renlin cast a significant glance, prompting Diggybo to hurl Xiaowu towards Tang San. In a frantic attempt to catch her, Tang San's legs gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground, helplessly witnessing Xiaowu being tossed aside like a discarded rag doll. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Qian Renlin. Yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to utter a single threatening word. Instead, he could only slowly crawl towards Xiaowu, yearning to grasp her hand. Humph. Qian Renlin appeared unexpectedly, stepping firmly on his hand. "You have seen the person now, and I have entrusted them to you. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" All right, Tang San replied, his gaze icy as he looked up at the towering Qian Renlin. He spoke slowly, "No need for such complications. Simply imprint your memories onto this." Qian Renlin dropped a piece of gray crystal stone onto Tang San's face and slowly walked outside. Chapter 73. The Qiantian treasure record. Tang San gazed at the stone that had fallen before him, perplexed, and inquired, "What is this?" "This is a transmission stone. You merely need to press it against your forehead, and the Qiantian treasure record will naturally be imprinted upon it," Qian Renlin replied, his eyes imbued with an enigmatic gaze. "However, this transmission stone serves a purpose beyond simply inscribing the Qiantian treasure record." Tang San hesitated. He had never heard of such an object and was uncertain of its nature or purpose. Nevertheless, for the sake of Xiaowu, he felt compelled to comply. He reasoned that someone wielding such formidable influence would not be one to deceive. With this thought in mind, Tang San laboriously moved his arm and gently pressed the transmission stone to his forehead. "Open your mind and silently contemplate the Qiantian treasure record," Qian Renlin instructed. Tang San followed suit, closing his eyes and clearing his thoughts, preparing to recite the Qiantian treasure record in silence. Yet, at the moment he released his mental barriers, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming force that he could not control. A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged into his consciousness, leaving him in a state of alarm. In that instant, a vivid image materialized in Qian Renlin's mind, a glimpse into Tang San's memories. The transmission stone was not merely a vessel for inscribing the Qiantian treasure record. Given his current abilities, Qian Renlin was incapable of crafting such an object. It was merely a conduit for accessing the other's memories through spiritual energy. As for why Qian Renlin chose this roundabout method instead of directly reading Tang San's memories, it was undoubtedly a reflection of his caution. Confronted with the child of destiny, he dared not act recklessly. While he held confidence in his own soul and spiritual power, Tang San, as the child of destiny, could possess hidden cards of his own. He could not afford to recklessly invade another's consciousness. Thus, he opted to send a fragment of his spiritual energy into Tang San's mind, transmitting the images he perceived into his own consciousness. Even if Tang San had hidden trump cards, any failure would only result in a trivial loss of spiritual energy, a loss he could effortlessly recover within a week. In this world, there were no methods for cultivating spiritual energy, nor were there exceptionally powerful spiritual practitioners. Therefore, Qian Renlin remained unaware of the precise stage of his own spiritual power. He only knew that when he unleashed his full strength, he could envelop the entirety of Soul Land, rendering anything beneath his spiritual reach utterly visible. He had heard tales of the divine realms possessing formidable spiritual powers, yet he pondered just how potent they truly were. Could they encompass the entirety of the Douluo Continent? Qian Renlin slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Tang San as he turned to depart. Ghost Douluo and Diggybo promptly followed suit, and the prison gate gradually closed. The transmission stone embedded itself into Tang San's consciousness, vanishing from sight. This was a precaution left by Qian Renlin, who, despite not intending to confront him at present, possessed a cautious nature that compelled him to prepare for any eventuality. Tang San opened his eyes, sensing the presence of something within his mind, an indescribable sensation that lingered. He also noticed a newfound clarity in his thought processes. Remaining vigilant, Tang San chose to disregard it for the moment and turned his attention to Xiaowu, hastily crawling over to grasp her hand. Xiaowu, wake up. Xiaowu, Tang San called out urgently. Xiaowu stirred, blinking as she gazed at the figure before her. Is that you, San? Oh, San. I was so scared, she exclaimed, rising to embrace Tang San, her voice trembling with emotion. There's no need to be afraid, no need to fear. I am here with you, Tang San reassured her. Upon returning to the Holy Lin Palace, Qian Renlin commenced an in-depth study of the Qian Treasure Codex. His ambition was to develop a more formidable cultivation technique through the Qian art, as the pace of meditation proved to be excessively languid. In essence, meditation involves sensing the surrounding soul energy and subsequently channeling it into one's own being. However, what could rival the swiftness of a cultivation method that directly seizes soul energy? To create something anew, one must first comprehend its essence, then deconstruct and analyze it, followed by a process of transformation. The first step for Qian Renlin is to cultivate it, directly drawing from the Qian treasure record within Tang San's sea of consciousness. He has never doubted its authenticity. However, his cautious nature prevents him from recklessly embarking on the cultivation process. Summon the 7 sword servants to see me. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renlin resolves to first allow the 7 sword servants to undergo the trial. Douluo nods, brushing his ring to reveal a blue communication stone. He presses the stone to his forehead, and a fleeting gray light flashes before vanishing. Douluo then stores the stone back into his soul guide device. Before long, the 7 sword servants, with their soul power wings fluttering, arrive 100 steps away from the sacred hall. Without a trace of hesitation, they rush towards the grand open doors of the hall. Master, the 7 sword servants come to a halt 10 steps away from Qian Renlin, their heads bowed. Too timid to meet his gaze. This is not a mere re-enslavement by Qian Renlin. Rather, it mirrors their initial submission to him, wherein they never dared to look him in the eye, only able to cast their eyes downwards towards their master's feet. Qian Renlin contemplated that perhaps the weaker one's strength, the more thoroughly one could be subjugated, or that strength was intrinsically linked to mental fortitude. With a gesture of his hand, 7 jade slips, condensed from spiritual energy, soared before the 7 sword slaves. They raised their hands reverently to receive the slips. Without needing further instruction from Qian Renlin, they skillfully placed the jade slips against their foreheads, closing their eyes to absorb the memories contained within. It was evident that this was not their first encounter with such jade slips. Master, we are prepared, the 7 sword slaves declared, their eyes opening as they bowed their heads. Let us cultivate here. Indeed, Qian Renlin gazed calmly at the 7 sword slave, who was seated in meditation, commencing the cultivation of the Qian technique. With a graceful sweep of his arm, a Kirin dragon throne materialized behind him. Qian Renlin slowly settled into the Qian chair, gesturing with a wave of his hand to conjure a tea table before him, soon followed by a fine bottle of red wine and elegant crystal glasses. As time passed, a sense of impatience began to brew within him. A week had already elapsed, yet the 7 sword servants remained deeply engrossed in their cultivation. However, Qian Renlin refrained from abruptly interrupting their practice, as he was well aware from countless novels and dramas that such interruptions could lead to disastrous consequences. These were his devoted servants, and he could not bear to jeopardize their foundational progress. You will remain here, ensuring that no one disturbs them. Notify me at once upon their awakening, he declared, as he descended the stairs. The 2 ghost Douluo immediately bowed in response. As Qian Renlin reached the foot of the staircase, he paused and called out, Douluo, come with me. He had other tasks to assign to Douluo and could not afford to waste his time here. Yes, Douluo replied eagerly, swiftly following Qian Renlin. Your Highness. Ignoring the bowing attendant beside him, Qian Renlin led Douluo into the refining tower. Where is Elderly? Upon entering the office on the top floor, Qian Renlin inquired of the maid nearby. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, Elderly is currently occupied with the matter of crafting soul-guiding devices. Summon him to meet me. Yes, Your Highness, you have arrived. Hearing of Qian Renlin's arrival, Li Si hastily set aside his tasks and approached the office, bowing respectfully. Chapter 74, The Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce. How progresses the crafting of the soul-guiding devices? Qian Renlin inquired, casually resting his leg and closing his eyes. Your Highness, Li Si replied with a bowed head. Due to the limited time, there has not been significant advancement in the research of the soul-guiding devices. However, we have successfully produced 1,000 storage soul-guiding devices and 500 first-tier mixed-guiding cannons. Would you care to have a look? There's no need to see them. Have they all been tested? Indeed, Your Highness, all have been thoroughly tested. The first-tier soul-guiding cannon remains at the strength of a Soul King. The storage soul-guiding devices are currently crafted to the 3rd tier. The first-tier storage soul-guiding device offers a mere cubic meter of space, intended for ordinary soul masters. The second-tier storage soul guiding device provides 10 cubic meters, while the third tier boasts 20 cubic meters. Presently, we possess 700 first-tier storage devices, 200 second-tier, and 100 third-tier. Qian Renlin furrowed his brow, pondering the confines of the space. Was it truly so limited that distinctions of first, second, and third tiers could be made? It was worth noting that even Tang San's belt boasted a spacious 24 cubic meters, while the Qian ring he possessed held a generous 50 cubic meters. This was among the few remaining storage soul tools on the continent. He decided to allocate 200 first-tier soul tools and 100 second-tier soul tools to Douluo, while entrusting the remaining 100 third-tier soul tools to him as well. The rest of the first-tier storage soul tools would be distributed among the craftsmen at the refining tower. Once mass production of the third-tier soul tools commenced, they could be exchanged. His subordinate expressed gratitude on behalf of the thousands of brothers at the refining tower, praising the Son of God for his selflessness, wisdom, and decisive nature. They wished for his boundless merit, eternal legacy, and the ability to dominate the world. Li Si was taken aback. The Son of God was indeed generous to bestow these 600 soul tools upon the refining tower's staff. What a grand gesture. Enough flattery. Let us proceed. Qian Renlin waved dismissively. Although these soul tools appeared valuable, their cost amounted to merely a few thousand gold soul coins. If Douluo were to auction them off, the proceeds would undoubtedly exceed several million gold soul coins. It was important to note that even the previously richest 7 treasure glazed tile sect possessed only 2 or 3 soul tools, all for storage purposes. This highlighted the scarcity and preciousness of soul tools on the continent. Douluo, my master. The attendant promptly bowed in response. I command you to conduct 2 auctions in Tiando City and Xinglua City under the name of the Spirit Hall, ensuring that they are sold within a month. Qian Renlin stated with an impassive expression, gazing at Douluo, who was bent at a 90-degree angle. At your command. However, Your Highness, what name should we use for these 2 auctions? Douluo inquired cautiously, aware that while Qian Renlin wished for them to be established under the Spirit Hall's name, he could not take liberties with the naming. Qian Renlin lowered his head, lost in thought, and declared, let us name it the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce. All the supermarkets, clothing stores, bubble tea shops, and barbecue establishments previously built under the name of Qian Renlin were indeed branded as Holy Lin. Yes, Your Highness. Dong Gubo bowed respectfully and gradually exited the refinement tower. Elderly, I appreciate your hard work during these days. However, I hope you can produce more storage soul devices at an expedited pace and that their capacity can be maximized. We should also delve deeper into the research of other soul devices. Qian Renlin rose and patted Li Si's shoulder, speaking earnestly. It is no trouble at all. It is a privilege to serve Your Highness. Li Si wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, understanding that Qian Renlin was implying his speed was insufficient. Indeed, Qian Renlin glanced at Li Si before turning to leave the refinement tower. Sometimes, merely hinting at certain matters can exert greater pressure on the other party, yielding more effective results. In a clandestine operation unbeknownst to the entire continent, Dong Gubo had been discreetly constructing 2 grand halls in Tiando City and Xinglua City, accompanied by a contingent of personnel from the net organization. The architectural style of the halls was resplendent, epitomizing the characteristics of the Spirit Hall. The grand hall comprised 3 levels. The first level was designated for ordinary small families and independent practitioners. The second level housed private rooms for various factions and royal members, while the third level served as the office space for the personnel of the Spirit Hall, with no unauthorized individuals permitted entry. In the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui had just completed reviewing memorials and was preparing to retire for the night when, suddenly, a dagger made of condensed soul power shattered through the window, embedding itself on the desk before him. Who dares? Emperor Shui exclaimed in alarm, startled by the audacity of an assassination attempt at such a moment. An assassin! Protect Your Majesty! A group of white-armored soldiers surged into the study. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Where's the assassin? One soldat swiftly appeared by Shui's side, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, what is this? His gaze fixated on the soul power dagger embedded in the desk. Your Majesty, this appears to be a letter? The soldat paused, attempting to touch the soul power dagger, but upon contact, his hand disintegrated into light particles, leaving only a piece of parchment on the desk. Startled, he cautiously picked up the letter and opened the seal. Is this about the auction of the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce? The soldat was bewildered, questioning the existence of the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce, which he had never heard of before. Emperor Shui was equally taken aback, suddenly recalling that the supermarkets proliferating across the continent were indeed branded as Holy Lin. He took the letter and examined it, realizing it contained a list of items to be auctioned. Suddenly, he spotted something, a soul device. Shui was astonished. Someone was auctioning soul devices? It had been nearly a century since such an occurrence, and according to the document, there were multiple soul devices up for bid. Immediately investigate the whereabouts of this Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce. Who is behind its establishment? Yes, I shall attend to it at once. To this day, few are aware of the identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Nor do they know the origins of a formidable force known as the Sacred Unicorn that has appeared on the continent. However, Shui harbors suspicions that this may be an extension of the Spirit Hall, for every barbecue shop owner in the small villages is affiliated with them. This is the primary reason why no one across the continent dares to covet their interests. Otherwise, it would be difficult to ignore the lucrative benefits of the Sacred Unicorn Chamber of Commerce, which, according to conservative estimates, generates monthly profits exceeding 100 million gold soul coins, a figure that the powers of the Tiando Empire would certainly be aware of. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired among other major factions, including the Xingluo Empire, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the Seven Noble Families, all of whom received this list. Each pondered the true identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Is he a disciple of the Pope? Or perhaps the Pope as progeny? Even though the Spirit Hall has not publicly announced the appointment of a Holy Son, it is evident that everything done under the name of the Sacred Unicorn is the work of this clandestine Holy Son. Chapter 75. The Might of the Qian Fist. At the very moment when the entire world of Soul Masters was in turmoil due to the auction established by Douluo, Qian Renlin has returned to the Holy Lin Palace, and just moments ago, Ghost Douluo conveyed a message to him. The seven sword servants have awakened at the pinnacle of the Holy Lin Palace. Qian Renlin silently observed the seven sword servants kneeling before him, his eyes emanating a gray luminescence as he scrutinized their internal conditions. How do you feel? In response to the master's inquiry, Ling Feng respectfully articulated, I sense that my strength has at least surged by 50%. And you all? Qian Renlin turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals. We share the same sentiment as Brother Ling Feng, the seven sword servants exclaimed with palpable excitement. The greater their power, the more assistance they could provide to their master. They insisted that this 50% increase should not be underestimated, for in comparison to their former selves, they believed they could easily overpower their past selves. 50%, Qian Renlin still underestimated the Xiantian skill. He had not anticipated that the meditative method he had painstakingly devised would pale in comparison to the Xiantian skill derived from the martial world. However, he soon found solace in this realization. After all, his method merely facilitated a swifter absorption of the soul energy present in the air. The Xiantian skill, on the other hand, was a genuine martial art that could significantly condense the soul energy within one's body and greatly enhance one's attributes, rendering its power unparalleled. Very well. You may withdraw now. Disseminate the Xiantian treasure record to all members of the Luo network, Qian Renlin instructed, casting a tranquil glance at the seven sword servants. Yes, master. They replied, gradually retreating to the staircase before turning to depart. Gue Mei, go and deliver the Xiantian treasure record to my grandfather and mother, Qian Renlin commanded, directing a stream of mental energy into the consciousness of Ghost Douluo. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Ghost Douluo likewise bowed and retreated to the staircase before turning to leave. This was their show of utmost respect towards their master. They could only turn their backs to him when he was out of sight. Qian Renlin closed his eyes, delving into the intricacies of the Xiantian art. He already possessed a ready-made technique, and with his innate talent, it would be effortless for him to explore and create a unique martial art of his own. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Qian Renlin remained with his eyes shut, standing at the expansive windows of the Sacred Lin Palace. His formidable mental prowess necessitated the closure of his eyes to shield himself from surrounding distractions, otherwise, he would easily drift into other thoughts. In these 3 days, Qian Renlin had discerned the initial outlines of his creation. His current endeavor was to integrate a devouring function into this technique, enabling him to swiftly absorb the soul energy around him. Given his present circumstances, relying solely on the slow influx of energy from the source of life to enhance his soul power was not viable, and he had no desire to engage in traditional cultivation. Hence, he resorted to absorption, while Qian Renlin was still refining his unique technique. The entirety of the Spirit Hall, from the title Douluo to the members of the Luo network, was engrossed in training the Xiantian art. Should Qian Renlin succeed in crafting a more powerful technique, the Xiantian art would become obsolete, and its dissemination within the spirit hall would bolster their strength. Suddenly, a colossal vortex of soul power materialized above the spirit hall, visibly manifesting in the air, its base connecting directly to the sacred Lin Palace. Those practicing the Xiantian art and those in meditation quickly opened their eyes, realizing that they could no longer sense even a trace of soul power. The entire spirit city fell into a profound silence regarding the surrounding soul energy. In the offering hall, Qian Douluo and the other offerings, along with Bibi Dong from the papal hall, also opened their eyes, hastily rising to gaze towards the sacred Lin Palace. What is Lin attempting to do? They understood that the appearance of the soul power vortex above the sacred Lin Palace was the source of their astonishment. For the soul energy enveloping the Douluo Continent was invisible to the naked eye. Previously, they could only sense the soul energy resonating with their attributes through meditation. Yet now they were witnessing soul energy in its visible form. The entire vortex radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, a fusion of all soul power attributes. Abruptly, the hovering vortex of soul power was drawn into the sacred Lin Palace, or rather, it was absorbed into Qian Renlin's being. Qian Renlin slowly opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a mysterious light flashed before him. After dedicating an entire week to his studies, he had finally developed a personal technique, the sacred unicorn scripture. This method intricately weaved various elements together, allowing him to consume any entity imbued with energy. Henceforth, he could absorb other energies without the necessity of releasing his martial soul. At this moment, he felt he had truly become an omnipotent being, capable of exerting his full strength without relying on his martial soul. The activation of his martial soul merely served to enhance his attributes. His diverse abilities were no longer confined to the limitations of his martial spirit. It was only at this juncture that Qian Renlin felt an unprecedented sense of mastery over his own body. Qian Renlin slowly clenched his fist, relishing this sensation. This overwhelming feeling of explosive energy coursing through his entire being. Next, it would be time for the techniques of Xuan Yusho and other martial arts. With a tranquil mind, Qian Renlin once again closed his eyes, determined to harness the power of the Qian Yuhan to create martial techniques, including the control of cranes and the capture of dragons. After 3 days of relentless study, he finally unraveled the remaining martial arts techniques. These movements were no longer confined solely to the weapons forged from Soul Force. He had also discovered, through the records of human meridians and the Xiantian treasure record, the existence of the extraordinary 8 extraordinary meridians. Upon introspection of his own body, he was astounded to find not just the 8 extraordinary meridians, but an astonishing total of 99,999 meridians. What shocked him the most was the realization that all of these meridians were completely unblocked. No wonder he always felt that the energy required for his cultivation was 100 times that of others. While others possessed merely a few minor meridians alongside the 8 extraordinary meridians, he was endowed with a staggering total of 99,999 extraordinary meridians. With a subtle movement of Qian Renlin's hand, a majestic Qilin manifested upon his right arm. Observing the creature that enveloped his arm, he unleashed a formidable punch. Boom! The entire 9th floor of the holy Qilin Palace crumbled to dust, while the Qilin surged forth, undeterred by its surroundings. Just as it seemed poised to strike the Pope's hall, a dark spider descended from the heavens, ensnaring the rapidly approaching Qilin in a web. Bang! The Qilin shattered, and the web dissipated. The resounding roar echoed as the entire Pope's hall lay in ruins beneath Qianrenlin's singular blow. Bibi Dong gazed at the devastated Pope's hall, momentarily taken aback. Qianrenlin, she bellowed, her voice piercing the air. The approaching Qian Douluo and his entourage halted abruptly, startled by the thunderous outburst. What did they behold? The Pope's hall had collapsed. As Bibi Dong observed the peculiar expressions on Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo, who suppressed laughter, her frustration surged. What are you laughing at? This is the work of your grandson. He is still your son. Qian Douluo could no longer contain his amusement. Mother, I apologize. I did not intend for my punch to possess such tremendous power, Qianrenlin sheepishly remarked, scratching his head. Oh, so you've grown wings, have you? You dare to demolish the Pope's hall? She retorted. Mother, please calm down. It was not my intention. I will personally construct an even grander hall for you, if you permit. Qianrenlin replied awkwardly. Humph, what misfortune have I encountered? Instead of being crushed by that old villain Tang San, it is you, my own son, who has brought ruin upon my Pope's hall, Bibi Dong said, turning away in exasperation. With a sheepish grin, Qianrenlin scratched his head. preparing to unleash his martial spirit and employ the five elements domain to erect a brand new Pope's Hall for Bibi Dong. Qianrenlin cast a glance at the departing Bibi Dong and then at the ruins of the Papal Hall, before departing with a hearty laugh. The remaining worshippers hastily followed suit. The events of today were to remain a secret. Should I catch wind of anyone discussing it, they would all find themselves sent to the Inferno Tower. Jean issued a stern warning to the black-armored guards stationed outside. The surrounding guards shuddered at the thought and quickly assured him they would not dare. What sort of place was the Inferno Tower? They had no desire to enter its confines. Wait, grandfather. Qian Renlin called out to the retreating Douluo. Douluo, having taken only a few steps, turned back with a puzzled expression towards his beloved grandson. Liner, do you have something to say? With a deft motion, Qian Renlin produced a white jade stone in his palm. Grandfather, please take this for your cultivation. What is this? Douluo inquired, perplexed as he accepted the jade stone. It was his first encounter with such an object, leaving him bewildered about its purpose. This is an advanced cultivation technique I have refined from the Qian treasure record over the past few days. Simply place it against your forehead, and you will comprehend its essence, Qian Renlin replied, somewhat exasperated, nearly forgetting that the Douluo Continent lacked any form of recording stones. What? An advanced technique from the Qian treasure record? Douluo exclaimed, astonished. After all, the Qian technique was already extraordinarily formidable. Its advanced version must be even more so. However, recalling the soul power vortex that had enveloped the entire spirit hall earlier, he felt reassured, as he knew that he could not create such a phenomenon. Unbeknownst to him, the jade stone contained indeed the advanced techniques of the Qian treasure record along with newly devised martial skills, albeit a flawed version of the Holy Lin scripture. Lacking the ability to absorb, this meant that the cultivation of this technique would not allow one to form a soul power vortex as Qian Renlin did. This was not due to favoritism. Rather, it was a fact that no one else on the continent could simultaneously absorb all attributes of soul power. Most soul masters cultivated with a singular attribute, and absorbing incompatible attributes could easily lead to chaotic soul power, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences. Despite Qian Renlin's modifications to the technique, the rules of the Douluo Continent still dictated that a soul master's cultivation would be influenced by their martial soul. Douluo pressed the jade stone against his forehead, and as a wave of memory surged forth, he began to grasp the sheer terror of this martial art. Its speed was several times that of the Qian skill. He was convinced that with this technique, even a so-called waste-born with only a level 1 innate soul power could cultivate at a pace equal to that of a genius blessed with full innate soul power. Should one be diligent, willing to endure hardship, and resilient in the face of the tedium and solitude of cultivation, their speed could surpass that of those endowed with full innate soul power. It is worth noting that many soul masters have succumbed to the unbearable weight of loneliness and the monotony of cultivation, transforming so-called geniuses into mere wastrels. This is also a consequence of the constraints imposed by the continent's rules. Any soul master with full innate soul power is destined to break through to the title of Douluo. Otherwise, one can only imagine the proliferation of inept and frivolous scions in this world. From this day forth, I, the old man, decree that this martial art shall bear the name of the Holy Scripture of the Wuhuan Hall, and only the direct descendants of Liner, the next candidate for the Pope, shall possess the privilege to cultivate it, Douluo declared resolutely. This implies that henceforth, only the son of Qian Renlin will be eligible for cultivation, and in the subsequent generation, only his grandson shall inherit this right. Thus, if Qian Renlin were to have both a son and a daughter, only the direct lineage of his son would be permitted to cultivate. This is because should Qian Renlin have a daughter, she would eventually be married off. The offspring born from such a union would possess diluted bloodlines, which are utterly unfit to assume the position of the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. As for the concern regarding the possibility of Qian Renlin having only daughters in the future, what then? Qian Renlin had never contemplated this issue. The announcement made by Qian Renlin regarding Douluo is, of course, devoid of any significance. It represents the most favorable outcome and effectively eliminates the potential for fratricidal conflict among siblings. In this lifetime, Qian Renlin places great value on familial bonds and would naturally not permit the occurrence of such internecine strife. This time, as Douluo turns to depart, he intends to personally safeguard the martial arts techniques and the profound methods that he has laboriously crafted for Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin gazed quietly at his grandfather's stern expression. In truth, there was no need for such meticulous caution. Given his inherently prudent nature, every martial art and technique he had devised contained contingencies. As long as one practiced the skills he imparted, he could determine the life or death of his opponents with but a single thought. Qian Renlin shook his head and continued the construction of the Pope's palace. The domain of the 5 elements was activated, and the scattered building materials, along with those sent by Bibi Dong, gradually levitated into the air. Qian Renlin intended to construct the Pope's palace into a fortress, for it would ultimately serve as his future abode, deserving of meticulous craftsmanship. After being confined for a fortnight, Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared gaunt and pale. Their skin withered, deprived of sustenance and water. Their soul power was sealed, rendering them incapable of accessing food from their soul guide. All they could do was huddle together for warmth. In this moment, Tang San found himself unable to harbor any resentment towards Qian Renlin. His consciousness began to fade, and his sole desire was for Xiao Wu to survive and escape. He regretted having so directly entrusted the Xiantian treasure record to Qian Renlin, yet he had no alternative. He believed that had he withheld it, the other would not hesitate to slay Xiao Wu before his eyes. Ironically, he still remained unaware of the true identity of his captor or the place they were confined in. He questioned whether the individual was associated with Prince Xuexing or if they were indeed the son of the Spirit Hall, as Mo Feng had mentioned. However, such speculation seemed irrelevant now. He was merely striving to ensure his own survival. Xiao San, do you think we will perish here? Xiao Wu queried weakly. Not at all. Xiao Wu, we will certainly emerge from this, Tang San replied with a reassuring smile as he embraced her. Although he felt the odds were slim, he knew he must remain composed to protect her. What is this place? Why has no one brought us food for so long? Xiao San, I am so thirsty. I long to drink water. Xiao Wu's weakness threatened to overwhelm her. Xiao Wu, do not sleep. Do not close your eyes. We will soon be free. Hold on. Just a little longer. Chapter 77. Burning flames. I cannot hold on any longer. I feel so sleepy, Xiao Wu murmured softly. Xiao Wu, stay with me. Is anyone there? Please, help us. Tang San shouted anxiously, but all he received in return was the chilling echo of his own voice. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San watched in desperation as her eyes began to flutter closed, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Xiao Wu, you must hold on. You will be fine. With all his might, he bit down hard on his own wrist, watching his blood trickle forth. A smile broke across his face as he brought his wrist to her lips. Xiao Wu, hold on. You will be all right. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. And as the prison door began to rise, Tang San felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. What are you doing? How could you neglect the orders given by the sun? What if they perish? Before the door fully opened, a booming voice echoed through the chamber. The sun? This truly is the Spirit Hall. Tang San's heart raced at the revelation, yet it seemed the sun did not wish for their demise. Yes, you are right. It is my fault for failing in my duties. If they were to perish, you would accept a fate worse than death, Feng Yin coldly declared, as thousands of Renlin cautioned him not to allow these 2 individuals to meet their end here. He was astounded that the prison guards had taken his warning so lightly. Had it not been for his casual inquiry today, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that these 2 had gone without sustenance for half a month. It is easy to imagine the depth of his fury. Failing to fulfill the task assigned by the Holy Sun would undoubtedly leave him in dire straits. Senior, I implore you, save Xiao Wu. She is on the brink of collapse, Tang San urgently called out, a surge of hope igniting within him as he listened to Feng Yan's words. What? Feng Yan exclaimed, hastily advancing toward Xiao Wu. Upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that this girl was not human at all. No wonder the Holy Sun is so concerned about her. Feng Yan mused internally. Quickly, summon a healing soul master. Also, prepare an extravagant feast, and do so with utmost haste. He commanded. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, the prison warden replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and bowing deeply. Feng Yan snorted disdainfully as he grasped Xiao Wu's hand, channeling his soul power to her. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Tang San's wrist, and his eyelids twitched. What a clever boy, willing to sacrifice himself to save his companion. Young man. Who is she to you? Senior, she is my sister, my girlfriend, Tang San stammered, initially intending to claim her as merely his sister but quickly altering his statement. You are quite impressive, possessing both talent and character. I hereby formally accept you as my disciple. What say you? Feng Yan inquired, stroking his rather long beard. A look of satisfaction upon his face. This, of course, left Tang San reluctant to accept the offer, for becoming a disciple would essentially mean joining the Spirit Hall. A prospect he could never entertain given his enmity towards them. What? You refuse? Feng Yan's expression turned stern. Not at all, senior. It is just that I already have a teacher, Tang San replied, cautious not to offend while also avoiding allegiance to his adversary. Oh, I see. What a pity. Feng Yan sighed, shaking his head. The matter of apprenticeship held considerable weight in the Douluo Continent, and he chose not to press further. Feng Yan reflected. If this young man could have been his disciple, he might have been able to protect him, and surely the Holy Sun would have granted him some small favor. Since he was unwilling to accept the apprenticeship, there was no need for further persuasion to join the Spirit Hall, which was not lacking in talent. Moreover, offending the Holy Sun over such a matter was clearly unwise. With that, Feng Yan turned away, his thoughts lingering on the unfolding events. Once again, the sound of footsteps echoed as two Soul Emperors of the healing faction entered the prison cell, accompanied by several guards bearing trays of food. The Inferno Tower and the Refinement Tower strictly prohibited the presence of women. Thus, aside from the incarcerated female prisoners, only male guards remained. The two healing soul masters first examined the bodies of Tang San and Xiao Wu, then released a wave of verdant light that enveloped them. Turning to the warden, they reported, "My lord, these two young ones are merely suffering from weakness due to prolonged fasting and dehydration. With adequate nourishment and hydration, they shall recover without issue." "Very well, you may depart," the warden nodded, signaling for the guards carrying food and water to step forward. "Young ones, partake of this sustenance. I shall arrange for 2 guards to remain outside. Should you require anything, simply inform them. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Thank you, esteemed senior," Tang San responded, appreciating the warden's kindness. Perhaps this was the essence of humanity, in the depths of despair. A small act of kindness could evoke warmth and gratitude. Little did he know that the warden's benevolence stemmed from admiration for his potential and a desire to fulfill the task assigned by Qian Renxue. Wishing to avoid their demise in this place without being able to report back. As the warden reached the doorway, he instructed, "Leave 2 guards outside to watch over them. Ensure they receive food and water. They must not perish here. Understood?" "Yes, my lord," the guards responded, kneeling in reverence. It appeared that not all within the Spirit Hall were irredeemably wicked. Tang San mused silently as he watched the departing warden. This is delicious. Little San, you must try this. It is truly exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her mouth smeared with grease as she spoke excitedly. "Indeed, it is good," Tang San replied with a forced smile. The little rabbit remained blissfully unaware of the looming dangers, still finding joy in the culinary delights. Qian Renlin devoted a fortnight to constructing the majestic yet now dilapidated papal palace. Gazing upon the resplendent black edifice before him, he nodded in satisfaction. The new papal palace bore resemblance to ancient Western cathedrals as well as villas, featuring a central main hall flanked by 2 slightly shorter side halls, all adorned with triangular spires. The exterior, cloaked in black, was accentuated with hints of purple and red bricks. Each side hall was divided into 3 tiers, each towering 6 meters high, while the central main hall soared directly to the apex at a remarkable 30 meters. The triangular spires on the summit also reached 10 meters in height, encompassing a total area of 3,000 square meters, threefold that of the former papal palace. Despite its modest 3 stories, its overall height rivaled that of the 9-story Holy Lin Palace. Chapter 78, Xiaowu Part 1, with the papal palace completed. The next endeavor was to restore the damaged Holy Lin Palace. Fortunately, the Holy Lin Palace sustained only a single wall breach on the 9th floor, making repairs relatively straightforward. Qian Renlin required less than an hour to fully restore it. Still on the 9th floor of the Holy Lin Palace, Qian Renlin reclined on the sofa, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, nonchalantly sipping red wine, while Ghost Douluo stood before him. Meanwhile, Douluo had ventured into the Star-Do forest with the 7 sword slaves to procure the 4th soul ring. To ensure their safety, Qian Renlin had dispatched 2 94th-level titled Douluos from the Douluo Palace to accompany them, though Qian Renlin was not present. The acquisition of the 4th soul ring by the 7 sword slaves remained crucial, as his directive was for the collective acquisition of a 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Their journey would naturally lead them deep into the Star-Do forest, where encountering a 100,000-year soul beast would necessitate more than Douluo's strength to safeguard the 7 sword slaves. "What of Tang San and Xiao Wu?" Qian Renlin inquired calmly, peering into his glass of wine. "Master, Tang San and Xiao Wu are both well, with no issues reported," Ghost Douluo replied, lowering his arms and casting his gaze to the ground before Qian Renlin. "Bring Xiao Wu to me," Qian Renlin commanded, his tone devoid of warmth. After such a prolonged wait, it is time to see Xiao Wu's soul ring. Yes. Ghost Douluo responded respectfully, preparing to depart. Wait, he interjected. Master, is there anything else you require? Ghost Douluo asked, bowing his head. Nothing of concern. You may go, Qian Renlin replied. Qian Renlin initially intended to instruct Ghost Douluo to release Tang San, yet he was suddenly struck by an intriguing thought and decided to detain him a while longer. As he gazed at the departing Ghost Douluo, his eyes fell upon the ruby-hued wine glass in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the Purgatory Tower, Xiao Wu nestled in Tang San's embrace, discussing their future children and even contemplating names, blissfully unaware of the peril looming ahead. In contrast, Tang San wore a smile, but a flicker of unease betrayed his demeanor. He had always been astute, with an exceptional sixth sense that alerted him to the imminent separation from Xiao Wu. Ghost Elder, open the door. Yes, as Tang San remained lost in thought. With Xiao Wu confiding in him, the prison door gradually ascended. Xiao Wu tightened her grip on Tang San's arm, prompting him to shake off his stupor. He understood that the worst was yet to come. With a cold detachment, Ghost Douluo regarded the couple, his voice devoid of warmth. Come with me. Your master wishes to see you. Who is your master? Why should I follow you? Xiao Wu retorted, pouting defiantly. Humph. Ghost Douluo scoffed, instantly appearing before Tang San and forcibly lifting Xiao Wu. What are you doing? Let Xiao Wu go. Tang San sprang to his feet, eyeing Ghost Douluo warily. Boy, consider yourself fortunate. Cherish this moment, Ghost Douluo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San. A chill washed over Tang San. He realized the dire outcome he had dreaded had arrived. Since his capture, he had understood that the so-called son of the Spirit Hall would not spare them. Let me go. I won't leave. I want to stay with Tang San. Xiao Wu protested vehemently, struggling against Ghost Douluo's grip. This is beyond your choice. Xiao Wu, let her go. Tang San finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Xiao Wu was truly destined to depart from him forever. With a resounding crash, as Tang San charged forward, Ghost Douluo cast him a disdainful glance. In an instant, Tang San was sent hurtling backward, as though struck by a mighty hammer, collapsing in a heap. His strength spent as he glanced at Ghost Douluo before losing consciousness. You fiend! What do you intend to do? What have you done to Tang San? Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Tang San as she shouted at Ghost Douluo. If you shout again, you shall never see him again. Ghost Douluo warned, his expression darkening. This girl's incessant cries were quite irksome, were it not for her potential usefulness to his master. He would have relished the thought of silencing her with a mere gesture. If you dare to harm Tang San, Daming and Erming will not let you off. Xiao Wu bared her teeth defiantly. Humph. Ghost Douluo dragged her toward the exit of the Purgatory Tower, the prison door slowly closing behind them. Where are you taking me? And who is your master? Is it the son of the Spirit Hall? Speak. Is Tang San all right? I want to see him. Let me go. Ghost Douluo gazed at Xiao Wu, who remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, a look of exasperation on his face. He truly could not fathom her thoughts. Even in the face of impending doom, she seemed more concerned about others. Stop calling out. That lad is unharmed. You should focus on your own well-being. Where are we? Xiao Wu, upon beholding the ominous black hall radiating a terrifying aura, felt a jolt of fear within her. It was evident that this was no ordinary place. Ghost Douluo swiftly entered the grand hall of the Holy Lin, which stood with its doors wide open. Master, I have brought the individual from the 9th level. Ghost Douluo knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Qian Renlin, who had his back turned to them. Qian Renlin, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window and spoke in a calm manner. You may leave now. Yes, my lord, replied Ghost Douluo, who then rose, bowed slightly, and retreated with measured steps. Watching Ghost Douluo's departure, Xiao Wu grew increasingly anxious, her hands fidgeting restlessly as she cast a hesitant glance at the solitary figure of Qian Renlin. Hey, who exactly are you? Where is this place? Perhaps unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Xiao Wu could not help but voice her thoughts. Qian Renlin slowly turned to gaze at the adorable Xiao Wu, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. To be honest, when he first read the novel, he was quite fond of this couple and had been deeply moved by their affection. However, as time passed and he encountered more experiences, he increasingly found their relationship to be absurd, even foolish. How could such a fairy tale romance possibly exist in reality? Even after traversing into this new world, he still felt it was profoundly unreal. He firmly believed that his arrival here was orchestrated by some unknown force. Often, he found himself questioning whether this was merely a dream so ethereal and intangible that it drove him to confine himself within the dark, sunless palace, plagued by unease, fear, and a sense of loss. For the first time, he experienced an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if he were the sole inhabitant of this vast world. Feeling utterly out of place, Qian Renlin blinked and cast aside those thoughts, slowly approaching the sofa to take a seat. "Come, join me for a few drinks, shall we?" Feeling a wave of apprehension, sat down opposite Qian Renlin, watching him pour the red wine. In this moment, he appeared quite handsome, exuding charm, bolstered by his formidable strength and esteemed background. For an instant, Xiao Wu found herself lost in reverie. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her, and she hastily shook her head. "What am I thinking? I am in love with someone else, and this man has locked himself away for half a month." As she pondered, another wave of surprise washed over her. She discovered that she harbored not a shred of animosity towards the man before her. "What is happening to me? How could I feel this way?" Chapter 79, Xiao Wu Part 2. Qian Renlin glanced up at the muttering Xiao Wu, shaking his head slightly. As a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, he could easily discern her sentiments. It appears that, regardless of the realm, women endowed with wealth, power, and beauty invariably seek the same. Should you disagree with this observation, I can only conclude that it is due to your own lack of charm and affluence. A profound sense of desolation, intertwined with threads of sorrow, seeped into his heart, cascading gently like a leaf caught in a web. The more one yearns to break free, the tighter the bonds become. Qian Renlin swirled his glass of red wine and stated flatly. Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him in confusion and remarked, "I do not quite grasp your meaning." This foolish woman remained utterly oblivious to the implications of his words. Qian Renlin continued, "Long ago, there was a woman by my side, a woman of striking beauty. She possessed an unparalleled kindness, innocence, and charm, and she was the only woman I ever truly loved." Xiao Wu listened quietly to his words, still perplexed as to why he shared such sentiments with her. "Do you know? When I first laid eyes on you, it felt as though I were gazing upon her once more. You both share a profound kindness, innocence, and allure. Where is she now? Why is she not by your side?" Xiao Wu asked, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she glanced around the empty hall, filled with confusion. "She has passed away." Qian Renlin's voice suddenly took on a somber tone. Xiao Wu was taken aback. "How did she die?" "She was killed by my fiancé." Qian Renlin's grip tightened, causing the wine glass to shatter. "What? Your fiancé? What happened afterward? Did you seek vengeance for her?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, bewildered. She could not comprehend why he, already engaged, would allow his heart to wander. The revelation left her feeling unsettled, realizing that such a fine man had a heart fraught with complexity. "Surely you must feel regret, right? Given that I am already betrothed, why would I seek affection elsewhere?" Qian Renlin replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Xiao Wu remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed her understanding. "Because my fiancé is the interloper before her arrival. I had already forged a deep connection with my beloved. We shared countless adventures across the nation, dreaming of traveling the world together after our marriage. But fate had other plans." Xiao Wu was unfamiliar with the notion of countries or the idea of globetrotting, and the concept of a fiancé was foreign to her. Yet she grasped the essence of his words. "And then, she died, at the hands of your fiancé." That fateful night was her 18th birthday. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Initially, I thought it was merely a prank, but when I turned on the lights, I discovered that the entire room was bathed in a blood-red hue, reminiscent of the illumination in this very hall. And she lay there in a pool of blood in the living room. "So, you fashioned your holy son's hall to mirror the appearance of her room on that tragic night?" After conducting a thorough investigation, I discovered that it was the work of the Blood Rose, a notorious assassin organization. Upon completing their grim tasks, they would change the lights in the victim's home to a blood-red hue and artistically arrange the blood that flowed from the corpse into the shape of a rose. This organization has since been eradicated, and I am forever incapable of loving anyone again. Subsequently, I immersed myself in a life of fleeting pleasures. But then my mother orchestrated a marriage for me, one I could never embrace. One day, she approached me, revealing that she had hired someone to murder my beloved. I understood then that she harbored no hope for me and wished to ensnare me in perpetual torment. Yet, I took her words to heart without hesitation, meticulously orchestrating an accident that resulted in the demise of her entire family in a tragic car crash. Qian Renlin suddenly burst into laughter as he recounted the tale. "Do you know? It turns out she spoke the truth. My beloved was indeed killed by her machinations." Xiao Wu silently regarded the laughing Qian Renlin, perceiving him as a madman. A person devoid of sanity. What car crash? What assassin? What blood rose? She had never heard of such things. Reflecting on it now, which sane individual would transform their home into a scene reminiscent of hell itself? Was this not indicative of a troubled mind? Moreover, how could anything from the water blue star possibly exist in Douluo Continent? Do you know how heartbroken I was when I realized it was truly your doing? I deeply regret having been so lenient with her. She died far too peacefully. I should have ensured she suffered immensely, Qian Renlin said. His gaze fixed on Xiao Wu like a predatory beast. Why you need to calm down, Xiao Wu stammered, instinctively recoiling. She found him utterly terrifying, as though he might devour her whole. Of course, you would not comprehend. How could you understand my feelings? From that moment on, I vowed to make every woman who approached me suffer. I would ensure they lived in anguish for eternity. How wretched they are. A mere beckon of my finger, and they would willingly submit at my feet. How can you be this way? Your fiancé alone is responsible for her actions. Why must you extend your pain to all? Xiao Wu glared at Qian Renlin, anger flaring within her. What do you know? They approach me solely for wealth. They are no different from that vile woman. If my mother were not a tycoon and my father the Minister of Public Security, do you think she would have ever looked my way? I simply cannot fathom why, despite her own affluence, she chose to torment me. To arrange for my beloved's assassination under such a pretense of ceremony, huh? Not all women are so materialistic. There are many who genuinely seek love. Your fiancé is merely an exception to the rule. Xiao Wu took a hearty sip of red wine, letting out a cold snort as she turned her head away. She considered the so-called holy son of the spirit hall to be quite mad. Forcibly dragging her away from the third wheel and weaving a nonsensical tale she could scarcely comprehend. However, the red wine was rather delightful. She and the third wheel had never tasted anything so exquisite. She thought to herself that if she could escape this place, she would certainly procure a few bottles for the third wheel to savor. Qian Renlin gazed at the girl drinking red wine with an inscrutable expression, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. Why do you look at me like that? You don't intend to harbor any intentions towards me, do you? I must inform you that I shall never harbor feelings for you. My heart belongs solely to Xiao San. Nevertheless, I appreciate this exquisite red wine. It is my first time savoring something so delightful. If you don't mind, could you perhaps offer me a few more bottles? Xiao Wu said, her voice imbued with innocent curiosity as she relished the wine. What a foolish woman. As for my thoughts upon the book's release, I have labored over this work for a month, and at long last, the day of its debut has arrived. The launch is scheduled for Friday at noon, which signifies that subsequent chapters will be behind a paywall. I did not anticipate my book would perform reasonably well. At least for a debut author, I am quite satisfied. I owe a debt of gratitude to all who have remained steadfast in their support. Thank you immensely. To be candid, I find myself rather anxious. As this is my inaugural book, I often ponder how many readers will continue to accompany me on this journey post-launch. I am aware that many may choose to depart or seek out pirated versions. However, regardless of the audience size, I am determined to see this book through to completion. As it is my first time publishing, I am uncertain of what to heed. I gather that the initial subscription is quite significant for authors, so I sincerely hope for your support. If you wish to lend your encouragement, please consider subscribing on Qidian. I am profoundly grateful. On the first day of release, I plan to provide 10 updates. Future updates will depend on the book's performance. As a newcomer, my writing pace is slow, and I must research online to mitigate potential errors, so I cannot compare to the prolific updates of established authors. Now, let us proceed. Chapter 80. The God of Death's ninth trial. As he observed Xiao Wu's gradually hazy eyes, Qian Renlin gently caressed her face, his heart devoid of any turmoil. With her soul power sealed, Xiao Wu could hardly withstand the intoxicating effects of the potent red wine, and soon her consciousness began to wane. Ah, Xiao San, you've arrived. Come, taste this. The wine is truly delightful. I have never experienced anything so exquisite. She mumbled, clutching Qian Renlin's hand that rested upon her cheek. Well, this way. You shall not suffer too painfully, Qian Renlin remarked softly, gazing at the enchanting Xiao Wu. He found it difficult to bring himself to harm her, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved. Yet, you are ultimately not her. I shall claim your soul ring. Qian Renlin cast aside the distractions of his mind and gently lifted Xiao Wu into his arms. Hey, what are you doing, you little rascal? Where are you taking me? Aren't you going to drink? Xiao Wu, feeling herself being embraced, wrapped her arms around Qian Renlin's neck and nestled against his chest as she spoke. Qian Renlin glanced down at the enchanting figure in his arms, and with a gentle wave of his hand, conjured a plush mattress within the desolate hall, delicately placing her upon it. Oh, my dear, What troubles you? Oh, please be gentle, my love. Will you cherish me forever? Qian Renlin halted. Reaching out to tousle the opponent's bangs, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Joy renders one superficial, whereas suffering fosters profound understanding, leading to an abyss of despair. At that moment in the Purgatory Tower, Tang San felt an excruciating pain in his heart, as if pierced by a needle. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his brow. He sensed that Xiaowu had departed from him forever. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, he cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Spirit Hall, I, Tang San, shall never coexist with you. I vow that as long as Spirit Hall exists, I shall not live as a mere mortal. The jailer stationed outside the prison gates, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes. His Highness has been exceedingly gracious. Yet he dares to speak ill of the Spirit Hall. Open the gate, commanded a captain coldly. With a thunderous rumble, the gate swung open. Hao Hong gazed at the crimson aura emanating from Tang San, astonished. What? He has actually broken through the soul power sealed by the Elder Ghost. Tang San felt a surge of pain throughout his body, his soul power in turmoil. Ding! The 9 trials of the God of Killing have been activated. Will you accept? At that moment, an emotionless voice echoed in Tang San's mind. Accept. He responded, overwhelmed by pain, entirely beyond his control. First trial. Eliminate the first jailer you encounter in the Purgatory Tower. Reward. 10 levels of soul power. Failure results in annihilation. Tang San lifted his blood-red eyes towards the entrance, a cruel smile creeping upon his face. Boom. A surge of red light enveloped Tang San as a massive hammer materialized in his left hand. Ha! He shouted, leaping into the air to strike Hao Hong with the hammer. You dare to attack a jailer? Hao Hong exclaimed, taken aback that this boy would so audaciously make a move against him, especially knowing that 3 titled Douluos stood guard at the tower's pinnacle. Die. Tang San sneered, bringing the hammer down upon Hao Hong's head. Hao Hong's heart quaked, and he hastily summoned his martial spirit to defend himself. What? He gasped in horror as he realized he could not unleash his martial spirit, rendered powerless as he watched Tang San's hammer descend upon him. Bang! Without even the ability to summon his martial spirit, how could he withstand Tang San's furious blow amplified by the God of Killing? Hao Hong was instantly reduced to mere fragments. Bold. You dare to kill a jailer. The Spirit Hall will never let you go. The remaining 2 jailers, witnessing their captain reduced to a mere pile of flesh, were struck with terror as they pointed at Tang San, shouting, First trial complete. Reward, 10 levels of soul power. As that emotionless voice echoed, Tang San surged forward, breaking through to level 40 from 33. Second trial, escape the Purgatory Tower. Reward, 1 divine soul ring. With the 2 jailers rushing towards him, Tang San's gaze turned icy. Whoosh! Tang San leaped into the air, wielding his hammer with relentless force. By the time the guards' attacks descended before him, he had harnessed the power of 14 mighty strikes. Huh! With a furious roar, he swung his hammer against the wall, creating a gaping hole. Enduring the sharp pain in his back, he swiftly leapt through the opening. Damn it! Inform all the guards, he must not escape. 2 guards, witnessing Tang San's leap, furiously swung their hammers in the air, gritting their teeth as they exclaimed, how could he be so reckless? Emerging from the hole, Tang San braved the stinging winds that lashed against his face, retracting his Haotian hammer to summon blue silver grass, which spread across the ground, forming a thick layer of cushioning. Thud. As he plummeted from a great height, a sharp pain struck his chest, but he had no time to assess his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he staggered to his feet, clutching his chest, and stumbling away. Suddenly, a formidable pressure enveloped him. Uffed. He coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. He yearned to rise and flee, yet how could he shake off the soul power pressure exerted by a tidal Douluo? He was pinned to the ground, unable to move even an inch. With a thunderous march, over 100 Soul Emperor guards surged forth from the Inferno Tower, surrounding Tang San without a gap. Humph! Why don't you run now? One guard sneered. No one has ever escaped from the Inferno Tower. You, a mere soul master, dare to defy the Spirit Hall and slay my guards? Do you comprehend the gravity of your sins? Feng Yin stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on the prostrate Tang San. In 5 years since the tower's construction, today marks the first time a guard has been killed. To think a mere soul master could take down a soul emperor, what a disgrace. If word of this spreads, how will the other elders of the Spirit Hall view me? His fury was palpable. Let him endure 3 days and nights of burning. Do not let him die. Feng Yin scoffed before turning away. Immediately, for guards seized Tang San and escorted him into the first floor of the Inferno Tower. Below, the 3rd floor was reserved for torturous punishments. while the upper 15 levels housed those spared from execution. Currently, the 10th floor and above had no prisoners, serving merely as a resting area for the guards. Tang San glared at the 4 guards restraining him, filled with bitterness. He was so close, just 10 more meters, and he would have completed the second trial of the god of death. Behave yourself. If you dare to look at me with such eyes again, I will pluck out your eyeballs, fry them, and feed them to you. One guard hissed, deeply offended by Tang San's fierce gaze. Ever since he became a guard, he had been met with reverence, yet this boy dared to glare at him with such contempt. He was truly a cursed soul. Chapter 81. The Sixth Soul Ring. At this moment, Qian Renlin was absorbing the Crimson Soul Ring transformed by Xiao Wu while reclining on a Simmons mattress. Long before Tang San broke through the soul power seal, he had already sensed that the entire Hell Tower was constructed within his elemental domain, every movement within it resonating with his awareness. When Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer to strike down He Hong, it was indeed a surprise. After all, the disparity between them was vast, a soul emperor of level 66 versus a mere level 40 Tang San, who had yet to acquire a soul ring, managing to vanquish him with a single blow, and that too while his opponent remained oblivious. Such an occurrence was nothing short of astonishing. Even more bewildering was Tang San's sudden leap from level 33 to 40. He could not fathom how such a feat was achieved. He had meticulously sensed Tang San's physical condition at the time, and there was no indication of any soul power-infused substance present. Could it be the power of love? Qian Renlin slowly exhaled, opening his eyes to calmly gaze at the little dance, which had now transformed into a rabbit. He had now reached the illustrious level of 62. Qian Renlin could never have anticipated that Tang San inadvertently obtained a legacy of a killing deity. He attributed this entire occurrence to the overwhelming power that surged forth from Tang San, triggered by his profound connection to Xiao Wu's demise. Qian Renlin, with a stoic expression, cradled Xiao Wu's lifeless body in his arms, gently caressing the pristine white fur on her back. However, those who dare to take the lives of my spirit hall must be prepared to face the consequences. With an icy gaze, Qian Renlin slowly rose, gently laying down Xiao Wu and donning his garments. He then cradled Xiao Wu in his arms and strolled towards the floor-to-ceiling window, where the red, glass-like amber panes gradually faded away. Spreading his wings, Qian Renlin soared out of the window, while the glass panes reappeared behind him. The Imperial Kitchen is situated to the west of the Spirit Hall, directly opposite the Holy Lin Palace, forming a strategic triangle with the Pope's Palace. Originally, it was not known as the Imperial Kitchen. This name was bestowed by Qian Renlin, whose primary duty was to provide meals for the halls, the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace, and the Holy Lin Palace. As for the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall, they were naturally unworthy of receiving the same privileges as the 3 great halls, and their meals were managed by a different subordinate hall. Qian Renlin's visit to the Imperial Kitchen was primarily to prepare a meal. Of course, given his esteemed status, he need not personally attend the kitchen nor engage in the culinary arts himself. In the past, it was always Du Guyan who delivered his meals. However, this time, Qian Renlin's purpose extended beyond mere sustenance. An hour later, having feasted well, he emerged from the kitchen, glancing down at the ornate box he held, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In the first level of the Hell Tower, Tang San had endured the searing flames for a full hour. His garments had turned to ashes, and his body bore the unmistakable signs of charred flesh, accompanied by a pungent aroma of burning. Burn. Incinerate him. How dare he slay my Hell Tower guards? Such audacity. Yet, the warden had decreed that he must not perish. Heeding the captain's orders, the guard responsible for the flames hesitated. Captain, I must follow your command. With a sharp clap, the captain struck the guard's head, exclaiming irritably, when I say burn him, I expect you to do just that. Do you not comprehend the concept of a metaphor? The guard, rubbing his head, looked at the captain with a sense of bewilderment. He truly did not understand what a metaphor was, having never encountered the term before. In truth, the captain himself had been unaware of the concept until one day he overheard a conversation between the Holy Sun and the warden, thus learning of the term metaphor. Nevertheless, he mused, honestly, this kid is remarkably resilient. Having been burned for a full hour, he remained silent. In all my years of overseeing the scorching in the Hell Tower, I have never encountered someone so tenacious, especially considering his youthful appearance. The guard expressed a hint of admiration. Enduring such agony was beyond his capacity. I care not. This boy's self-righteous demeanor irks me greatly. Increase the flames. I refuse to believe he can withstand it any longer. What? Increase the flames? Captain, this is already the utmost limit of human endurance. Should we intensify the fire further, The treatment system 1T respond in time, and he will be burnt to ashes. The guard exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the captain. The Hell Tower's tortures were manifold. The first level alone boasted no fewer than 100 torture chambers, with the fire chamber being under his jurisdiction, and he was intimately familiar with its workings. As the prisoners entered, they were scorched by the flames. Yet occasionally a life force would emerge to heal their wounds. Although this life force allowed prisoners to endure tortures without succumbing to death, its manifestation was time-limited. He had already adjusted the flames to their maximum intensity. Any further increase would instantaneously reduce Tang San to cinders. Listening to the guard's words, the captain fell silent. Observing Tang San grit his teeth in stoic silence, he felt an urge to subject him to a slow death. Yet the warden had commanded that he be burned for 3 days and nights. With a disdainful huff, he prepared to turn away, preferring to let out of sight lead to out of mind. All hail the Holy Sun. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall, prompting him to quickly summon his composure and prepare to pay his respects. It seems you were rather eager to witness his demise. Qian Renlin interrupted his desire to pay homage, speaking indifferently. I am not here for that, Your Highness. I merely wish to impart a lesson upon him, so that he may comprehend the consequences of provoking the Inferno Tower and defending the Spirit Hall. The captain, drenched in cold sweat, bowed his head in reverence and spoke. Qian Renlin cast a quiet glance at him before turning and saying, I am aware that the deceased Soul Emperor was your biological brother. I can comprehend your desire for vengeance. Yet this individual cannot perish just yet. He still holds value for me. Indeed, open the door and release him. As you command. The jailer promptly responded, extinguishing the flames and unlocking the cell to bring Tang San forth. The moment Tang San was set down, he could no longer endure the strain and fainted. Take him with me. Qian Renlin cast a glance at Tang San, who was charred all over, uttering a remark before turning to leave. The jailer promptly followed, dragging Tang San along to a tavern situated at the outskirts of the Spirit City. Qian Renlin walked slowly towards the private room on the second floor. Put him down and you may leave, he commanded. Yes, Your Holiness, the jailer replied, bowing respectfully before retreating to the doorway, closing the door behind him as he turned to depart. Qian Renlin gazed at Tang San, who lay upon the ground, and with a gentle wave of his hand, infused him with a life attribute. Tang San's injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. As he slowly regained consciousness, he glanced around in confusion, his gaze sharpening as he quickly rose to his feet. What are you doing here? Where is Xiaowu? What have you done to her? Tang San glared at Qian Renlin, who sat calmly on a nearby stool, his voice laced with fury. His right hand began to coalesce a surge of soul power, ready to summon the Haotian hammer at any moment. Chapter 82. A dialogue with Tang San. 1. What? I have merely released you, and you seek to strike against me. Qian Renlin cast a sidelong glance at Tang San while pouring wine, inquiring, Where is Xiaowu? What have you done to her? Tang San continued to glare at him with a fierce countenance. Do not be so hasty. You haven't eaten all day. You must be famished. Please, take a seat. Tang San struggled momentarily, exhaling deeply before he approached and sat down. To be honest, the aura that emanated from Qian Renlin, coupled with his alluring visage, rendered him oddly unoffensive, even though Tang San harbored a foreboding sense that Xiaowu had met her demise at his hands. Yet, in the absence of a direct confession, he felt an involuntary urge to draw closer to him. If only he were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Such a thought sent a shudder through Tang San. It was a terrifying notion. Come, savor the red wine I have personally crafted, Qian Renlin said with a grin. You know, Xiaowu has been persistently urging me to bring you a few bottles to taste. Tang San's gaze momentarily flickered at the mention of Xiaowu, and he quickly inquired, Is Xiaowu with you? Is she unharmed? Ah, do not rush. First, let us enjoy our meal, and then I shall take you to see her. Qian Renlin maintained his smile as he regarded him. With a sigh of relief, Tang San allowed himself to relax slightly. It seemed Xiaowu was still safe. Knock, knock, knock. Esteemed guests, your meal is ready. A woman's voice called from outside. Bring it in. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing 4 conservatively dressed attendants who entered bearing trays of food. This was in accordance with the regulations established by Qian Renlin. All citizens of the Spirit City must uphold a respectable appearance, with women prohibited from exposing flesh below the neck, and even their hands required to be adorned with thin gloves. Men were forbidden from being bare-chested, with severe consequences for violations. The Spirit City served as the facade of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Renlin would not tolerate any actions that could tarnish its image. Establishments akin to brothels had been eradicated, and those engaging in solicitation faced harsh penalties, including castration. Whistleblowers would be rewarded with the entirety of the offender's possessions. Of course, should one have physiological needs, they could purchase slaves at the auction house, which the spirit hall would overlook. Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. The attendant bowed respectfully before exiting. Now, let us eat. After a day and night without sustenance, compounded by 2 hours of punishment, Tang San's hunger was acute. He seized his chopsticks and began to consume the food voraciously. Observing Tang San devour his meal, Qian Renlin smiled subtly and retrieved a brocade box from his storage soul guide. Opening it, he presented a plate of meat dishes before Tang San. Come, taste this dish I personally prepared, Qian Renlin offered, placing the plate of fried meat before him. Tang San halted his chopsticks, frowning as he scrutinized the dish. A peculiar sensation stirred within him at the sight of the food, though he could discern nothing amiss. Eat. This marks my inaugural venture into the culinary arts since my arrival in this world. In truth, I harbor a profound admiration for you. You see, you are surrounded by several commendable mentors and loyal companions. From a tender age, you have had a delightful little girl by your side. And now that same girl has blossomed into maturity, it is indeed time for her to partake in life's offerings, quipped Qian Renxue with a smile. Tang San felt a sudden jolt within, rising to confront him with indignation. You actually intend to cook Xiao Wu? You fiend. Wait. Qian Renxue swiftly interjected, raising a hand in defense. This culinary endeavor refers to a different kind of creation. I mean, it is time to, conceive children. Is that so? Tang San patted his chest and resumed his seat, yet the thought of procreation caused a flush to spread across his face. Indeed, Qian Renxue affirmed with a nod. Qian Renlin touched his nose and remarked, what a foolish boy. No wonder he can be with Xiao Wu. Why aren't you eating? Tang San inquired, observing Qian Renlin, who was leisurely sipping red wine while gazing at him with a puzzled expression. I already had my meal before coming here. Take your time eating, there's no rush. By the way, I have a few bottles of red wine that Xiao Wu insisted I save for you. Feel free to take them and enjoy at your leisure. It would be best to share some with your brothers and sisters as well. With a swift motion, Qian Renlin produced 6 bottles of red wine that materialized on the table. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stow them away in his storage belt. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Qian Renlin recalled an amusing thought, yet he found himself suppressing it. He had infused the red wine he offered Tang San, including the glass he was currently savoring, with the blood of Xiao Wu. The dish he was relishing was, in fact, composed of her rabbit meat. It was apparent that, due to Qian Renlin's meticulous concoction, Tang San would be unable to discern the taste of Xiao Wu within the wine. The minced meat was unrecognizable as rabbit in the dish. Having been stir-fried with a myriad of ingredients, bore a resemblance to barbecue, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish between rat and lamb. Well, now that the wine has been consumed and the meal enjoyed, you should take me to meet Xiao Wu, Tang San remarked, wiping his mouth. Qian Renlin's eyes flickered. He was not yet ready to reveal the truth to Tang San. How could he fabricate a version of Xiao Wu? Of course. Follow me, Qian Renlin said with a smile. In the 9th chamber of the sacred Lin Palace, Tang San inquired, where is Xiao Wu? Why have you brought me here? He gazed into the dimly lit hall, perplexed. Ah, you know how playful Xiao Wu is. She must be frolicking somewhere in the spirit hall at this moment. Stay here while I go find her, Qian Renlin replied, tapping his forehead. I'll go with you. Tang San insisted. What if Xiao Wu arrives and sees you? Wouldn't that be a delightful surprise? As a young man, one must learn to create enchanting moments. You should remain here, and when Xiao Wu comes, you may greet her, Qian Renlin urged, placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders with earnest persuasion. After some hesitation, Tang San eventually nodded. Very well, I shall wait here for Xiao Wu. The primary reason for his acquiescence was the unmistakable scent of Xiao Wu lingering in the air, indicating that she had indeed been present. Moreover, he felt that the saint of the spirit hall had no need to deceive an ordinary commoner like himself, which further solidified his trust. Qian Renlin turned and departed, contemplating how to deceive Tang San. The Pope's palace. Mother. Qian Renlin entered the grand hall and called out to Bibi Dong, who occupied the throne. Ah, my son. Speak. What is it that you require assistance with this time? Bibi Dong glanced sideways at Qian Renlin, fully aware of her son's character. Since the awakening of his martial spirit, he had entered the Pope's palace no more than 10 times, and each visit was for a specific purpose. Mother, I have come to inquire if there exists a soul master or soul bone within the spirit hall that possesses the ability to alter one's appearance. What do you need that for? Bibi Dong questioned, her curiosity piqued. There was indeed a soul bone capable of transforming one into another. But it is currently with your sister. As of now, it seems the spirit hall lacks such soul bones. Is that so? Qian Renlin furrowed his brow in contemplation. All right, I understand now. He turned and left. Bibi Dong observed her son, who had scarcely uttered a few words before departing, and shook her head, accustomed to his behavior. Chapter 84. The Crafting of Puppets 2. Bibi Dong was well aware that he had captured Tang Hao's son. Yet since Qian Renlin claimed that Tang San held some value for him, she chose to allow him to manage the situation. She believed it would be more beneficial for Qian Renlin to handle the affairs of the Haoyan sect himself, as it would serve to hone his skills. And she trusted his judgment, having no concerns that the Haoyan sect would pose a threat to the spirit hall. Upon exiting the Pope's palace, Qian Renlin found himself engulfed in thoughts on how to conjure a replica of Xiao Wu. Suddenly, an idea struck him. One of his third soul abilities could create a doppelganger. However, he was soon beset by frustration. This doppelganger possessed only the ability to alter its form, lacking the essence of expression. In other words, while he could indeed manifest an appearance reminiscent of Xiao Wu, it would lack the divine quality that Tang San would effortlessly discern. Moreover, this doppelganger could only endure for a fleeting 5 minutes. Qian Renlin stood at the entrance of the Pope's palace, closing his eyes as he pondered how to conjure a figure resembling a young dancer. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and before him appeared a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. With a mere thought, this individual transformed into the likeness of the young dancer. An idea sparked within him. Qian Renlin promptly closed his eyes, extending his mental prowess to envelop the entire spirit hall, seeking a girl whose disposition mirrored that of Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong, observing Qian Renlin lingering at the entrance, was perplexed by his actions. 10 heartbeats elapsed, yet Qian Renlin still failed to discover anyone within the spirit hall who possessed a spirit akin to Xiao Wu's. Qian Renlin opened his eyes, and unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the outskirts of Spirit City. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that he had finally discovered someone whose temperament closely resembled that of Xiao Wu. Qian Renlin slowly approached the lively little girl frolicking ahead. Little one, why are you playing out here all alone? Where are your family? He inquired, bending down to gently stroke the girl's head. I have no family. My parents were devoured by soul beasts, the girl replied, pouting as she gazed at her toes. I see. Would you like to come with your older brother? I can take you to enjoy delicious treats and fun games, all right? Qian Renlin said in a tone laced with compassion. Really? Will you buy me tasty snacks and fun things? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked. Of course. Come on. Your brother will take you right now to buy the most delightful treats. Qian Renlin smiled, taking the girl's small hand and leading her towards a nearby shop. Little sister, how old are you? Qian Renlin asked, looking down at the girl who barely reached his chest. Big brother, I am already 10 years old. What is your name? She replied. If this conversation were to take place in a past life, it would undoubtedly be reminiscent of an older man luring a child. Big brother. My name is Lianer, she said, beaming up at Qian Renlin and revealing a row of small white teeth. Qian Renlin gently ruffled Lianer's hair and smiled. You mustn't touch my head, Lianer pouted, responding with a huff. All right, I won't you touch it anymore. Would you forgive me if I took you to buy a plethora of delicious treats and delightful toys? In that case, I shall forgive you. Qian Renlin entered a store marked with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by Lianer. The specifics of their actions and conversations within remained shrouded in mystery. What is certain is that the little girl who once trailed closely behind Qian Renlin has vanished, replaced instead by a girl named Xiao Wu. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this girl, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Wu, possesses an indefinable aura. To Qian Renlin's astonishment, this young girl is a prodigy, endowed with innate spirit power, having already attained level 25 by the tender age of 10. It seems her parents are no ordinary spirit masters. This girl, identical in appearance to Xiao Wu, is indeed the former Lianer. After a protracted contemplation lasting 2 minutes, Qian Renlin finally devised a method capable of transforming one's appearance entirely. This technique involves forcefully merging Qian Renlin's doppelganger with a living being, during which he imposes his desired memories into the target's consciousness. With Qian Renlin's formidable spiritual strength, even a fleeting contact with Xiao Wu allows him to replicate her essence. And fabricating a memory based on his previous life in the anime he had viewed proves to be a trivial endeavor. However, this technique carries a significant drawback. The individual transformed through this method ceases to be human, becoming merely a puppet devoid of independent thought, destined to exist solely through the memories imparted by Qian Renlin. Additionally, this technique is easily discernible by spirit masters of the title Douluo rank specializing in mental prowess. Such individuals possess a spiritual strength far superior to that of ordinary spirit masters, and upon reaching the title Douluo status, they can easily detect the discrepancies between the puppet and a living person. Puppets of this nature are commonly found throughout the myriad realms, often utilized for combat purposes, albeit with differing crafting methods. Qian Renlin has also forcibly altered Lianer's skeletal structure and appearance, a feat that would be impossible were it not for his unique affinity for both dark and life elements. Qian Renlin gazed at the figure beside him, affectionately referred to as Little Dance, expressing immense satisfaction. Not only could he deceive Tang San, but he could also place another individual by Tang San's side. Why have you been outside for so long? It has already been 2 hours. Upon entering the Sacred Lin Palace, Qian Renxue encountered Tang San waiting on the first floor. Tang San had been waiting on the 9th floor for half an hour, and out of boredom, he wandered around the vast hall. He was astounded by the ferocious beasts depicted on the walls. Even though they were mere murals, he could sense their formidable power. Particularly striking were the fierce creatures carved on the lower 4 levels, whose terrifying essence could be felt even from their brief descriptions. Beasts that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, capable of obliterating the entire universe with a single strike, and consuming the void in one gulp. Each illustration exuded an air of intimidation. The lower 4 levels of the Sacred Lin Palace housed various otherworldly creatures known from previous lives, including those from fantasy lore and ancient records of ferocious beasts. In contrast to the ghost Douluo, Tang San believed that these were all merely the creations of Qian Renxue. In his view, if such terrifying beasts truly existed in Douluo Continent, there would be no need for Douluo Continent itself. You know how little Wu is, Qian Renxue remarked. I searched the entire spirit hall and finally found her in the outer city. At that time, she was indulging in delicious food. With a gentle touch, Qian Renxue ruffled little Wu's hair as she smiled. Their brother. Little Wu broke free from Qian Renxue's grasp and leaped into Tang San's embrace. Is it really you? Little Wu? Do you know how worried I was for you? Tang San exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he held her close. Third brother. I missed you so much. Little Wu pouted, but this bad guy wouldn't let me come find you, and I couldn't sneak into the prison to see you. Tang San found it somewhat strange. Previously, Little Wu had always called him Little San, but now she had suddenly shifted to third brother. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with this change, recalling that she had called him third brother in the past. Most importantly, Little Wu is safe. All right, no more tears. It's good that you're fine, Tang San comforted her, patting her back. Now that you've seen each other, you should leave, Qian Renxue said, observing the two in their embrace with a calm demeanor. Why are you so merciful to let us go? I know a bit about the history between our fathers. Why don't you kill me? Tang San, feeling a weight lift from his heart, turned to Qian Renxue with a puzzled expression. Hey, that is a grudge from the previous generation. Why should we involve ourselves in it? Qian Renxue replied with an enigmatic smile. In truth, I would be quite happy to befriend you, but our enmity complicates matters. Tang San fell silent. After spending the day together, he found that the sacred son of the spirit hall was not as insufferable as he had thought. In fact, he seemed quite amiable. If it were not for the fact that his mother had been killed by the spirit hall and his father crippled by them, he would have been more than willing to forge a friendship. Indeed, the grievances between our fathers cannot be resolved. How wonderful it would be if you were not a part of the spirit hall. Alas, Tang San sighed, shaking his head. Well then, we shall meet again. You may go now, Qian Renxue concluded. Qian Renlin truly cannot continue with this performance. How can this foolish boy be so indecisive? By the way, I have another matter to discuss. Qian Renlin furrowed his brow, gazing at him with palpable impatience. I kindly allowed you to leave, yet you persist, do you? He retorted. Is there anything else? Tang San, misinterpreting the other's annoyance as a disdain for his verbosity, hastily pressed on. I have but one question. How's Xiaofeng faring now? Qian Renlin paused for a moment, then a smile crept upon his lips as an amusing thought crossed his mind. Oh, as for him, he is doing quite well. Qian Renlin said with a grin. Might I be granted the opportunity to meet him? Tang San inquired, his gaze hopeful as he looked at Qian Renlin. He had long harbored feelings of guilt towards Mo Feng, believing that it was his fault that Xiaofeng had been captured and had lost an arm in the process. Qian Renlin's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, Very well, but you may only see him from outside. Entry is forbidden. All right, Tang San exclaimed joyfully. Relieved as long as Xiaofeng was indeed unharmed, he could then account for it to Rongrong. The 9th level of the Purgatory Tower. Previously, Mo Feng had been confined to the 1st level, enduring punishment. Qian Renlin had always been unforgiving towards traitors. Upon learning that Tang San wished to see Mo Feng, he had preemptively communicated with Finyan to bring him to the 9th level and had even tended to his external injuries. Standing before the glass window, Tang San gazed at Mo Feng, feeling reassured upon confirming that he was truly unscathed. Hey, your spirit hall already boasts numerous prodigies. Could you possibly release Xiaofeng? Tang San hesitated before inquiring of Qian Renlin. Absolutely not. He has betrayed me, and I cannot permit his release, Qian Renlin replied without a moment's thought. He did not intend to betray you. Could you not show some magnanimity? Tang San implored. I assure you, if the day ever comes when I find myself in conflict with the spirit hall, I will not take action against you. Humph. Let us see if you can live to see that day, Qian Renlin coldly responded to Tang San. You have seen him now, and I have returned Xiaowu to you. Do not put your luck. He was growing impatient. Why not consider us friends? Look, you have apprehended Xiaofeng and administered punishment. Just let him go. Tang San continued to plead. Qian Renlin gazed intently at Tang San for a few moments and assured him, rest assured, I shall not take his life. I will release him when the day comes that I am in a better mood. Very well. You must ensure that your words hold true, Tang San replied. Casting a distant glance at Mo Feng, Qian Renlin nodded slightly, signaling him to leave quickly. Once Tang San exited the spirit hall, Qian Renlin turned back to the 9th level of the Purgatory Tower and opened the door. Yes. Mo Feng slowly raised his gaze to meet Qian Renlin's, remaining silent. He had come to terms with his situation. Regardless of what Qian Renlin might inquire, he resolved to remain mute. From his understanding of him, speaking would lead to his demise, while silence might afford him a longer existence. Yet, this time he was mistaken. Qian Renlin had come not to interrogate him, but to unveil more formidable enslavement techniques. Do you have regrets? None. And what of Ning Rongrong? Will you forsake her? A flicker of emotion crossed Mo Feng's eyes. So what if I want her? So what if I do not? Will you grant me mercy? No. Ah, then kill me. Mo Feng stated calmly, eyes closed. Having endured countless tortures, death seemed to him the ultimate liberation. Desiring death is simple. The fact that you have not taken your own life suggests that there remains something you cherish. As Qian Renlin spoke, his eyes gradually transformed into a resplendent gold. This time, let us see how you shall escape my dominion. The ancient soul skill, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, combined with the heavenly eye enslavement, was unleashed once more. Unlike before, this enslavement had been meticulously modified by him. Moreover, having absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring of Xiao Wu, his head soul core had finally coalesced, rendering his mental enslavement impervious even to tidal Douluo. Unless one possessed divine power akin to a demigod. A pain groan escaped Mo Feng's lips. This forceful subjugation was far more excruciating than the previous iteration. It did not merely sever the 5 senses and alter thoughts, but bore a unique capability, the power to forcibly amend one's memories, just as it had with Lianer before. He intended to transform Mo Feng into a mere puppet, eternally relegated to the status of a dog beneath his heel. Release your martial soul, Qian Renlin commanded, his voice devoid of any emotion. Against his will, Mo Feng unleashed his martial soul, the Void Mantis. Qian Renlin unleashed a dark attribute into the body of the mantis. The mantis writhed violently. No wonder you were able to break free from my control. Your martial soul possesses its own consciousness. Qian Renlin gazed coldly at the struggling mantis, a sneer playing on his lips. What does consciousness matter? It ultimately must crawl at my feet like a lifeless dog. Perhaps the mantis had sensed Qian Renlin's intentions. As its struggles grew more fervent, hinting at a potential escape from Mo Feng's grasp, Mo Feng had already succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. The forcible separation of a martial spirit from its soul master is akin to a soul departing from a body. The agony derived from such a severance is unimaginable. Humph. Do you think you can flee? With a disdainful snort, Qian Renlin unleashed the power of the earth element, causing the Void Mantis to feel as though an immense mountain had been placed upon it, rendering it nearly immobile, though it possessed its own consciousness. One must not forget that a martial soul requires a vessel, and its vessel was merely a 34th level soul master. Even if it were to detach from its vessel, it would remain nothing more than a millennium-level soul beast. The Realm of Darkness. Qian Renlin unleashed the Realm of Darkness, forcibly absorbing this martial soul. Apart from him, this martial soul possessing its own consciousness marks the second instance to manifest across the entire continent, the first being the renowned Luo Sanpao of Yushaojiang. Chapter 85. The second martial soul. As time progressed, the struggles of the void mantis grew increasingly feeble. The 12-winged elemental angel spirit of Qian Renlin manifested from behind. At this moment, Qian Renlin's spirit had grown to a towering height of 5 meters, a full 2 meters taller than the 6-winged angel spirit. A resonant sound echoed as the 12-winged spirit brought its hands together, emanating a mysterious gray light. Whether it was an illusion or not, it seemed as though this humanoid spirit uttered an incantation. The humanoid spirit formed hand seals, its speed increasing exponentially. Suddenly, a grand sound resonated as a swirling black hole materialized before the humanoid spirit, its rotation accelerating relentlessly. Alas, the mantis let out a dreadful cry before being drawn into the abyss. Another grand sound reverberated, but this time it resonated within the sea of consciousness of Qian Renlin. Beside the humanoid martial soul within Qian Renlin's sea of consciousness, a swirling black hole materialized. With a resounding thud, a purple void mantis emerged from the abyss, plummeting into the depths of Qian Renlin's mind. What could this be? Astonished, Qian Renlin initially intended merely to absorb the dark elements and soul power of the mantis. However, he never anticipated that his martial soul would be so extraordinary as to forcibly transform the mantis into his second martial soul. Indeed, this mantis has now become Qian Renlin's second martial soul, a forceful usurpation of another's martial spirit. A tremor coursed through Qian Renlin's heart as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if he were to seize all the martial souls in the world? Yet, it remained merely a fleeting notion, for he deemed those inferior martial souls beneath his notice. Once he attained the soul sage level and manifested his martial soul, not even the collective strength of the entire continent would stand a chance against him. The martial soul behind Qian Renlin gently closed its eyes once more, gradually dissipating into the air. With a mere thought, Qian Renlin invoked the power of the mantis martial soul. This formidable strength, Qian Renlin clenched his fist, feeling the surge of explosive power coursing through him. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch against the wall of the prison cell. Bang, bang, bang. The entire ninth wall was utterly obliterated. The sheer force made Qian Renlin's eyelids flutter. It is worth noting that this was his third soul skill derived from the 12-winged elemental angel martial soul, constructed with countless rare materials. Even an ordinary soul Douluo would struggle to penetrate it. Moreover, this was merely a casual strike from Qian Renlin, devoid of any soul rings or additional soul skills. And he had not even employed his self-created martial techniques. The power unleashed by his martial soul alone was staggering, and Qian Renlin's eyes narrowed as he pondered the potential if he were to augment it with soul rings. As he glanced down at Mo Feng, who lay crumpled on the ground like a lifeless dog, a sentiment of frustration akin to wishing for iron to become steel surged within him. It was a sheer waste to possess such a formidable martial soul, yet lack the understanding to wield it effectively. However, the thought of receiving such a powerful martial soul from the other filled him with immense satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a breath of life surged into Mo Feng's body, healing his injuries and restoring his spirit. As Mo Feng gradually regained consciousness, his eyes transformed into a golden hue, locking onto Qian Renlin's gaze. The moment Mo Feng opened his eyes, still disoriented, he found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness. This time, bereft of the protective mantle of the void mantis, Mo Feng was merely an ordinary soul master, his martial soul reduced to that of an average top-tier mantis. How could he possibly withstand the enslavement of Qian Renlin's divine eye? Qian Renlin effortlessly enslaved his opponent, taking less than 3 breaths to do so. Master, Mo Feng once again opened his eyes to the sight of Qian Renlin and quickly knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. From this moment onward, you will continue to lurk by Shrek's side, ensuring that Ning Rongrong becomes pregnant with your child, Qian Renlin stated in a calm tone. Yes, master, Mo Feng replied, his voice slightly hoarse. After enduring a series of tortures, his throat had grown raspy. Go. The web will cooperate with you, Mo Feng said as he knelt and retreated to the prison door before rising and departing. Upon exiting the Hell Tower, Mo Feng felt his soul power break through 5 levels. After a month of severe torment, his body had reached an extraordinary limit, and upon unsealing, he ascended to level 39. Currently, Qian Renlin's second martial soul lacked a soul ring, but he was not anxious, as reaching level 70 would render him unafraid of the formidable spirit beasts in the Stardow Forest, including the likes of Emperor Tian. Congratulations on passing the second trial of the God of Killing. You are now awarded a soul ring. Would you like to absorb it now? The voice echoed in Tang San's sea of consciousness as he exited the spirit hall. What is wrong, Sengu? Xiao Wu inquired. noticing Tang San standing in a daze. "Oh, it's nothing, Xiaowu. Let us go. We've been away for quite a while, and the dean must be worried," Tang San replied. Snapping back to reality with a distracted smile, Xiaowu tilted her head, glancing at Tang San, and nodded. San, wait for me." Just a few steps in, Tang San heard a familiar voice call out. "Xiaofeng." Tang San shivered with excitement and turned around instantly. "Is that you?" "Xiaofeng." "Haha, San. What else with the excitement? You don't need to be so stirred up to see me." Mo Feng approached, patting Tang San's shoulder with a smile. Tang San could no longer hold back his tears and embraced Mo Feng, trembling as he asked, "Xiaofeng, is that really you? Am I not dreaming? Get away. I'm not interested in women." Mo Feng pushed him away, feigning disdain. Tang San wiped away his tears and smiled, saying, "It's just great that you're back. Rong and the others would be overjoyed to know you've returned." "How is Rong?" Upon hearing her name, Mo Feng paused and asked. "Yes, well, she misses you dearly." "Humph. You didn't tell her I was dead, did you?" "No, absolutely not. We told Rong you were recruited by the Spirit Hall." Tang San quickly shook his head. "That is good to hear. Let us go. I can't wait to see my Rong." Mo Feng said eagerly, summoning his soul power to transform into a steed and galloping ahead. Tang San watched in bewilderment as Mo Feng rode away on his soul power steed, utterly astonished. He just left like that? And how did he conjure that spirit horse? Haha. San, feeling envious, are we? I can do that too. Xiaowu, with a triumphant expression, said to Tang San. What? Xiaowu, you can do it too? Tang San looked at her in astonishment. Indeed. The soul power transformation into a horse is not a secret in the Spirit Hall. Practically everyone in Spirit City knows how to do it. As she spoke, Xiaowu waved her hand, and a magnificent white horse made of soul power appeared. Tang San swallowed hard, staring in wonder at the horse, which looked remarkably lifelike, and gently stroked its mane. Come on, third brother, Xiaofeng has already gone far ahead. I'll teach you when we return, Xiaowu said, mounting the soul-powered horse and glancing back at Tang San. All right. Tang San steadied himself, sitting behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. He had no experience riding. Throughout his previous life in the Tang sect, he had never ridden a horse. Holding on to Xiaowu felt much safer. Xiaowu chuckled and urged the horse to follow Mo Feng. Little did she know, Tang San's gaze was icy. Chapter 86. Ning Fengji. Half a month had swiftly passed. Tang San, Mo Feng, and Xiaowu had ridden for a full 2 weeks before arriving at the bustling capital, Heaven-Do City. As they gazed upon the vibrant metropolis, Tang San's heart swelled with emotion, reminiscing about his month in the Hell Tower. As he had become deeply enamored with his time at Shrek Academy. Hey, you three, dismount immediately. No riding horses within Heaven-Do City. A soldier guarding the city commanded sternly, his spear striking the ground. Xiaowu and Mo Feng exchanged amused glances as they dismounted, waving their hands to make the horses vanish. Tang San, caught off guard, fell unceremoniously to the ground. Xiaowu, how have you become so mischievous? Teasing your third brother. He complained as he got up, brushing off his pants, looking every bit like a disgruntled little wife. Perhaps it was the brush with danger and the reunion with Mo Feng that had lightened his mood. Of course, only he knew the true reasons behind his newfound cheer. The soldiers at the city gate and passers-by stared in amazement at the vanishing horse. Did you see how that horse disappeared? One asked. No, I didn't. How is that possible? Another replied, bewildered. Could it be a storage soul guide? No, storage soul guides can't hold living creatures. This isn't a soul guide. So how did they manage to make a living horse vanish? You don't know, do you? These three clearly came from Spirit City. A seasoned passerby proclaimed with pride. Spirit City? How do you know that? What does this have to do with Spirit City? Another person questioned, puzzled by the old man's arrogance. You wouldn't understand. Let me tell you nowadays. Who in Spirit City doesn't know that the Holy Sun has developed a soul skill that allows for the transformation of soul power into a horse? Now, everyone in the Spirit Hall, including the residents of Spirit City, knows this skill. What those young ones just used is the soul power transformation into a horse developed by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the seasoned traveler said, stroking his chin with pride, as if he were the one who had created the soul skill. Is it really that impressive? The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is indeed a remarkable individual. He has managed to develop such extraordinary soul skills. Precisely, the transformation of soul power into a horse. Just the sound of it exudes grandeur, something no one else on the entire Douluo Continent has achieved. Only this Holy Son of the Spirit Hall could accomplish such a feat. Bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. weren't you claiming to hail from Spirit City? Can you perform it? Someone inquired of an elderly gentleman. Well, I cannot, the old man replied awkwardly, a sheepish smile on his face. Humph, I thought you were impressive. What a shame, coming from Spirit City, and yet you cannot even do this. Someone scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. It appears that no matter the world, there are always those who are irked by pretentious individuals, particularly those who flaunt their age. Humph, you criticize me. Yet you cannot do it either. Furthermore, while the transformation of soul power into a horse may be commonplace in Spirit City, it is not so easily mastered. The first requirement is to possess an identification card issued by the Spirit Hall. And the second is to have resided in Spirit City for over 3 years as a law-abiding citizen to qualify for such training. As a mere wanderer with no ties, how could I possibly qualify to learn such prestigious soul skills? The old man retorted, seething with indignation. Xiao Wu and Imo Feng observed the bustling crowd around them, shaking their heads as they ventured into the city of Tiandou. Listening to their discussions, Tang San's expression gradually morphed into one of anguish. Xiao Wu. Xiao Feng, why is it so lively over there? Xiao Wu inquired, glancing at the animated throng ahead. Imo Feng shot her a side glance, responding curtly. How should I know? Tang San smiled gently. Indeed, it has been nearly a month since our last visit. Let us go, Brother San, Xiao Feng. Let us take a look. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's arm, pouting slightly. All right, Imo Feng, let us go see, he agreed, and the three of them proceeded forward. Excuse me, sir, what is happening here? Why is it so lively? Imo Feng asked a passerby. How do you speak, little one? Who are you calling, sir? Do I appear that old? The man turned around, revealing himself to be a youth of about 20. Then, big brother, what is taking place here? Xiao Wu chimed in, adorably pouting. The young man, charmed by Xiao Wu's endearing demeanor, softened his demeanor. This is the Holy Unicorn Chamber of Commerce. Today marks the final auction. Hence, many important figures who had not attended previously are here, creating quite a stir. An auction? Tang San queried, puzzled, as he had never previously heard of such an event. It is a place for the auctioning of goods. You may enter if you wish, but you must queue at the back, the young man explained. By the way, do you have an invitation? He suddenly recalled, questioning them. What is an invitation? Xiaohui tilted her head, perplexed. Observing your demeanor, it appears you are somewhat disheartened. To enter the St. Lin Chamber of Commerce's auction venue, one must possess an invitation, which is not easily obtained. Only families or factions of some repute within the Tiandou Empire are granted such access. Solitary cultivators, often lacking wealth, find themselves unable to compete with the influential figures for the coveted items within. Perhaps this young man has been queuing for quite some time, seeking companionship and conversation. And thus he spoke more than necessary upon seeing the trio of children, Tang San and his companions. Is there truly no other way to acquire an invitation? Mo Feng inquired pensively. Not exactly. There exists one alternative you may wish to disregard, came the reply. One must possess the strength of a title de law. For those who attain such power typically do not lack for resources or gold soul coins. However, title Douluos almost invariably align themselves with major powers or belong to their own families. Solitary cultivators achieving such status are virtually unheard of. Tang San nodded in agreement, recalling that the individual they had previously encountered, Dugobo, was a prime example. Despite the widespread belief that he was a solitary wanderer, he would suspect that he had clandestinely affiliated himself with the Spirit Hall. Little San, little Feng, is that you? A familiar voice broke Tang San's reverie, prompting him to turn around. Indeed. Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, are you also here for the auction? Tang San exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, responded Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo. Ning Fingji gestured towards the young man, who promptly bowed in respect upon hearing Tang San's address. As a member of a relatively well-known family in Tiandou City, he recognized the true identities of Ning Fingji and Chen Xian only upon hearing Tang San's words. His heart raced with excitement. One was the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the 3 great sects, and the other was the famed sword Douluo. Figures seldom seen together, now mere meters away from him. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively and turned to Tang San and Mo Feng, exclaiming, "Where have you been? We have searched for you for a month, and yet here you are. Apologies, Uncle Ning, for causing you concern. The circumstances of our journey are rather lengthy." Tang San replied, his mood somewhat subdued. Right, this is not the place for discussions. It seems you are also intending to enter the auction venue. Why not join us? Ning Fengji observed the throngs of people surrounding them. That would be splendid. Thank you, Uncle Ning, Tang San replied with a cheerful nod. Subsequently, Ning Fengji led Tang San, Mo Feng, and Xiao Wu into the auction house, where his status and the sword Douluo's prowess exempted them from the lengthy queue. Wow, it is magnificent. How extraordinarily opulent. Upon entering, Xiao Wu was profoundly astonished by the opulence of the auction house's facilities. Even the usually absent-minded Tang San was taken aback by the spectacle. The auction house spanned over 2,000 square meters, a space twice the size of the sacred of the Spirit Hall. The walls were adorned with precious, gleaming diamond-like crystals, each valued at 5 golden soul coins, equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for 2 years. Remarkably, there were tens of thousands of these diamonds present. The staircase was laid with even more precious crystal amber stones, each worth 10 of the diamond-like crystals. Above hung a colossal crystal night lamp, the epitome of luxury. From Tang San's estimation, its diameter was at least 300 meters. How astonishing! Is the Spirit Hall truly so affluent as to invest such a fortune in constructing an auction house? Tang San exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed. However, Xiao San, do you have any idea how valuable that lamp above you is? Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at the crystal night lamp. Could it possibly be more expensive than these diamond-like crystals and crystal amber? Tang San asked, puzzled, as he perceived the chandelier to be merely a source of illumination. Do not underestimate this lamp. It is not merely an ordinary light fixture, but rather the latest invention of the Spirit Hall, a soul-guiding device. Ning Fengji stated with utmost seriousness. First, they developed storage soul guides, and now even lighting is created using soul guides. The Spirit Hall is truly formidable. And to be more precise, the heir of the Spirit Hall is indeed formidable. What? A soul-guiding device? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. They actually use a soul-guiding device for lighting? How extravagant! Indeed, not only does it provide illumination and adjustable lighting, but it can also regulate the temperature within the room, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Furthermore, it possesses the capability to amplify the voices of those within the auction house, functioning as a loudspeaker. You claim this is the latest invention from the Spirit Hall? They specifically researched such a device. Tang San furrowed his brow. With such talent, shouldn't they focus on developing more lethal soul-guiding devices first? Why does the Spirit Hall deviate from the norm, first creating a clock, then a storage soul guide, and now a device that provides light and controls indoor temperature? It is a sheer waste of resources and egregious misuse. Tang San, who had an affinity for concealed weapons, lamented internally at this apparent misallocation of potential. In stark contrast, Ning Fengji perceived the Spirit Hall's focus on practical inventions as a calculated strategy, perhaps intending to embed themselves more deeply within the hearts of the people. As for the reason behind not prioritizing lethal soul-guiding devices, that remained a mystery. In his perspective, this was a manifestation of the Soul Hall's arrogant dominance. They must believe that with the formidable power of their martial souls, they need not rely on any destructive soul-guided devices to conquer the entire continent. It seemed that the Soul Hall was poised to embark upon the implementation of its ambitions. Ning Fengji pondered gravely. As he contemplated this, Ning Fengji, along with Tang San and others, followed the attendant of the auction house upstairs to the second-floor VIP room. Teacher, just as they were about to enter, a handsome young man emerged from a nearby box and called out to Ning Fengji. Oh, it's Qinghe. Allow me to introduce you. These 3 are my daughter's classmates, Tang San, Mo Feng, and Xiao Wu. This is my disciple, the second prince of the Tiando royal family and the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Ning Fengji said, directing his gaze at the young man as he introduced Tang San and the others. So, they're my junior sister's classmates. I am Qinghe said, extending a hand toward Tang San with a graceful gesture for a handshake. Hello, I am Tang San. Tang San replied with a smile as he clasped Qinghe's hand. Well then, teacher, I shall not disturb you, Qinghe said with a slight bow towards Ning Fengji, smiling. Oh, what disturbance is there to speak of? I know you are eager to accompany your father, the emperor. Ning Fengji chuckled, shaking his head. In all of Tiando City, who did not know that Prince Qinghe was a remarkably filial prince, often remaining by the side of Emperor Shui unless there was an urgent matter? It seems nothing can escape your discerning eye. Teacher, Qinghe said, also smiling. Haha. Ning Fengji laughed heartily as he entered the box. Qinghe calmly glanced at Tang San's retreating figure before turning to enter the room. She was well aware of the matters between her brother Qian Renlin and Tang San, as well as the grievances Tang San held against the Soul Hall, which piqued her curiosity about how he managed to emerge unscathed from the Soul Hall. She understood her brother's character all too well, especially considering he had 4 titled Douluos covertly protecting him. Naturally, she was privy to some of Qian Renlin's actions. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce, graciously sponsored by the Son of the Soul Hall. My name is Chen Gong, and my registration number is 658-7991. I will be your host for today's auction, and it is my pleasure to serve you. I hope my services bring good fortune to each esteemed guest present. A middle-aged man stood on the auction platform below, holding a golden small hammer to his mouth as he spoke. Curiously, his voice emanated from the crystal chandelier hanging above. It appeared that he was utilizing the small hammer in some manner to transmit his voice into the chandelier, which then amplified the sound. Mo Feng mused as he observed the host's small hammer. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, what are you two thinking about? Ning Fengji gazed at Tang San, who was lost in thought by the window, and inquired, what occupies your mind? I'm pondering how he managed to transmit sound from that chandelier, Tang San replied. Mu Feng raised his gaze towards the grand chandelier suspended from the ceiling and remarked, I'm not entirely sure either, but according to the auction house personnel, the individual from the main city appeared to be holding something referred to as a microphone, and it seems there is an audio device installed within the chandelier. Alas, I truly lack comprehension in this regard. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. Chapter 88, The Naive and Simple Tang San 7. However, should your curiosity persist, I could procure one for you at the auction, allowing you to explore its mysteries, he added. Is the Spirit Hall truly selling such items? Tang San turned around, astonished. He was well aware of the immense value of soul-guiding devices. Even a mere lighting soul-guiding device would be considered too precious to sell unless one was in dire need of money. Moreover, this device served more than just illumination. Given the Spirit Hall's financial prowess, it seemed implausible that they would be in one of such trivial sums. How should I know? However, I do know that the 4th item up for auction today is indeed that so-called amplifier, Ning Fengji replied, savoring his red wine while seated on the sofa. Truth be told, the son of the Spirit Hall is quite the genius. Ever since his emergence, the continent has seen a plethora of remarkable inventions from him, such as those peculiar garments they call windbreakers, which, I must admit, are rather stylish, alongside a myriad of culinary delights. Tell me, does the son of the Spirit Hall have nothing better to do than to forsake his training for the exploration of these eccentricities? He has even constructed several amusement parks, featuring attractions like bungee jumping and giant swings. What could have inspired such creativity? By the way, there is a Ferris wheel at the amusement park. The staff mentioned it's designed for romantic rendezvous. It sounds quite enchanting. You and Xiao Wu should consider visiting when you have time. And don't forget to bring Rong Rong along. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know, Ning Fengji exclaimed, marveling between sips of wine. Jian Duoluo stared at Ning Fengji in bewilderment. Why was he so loquacious today? Typically, he was not one to engage in such lengthy discourse. Fengji, I'm aware of that amusement park you mentioned. I've heard from disciples within our sect that it doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Yet one must seal their soul power upon entering. Thus, engaging in those activities becomes rather terrifying, Jian Duoluo remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. What exactly is the Spirit Hall aiming to achieve with these innovations? Ever since the amusement parks opened, disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have become increasingly lax in their training, preoccupied with leisure. Strangely enough, many have even found romantic partners there. Fengji, upon your return, you must ensure those disciples are kept in line. They can't afford to neglect their training. Indeed, it is high time to address this matter. Jian Shu remarked thoughtfully. In the past, indulging in occasional distractions was of little consequence, but the present circumstances are vastly different. The Spirit Hall could strike at any moment. Ning Fengji nodded solemnly in agreement. Mo Feng, seated nearby, listened intently to their discourse, equally perplexed by his master's motives behind such actions. Was it an attempt to foster complacency among their opponents, discouraging them from their cultivation? If they were to discover that Qian Renlin's endeavors stem purely from a fleeting whim, coupled with a desire to amass wealth, one could only wonder how they would react. However, one point that Qian Renlin had not anticipated was the noticeable decline in the dedication to cultivation across various factions on the continent since the establishment of the amusement park. Many individuals, who previously approached their training with a casual attitude, had devolved into a state of even greater laxity. As today welcomed numerous esteemed guests, and to ensure the smooth progress of the auction, I shall announce the following regulations. Ning Fengji and the others snapped back to attention at the host's declaration. By the way, Xiao San, where have you all been in recent days? Your master mentioned that Xiao was captured by Douluo. What exactly transpired? This question had lingered in Ning Fengxi's mind. He shared the same suspicion as Yu Xiaojiang, believing that Douluo had seized Xiao Wu upon uncovering her true identity, intending to coerce her into a sacrificial offering for his granddaughter. Yet, gazing at the unharmed Xiao Wu, he found himself bewildered. Would Douluo truly exhibit such kindness as to release a being with a 100,000-year spirit ring? Moreover, wasn't Xiao Feng captured by the son of the spirit hall? How could they be together? Tang San exchanged glances with Xiao Wu and then with Mo Feng, stating, Douluo is affiliated with the spirit hall. What? That old poisoner is actually one of them? When did this transpire? Ning Fengxi and Jian Douluo were taken aback. This was decidedly troubling news. Should the spirit hall indeed act against the continent, Douluo's poison was lethal to all but titled Douluo. Indeed, we were equally shocked to discover that poison Douluo had joined the spirit hall, serving under the son of the spirit hall. After Xiao Wu was taken, I pursued him but encountered an impenetrable barrier of 5 elements along the way, and I lost consciousness, Tang San recounted somberly. Upon awakening, Xiao Wu and I found ourselves within the spirit hall, and it was then that I learned of poison Douluo's clandestine allegiance to them. How did you manage to escape? And what of Xiao Feng? What truly transpired? Ning Fengxi's confusion deepened. Even Jian Douluo's entry into the spirit hall had not been without peril, and it was uncertain if he would emerge unscathed. How could these 3, all of whom were merely spirit master level, have navigated their way out? I am uncertain. The spirit hall must undoubtedly be aware of Xiao Wu's true identity. However, after they captured us, they merely confined us within a prison known as the Purgatory Tower. And aside from that, they did not treat us harshly. Tang San furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Initially, it did not seem significant, but upon reflection, numerous doubts arose. Why did the poisoned Douluo exert such effort to capture Xiao Wu, only to imprison her for a mere fortnight? After which she was taken away by the son of the spirit hall for a few days before being released. And what of the legacy of the god of killing? Tang San clenched his fists, silently pondering why he had inexplicably obtained the so-called 9 trials of the god of killing. Along with the profound pain and unease he had felt, Ning Fengxi quietly contemplated, increasingly perplexed by the actions of the spirit hall. Why overthink it? Xiao Wu is so charming and beautiful, perhaps the son of the spirit hall has taken a liking to her, Mo Feng remarked with a chuckle, rubbing his nose. Tang San cast a discreet glance at him and quickly replied, Indeed, it seems that may actually be the case. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable why Qian Renlin acted in such a manner. Moreover, Xiao Wu could freely enter and exit the spirit hall, enjoying provisions. And he even expressed admiration for me? What could he possibly admire? Isn't it simply that he respects Xiao Wu for being mine? They remained oblivious to the tremor in Tang San's voice as he spoke, his hands tightly clenched. Observing Tang San speak so animatedly, Mo Feng hurriedly lowered his head to conceal the laughter that threatened to escape his lips. He thought Tang San was merely envious of Qian Renlin. Excitedly caught up in the moment. You truly are Navi. Then how did you manage to escape? The son of the spirit hall actually released you? Ning Fengxi inquired, shifting his gaze to Mo Feng without harboring any suspicion. Me? Mo Feng was taken aback and quickly responded, It was all thanks to Xiao San. Xiao San? Yes. The son remarked, You should be grateful for having a good brother. Otherwise, I would have made your life a living hell. And then he released me, Mo Feng recounted, his eyes glinting with mischief. Tang San's heart stirred. Was he truly so benevolent? I thought he was merely speaking idly. Qian Renlin, what exactly are you plotting? Chapter 89, St. Lin Academy 8. The auction continued, filled with laughter and conversation among the group, as they occasionally bid on items of interest. Yet, none noticed that Tang San's expression appeared somewhat despondent. Heaven Do City, Commercial Street. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, accompanied by Dai Mubai and the others, were en route to the Soul Arena. This world never ceases to turn for any individual. When one departs, another inevitably arrives. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu were no longer present, the curriculum of the Shrek 7 Monsters must continue. Through Qin Ming's connections, Yu Xiaojiang officially merged with the Royal Fighting Team, with Lin Yu temporarily filling Tang San's position and Yu Tianheng stepping in for Xiao Wu. With less than a year remaining until the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, the strength of the Shrek group was still insufficient. Dai Mubai had only reached level 37, while Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun were merely at level 31. The entire team had yet to produce a soul ancestor. Historically, teams without a soul ancestor had always been relegated to cannon fodder in previous competitions. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen had become even more rigorous. Yet he understood that the cultivation of soul power could not be rushed. He could only hope for inspiration through combat. As the Shrek group approached the entrance to the soul arena, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze suddenly sharpened. It was her. Flander also gazed in astonishment at the departing figure. Teacher, what's wrong? Daimu Bai and the others questioned, observing Yu Xiaojiang's abrupt halt. It's nothing. You all go ahead to the soul arena. I have something to attend to, Yu Xiaojiang replied, regaining his composure. What is happening with the teacher? Daimu Bai and the others felt perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's hasty departure, as they had never witnessed such emotional turbulence from him before. Even when Xiao was captured by Douluo and Tang San went missing, Yu Xiaojiang had remained unperturbed. What could have caused this reaction? I'll go check on Xiaojiang. Qinming, please take these children to participate in the soul arena, Flander instructed Qinming, turning to follow the direction Yu Xiaojiang had taken. They had only realized upon entering the Tiando Royal Academy that Qinming was also a teacher at the academy, and the youngest Tiando-level teacher at that. Yes, teacher. Qinming replied respectfully, leading Daimu Bai and Yu Tianhing into the soul arena. How long do you intend to hide? It has been 20 years. Now that you've finally encountered her, can you truly bear to not see her? Flander spoke solemnly to the despondent Yu Xiaojiang, who sat slumped in a chair, clenching his fists and furrowing his brow in anguish, his hands cradling his head. With my current state, what face do I have to meet her? Does the gaze of the mundane world truly hold such significance? She has waited for you for 20 full years. She does not care, so why do you? Flander remarked, exasperated. Witnessing Lu Erlong's heartbroken demeanor pained him deeply. He was equally distressed for the woman he loved, and he could not comprehend why Yu Xiaojiang failed to cherish her. He could simply walk away, but what of Lu Erlong? Could he truly leave her, a frail woman, to endure a solitary life? Xiaojiang, there comes a time when certain matters must be relinquished. Heed my advice and seek her out. I caught a glimpse of her fleeting figure moments ago, and it bore an unmistakable air of desolation. Can you truly bear to witness her in such anguish? Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, fully aware of the forlorn visage that Lu Erlong had just displayed. He too felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, what right did he possess to approach her? Go, Xiaojiang, go see her. Regardless of the outcome or the judgments of the world, you must make this visit. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang finally nodded. Flander smiled with relief. This was indeed the Yu Xiaojiang he recognized. The original Blue Tyrant Academy, now known as the Holy Lin Academy. Ever since Qian Renlin forcibly seized control, he has clandestinely enslaved the higher echelons of Blue Tyrant Academy, publicly announcing its renaming to Holy Lin Academy. Naturally, this transition was handled discreetly, merely replacing the sign at the entrance. As Yu Xiaojiang gazed at the institution before him, a wave of inexplicable thoughts washed over him. Upon noticing the emblem of the Spirit Hall etched on the sign, his heart trembled violently. Has she truly joined the Spirit Hall? Suddenly, a heavy sensation settled in his chest, accompanied by a profound ache. Hey, what are you doing? No loitering in front of Holy Lin Academy. Just as he prepared to turn away, a voice devoid of warmth and emotion rang out. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened. He could not fathom the gatekeeper, yet the aura emanating from him suggested a strength on par with the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji. But how could this be? Why would a Soul Douluo be stationed at the entrance? Greetings. I wish to inquire if there is a woman named Lu Erlong at your academy. Unable to restrain himself, Yu Xiaojiang posed the question. He had followed Lu Erlong's path, intending to call out to her along the way, yet his lips felt as if bound by glue, robbing him of the courage to speak. He merely wished to see how Lu Erlong had fared over the years and where she resided. Lu Erlong? What is your purpose in seeking her? Hong Xuanxu narrowed his eyes, casting a suspicious glance in his direction. The Holy Sun has decreed that no one is permitted to approach Lu Erlong without his explicit permission. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a slight relief. It appeared Lu Erlong was indeed within these walls. Oh, it is nothing. I am merely an old friend of hers, having not seen her in many years. I heard she was here and wished to pay her a visit, Yu Xiaojiang replied, gradually regaining his composure. Is that so? Miss Lu is unwell and is not receiving visitors. Please leave. Hong Sun waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, this ordinary-looking man with a blank expression must be enamored by Lu Erlong's beauty and figure, foolishly hoping to pursue her, a mere toad yearning for a swan's flesh. The woman favored by the Holy Sun is beyond the reach of such commoners, Hong Sun thought with disdain. Although Qian Renlin had confined Lu Erlong, she was not restricted from venturing outside. Thus, she frequently roamed about recently, not to shop or dine, but merely to bask in the world beyond. What she sought to see remained a mystery. Consequently, many affluent middle-aged men in the streets of Heaven-Do City would approach her for conversation or even to court her. Individuals like Yu Xiaojiang were certainly not the first, and Hong Sun was convinced they would not be the last. As for the notion of Lu Erlong escaping, Qian Renlin had never entertained such a thought. Two-souled Douluos shadowed her constantly, leaving no avenue for flight. Moreover, if she were to flee, neither she nor Yu Xiaojiang would find refuge anywhere on the continent. Yu Xiaojiang cast a final glance at the academy, unable to suppress his desire to enter, perhaps out of fear of confronting her alone. Watching Yu Xiaojiang turn away, Hong Sun addressed those beside him. In future instances like this, simply expel the interloper. Yes, Chief Hong. It turned out he was the chief of the Holy Lin Academy, not merely the doorman as Yu Xiaojiang had presumed. Chapter 90, Reunion, 9, that evening. After the auction concluded, Tang San and his companions bid farewell to Ning Fingxi and proceeded to the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. As Tang San once again set foot upon the academy's tiled floor, inhaling the fresh air that enveloped the atmosphere, he felt a surge of emotions. Imo Feng observed the sparse figures within the campus with calm indifference. He was no longer the person he once was. Tang San forced a smile. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand tightly, his gaze filled with affection. "Third brother, what's wrong? Are you not happy to be back here?" Xiao Wu inquired cheerfully. If only this moment could last forever, Tang San uttered a perplexing thought. "What are you thinking, third brother? Haven't I always been by your side? And Xiao Feng has returned too. Isn't everything splendid?" Xiao Wu initially appeared taken aback, then smiled brightly. Tang San managed a smile as well. And the trio made their way into the academy. However, they remained oblivious to the profound melancholy reflected in Tang San's eyes. Beneath a splendid facade. How could one fathom my sorrow? Ah, isn't that Xiao San? Indeed. And there's Xiao Wu. That must be Xiao Feng. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Feng? You all have returned? At the foot of the dormitory, Dai Mubai and the others, freshly returned from a soul battle, were taken aback at the sight of the three approaching figures, transitioning from astonishment to joy as they called out. Tang San, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his name, quickly looking up. Boss Dai? Fatty, Xiao Ao, Zhu Qing, Rong Rong. Tang San hurriedly took Xiao Wu's hand and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Good brothers, it's wonderful to have you back. Do you have any idea how much we worried about you?" Damubai embraced Tang San with delight, saying, "Dai Lada, I've missed you all so much." Tang San's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. And me. I've missed you too." "Did you miss me?" Xiao Wu asked as she held Ning Rongrong's hand. "Of course we missed you, all of us." Daimubai laughed heartily as he released Tang San and turned to Xiao Wu and Imo Feng. The others exchanged pleasantries, catching up on their time apart. "Xiao Feng, how have you been?" Ning Rongrong asked with tears glistening in her eyes as she grasped Imo Feng's hand. Imo Feng smiled gently, wiping away her tears with his thumb. "I'm well. The Spirit Hall has treated me kindly. And you? I've missed you so much. I truly thought you were gone. During your absence, I felt as if life had lost its meaning." Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back and began to weep openly. The others paused, quietly observing the emotional reunion between Imo Feng and Ning Rongrong, reluctant to interrupt the poignant moment. "Fool, I'm perfectly fine, see?" Imo Feng comforted her, wrapping his arms around her waist and patting her back softly. "Don't cry. You'll ruin your beautiful eyes." Oscar watched the embracing pair, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. Why? Why did you have to return? I had finally managed to help Rongrong set aside her feelings for you. And now you come back? Why?" Oscar's thoughts were consumed with jealousy as he glared at Imo Feng. Tang San noticed Oscar's unusual demeanor and pondered deeply. "Oh. By the way, you all must be hungry. Have you eaten dinner yet? Come, let me treat you to a feast on this joyous occasion," he announced, glancing at Imo Feng and Ning Rongrong, who were still in each other's arms. "Sounds great." Ma Hongjun immediately raised both hands in agreement. They hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in a month, and he was eager to indulge in food and drink once more. "Hey, just so you know, this meal is to celebrate the safe return of Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Feng. You can't eat it all by yourself," Damubai warned Ma Hongjun, recalling how he often devoured more than the rest combined during their feasts. "What? Dai Lauda, you can't be so unfair," Ma Hongjun protested with a comically distressed expression. "Aha, let's go. I can hardly wait for a grand feast." Xiao Wu patted her chest and spoke. Having endured a solitary and wretched existence since childhood, she often struggled to find enough to eat, let alone indulge in a lavish feast. "What is a grand banquet?" she queried, having only a vague notion of it from the recesses of her memory, She had never truly savored such a meal. The last time Qian Renlin had promised to treat her to delectable delights and thrilling experiences, she had been utterly bewildered upon entering the mall. To be more precise, she had only lived up to that moment. The person she was now merely existed on the remnants of her memories, no longer truly herself. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at Xiaowu, pondering her unspoken thoughts. Ning Rongrong hastily extricated herself from Imo Feng's embrace, shyly surveying the raucous crowd around her. "Oh, what are you all talking about? It's quite lively here." Just then, Yu Tianheng and his companions, who had just returned from a grand feast, noticed the commotion at the dormitory and approached with the intent of reprimanding the ruckus. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Dai Mubai and his group, prompting them to inquire, "Oh, it's you, Brother Tianheng. Our dear friends have returned. We were just planning to welcome you with a feast outside. Would you care to join us?" Dai Mubai greeted them with a smile. Yu Tianheng, 3 years older than Dai Mubai and 6 years older than Tang San, was affectionately referred to as Brother Tianheng by them. "Oh, so you were the ones mentioned, Tang San, Imofeng, and Xiaowu, right? Congratulations are in order. As for the feast, we'll have to pass. We just finished dining outside," Yu Tianheng remarked. "You know, I had invited you all to join for dinner before, and you declined. It seems our brothers and sisters have returned, and you could have simply called us to join." He glanced at Imofeng and then turned to Dai Mubai, playfully chiding him. Yu Tianheng sensed a familiar essence emanating from Imofeng and Xiaowu, a unique fragrance that only those of their ilk possessed, a hallmark of the soul power they exuded. Thus, it was clear to Yu Tianheng and his companions that Imofeng and Xiaowu belonged to the same category as themselves. "Ah, you've unjustly accused me. We only learned of Xiao San's return on our way back. Since you've already dined, why not join us for a drink instead?" "No, you go ahead. The Soul Master Elite competition is approaching, and we must devote our time to training and enhancing our abilities." After this period, Yu Tianheng had reached level 42, while the other members had attained level 39. With the Shrek 8 monsters now assembled, it was time for them to part ways, as one pair among them would form the main team and be directly promoted to the finals. Chapter 91, The Hot Pot Restaurant 10, Haha. Brother Tianheng remains as diligent in his training as ever. We shall take our leave then. Dai Mubai led the Shrek group out of the academy. Yu Tianheng exchanged a knowing glance with Imofeng before ascending the stairs back to the dormitory. Yu Tianheng could discern Imofeng's identity, and naturally, Imofeng could see through his as well. In a hot pot restaurant in Heavendo City, Shenglin Hot Pot Restaurant? ISNT that the establishment owned by the son of the Spirit Hall? Tang San lifted his gaze to the plaque inscribed with the words Holy Lin, exclaiming in astonishment. "Xiao San, how did you know this is the property of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall?" Dai Mubai looked at him in surprise. It was common knowledge across the continent that anyone aware of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was associated with the continent's most formidable powers. Given Dai Mubai's rather awkward standing, he naturally remained uninformed about the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong also turned to him, knowing that Ning Fingji wished for her to focus solely on her cultivation and would refrain from discussing such matters with her. "Have you all been eager to discover where we have been for the past month?" "We have been residing in the Spirit Hall," Tang San declared thoughtfully. "The Spirit Hall?" Dai Mubai and the others gazed at him in disbelief, for the Spirit Hall was hardly a pleasant place. "Indeed, during our time at the Spirit Hall, I encountered the Holy Son, who resides in a place known as the Holy Lin Hall. It was then that I learned that the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce, which spans the continent, is the enterprise of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall." Tang San spoke in a serious tone. He was a formidable adversary, unmatched in talent and strength, and possessed an exceptionally astute business acumen. He understood the grandeur of the Spirit City, which seemed to exist in a paradise-like state. He believed that were it not for the exorbitant housing prices, not just anyone could reside there. Otherwise, anyone who had entered would not desire to leave. Presently, the inhabitants of Spirit City unanimously praised Qian Renlin, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. He was not a fool. He could clearly discern that with the conveniences of life the Spirit Hall had developed and the goodwill of the populace, should he seek to unify the continent, no common citizen would dare oppose him, and many would even gather at the city gates to welcome the forces of the Spirit Hall. "Esteemed guests, may I take your order?" A beautiful waitress, with an elegant demeanor, performed a standard greeting and inquired with a professional smile. Ma Hongjin became utterly entranced by the stunning beauty before him. With Sui Hua long gone, he was still brooding over his frustrations. Upon seeing such an exquisite woman, he found it hard to maintain composure. The waitress subtly glanced at him while maintaining her smile, patiently awaiting their response. Tang San took the menu from her hands and began to peruse it, but Xiao Wu snatched it away and energetically pointed to several items. This one, and this one. Let's have them all. Tang San cast her a sidelong glance, pondering her thoughts. Very well, please allow me a moment. The waitress performed a graceful bow and smiled, turning to depart. Goodness. No wonder he is the holy son of the spirit hall. He truly knows how to indulge himself. Even the staff at this hot pot restaurant are such exquisite beauties. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, smacking his lips in admiration. It appears that the holy son of the spirit hall is quite the dandy, Ning Rongrong remarked disdainfully. Upon hearing this, immediately took offense. Rongrong. One cannot judge their employer solely based on the appearance of a waitress. She is merely striving to provide excellent service to patrons. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at him. He had never before defended her on behalf of an outsider. How could he, after merely spending a month in the spirit hall, so fervently advocate for him? Emophone. Noticing Ning Rongrong's gaze, hastily averted his eyes and said, Rongrong, I am not blaming you nor favoring anyone. We must not solely scrutinize the surface of things. In this world, many establishments employ beautiful girls as servers purely to enhance customer service. It does not imply what you think, that employing a beauty as a server suggests a certain character. Tang San listened quietly to Mo Feng's words, realizing how much he had changed. Previously, he was the type to seize upon the slightest fault of Qian Renlin to disparage him. Yet today he had spoken in his defense. All right. I believe Xiao Feng is correct. We cannot judge merely by appearances. Moreover, today we gather to celebrate Xiao Feng and Xiao San's safe return, so let us refrain from further commentary. Dai Mubai interjected swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. Esteemed guests, your orders are ready. May we enter? Please do. Ning Rongrong was pleasantly surprised by how well Qian Renlin managed his subordinates. She had never encountered such courteous servers before. She felt her previous remarks had been excessive, but her feelings stemmed from the fact that he had taken away her beloved man. Tang San and Dai Mubai nodded in agreement with Rongrong's sentiments. In the past, whenever they dined out, the servers had been indifferent, and they often waited an eternity for their meals. Esteemed guests, your orders are here. Please check to ensure everything is correct. Oh, no need. Everything is perfect. Very well. Please enjoy your meal. It must be said that the service at this hot pot establishment was indeed attentive from the moment they placed their order. It took less than 15 minutes for all the dishes to arrive. Wow, red wine. I've never had anything like this before. Back at the academy, I would hear nobles boast about how exquisite red wine is, and now we finally have the chance to taste it, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Spotting the glass-bottled red wine on the table, one could only wonder how this son of the spirit hall conceived the idea of glass production and utilized it for wine. Dai Mubai marveled at the bottles of red wine on the table, acknowledging his brilliance. It is worth noting that prior to this, glass did not exist on Douluo Continent. Mirrors were crafted from colored glazed materials, which obscured one's true appearance. It was only through mirrors produced by the Spirit Hall that Oscar discovered he was genuinely handsome, having previously only boasted about his looks. Come, let us all celebrate the safe return of Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Feng. With the Shrek Seven Devils reunited, let us raise our glasses, Dai Mubai declared, standing and lifting his goblet. Congratulations on your safe return, Xiao San. Cheers. Cheers. As Tang San savored the red wine in his glass, he was momentarily taken aback. Its flavor differed significantly from that of the wine provided by Qian Renlin. What is the matter, Xiao San? His friends inquired, observing his perplexity. It's nothing. I happen to have a few bottles of red wine gifted to me by the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Why don't you all give it a try and see if you notice any differences? Tang San retrieved several bottles from his belt, offering them to his companions. Chapter 92. Appraising the red wine Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily surprised, then tasted the wine Tang San presented. It's nothing special. It's just a bit more robust than the wine sold in stores. Perhaps they saved the finer selections and sold the lesser quality instead? No, it's not just the intensity. There is something peculiar about the flavor, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head in confusion. Tang San sampled the store's red wine once more and found no issues. It was merely composed of fruits and alcohol. However, when he took another sip of the wine from Qian Renlin, an indescribable sensation lingered within. We can't figure it out. There are connoisseurs in the store. Why not have them appraise it? Ma Hongjun suggested, turning his head. Indeed, the wine is produced and sold directly here. They must know the processes and ingredients. If we get it appraised, we will find out. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Fatty, you seem to have become quite clever this time. Humph. I've always been this clever, Ma Hongjun retorted, slightly displeased at the implication that he had only recently become wise. You all continue eating. I'll go and get this assessed. Tang San decided it was prudent to seek an appraisal. He had never truly believed that Qian Renlin was genuinely benevolent. Why had he previously taken him out for a meal? Why had he personally cooked? Why had he gone to the trouble of personally concocting red wine for him? Moreover, he had gifted him several extra bottles to share with his friends. There was certainly something amiss. I'll accompany you. This establishment appears quite luxurious. Appraising the wine will undoubtedly incur a considerable cost, and you likely don't have enough funds. Daimubai rose to join him. No need. I earned quite a bit during the soul fighting in Suatua City. I still have a few hundred gold soul coins on me, which should suffice. Tang San shook his head in refusal. Very well. If you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to seek me out. Remember, we are brothers and partners. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Dai Mubai nodded, not pressing the matter further. All right, Tang San affirmed, nodding emphatically as he picked up a bottle of red wine and turned to leave. Hello, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The attendant at the entrance noticed the wine in Tang San's hand and, thinking there was an issue, greeted him with a smile. Hello. I would like to inquire if there is an appraiser for red wine in your establishment. An appraiser? You must be looking for Master Su. Please, follow me. Thank you. The attendant smiled sweetly, leading him towards the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Su Lao, a guest wishes to see you. Come in. As the door swung open, Tang San was greeted by an elder with an ethereal presence and a flowing white beard, though he would appear even more distinguished without his spectacles. Dear guest, I have brought you here. I appreciate your understanding. The attendant smiled politely, her high heels clicking as she gracefully descended the stairs. Young one, what brings you to me? The elder adjusted his glasses and inquired. Esteemed elder, I humbly seek your assistance in appraising this bottle of red wine that I possess, Tang San replied, first bowing respectfully before raising his gaze. Oh, is there something amiss with this wine? This bottle was gifted to me by a friend. Yet I have noticed it differs from the wines sold in your establishment, hence my request for your expertise. Red wine, also known as grape wine, comes in various varieties, including red and white. Regardless of the type, the ingredients and materials utilized in its production, along with the craftsmanship of the winemaker, yield distinct differences. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for you to perceive discrepancies between this bottle and the wines we offer here, the elder explained. Listening intently, Tang San interjected, Esteemed elder, may I be so bold as to inquire if the ingredients in your red wine are solely fruits? Indeed, regardless of the type, the ingredients are always fruits. Fermented with alcohol, the elder replied casually, though he had never personally crafted red wine. Tang San, having validated his suspicion, continued, Elder, I suspect that this bottle of red wine contains more than merely fruits. It likely includes other components as well, and I would be grateful if you could assist me in identifying them. More than fruits? Bring it forth, so I may examine it. Su Lao furrowed his brow. Which winemaker would dare to adulterate wine with other substances? Stepping forward, Tang San handed the bottle to Su Lao, who accepted it and first inhaled its aroma. Ah, the fragrance is indeed far more potent, he remarked. A seasoned winemaker himself, now in his advanced years, he spent his time teaching the younger generation the art of winemaking. Thus, he could discern much merely by scent. Upon smelling this bottle, he noted that its intensity surpassed that of ordinary wines tenfold. Please, wait a moment, Su Lao instructed, pouring a small amount of wine into his palm and tasting it with his tongue. Is this blood? Su Lao was taken aback. Blood in red wine? This must be the work of an inexperienced fool. What? Blood? Tang San's heart raced at the revelation, prompting him to inquire urgently. Indeed, this bottle contains the blood of a soul beast, and the quantity of one particular ingredient far exceeds that found in typical red wines. What ingredient? Tang San asked eagerly. Spirit Ganoderma, Su Lao responded. Spirit Ganoderma? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The material was ubiquitous, yet he hadn't anticipated its inclusion in the red wine. Remarkable. The Ganoderma lucidum merely served to mask the potent aroma of the wine. The winemakers utilized a fermentation process involving fruits and alcohol, resulting in a pronounced alcoholic scent. To preserve the rich fragrance of the red wine, a small quantity of Ganoderma lucidum is typically added to mitigate the intense alcoholic odor. However, the bottle you presented contains a whole Ganoderma, a quantity vastly exceeding the norm. Hence, an untrained individual would be unable to discern the precise ingredients contained within. Elder, can you help me identify the blood of any soul beast mixed within? Tang San inquired urgently, as he may have already contemplated something significant. That is quite challenging. It likely contains a medley of fruits and a substantial amount of Ganoderma lucidum. Merely smelling and tasting will not reveal the specific soul beast's blood, Elder Su replied, shaking his head. However, you might inquire with your friend. If this bottle of wine was crafted by them, advise them against making red wine privately in the future. Should the Spirit Hall discover this, they will not show mercy. If it is not your friend, you must relay this message to the winemaker. Elder Su adjusted his spectacles, gazing at Tang San. From the methodology and ingredients evident in the wine, he deduced that the creator had engaged in unauthorized production. A grave offense that would result in collective punishment if discovered by the Spirit Hall. Chapter 93. Exposure. Very well, Elder, I shall convey the message. Tang San responded absent-mindedly. Indeed, that would be for the best. Elder Su nodded, presuming that Tang San had consumed the wine and was struggling to reconcile the experience. Understandably, anyone unknowingly drinking blood, be it human or beast, would find it difficult to accept. Noting Tang San's youth, Elder Su surmised that such a revelation would be particularly distressing for him, potentially casting a shadow over any future encounters with red wine. Thank you, Elder. This is a small token of appreciation from me. I implore you to accept it. Tang San, regaining his composure, retrieved a pouch of coins from his storage belt. A storage soul guide? Elder Su observed Tang San's belt and replied, No. Considering your youth and my lack of pressing matters, let this be my free assistance to you. Very well. Thank you, Elder. Tang San acquiesced, nodding firmly. With that, Tang San turned and descended the stairs, his mind laden with heavy thoughts. He harbored an inkling of suspicion, yet he was reluctant to confront it. Hey, Dai Lao. Where are the teacher and the dean? Why aren't they joining us for a meal? Xiaowu mumbled, indulging in her food and drink with abandon. They must be occupied with something. Let us not concern ourselves. Let's eat and drink to our satisfaction first. Dai Mu Bai pondered the peculiarities he had observed during the day concerning Yu Shao Gang and Yu Flinder, casually remarking, Indeed, let us not concern ourselves with their affairs. When we gather tomorrow morning and see your return, the dean and the others will undoubtedly be quite astonished. Ma Hongjun, while tearing at a piece of pork leg, spoke with his head bowed. Tang San stood quietly at the doorway, gazing at the animated conversations among Xiaowu and the others, his gaze drifting into a distant reverie. With a heavy sigh, he focused intently on Xiaowu, his eyes slowly transforming to a deep violet hue. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. As Tang San activated his Purple Extreme Demon Eye, what appeared before him was no longer the familiar figure of Xiaowu. Is this truly the case? Qian Renxue. Did you really believe I could be so naive? Xiaowu has undoubtedly become your sixth spirit ring. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes cold and piercing as he regarded the transformed Lian now resembling Xiaowu. He had sensed something amiss the very first time he encountered Xiaowu. Having been inseparable for 6 years, every nuance of her demeanor was indelibly etched in his memory. When he first laid eyes on Lianer in the sacred Lin Temple, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and when she called him third brother, his suspicions solidified. Yet, he could not bring himself to accept the truth. He feared that Xiaowu had truly met with misfortune. However, upon realizing that the red wine Qian Renxue had offered him was infused with Xiaowu's blood, he could no longer deceive himself. Qian Renxue, the meat you provided must also belong to Xiaowu, correct? How could you be so heartless? We have never harbored any grievances, have we? Xiaowu is such a kind, lovely, and gentle girl. How could you inflict such cruelty upon her? Tang San's eyes blazed with fury as he thought. He vowed once more in his heart that in this lifetime, he would not rest until the spirit hall was obliterated and Qian Renxue vanquished. He swore he would not live as a mere mortal. Taking a deep breath, Tang San turned his gaze towards Imofeng. Given that Xiaowu had already met her demise, it was only natural that Qian Renxue would have no reason to spare Imofeng. To his astonishment, he found that Imofeng remained unchanged, exactly as he had always been. What is the meaning of this? Could he truly be so benevolent? Tang San blinked in disbelief, focusing his attention. Yet what met his eyes was undeniably Imofeng, unchanged and unaffected. No, there must be some difference. Tang San insisted stubbornly. Indeed, it must be the enslavement techniques of Qian Renxue. She must have enslaved Imofeng. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched in determination. Imofeng turned slightly to glance at Tang San, his eyes flickering. Have you discovered something? He smiled faintly, lifting his wine glass for a sip. He showed no concern that Tang San might uncover his true nature. Even if he did, it mattered little, as he had lost all value. He could be obliterated at any moment had it not been for his master's desire to further torment him. Poor little San, cherish these fleeting days while you can. This time it is Xiao Wu, next time it will be you. Xiao Wu, Xiao Feng, I shall one day avenge you. Beneath Tang San's calm exterior lay a profound fury, an anger he had never before experienced. When one reaches the pinnacle of rage, they often appear tranquil, waiting for the moment to erupt. Hey, Xiao San, why are you just standing there at the door? Dai Mubai, seated across from him, looked up at the dazed Tang San with a puzzled expression. Nothing, Tang San replied, his face devoid of emotion as he stepped into the private room. He dared not cast another glance at Xiao Wu, fearful of losing control. Yet, he understood the necessity of patience. He was astute enough to realize that should he act against Xiao Wu at this moment, Qian Renlin would surely take his life. Huh? Do you still wish to torment me? Tang San bitterly thought, consumed by resentment for his own impotence, unable to protect the woman he cherished. He was acutely aware that his adversary intended to inflict suffering upon him, yet he could do nothing. Bang! In a fit of emotion, Tang San crushed the cup in his hand. Hey, Xiao San, what on earth is the matter? Is there something wrong with the red wine? Dai Mubai inquired, frowning as he observed Tang San's evident fury. Do not drink that wine. Tang San snatched the glass of red wine from Ma Hongjun, knowing it had been tainted with Xiao Wu's blood by Qian Renlin. What on earth is happening? Speak up, Ma Hongjun complained. Shut your mouth. Just eat, Tang San retorted, his eyes aflame. No, what is wrong with you? Ma Hongjun asked, bewilderment etched on his face. How did the celebration turn into such a fiasco? I told you to be quiet. Did you not hear me? All right, let us all refrain from speaking. It seems Qian Renlin truly harbors sinister intentions. There must be something unspeakable in that wine. Perhaps he intends to poison us. Dai Mubai interjected hastily. Tang San was clearly incensed, and if Ma Hongjun continued to argue, a fight might ensue. Tang San blinked, his gaze vacantly fixed on the chandelier above. Xiao San, are you all right? Xiao Wu asked cautiously, grasping his arm. Do not touch me. Tang San swiftly recoiled. Wait, Tang San, Xiao Wu has done nothing to provoke you. Just express what troubles you. Ning Rongrong stood, raising her voice at Tang San. Chapter 94. Tang San's Fury Bang. Speak. All you do is talk. How am I supposed to articulate my feelings? Tang San shouted, smashing the wine bottle onto the floor. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Dai Mubai and the others gazed at Tang San in bewilderment. It was their first encounter with his fury. In their recollection, Tang San had always maintained an air of calmness, never raising his voice nor displaying anger. What could have prompted such a reaction today? Xiao San, if something is troubling you, just speak up. Why direct your ire at Rongrong? Mo Feng stood up, cradling the frightened Rongrong, casting a disapproving glance at Tang San. Tang San's eyes, cold and bloodshot, bore into him, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He harbored an overwhelming desire to eliminate Mo Feng, yet how could he do so? He was outmatched in strength and at a loss for words. Would Dai Mubai and the others believe that someone could wield the power to enslave others merely through a gaze? Would Ning Rongrong believe it? She stood fiercely in defense of Mo Feng, unhesitatingly placing herself between them. Even if she knew that the figure before her was no longer the same Mo Feng she cherished. As they observed the blood seeping from Tang San's hands, Dai Mubai and the others began to grasp that something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, why would Tang San be so enraged? However, with Tang San consumed by his anger, they felt uncertain about how to approach him. It seemed that their meal together would not come to fruition today. It was time to return home. Xiao San, take a moment to collect yourself. Whenever you feel ready to share, we will be here, Dai Mubai stated earnestly before turning to settle the bill. Xiao San. Xiao Wu quietly approached Tang San, attempting to grasp his hand. Though she was a puppet, her essence remained innocent. Qian Renlin had merely implanted memories of Xiao Wu within her. Thus, aside from her differing personality, she was fundamentally the same as Xiao Wu, merely possessing a different heart to accompany Tang San. Despite her ignorance of love, her memories compelled her to be by his side, to love him, and to support him. Perhaps Qian Renlin sought to craft a flawless puppet, or perhaps he simply disregarded the life of Lianer, indifferent to whether she genuinely fell for Tang San. In Qian Renlin's mind, if they were to truly fall in love, he would find delight in it. You all should leave. I wish to be alone for a while, Tang San said coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu before departing. Sighing at Tang San's desolate figure, Ma Hongjun and the others could only express their regret. They were oblivious to the turmoil within Tang San and could not comprehend his feelings, let alone empathize with him. Let him be. He needs solitude, Daimubai remarked, shaking his head as he watched Tang San depart. Xiaofeng, from now on, you shall stay with me, Ning Rongrong said, shyly lifting her gaze to Mo Feng. Will the teachers approve? Mo Feng feigned hesitation, aware that in Shrek Academy, males were prohibited from entering the female dormitories. What significance does this hold? Previously, Xiao San and Xiao Wu had already moved into the same dormitory. Rest assured, the Heaven Do Royal Academy imposes no restrictions on the personal lives of its students. Ma Hongjin raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he spoke to Mo Feng. Mo Feng nodded. Aware that the Heaven Do Royal Academy is an institution for the nobility, with all its students hailing from aristocratic backgrounds. The Douluo Continent has long advocated for the cultivation of emotional bonds from an early age, whether among nobles or commoners. Families often establish engagements for their children even before birth, so it is natural that the academy does not oppose students pursuing romantic relationships. After all, such matters are personal affairs, and it is the responsibility of their respective families to manage them. What concern is it of the academy? As they stepped outside, watching Tang San recede into the distance, a smile crept upon Mo Feng's lips as he pondered something unknown. I found myself adrift in this utterly mundane and dimly lit street, the cacophony in the air truly amplifying my sense of solitude. Tang San ambled through the bustling streets of Heaven Do City like a soulless being, the myriad lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet his vision was shrouded in a pall of gray. The warm glow of street lamps offered him only a bitter chill. And amidst the couples and the laughter of lively crowds, he felt profoundly out of place, engulfed in loneliness. Tang San walked on, aimlessly, without purpose or direction. I am Xiao Wu the dancer. If you must seek a relative, I wouldn't mind being your sister. Come, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Humph. I shall only be a sister, never a younger sibling. Can I not call you brother? Xiao Wu vowed never to part from her brother, not even in death. Brother. Remember, if you were to die, I would accompany you. Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what? For always being by my side. Do not be disheartened. Your father has merely left temporarily. One day, you will reunite. Perhaps his departure is simply to allow you to grow stronger, to become more resilient. If you continue down this path, would I not be betraying his intentions? At last, Xiao Wu, Tang San could no longer contain his tears. He lifted his gaze to the moon above, which was full and bright, surrounded by a handful of stars, one of which shone particularly brilliantly. Xiao Wu, you have always been watching over me, haven't you? Do you feel the same? Your departure is merely to aid my growth and fortify my spirit, is it not? Tang San whispered softly. After a prolonged moment, his previously clenched fist relaxed, determination glimmering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, turned, and walked towards a mooncake shop. The Stardow Forest. Tang San slowly approached, having journeyed at full speed for half a month from Heaven Do City to the Stardow Forest. Gazing at the forest before him, which resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, he paid no heed to the shouts around him and resolutely strode forward. Xiao Wu, once I have consumed all of your blood, we shall never be separated again. On a small hillside, Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the 6 bottles of red wine and a plate of minced meat, gifts bestowed upon him by Qian Renxue before his departure. With determination in his eyes, he reached out and grasped a bottle, finishing all 6 without a single drop remaining, each infused with Xiao Wu's blood. After drinking the wine and consuming the meat, he didn't need to ponder, it was undoubtedly all rabbit meat from Xiao Wu. How immense was Xiao Wu's true form? The 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit was no smaller than a juvenile tiger, making it impossible to finish in one sitting. Chapter 95, The Killing God's Third Trial. As tears streamed down his face, Tang San resolutely finished his meal. He then dug a pit in the ground before him, placing the wine bottles and the dish into it. Once he completed this task, he removed his cloak and tossed it into the pit, burying it all together. Xiao Wu, this way, no one can ever separate us again. We shall never part from each other. Absorb the spirit ring, Tang San firmly declared in his mind. With his words, a powerful wave of spirit energy surged from within him. His Haotian hammer martial spirit involuntarily manifested in his left hand. The spirit ring granted by the killing god was not of his choosing, but rather the Haotian hammer was selected by the divine. As the Haotian hammer appeared, a deep black, slightly crimson spirit ring materialized around it. This is, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment at the deep black and red spirit ring, recognizing it as a characteristic of a spirit ring close to 90,000 years. Before he could fully comprehend, the energy from the spirit ring forcefully surged into his body, disregarding whether he could withstand the power of a 90,000-year spirit ring. Tang San cried out in pain as the sudden influx of spirit energy ravaged his body. If Qian Renxue were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. For it is well known that the divine spirit rings bestowed by the gods are assigned according to the physical limits of the spirit master. Yet, Tang San was only at level 40. How could he possibly endure a 90,000-year spirit ring? Without the celestial herb, he could not even withstand a 10,000-year spirit ring without risking his life. Evidently, Tang San's body had swelled to the size of an 800-pound behemoth, his skin flushed, blood vessels ruptured, and his eyes wide open like copper bells. Divine realm. Killing God. What on earth are you doing? What were you thinking? Granting this young boy a 95,000-year spirit ring? Are you not aware he cannot possibly endure it? The god of Shura stormed into the abode of the god of slaughter, his presence heralded by an imposing sound before his arrival. The god of slaughter, evidently taken aback by this turn of events, expressed his surprise. Wait, is this not the individual you have shown interest in from the spirit hall? Why then do you concern yourself with my successor? He initially chuckled awkwardly before staring blankly at the god of Shura. The god of Shura found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this was not his successor. So what was there to worry about? Do not presume I am oblivious to your trivial affairs. Were it not for the emergence of that enigmatic Qian Renxue, you would have set your sights on this young lad named Tang San, remarked the god of slaughter, casting a sidelong glance at the god of Shura. Had it not been for the unforeseen variable of Qian Renxue, would Tang San even be in contention? Upon learning that the god of cultivation had taken a liking to Qian Renxue, the god of slaughter decisively descended upon Tang San from afar. It is noteworthy that there exists no legacy site of the god of slaughter on the Douluo Continent. In fact, the denizens of Douluo Continent were entirely unaware of such a divine abode. They were only acquainted with the angel god, the sea god, and the ice god, who had fallen in battle against the dragon god. You might do well to pay more attention to your precious successor. Do not think I am unaware of your anxiety regarding Qian Renxue's possession of a soul ring that has existed for 100,000 years. Your urgency, born from a reluctance to be outdone, has led you to this flawed scheme, the god of Shura scoffed, dismissively waving his sleeve as he departed. In his earlier days as a first-level deity, the god of slaughter and the god of Rakshasa had been his fiercest rivals. Now, as one of the 5 adjudicators of the divine realm, the god of slaughter recognized the futility of his endeavors. He sought to gain an upper hand through his successor. Otherwise, given the bond between Tang San and Qian Renxue, selecting Tang San as his successor was simply untenable. From every conceivable angle, Tang San was woefully inadequate and lacked any qualification to compete with Qian Renxue. Sighing, the god of slaughter observed the suffering of Tang San below, his visage marred by concern. Clearly, he was inexperienced in such matters. Tang San was, after all, his first successor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within the god of slaughter. Just as Tang San was on the verge of collapse, his blue-silver grass martial spirit manifested in his right hand. Kid, consider this a stroke of luck for you, the god of slaughter remarked, observing Tang San with a hammer in his left hand and grass in his right. As the blue-silver grass emerged, Tang San's inner soul power split into 2, with half flowing into his martial spirit. However, this was of little consequence, even when divided. The 95,000-year soul rings remained formidable, far beyond what Tang San could bear. It seems this is the only course left, the god of slaughter thought silently, watching Tang San endure his agony. Under the god of slaughter's manipulation, the excess soul power within Tang San began to surge into the very bones of his body. Tang San's entire skeletal structure began to emanate a luminous white light, crystalline and pure, devoid of any impurities. As he refined his soul power, his previously swollen physique gradually returned to its former state, undergoing significant transformation. He grew several centimeters taller, and his features became markedly more handsome. His deep, dark eyes sparkled brightly, complemented by arched brows and an impressive forehead. His straight nose and well-defined lips framed a face resembling a silver plate, far surpassing his previously ordinary appearance. He exuded an air of elegance and charm, such that his looks could rival those of an Oscar winner. Coupled with his composed demeanor, he would surely attract more admirers than any Oscar winner. Of course, he could not compare to the flawless, almost otherworldly Qian Renlin. One was a figure from a comic, while the other was an ordinary mortal born of flesh and blood. There was simply no basis for comparison. As Tang San gradually regained a semblance of consciousness, the first thought that crossed his mind was to cultivate the Xian Tian skill, along with the Xian Yu hand. He still possessed a substantial amount of soul power within him. If he did not seize the moment to cultivate, the god of slaughter would dissipate the excess soul power within him. for Tang San could already feel the surplus soul power rapidly flowing out of his body. After a night of cultivation, his internal soul power had nearly vanished. The 90,000-year soul ring had dispersed into segments of 15,000 years each, which was the limit he could endure following the god of slaughter's physical transformation. After accounting for the several thousand years of soul power used in cultivation, the remaining 60,000 years' worth of soul power had all seeped away. How wasteful. Observing Tang San still reveling in his accomplishments, the god of slaughter in the divine realm scoffed disdainfully, noting the vast distance between him and the designated successor of the divine training. It was unfortunate that he was a prodigy with twin martial souls. Yet he had achieved so little. Was this all? The second trial of the god of slaughter was complete. The third trial: enter the depths of the Douluo forest and seek the blue-silver king. Just as Tang San was lost in reflection, that familiar, emotionless voice resonated once more in his consciousness. Entering the Douluo forest to search for the blue-silver king? Tang San's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Rest assured, Xiaowu, Brother San will strive to grow stronger. One day, I shall personally tread into Spirit City, obliterate the Spirit Hall, and slay Qian Renlin to avenge you. Tang San declared firmly as he gazed at the small mound of earth before him. And Xiaofeng, as a brother, I will also ensure his liberation. Chapter 96, The Blue-Silver King Mother. In the Hall of the Pope, Qian Renlin calmly gazed into Bibi Dong's eyes as he spoke. I have heard that you captured Tang Hao's son and then released him? Bibi Dong, gripping the Pope's staff, inquired while seated upon the Pope's throne. Indeed, mother. That is true. Why? The reason I released Tang San was to lure out the location of the Haotian clan. Oh, what are your plans? Bibi Dong inquired with notable interest. It is essential to understand that the Soul Hall has kept the 10-year soul hunting plan a secret from Qian Renlin. Now is not the opportune moment, for Qian Renlin is still but a child. However, given Qian Renlin's intellect and the assassin organization he has established, uncovering this matter would not be a challenge for him. Thus, she wished to discern Qian Renlin's thoughts. Presently, the only entity posing a threat to our Soul Hall is the Haotian sect. Setting aside the formidable ancestor of the Haotian sect, who possesses considerable strength, even its disciples are extraordinary. Should they be endowed with power, they would undoubtedly become the greatest menace to our Soul Hall in the future. Qian Renlin stated with piercing clarity. In truth, he did not regard the Haotian sect with much concern. To him, they were merely a collection of buffoons. Yet, he could not disclose to Bibi Dong that his primary desire was simply to torment Tang San. Moreover, the disappearance of the Haotian sect's ancestor, Tang San, for decades has rendered his current prowess unfathomable. Should he return to the Haotian sect, he would become the most significant obstacle to our Soul Hall's ambitions of unifying the continent, potentially dismantling the soul hunting plan that has been in preparation for 10 years. Therefore, we must not allow a single individual, Tang San, to jeopardize the grand aspirations of the Soul Hall. The first step for my child is to locate the Haotian sect, then obliterate them, and subsequently execute the plan for unifying the continent. Bibi Dong observed the eloquent Qian Renlin quietly, and she could not help but feel immense satisfaction with her son. His character, intellect, acumen, talent, and strength are unparalleled across the continent. Indeed, as a mother, I plan to initiate the soul hunting plan following the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent, at which point I shall entrust you with full command. This will serve as a form of training for you, as ultimately the Soul Hall will be yours to lead. Though you possess strength and remarkable cognitive abilities, your strategic skills still require refinement. Qian Renlin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would entrust such a significant matter to him. Nevertheless, he promptly replied with unwavering resolve, yes, I shall not disappoint my mother's expectations. Indeed, the reason I summoned you today is that it is time for you to undertake a certain task. Bibi Dong rose and spoke slowly. Qian Renlin was momentarily taken aback. What does mother wish for me to accomplish? Your current combat experience is already exceedingly extensive, and your soul power has reached the 63rd level. Continuing with methodical cultivation will yield little benefit. What does mother mean? Are you aware of the city of slaughter? Bibi Dong gazed intently into his eyes and spoke. The city of slaughter. A shiver ran down Qian Renlin's spine. In the city of slaughter, the only one you can rely on is yourself. I shall not be by your side, nor will I protect you. There are no friends or allies there, only enemies. When you defeat all those who pose a threat to you and secure the championship of the hellish arena, I shall naturally come to retrieve you. A champion, you say? Qian Renlin's gaze turned icy. I will not disappoint mother. I shall not only earn the title of God of Slaughter, but also acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter. Looking at the resolute figure of Qian Renlin as he turned to leave, she said, "Linner, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall and the future Spirit Emperor. These are trials you must endure. I am here, in the depths of the Stardow Forest, amidst a region abundant with blue-silver grass," a magnetic voice, indistinguishable between male and female, resonated within Tang San's consciousness. "Are you calling for me?" Tang San inquired, gazing at the largest blue-silver grass at the center with curiosity. "Indeed, great king, it is I who calls upon you. Who are you? Why do you address me as king?" "Because within you flows a bloodline more noble than mine. If I am the king of blue-silver, then you are the emperor among the blue-silver. To reach your level of bloodline, I would need to cultivate for at least another 15,000 years. Upon meeting you and sensing the aura of your bloodline, I believe I have discovered a path to a more exalted lineage." "Thank you, great king. There is no need for thanks. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your king. I am merely an individual. I am not blue-silver. I merely possess the blue-silver martial spirit." Tang San crouched down, addressing the towering blue-silver grass with an apologetic tone. No. You possess the aura of the blue-silver empress. I would never mistake that. If you were merely an ordinary person with the blue-silver martial spirit, you could not have cultivated to this extent. You carry the bloodline of the blue-silver royal family. The blue-silver emperor has always been a solitary lineage. Only upon the death of the previous blue-silver emperor does the next emerge. Blue-silver emperor. Tang San was taken aback. Could it be his mother? "Great king, your mother is the sovereign of all blue-silver. The blue-silver emperor. You possess the purest bloodline of the blue-silver royal family. The blue-silver martial spirit you possess is the most prestigious of the blue-silver spirits, not merely ordinary blue-silver. All the subjects of blue-silver are your people. Great king, do you not feel the call of your subjects? Though you are human, you are the only one in the world today who carries the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Although my mother was the previous silver-blue emperor, I have yet to perceive any extraordinary qualities within my blue-silver grass martial soul. Perhaps you do not understand. The strength I currently possess has been cultivated through some unconventional means. Indeed, you are correct, in the past. Your blue-silver emperor martial soul bore no distinction from an ordinary blue-silver grass. This is our error. The reason you perceive your martial soul as mundane is that your blue-silver emperor martial soul has not truly awakened, and thus you cannot sense its genuine power. Great king, have you not come here for me to aid in the true awakening of your blue-silver emperor martial soul? Most esteemed majesty, how could a mere ordinary awakening possibly rouse your noble bloodline? In this vast land, I am the longest living blue-silver grass aside from you. Thus, I am the blue-silver king. Today, I am finally in your presence. As your eternal subordinate, we shall forever safeguard you. Will you protect your subjects for eternity?" The blue-silver king joyfully proclaimed. "Great majesty, please feel the reverence your subjects have for you." As the blue-silver king's words fell, thousands of azure blue-silver grasses bowed their heads in unison towards Tang San. "Great king, may you rest in peace in the heavens." This statement was evidently directed towards the deceased blue-silver emperor, Tang San's mother. "Great king, allow me to truly awaken the noble bloodline of the blue-silver emperor within you." Chapter 97, Bloody Mary. The City of Slaughter. I have arrived. In front of a secluded tavern in the extreme north, Qian Renlin softly spoke. "What would you like to order?" asked a service attendant clad in black. With an indifferent expression, "Bring me 100 Bloody Marys." Qian Renlin replied with equal indifference. "Are you certain?" The attendant's expression changed slightly. Qian Renlin coldly glanced at him, prompting the attendant to say nothing further and turn away. Before long, the attendant returned with a large platter, followed by another server carrying a similar dish, each filled with 50 cups of a murky liquid, red with black undertones. "Given your demeanor, you should be aware of the rules here," the attendant stated, placing the platter down with a detached air. "The rule here is that once you order Bloody Marys, you must consume as many as you order if you do not finish them." Qian Renlin gazed calmly at the murky liquid on the table and began to pour it into his stomach in silence. There was no need to inquire. It was undoubtedly human blood. As Qian Renlin continued to drink cup after cup, the expressions of the two waiters shifted dramatically. A few patrons, who initially intended to mock the young lad, now stared at Qian Renlin in astonishment. Surely, he appeared to be merely in his teenage years. Indeed, observing his unwavering demeanor, without a flush to his cheeks or a flutter in his heart, one might suspect he was yet another ruthless killer. I concur. I remember the first time I consumed this substance. I was sick for 3 days and nights. Goodness. At such a tender age, his heart is as ruthless as they come. Qian Renlin had consumed the last drop of the Bloody Mary from the plate, yet he remained indifferent to the overwhelming sin of blood that lingered within the murky liquid. Continuing to drink cup after cup, it was not a mere display of bravado. Rather, he sought to temper his own spirit through this act. Additionally, he aimed to instill a sense of awe in those around him, whom he regarded as insignificant as ants. Unlike Tang San, who often invited ridicule wherever he went, Qian Renlin understood the importance of projecting an image of ironclad ruthlessness. The Bloody Mary was a potent elixir, crucial for his journey into the depths of hell. Gaining entry into the City of Slaughter was no trivial feat. One could not simply stroll in after a single sip of the concoction. One must reveal their merciless side. Of course, this was not his first encounter with blood. He had previously extracted an immense quantity from the colossal form that emerged after Xiao Wu's demise. The blood alone filled an entire vat, and when he transformed it into wine, he produced over 1,000 bottles. Despite his capacity for consumption, he limited himself to a single bottle per day, not due to a lack of tolerance, but because he was not a man of excess. Drinking red wine was merely a ritual in his life. Thus, the act of consuming human blood stirred no turmoil within him. In fact, he felt an urge to exclaim, "Another cup, please." Upon finishing his final drink, Qian Renlin gently set down the glass and silently gazed at the waiter, who understood his unspoken command, "Follow me." Qian Renlin slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the individuals surrounding him as he followed the server. Bang, bang, bang. The very people whom Qian Renlin had scrutinized were instantaneously obliterated into a spray of crimson mist, although they had not overly mocked him. The mere thought had crossed their minds the moment he stepped through the door, and Qian Renlin had never shown an ounce of mercy towards those who entertained such thoughts. The servers in the tavern observed this scene with an expressionless detachment, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Once you officially cross this threshold, you will encounter a gatekeeper. Remember, you are prohibited from utilizing soul techniques, while the gatekeeper imposes no such restrictions. It is not too late to reconsider. The server spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Every day, countless individuals ventured into this realm, yet the overwhelming majority succumbed at this very light barrier, perishing before they even set foot in the City of Slaughter. "Open the door," Qian Renlin uttered with a dispassionate indifference. The prohibition on soul techniques bore no consequence for him. In a setting that imposed no limitations on soul power, he was an invincible entity. Of course, this exclusion did not extend to the god of slaughter, Tang San. With an impassive demeanor, the server produced a palm-sized key. Inserting it into the keyhole, the door swung open, revealing a passage before Qian Renlin. The moment the entrance fully opened, he plunged into the void. A hand pressed against his back, his expression unchanging. The server, eyes wide, stared at the still beating heart on the ground, collapsing in a fit of despair. Indeed, the entrance to the City of Slaughter lay beneath the hollow behind the bar. After traversing the passage for a brief moment, Qian Renlin encountered a soldier clad in black heavy armor, wielding a long spear and mounted on a black steed, appearing as a knight. Qian Renlin gazed silently at the knight before him, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion. With remarkable ease, he discerned that the knight possessed a soul power level of 59, a fact that left him perplexed. How could these challengers have defeated him under the constraints of limited soul abilities? It is worth noting that even Tang San faced considerable difficulty in overcoming this trial. Had it not been for his Haotian hammer and the chaotic wind, he too would have succumbed here. Boom. The Guardian, upon noticing the newcomer, took a decisive step forward in silence, the sound of his heavy boots striking the ground causing a slight tremor beneath their feet. Qian Renlin gazed at the imposing figure of the black-armored knight, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he steadily advanced forward. When the distance between them narrowed to approximately 10 meters, the knight sprang into action. The first soul ring surrounding him gleamed momentarily as he raised his spear and lunged toward Qian Renlin. With a swift motion, Qian Renlin grasped the long spear and, with a forceful pull, lifted the knight into the air. He then flicked his wrist, sending both the knight and his steed crashing violently to the ground. Thud. The knight landed heavily, yet remarkably, he appeared unscathed as he swiftly rose to his feet. Casting a glance at the lifeless black stallion, the second soul ring beneath him glowed brightly, enveloping his soul body in a radiant yellow aura, visibly enhancing his muscular form. This was an amplification soul skill. But the spectacle was far from over. As the knight's third soul ring illuminated, 3 colossal spears materialized around him, hurtling towards Qian Renlin at an astonishing speed, effectively sealing off any escape routes in his vicinity. Qian Renlin calmly gazed at the approaching knight, as he summoned a colossal warhammer in his grasp, striking fiercely against the oncoming spear. This was his unique soul technique, Soul Power Manifestation. Bang! The colossal hammer of Qian Renlin crashed violently against the knight's lance, propelling him through the air with an overwhelming force. The three-pronged spear that had been aimed at Qian Renlin instantly disintegrated into shimmering motes of light. Coughing harshly, the knight pressed a hand to his chest as he gradually rose from the ground. His once formidable black armor lay in tatters, a testament to the might of Qian Renlin's strike. The knight cast a quiet glance at Qian Renlin before sheathing his lance and retreating silently to the side. His head bowed in silence. Qian Renlin sheathed his massive hammer, his left hand resting behind him while his right hand clasped his abdomen. With his head held high and chest out, he strode forward. However, the left hand that lay at his back gradually formed a tight fist. Chapter 98. The City of Carnage, Part 1. Indeed. Just as Qian Renlin passed by, the knight made his move. The martial spirit spear reappeared in his grasp. And as the fifth spirit ring glimmered, the spear in the knight's hand thickened significantly, thrusting fiercely towards the back of Qian Renlin's head. Qian Renlin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tilted his head to the left. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the knight. The knight, startled by Qian Renlin's sudden disappearance, felt a jolt of alarm within. But it was too late to react to the impending danger looming behind him. Qian Renlin's fist came crashing down upon his head with tremendous force. Bang! The skull shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Qian Renlin gazed at the headless corpse on the ground, his expression betraying no emotion, remaining stoic and devoid of any sentiment. Behind him, a colossal purple-black mantis emerged, voraciously devouring the headless body before it. From the knight's grasp, a token slipped and fell. Qian Renlin, with a mere thought, summoned it to his hand and observed the inscription bearing the number 9494. This was his undeniable proof of identity. Qian Renlin reminisced that when Tang San entered, it seemed to be 9528, indicating that within this year, 34 individuals would obtain the qualification to enter the City of Slaughter. Qian Renlin casually stowed away the token in his hand, and only then did he stride out of the passage with a brisk gait. In this realm, every individual is your adversary, even if they are merely a gatekeeper. Against foes, all one can do is eliminate them. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world rife with peril, where one can attain anything they desire, albeit at the cost of their very life. As Qian Renlin crossed the threshold and stood before a majestic gate of blue and violet hues, a deep voice resonated in his ears. He recognized this as the phrase that every newcomer to the City of Slaughter would inevitably hear. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the City of Slaughter. I am your guide. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall elucidate all your questions. After 12 hours, this place shall become your home, and you will officially be a part of the City of Slaughter. Just as Qian Renlin was beginning to absorb the surroundings, a sensuous and enchanting woman approached, her steps as graceful as a caddis. Qian Renlin gazed with keen interest at the woman before him, whose physique could only be described as flawless and whose beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. A subtle smile graced his lips as he silently observed her. This was a land of delight, a paradise of decadence, having existed for a millennium. According to legend, it was a domain left behind by a powerful soul master who had transcended the 100th level. Here, no soul master abilities could be wielded. Survival depended solely on instinct and one's innate strength. Soul power served as the wellspring of this might. Qian Renlin smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth and inquired, I haven't even asked yet. How is it that you have already answered? The woman, with an alluring demeanor, gracefully brushed her bangs aside and responded with a soft laugh. Even if you were to remain silent, I would still discern the question lingering in your mind. For every soul who enters the City of Slaughter poses the very same query. With a playful smile, Qian Renlin inquired, what are the rules here? The response was that here, there are no rules. As a member of the City of Slaughter, one is free to engage in any action. Even those esteemed titled Douluos from outside will find themselves weakened here due to the absence of soul skills. Under the reign of the King of Slaughter, there is no need to fear them. In the City of Slaughter, as long as you possess sufficient strength, you can pursue any desire. However, I must caution you, it is precisely because there are no rules that you may face lethal dangers at any moment. In a sense, this place is a paradise of wickedness. A paradise of wickedness? Qian Renlin's lips curled into a smirk. This was the perfect environment for him, where he could utterly liberate himself and indulge in all his whims. The woman, believing Qian Renlin to be unaware of the situation, continued with a smile, indeed. Many who can no longer survive have no choice but to come here. And what happens after they arrive? They need not worry about being hunted anymore. For every member of the City of Slaughter is under its protection. However, one crucial point I must emphasize is that while entering the City of Slaughter is easy, escaping from here is nearly impossible. Approaching Qian Renlin, the woman playfully lifted his chin and spoke with a breath as fragrant as orchids. Qian Renlin gazed into her eyes and inquired, "How did those who entered here before manage to leave?" According to the records of the Spirit Hall, a total of 8 individuals have exited the City of Slaughter, and he was well aware of the means to achieve it. To escape the City of Slaughter, there exists but one path: to become the champion of the Hell Slaughter Arena, thereby earning the qualification to challenge the Hell Road, which is the only way to break free from the City of Slaughter. What, then, is the nature of the Hell Slaughter Arena? Qian Renlin lowered his gaze and asked. Within the Hell Slaughter Arena, each match consists of 10 combatants of varying soul power levels engaged in deadly combat. Only those who survive until the end can proceed to the next match, and one must triumph in a total of 100 arenas to qualify for the Hell Road. Additionally, one would earn the illustrious title of Slaughter God. The City of Slaughter has existed for over a millennium, during which 8 slaughter gods have emerged. Just a few years ago, a woman successfully navigated the Hell Slaughter Arena and broke free from the Hell Road, leaving this place. Out of the 8, only 3 remain alive to this day: Bibi Dong, Tang Hao, and Tang San. The woman referred to from a few years prior is, of course, Qian Renlin's mother, Bibi Dong. At that time, Qian Renlin had yet to awaken his martial spirit, and Qian Sunji had just passed away a year prior, coinciding with the year Bibi Dong ascended to the rank of title Douluo. That concludes my explanation. If you have any further inquiries, please ask swiftly, in 12 hours. You must enter this very city and officially become a part of the City of Slaughter. Here, you will perpetually confront the specter of mortal danger. Yet, if you possess sufficient strength, you may attain all that you desire and pursue any ambition. Within the City of Slaughter, there exists a dedicated enforcement team, with the great King of Slaughter governing all. The true powerhouses among the enforcement team are soul masters permitted by the King of Slaughter to utilize their soul skills. With the captain being a title Douluo, this implies that harboring thoughts of escaping from here is futile. Instead, you must remain at ease within the City of Slaughter. The only means of departure is to secure victory in the Hell Slaughter Arena and break through the Hell Road. Otherwise, no escape is possible. If that is the case, there is no need to wait for 12 hours. You need not depart. Stay by my side. Ha ha ha. You are quite the jester. I am merely a guide here, tasked with answering the queries of countless individuals who enter this place, and it is simply impossible for me to remain by your side at all times. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. Do I appear to be jesting? Qian Renlin replied calmly, gazing at her. Ah, she chuckled lightly. Countless individuals have sought to possess me upon entering here. Yet they have all met their demise at the hands of the enforcement team. If you wish to have me, you must constantly face the relentless pursuit of the enforcement team of the City of Slaughter and contend with the animosity of all its members. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Chapter 99, The City of Slaughter, Part 2. I have faith in my strength. Qian Renlin effortlessly lifted her in his arms, resolutely making his way towards the gates of the City of Slaughter. Such a sensuous and exquisite creature was undoubtedly irresistible to him. With a discerning glance, he recognized her as a maiden untouched. Encountering an unspoiled woman in the City of Slaughter was nearly impossible. The woman, with a seductive smile, wrapped her arms around his neck and teased, "How old are you? Can your body handle this?" In the City of Slaughter, women existed solely to serve men. Yet, she had been fortunate enough to secure a position as a guide, thus sparing herself from the brutalities inflicted by men. However, after years of being devoid of male companionship, her desires had inevitably awakened, yearning to experience the intimate connection between man and woman. Most importantly, Qian Renlin had entered the City of Slaughter through a unique means. She had always possessed a keen intuition, and she believed he would emerge as the 9th god of slaughter. This conviction was the very reason she did not resist him. Soon, you shall understand. Stop. Just as Qian Renlin was about to step through the city gates, the guards at the entrance swiftly blocked his path. A formidable sight met his gaze. 100 black-armored warriors, clad entirely in dark armor, their faces obscured by helmets. You have violated the rules. One of the black-armored warriors stated coldly. Oh, wasn't that knight on horseback already here to see me? Qian Renlin smirked, holding the beauty as he spoke. I am not referring to that. Since the terrifying knight Scott has already fallen to you, you have indeed earned the right to enter the City of Slaughter. But you should never have slain him. The black-armored warrior retorted with a harsh tone. Isn't this the very rule of the City of Slaughter? Step aside. Qian Renlin initially responded with a playful smile. Then his demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Humph. Defeating us is the only way for you to leave. As the black-armored warrior concluded his words, the surrounding 99 warriors activated their martial spirits, their long spears aimed menacingly at Qian Renlin. If you seek death, then do not blame me. Qian Renlin licked his lips, a wicked smile gracing his face. A ripple of imposing aura emanated from him as a pair of black wings materialized behind him. With a powerful flap, the wings lifted Qian Renlin into the sky. Qian Renlin cast a fleeting glance at the enchanting beauty nestled in his embrace, a wicked smile gracing his lips. With a powerful flap of his wings, countless shimmering scales erupted, cascading down towards the armored warriors below. Bang! 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 The black-armored soldiers hastily brandished their spears in a futile attempt to fend off the relentless onslaught of soul-infused scales. Yet, how could these paltry beings, mere soul kings, withstand the formidable force of scales conjured from Qian Renlin's immense soul power? To their horror, the warriors realized that the scales multiplied with each strike. For every one they managed to deflect, two more emerged to slash at them, rendering their defenses utterly hopeless. You have won. You may enter. One of the black-armored soldiers exclaimed in desperation. Humph. Since you have offended me, may you repent in the true depths of hell. Qian Renlin observed the valiant resistance of the soldiers below, a glint of coldness in his gaze. The beauty in his arms, witnessing this moment, found him irresistibly captivating, exuding strength and dominance, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck and kiss his lips. Qian Renlin no longer paid them any heed, gazing into her eyes as she reciprocated the kiss. This kiss lingered for an eternity, so prolonged that the armored warriors below were oblivious to their own demise. Ahem! Ahem! When the enchanting beauty felt on the brink of asphyxiation, she hastily released her lips, breaking into a fit of coughing. Qian Renlin opened his eyes and glanced below, gently descending to the ground. Behind him, a colossal purple mantis materialized, inhaling deeply as it consumed 100 fallen warriors. After completing this grim task, Qian Renlin unfurled his wings and soared towards the city. Come to me. In the air, the enchanting beauty nestled in Qian Renlin's embrace exhaled softly, her breath fragrant as orchids. For 20 long years, she had been born and raised in the city of carnage, each day a torturous ordeal steeped in darkness, emptiness, and despair. She existed like a soulless puppet, guiding newcomers through this hell while constantly guarding herself against being sullied by their presence. But now, fate had smiled upon her. She had encountered someone who stirred her heart. For the first time, she savored the exquisite pleasure of a kiss, rekindling her hope for a fulfilling life. Her world, once draped in shades of gray, now shimmered with vibrant colors. She yearned to escape this infernal existence with the boy she adored and return to the mainland to live a life of joy. However, as these thoughts crossed her mind, a shadow of melancholy clouded her gaze. She was the most beautiful woman in this realm, yet she bore the heaviest burdens, for all others around her were lost souls, steeped in darkness and despair. Only she longed for the splendor of the world above, dreaming of bearing children with the boy who held her close. Yet, she felt powerless. From the moment of her birth, her fate had been irrevocably sealed. Qian Renlin lowered his gaze, silently observing the beauty in his arms, whose expression remained as impassive and aloof as ever. She was merely a diversion for him amidst the carnage of this hellish battlefield, having spent 100 days here. At that moment, they found themselves in the outskirts of the city of slaughter, a realm shrouded in gloom, decay, and desolation. Occasionally, gaunt figures resembling mere shadows of humanity could be seen wandering about. Upon catching sight of Qian Renlin's strikingly handsome yet sinister visage, their eyes flickered with a glimmer of recognition, but upon noticing the woman in his embrace, they recoiled in fear, hastily retreating as though confronted by a specter. It seems your status here is quite extraordinary, Qian Renlin remarked to the beauty in his arms, observing the terror-stricken faces surrounding them. Indeed, I am one of the emissaries of the King of Slaughter. Here, no one dares to challenge the authority of the king, she replied, a hint of pride illuminating her features. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Did you not desire their admiration? Humph. Do I appear fearful? Qian Renlin responded with a cold smile. The existence of the city of slaughter serves the spirit hall, and the so-called King of Slaughter is, in essence, merely a hound of the spirit hall. After all, where do the countless prisoners in the Purgatory Tower come from each month? From where do the food and resources of the city of slaughter originate? Were it not for the necessity of the city to assist the spirit hall in detaining the most heinous criminals, the spirit hall would have long since obliterated this place. As they traversed through the outer city, Qian Renlin and his companion arrived before a relatively imposing wall, and without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the inner city. Within its confines, there were no guards, for anyone daring enough could enter at any time. However, this also meant the absence of any personal safety in the outer city. Where fighting was prohibited, their lives were significantly safeguarded. But the inner city was a different realm altogether, a true city of slaughter. Chapter 100. The city of slaughter. The inner city was markedly distinct from the outer city, if the latter was a realm of silence and indifference. The former was a world of opulence and madness, ablaze with vibrant colors and lights. The population within the inner city far surpassed that of the outer city, contrasting sharply with its tranquil atmosphere. Inside the inner city, chaos reigned supreme, filled with raucous laughter, anguished cries, and a cacophony of unsettling sounds echoing through the air. Qian Renlin merely cast a casual glance and beheld several burly men of the Han dynasty tormenting a woman, while a crowd rallied around them, cheering in support. Nearby, a group of ruffians mercilessly assaulted a young man, heedless of his pleas for mercy. Additionally, several scoundrels were forcefully grappling with a young girl, tearing at her flesh and devouring it, while a menacing figure of the Han dynasty engaged in inappropriate acts upon her. Truly, this was a den of iniquity. It was no wonder that the inmates of the Hell Tower felt no remorse for devouring the flesh of others. Evidently, they had long indulged in such vile deeds. A smirk curled at the corner of Qian Renlin's mouth as he took in this grotesque tableau with fascination. "Hey, you little brat, what are you staring at? Get over here," bellowed one of the brutish men, who was in the midst of his lewd activities, upon noticing Qian Renlin's nonchalance. The woman, regarding the brute with a gaze akin to that of one witnessing death, revealed a hint of disdain, being cradled in Qian Renlin's arms. The brute was oblivious to her expression. Had he been aware, even 100-fold of his courage would not have compelled him to provoke Qian Renlin. "You are courting death." Qian Renlin's eyes turned icy as he locked his gaze upon the man. In an instant, the brute was obliterated by the very soul energy within him, reduced to a mere mist of blood, leaving him unaware of his demise. The onlookers regarded Qian Renlin with terror, akin to gazing upon a demon. The ruffian, who had been gnawing at the girl's arm, widened his eyes in horror, pointing a trembling finger at Qian Renlin, unable to articulate a single word. Boom. In a similar fate to that of the brute, he too was annihilated for daring to point at Qian Renlin. The remaining bystanders hastily averted their eyes, daunted by the fact that one mere glance could reduce a man to nothingness, something even a titled Douluo could not accomplish. Humph. Qian Renlin scoffed coldly before turning away and stepping into a relatively clean room. He just glanced at him, and he was obliterated into a mist of blood? This is the reincarnation of a god of death. A true god of death. The surrounding villains whispered in fearful astonishment as they watched Qian Renlin depart. Qian Renlin paid no heed to the clamor of the outside world as he strode into a courtyard, forcefully kicking open a door to a room, and entered with a beautiful woman in his arms. Upon witnessing a crowd jostling within, Qian Renlin cast a cold glance their way and commanded, "Get out. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? You insolent brat. Do you have any idea who I am? You are the very first in this inner city to dare address me in such a manner." The middle-aged man, vigorously engaged in his own pursuits upon the bed, initially mistook the intruder for a foe, his bravado instantly evaporating in fear. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a young boy, he was engulfed in a fit of rage. He was one of the 3 notorious overlords of the inner city, Lin Jing, a man who had achieved 24 consecutive victories in the hellish arena of slaughter, earning the moniker of Overlord among the residents. In this realm, only the law enforcement and the other 2 overlords would dare to provoke him. The beautiful woman nestled in Qian Renlin's embrace cast a sidelong glance at the furious middle-aged brute and remarked to Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin paid no heed to his identity as a demon king or a ghost king. With one hand, he cradled the beauty, while with the other, he seized Lin Jing by the neck and hurled him out the door. Before Lin Jing could utter a word, a soul-force sword pierced his throat, and he perished, clutching his neck in despair. The unfortunate Lin Jing, one of the 3 infamous demon kings of the City of Carnage, met his demise in the midst of intimacy, slain by an uninvited intrusion. The woman on the bed gazed at Qian Renlin in sheer terror, pleading, "I implore you, do not kill me. I shall comply with any request you may have. I only beseech you, spare my life." Qian Renlin cast a disdainful glance at her, and with a mere gesture, he grasped her neck. "You have sullied my sight." With a swift motion of his arm, the woman was violently flung out the door, crashing against the wall, her eyes still reflecting terror even in the face of death. Qian Renlin ignited the bedding on the bed, then retrieved a brand new silk sheet from the ring and spread it across the bed, carelessly tossing the beautiful figure in his arms onto it. "Oh dear. You are so wicked. You truly do not understand how to cherish and protect a delicate beauty," she exclaimed, casting a reproachful glance at Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin remained silent, swiftly shedding his garments and collapsing upon her. A night without words ensued. As the violet sunlight streamed into the room, Qian Renlin's eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing his eyes. This was the most serene slumber he had experienced in the 13 years since his transmutation. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to using women as pillows. Thus, in this life, aside from being with Douluo Yin, sleeping alone felt rather unusual. The beauty nestled in Qian Renlin's embrace hesitated momentarily before speaking. Qian Renlin retrieved a spirit smoke from the ring and placed it between his lips. With a flick of his fingers, flames erupted, and he inhaled deeply, speaking, "Do you wish to leave this place?" The enchanting beauty shifted into a more comfortable position in his embrace, her fingers tracing over his abdominal muscles. Though she remained silent, Qian Renlin could discern her thoughts. "First, take me to the slaughterhouse in hell." After a prolonged silence, Qian Renlin exhaled the spirit smoke and spoke. The beauty's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet she understood her fate. Even if Qian Renlin wished to take her away, it would be impossible. Of course, this was due to her ignorance of Qian Renlin's true identity and formidable power, for he could effortlessly escort someone away. Taking a deep breath, she rose from the bed. As a soul master with considerable soul power, the minor pain she had experienced was inconsequential, and her lower body quickly healed. After she had bathed and dressed Qian Renlin, a woman entered the room. She was a maidservant taken in by Lin Jing, tasked with attending to his grooming, dressing, and meals. Today, she had come to deliver breakfast. However, upon entering, she was met with a strong scent of blood. As she glanced sideways, she discovered the newly acquired female slave lying against the wall. Her eyelids fluttered with fear as she cautiously approached the room. Upon reaching the doorway, her eyes widened in horror, and the meal box she held slipped from her grasp. She beheld her master, Lin Jing, lying in a pool of blood. Swish! The meal box, falling towards the ground, was drawn away by an invisible force. The maid steadied herself, only to find a strikingly handsome, yet sinister youth seated at the table, the meal box now in his possession. "Who are you?" the maid stammered, her face a portrait of terror, as her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 101. The envoy of Huaji who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your master is dead. From this day forth, I am your master. You shall serve me as you did him, preparing my meals daily. Qian Renlin declared, gesturing towards Lin Jing's lifeless body, I still wide in shock. Why yes. The maid quickly nodded, her voice quaking with fear. To her, serving anyone was inconsequential, as long as she could ensure her safety from harm within the inner city and remain alive in his presence. First, dispose of the body and clean up the blood on the floor, Qian Renlin instructed, opening the meal box to extract its contents. The sight of the corpse and blood had no effect on him. He was simply hungry and desired his meal. Fortunately, the maid had prepared 2 servings of breakfast. Otherwise, the beauty would have gone without. The maid, also a soul master, had no difficulty moving the body. As she tidied up, Qian Renlin began his breakfast in the city of slaughter, accompanied by the envoy of the king of slaughter, the beautiful woman. Could you tell me your name? She inquired. Fiddling with the food in front of her, her gaze lowered. Lin, he replied. Qian Renlin hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. He longed to use his previous life's name once more. He missed home. He missed his father. The name Lin was indeed splendid. Your family must have high hopes for you. I am called Shueyo. Shueyo furrowed her brow and said with a smile. She was utterly oblivious. How could she claim the name was splendid? She did not even know the meaning of Lin. In the Douluo Continent, there were no Qian soul beasts, nor any martial souls of the Qian variety. Moreover, having spent her entire life in the city of slaughter, she could not even write a single character. How could she possibly comprehend the meaning of Lin? Qian Renlin listened to these words, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. Qian Renlin shook his head with a bitter smile, dismissing further thoughts. In this lifetime, he was Qian Renlin, the holy son of the spirit hall, and everything from his past life was no longer of concern to him. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Shueyu led Qian Renlin to the entrance of a peculiar building located at the heart of the city of slaughter. The structure was characterized by its black, oval shape, reminiscent of a nest-like architecture found in the capital of a certain nation on Water Blue Star. Yet here, the base was broader, tapering as it ascended. Towering at a height of 50 meters, its exterior encompassed an area of approximately 1,000 square meters, comparable to the Seoul Arena of Soto City. The imposing edifice evoked a profound sense of oppression, standing as the tallest building in the city of slaughter. Qian Renlin surmised that this must be one of the most significant structures in the city. Upon entering, one was required to register with their identity badge and then await the commencement of the competition. During this period, any form of private conflict was strictly prohibited. Each battle within the slaughter arena would feature 10 participants, and the objective was straightforward: eliminate the other 9 and be the last one standing, by any means necessary. Shuiyu gently wrapped her arms around Qian Renlin's waist, resting her head against his chest with a tone of concern. The onlookers and guards around them cast curious glances at their intimate display. In the city of slaughter, everyone recognized Shuiyu, the emissary of the king of slaughter, leading to their bewilderment at her closeness to this young man. "Ah, is that not our esteemed emissary, Shuiyu? What is this? Have you become so desperate as to seek the company of a mere child?" A derisive voice echoed just as Qian Renlin reveled in the tenderness of the moment. Qian Renlin raised his gaze with a cold demeanor, encountering a woman clad in black with a veil obscuring her face. Through the sheer fabric, he discerned her features, which, while delicate, struck him as rather unremarkable. Shuiyu frowned at the veiled woman before turning to Qian Renlin, stating, "She is another envoy of the king of slaughter, Huaji. I am addressing you, yet you seem oblivious to my presence." The veiled woman, feeling utterly disregarded by the two, retorted with disdain, "I assumed you were merely an unsightly jester, hidden from the light. Is it that your lack of male affection has driven you to vent your frustrations?" Shuiyu scoffed, "And what I do, or how I choose to act, is certainly not your concern." As fellow envoys of the king of slaughter, a subtle rivalry brewed between them. Huaji had long harbored envy and jealousy of Shuiyu's beauty, often seeking to undermine her. However, she was but a mere buffoon, lacking favor in the city of slaughter. And it was only the king of slaughter's indifference to her appearance that allowed her to be appointed as an envoy. Shuiyu slowly confided in Qian Renlin. "How many envoys does the king of slaughter possess?" "2," Shuiyu replied, puzzled by Qian Renlin's inquiry yet still providing an answer. Qian Renlin's gaze flickered. There were only 2 envoys serving the king of slaughter, and one of them was shrouded in a black veil. This envoy from Huaji would undoubtedly become the guide for Tang San when he entered the city of slaughter. Huaji pointed a finger at Shuiyu. Her teeth gritted in a silent fury. Shuiyu was not wrong. She indeed envied the other's beauty and figure, but it was not as she claimed. Shuiyu had garnered the admiration of countless individuals within the city of slaughter through her appearance and physique, which often led her to look down upon Huaji, seeking to provoke her at every opportunity. Yet, Huaji felt powerless. The king of slaughter had prohibited them from clashing. After much effort, she had finally discovered a weakness in her rival, one that seemed to have been delivered to her on a silver platter. However, she had underestimated Shuiyu, who shamelessly engaged in intimate gestures with a young man in broad daylight, taking pride in what should have been a source of shame. "Humph. You should be more concerned about how to apologize before the king of slaughter." Huaji scoffed, turning to leave. "Am I allowing you to depart?" Huaji paused, glancing back at Qian Renlin. "What? Is one envoy from Shuiyu insufficient? Do you wish for me to serve you as well?" "Humph. I am not as shameless as that envoy." "Serve me? Do you believe you are worthy?" "What did you say? Do you not believe that with a mere flick of my finger, you will find no footing in the city of slaughter?" Huaji's eyes turned icy. "Huh. I have heard that you have yet to experience the pleasures of a man, have you not?" Qian Renlin remarked with a hint of intrigue. "What do you mean?" Huaji placed a hand on her chest, regarding him warily. Even Shuiyu had succumbed to him. This young man must possess some extraordinary qualities. But upon reflection, they were in the city of slaughter, right beneath the king's watchful gaze. What could she possibly do? With that thought, she regained some composure. "Nothing of consequence. I merely wished to see what delightful spectacle you would present beneath a man." Chapter 102, The Hellish Arena of Slaughter, Part 1. Ha! Nothing more than a desire to witness your submission beneath a man's embrace. Qian Renlin spoke with a devilish charm. "You dare to insult me? I am an envoy of the king of slaughter." Huaji seethed with rage upon hearing his words, clapping her hands. A group of 12 armored guards surrounded Qian Renlin. "I dare anyone to try," Shuiyu shouted, witnessing the commotion. Yes, envoy Shuiyu. We did not mean to intrude. We shall take our leave." The soldiers summoned by Huaji quickly began to flatter Shuiyu. "You fools." Huaji seethed with fury. "Very well. You shall await the king of slaughter's punishment." "Humph. To offend me and still wish to depart? You are naive," Qian Renlin whispered with a smirk. "Humph." An intangible force enveloped the 12 black-armored soldiers present, and they were horrified to discover that their bodies were no longer under their control. "What have you done to us?" the soldiers exclaimed in terror, directing their fear towards Qian Renlin. I have bestowed upon you a delightful fate, Qian Renlin replied with a sinister smile, as a wave of mental energy penetrated their eyes. For a fleeting moment, the soldiers appeared dazed, but upon reopening their eyes, they revealed a feral glint. What do you intend to do? I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter, and I command you, in his name, to kill him at once. As the soldiers began to shed their clothing, revealing cruel smiles as they approached her, Huaji panicked. Do not come any closer. I command you to cease your intentions immediately. Let go of me. Get away. Do you even know what you are doing? Shuiyu, witnessing the humiliation of the envoy Huaji, expressed her concern to Qian Renlin, saying, You have gone too far this time. She is an envoy of the King of Slaughter, and these soldiers are empowered by him to wield soul force. Your actions are tantamount to slapping the King of Slaughter in the face. He will not let this go unpunished. Humph. Fear not, Qian Renlin replied, planting a kiss on her lips before stepping into the arena of slaughter. Shuiyu cast a final worried glance at him and then at the shouting Huaji, hastily following Qian Renlin. If death awaits, then so be it. Dying alongside him might not be so bad. The guards at the entrance were preoccupied with humiliating Huaji, allowing Qian Renlin to enter the arena with ease, as entry required a sacrifice of a Bloody Mary. Observing Qian Renlin's departure, the onlookers, who had been waiting in the distance, eagerly sought to join the ranks of those humiliating the envoy Huaji. Their thoughts were not devoid of desire, nor were they fearful. It was merely her status as an envoy of the King of Slaughter that had initially restrained them. Now, with a leader to follow, their reservations dissipated. The interior of the Hell Arena was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside, lacking any form of isolation. Surrounding it were tiers of bleachers stretching upwards, while below lay a vast arena measuring over 100 square meters. At that moment, the audience was sparse. Fewer than 2,000 spectators occupied the expansive venue. On the Shura stage, the sounds of agonized screams echoed incessantly. Out of 10 combatants, 8 lay lifeless, leaving only 2 engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Go register me. I wish to participate in the next match, Qian Renlin coldly remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at the melee on stage. Shuiyu nodded, turning to leave. Qian Renlin casually chose a seat near the front and awaited quietly. Shortly thereafter, Shuiyu returned to sit beside him, announcing, Your registration is complete. There are no limits on the number of matches in the arena. As long as 10 participants register, the fight can commence. Very well. Qian Renlin nodded slightly, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Shuiyu leaned against his chest, caressing his skin. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she couldn't shake the feeling that their journey thus far had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any adversaries or complications. Logically, given the nature of their actions, the King of Slaughter should have been aware of their transgressions, having breached the rules and disrespected his authority. Yet, despite the passage of 20 hours, not a single black-armored soldier had appeared. Even the patrolling guards they encountered along the way seemed indifferent to their closeness. What could possibly be the reason for this? Shuiyu contemplated quietly. This was also the reason she had refrained from hindering Qian Renlin's dealings with the guards and Huaji, as an innate sense informed her that his identity was far from ordinary. He was likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall and possibly a high-ranking official. For only those of substantial standing within the Spirit Hall possessed privileges in the City of Slaughter. With this thought, a flicker of hope illuminated her eyes. Perhaps they could truly escape the path of hell and return to the world above. But would he be willing to take me with him? Shuiyu gazed up at Qian Renlin's calm and serene countenance, pondering silently. Just as she was lost in her heavy thoughts, the contest finally reached its conclusion. The last survivor was a towering figure, his face marred by a grotesque scar stretching from the corner of his brow to his chin, now wildly brandishing his bloodied arms and roaring with fervor. Hatred! 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 The audience below erupted in raucous cheers for the formidable man on stage, their excitement palpable, rendering their voices hoarse. Qian Renlin furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, deeply unsettled by the presence of a voice that did not belong to him. He cast a disdainful glance at the burly man on the stage, silently declaring his demise. This match has been won by contestant 9168. Congratulations to contestant 9168 for achieving a 5-game winning streak and officially advancing into the top 100 of the Slaughter Arena. The next match will commence in 15 minutes. We kindly ask all participants to prepare accordingly. A disembodied voice echoed, indifferent and cold. Meanwhile, the arrogant Hichio waved his arms dismissively, settling cross-legged on the competition platform to meditate. This was still his first match of the day, and he believed his prowess could carry him through another round. After concluding this match, he intended to return for a well-deserved rest, indulging in the company of his newly acquired female slave before preparing for tomorrow's contest. Of course, such aspirations were delightful, yet reality often proved to be quite ruthless. Qian Renlin cast a cold glance at the seated Yin Chou on the stage, feeling an overwhelming sense of disdain. How foolish. Having just survived a harrowing battle, one would think he would conserve his strength, yet here he was, eager to engage in another fight, a truly arrogant and naive individual. After all, not everyone possesses the immense soul power and strength that Qian Renlin wields. So be it. This spares me the wait. A chilling smile crept across Qian Renlin's face as he resolved that the first to fall would be this audacious fellow who irked him so. Chapter 103, The Hellish Arena, Part 2. Time's up. Contestants, please ascend the stage promptly. As the unseen voice echoed, a few individuals emerged from the audience, including a burly man and a gaunt figure with a cold demeanor. Once all had taken to the stage, whoosh, a shadow darted onto the platform with lightning speed, landing less than a meter away from Yin Chou. The other 9 contestants stared in astonishment at Qian Renlin, whose speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that no one present could catch a glimpse of his movement. Even the spectators below gazed in disbelief at Qian Renlin. What was that shadow? How could it move so quickly? Shuiyu stood frozen, her eyes wide as she watched Qian Renlin vanish from her side in an instant. She too had no idea when or how he had ascended. This fellow truly was astonishing. A smile crept onto her lips, radiant and beautiful. The stronger his prowess, the greater her chances of escape. She had come to terms with it, even if Qian Renlin was unwilling to take her away from the city of slaughter. She sincerely wished for his safe passage through the hellish path and back to the mainland above. The contestants on stage exchanged glances, gradually forming a circle to surround Qian Renlin. It seemed they had reached a silent accord to confront him together, before entering the city of slaughter. They were all formidable soul masters of considerable strength, each at least at the Soul King level, and they could undoubtedly recognize Qian Renlin's extraordinary capabilities. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Qian Renlin regarded the surrounding individuals with indifference. I hereby declare the competition commenced. As the resonant voice echoed throughout the arena of carnage, the 9 individuals encircling Qian Renlin swiftly launched their assaults, 8 of them simultaneously advancing toward him, while one audaciously directed their attack towards a nearby companion. Qian Renlin subtly raised his head to behold the individual who defied conventional norms. It was none other than the formidable man known as Yin Chou. With a subtle smile gracing Qian Renlin's lips, a surge of soul power emanated from his being, sending all 9 individuals, including the one named Yin Chou, hurtling through the air as if struck by an invisible force. Qian Renlin regarded the airborne figures with an impassive expression, channeling yet another wave of energy that seemingly immobilized them in mid-air, rendering them unable to move. What is happening? Why can I not move? Yin Chou and the others were struck with panic, desperately attempting to struggle free, only to discover, to their horror, that aside from the movement of their eyes, they were utterly incapable of even lifting a finger. Humph. With a chilling smile, Qian Renlin stepped forward slowly, his eyes turning pitch black as an irresistible force emanated from him. The soul and life force of the 9 individuals surged rapidly towards his eyes. Their terrified screams echoed, but they could only watch in horror as they transformed into mere desiccated corpses. After a moment of silence, the unseen voice declared, Contestant 9494 is the victor of this match. You now have 15 minutes to contemplate whether to proceed to the next round. The next match will commence in 15 minutes. Without a doubt, Qian Renlin was determined to continue. Thus, he adopted an even more arrogant posture than his previous opponent, sitting cross-legged and suspended in midair, closing his eyes to meditate as he awaited the forthcoming battle. In the blink of an eye, Qian Renlin had spent 3 days in the city of slaughter. Aside from the first day spent with Shuiyu, the subsequent days were consumed solely by competitions in the arena and killing within the inner city. Over these 3 days, the number of lives he had claimed reached an astonishing 200. He had participated in only 4 matches in the slaughter arena. After eliminating 27 opponents on the first day, no one dared to enroll again. They were unwilling to confront the demon that was Qian Renlin. Indeed, those in the arena had entirely regarded him as a fiend. Any match involving him would invariably end with his opponents reduced to lifeless husks. However, the slaughter arena was not the most perilous place in the city of slaughter. Here, if one was not participating in the competitions, they merely needed to provide a Bloody Mary each year to ensure their survival. The true danger lay within the inner city, where private conflicts were prohibited in the outer city. and the black-armored soldiers maintained order, alleviating concerns for one's life. In stark contrast, the inner city was a den of vice and a paradise of depravity. Here, one was perpetually faced with unknown threats, and trust was a rare commodity. Even the woman beneath one could potentially wield a dagger to end one's existence. Thus, during these past 2 days, Qian Renlin found himself in a hellish slaughterhouse, constantly confronted by countless foes. After all, no one wished to linger near a figure as fearsome as a god of death, especially with the possibility of facing him in their next match. It was clear to see the precarious situation Qian Renlin found himself in within the inner city. Qian Renlin once again consumed the life force and soul power of the fallen beings surrounding him, savoring the exquisite essence of this delightful sensation. He turned and embraced the alluring waste of Shuiyu, making his way back to the courtyard they had previously occupied. Around him stood a group of fallen beings. Paralyzed by fear, at that moment, they truly comprehended the vast chasm that separated them from Qian Renlin. His terror was palpable, no matter the number of adversaries. In this realm where soul abilities were entirely restrained, Qian Renlin was indeed invincible. The one who had spearheaded the ambush against him was an 84th level soul Douluo. Yet before Qian Renlin, he exhibited no semblance of reaction and was swiftly devoured of his life essence. Now, Qian Renlin's power transcended the limitations of martial soul techniques, rendering the restrictions of the City of Slaughter's soul abilities inconsequential to him. The inability to deploy his soul skills was merely a trivial hindrance. With his formidable strength, he faced these fallen beings, whose abilities were also curtailed, with effortless ease. His devouring prowess had seamlessly integrated into the sacred Lin scripture, even without activating a domain. He could forcibly consume his opponents. His overwhelming presence had coalesced into a tangible force, rivaling that of an ordinary domain, ensuring that none could elude his grasp. Within the confines of his chamber, having just completed a vigorous exertion, Qian Renlin reveled in Shuiyu's massage, while contemplating how to expedite his descent into the path of hell. Given the current pace of events, it was likely that he would face only 1 match per week, amounting to a mere 100 matches over the span of a year. That timeline was far too protracted for his ambitions. The Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent would commence within a year, and he needed to return swiftly. From his understanding of the Chosen One's fate, even if Tang Hao had been rendered powerless, there would still be ancient, unyielding figures who would protect Tang San and his companions. Therefore, confronting the Chosen One necessitated his personal involvement. With his soul power now at 65 levels, he mused that even if he consumed everyone in the City of Slaughter, it would not suffice to elevate him to 70 levels. Qian Renlin pushed Shuiyu aside and slowly descended from the bed, deep in thought. Chapter 104. King of Slaughter. He had already devoured over 200 individuals in the City of Slaughter, resulting in the slightest increase of a single soul power level. It was worth noting that the lowest among these victims was a Soul King, which included a Soul Douluo as well. Such a massive influx of energy had only elevated him by 1 level, underscoring the immense reservoir of soul power within him, now congealed into a viscous liquid. If one were to peer within his being, they would be horrified to witness a vast expanse of lake-like substance residing in his dantian. This lake was filled with a thick, viscous liquid, and it appeared to be on the verge of solidifying. The volume of this soul power was staggering. Even the combined essence of 10 tidal Douluos would scarcely amount to 1/10 of what he possessed. Of course, this was merely the volumetric capacity. The soul power within ordinary tidal Douluos resembled liquid water in consistency. It seemed that only Qian Renlin had the capacity to condense and compress his internal soul power to such an extreme degree. Qian Renlin disregarded the embrace of Shuiyu from behind, gazing at the violet moon suspended in the sky outside the door, and contemplated. It seems the time has come to engage with Tang San. Qian Renlin pondered for a considerable time, realizing that apart from directly confronting the King of Slaughter, he had no other expedient means to traverse the path to hell. The only alternative would be to eradicate all the fallen souls of the City of Slaughter. But that was an impossibility. He would never resort to such measures unless utterly cornered. Setting aside the potential consequences from the King of Slaughter, the Spirit Hall would never permit such a scenario to unfold. Having reached this conclusion, Qian Renlin turned impassively and lifted Shuiyu, placing her gently upon the bed, thus commencing the second enchanting journey of the night. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Qian Renlin and Shuiyu once again arrived at the hellish arena of slaughter. In contrast to their previous visit, Qian Renlin refrained from participating in the competition. Instead, he turned to Shuiyu and said, "You can meet the King of Slaughter, cannot you? Go and inform him that I have matters to discuss." Shueyo's eyelids flickered, her heart racing. She did not expect the strikingly handsome youth to possess such audacity. Boldly requesting an audience with the King of Slaughter. I know what you are thinking. Rest assured, all you need to do is tell him I wish to see him, and he will certainly comprehend. Qian Renlin remarked calmly. Perhaps he truly possesses a formidable background. Let's indulge in this madness. Shueyo swallowed hard, taking a deep breath as she ventured into the shadows beside her. Qian Renlin had not even registered. His figure flickered and appeared on the competition stage. Perhaps it was due to the knowledge that Qian Renlin would come to compete here every morning, that no one dared to sign up for the morning battles in the slaughter arena. It was a certain death, devoid of any chance of victory. Shueyo, trembling with fear, approached the King of Slaughter. However, after she cautiously conveyed Qian Renlin's intentions, she was astonished to find that the King of Slaughter did not seem angered, as if he had been aware of it all along. Great King, would you like to meet him? Shueyo asked, her gaze fixated on the King of Slaughter's crimson eyes that glowed ominously in the darkness. What do you think of his strength? The voice of the King of Slaughter was deep and hoarse. Taken aback, Shueyo did not comprehend why the King of Slaughter posed such a question. But she hastily responded, I believe, at least within the Slaughter City, there is no one who could rival him. However, since he is not truly engaged in combat, I remain uncertain of his actual prowess. After speaking, she sensed something amiss and quickly added, of course, the great king is not included in that statement. You are the illustrious king of the Slaughter City. In our hearts, you are akin to a divine being. The King of Slaughter listened intently, contemplating the pros and cons. Truth be told, he fervently wished for Qian Renlin to perish here, preferably before he even entered the realm of 100 victories. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qian Renlin would proactively seek him out. What could he possibly want? Without a moment's thought, he surmised that the other party must find the gradual nature of the battles too slow and sought to approach him for a direct passage into the road of hell, hoping to break free from that infernal path. This clearly contravened the rules of the Slaughter City. However, he found himself powerless against Qian Renlin. Setting aside his background, it was known that one of the two remaining slaughter gods in the world was his mother. Should he dare to act against Qian Renlin, that formidable presence would undoubtedly descend upon the Slaughter City and obliterate him and everything there. It was essential to note that the slaughter god domain obtained through the road of hell could restore the soul skills of the fallen and allow free passage in and out of the Slaughter City. This was the primary reason he had consistently compromised with the Spirit Hall. The destruction of the Slaughter City would equate to his own demise, a fate he was not willing to face. Yet now, a significant dilemma loomed before him. Should he permit Qian Renlin entry? If Qian Renlin were to succeed in traversing the road of hell, it would deal a devastating blow to the Slaughter City, resulting in catastrophic losses. The fable wall of the Slaughter City bore a foreboding inscription. When the slaughter god descends, calamity befalls hell. Historically, every emergence of a slaughter god had wreaked havoc, leading to severe losses for the Slaughter City. Should Qian Renlin also navigate the road of hell and obtain the slaughter god domain, the consequences would likely be far more terrifying than those posed by previous slaughter gods. This was a scenario he dreaded. The King of Slaughter grasped the crimson goblet before him, filled with a scarlet liquid, and with a decisive gulp, he stood up, striding towards the hall of the slaughter arena. Shueyo was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. Could it be that the King of Slaughter had relented? In the arena of slaughter, Qian Renlin, seated in a meditative posture, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed upwards. A figure was gracefully descending from the heavens. It was a tall man, enveloped in an enormous scarlet leather cloak, his pallid visage accentuated by eyes that glowed a vivid crimson, evoking an immediate sense of awe. As he descended to a height of 5 meters above the ground, he halted, hovering in the air while casting a disdainful glance down at Qian Renlin. An intense, sweet scent radiated from his being, intoxicating to those who encountered it. However, it bore no effect on Qian Renlin. Humph! With a cold glint in his eyes, Qian Renlin harbored a profound disdain for those who dared to look down upon him. He let out a disdainful snort and levitated in the air, meeting his adversary's gaze unwaveringly. The King of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter. Below, the fallen ones erupted into fervent cheers at the mere sight of the King of Slaughter. Despite many voices growing hoarse and barely able to utter a sound, their fervor showed no sign of abating. The King of Slaughter regarded Qian Renlin, who had risen to his level, with a chilling stare. I am well aware of your purpose for being here. Your prowess no longer necessitates further trials. The denizens of the city of slaughter pose no threat to you. Therefore, allow me to extend to you an unprecedented honor, the title of God of Slaughter, along with the privilege to freely enter and exit the city of slaughter. What say you? This proposal was the culmination of careful deliberation, for he wished to avoid having Qian Renlin traverse the path of hell. Though he did not truly believe that the other possessed the strength to break free from the path of hell, he was unwilling to take that risk, nor did he dare to do so. Chapter 105, Blood Sacrifice. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Qian Renlin replied, "No need. I appreciate the kind intentions of the King of Slaughter. However, the rules established in the City of Slaughter for over a millennium must not be broken on my account. I shall endure the trials of the Hell Road and return to accept your rewards." Humph. You claim not to wish to disrupt the rules? Have you not already shattered enough? You likely remain unaware of the terrors that lie within the Hell Road. I hope you come to understand that a person's life is singular and irreplaceable. He still wished to deter Qian Renlin from traversing the Hell Road. Ha! With a confident grin, Qian Renlin declared, "You need not concern yourself with me, King of Slaughter. Let the Hell Road be opened." The King of Slaughter's gaze flickered momentarily. "In that case, I shall not dissuade you further. Should you indeed emerge from the Hell Road and ascend as the new god of slaughter, please convey my regards to your elders." Qian Renlin naturally understood who he was referring to. The King of Slaughter gestured with both hands, emanating countless crimson mists that enveloped him. The immense aura instantly forced Qian Renlin to stagger backward, stabilizing only after retreating from the competition stage. Is this truly Tang San? He is indeed worthy of being one of the three paramount figures of the continent. Even when controlled, his formidable strength is beyond my current capability to overcome. Qian Renlin thought grimly. No, I must not allow Tang San to awaken his consciousness. Otherwise, he would become the greatest obstacle to the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting plan, potentially leading to our ultimate failure. Qian Renlin's eyes flickered with concern. If Tang San returned to the Haotian sect, capturing the sect would become exceedingly difficult. He speculated that even if he were to break through to become a soul master and possess the true form of his martial soul, he might still struggle against Tang San. It is essential to note that Tang San has no allegiance to any sect. He once abandoned his sect heedlessly upon a mere utterance from Poseidon. Even with Qian Renlin's enhancement, should Tang San find himself at a disadvantage, he might once again forsake the Haotian sect, retreating into seclusion to await an opportune moment to strike a devastating blow against the Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin's temperament would never permit such an unstable factor to exist. Tang San, back then you unleashed a snow-white swan kiss in the Blood River, obliterating the City of Slaughter. Now I shall consume it, and we shall see how you acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter, Qian Renlin thought coldly. As the King of Slaughter radiated an aura of malevolent chill, it swiftly enveloped the fallen souls present. They curiously gazed upon the opening of the Hell Road, unaware that their blood would be the sacrificial offering required to unveil it, a truth they would never come to know. As the blood mist enveloped them, they gradually became dazed, their eyes clouded, before turning a vivid crimson, leading to anguished screams erupting from the mouths of those who had come into contact with the mist. They, in their cruelty and excitement, began to tear at their own faces and bodies, with some even vivisecting their own innards. This agony persisted until the very end of their lives. Meanwhile, Qian Renlin observed the scene, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, with an impassive expression. The blood within him began to churn, even igniting a sense of exhilaration. He found himself harboring an unprecedented desire to kill, a notion more intense than ever before. Qian Renlin understood that it was due to the Bloody Mary he had consumed before entering the City of Slaughter, as the toxins, nay, one could say the murderous aura, within him were in turmoil. The King of Slaughter gazed at him with astonishment, not expecting this young lad to face such a scene without so much as a blush or a racing heart. Indeed, he seemed exhilarated. What could possibly excite him? To be a sacrificial offering that heralded the opening of the path to hell was their honor. The deep, hoarse voice of the King of Slaughter echoed as. At that moment, he and Qian Renlin were the only two alive in the entire slaughterhouse hall. After the baptism of blood, grooves had mysteriously appeared on the ground, into which the surrounding blood flowed, gradually converging to form a colossal crimson pattern of indiscernible shape. Yet, with Qian Renlin's keen eyesight and formidable mental strength, he easily discerned that it depicted a bird-like figure. Surely, this must be the nine-headed blood bat king. Qian Renlin gazed impassively at the scene. Suddenly, the eyes of the red avian design emitted a blinding crimson light, striking Qian Renlin and causing him to vanish from the hall in an instant. The King of Slaughter quietly watched the disappearing Qian Renlin and murmured, "Good luck." In the shadows above, a seductive and enchanting woman gazed longingly at the departing Qian Renlin, her eyes betraying a trace of barely perceptible disappointment. Was he truly unwilling to take me with him? Alone. Melancholic voice resonated within the shadows as the King of Slaughter glanced at that direction with a faint sigh. From this day forth, you shall no longer serve as a guide. Go to the back hall and tend to your health. Shui was taken aback and quickly knelt on one knee, saying, Great King of Slaughter, are you dismissing me? In the back hall, no one dares to bully you. Simply focus on recuperating, the King of Slaughter replied coldly, casting a discerning look at her abdomen. Stardow Great Forest. Seated at the center, enveloped by blue-silver grass, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, releasing a potent blue-silver aura that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. A colossal blue-silver grass martial soul materialized behind him, swaying gently. His appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to half a month ago. His already altered physique had become even more resilient, his countenance more extraordinary, exuding a gentle aura that compelled others to draw near. Great King, your esteemed blue-silver royal bloodline has finally awakened. Is this the true blue-silver royal martial soul? Tang San clenched his fists, attuning himself to this newfound aura. Great King, do you know what the highest mystery of the 100,000-year blue-silver royal domain is? That voice re-emerged. The highest mystery of the blue-silver domain? Tang San pondered solemnly. The mystery of the 100,000-year blue-silver royal domain is immortality, the blue-silver king declared. Immortality, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the Great King, the true essence of the blue-silver domain is immortality. In this world, no one possesses the capability to vanquish her, nor can anyone acquire her soul rings and soul bones, unless she were to take her own life. Even in death, she can resurrect. Tang San's heart was filled with astonishment as he hurriedly inquired, Do you mean to say that my mother is still alive? Indeed, Great King. The blue-silver empress has not perished. She surely exists somewhere in this world. My mother is alive? She is still alive? Tang San exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears of excitement. Indeed, Great King, she must have been taken away after her sacrifice for humanity. You must find the human who possesses the blue-silver emperor's soul ring. Only then can you truly resurrect the blue-silver empress. Chapter 106, The Path to Hell. At this moment, Qian Renlin found himself suddenly void beneath his feet, plummeting to the ground. As he steadied himself and gazed around, everything began to take on an ethereal quality, and all his senses were gradually being sealed away. With a cold snort, Qian Renlin concentrated a mental shield within his consciousness to guard against the unknown forces that threatened to obscure his perception. In such an environment, having one's senses sealed was akin to being led by the nose, unable to see or touch anything. This was not a scenario he wished to endure, nor one he desired. Thanks to the protection of this mental shield, the influx of the enigmatic power into Qian Renlin's body had significantly slowed, though it still persisted in its gradual endeavor to enclose his senses. At this pace, I could remain here for at least 5 years, ample time to traverse the infernal paths dozens of times. Qian Renlin muttered disdainfully under his breath. At that moment, a palpable aura of murderous intent coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier that shielded him from being engulfed by the encroaching crimson light. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until a tremor resonated through the air, causing the unknown energy attempting to seal away Qian Renlin's senses to dissipate. The crimson light surrounding him also vanished, so it was merely a fleeting moment. Qian Renlin chuckled self-deprecatingly, questioning whether his caution had perhaps been excessive. Once the surrounding crimson light had entirely faded, he found himself standing upon a circular platform 5 meters in diameter, encircled by an endless abyss of inky darkness. Before the platform lay a narrow path less than half a foot wide, leading into an uncertain destination. Qian Renlin immediately sensed an ominous presence surrounding him, as if something sought to devour his very essence. The murderous intent within him began to surge, an unmistakable sign of impending chaos. He recognized this was the consequence of indulging in the intoxicating effects of Bloody Mary, while an ordinary person would partake of merely a single glass. He had consumed a staggering 100-fold. It was evident how profoundly the malevolent energy of this place impacted him. Yet, Qian Renlin harbored no concerns. Instead, he gradually relaxed his mind and willingly embraced the pervasive negativity in the atmosphere. Qian Renlin made a brief attempt to take flight, only to discover that this place was utterly devoid of the ability to soar. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed on foot. With a mere thought from Qian Renlin, a colossal void mantis manifested behind him, its gaping maw beginning to consume the blood that pooled beneath the abyss. After devouring the martial soul of Mo Feng, the void mantis revealed its true potency to him. Its strength and offensive capabilities, though considerable, paled in comparison to its most formidable ability, its power of plunder. This formidable entity is known as the Void Plunderer. It does not belong to the Douluo Continent, but rather resides in the vast expanse of the void, countless light years away from the Douluo realm. In that realm, it reigns supreme, seizing anything that dares to emerge from the void. Qian Renlin found himself perplexed by his arrival in the Douluo Continent in the peculiar circumstance of becoming the martial soul of Mo Feng, a character not present in the original narrative. However, a recollection surfaced in his mind, one of a character from a globally popular online game in his past life. This Void Mantis bore a striking resemblance to the backstory of that game character. Had he engaged more with this particular character, he might have recognized the martial soul at the very moment Mo Feng awakened it. Qian Renlin was uncertain about the nature of the abyss beneath him and its hidden wonders, yet he felt compelled to absorb the malice emanating from below, taking in as much as he could. As the Void Mantis continued its insatiable consumption, the atmosphere thickened with a dense, blood-red mist, alongside a torrent of resentment and malevolence that surged into Qian Renlin's consciousness, attempting to sway his mind and plunge him into the depths of a murderous fiend. However, upon entering his awareness, this wave of bitterness was shattered by the life essence that had lain tranquil for years, transforming into sustenance for his soul. In this isolated realm, Qian Renlin lost track of how long he had been devouring, yet he was astounded to find that the blood within the abyss showed little sign of depletion. Nonetheless, his efforts were not in vain. His Void Mantis martial spirit had coalesced into a nascent domain of the god of death, albeit in its rudimentary form, capable of amplifying his combat prowess by 10% while simultaneously diminishing that of his foes by the same margin. Importantly, this domain functioned as a single-target ability, meaning it could only weaken others rather than bolster allies. This was untenable. Continuing to consume in such a manner could take an eternity, and he was not situated in the epicenter. He could not afford to squander time here. Resolutely, Qian Renlin severed the absorption and retracted his martial spirit, striding forward with purpose. Initially, he had contemplated entirely consuming the blood here to hasten his advance, but given the circumstances, it became evident that fully absorbing the blood and malice would require at least 6 months. It was easy to imagine how many souls had perished in this city of slaughter over the past millennium. As Qian Renlin progressed about a kilometer, a swarm of crimson bats began their approach. With a cold snort, he unleashed a wave of devouring energy, and before the bats could draw near, their life force and spiritual energy were wholly consumed, transforming them into thousands of desiccated corpses that plummeted into the surrounding river of blood, promptly reduced to ashes. Qian Renlin continued to advance, his pace unwavering. Before long, he encountered a 4-meter-long, blood-red bat with 3 heads. This was the dark gold, 3-headed blood bat king. At that moment, it lay not far from Qian Renlin, its dull golden eyes fixed upon him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood bat king bared its fangs, vocalizing its challenge to Qian Renlin. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qian Renlin sent it soaring into the blood river. It was truly vexatious, incessantly chirping, and the sound of the bat was inherently discordant and grating. With a sudden splash, the blood bat king leaped from the blood river onto the narrow path, its fur completely unscathed by the river's influence, exhibiting no signs of harm. After all, it was native to this treacherous domain. At that moment, the 3-headed bat king vigorously flapped its wings, sending ripples of dark golden waves cascading towards the narrow path, intent on destroying it to make Qian Renlin plummet. Perhaps it had realized it was no match for Qian Renlin and sought to eliminate him through this treacherous method. Whoosh! Qian Renlin swiftly concentrated his soul power, manifesting a sword that pierced the eye of the blood bat king. Even as the creature continued to flap its wings, it plummeted into the Crimson River. However, Qian Renlin would not let it escape so easily. A powerful force emanated from his hand, drawing the blood bat king towards him. Its vitality and soul power began to be devoured at an astonishing rate. After completing this act, Qian Renlin casually discarded the creature into the blood river and hastily advanced forward, while the narrow path behind him, ravaged by the blood bat king, collapsed in an instant. With each step he took, sections of the narrow pathway crumbled and fell into the river below. Yet, the speed of its descent could not possibly match that of Qian Renlin's relentless advance. Chapter 107. The Path of Hell. As Qian Renlin raced forward, a colossal shadow loomed ahead, signaling the second trial of the Path of Hell, the 10-headed fiery serpent. Upon closer proximity, he observed the creature entwined around the narrow passage, its eyes radiating a menacing glow as it regarded the approaching human, occasionally flicking its forked tongue. Humph! It dares to call itself the 10-headed fiery serpent when 9 of its heads have yet to emerge. Qian Renlin scoffed at the 9 crimson mushrooms protruding from the serpent's back, uttering a soft derisive hum. Upon hearing his words, the fiery serpent seethed with fury. This was the first individual bold enough to speak to it in such a manner. One of the fleshly tumors on its body ignited with flames, raising its head to concentrate a ball of fire, which it then hurled towards Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin glanced back at the approaching fault line, determined to resolve the situation swiftly. He swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch toward the head of the monstrous serpent. Bang! The fist of Qian Renlin collided with the serpent flame, and in an instant, a fierce blaze surged towards him. With a ripple of soul power, a protective layer of water-type soul energy enveloped his entire being, rendering the serpent flame utterly ineffective against him. Qian Renlin gazed intently ahead. This infernal path had but a singular route. The previous slaughterers who traversed this way could hardly have evaded these creatures. Yet, as he beheld the monstrous serpent before him, memories of the blood-red bat and the blood-bat king resurfaced. Could those individuals truly have been so benevolent as to spare them? Furthermore, he was resolute in his belief that this serpent, unlike any soul beast found within the Douluo Continent, must have been undocumented by the Spirit Hall. In the annals of Douluo's history, he had encountered no mention of such a soul beast. Could it be that they were formed from the very blood river beneath? Casting a glance at the sanguine river below, Qian Renlin pondered this possibility, and it seemed the only theory that aligned with the principles at hand. Yet how could Tang San claim to have seen such a serpent within the Tang sect? He even asserted it was a creature not native to the Douluo Continent, reminiscent of what he termed a primordial anomaly. Snap! With a swift motion of his hand, Qian Renlin conjured a gear formed from concentrated soul energy in his right hand. He flicked his wrist, sending the gear slicing towards the head of the monstrous serpent. Qian Renlin aimed to resolve the threat before the creature could wreak havoc upon the narrow path, for if it sought to destroy the route, it would be an effortless task, merely requiring a flick of its tail. Suddenly, a second bulge on the serpent's body glimmered ominously, and it unleashed another torrent of flames directed at the gear, attempting to melt it. Yet, how could its flames hope to incinerate a gear forged from Qian Renlin's formidable soul energy? Unsurprisingly, the gear severed the serpent's head with brutal efficiency. With a swift pull, Qian Renlin drew both the head and body of the serpent into his grasp, holding the severed head in one hand while clutching the body in the other, all the while advancing and absorbing their energy. Alas, the poor serpent had barely begun to unleash its full strength before being mercilessly dismembered, reduced to mere sustenance for its adversary. The reason Qian Renlin employed the gear to sever the serpent's head was to sever its connection to the inner core. Wait, the inner core. Qian Renlin was taken aback as he suddenly recalled Tang San's words. The ancient ferocious beast, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, possessed an unparalleled venom, harboring the most potent fiery toxin among serpents, reigning supreme among them. When fully matured, it could reach a length of 10 meters, and with a millennium of cultivation, it could form an inner elixir concealed within its 9 heads. Once the inner elixir emerged, the very heavens would lose their hue, and possessing such a wondrous elixir would cause all serpents to tremble in fear. Qian Renlin increasingly believes that the Douluo Continent must be intricately linked to the world of the Tang sect. Otherwise, how could the ice and fire yin yagais, chronicled by the Tang sect, manifest in the sun and moon forest of Douluo Continent? Moreover, it is remarkable that this phenomenon is transformed by the divine powers of the Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King. Now, an eerie serpent, previously unknown to the Douluo Continent, has emerged, astonishingly documented within the annals of the Tang sect. After Qian Renlin consumed the essence within the serpent's head, he casually discarded it into the blood river. He then retrieved the inner cores from the serpent's body, gazing at the few crimson orbs formed from the concentrated essence of the blazing sun serpent. His eyes reflected an enigmatic expression as he stored them within his ring. He was certain that he would eventually uncover the connection between the Tang sect and the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, Tang San, your transmigration is undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. He increasingly felt that his own crossing into this realm was part of a grand conspiracy. After all, what were the odds of such a coincidence? Having completed these tasks, Qian Renlin summoned his mantis martial spirit, devouring the malevolent energy surrounding him while simultaneously enhancing his god of death domain. It was worth noting that the god of death domain could indeed be upgraded. A mere 10% enhancement in the domain was utterly trivial for him. With the holy unicorn scripture, a cultivation method he had personally devised, and his formidable mental strength, the malevolence of the path to hell had no effect on him whatsoever. At this moment, the effects of the 100 Bloody Marys he had consumed in the tavern began to manifest. The more he drank, the denser the surrounding malevolent energy and wicked power became, thereby accelerating his ability to devour these dark forces. This was a feat only he dared to undertake. Others would be overwhelmed by the malevolence even after a single sip of Bloody Mary. This is also one of the reasons why, over the past millennium, only 8 individuals had managed to escape from this place and attain the God of Death domain, becoming legendary figures of slaughter. Without a robust spirit and unwavering conviction, venturing into this realm would be tantamount to courting death. Qian Renlin understood that moving forward would lead him to the exit. He cast a fleeting glance at the rapidly fracturing narrow path behind him and quickened his pace, not because he wished to refrain from flight, but rather to simultaneously traverse the distance while absorbing the malevolent energy emanating from the Blood River. Were he to take to the skies, he would reach the end of the narrow path in mere moments. However, the urgency of his swift strides caused vibrations that further contributed to the path's disintegration. After half an hour, he finally emerged through a beam of white light at the end of the narrow path, arriving at a circular platform. This platform bore a striking resemblance to the one from which he had entered, with one side connected to the narrow path behind him. Before him lay a vast, blood-red lake, spanning over 1,000 meters, a small body of water formed entirely from blood. Opposite the lake stood a small hill. At this moment, Qian Renlin stood upon the circular platform as the narrow path ultimately crumbled into fragments, rendering it impossible for anyone to exit this place without it. Aside from this narrow path, no other route existed. Moreover, this was not the true exit. The genuine escape lay at the small hill across the lake. Only upon reaching that point could one claim to have truly traversed the road through hell and departed from the City of Carnage. Of course, should someone possess the fortitude to withstand the malevolent aura and dense hostility of the Blood River, they might consider seeking an alternative route within its depths. Qian Renlin sat cross-legged atop a circular platform, with a colossal purple mantis hovering 3 meters behind him. At this moment, as his thoughts stirred, the mantis opened its gaping maw, commencing its voracious consumption of the malevolent energy from the Blood River below. The aura of lethality emanating from him intensified, coalescing into a thick, sanguine mist, an embodiment of his murderous intent. His aim was to infuse this essence of slaughter into the domain of his martial soul, thereby fortifying its realm. For a full year, he remained in this state, unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the City of Carnage, while the King of Slaughter continued to linger in the shadows, sipping his Bloody Mary. Chapter 108. Puppet Within the Hell Road. Qian Renlin's martial soul was indeed devouring the malevolence of the Blood River, while he focused on the creation of puppets. He had already spent a month in this endeavor. His martial soul required minimal oversight, merely the guidance of his will. After emerging from the narrow passage, he began preparing to forge puppets. The materials had been gathered prior to entering the City of Carnage, as he had anticipated that this venture would consume considerable time. Yet he could not remain idle. Thus, upon entering, he commenced his puppet crafting. With no living beings available, he was limited to working with inanimate objects. However, he had never engaged with such materials before, and after a month of effort, he had yet to achieve success. He had exhausted 3 sets of materials, leaving him with only one remaining set. Among these was the corpse of a young man, seized from the City of Carnage. This was the only intact body among those he had slain, showing no obvious external injuries, with the internal organs relatively preserved. He had caused the man's demise by shattering his mental essence. After killing him, Qian Renlin stored the body in a storage ring, not his usual one, for he was fastidious and could not bear to keep a corpse in his finest ring. Now, a month later, he had amassed a wealth of experience. The puppet was nearly complete, requiring only the final step, the separation of a fragment of his soul to enter the puppet's consciousness. In truth, crafting the puppet was straightforward. With his formidable mental prowess, he succeeded on the first attempt. The challenge lay in ensuring that his soul could reside within its consciousness for an extended period. After a month of contemplation, he finally discerned the crux of the issue and felt confident that this time he would succeed. With a resounding boom, as Qian Renlin completed the final step, the puppet radiated a potent aura. This embodied the original strength of the corpse, a level 63 Soul Emperor. Through the abundance of rare materials bestowed by Qian Renlin, the puppet had attained a level 66 soul power. As it was not a living entity, it could not fully absorb these treasures. Had a Soul Emperor-level Soul Master been involved, they would have long since reached the rank of Soul Sage. Only Qian Renlin would carry such an array of precious items. Qian Renlin gazed with satisfaction at the puppet suspended before him, a perfect replica of himself. With a mere thought, the puppet's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, emanating a presence even more formidable than that of an ordinary soul emperor. The puppet regarded Qian Renlin with calmness. They were, after all, one and the same soul, thus it intuitively understood its purpose without the need for instruction. With a surge of soul power, a pair of blue wings, resembling sharp blades, emerged from its back. These wings were the soul bone derived from the 30,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger. An external soul bone that not only bestowed the ability of flight but also boasted remarkable offensive capabilities and sharpness. However, Qian Renlin found these wings somewhat lacking in aesthetic appeal. His own soul power wings were equally impressive. Consequently, he chose to retain the soul bone on the puppet, which had cost him a staggering 60,000 gold soul coins and rare materials. The puppet possessed immense potential for growth. Endowed with innate capabilities rivaling that of a fully realized soul power, augmented by the Xiantian skill that Qian Renlin had modified, along with a fragment of his mental energy. Its cultivation speed was second only to Qian Renlin's own corporeal form on this continent. To be candid, he felt a sense of accomplishment in having crafted such an exceptional and powerful puppet through his own exploration and effort. The puppet cast another glance at Qian Renlin before unfurling its wings and soaring towards the small hill across the lake, intent on fulfilling Qian Renlin's task. Qian Renlin gazed at the retreating puppet, nodding in satisfaction. The fragment of soul he had imparted to the puppet carried a glimmer of his consciousness, with merely a thought. It could instinctively fulfill his commands. After a month, Tang San finally returned from the Stardow Forest to the Tiando Royal Academy. He had come to a realization. Since Xiao Wu had already been slain by Qian Renlin, her soul ring and soul bone taken from her. All he could do now was to diligently cultivate and strive to ascend to the Spirit Hall to avenge her. Furthermore, he was resolute in his determination to obliterate the Spirit Hall. Outside the grand entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San stood before the magnificent institution, his heart devoid of any tumult. His singular focus was on cultivation and retribution. Hey, are you Xiao San? Just returning from the Soul Arena. Flender and his companions were puzzled as they looked at Tang San, standing at the door. It was worth noting that Tang San's appearance and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had he not still been clad in the attire of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, no one would have recognized him. Hearing the familiar voices behind him, Tang San slowly turned to face Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, I'm back. Is that really you, Xiao San? Where have you been for over a month? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, astonished. Yes, Xiao San, you didn't even say a word when you left. Do you know how worried we were? The seven-treasure glazed tile school searched both empires for you, and we thought you had been captured by the Spirit Hall again. The Shrek group quickly surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Ah, Xiao San, you've changed so much after your time away, Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of envy. Previously, among the Shrek members, Tang San had been second only to him in terms of looks. Now, after just over a month, he had become even more handsome than Dai Mubai and Oscar, which greatly affected his self-esteem. I'm sorry, teacher. I worried you all. It was wrong of me not to inform everyone before I left. Tang San knelt before Yu Xiaojiang and bowed his head solemnly. Ah, Xiao San, what are you doing? Quickly, get up. I'm just happy you've returned safely. How could I possibly hold anything against you? Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly helped him up, his voice filled with warmth. In that moment, Tang San, whose heart bore deep wounds, felt an unprecedented warmth envelop him. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Yu Xiaojiang tightly. Xiao San, what on earth happened? Did something occur? That night, you left without eating and even quarreled with Hongjun. What is going on? All right, Xiao San is back safe and sound. Let us go inside and talk. You must have endured quite a lot in this past month. Flender adjusted his glasses and instructed, Daimubai. Go fetch a meal for Tang San. Understood. Daimubai promptly turned and left to fetch food for Tang San. Tang San followed them into the Royal Academy, while Imophone cast a peculiar glance at his retreating figure. Truth be told, Tang San had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing as an entirely different person. Even he failed to recognize him at first glance. Xiao Wu, feeling dejected, trailed behind Tang San, longing to hold his hand, yet he deliberately evaded her touch. She felt a deep sense of grievance, believing that Sangun no longer loved her, perhaps entangled with another woman, for why else would he treat her with such indifference? Within her current body, all memories belonged to Xiao Wu, meaning she had inherited all of Xiao Wu's emotions and memories, effectively switching bodies while being with Tang San. Yet, she still did not comprehend the essence of love. Chapter 109. The Reunion of Shrek. What? Sangun, you mean you ventured into the Stardow Forest this time? And fully awakened your blue-silver grass martial spirit? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had long suspected that Tang San's blue-silver grass was no ordinary martial spirit, he had not anticipated that it was the legendary blue-silver emperor. So, San Ji's transformation is due to the awakening of the blue-silver emperor martial spirit? Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth as she looked at him in disbelief. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong shared the same incredulous expression as they gazed at Tang San. The blue-silver emperor? It seemed that no one else in the entire continent possessed such a martial spirit. It was astonishing that Tang San's blue-silver grass had such a grand origin. No wonder San Ji's blue-silver grass is so powerful. Dai Mubai, holding the food container, remarked in surprise. Mo Feng squinted, closely observing Tang San. He sensed an immense threat emanating from him, whereas he could once completely suppress Tang San. He no longer dared to assume he could best him now that the Void Mantis was absent. All right, let us refrain from further discussion. Let us eat first. Sangu must not have had a proper meal since arriving from the Stardow Forest. Once he finishes eating, takes a shower, and rests. We shall venture to the Stardow Forest tomorrow to help the other students acquire their third spirit rings. Flinder said slowly, eyeing Tang San's tattered and dirty clothing. Flinder and Yu Xiaojing were not merely tasked with instructing the 8 oddities of Shrek, having joined the Tiando Royal Academy. They bore the obligation and responsibility to teach other students as well. Several students had recently broken through to level 30. And they needed to report to the academy before taking them to obtain spirit rings. Moreover, due to Tang San's disappearance for over a month, they had spent considerable time investigating his whereabouts, leading to delays. With Tang San's return, it was fortuitous that they could all head to the Stardow Forest together the following day. No way. Sangu has just returned from the Stardow Forest. And now you want him to go again? Xiao Wu immediately expressed her discontent upon hearing Flinder's words. As my student, having skipped classes for so long, he naturally must make up for the lessons missed. Since Sangu has returned, training shall resume tomorrow. Flander let out a heavy hum and remarked, Indeed. I believe what Flander says holds merit. Now that Xiao San has returned, it is only natural to resume the unfinished lessons. Starting tomorrow, Xiao San's training will be doubled. Do you have any objections, Xiao San? Yu Xiaojing concurred. Teacher, I accept all your arrangements. As long as it makes me stronger, I am willing to endure any hardship. No matter how great the training load. Tang San promptly stood and bowed deeply to Yu Xiaojing, speaking earnestly. Excellent. You truly are my disciple. It seems that during this past month, your cultivation has not waned. Yu Xiaojing nodded appreciatively. Hongjun, I apologize for my previous behavior. I should not have lost my temper with you. I am sorry. And Rongrong, I regret speaking so harshly to you. Tang San turned to Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, bowing slightly. Oh, Xiao San, what are you saying? We are brothers, partners. It is quite normal to have a bit of disagreement. Ma Hongjun said nonchalantly, patting him on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. I have my shortcomings as well. If you truly feel sorry, how about treating us all to a feast tomorrow? Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. It's not a big deal. When I first arrived at Shrek, I had a terrible temper too. All right, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Feng observed Tang San's demeanor with seriousness, noting how much he had matured and stabilized. Such a formidable opponent was indeed more fearsome. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware that the red wine they had consumed that night contained Xiao Wu's blood. Nor did he realize that both of them had already exposed themselves. He merely believed that Tang San had seen through Qian Renlin's hypocrisy and felt deceived, which was why he had erupted in such fury that night. In order to facilitate the seamless integration of Mo Feng and heir into their midst, Qian Renlin refrained from imparting the Xiantian treasure record to them, not even the advanced version of the technique. Instead, he only shared the latest developed meditation method, motivated by a desire to protect their identities. After all, when confronted with Tang San, the destined child of fate, he felt compelled to exercise caution. In his heart, he regarded Mo Feng, lacking the Void Mantis, as merely an ordinary innate genius with full soul power, diminishing his regard for the individual. As for heir, she was merely a pawn of his spontaneous design, naturally not deserving of much attention either. Should they manage to keep pace with Qian Renlin in the future, he would not mind bestowing upon them an identity. However, Qian Renlin did not anticipate that, possessing the purple extreme demon eye and a cunning intellect, Tang San had already discerned their true identities. This was perhaps a case of cleverness backfiring. He believed that if even a titled Douluo could not see through their disguise, then a mere soul master of level 40, like Tang San, would certainly be oblivious to it. Perhaps he simply did not care if Mo Feng and Lian Er were recognized by Tang San, who can truly comprehend the thoughts of Qian Renlin. Even by Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, the two individuals closest to him, failed to grasp his intentions. Xiao San, once you finish your bath, please step out for a moment. As I have something to discuss with you, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, observing Tang San as he prepared to leave. All right, teacher, Tang San replied, glancing back at Yu Xiaojiang and nodding. Behind a small hill at the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang strolled leisurely, the night having completely enveloped them. Xiao San, what transpired between you and Ma Hongjun that day? I know you well. You would not have unleashed such fury without a significant reason, Yu Xiaojiang finally inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang San hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against revealing the truth to his teacher. If you trust me, teacher, please refrain from asking. I will tell you in due time. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized his eyes carefully before nodding in acquiescence. Very well. You have always been astute and independent. Just manage it wisely. If anything arises, do not hesitate to confide in me. Understood, teacher. Now, release your martial spirit for me to observe, Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver emperor martial spirit, for Yu Xiaojiang was the person he trusted most in the world, second only to Tang Hao. Observing the markedly transformed blue-silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang queried, what abilities does your blue-silver emperor possess since its awakening? Have any unique soul skills manifested? Indeed, Tang San responded, sharing the details of the domain and characteristics that emerged upon the awakening of the blue-silver emperor. He understood that this would enable his teacher to devise a more comprehensive training regimen for him. Chapter 110, Qian at this moment. Qian Renlin's puppet had already departed from the city of slaughter and arrived at the Zhanghui Academy in the Tiando Empire. His purpose for this visit was to prepare for the forthcoming Soul Master Elite Tournament. Although Qian Renlin did not believe that the members of Shrek would secure a top 3 position, he could not afford to underestimate them, especially since he remained ensnared in the path of hell. While the other members of Shrek posed little threat, Tang San, as the child of destiny, would undoubtedly possess extraordinary abilities. In the office of the principal of Zhanghui Academy, the puppet arrived without disturbing anyone, silently observing Qian and the other teachers as they attended to administrative matters. Principal, we shall take our leave. Very well. Once the other teachers had departed, Qian hastily lifted his gaze to the puppet that had suddenly appeared, exclaiming in astonishment. It was noteworthy that he was a soul sage of level 76. Yet he had felt no indication of the puppet's presence as it approached. Had it intended to attack me, Qian thought, a pang of fear gripping his heart. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. The puppet crossed its arms, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile as it spoke slowly. Assist me? In what manner do you seek to help? I am unaware of any needs I may have that require your intervention. At that moment, Qian, with an ashen complexion, spoke with disdain. Humph. Have you not always yearned for vengeance against Yijiqiu? Qian's heart jolted in surprise. How did he know? I have never contemplated avenging him. He replied, feigning composure with a cold snort. What? Are you intimidated by a mere sword Douluo? Trust me, I can assist you. The puppet remarked as it circled around him. Qian's gaze flickered uncertainly. Who are you? And how can you assist me? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you desire revenge. After much inner turmoil, Qian pondered. How can I trust your words? After all, the other party belonged to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, and he had to exercise caution. What if this person was deceiving him or merely seeking amusement at his expense? Thus, he needed clarification. Belief is yours to choose. This is an item that can aid you. Cultivate it, and you shall naturally comprehend, the puppet said, tossing him a red stone before turning to leave. This puppet lacked the ability to enforce servitude, especially against an opponent nearly 10 levels higher and a spirit master of the mental affinity. Otherwise, why would he complicate matters when he could simply barge in and enslave him? Of course, he had other means to exert control over the other party. Once Qian cultivated this technique, he would no longer belong to himself. Wait, do you have any questions? The puppet impatiently halted. What is the purpose of this stone? Qian gazed bewilderedly at the red stone in his hand. Are you joking? You give me a mere stone and claim it will help me exact revenge? Surely, you jest. Press it to your forehead, and you shall understand. With that, the puppet vanished in a flash. Were it not for the tangible stone in his hand, Qian might have thought it was all a dream. He approached the door, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and hurriedly left to find a secluded spot. He retrieved the red stone, suspecting it might be an unconventional soul bone, though its exact purpose eluded him. He feared that applying it to his forehead would create a significant commotion, hence his cautious choice of a hidden location. With trembling hands, Qian pressed the stone to his forehead. While not far away, the puppet observed the absorption with a soft chuckle before turning away. Yuxia gang, accept my gift. At this juncture, only half a year remained until the Continental Elite Spirit Master Tournament, and all factions and academies across the continent were engaged in intense training. The eligible participants in the competition were brimming with excitement, eager to shine on the grand stage of the continent. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, along with several members of Shrek, were traversing the Star Doe Forest in search of soul beasts. Naturally, Tang San and his companions did not require soul rings, as they were there for training. The true quest for soul rings lay with Flinder and the students he and Yu Xiaojiang had taught, particularly those who had broken through the 30th level. Although the Elite Soul Master competition was fast approaching, there remained half a year, during which the students still needed to acquire their soul rings under their guidance. Without neglecting the other students for the sake of Shrek's group, Tang San's mind was in a constant state of disarray, plagued by a lingering sense of lethargy. He had believed he could suppress his feelings, yet each time he beheld Xiao Wu's innocent and unblemished countenance, a pang of heartache would seize him. Brother San, what's wrong? Xiao Wu grasped his hand with concern. Tang San glanced at her, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's nothing." Although he was acutely aware that the true Xiao Wu had perished, the genuine care and affection that Ren'er bestowed upon him felt utterly real. He often found himself believing she was Xiao Wu, for their resemblance was striking. In appearance, mannerisms, and disposition, they were indistinguishable. Qian Renxue, are you attempting to torment me in this manner? What do you stand to gain from this? Tang San's hands clenched tightly, nearly crushing the delicate hand Xiao Wu held in hers. Brother San, you're hurting me, she protested, her voice tinged with grievance. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Tang San endeavored to suppress thoughts of the deceased Xiao Wu, striving to treat the person before him as the true Xiao Wu, yet he found it an insurmountable challenge. For the first time, he resented his purple extreme magic eyes. Were it not for them, he might still hold on to the belief that Xiao Wu was alive, convincing himself that he could regard the person before him as the genuine article. Little San, do you have something weighing on your mind? We are brothers. You need not conceal anything. If something is troubling you, share it with us. Dai Mubai and the others turned to him, brows furrowed. As Tang San's closest friends, they could discern the turmoil within him. Yet, his reluctance to speak left them powerless. Xiao Wu, once we return, let us visit the amusement park. Tang San ultimately resolved to lay his cards on the table. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. He could distinctly feel his progress in cultivation stalling. Over the past half-month, his soul power had not advanced a single step, and he felt the stirrings of inner demons. Xiao Wu paused for a moment before exclaiming, "That sounds great. I've been wanting to go to the amusement park for ages. Rong told me how much fun it is there. And I've been itching to go, but with you not around, I didn't know who to invite." "Hey, you can't do this. If we're going, we should all go together." Ma Hongjun interjected instantly. "Zhuqing, let us make it a plan when we return." Daimubai embraced Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders and spoke. Among them, only Mo Phone and Ning Rongrong had previously visited. They had long desired to go as well. With Tang San and Xiao Wu planning a trip, it was the perfect opportunity for them to join. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft huff and turned her head away, neither agreeing nor refusing. However, as an experienced individual familiar with the ways of the world, Daimubai understood her implication and quickly planted a joyful kiss on her cheek. "Oh, how cheesy." Ma Hongjun scoffed quietly, his lips curling in disdain. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang watched their playful banter with amusement, believing that a bit of levity was permissible as long as it did not interfere with their training. Chapter 111, Amusement Park Songhui Academy. Once again, it was the same hillside where, after a month of meditative practice, Qian suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light gleaming within them, revealing an extraordinary intensity. This heart-refining demonic technique truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier method. I have devoted an entire month merely to reach the entry-level stage. Qian remarked in astonishment as he gazed at his own hands. He was unaware of the intricacies of such techniques, as this was merely a summary penned by Qian Renlin regarding this particular practice, which elucidated the concept of such methods to him. Ha 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 ha. Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, Shrek, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, prepare to receive the gifts bestowed upon you by this esteemed presence. Qian exclaimed with a wicked grin, his laughter echoing with malevolence. Humph. In the distance, the puppet observed the frenzied Qian with a faint smile before turning away. Qian Renlin personally prepared the heart-refining demon technique for Yu Xiaojiang, a most nefarious method. Those who cultivate it will experience a profound transformation of their very nature, rendering the current year no longer their own. Go forth, instill fear in Shrek. Outside the city of Tiando lies a beautifully developed venue, the Holy Lin Amusement Park. The Shrek 8, filled with laughter and joy, arrived at this place. Hello, we would like 8 tickets, please, Xiao exclaimed with delight, presenting 80 gold soul coins to the ticket seller. Here are your tickets, young lady. Please keep them safe. Thank you. Xiao Wu joyfully distributed the tickets among her companions, taking Tang San's hand as they ventured forward. Greetings. For the safety of the amusement park and to ensure your enjoyment, please allow our staff to seal your soul power. It will be unsealed upon your exit. A guard at the entrance informed them. Must we seal our soul power? Xiao Wu seemed rather reluctant. This is for the safety of all guests, to prevent any disputes among soul masters that may lead to unnecessary harm, and to ensure everyone can enjoy the thrills to the fullest. Thus, every individual entering must have their soul power sealed. Ning Rongrong, who had visited before, explained to Mo Feng while holding his hand. I see. Then that is acceptable. Following Xiao Wu's words, a soul Douluo lightly touched each of their foreheads, and they instantly felt their soul power dissipate. Tang San found no surprise in this. After all, he had previously experienced a similar sealing when captured by the Spirit Hall. Please keep your tickets safe. Upon exiting, your soul power will be unsealed solely with these tickets. The soul Douluo earnestly reminded them before escorting their guards towards other visitors. Such grandeur from the Spirit Hall, employing soul Douluo as gatekeepers, Tang San remarked as he observed the departing soul Douluo. Young man, you may not know this. This amusement park has 4 grand entrances, each guarded by a soul Douluo. A kindly middle-aged man, accompanied by his wife and son, leaned closer to Tang San with a smile. Do they not require rest? Are they to guard the gates for 12 hours a day? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Soul Douluo level experts are indeed rare on the road. I doubt the Spirit Hall would assign 8 of them merely to rotate guarding the gates. Not quite. It appears this is your first visit. Each of the 4 gates operates on different schedules, each opening for 3 hours in rotation. Thus, these soul Douluo only need to work 3 hours a day. You are fortunate to arrive at this time. It is the opening time for the West Gate. Had you arrived just 15 minutes later, you would have had to walk half an hour to the East Gate. Is that so? Thank you, kind sir. Tang San, upon hearing these words, understood immediately and promptly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. You young ones should be cautious while playing. Some attractions can be quite terrifying. Without the use of soul power, one might even be frightened into a heart condition, the middle-aged man kindly warned before departing. Come on, third brother. I've heard the Ferris wheel is breathtaking. Let us go take a look, Xiao Wu exclaimed, tugging at Tang San's hand. All right, Tang San replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. By the way, let us meet here later, Daimu Bai said as he took Zhu Juqing's hand and bid farewell, seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with her, wishing to avoid any interruptions. Hey, Boss Dai, what do we do now that you've all left? Ma Hongjun looked at Daimu Bai and Mo Feng, suddenly bewildered as Tang San and the others walked away. Weren't we supposed to play together? You just abandon us like this? Haha, have fun on your own. Daimu Bai laughed heartily, tossing Ma Hongjun a bag of gold soul coins before departing with Zhu Qing. Here, the entrance ticket merely grants access. Every attraction requires gold soul coins to enjoy. Exchanging a glance with Oscar, Ma Hongjun sighed. Well, it seems we are the only 2 single dogs left. Wow, third brother. This place is enormous, Xiao Wu exclaimed as she and Tang San wandered for quite some time, still unable to locate the much-discussed Ferris wheel. Tang San, equally intrigued, gazed in amazement at the amusement park, which was at least 5 times the size of the Heavendo Royal Academy, spanning well over 10 kilometers. The Heavendo city certainly lacked such vast grounds for the Spirit Hall to construct an amusement park. This area had formerly been several small villages. The Spirit Hall acquired the development rights and built a small town around it, prompting the villagers to relocate there, thereby rendering the area under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Spirit Hall only held usage and development rights. The Heavendo Empire could never relinquish full ownership of this land. Yet, Qian Renlin remained indifferent, as he believed that the entire continent would eventually belong to him. As Tang San strolled, he marveled at the surrounding attractions, curious about how they operated. It was known that Douluo Continent lacked electricity, and the Spirit Hall had not yet developed such large-scale soul-guiding devices. The operational principles were derived from the mechanistic innovations of the Mo family during the Qin dynasty. primarily utilizing gears and hydraulic energy. The specifics were unclear, but that was of little importance. Third brother. Could you just enjoy this day with me and leave all those troublesome thoughts behind? Xiaowu said, noticing Tang San's momentary distraction. Xiaowu, what's the matter? Tang San asked. Could you call me Little San? It feels like you haven't called me that in ages. Xiaowu exclaimed, a hint of panic flashing across her face. Could it be that he has realized? Hee, after the incident with the spirit hall, I thought it would be inappropriate to keep calling you Little San. Xiaowu chuckled playfully, saying, oh dear, it's all right, Xiao San. Her feigned cuteness elicited thoughts from Tang San that wandered elsewhere. Chapter 112. Confession. Let us go, Xiao San. I see the Ferris wheel. Let us have some fun. Xiaowu exclaimed, pulling Tang San's hand as she gazed at the colossal wheel spinning in the distance. Tang San snapped back to reality, striving to suppress his wandering thoughts. Hello? 50 gold soul coins per person. Is it really that expensive? Indeed, young lady. This Ferris wheel was constructed with immense resources and labor, allowing couples to enjoy enduring happiness. 50 gold soul coins is a reasonable price. The staff member replied with a professional smile. Ah, well, all right then. Xiaowu pouted, reluctantly reaching for her purse. However, upon touching the ring Tang San had gifted her, she realized it contained not even a single gold soul coin. Here, take this. Tang San, observing Xiaowu's awkwardness, retrieved 100 gold soul coins from his reserves. His own supply of gold soul coins had dwindled, having once won 1,000 from the soul arena. He had spent 500 on crafting materials for hidden weapons and other expenses, leaving him with only 200. Spending 100 in this instance meant he would be left with merely 100. In the past, he might have lamented the loss of such coins, unwilling to part with 100 for a mere Ferris wheel ride. Yet now, his heart had grown numb, and his nature was not overly concerned with wealth. Having already bestowed his hidden weapons to the spirit hall, he felt no need to cling to such material possessions. Wow, how beautiful! Xiao San, come and see. Xiaowu exclaimed as she settled into the Ferris wheel, joyously observing the crowd and the blooming flora below, carefree and exuberant, seemingly oblivious to the height. Tang San gazed at her face, captivated by her innocent and lively spirit. In that moment, she and Xiaowu appeared so alike, indistinguishable as separate beings. How wonderful it would be if the real Xiaowu were still present. As he took in the splendid scenery and the romantic ambience of the Ferris wheel, his eyes grew moist once more. What are you saying, Xiao San? Xiaowu asked, her expression filled with confusion. Why are you crying? Is it because of the gold soul coins? I promise, when I have money, I will repay you, okay? She said, grasping his hand helplessly as she noticed the moisture at the corners of his eyes. Xiaowu, just tell me honestly, are you really Xiaowu? Tang San could no longer contain his query. Xiaowu was taken aback, retreating a few steps with a panicked look in her eyes. What are you talking about? Xiao San? I am Xiaowu. Can't you see me standing right here? You are not Xiaowu. The real Xiaowu has already passed away, hasn't she? Tang San stepped closer, fixing his gaze on her eyes as he questioned. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be dead? I promised to be with you forever. We agreed that we would never part. How could I possibly die? Xiaowu lamented, cradling her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. A profound ache throbbed within her mind, where the memories of two souls intertwined, leaving her utterly bewildered about her true identity. Who are you truly? Why have you taken on Xiaowu's form to approach me? Tang San demanded, his gaze piercing into her eyes. I don't know. I don't know anything. Xiaowu sobbed, crouching down in despair. You're the inner. Your mission is to get close to Tang San and eliminate him. You are Xiaowu. He is the one you love, your beloved. No, you are Lianer. You are Xiaowu. You are Lianer. Please, do not speak any further. Stop talking. Xiaowu cried out, flailing her hands in distress. Undeterred, Tang San pressed on. Tell me, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? What is your connection to Qian Renlin? I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. Upon awakening, I was suddenly burdened with a new memory. I too wish to understand who I am. She wept, her sorrow palpable. Tang San was taken aback, staring at the weeping Xiaowu, unsure of how to proceed. He could clearly see that her anguish was genuine. Yet his purple extreme demon eye assured him that the girl before him was definitively not Xiaowu. Xiao San, please stop asking. I truly know nothing. All I know is that I love you. Seeing you frown brings me comfort, and witnessing your sorrow pains my heart. I am certain of my love for you. But beyond that, I am utterly lost. Xiaowu lamented, clutching her hair in despair. Silence enveloped Tang San as he contemplated a shocking revelation, one recorded in the Tang sect's ancient texts. detailing a dark sorcery capable of forcibly merging one soul into another, resulting in a body that harbored two sets of memories, a form of twisted immortality. Xiao Wu, please calm down and tell me slowly what transpired, Tang San urged, kneeling beside her in a comforting embrace. Regardless of the circumstances, he could discern her innocence. Her expressions of sorrow and anguish were undeniably authentic. He attributed this chaos to the machinations of Qian Renlin. After a time, Xiao Wu lifted her head from Tang San's shoulder and said, I truly do not comprehend what has happened. All I know is that I was unconscious, and upon regaining consciousness, I discovered an additional memory within my mind. I cannot distinguish which memory is truly mine, yet both sets of memories resonate with my genuine emotions. Could you share with me the other memory? Tang San fell silent for a moment before gazing at her, contemplating that perhaps through another strand of memory, he might grasp the true essence of the matter. This alternate memory belonged to a young girl, an orphan whose parents had tragically perished at the hands of soul beasts when she was merely 3 years old. Subsequently, she was taken in by the villagers, remaining with them until the age of 6 when she awakened, only to be taken away by an unknown individual. The recollections thereafter became hazy. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, lost in thought. However, the memories become indistinct from that point onward. Tang San urged her, think carefully. Who was it that took you? What did they look like? Perhaps that is the key. I cannot recall, she replied, only that the person seemed somewhat youthful. Was it the one who came to find me with you last time? No, he appeared significantly younger. Oh, right. It was the one who awakened my martial spirit. He seemed to have asked if I would be willing to be his daughter. I cannot remember if I agreed. And then? Can you remember anything else? Where did you encounter the one who came with you? Chapter 113. The truth revealed, I truly do not remember that individual. Also, who exactly is the person you mentioned who was with me? Xiao Wu suddenly realized that whenever she thought of Qian Renlin, her memories became utterly blank, as if he had never existed in her recollection. You do not recall what Qian Renlin looks like. Tang San was taken aback. What was this ability that could forcibly erase a person's memory? I do not remember. Whenever I think of the person you mentioned, it feels as though he is non-existent in my memories. Wait, was I not alone when I came to find you? I seem to recall no one being by my side, Xiao Wu queried, gazing at Tang San with confusion. Tang San was astonished. It appeared that his suspicions were indeed correct. Qian Renlin had encountered this girl at the spirit hall and, through some unknown means, had forcibly implanted Xiao Wu's soul or memories within this girl's essence, subsequently erasing any memories pertaining to himself. The girl, now possessing dual memories, could not discern her own identity. If this were the case, then Xiao Wu had not truly perished. At least, she had not experienced a complete demise. The girl had inherited Xiao Wu's memories or soul, and as long as her primary memories belonged to Xiao Wu, she essentially embodied her. It was akin to a case of split personality. Yet, Xiao Wu's physical form has perished. Tang San's anger surged as he recalled how Qian Renlin had dismembered Xiao Wu and consumed her. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Qian Renlin apart. Xiao San, I do not know what has transpired, but I shall not abandon you, though I am uncertain whether I am Xiao Wu or Lianer. I can assure you that from this moment forth, I shall be Xiao Wu. I will remain by your side, so do not overthink it, all right? Xiao Wu gently leaned against Tang San, embracing him as she spoke. Tang San gazed at the girl before him, truly moved. After all, they resembled each other so closely. And she possessed Xiao Wu's memories and inherited her personality. All right. Tang San nodded, extending his arms to embrace her. His heart had been profoundly wounded, unable to endure any more turmoil. Perhaps he needed someone to take Xiao Wu's place, to ease his heartache. At least her appearance remained, and so did her spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck him, her heart. Tang San was taken aback and hurriedly activated his mystic eye to examine Xiao Wu's chest. Could it truly be Xiao Wu's heart? He swallowed nervously, peering intently, yet how could he discern anything? Xiao Wu had perished before revealing her true form. Even if Qian Renlin had extracted her heart and transplanted it into this girl, he would be none the wiser. After all, every heart appeared quite similar, with no discernible differences, and he had never seen Xiao Wu's heart to know what it looked like. What is the matter, Tang San? Xiao Wu inquired, looking at him with confusion. Tang San blinked and quickly replied, It's nothing. I just remembered something. Let us continue to be as we were, shall we? Although my body is no longer my own, my memories and my heart remain. I am still Xiao Wu, and I will always be by your side. Tang San absent-mindedly nodded, contemplating that perhaps this arrangement was indeed acceptable. A shattered heart, even if stitched together, would still bleed and weep. His shoulders had grown weary. unable to bear the weight of worldly expectations. Upon returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San and his companions found the entire student body gathered on the playground, buzzing with fervent discussion. It was already midnight, a time when everyone would typically be asleep, yet today felt remarkably unusual. Ma Hongjun inquired, "What is going on here? Why aren't they sleeping? Is the academy organizing some event?" "I'm not sure. Let us go ask." Damubai replied, shaking his head. "Hey, have you all heard? The entire faculty and student body of Tsanghue Academy over in the west of the city died suddenly overnight. Indeed, I heard the deaths were quite brutal. TSK. Our teacher mentioned that the people from Tsanghue Academy met a horrific end, with their insides and entrails strewn about." "Exactly. It's unfathomable who they might have offended or who could be so merciless. What kind of grudge could lead to such cruelty?" Our teacher suggested that a soul beast rampaged through their academy, slaughtering everyone. "How barbaric. TSK. It's truly gruesome. I've never encountered a corpse in my life. Over 200 individuals from Tsanghue Academy perished in a single night." Listening to this discourse, Damubai, Tang San, and the others felt even more perplexed. Tsanghue Academy had suffered such a fate? When had this occurred? Ma Hongjun, with a look of astonishment, inquired. "I never anticipated that the Tsanghue Academy, which had clashed with us not long ago, would be annihilated within a year." Damubai sighed in response. "Humph. That Tsanghue Academy must have committed numerous wrongs. This serves them right. They have offended those they should not have, and now they face their demise." Ning Rongrong, with her arms crossed, scoffed. "Rongrong, how do you know it was an external force that destroyed them?" Oscar interjected eagerly, seizing any opportunity to engage her. Mo Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, "Isn't it obvious? How could soul beasts possibly infiltrate the city of Tiando, which is jointly governed by the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall? Moreover, they were apprehended even before entering the city. Yet it is also possible that they escaped from the soul-hunting forest," Oscar countered, furrowing his brow. "I recall you once said that nothing in this world is absolute." Mo Feng, irritated by Oscar's persistent opposition, retorted, "That is even less likely. The soul-hunting forest has always been under the strict control of the Spirit Hall, with powerful soul Douluo stationed there. The strongest soul beasts within are merely 10,000 years old. Do you truly believe they had any chance of escape?" Mo Feng's annoyance grew as he observed Oscar's insufferable demeanor, especially since Oscar dared to approach Ning Rongrong in his absence. Left speechless, Oscar could only huff in response. He was acutely aware of the truth in Mo Feng's words, yet he felt compelled to stand his ground. His resentment stemmed not only from Mo Feng's earlier promise to yield Ning Rongrong to him, which he had since reneged on, but also from the fact that Mo Feng had changed significantly upon his return, exhibiting an alarming ruthlessness during matches in the fighting arena, much to Oscar's detriment. "Enough. Both of you should temper your words. And you, Mo Feng, Oscar is merely inquiring out of ignorance. There is no need for you to constantly oppose him." Damubai interjected. He too had noticed the transformation in Mo Feng since his encounter with the Spirit Hall. He seemed a stranger, no longer the kind and gentle person he once was. However, unlike Oscar, Damubai believed that Mo Feng had suffered greatly under the thumb of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, leading to this profound change. So he did not take it to heart. Meanwhile, Tang San stood quietly, observing. He was aware that Mo Feng had been enslaved by Qian Renlin. Yet he could not take action against him. Otherwise, Mo Feng would be doomed to live in constant fear of the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Furthermore, it was evident that Mo Feng was intent on advancing the interests of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To thwart his schemes, it was crucial to avoid confrontation with the Spirit Hall at this juncture. Chapter 114. The Annihilation of Tsanghue Academy Teacher. Tang San and his companions greeted the approaching Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and the other instructors with deep respect. "Oh, you have returned," Yu Xiaojiang remarked. "I was just thinking of sending Flender to find you." "Teacher, what exactly transpired? How did the esteemed Tsanghue Academy come to be destroyed?" Tang San furrowed his brow in confusion and exclaimed, "Alas, what a calamity! They all perished overnight." Xiao Xian sighed as he rubbed his forehead. "We are equally in the dark. We only learned of the gathering through the Academy's broadcast." At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was also somewhat bewildered. Had it not been for the discussions among the students on the playground, they would have remained oblivious to the incident. "Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet." The three chief instructors of the Academy slowly emerged from the hall, with Ming Shenji standing on the high platform, gesturing with his hands as he called out. Upon hearing his words, the playground fell into an eerie silence. Tang San discerned a hint of anxiety and unease etched upon Meng Xinji's face. It seems the situation is far more dire than it appears. Tang San pondered, his immediate suspicion falling upon the Spirit Hall. Yet, there was no apparent motive. The Spirit Hall has always advocated for peace across the continent, forbidding any strife. Moreover, the tragic demise of all 200 individuals from Tsanghue Academy was unprecedented. Could it be the work of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? A shiver ran down Tang San's spine. I presume you have all heard of the events that transpired tonight. Meng Xinji began after clearing his throat. Tsanghue Academy, located in the west of the city, has suffered a complete and brutal loss of life overnight. This incident has alarmed both the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall, who are taking it very seriously. The reason for gathering all faculty and students tonight is that the cause of the tragedy at Tsanghue Academy has been determined to be of human origin. Though the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, the Emperor of the Snowy Night has decreed that, effective immediately, no one is to leave the campus. All classes will be conducted within the academy until the culprit is apprehended. What? It was murder? Who could be so cruel as to commit such an atrocity? One voice cried out. I had my suspicions. How could a soul beast possibly enter Tiando City? It must have been the work of a deranged fiend. Another teacher anxiously interjected. Chief Meng, do we know who the perpetrator is? Yes. Chief Meng, who is the culprit? Surely, you must provide us with some insight into their strength. The students began to murmur restlessly following the teacher's inquiry. Silence! Silence! Meng Xinji shouted, attempting to regain control of the situation, releasing his martial spirit to instill fear. The two other chiefs similarly unleashed their martial spirits. While we do not yet know the identity of the perpetrator, it is confirmed that all 214 individuals from Tsanghue Academy are deceased, with one person still unaccounted for, the academy's principal, Shrek Yin. The reason we cannot ascertain if Shrek Yin is the culprit is that, according to the assessment by the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, all these deaths were suicides. Although Shrek Yin's martial spirit is of the mental type, dream of remnants, it is implausible that he could compel over 200 individuals to take their own lives, Meng Xinji stated solemnly. What? Suicide? Over 200 people committing collective suicide? The faculty and students of the academy were taken aback, discussing the shocking news of a mass suicide. Tang San pondered deeply over the implications of such an event. What could possibly drive over 200 individuals to take their own lives in such a brutal manner? Could it be a form of mental manipulation via a martial spirit? He recalled that there was indeed someone with such abilities, Qian Renlin, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. But what could his motive be? What benefit would he gain from such an act? Tang San found himself perplexed. If Qian Renlin was indeed responsible, why would he spare Xinyan? Perhaps he had taken him to experiment with something novel? Given Qian Renlin's penchant for tinkering with peculiar creations, such a scenario was plausible. However, given his status and position, there was no need for him to resort to the murder of over 200 individuals at Tsanghue Academy. If memory served correctly, there were more than 100 prisoners on the first level of the Purgatory Tower in Spirit City. Flender and the others from Shrek Academy were equally astonished. Their mouths agape. Consequently, to ensure everyone's safety, it was decreed that no one would be permitted to leave the academy starting tonight. The Emperor would send guards to ensure their protection, thus alleviating any panic. Students were instructed to continue their training and attend classes as usual. Now it is getting late. Everyone should return to their dormitories. Disperse. With that, Meng Xinji and the other two chiefs turned to leave. The students in the playground gradually dispersed. While a few were concerned that the deranged fiend might target the Royal Academy, most maintained a detached attitude towards the matter. Tang San and his companions followed the crowd back to their dormitory. Rongrong. Father. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ning Fingxi and Jian Douluo entering through the school gates. Tang San and the others quickly turned to greet him. Uncle Ning, Sect Master Ning. Haha. No need for formalities. I rushed over as soon as I heard about the incident at Tsanghue Academy. In case the perpetrator decides to strike Tianxue Academy next, we must ensure Rongrong and everyone's safety, Ning Fingxi said with a smile, gripping his short staff. Oh my. It must be quite the trouble for Sect Master Ning to make a special trip. Flender bowed respectfully. Well, I couldn't help but worry about Rongrong. Coincidentally, there was nothing pressing at the sect, and with old Gu overseeing things, I felt more at ease coming to check on you all, Ning Fingxi replied, shaking his head. Dad, do you know who was responsible for the deaths at Tsanghue Academy? Ning Rongrong eagerly inquired, clinging to her father's arm. Ning Fingxi responded after a moment of contemplation. It cannot be ascertained yet, but the Emperor has dispatched people to apprehend Xinyan. although it seems unlikely he was behind it. He remains the only survivor from Songhue Academy. Finding him may shed light on the true culprit. Even you are uncertain? Ning Rongrong said softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Rongrong, this is not Uncle Ning's fault. Who could have anticipated that someone would commit such a heinous act? Moreover, the Tiando royal family has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Let us not worry excessively. Imo Feng hurriedly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and spoke. Ning Fengji observed their actions with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. He held a high regard for Imo Feng's character and talent. Uncle Ning, may I have a glimpse of the corpses? Tang San suddenly inquired of Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji looked at Tang San in astonishment, perplexed by his desire to see the bodies. Xiao San, do you believe that there is something more to this? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and asked. Indeed, I suspect that this matter is far from simple. The perpetrator must have a grand scheme, for why would he act so brazenly under the very eyes of the Spirit Hall and the Emperor of Tiando? Tang San stated solemnly. Ning Fengji hesitated. Although he recognized Tang San's exceptional abilities, he was still merely a 13-year-old child. He doubted that he could discern anything from the corpses that even the coroner of the Tiando Empire could not. Father, please trust Xiao San just this once. He is certainly not speaking without reason. There must be logic behind his actions, Ning Rongrong implored, shaking her father's arm. However, the bodies are within the palace, and it would be difficult for me to bring anyone inside. Uncle Ning, I have been familiar with human anatomy and its intricacies since childhood, and I possess considerable knowledge about various toxins. Additionally, I have studied the structure of soul beasts in the Stardow forest. If this truly is a case of orchestrated suicide, there will undoubtedly be traces left on the corpses. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang San, aware that he had always been by his side. How could he not know of his understanding of toxins and the anatomy of soul beasts? Was it during that month apart? I cannot make this decision alone. Very well. I shall take you to meet someone who should be able to grant you access. Ning Fengji ultimately decided to let him try, as the Spirit Hall and the Snow Knight Emperor were both at a loss regarding this matter. Their approach was straightforward. First, locate the year of the incident and conduct interrogations. If it were not his doing, the blame would still rest upon him. Calming the public's unrest was paramount. Thank you, Sectmaster Ning. At the Tiando Royal Palace, Ning Fengji escorted Tang San to an ancient villa of pristine white. This villa was magnificent and towering. Tang San gazed up at the ornate characters inscribed above the entrance, his heart stirring as he recalled the individual he had encountered at the auction. The prince's mansion. This was their intended destination. It is an honor to have Sect Master Ning in attendance. His Highness the Prince is inside. Please, Sect Master Ning. The guard at the entrance's eyes brightened at the sight of them and spoke with utmost respect. Ning Fengji nodded and led Tang San through the grand door into a vast hall, where a few maids wandered about sporadically. Subsequently, they followed the guards to a room on the second floor directly facing the palace doors. Teacher, you have arrived, exclaimed Shui Qinghe, bowing at a 90-degree angle with his right hand placed upon his abdomen as he gazed at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled and shook his head. Stepping forward to support him, Qinghe, how many times must I remind you that such formalities are unnecessary? You are Qinghe's teacher. Should the emperor learn of this, he would be displeased. After saying this, Shui Qinghe turned to Tang San. Brother Tang San, it is a pleasure to see you again. Indeed. Tang San replied with a smile and a nod. I have come seeking your assistance. I hope you can take me to view the remains of the lost bodies from Songhue Academy. Oh, Brother Tang San is also investigating? Shui Qinghe's eyes brightened with surprise. Investigation may be too grand a term. I possess considerable knowledge of human anatomy and have encountered various toxins. If the individuals from Songhue Academy were poisoned, I believe I could discern the nature of the toxin. Listening to this, Shui Qinghe squinted slightly. This is not a secretive matter. In that case, I shall escort you to examine them. Should you find nothing of note, do not fret. He assumed that Tang San, much like his brother, had a fascination with peculiarities and had come to glean insights from the corpses. My gratitude to His Highness. At the mortuary, where ancient bodies were preserved, an immediate waft of fragrant aroma greeted them. In the Douluo Continent, there were no refrigeration facilities. To preserve the bodies, the Heaven-Do Empire employed ice attribute soul masters, while plant attribute soul masters were tasked with emitting pleasant scents to mask the faint odor of decay. As Tang San approached one of the bodies, he inquired, "Can the ice be melted?" The supervisor nodded at Shui Qinghe and gestured for the ice covering the corpse to be removed. As the ice melted, an overpowering stench assaulted their senses. Shui Qinghe, unable to endure the foul odor, covered his nose and stepped back. while Ning Fengji glanced at Tang San before also turning to leave. In contrast, the staff members nearby remained remarkably composed, clearly accustomed to such scents. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, and the full extent of the injuries became apparent to him. There were evident claw marks on the face. The abdomen had been brutally torn open, leaving the intestines exposed, and there were clear signs of impact on the chest, indications that the deceased had endured tremendous torment in life. His pupils dilated, the whites of his eyes turning blood red, revealing that the deceased had perished in a state of extreme fear. Below the waist, however, the skin remained intact, devoid of any visible wounds. Observing the horrific state of the body, Tang San pondered, from an external perspective. It appeared the victim had been killed by another in a brutal manner, but why were the people of the Heaven Do Empire so certain they belonged to their faction? This was the aspect he found most perplexing. If external examination yielded no answers, then dissection was the only recourse. Is there a knife? Yes. Tang San received the knife handed to him by the staff and slowly made an incision into the deceased's stomach. Intent on discovering whether the man had succumbed to poisoning, to ascertain this, he needed to examine the contents of the stomach. Inside, he found remnants of alcohol, along with a small amount of rice, peanuts, and vegetables, indicating that the victim had been drinking prior to his demise. The degree of digestion suggested that no more than 15 minutes had elapsed between the consumption of alcohol and death. Do we have any lab mice? Tang San inquired, glancing at the coroner beside him. Yes, the coroner nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Please take this and feed it to the mice. Observing their reaction, Tang San instructed, extracting some of the liquid from the deceased's stomach and placing it in a porcelain container, which he handed to the coroner. Though the coroner did not fully grasp Tang San's intentions, he complied with the request. Half an hour later, Tang San emerged from the mortuary. A frown etched upon his brow. What did you find, Tang San? Any discoveries? Ning Fengji hastily asked upon seeing him. Tang San shook his head, responding, I have examined the body thoroughly. It was not a case of poisoning. The lab mouse had consumed the liquid extracted from the victim's stomach without any adverse effects. After taking a small blood sample from the deceased, the mouse still exhibited no signs of distress. Furthermore, when he tested the blood with a silver needle, it showed no discoloration, indicating that the death was not due to poisoning. Chapter 116. The Tremor of the City of Carnage. Everything is fine. Even the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire could not discern anything, so you need not carry any burdens, Ning Fengji reassured him, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Your Highness, I am curious as to how you are certain that these individuals acted upon themselves. Tang San turned to Snow Qinghe, his expression one of confusion. An illusion? Snow Qinghe blurted out upon hearing Tang San's words. An illusion? Tang San pondered silently. Could it be that the individuals from Songhue Academy were ensnared by some illusion, leading them to harm themselves? This notion seemed illogical. Such a martial spirit or ability had never been seen on the Douluo Continent, and the wounds on the deceased clearly indicated the involvement of another. In his mind, he suspected this was a fabrication by the Heaven Do Empire, born of their inability to capture the true culprit. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude for your kindness, Brother Tang San. At this moment, the Heaven Do Empire will handle the situation. You all need only focus on your training and strive for excellence in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition in half a year, bringing glory to the Heaven Do Empire. Snow Qinghe declared, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm as he gazed at Tang San. Understood. I appreciate your Highness's efforts. Ah. As the second prince of the Heaven Do royal family, and the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, it is my duty to investigate this matter thoroughly. Even the slightest glimmer of hope shall not escape my grasp. Snow Qinghe replied with a light chuckle. And do not feel compelled to address me as your Highness. If you do not mind, simply call me Brother Shui. Very well, Brother Shui. At this moment, Tang San had yet to encounter the Snow Knight Emperor and, thus, was oblivious to the subtle differences between them. Following the events at Songhue Academy, 4 months swiftly passed, and now only a month remained until the Elite Soul Master Competition, a prestigious event held once every 5 years across the continent. During these 4 months, the continent appeared remarkably tranquil, with no sign of the nefarious perpetrator responsible for the massacre of 200 individuals at Songhue Academy, as if they had vanished without a trace. As the Soul Master Competition drew near, excitement among various academies and the populace surged. This event represented the sole opportunity for the common folk to witness the grand spectacle of powerful Soul Masters competing, allowing them to cheer for their favored teams and providing a rare chance for close interaction with these esteemed individuals. The roster of competitors had long been finalized. with the Tiando Royal Academy fielding 2 teams. 1. The Imperial Fight Team, led by Yu Tianheng, was directly granted a spot in the finals, while the secondary team, comprised of Tang San and Dai Mubai, had to earn their place through the preliminary rounds. Unlike the Imperial Fight Team, Tang San and his companions needed to battle their way up from the qualifiers to secure a spot in the finals. However, unbeknownst to the entire continent reveling in anticipation for the Soul Master competition, there existed a realm of destruction, the City of Slaughter, on the Hell Road. Qian Renlin had been sitting here for 7 months, and now the blood river beneath the entire path of hell was on the verge of being completely consumed by him. As the blood river gradually vanished, the scene below began to unfold before Qian Renlin's eyes. To his astonishment, there existed an underground world beneath the blood river. As he gazed at the soon-to-be-revealed depths of the river, he pondered deeply. Indeed, upon his arrival, Qian Renlin had learned that the City of Slaughter was built at the base of a mountain, but he never anticipated that an underground realm lay beneath the blood river. Its depths unfathomable even to his keen eyesight. This could explain why, despite Qian Renlin's formidable devouring abilities and the powerful predatory skills of the Void Madness, it had taken a full 7 months to consume the blood river. This was all while he had been continuously absorbing, aside from his basic needs. Otherwise, with his devouring prowess, the progress would have been delayed by at least another 2 months. This was also the sole occasion he had endured such profound solitude and monotony in this forsaken place for such an extended period. At this moment, he reminisced about his time on the continent and found himself longing for the company of either Dugu Yin or Shuiyu. He wished fervently that they were by his side at this moment, alleviating his solitude. Yet, there was little he could do. He had no desire to engage in arduous training, and his soul power was progressing slowly. He considered that if he had to endure the tedium of cultivation, it would be far more beneficial to undergo trials in the City of Slaughter, thereby enhancing his soul power while acquiring a less potent method of attack. He had previously contemplated searching for divine heritage in the City of Slaughter, but that notion was extinguished on his very first day. He had spread his mental energy across the entirety of the city, finding no anomalies. Thus, he was in a hurry to break through the path of hell, obtain the domain of the Slaughter God, and depart. He had always despised wasting unnecessary time. However, his perspective shifted, since there was an underground world beneath the blood river. He felt compelled to explore it. Perhaps it concealed some divine heritage, such as that of the Shura god or the Rakshasa god. If he could locate the place of divine inheritance, he would have a way to devour the divine statues and powers left behind. He had never desired to inherit anyone's divine position. From the moment he understood the nature of his martial soul, he had aimed for the divine inheritance of the gods. Finally, it was nearly complete. Qian Renlin murmured as he watched the blood river being consumed. At last, a week later, the abyssal blood river was entirely devoured. Qian Renlin's eyes gleamed with joy as he swiftly spread his wings and descended. With the support of the blood river gone, the path of hell could no longer exert any influence over him. Just as Qian Renlin leapt down, the puppet that had been absent for 4 months slowly reappeared at its original position. Boom. At the moment the blood river was wholly consumed by Qian Renlin, the entire City of Slaughter trembled for an instant. As the King of Slaughter, watching the brutal contest in the arena of hell, abruptly rose in astonishment. His gaze fixated on the fallen below. What had he witnessed? The 10 individuals on stage were unleashing their martial spirits in succession. How could this possibly be? What transpired? In a fit of rage, the King of Slaughter bellowed, swiftly bringing his palm down, instantly reducing the combatants engaged in a life-and-death struggle to a mere pulp. Boom. At that moment, the very ground of the City of Slaughter trembled, shocking the audience into a daze, tossing them about with the unexpected tremor. Ah, great King of Slaughter, save us. The entire City of Slaughter erupted in cries of despair. As the combatants outside realized that their soul abilities remained unaffected, they commenced their own rampage. Chapter 117, The Fury of the King of Slaughter. It is worth noting that several titled Douluo resided among the fallen in the City of Slaughter. Once these titled Douluo regained their strength, their first targets were the black-armored warriors. Apart from the King of Slaughter, only one captain among the black-armored warriors was a titled Douluo. It was evident that the fallen, possessing both numerical and strength advantages, overwhelmed the guards. Haha, at last, I can break free. No longer must I bow to the whims of these insignificant ants. Hey, you there, the one who mercilessly whipped me for a whole month. Today, I shall return the favor and repay every ounce of suffering I endured. Did you think you could bully me just because my soul abilities were sealed? Let me tell you, fortunes change, and now it is my turn to torment you. The once subdued fallen erupted in a moment of reckoning, seeking revenge against old foes, while others indiscriminately joined the chaos. In this realm, no third-party forces existed. It was merely the fallen against the black-armored sentinels. After dispatching a throng of fallen who charged into the arena, the King of Slaughter hastily retreated to a corner of the City of Slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he discerned that this was the work of Qian Renlin. This time was different. In the past, the City of Slaughter had merely witnessed numerous fatalities, but now, every fallen soul had spiraled out of control. He understood that the City of Slaughter was doomed. From this day forth, it would transform into a true realm of slaughter. Anyone could enter, and anyone could leave. Upon reaching the path of hell, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Not a single drop of blood remained in the blood river, the very foundation of the City of Slaughter. He was oblivious to the exact events that had unfolded or how Qian Renlin had achieved such a feat, however. One thing was clear, regardless of Qian Renlin's identity or his connection to the Spirit Hall, he was determined to dismantle him piece by piece. Ah, Spirit Hall! You have destroyed my foundation, then do not expect to fare any better. The puppet, observing the King of Slaughter soaring towards him at breakneck speed from the path of hell, smirked and promptly unfurled his wings to take flight. Qian Renlin had long anticipated this scene following his devouring of the blood river, which is why he summoned the puppet well in advance. Intending to divert the attention of the King of Slaughter, Qian Renlin must remain in the underground world for a while longer, unable to depart in the short term. All he can do now is hope that the puppet manages to escape and return to the Spirit Hall to alert Bibi Dong. Beast, stop right there. The King of Slaughter gazed at the rapidly fleeing puppet and pursued it without a second thought. After all, in his view, aside from himself, no one in the entire City of Slaughter knew where the passage lay. Only Qian Renlin, who had entered the road to hell 6 months prior, remained. He had initially thought that the other party had long since exited, yet to his astonishment, the individual had lingered in the road to hell for a full 7 months. Solely to bring about the destruction of the City of Slaughter? He could not fathom why one would choose such a path. The Spirit Hall and the City of Slaughter were in a cooperative relationship. To annihilate this place would yield no benefit for the Spirit Hall, but rather increase their troubles. Having reached the depths, Qian Renlin sensed that the puppet had fully captivated the attention of the King of Slaughter, which eased his mind considerably. Although his overall strength was now on par with an ordinary title Douluo, he was acutely aware that aside from the angelic sacred sword, his other soul skills pertained to domain-type abilities. He did not believe that his self-created soul skills could inflict significant harm on a limit Douluo, especially considering that the King of Slaughter wielded the Shura divine sword. Dealing with such an entity was best left to Qian Daolu. After all, the current King of Slaughter lacked intelligence and was in a controlled state, significantly diminishing his power. He did not think that the current Tang San could pose much of a threat to his grandfather. Moreover, Qian Daolu possessed countless soul skills and martial techniques created by Qian Renlin himself, making him far more formidable than before. Even in his prime, Tang San was no match for Qian Daolu now. Thus, Qian Renlin harbored no concerns that the destruction of the City of Slaughter would pose any threat to the Spirit Hall. As for those fallen, having devoured the entirety of the Blood River, the lives and deaths of everyone in the City of Slaughter rested within his thoughts. Very well. Let them be in chaos for a time. Qian Renlin surveyed the subterranean realm before him, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmers of light. Yet, this absence of illumination held no sway over him. With a casual flick of his wrist, a blaze erupted in his palm, illuminating a radius of 100 meters around him in an instant. His keen eyesight rendered the expanse of 1,000 meters inconsequential. Emerging from the tavern prior to entering the City of Slaughter, a figure of striking elegance and icy demeanor stepped forth. The patrons within the tavern, upon beholding the sudden appearance of the cloaked woman, were momentarily captivated, akin to hunters spotting their prey. Ah, where did this beauty come from? Come, join me for a drink, one boisterous man called out. In response, Shueyo cast a frigid gaze upon him and summoned a massive black sword into her grasp, her martial soul. The legendary Demon Slayer sword. As her martial soul materialized, 8 soul rings began to pulsate around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Soul Douluo, stammered the brazen man, trembling in fear. He yearned for mercy, but Shueyo, having been raised amidst the ruthless environment of the City of Slaughter, showed no signs of compassion. With a sweeping motion of her Demon Slayer sword, the tavern was obliterated in an instant, not a single scream escaping into the air. Casting a cold glance back at the ruins of the tavern, she unfurled a pair of black dragon wings that propelled her forward. It was evident that she possessed an external spirit bone, one that granted her the ability to fly. Clearly, she was a formidable presence within the city of slaughter, with many having fallen to her prowess. To suggest that her spirit bone was bestowed upon her by the king of slaughter would be a fallacy, for even he himself lacked such an external spirit bone. The path to hell, the underworld. Qian Renlin had been walking for a full 2 hours. Yet the place remained utterly devoid of anything, with no discoveries to be made. Nevertheless, he was far from disheartened. His expression remained impassive, and his gaze resolutely directed forward. In such an expansive arena, he could not possibly believe that this was the trivial endeavor of some bored individual. Herald of the Legacy, you have arrived. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed within Qian Renlin's mind. Who? Qian Renlin's heart stirred, and he cautiously scanned his surroundings, demanding an answer. Do not be alarmed. I am the god of the undead, known as the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper spoke with a distinct pride in his title. Grim Reaper? Qian Renlin's heart trembled. This figure had not appeared in the original narrative, yet here was a deity from the divine realm. Presumably, he was merely an ordinary second or third-tier god, for otherwise such a being would not remain unrecognized in the divine realm. Chapter 118. The Grim Reaper. Haha. You amusing little child. Once, I was one of the 5 great judging gods, one of the 3 divine kings. Had it not been for that old curmudgeon, the god of Azura, I would not have fallen to such a state. The Grim Reaper laughed heartily, though his tone grew notably agitated when mentioning the god of Azura. In those days, the dragon god stood against myriad deities, and I, alongside the other 4 judging gods, united to resist him. Yet, when the dragon god was gravely wounded, that old curmudgeon, the god of Azura, took advantage of my own injuries and struck. I am uninterested in your past or how you met your demise, but I am indeed intrigued by your divine power. Qian Renlin interjected, his eyelids twitching as he interrupted the Grim Reaper's tale. Haha, how delightful. It has been ages since anyone has dared to speak to me thus. Humph, you have been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one even knows that you perished here. Naturally, no one has seen you or conversed with you. Qian Renlin retorted disdainfully, finding it absurd that a deceased god could be so arrogant. The Grim Reaper fell silent for a moment. Indeed, you are correct. Since my ascension to godhood and subsequent fall, you are the first to have encountered me, as all who met me before have long since perished. Now that you have seen me, you are no longer alone. Shall we proceed to your place of inheritance? Qian Renlin surveyed his surroundings as he spoke. Ah. With a sigh, a black mist suddenly materialized before Qian Renlin. As the mist dispersed, an elder clad in a black robe, wielding a scythe, emerged. This appearance was indeed fitting for the title of Grim Reaper. Yet, gazing upon his kindly visage, one could scarcely believe that he was the very figure who instilled terror in countless souls. Alas, I did not have the opportunity to leave behind a legacy before my fall. Now, I am but a remnant of divine consciousness. How the world has changed. The Douluo Continent has evolved to this extent. The god of death gazed deeply, sighing as he spoke. One must realize that in the days before his fall, the entire Douluo Continent was a realm governed by soul beasts. Qian Renlin pondered whether humanity even existed at that time. If it did, they were likely feeble. This reflection brought to mind the primordial world. Little one, I have little to impart to you. The divine realm is not as serene as it appears on the surface. After uttering this enigmatic statement, the god of death plunged into Qian Renlin's sea of consciousness. A powerful divine energy nourished his body and soul. I did not expect your soul power to be so abundant. The god of death exclaimed in astonishment, before dissipating into nothingness. Qian Renlin was taken aback, not anticipating that he would so effortlessly acquire the divine power of his opponent. Initially, he had contemplated deceiving the other party, locating his place of inheritance, and then forcibly devouring his divine essence. However, this turn of events saved him both time and effort. As the remnants of the death god's soul surged into Qian Renlin's body, he felt an astonishing increase in his mental prowess, growing more than 5-fold, while his physical constitution strengthened by over 2-fold. He had not expected that even a fragment of the fallen divine being's essence would possess such immense energy. His eagerness for the other divine inheritances grew exponentially. He resolved that once the elite soul master competition concluded, he would venture to Sea God Island. It seemed that this space was merely a manifestation of the residual energy of the death god. But where, then, lay the inheritance of the Shura god? Qian Renlin glanced indifferently at his surroundings, and a formidable spiritual force, unparalleled in the Douluo Continent, enveloped the entire subterranean space. This expanse was vast, far exceeding the dimensions of the entire city of slaughter. Qian Renlin speculated that this might no longer be part of the Douluo Continent, In other words, after the demise of the death god, he had utilized his residual divine power to evolve this miniature world. Upon realizing this, Qian Renlin displayed a hint of disdain. One of the 5 great adjudicators had managed to create such a diminutive realm, merely the size of a city. Suddenly, the void mantis reappeared behind him, emitting a forceful suction from its mouth, as if it sought to consume this minuscule space. After all, it was a manifestation of the death god's divine energy, and it ought not to be squandered. Divine power indeed surpassed soul power by several tiers of energy. It took him a full half-month to devour this seemingly trivial space. Once the divine energy was absorbed, he discovered that he was situated within a cave, the dimensions of which were less than 100 square meters and entirely enclosed. Evidently, the death god had guided him here previously. Qian Renlin fell into deep contemplation, and soon after, he concentrated a surge of soul power in his hand, delivering a powerful punch toward the entrance of the cave. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. Although the cave was breached, the small mountain itself quaked under the immense force of the soul power, teetering on the brink of collapse. Qian Renlin did not dare to linger any longer. He swiftly channeled his soul power and dashed towards the outside. The moment he emerged, the entire small mountain collapsed instantaneously. Stunned by this spectacle, Qian Renlin gazed back in disbelief. To be able to shatter a mountain with a mere punch was already a testament to formidable strength. Yet the fact that it had crumbled entirely was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Although the mountain was not particularly large, and the cave entrance was situated at the edge, the ease with which he could demolish it without even unleashing a soul skill left him utterly astounded. It is time to head to the Stardo Forest. Ditian, this time, I shall not fear you. Qian Renlin gazed silently at Dongfang, reflecting on the past few years during which he had refrained from entering the Stardo Forest, for he lacked the confidence to confront the numerous soul beasts that had existed for over 100,000 years. However, his strength had since evolved beyond recognition. He believed that even if he were to encounter Emperor Tian, he would have the means to escape, even if he could not prevail. As for the Silver Dragon King, she currently lay in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. Without the heavenly dream eye silkworm, her awakening would take at least another 20,000 years. Speaking of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, it had been devoured by Qian Renlin's soul several years prior, incessantly nagging him without purpose. Frustrated, he had ultimately consumed it, leaving it without even a chance of revival. This was the reason it had not appeared in recent years. In the Spirit Hall City, the puppet hastily made its way to the Spirit Hall after leaving the Hell Road. After a fortnight, he finally arrived at the Spirit City, only to halt before the city walls, for the King of Slaughter who followed him was not yet prepared to engage in battle with the Spirit Hall. Setting aside the dozen or so tidal Douluo and the formidable Bibi Dong within, even Qian Dalu alone was beyond his current capabilities. He had yet to fully master this body, nor could he wield the Shura divine sword. Yet, the thought of the Slaughter City being destroyed by Qian Renlin filled him with a fervent desire for vengeance. King of Slaughter, this is the Spirit Hall. Why do you venture into my domain? A commanding female voice echoed from within the Spirit Hall just as he hesitated. Humph. You should inquire about that from this brat. Oh, has Leonard done something to provoke your ire? Ask him what he did on the Hell Road. He obliterated the entire Slaughter City. The words of the King of Slaughter were spat out with clenched teeth. Is that so? Bibi Dong turned her gaze to the puppet, frowning as she questioned him. But you merely went for a trial in the Slaughter City. How could you have destroyed their territory? She did not seem overly concerned. The puppet opened his mouth to speak. I too did not anticipate the benefits I would gain from there. As soon as I stepped into the Hell Road, the surrounding murderous intent and malevolent energy surged into my being, gradually coalescing into the domain of the god of slaughter, and it even elevated my power. Thus, I inadvertently consumed it all. What? You devoured the Blood River? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. You consumed the Blood River, which had accumulated the murderous intent and malevolence over millennia, and you suffered no consequences. It was known that even she could only guide such immense murderous energy to coalesce into her own domain. She dared not touch anything within the Blood River itself. Once, there existed an exceptionally ambitious talent among the heavenly beings, who, dissatisfied with his ordinary domain, sought to elevate his status by harnessing the power of the Blood River. However, upon his first encounter with it, he was devoured. Ever since that fateful day, no one dared to covet the Blood River. Yet, Bibi Dong could hardly fathom that her own son not only approached it but entirely consumed it. What level has your domain attained now? Bibi Dong pondered momentarily, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How formidable must it be to have absorbed the entire realm of slaughter condensed by the blood river? She hesitated to imagine, considering her own domain was merely at the first tier. The domain of slaughter is categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier, known as the slaughter domain, enhances the user's power by 10% while simultaneously weakening the enemies within the domain by the same margin. However, if the opponent possesses a strong will, they may hardly feel the effects. The second tier, the slaughter field, is solely possessed by Tang San. Its effects are akin to a diminutive city of slaughter, amplifying the user's combat prowess by 50% while debilitating foes by the same percentage. Furthermore, this domain possesses a peculiar ability. Any enemy whose strength is inferior to the user is restricted in their soul rings and soul skills. The third tier, the Azura domain, is unique to the Azura god. Its effects are extraordinarily formidable, allowing the manifestation of killing intent, meaning that within this domain, one is perpetually subjected to lethal weapon assaults fueled by fluctuating murderous intent. It not only diminishes the enemy's power by 50%, but also augments the user's strength by an astounding 120%. Most importantly, it can purify the killing intent of others. This is the fundamental reason the Azura god is one of the 5 judgment gods and the nemesis of the Rakshasa god, as it can cleanse the Rakshasa god's murderous aura. Without killing intent, the Rakshasa god's power is drastically diminished. As Qian Renlin absorbed the entirety of the blood river, he naturally acquired the Azura god's gifted domain, the most potent domain in the Douluo Continent, the Azura domain. Mother, this body is merely a manifestation of my essence. My true self remains on the path of hell. As for the extent of my domain, I shall disclose it upon my return. For now, find a way to delay Tang San. Indeed, the king of slaughter is none other than the long-vanished Tang San. However, there is no need for excessive worry. He is currently under the control of the 9-headed Bat King, significantly diminishing his power, rendering him unable to utilize the Azura God Sword. My purpose in returning is to urge you to swiftly locate the headquarters of the Hautian sect and eliminate them with utmost urgency. The city of slaughter has been destroyed by me, and whatever controls Tang San will not endure much longer. Should he return to the Hautian sect and regain his strength, it would pose the greatest obstacle to the spirit hall. The puppet spoke urgently to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing that the king of slaughter was indeed Tang San. However, she quickly contemplated, but the Hautian sect is so well concealed. How can I find them? Even she herself had not realized that in the presence of Qian Renlin, she had developed a certain dependence on him, always seeking his counsel before undertaking any endeavor. She intended to travel to a place in Tiando City known as Yuexian, where the proprietress, Tang Yuehua, happened to be the sister of Tang Hao. She possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of the Haotian clan. Yuexian, Tang Yuehua. Bibi Dong murmured softly, her gaze growing icy as she declared, "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to Tiando City to capture her and subject her to severe interrogation to extract the location of the Haotian clan." Wait, given her temperament, even under duress she would remain silent. All you need to do is spread the rumor that Tang Hao has been rendered powerless and that Tang San, his son and the nephew of the clan leader Tang Shao, is being pursued by the spirit hall. Naturally, she will return to the Haotian clan to discuss this matter with her brother, Tang Shao. You can then send Ghost Douluo to follow her closely. The puppet hastily interrupted Bibi Dong, pondering whether Tang Yuehua would divulge the location of the Haotian clan if they proceeded as suggested. If they alarmed the snakes, it would be disastrous, as he knew that the elders of the Haotian clan would rather sacrifice Tang San and Tang Yuehua than allow Tang Shao to emerge from seclusion. In such a case, the spirit hall would be compelled to conduct a thorough search, prompting other forces on the continent to take actions. And the soul-hunting plan would inevitably be forced into early implementation. Bibi Dong hesitated momentarily before responding. Very well. We shall proceed as Liner has advised. Bibi Dong. After such a lengthy discussion, what is to be done? The king of slaughter outside the spirit city had grown impatient. Were it not for the destruction of the slaughter city and the depletion of the blood river, leaving him without support, he would have long since escaped its control. Then what do you propose? Bibi Dong asked coolly, gazing at the king of slaughter beyond the city walls. Humph. Leave this boy to me. This matter shall be settled. The king of slaughter harbored a clever scheme, intending to invade Qian Renlin's sea of consciousness to control Tang San first. Impudent. My son of the spirit hall. My child, is not something you can claim at will. Bibi Dong retorted sharply, exuding an air of authority. Yes, your holiness. We pay our respects to your holiness. The residents of Spirit City, witnessing Bibi Dong appear in the sky wielding the Pope's staff, were filled with excitement and knelt in fervent reverence. You. The king of slaughter seethed with rage upon hearing this. No, I cannot hold on much longer. The king of slaughter gazed at his increasingly uncontrollable body, casting a venomous glance at the imposing Bibi Dong before his arm vanished in a flash. Chapter 120. Before the Soul Master Competition. Bibi Dong, watching the retreating figure of the king of slaughter, let out a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared that he might lash out in a fit of rage. And if that were to happen, the outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. She could not fathom how many lives would be lost in her spirit hall. At this moment, only a week remained until the elite Soul Master competition of the entire continent. Luana had emerged from her seclusion 6 months prior, having reached level 50 and acquired her 5th spirit ring. Under Bibi Dong's guidance, she diligently practiced the techniques imparted to her. After half a year of cultivation, she had elevated her spirit power to level 54 and was on the verge of a breakthrough. On the day she exited her seclusion, filled with joy, she sought out Qian Renlin, only to be taken aback and filled with concern upon learning that he had already departed for the city of slaughter. She wished to request Bibi Dong's permission to follow him, but her appeal was met with an unequivocal refusal. With the Soul Master competition imminent, the journey to the city of slaughter would take at least a year and was fraught with peril. Bibi Dong would never permit such a venture. Nana, the Soul Master competition is just 7 days away. However, there is no need for you to rush. The preliminary rounds commence 7 days from now, followed by a month during which you can further hone your 7-person fusion technique. I hope you can shine brilliantly on stage and uphold the dignity of our spirit hall. Moreover, to earn Linner's acceptance, you must demonstrate the prowess that surpasses your peers across the continent, thereby gaining his admiration. Bibi Dong, the Pope, gently articulated to the enchanting woman beside her. 2 years had passed, and Luana had matured into a more graceful and captivating figure, meeting all expectations. The members of the Spirit Hall revered her association with Qian Renlin. Luana momentarily lost herself in thought before resolutely responding, "Yes, teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations, and I will prove myself to him." Bibi Dong, grasping her Pope's staff, held her hand, expressing her satisfaction with Huala's determination. Not only was the Spirit Hall preparing for the Soul Master competition, but all senior Soul Master academies across the continent qualified to participate were also gearing up. At the Heaven Do Royal Academy, behind a small hill, the competition, an esteemed event organized by the royal families of the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, with the Spirit Hall as a co-organizer, was the most grandiose Soul Master tournament in the realm. The strength of the participants was second only to that of the elite selection held by the Spirit Hall. The competition rules stipulated that participants from each academy must be under the age of 25, and each match would consist of teams composed of 7 Soul Masters. Deaths were strictly prohibited during the competition. Yu Xiaojiang addressed the 8 individuals seated before him. After 2 years of training, it is time to discern whether you are dragons or mere insects in this forthcoming contest. Teacher, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Soul skills are unpredictable. What if an accidental kill occurs? Daimu Bai furrowed his brow and inquired, "You assert this is indeed the case. Yet you must comprehend that the purpose of the impending Elite Soul Master Academy competition between the 2 great empires is to select talent, not to engage in life and death battles." Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded calmly. Furthermore, throughout this competition, no medicinal or food items crafted by Soul Masters outside of those participating in the food system or healing system may be utilized. Nor may any weapons not derived from one's martial soul be employed. As Yu Xiaojiang spoke, he cast a glance at Oscar and Tang San. Tang San was taken aback. If that were the case, his hidden weapons could not be used. However, upon inspecting his right hand, he gradually reassured himself, thinking, even without my hidden weapons, I may still possess strength. As the entire continent prepared for the Soul Master competition, Qian Renlin finally emerged from the path of hell, observing the chaotic city of slaughter with an unperturbed demeanor. Suddenly, with a mere thought, the 3 titled Douluo known as the Fallen clutched their heads in agony, rolling on the ground. The only titled Douluo level captain of the enforcement team stood dumbfounded, staring at the 3 who had just been exchanging blows with him, now in such disarray. Yet, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely felt the threat of death, with his own rank of merely 91. And facing 2 others of the same level and one at 92, had their soul skills not been sealed for years, he would never have withstood this encounter. For all 3 were notorious villains, stained with blood. As he contemplated taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the 3, an invisible wave surged into his consciousness. and he too succumbed to the same fate, clutching his head in torment on the ground. Once Qian Renlin had controlled these four individuals, a wave of mental energy enveloped the entire city of slaughter, causing all inhabitants, including the black-armored warriors, to writhe in agony. When the moment was opportune, Qian Renlin gradually released his mental force, and a cold, indifferent voice resonated in everyone's ears. From this day forth, for the next 3 years, no conflict shall arise. An entry into the city of slaughter is forbidden. Those who defy this decree shall meet a dire fate. With the conclusion of Qian Renlin's proclamation, a titled Douluo who had yet to recover from the shock was obliterated in an instant. The denizens of the city, stunned into silence, hastily proclaimed, "We dare not oppose. From this moment forward, I shall be your new king of slaughter, your emperor, your holy emperor. Yes, your holy majesty. Long live the holy emperor." Observing the multitude kneeling before him, Qian Renlin nodded in satisfaction and subsequently unleashed a domain of the 5 elements, enveloping the entire city of slaughter. With his current soul power and mental strength, the extent of his domain could now surpass even the entirety of Heaven Do City. A mere city of slaughter is undoubtedly inconsequential. As time ticked by, when the domain of Qian Renlin dissipated, a brand new city of slaughter re-emerged before everyone's eyes. The entire urban expanse remained as vast as it once was, without the slightest alteration. However, its appearance was utterly transformed, rendering it unrecognizable from its former self. Every 3 steps led to a tower, and every 5 steps to a hall, with the entire structure enveloped in an imposing black, culminating in a grand red and black hall at its center. This central hall, boasting 9 levels, was supported by 2 rows of 9 colossal red columns, each intricately engraved with a sinuous, lifelike golden dragon, creating a stunning spectacle. At the pinnacle of the palace, a resplendent throne of gold and jade commanded attention from atop a high platform of 99 steps, with the throne's backrest extending into 2 fierce dragon heads, exuding an air of formidable power. Adorning the apex of the grand hall, 2 golden-scaled dragons, seemingly poised to soar into the heavens, captivated the gaze. Throughout the city, in front of each hall and building, stood magnificent trees radiating a mysterious blend of red and yellow hues, while exquisite flower arrangements graced the entrances of each palace. The entire city resembled a royal palace. No, it was not merely reminiscent of one. It was indeed a palace, the Forbidden City, revered as the foremost among the 5 great imperial palaces of Waterblue Star. Chapter 121. The Distraction Control Method. Your Highness, the son of the Spirit Hall. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Ning Fengji inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Qian Renlin, who had seated himself in the chair to his right without disturbing anyone. It was not an invitation to sit, but rather a swift motion by Qian Renlin, who had seamlessly taken his place. As for why Ning Fengji recognized him, it was simple. With such an extraordinary and striking appearance, emanating an intense aura, and possessing an unfathomable strength at such a young age, Ning Fengji could think of no one else but the enigmatic son of the Spirit Hall. After completing the transformation of the City of Slaughter, Qian Renlin proceeded directly to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, where the puppet was currently cultivating in the Holy Lin Palace. Would you care to try? Qian Renlin poured himself a glass of red wine and, gently swirling the bottle, inquired. No, thank you. The red wine produced by the Spirit Hall is available throughout the continent, Ning Fengji replied solemnly. Is this how the esteemed son of the Spirit Hall treats his guests? Such a lack of sincerity, Ning Fengji thought to himself. This is not merely the wine crafted by the Spirit Hall's winemakers. It is a unique blend personally concocted by me, the Holy Son. There is none other like it across the continent, Qian Renlin said, taking a delicate sip of the wine and letting his alluring lips part as he spoke. Ning Fengji's brow furrowed deeper, perplexed by the other's true intentions. I appreciate your kind offer, Holy Son, but I am not one who indulges in wine. Perhaps you could share the purpose of your visit? The Soul Master competition is imminent, and the timing of this visit does not bode well. I have heard that within your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, one's martial soul can only reach the pinnacle of level 79, after which no further breakthroughs are possible. Qian Renlin remarked, swirling his wine glass slowly. Ning Fengji's expression hardened, and he impatiently retorted, You speak the truth. But surely the illustrious Holy Son of the Spirit Hall has not come merely to mock me? Qian Renlin scoffed lightly. Are you truly resigned to this fate? Resigned or not, this is the destiny of my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. We are quite busy within the sect, so I must ask you to leave, Holy Son. With a subtle smile, Qian Renlin extracted a precious herb known as the Fate. Fate is not a predetermined path. It is something one must actively strive for. How can you comprehend it without making an effort? Ning Fengji found himself increasingly perplexed by his words. Could it truly be that a mere herb could alter one's destiny? This was a 10,000-year Ilwa tulip, renowned for its ability to enhance the physical constitution of soul masters, remedying the flaws brought forth by their martial spirits and allowing them to transcend their inherent ranks. What? It can indeed rectify the deficiencies of one's martial spirit and break through the limitations of its established rank? Ning Fengji exclaimed, his pupils constricting in astonishment as his expression shifted dramatically. Qian Renlin cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, indeed. Consuming this will enable you to transcend the bottleneck of the 79th level and elevate the rank of the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Speak freely. What is it that you desire? Given that the conversation has reached this juncture, if he remains oblivious to the other party's intentions, he is unworthy of the title of sect master. I demand the 7 treasures glazed tile school to submit to me, Qian Renlin stated, leaving no room for doubt. That is impossible. I can acquiesce to other conditions, but the submission of the 7 treasures glazed tile school to the spirit hall is something I will never agree to. Ning Fengji replied without a moment's hesitation. Should he truly submit to the spirit hall, the 7 treasures glazed tile school would cease to exist on the continent. You must consider this carefully. Submitting to the spirit hall would allow the 7 treasures glazed tile school to retain its status as one of the top 3 sects. With you continuing as its master, everything within your sect would remain unchanged, and the spirit hall would not interfere in your affairs. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Fengji gritted his teeth and declared, abandon this notion. The spirit hall harbors ulterior motives. If I were to submit to you, it would not be long before you turned your sights on the other powers of the continent. Once the threats posed by those forces are eliminated, you would inevitably begin to encroach upon the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Although the allure of the celestial herb was immense and stirred his desires for the future of the 7 treasures glazed tile school and the balance of the continent, he could not acquiesce to the terms proposed. With a chilling gaze, Qian Renlin remarked, Old fool, since you refuse to submit to my authority, then meet your demise. Fengji, we must make our departure. Tomorrow marks the preliminary round of the Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Just as Qian Renlin prepared to strike down Ning Fengji and create a puppet to control the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Jianshan stepped into the hall, his footfall echoing with the weight of the 7 kills sword. Upon seeing Jianshan seated across from him, Qian Renlin suppressed his thoughts, reasoning that time was on his side and there was no need to rush. What brings you here? Jianshan asked, startled to see Qian Renlin occupying the position of bone fusion. He quickly rose, adopting a cautious demeanor. Aha! Sword Douluo, it is a pleasure to encounter you once more. Qian Renlin elegantly lifted his wine cup, savoring a sip while regarding Jianshan with a smile. Fengji, he has not caused you any trouble, has he? Jianshan inquired warily, glancing at Ning Fengji. Oh. You need not be anxious. He is here to propose a transaction, Ning Fengji replied, regaining his composure and waving his hand dismissively. A palpable aura of murderous intent had emanated from Qian Renlin, a sensation Ning Fengji had never encountered in all his years. This son of the spirit hall had indeed sought his life. A transaction? Humph. What sort of transaction could the spirit hall possibly offer to the 7 treasures glazed tile school? The affairs of our sect are quite demanding. So I must ask you to take your leave, Your Highness. I have had a change of heart, Sect Master Ning. I am willing to exchange this herb in my possession for your sect's mind control technique. Surely that is not too much to ask. Qian Renlin chuckled, producing a chair and a fragrant tulip, unaware of the specifics of their previous dealings. Jianshan could only perceive the audacity with which Qian Renlin sought to barter for a secret technique. You believe this mere herb is sufficient to exchange for the secret arts of the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Truly, you are a master negotiator. Son of the spirit hall. Very well. I accept. Ning Fengji replied, leaning on his staff. Fengji, you cannot be serious. How could you entrust our secret technique to the spirit hall? Jianshan exclaimed, incredulous at Ning Fengji's decision. Ah, Uncle Jian, please refrain from questioning me for now. I shall explain everything later, Ning Fengji responded wearily, feeling the weight of the spirit hall's gaze upon him. Jianshan furrowed his brow, falling silent. From his understanding of Ning Fengji, he would never act against the interests of their sect, especially since this secret technique was a private matter of the Ning family, leaving him reluctant to interfere further. The information you seek is inscribed within this document. Take a look for yourself. Qian Renlin drew in a breath from afar, capturing a ring, and upon opening it, he discovered a scroll within. With a mere sweep of his mental energy, he memorized its contents. Here, this tulip is yours. How you utilize it is your concern. With that, Qian Renlin tossed the ring containing the medicinal herb into the air and vanished without a trace. Chapter 122. Oscar's concerned sword Douluo grasped the object that had been thrown to him, his gaze heavy as he stared at the spot where the other had disappeared. The strength of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was growing increasingly formidable. He could not fathom how the individual had vanished. As if he had simply ceased to exist in this world. Ning Fengji found this scene oddly familiar, reminiscent of a soul skill used by Mo Feng. Fengji, what on earth is happening? What sort of transaction did the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall make with you? As soon as Qian Renlin departed, Sword Douluo eagerly inquired of Ning Fengji. Oh, he demanded that my 7-treasure glazed tile school submit to the Spirit Hall, and I refused, Ning Fengji said. His brow furrowed in worry. What? The Spirit Hall is so audacious? They directly demand the submission of my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Do they not fear inciting unrest across the continent, provoking a collective offensive against them? Sword Douluo exclaimed, astonished. Oh, their power is overwhelming. To the extent that they no longer fear any faction within the Spirit Master realm. I suspect they will take action after the Spirit Master contest. Are they planning to act so soon? But currently, other factions are at odds with one another. How will we withstand their army? Sword Douluo said. His brow knitted in distress. Oh, we can only do our best. It was fortunate that you arrived in time. Otherwise what? The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall would dare to kill you within the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Sword Douluo gasped, his eyelids twitching in shock. I truly sensed a trace of killing intent from him. If he wished to kill me, he would likely require only one strike. Ning Fengji recalled the murderous aura. A shiver running down his spine. Sword Douluo was taken aback once more. His strength has reached such a level? Even as an auxiliary-type soul sage. You should not be easily slain by him. The audacity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is astounding. Daring to assassinate their sect master within a school protected by 2 titled Douluo. Ning Fengji nodded. I wonder if he will intervene in this Spirit Master contest. If he does, it may not be as severe as it seems. Even if he has reached the level of a soul sage, this is, after all, a contest hosted jointly by the 2 great empires, in the Spirit Hall, as formidable as they are, cannot simply disregard the rules and resort to murder. Sword Douluo felt Ning Fengji's worries to be somewhat excessive. After all, in previous Spirit Master contests, the Spirit Hall had always participated without any fatalities occurring on the competition stage. This time is different. After our brief encounter, it is evident that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall possesses an extremely domineering personality, one who would not tolerate even the slightest loss. If he participates in the contest, there is a significant chance he will strike down any potential threat to the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji's concerns are not unfounded. In previous years, whenever a talent emerged on the continent that could potentially threaten the Spirit Hall, they would be nipped in the bud. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the former leader of the Haoyan sect during Tang Hao's youthful travels, the earliest titled Douluo in history would not exist today, although there was no concrete evidence directly implicating the Spirit Hall. All the major powers on the continent could surmise their involvement. Perhaps this herb he bestowed upon me carries ulterior motives. Ning Fengji pondered as he gazed at the exquisite tulip encased in the jade vial. By the way, Fengji, what exactly is this herb he gave you? How could it compel you to willingly relinquish the sect's secret techniques? The Sword Douluo inquired, bemused as he observed the jade vial in Ning Fengji's hand. I am uncertain, but he claimed that this herb could shatter the bottleneck preventing my 7-treasure glazed tile's martial soul from surpassing level 80 and even induce a mutation. What? It can rectify the flaws in your martial soul and transcend into a soul Douluo? The Sword Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Why wouldn't he utilize such a remarkable item himself? Or offer it to someone from the Spirit Hall, instead of trading it for your distraction control technique? I do not know, but I am unwilling to let even the slightest opportunity slip by. Moreover, the distraction control technique is not an exceedingly confidential method. It merely maximizes the effectiveness of our 7-treasure glazed tiles soul skills. He must have intended to use this herb to secure your allegiance. Indeed. However, I rejected his proposition. Thankfully, your timely arrival altered his perspective. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant. I sense no good intentions from the Spirit Hall. The Sword Douluo scoffed. Let us proceed. It is time for us to meet the Snow Knight Emperor. What do you intend to do with this herb? Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment before responding. If this herb is genuine, I shall entrust it to Rongrong. I am aging, and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect will inevitably pass to her. The Sword Douluo paused in surprise, then nodded in agreement That would indeed be ideal. But how shall we ascertain the authenticity of this herb? After all, we possess only this one specimen. We cannot simply ask others to experiment with it. Furthermore, we are unaware of its exact effects, and we cannot risk having Renlin consume it directly. You raise a valid point. Just so happens that Tang San is quite knowledgeable about herbs. We should consult him to discern the truth. The sword Douluo contemplated for a moment, deeming this approach the most effective. They were not worried that Tang San would harbor ill intentions after examining the herb. It was worth noting that his father, although incapacitated, still remained within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Wow, so many people. So beautiful. How splendid. Is this the stage upon which we shall shine? Dream God Machine. Along with Yu Xiaojing, Flander, and the participants from the Tiando Royal Academy slowly stepped into the Soul Arena. It was the time for the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, and the preliminary rounds were being held at the Soul Arenas of the two imperial capitals. Naturally, the arena had been meticulously arranged for this grand event. Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and the others gazed in awe at the transformed arena, while the ever-watchful Oscar silently observed Ning Renxue from behind. Had it not been for the month when Mo Feng had vanished, which had instilled in him a glimmer of hope, he might not have been so persistently enamored with Ning Renxue. However, as one lost in love, oscillating between hope and despair, his heart found it exceedingly difficult to bear. During Mo Feng's confinement in the Spirit Hall for that month, he had exerted tremendous effort to help Ning Renxue temporarily set aside her longing and pain for Mo Feng, gradually making his way into her heart. Yet, at that moment, he found himself overshadowed by Mo Feng's visage. He could never forget the scene when Ning Renxue first laid eyes on Mo Feng. He had never witnessed such a range of emotions, sadness, joy, surprise, on her face. Emotions that he knew would never manifest in his presence. Chapter 123. Chair Rose Tulip. Now that the members of Shrek had joined the Tiando Royal Academy, they were no longer required to don the unsightly green uniforms. Flander's attempts to profit through advertising had become futile, as the Royal Academy, representing the dignity of the Tiando Empire, would not permit such actions that could tarnish its prestige. As members of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San and his companions wore white tailcoats adorned with a white goose emblem on the left chest, exuding an air of distinction wherever they went. Look, is that the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy? Wow, what beautiful ladies. Who is that handsome boy? He looks so striking. Outside the Soul Arena, the throngs of people marveled at the appearance of Tang San and his group, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, the Academy's members were rarely seen in past years, and even a chance encounter on the street would not elicit recognition. Now, seeing Tang San dressed in the Academy's emblematic attire, they were in awe. Haha, Xiaoyin. With that face of yours, if you were to wear women's clothing, no one would ever guess you're a boy. Daimubai jested, chuckling at Tang San beside him. Tang San smiled, touching his ear. Now fully awakened with the blue-silver emperor spirit, his transformation was astonishing compared to his former self. To conceal his identity and avoid unnecessary complications, he had adopted the name Tang Ain. Xiao held his hand, her face adorned with a naive smile. Tang San glanced at her, his eyes flickering before breaking into a smile. Although he had temporarily set aside his grief over Xiao Wu's demise, treating Leonor as a substitute, the moment he saw her, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Wu. Deep down, he yearned for Xiao Wu to be by his side once more, playfully teasing him. The more he contemplated this, the stronger his animosity towards Qian Renlin grew. Renxue, nestled in the embrace of Mo Feng. Ning Renxue heard that familiar voice and hurriedly shyly extricated herself from his arms. Father, what brings you here? Ning Fengji glanced at Mo Feng, then at Ning Renxue. Shaking his head, you are my precious daughter, the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is it not permissible for me to visit you? The sect master Ning, Uncle Ning, and Tang San, along with others, promptly bowed in respect to the newcomer. There is no need for such formality. You are all Renxue's teachers and companions, hence my friends as well. I have come here as a guest for the opening of this competition, and I eagerly anticipate your performances. Flinder and the others were taken aback, while Ning Renxue looked at him with delight. Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, we shall not disappoint you, nor shall we tarnish the reputation of the Heaven Do Empire, asserted Yu Xiaojing with confidence. Indeed. Excellent. I have already spoken with Emperor Shui. Once you conclude this match, you may take up a position in the Heaven Do Empire at any time. Moreover, the doors of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will always be open to you. Ah, it seems Sect Master Ning intends to poach from Emperor Shui. Dai Mubai thought silently. We shall address that later. These young ones are still inexperienced and their minds are not yet fully matured, Yu Xiaojing said calmly, not wishing for these young prodigies to become entangled in such power struggles. Haha. Of course, you are welcome to join at any time. After all, it is your freedom. Ning Fengji said without concern. Father, you didn't come all this way just to poach, did you? Ning Rongrong scoffed, turning her head away with a playful pout. Haha. Everyone, I have come to speak with Tang San regarding a private matter. Ning Fengji glanced at Tang San, addressing the group. With a huff, Ning Rongrong walked away. And Flinder and the others exchanged glances before departing as well. After all, the competition was still hours away. Uncle Ning, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with me? Tang San asked, now alone with Ning Fengji, his curiosity piqued. Xiao San, follow me. Tang San hesitated for a moment but then accompanied him. Xiao San, I would like to ask for your assistance. Ning Fengji said gravely as he led him to a grassy area. Uncle Ning, you are Rongrong's father and my elder. Please speak freely. If it is within my capabilities, I will certainly help. Tang San replied without a hint of hesitation, as he remembered the kindness Ning Fengji had shown him, having once saved his father, who was now recuperating at the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Ning Fengji nodded, solemnly retrieving a jade vial and handing it to Tang San. What is this? Tang San asked, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the vial, his curiosity ignited. Xiao San, I know you possess extensive knowledge of herbs, so I would like you to help me identify this particular herb. Tang San, filled with curiosity, opened the jade vial, and a rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. His heart stirred as he hastily examined the contents within. This is the Iluwa tulip, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Fengji felt a surge of emotion within. Little San, do you recognize it? His breath had grown exceedingly heavy. The fact that Tang San could name it with such certainty indicated his familiarity with both its identity and its medicinal properties. Tang San swallowed hard and replied, Indeed. This is a celestial herb known as the Iluwa tulip. Its effects are to enhance one's physique, overcoming the innate deficiencies of a soul master's martial soul, thereby enabling one to transcend previously unattainable realms. It aligned perfectly with what he had said earlier. Little San, can you discern whether this herb is genuine or not? Ning Fengji inquired eagerly, his heart brimming with hope. Celestial medicines cannot be counterfeit. They are cultivated under extraordinarily challenging conditions, requiring specific circumstances to flourish. Moreover, based on the quality of this celestial herb, it has matured for a staggering 60,000 years. Uncle Ning, once you consume it, you will surely break through your soul power level, and there is a substantial likelihood of your martial soul undergoing a mutation. In light of this, the authenticity of the herb was all but confirmed. Tang San was completely absorbed in the potential effects of the Iluwa tulip, oblivious to the nuances of what constituted a celestial herb. By the way, Uncle Ning, could you share where you obtained this celestial herb? Tang San asked with palpable urgency. Oh, Ning Fengji returned to his senses and exhaled slowly. It was given to me by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I do not know where he acquired it. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? Qian Renlin? Why would he bestow such a precious item upon you? Tang San inquired. Puzzled. We made a trade. He exchanged it for something from me. Ning Fengji did not conceal this from him. I see. Tang San responded, somewhat disheartened. If he could ascertain the origin of this herb, he could locate its place of growth, where other celestial herbs might also be found. Unfazed by Tang San's disappointment, Ning Fengji had already resolved to present this herb to Ning Rongrong, for only through its application on her could its true potential be realized. Chapter 124. The Goddess of Roses. Tang San returned to Yu Xiaojing's side, his mind heavy with thoughts, while Ning Fengji sought out Ning Rongrong once more. Little San, what did the sect leader want with you? You seem quite distracted since your return. What has transpired? Mo Feng asked urgently upon seeing Tang San's return. He was eager to uncover what had occurred between them or whether Ning Fengji had entrusted him with any secret tasks. He wondered if this matter might pose a threat to the Spirit Hall or affect their master's plans. Nothing of consequence. Uncle Ning merely spoke with me about a few matters, Tang San replied after gazing at him for a moment. Indeed, he seems quite impatient, always prying into our affairs. Tang San mused quietly. He was uncertain how Mo Feng would act during the upcoming Soul Master competition, deeply concerned that he might attempt to sabotage their efforts. Yet he could not warn them to be cautious of one another. All he could do was silently observe their every move. Rongrong, father, what did you discuss with Tang San that I am not privy to? Ning Rongrong inquired, gazing at Ning Fengji as he entered the room. A look of confusion on her face. Ning Fengji first acknowledged Flinder and the others with a nod before responding, Rongrong, come with me. I have something to give you. Perplexed, Ning Rongrong followed him outside, at which point Tang San hastily interjected, Uncle Ning, may I accompany you as well? I am familiar with it and understand how to use it. Ning Fingji nodded. Very well, Xiao San, you may join us. Dai Mubai and the others were even more bewildered, wondering what was transpiring between them, shrouded in such mystery. All right, prepare yourselves. In 1 hour, we will enter the drawing phase. I wonder which academy will be your first opponent. Yu Xiaojiang spoke up at this moment. He was not concerned with the secrets Tang San and the others harbored, but rather focused on the safety and performance of these young prodigies. Look, that is the team from Holy Spirit Academy. Ah, it's the Rose Goddess. Well, I didn't expect the Rose Goddess to personally lead the team into the competition. Rose Goddess, I love you. Ling Feng, I love you. Yi Goddess, I love you. Just as Tang San and the others pondered the secret between him and Ning Fingxi, a group of over 10 individuals entered the Soul Arena. Witnessing the imposing entrance of the 7 sword servants clad in sleek black scales, everyone present, regardless of age, surged towards the exit, fervently shouting various exclamations. Observing the frenzied crowd, the contestants from the arriving academies exchanged puzzled glances. Upon realizing that the newcomers were from Holy Spirit Academy, their eyes widened in awe, and they craned their necks to get a better view. Even many of the accompanying teachers were captivated by the sight. Flinder and the others looked on in confusion as those who had been discussing them suddenly began fervently pursuing the newcomers, unable to comprehend the situation. Ma Hongjun was left bewildered, staring at the lady who had just flirted with him, now proclaiming she wanted to bear children for someone else, leaving him emotionally shaken. Fuming, he glared at the entrance of the Soul Arena, determined to find out who had stolen his lady's affections. However, as he beheld the 7 sword servants striking attire and charming visages, his eyes widened in terror as he pointed and exclaimed, They have arrived. Dai Mubai and the others shared the same incredulous expressions as they gazed upon the newcomers. Isn't that the Burial Heaven team from the Spirit Hall? Why are they participating in the preliminary rounds? Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment. Wasn't the Spirit Hall granted direct entry into the finals? Why are they here for the preliminaries? Ning Rongrong expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, This is truly unfortunate. Even the Zhang Tian team has come to participate in the preliminaries. Just how extraordinary must the legendary golden generation of the Spirit Hall be? Ma Hongjun, with a furrowed brow, lamented, This is utterly impossible to contend with. Setting aside the strength of the other teams, the mere presence of Zhang Tian is beyond our capability to resist, not to mention the Spirit Hall's hidden golden generation. Why have they come? Could it be for my sake? Pondered Tang San, as he stepped out of the Soul Arena alongside Ning Fingxi, glancing curiously at the passing Ling Feng and others. In his mind, apart from the Spirit Hall's Saint Son, Qian Renlin, Zhang Tian was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Yet, they had chosen to forego their guaranteed spots and directly compete in the preliminaries. His initial reaction was to assume this was directed at him. Ning Fingxi was momentarily taken aback, but it was merely a fleeting surprise, after all. The Spirit Hall had consistently claimed victory in previous Soul Master tournaments, so he had grown accustomed to it. He had never entertained hopes of Tang San and his companions securing the championship. He merely wished for Shrek and the others to reach the finals. Ning Rongrong observed the resplendent 7 sword servants and shared her apprehension regarding the forthcoming match. What if we encounter them in the very first round? Ere long, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang stared in disbelief at the figure of Lu Erlong leading the procession. What brings her here? In what capacity has she come? Are they calling her the Rose Goddess? And why is she aligned with the Spirit Hall? At that moment, countless thoughts raced through their minds. Lu Erlong, catching sight of Flander in the distance, was initially taken aback. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang, her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. My lady, what troubles you? Inquired the 3 members of the Education Committee, walking alongside Lu Erlong, their faces etched with concern regarding her unusual demeanor. Lu Erlong offered a smile before responding, It's nothing. I just recalled something suddenly. Hong Sun scrutinized her for a moment, then glanced at Yu Xiaojiang ahead, as if a realization dawned upon him. He was well aware of Lu Erlong's connection to the Saint Son and recognized Yu Xiaojiang as the one who had previously sought her out. Initially, he had assumed Yu Xiaojiang was merely enamored by her beauty, but now, observing the situation, it appeared far more complex than that. It seems this matter requires reporting to the master. Hong Sun contemplated deeply. If he were merely an admirer, it would suffice to covertly handle the situation with the other party. However, when it came to Lu Erlong's interpersonal relationships, matters became far more complex. necessitating a report to Qian Renlin. Beside him, Liu Xian and Fang Yin harbored similar sentiments. They were not only members of the Holy Lin Academy's committee, but also high-ranking officials within the Luo network group, subservient to Qian Renlin. Regarding their master's woman, they were averse to her forming any significant connections with other men. In their eyes, since she was already their master's woman, she had become their matriarch. And all previous relationships and emotions had to be entirely discarded. Chapter 125. Qian Renlin's heartache. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Liu Erlong, who was evading his gaze, and felt a profound pang in his heart for the first time. He experienced a heartache unlike any he had felt even upon discovering that she was his cousin. Regret washed over him. He lamented why he had not sought her out all these years. He regretted knowing her whereabouts and yet failing to meet her. He believed her joining the Spirit Hall was entirely due to his past actions that had shattered her heart, leaving her utterly disillusioned. Yet, amidst this remorse, there was an overwhelming tide of resentment. He despised her for not waiting a little longer for him. He resented her lack of understanding. He loathed that, like Bibi Dong, she had forsaken him in pursuit of power. He abhorred that she would rather join the Spirit Hall than return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Despite being ostracized by the sect, he had never harbored hatred for his father or any member of the sect. He had always taken pride in being born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Little did he expect that Liu Erlong, the woman he cherished most, his cousin and the niece of Yu Yuanjin, would join the Spirit Hall. Flender observed the trembling Yu Xiaojiang and offered a comforting pat on his shoulder, saying, "Xiaojiang, pull yourself together. Perhaps the reality is not as we perceive it." Even he recognized the inadequacy of his own words. "Prepare yourselves. If you encounter this team, surrender." Yu Xiaojiang snorted coldly and led the way into the soul-fighting arena. Tang San and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired with their teacher. It seemed that he had a deep connection with the woman known as the Rose Goddess from the Holy Lin Academy. "Hey, Dai, what do you think the relationship is between the Master and that Rose Goddess?" Ma Hongjun asked with a mischievous grin directed at Dai Mubai. "How would I know? Perhaps you should inquire with the Master yourself," Dai Mubai replied with a dismissive glance. "Ah," Ma Hongjun feigned a shake of his head, indicating his reluctance. "What are you all whispering about? Focus. You may have your first match this afternoon." Flander, with a glum expression, snorted in displeasure. With his formidable strength at level 79, he easily overheard their conversation. His heart ached, as he too had long cherished feelings for Liu Erlong. Witnessing her becoming intertwined with the Spirit Hall, seemingly deepening their bond, brought him considerable sorrow. "Erlong, have you truly chosen to descend into such depths?" Flanders silently pondered as he observed the approaching group from the Sacred Lin Academy. Liu Erlong, watching Yu Xiaojiang leave in frustration and noticing Flanders' disappointed visage, felt equally distressed. She yearned to explain, yet how could she articulate her thoughts? In what capacity could she provide an explanation? She had lost the courage to face Yu Xiaojiang again. The technique of mind-divided control, in essence, entailed multitasking. The documentation within was remarkably comprehensive. Previously, achieving this had required Herculean mental strength to fragment her thoughts into countless strands. However, with this secret method, the process no longer necessitated such cumbersome divisions of mental power. Within a secluded chamber of the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City, Qian Renlin slowly opened his eyes and spoke. He had thoroughly mastered the technique of mind-divided control and had even developed a more intricate, detailed, and potent method. With his immense mental strength as a foundation, he could simultaneously grasp thousands, even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Should his mental prowess increase further, he could potentially harbor hundreds of thousands of thoughts at once. The several soul skills he possessed, along with numerous self-created techniques, could be unleashed simultaneously without exhausting excess soul power. At that moment, within Qian Renlin's mental realm, thousands of ethereal manifestations of his mental energy appeared. With a mere thought, each was engaged in disparate activities, some performing push-ups, others executing sit-ups, some practicing martial arts, while others rested. His innate talent was extraordinary and coupled with unparalleled mental strength. All he required was a hint of inspiration to push his capabilities to their utmost limits. Qian Renlin withdrew from the realm of mental energy and found himself in the bustling city of Tiando. As he gazed out at the vibrant scenery, his thoughts began to wander aimlessly. He pondered to what extent his mental energy cultivation had progressed over the years, and his reflections drifted into the memories of his past life. He had suffered from a rather insidious form of bipolar disorder, which, to be precise, falls under the category of depression. This condition typically presents no apparent differences from that of an ordinary individual, manifesting only under extreme duress. The distinction between bipolar disorder and depression lies in the emotional responses of the afflicted. Those with depression exhibit a pervasive sense of melancholy, feelings of inadequacy, and a bleak outlook on life, sometimes resulting in self-harm or suicidal tendencies when faced with significant stimuli. Conversely, bipolar disorder can be seen as a reaction to a pessimistic worldview. However, individuals with this condition do not descend into despair due to self-deprecation. Rather, they have often endured inequitable treatment in their childhood or society, or have encountered events they find intolerable, leading to an abrupt emergence of their pessimistic sentiments. The most significant difference is that, when provoked, those with bipolar disorder do not resort to self-destructive behaviors. Instead, they may project their anguish onto others, committing extreme acts of harm against them. Unfortunately, there is no effective preventive measure for bipolar disorder. The best course of action is to minimize triggers and accommodate their needs as much as possible. Given your resources, it should not prove too challenging. I will prescribe some antidepressants. However, these medications may offer little relief for his condition. They are likely to impair his memory, causing him to forget past experiences. If he can let go of previous unpleasantness and avoid further provocations, his condition may gradually improve. Qian Renlin blinked, recalling the words spoken by the doctor to his mother following his girlfriend's tragic demise. Although the antidepressants he had taken had initially dulled his memories, upon his arrival in this realm, his burgeoning mental strength brought forth a vivid clarity of past events and experiences. As these memories resurfaced, he devised a plan to deal with Yu Xiaojing without arousing Bibi Dong's suspicions. His strategy aimed to shatter Yu Xiaojing's spirit, to conquer him mentally. However, to achieve this, he could not act directly. Thus, he sought out Xianyan, imparting to him a sinister technique for cultivating mental power, which Xianyan would then employ to assault Yu Xiaojing's psyche. The complexity of his scheme stemmed from his desire for Yu Xiaojing to perish amidst torment, refusing to allow him a gentle demise. Chapter 126. Before the Soul Master Tournament, Part 1. Greetings. Welcome to the Soul Arena in Tiando City. I am the host from the Tua Soul Arena, and it is my honor to preside over the opening ceremony of this prestigious elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. First, let us welcome the 27 participating teams to enter. With the destruction of Songhui Academy, the once 28 teams have now dwindled to 27. As the teams from the Tiando Empire gathered for the preliminary rounds, Emperor Shueya, along with Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall and the returning Ning Fengji, ascended to the high platform to take their seats of prominence. The elite preliminary tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies was finally set to commence. Isn't he the host from the Tua Soul Arena? Why is he presiding over this elite tournament? Ning Rongrong, having returned from gathering herbs, inquired with confusion. Indeed, surely the Soul Arena in the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire would have someone else to host this event. Ma Hongjin echoed, equally bewildered. No, he is merely hosting the opening ceremony. The true host is not him. Tang San clarified with a shake of his head. Then why is he in this role? Daimubai and the others remained perplexed. How should we know? Forget about it. Prepare yourselves, for your first match is approaching, Flander reminded as he walked along. The first team to enter was Tiando Royal Academy's second team, the strongest representation of the Tiando Empire, renowned for their excellence. Their motto was, unbreakable, advancing boldly. As Flander and the others stepped into the inner hall, the host's voice continued to explain the proceedings. However, with the 7 sword slaves leading the way, the audience's enthusiasm appeared rather subdued, save for a few scattered admirers cheering for the beauty of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. It was evident how awkward Daimubai and the others felt, with Flander's pace noticeably quickening, as if he feared being recognized as part of the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Emperor Shuya seated upon the high platform wore a grim expression, and even Ning Fengji to his right seemed somewhat at a loss. None had anticipated that the esteemed team from the Royal Academy of the Heavenly Empire would be met with such disdain. However, seated to the left of the Snow Knight Emperor, Salas observed with a smirk, unabashedly taunting Snow Knight with a derisive laugh. Humph. Snow Knight cast a disdainful glance at Salas, his expression darkening with discontent, yet he was powerless to act, for the opponent hailed from the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he was one of the 3 platinum bishops, whose status was only subordinate to that of Pope Bibi Dong, on par with the elders. Next to grace the arena was the 5 Element Academy, a formidable contender for this year's championship. Following them was the Plant Academy. As the host's words echoed, the teams from the 5 Element Academy and the Plant Academy stepped into the inner sanctum. their entrance eliciting a far more fervent cheer from the audience than that of Tang San and his companions. Yet, the most ardent supporters remained the predominantly female Water Academy and the Fire Academy, which boasted the highest female representation. Then emerged the illustrious Holy Academy, instilling confidence in every spectator present. Which team would ultimately rise above the rest in the preliminary rounds? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Go, Ling Feng. Crush them. Go, Goddess Yi. Defeat them. Holy Academy, show them what true strength looks like. Holy shall prevail. Holy is invincible. Holy shall prevail. Holy is invincible. Holy shall prevail. Holy is invincible. Heavens, the Spirit Hall Academy is remarkably popular. It's merely because their males are handsome and their females are beautiful. They are just a bunch of superficial people, Ning Rongrong huffed in displeasure. They are not just high in appearance, their strength is formidable as well. We must not underestimate them, Tang San stated gravely. Indeed, Xiao San is right. Should you encounter this team, I strongly advise you to forfeit. Your current strength poses no chance against them. I do not expect you to achieve a high ranking. My only wish is for you to safely reach the finals, thus honoring the rigorous training you have undergone. That would bring me great solace, Yu Xiaojiang remarked solemnly, having approached them at some point before this team. An immense pressure enveloped all present. The other major academies regarded the flourishing Holy Academy team with utmost seriousness. This academy emerged abruptly this year, and after thorough investigations by various influential powers, it was discovered that it had previously been a little-known institution. However, these powerful factions were astonished to find that this academy boasted a committee comprising 3 individuals at the Seoul Douluo level, alongside an extraordinarily enigmatic principal, of whom they could find no pertinent information. Most notably, the Academy's battle team was none other than the infamous Zhongtian team, which had previously triumphed over Soto City without contest. Their records indicated that every member possessed soul power exceeding level 45, a truly staggering statistic. It is worth noting that among the majority of the teams present, only a scant few had captains who had reached level 40. Moreover, the youngest member of those teams was already 17 years old, while this particular team consisted entirely of members aged 14, none yet 15, with the sole exception of the healing support female member, who was a normal 17. The disparity in soul power and age left all other academies present in a state of despair. Crucially, their strength was formidable, and their teamwork was remarkably harmonious. Many had already predicted that this team would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 in the finals. This information was only from a year ago. It is noteworthy that 6 months prior, the 7 sword slaves had already broken through to level 50, and they were now all at level 57, surpassing the golden generation of the Spirit Hall by 3 levels. Hulaina, at present, had only reached level 54, a feat accomplished after her training with the advanced version of Xiantian Gong provided by Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin were merely at level 53, a full 4 levels below the 7 sword slaves, and all 3 had now reached the age of 18. From Qian Renlin's perspective, they were hardly worthy of being considered for servitude. Qian Renlin had opted to send the 7 sword slaves into the preliminary rounds ahead of schedule, as he was weary of the ongoing game. With Tang Chen's emergence, there was a constant possibility of his consciousness awakening, leaving Qian Renlin with little inclination to continue engaging with Tang San. He was acutely aware of Tang San's tenacity, and if Tang Chun were to whisk Tang San away to some remote corner of the continent, finding him again would not be a simple task. Moreover, granting Tang San ample time to escape his control could lead to significant complications in the future. In Chapter 127, Before the Soul Master Competition, Part 2, Qian Renlin resolved to eliminate them in this Soul Master competition, with a particular focus on Tang San, as the rest of the Shrek team posed no real threat. Only Tang San, the fated child, was different. He could only afford to let him roam freely while still under his control. With Tang Chen's imminent appearance, Qian Renlin had made up his mind to bring an end to Tang San, as he was tired and wished to cease playing. Next, let us welcome His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor, to declare the opening of this competition. The host's voice resonated with fervor, each word igniting the passion within the hearts of the audience. With that singular utterance, the thoughts of all those still in awe of the Holy Spirit Academy were abruptly drawn out. As the host's voice faded, the soldiers inside and outside the arena began to strike gongs, beat drums, and blow trumpets, creating an atmosphere of exuberant fervor. The audience joined in a chorus of raucous cheers. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Yi, slowly rose from his seat, a formidable staff appearing in his hand with a mere gesture. In a voice imbued with authority, he declared, I, Shui, Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this grand event, solemnly announced the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Here, I hope that all participating Soul Masters can fully unleash their abilities and achieve remarkable results. You are all the pride of the Heaven Do Empire. As the Emperor's impassioned words resonated, the spectators inside and outside the arena erupted into fervent cheers. Even Tang San and his companions were stirred, eager to showcase their talents on stage and bask in glory. Next, let us welcome Mr. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, to deliver a speech for this tournament. As Ning Fengji stood, Ning Rongrong looked on with pride and joy, while the rest of the Shrek team gazed at him with anticipation. It is a great honor to be invited as a guest to inaugurate this tournament. I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless soul masters. Only through relentless refinement could true growth be attained, just as His Majesty has stated. Today you bring glory to the Empire, and tomorrow the Empire shall take pride in you. Ning Zhongzhu, as the most powerful support-type soul master, which team do you favor? That is difficult to say. Let us see the true strength on stage. Ning Fengji first glanced toward Ning Rongrong's location, then cast his gaze toward the Holy Spirit Academy, ultimately shaking his head. Naturally, he hoped that Tang San and his companions would emerge victorious in the preliminary rounds. But upon observing their current soul power compared to that of the 7 sword slaves, he could only sigh in resignation. With his keen insight and the silent communication from the sword Douluo beside him, it was easy for him to discern that the 7 sword slaves boasted soul power exceeding level 50. Currently, without the celestial herbs, only Tang San had reached level 43 among the Shrek 7, while the others hovered in the 30s, with the strongest, Dai Mubai, barely reaching level 41. However, Imo Feng had not disappointed, attaining soul power of 49. Yet, Tang San remained cautious, ever vigilant of him, fearing any unexpected antics during the competition. Next came the draw for Seralis. Through the task assigned by Qian Renxue, employing some subtle tactics during the competition would prove quite simple. Welcome to the Heaven Do Great Arena. I am your host, Dodo. Now, let us invite Lord Seralis to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary matches. With a resounding crash, a stunning woman adorned with a pair of pristine white wings appeared above the stage. As her words fell, 2 maidens clad in green gradually ascended the competition stage, each carrying a platter of tokens. Sarath rose, first surveying the individuals present, then gently touching the maiden's hands. With a smile gracing her lips, she flicked her wrist, sending the tokens tumbling to the ground. In the first match, the contenders were the Botanical Academy against the Purple Star Academy. In the second match, the Oakland Academy faced off against the Radiant Flame Academy. The third match featured the Tiando Royal Academy against Tang San and his companions gasped in surprise. They were to compete on the very first day? Their hearts raced with anxiety, fervently hoping it would not be against the Holy Unicorn Academy. Otherwise, how could they bear to stand here, having forfeited the first match without a fight? How could they face Master Ning and the Emperor of the Snowy Night? The Tiando Royal Academy was set to clash with the Elephant Armor Academy. Ning Yu and Ning Fengji furrowed their brows, casting a disapproving glance at Sarath. Sarath sneered, meeting their gaze with unwavering resolve. Phew. Thankfully, it was not the Funeral Sky team. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with relief, his tension easing slightly. Wait. The Elephant Armor Academy? Tang San was taken aback. What? Is that the academy renowned for its unparalleled defensive prowess? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. The Elephant Armor Academy is directly affiliated with one of the 4 lower sects, the Elephant Armor sect. Their martial soul, a hereditary one known as the Diamond Mammoth, boasts exceptionally high defense capabilities, characterized by immense strength and resilience. Although their sect master, Hu Yinjin, is a soul Douluo, his defensive prowess is not in the least inferior to that of a titled Douluo. In this round, your opponents are all direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, 3 of whom have reached level 41, while the other 4 are close behind at 39. For your eventual victory, and, more importantly, your safety, I implore you to consider withdrawing from this match. Daimubai and the others exchanged glances, uncertain and disconcerted. To face such formidable opponents in the very first match, what would become of their journey ahead? This time it was the Elephant Armor Academy. What awaited them next? Perhaps the Holy Unicorn Academy? Even if they managed to triumph over the Holy Unicorn Academy by sheer luck, what lay beyond that? The golden generation of the Spirit Hall awaited them. Ultimately, the choice is yours to make. I merely wish for your safety. You are all still young. With ample time to participate in the next Soul Master competition, Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged determined glances and resolutely declared, "We fight." Teacher, we understand the situation you described, and we know you have our best interests at heart. However, our participation in this competition is not solely for victory. It is also for our personal growth. If we retreat in fear, we will never grow and will not deserve to represent the Tiando Royal Academy, nor to be considered students of Shrek Academy, the monsters among us. Indeed, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and the others nodded in agreement. Very well. You have indeed not disappointed me. However, I still hope that you all can ensure your own safety. If you find yourselves outmatched or in an unfavorable situation, concede immediately. Yu Xiaojiang nodded appreciatively, speaking with a grave demeanor. Flander also expressed his satisfaction with the performance of these little monsters. Chapter 128. Hulaina Humph. Shrek will let your blood serve to establish the prestige of my spirit hall. Saras brooded darkly. Realizing that if the opponents remained sheltered within the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, he would not dare to act against Tang San and the others. Yet, he never anticipated that the Holy Sun would actually contact him telepathically, instructing him to arrange for someone to deal with them during the competition. Now, amidst the Soul Master competition, even if he were to kill them on the spot, he could later claim that it was merely a consequence of their own inadequacy, rendering the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect incapable of voicing any objections. Why are you here instead of staying at the Spirit Hall? In a dark, lightless chamber of the Spirit Subhall, Qian Renlin, standing by the window, suddenly uttered a cryptic remark without turning around. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoing against the floor approached as a beautiful young girl suddenly embraced his waist from behind. Do you know? I miss you so much. You were constantly on my mind. I once believed that if I devoted myself wholeheartedly to my training, I could suppress my longing for you. Yet, I have realized that I am utterly incapable of doing so. Every time I close my eyes, your figure emerges in my thoughts. Hulaina leaned against Qian Renlin's back, holding him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. You are the saintess of the Spirit Hall, a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope. You must always be mindful of your image. Qian Renlin's gaze flickered momentarily as he brushed her hands away, speaking indifferently. Do you truly not understand my feelings? Are you truly so unyielding? Do you genuinely not harbor any affection for me? Until the plans of the Spirit Hall are realized and my objectives achieved, I shall not entertain matters of the heart. Qian Renlin slowly turned, gazing earnestly at Hulaina. For such a beautiful and enchanting woman, he could not claim to be entirely unmoved. However, Hulaina was not like any other woman. She was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, a disciple of Bibi Dong, and his fiancée. Thus, he could not treat her as he would any other girl. What exactly is the plan of the Spirit Hall? What are your objectives? Why does no one dare to speak to me about it? Why do you conceal everything within your heart? You can confide in me. Regardless of what you wish to achieve, I will always stand by your side and assist you. Hulaina stepped forward, grasping Qian Renlin's hands and gazing into his eyes. How will you assist me? With your 54th rank of soul power? I can train diligently. I will grow stronger. One day, I will be able to aid you. Please, believe in me. Do not push me away. Let me remain by your side. Will you? Hulaina tightly embraced his waist, gradually leaning into his chest as she spoke. You should still prepare for the Soul Master competition. The finals are just a month away. You have recently emerged from seclusion, and this is precisely the time to cultivate synergy and refine strategies. Qian Renlin had resolutely distanced himself from her. In his heart, he could never love any woman, nor did he wish to forge any bonds with others. To him, women were merely objects of amusement, a means for him to find entertainment in this world. Hulaina let out a self-deprecating laugh, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Very well. Then tell me, what is your purpose in participating in the preliminary rounds? With the prowess of the 7 sword servants, you could easily secure the championship. What then? Is the reason for sending them to compete in the preliminaries? Is this not one of your motives as well? I have my own reasons for doing this. And there is no need for you to meddle. He retorted with a scoff. Do you think I am unaware? You simply disdain our inadequate strength. Fearing that the first place may be snatched away, Hulaina replied with a cold smile, tinged with self-mockery. Qian Renlin observed her expression in silence, acknowledging that she had indeed made a valid point. Yet, he harbored a certain disdain for the perceived weakness of the so-called Golden Generation. Nonetheless, this was not the impetus behind his decision to send the 7 sword servants to participate in the preliminary rounds. As the destined child of Douluo Continent, Tang San was likely backed by a divine presence from the god realm, compelling Qian Renlin to take matters into his own hands, as he could not trust others with such a crucial task. Upon realizing the implications of Qian Renlin's daily conversations, she let out a wry smile and turned to leave. This man possessed an impenetrable heart, yet she remained resolute in her determination not to give up. Watching Hulaina gradually fade from view, Qian Renlin remained utterly still. Had Hulaina not been Bibi Dong's disciple and the saintess of the Spirit Hall, he might have been inclined to offer her an opportunity. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone any such consideration until the establishment of the Spirit Empire, at which point he might bestow upon her a title. Qian Renlin turned to gaze out the window, silently reflecting that he was neither an upright and noble person nor a paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui. Rather, he simply had no intentions of marriage and felt no inclination to develop feelings for any woman. To him, women were merely a burden, a potential weakness. "Nana, are you all right?" Xiaoyu inquired, noticing the despondent Hulaina descending the stairs. He hurriedly approached her. "Did that guy bully you? Has he done anything to you?" Nearby, Yin observed the redness in Hulaina's eyes and the traces of tears on her face, his heart racing with concern. He had cherished her since childhood. But after Hulaina encountered the son of the Spirit Hall, she had devoted herself entirely to him. Aware of the disparity between himself and Qian Renlin, he had resigned himself to conceal his affections in a hidden corner of his heart. Yet, witnessing her evident distress, he instantly assumed that she had been wronged by Qian Renlin, a situation he could not tolerate, even if the other man was the son of the Spirit Hall. He vowed to seek justice for Hulaina. With a cold glance, Hulaina responded with disdain, "What qualifications do you have to meddle in my affairs with him?" Yin was rendered speechless. Indeed, what right had he to intrude upon her relationship with another? Yet, he could not suppress his discontent. Feeling bitter at the thought of a woman he had always treasured being unappreciated by another man, a flicker of resentment and anger toward Qian Renlin ignited within him. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I will always be his woman, and you are not worthy of harboring even a fleeting thought about me," Hulaina declared before striding away. "Nana." Xiaoyu quickly followed after her. Yin clenched his fists tightly, his fury reaching a boiling point. What did it matter that Qian Renlin was of better birth? What was so remarkable about that? "Nana, one day you will understand that I love you more than anyone else in this world. No one cherishes you more than I do." Chapter 129, Tiando Academy vs. Xiangjia Academy, Part 1. In the first round of the preliminary matches of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, the Tiando Royal Second Team would face off against the Xiangjia Academy team. "Come on, let us go, Tiando Academy." As the hostess' words echoed through the arena, the audience erupted in cheers, rallying in support of Tiando Royal Academy. Though they held high hopes for Qianrenlin Academy, they were still well aware of Xiangjia Academy's circumstances. As citizens of the Tiando Empire, their hearts naturally aligned with Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, even the ordinary citizens of Tiando City knew that Xiangjia Academy was merely an affiliated power of the Spirit Hall, a lesser sect among the four lower sections. Thus, in the contest between these two teams, it is only natural that the spectators wish to see the Tiando Royal Academy emerge victorious. In contrast, the Qianrenlin Academy, although widely recognized as an institution founded by the Spirit Hall, is perceived differently. The Spirit Hall, a force that has made tremendous contributions to the continent, is highly esteemed by the common folk, who regard it as a place of aspiration, second only to the Tiando Empire. In fact, many have begun to feel a sense of detachment from the empire. Moreover, the Qianrenlin battle team, renowned for their striking appearances and formidable prowess, naturally garners considerable support. Go! Xiangjia Academy. Among the crowd, a few individuals cheer for the Xiangjia Academy team, only to be met with disapproving glares from those around them. The supporter quickly bows his head in embarrassment, especially knowing that their emperor is watching from above. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, uniting their hands in a gesture of camaraderie as they exclaimed, "Let the match commence. Now, we invite both teams to the stage." Dai Mubai boldly stepped forward, followed closely by Tang San and the others as they ascended the platform. Notably, Xiaowu did not participate in this match, as only 7 individuals could enter the arena simultaneously, while their team comprised 8 members. Against the formidable opponents from Xiangjia Academy, characterized by their exceptional defenses and strength, Xiaowu's presence would not be particularly advantageous. However, Oscar's sausages would significantly aid in restoring soul power and stamina during the competition. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding tremor reverberated as the 7 members faced off against a row of towering, muscular opponents who strode onto the stage. With each step they took, the platform quaked, causing concern among onlookers about whether it could withstand their weight. "Let us commence with the formalities," spoke Dodo, waving his left hand while holding the microphone in his right. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Level 41 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Tang Yin, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Level 33 Control Type Battle Soul Master. Mo Feng, Martial Soul, Mantis, Level 49 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. What? Level 49? The members of Xiangjiao Academy were not the only ones astonished by his soul power level. Fellow competitors and the audience alike gazed at Mo Feng with disbelief. It is noteworthy that among the 27 teams present, fewer than 3 possessed a soul power level of 49. Truly, the strength of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team is remarkable. If this is merely the second team, one can only wonder what level their main team must achieve. On the high platform, the Snow Knight Emperor beamed with satisfaction as he observed Mo Feng's performance, appreciating the young talent's remarkable abilities. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, contemplating. Even if they were to fall short against Qianrenlin Academy, securing a second-place finish should not pose a significant challenge given their capabilities. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage. Level 34 Food-Type Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Level 37 Support-Type Battle Soul Master. Having absorbed the chair of the tulip from Ning Fengji, her soul power has now reached the 37th level, and her martial soul has also ascended to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Ma Hongjun, with the martial soul of the Phoenix of Fire, stands as a formidable 33rd level Assault Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqin, possessing the martial soul of the Nether Cat, also boasts a 33rd level. After the members of Shrek Academy introduced themselves along with their soul powers, the representatives from the Armor Academy naturally clasped their fists in introduction as well. Their strength, however, remained unchanged, the captain at 42, the 2 vice-captains at 41, and the remaining 4 members, all at 39. With the countdown for the competition commencing at 3, 2, 1, it began. "Brothers, unleash your martial souls," Dai Mubai shouted. As the white tiger martial soul enveloped him, its 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings pulsating rhythmically. The others also released their martial souls. And when Tang San unleashed his, it left not only the spectators on the platform, such as Shui Yi, in utter shock, but also awed the remaining academies and the audience below. 10,000 your 4th soul ring? This is simply monstrous. How did he achieve this? Exclaimed one onlooker. Look quickly. 1,000 your 2nd soul ring, and a 10,000 your 4th soul ring. This is even more extraordinary than the blue silver grass martial soul. Is the Tiando Royal Academy truly this formidable? What? The personnel from the other academies stared in disbelief at the configuration of Tang San and Mo Feng's soul rings, convinced that they were facing exceptionally powerful adversaries. Meanwhile, Hulaina and others, watching the match from a private box in the soul fighting arena, were equally astonished by the soul ring configuration before them, their faces revealing unmasked astonishment. Fortunately, aside from these 2, the others are only in their 30s. If their soul powers were to reach 40, even we would find it extremely challenging to confront them, exclaimed Xieyu and Yin in awe. A 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Their talent rivals that of the 7 sword servants. Given time, they will undoubtedly emerge as powerful soul masters. And becoming a titled Douluo would be a certainty. Is this your reason for wanting to take matters into your own hands? Do you believe we cannot contend with them? Hulaina pondered, her gaze distant. At that moment, Qian Renlin, who was attentively observing the match from the Martial Soul Branch Hall, was equally taken aback. I did not expect your blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul to awaken ahead of time, Tang Yin, he mused, twirling a wine glass with a light chuckle. Recognizing the transformed Tang San, now named Tang Yin, he was surprised to learn that, due to his intervention, the latter's blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul had awakened prematurely, suggesting that he had ventured into the Star Do Great Forest ahead of time. Was it Tang Hao who summoned you? Or did you inadvertently stumble in? Qian Renlin squinted thoughtfully, yet he remained indifferent. Even if his martial soul had awakened prematurely and he had acquired a Millennium 4th Spirit Ring, he had no intention of allowing his opponent to live any longer. The death of Xiao Wu had surprisingly little impact on him, and by sheer chance, he had awakened the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul ahead of time. Indeed, in the city of Tiando, where Tang San was under constant surveillance by the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin was already aware that they had uncovered Xiao Wu's true identity. Every word exchanged between them on the Ferris wheel had reached Qian Renlin's ears. It is worth noting that every amusement facility in the park was equipped with a listening system, ensuring that their conversation was captured by the Spirit Hall. Chapter 130, Tiando Academy vs. Xiangjia Academy, Part 2. These individuals are formidable. The captain of the Xiangjia team observed Dai Mubai and Tang San, contemplating the martial souls and spirit rings with a serious demeanor. First spirit ability, Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. As the host announced the commencement of the match, the Xiangjia team immediately unleashed their first spirit ability. Each member brandished a large, diamond-like shield, advancing in formation towards Dai Mubai and the others. Faced with the aggressively approaching Xiangjia team, Dai Mubai and his companions were expressions of grave concern. Should they collide with them, they would emerge severely injured, if not dead. Retreat. Tang San shouted urgently as the opponents drew nearer. The others hastily fell back as well. The members of Xiangjia Academy regarded their movements with indifference. The competition stage was limited in size, and even if their opponents retreated, where could they go? Unless they could ascend to the heavens. First spirit ability, Bind. With a resolute gaze, Tang San performed a backflip and landed gracefully, eyeing the Xiangjia team, now less than 5 meters away, and swiftly released his first spirit ability. As his command echoed, numerous blue vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the opponent's feet. Hu Yanli snorted, trying to break free from the blue-silver grass with all his might, only to discover its remarkable tenacity. This fellow is indeed peculiar. Hu Yanli's eyes narrowed as he channeled his spirit power, and with a resounding crack, he shattered the blue-silver grass. Although the fully awakened blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul was significantly more resilient than before, it proved insufficient against the immense strength of the Xiangjia team. Tang San was taken aback, surprised that the modified blue-silver grass had been so easily dispelled, though he was not overly astonished. The liberated Hu Yanli and his comrades continued to advance steadily, shields raised, aware that their opponents were not to be underestimated. Moreover, under the explicit directive of their leader, Hu Yanzhan, to compel their adversaries to unleash their full potential, they were in no rush to eliminate them. Their power and defensive capabilities were overwhelmingly formidable. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be an unwise course of action. Positioned in the center, Tang San observed as he had retreated to the edge of the competition stage. Silently contemplating, Xiaofeng, can you launch a surprise attack from behind? After considerable deliberation, he ultimately resolved to allow Mo Feng to launch a surprise attack from behind, hoping fervently that he would not falter at this critical moment. Excellent. No problem, Mo Feng nodded, activating the shadow step technique to swiftly position himself behind the adversary. Tang San observed Mo Feng's maneuver with a furrowed brow, perplexed as to why he opted not to employ the void escape technique directly, instead resorting to a peculiar stepping motion. Yu Xiaojing shared the same bewilderment, watching Mo Feng's actions. Typically, whenever Mo Feng encountered a foe stronger than himself, he would resort to the void shadow escape to ambush them. Yet this time, he seemed to underestimate the ease with which these opponents could be dealt with. As Mo Feng deftly maneuvered behind a member of the Elephant Armor team, he channeled his soul skill and leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the back of the opponent's head. Hey! The team member cast a sidelong glance, sneering as he activated his own soul skill, conjuring a protective shield to absorb the blow. Without the Void Mantis, Mo Feng's martial spirit was reduced to that of an ordinary mantis, its quality comparable to Dai Mubai's White Tiger spirit. His previously utilized soul skills had undergone a significant transformation. For instance, his frequently employed Void Shadow escape was no longer available, and his Mantis Fist had lost its barbs, now merely allowing him to condense a sharp blade in his hand to slash at his adversaries. Furthermore, his once proud talent of fear descending had vanished, leaving him merely as a standard attacker with both offensive and agility attributes. His overall strength had diminished considerably, although he had achieved the 49th level of soul power. Thanks to the soul power bestowed by Qian Renlin, it was crucial to remember that he had lost his left arm. His current overall prowess might not even surpass that of Tang San, who was at level 39. Thus, after witnessing Mo Feng's performance, Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaojing felt profoundly perplexed. Logically, given his strength, he should not struggle against a defensive opponent of level 39. On the platform, Ning Fengji was equally baffled. He knew Mo Feng well, and today's display was a source of great disappointment, even considering that the Elephant Armor sect was renowned for its strength and defense. It was hard to comprehend Mo Feng's apparent weakness when there was a 10-level soul power disparity. He's not taking this seriously, the sword Douluo conveyed telepathically. What? Under these circumstances, Mo Feng is actually holding back? What could he be planning? Ning Fengji inquired, puzzled. I don't know. But Mo Feng has not exerted his full strength from the beginning, and did you notice? He has been relying solely on his first soul skill in combat. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Feng's martial spirit had shifted from its original purple hue to black, having also shrunk considerably in size. They had not paid much attention, assuming it was merely a transformation following his acquisition of a soul ring. After all, the essence of Mo Feng's void mantis had been siphoned off by Qian Renlin. Yet he still possessed a martial spirit. This implied that the spirit he had at birth was, in fact, his original one, which had mutated after being possessed by the void mantis. Now that the void mantis was extracted by Qian Renlin, his original martial spirit had naturally re-emerged. Regardless, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage if they confront us. Tang San gazed anxiously at the approaching Qianrenlin and his companions, expressing his concern aloud. They had been given insufficient time to devise a strategy, and now they found themselves engaged in combat without preparation. With determination, Tang San crouched once more and unleashed his first soul skill, Binding, but this time it was not directed at the enemy. Instead, he entwined the blue-silver grass around his teammates. What could he be planning? Qianrenlin pondered, bewildered by Tang San's actions. This is a technique I have developed through my exploration of hidden weapons named Meteor Hammer, Tang San informed Daimubai and the others. Once the blue-silver grass enveloped his teammates, he lifted them into the air, while he remained grounded, keenly observing the unfolding situation. Dai, do you understand? Got it. Their profound synergy meant that a mere hint from Tang San was sufficient for them to know how to proceed. 9 treasures turnout, Liuli first, speed. 9 treasures turnout. Liuli second, strength. In an instant, Ning Rongrong amplified Dai Mubai's abilities with her 2 powerful soul skills. Tang San's blue-silver grass propelled Dai Mubai above one of the opposing team members. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. A formidable wave of light erupted from Dai Mubai's mouth, aimed directly at one of the enemies. The member of the Elephant Armor Academy hastily raised his shield to counter Dai Mubai's attack. Bang! Ah! The member of the Elephant Armor sect was taken aback by the immense power of Dai Mubai's light wave. Having observed the level 49 Soul Master engaging his companion, he had mistakenly believed the opponent to be weak and, caught off guard, nearly fell victim to Dai Mubai's strike. Second soul skill, Mammoth Amplification. He swiftly activated his second soul skill, raising his shield to defend against Dai Mubai's assault. Zhu Qing. Tang San called urgently. Zhu Qing nodded and, guided by Tang San, positioned herself behind the member of the Elephant Armor sect, unleashing her second soul skill, Ghostly Grasp, delivering a rapid succession of 100 strikes upon him. With a pained grunt, the opponent momentarily faltered, and in that lapse of concentration, Dai Mubai's soul skill broke through his defenses, the light wave striking him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Qianrenlin shouted in alarm. Xiaoao. Oscar signaled and crafted a recovery sausage for Dai Mubai, who consumed it, rejuvenating some of his expended soul power. 9 treasures turnout, Liuli third, soul. Ning Rongrong hastily employed her third soul skill to restore Tang San's soul power. Xiaofeng. Tang San swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass, ensnaring Mo Feng's waist and drawing him beside him. In the minds of the onlookers, they believed that Mo Feng's prior demeanor was merely a fa of weakness, designed to lower the opponent's vigilance. This tactic proved effective through Mo Feng's earlier ruse. The adversaries were indeed deceived into underestimating the strength of the opponents from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, leading to an injury among their ranks. However, Tang San remained fixated on Mo Feng's martial spirit, which struck him as peculiar and vastly different from the previous Void Mantis. He could not comprehend the nature of this anomaly and resolved to inquire after the battle concluded. The subsequent skirmishes unfolded with greater simplicity, as Tang San had gleaned the underlying strategies of the Elephant Armor Academy and swiftly formulated a tactical plan. Mo Feng engaged in combat with Qianrenlin, while Dai Mubai confronted the level 41 Qianba. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing tackled another level 41 opponent, and Tang San utilized blue-silver grass to disrupt the enemy and create opportunities for his teammates. Ning Rongrong stood behind, amplifying their abilities, while Oscar provided his signature speed-enhancing sausages. After a series of tremors, the Elephant Armor Academy's team grew impatient and initiated their 7-in-1 fusion technique, wherein the 7 members combined their powers and transferred them to Qianrenlin. Tang San adeptly evaded the forceful charge of the opposing team using his blue-silver grass. At this moment, Mo Feng, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements and having consumed Oscar's speed sausage. Leveraged Tang San's blue-silver grass to penetrate the backline of the Elephant Armor Academy's squad, channeling all his strength and soul power into a single, decisive punch aimed at the last defender. Though the Elephant Armor sect boasted substantial strength and defense, their speed was markedly sluggish, rendering them clumsy in their movements. Mo Feng's full-force strike, amplified by his level 49 soul power, was far beyond what the level 39 Hu Yinji could withstand. He was knocked unconscious by the impact of Mo Feng's blow, leaving the 7-in-1 fusion technique vulnerable and on the brink of collapse. Seizing this opportunity, Ma Hongjun unleashed his Phoenix Fire line from the flank, disrupting the enemy's mental state, while Dai Mubai deployed his third soul skill to amplify their defense, countering Hu Yanli's assault. At this juncture, Tang San activated his fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, ensnaring the members of the Elephant Armor Academy within its confines. Although his soul power was only at level 43, his blue-silver grass had long since evolved beyond its former self into the fully awakened Blue-Silver Emperor. Possessing resilience and hardness several times greater than before, Blue-Silver Spike. Observing the struggling Hu Yanli and his comrades, Tang San hastily unleashed his self-created soul skill, with 7 strands of blue-silver grass piercing towards the Elephant Armor team like javelins, as he had yet to master the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's distraction control technique. He was unable to launch multiple strands simultaneously. Nevertheless, the blue-silver grass, enhanced by Tang San's soul skills, transformed into numerous projectiles, directly impaling the calves of the Elephant Armor Academy's team, swiftly diminishing their combat effectiveness. In the first round of the third preliminary match, the Royal Academy of Heaven Do emerged victorious. On the stage, Hu Yinjin gazed at Hu Yinli, who had yet to unleash his soul bone skills, easily defeated. His face contorted in anger. Meanwhile, Salus, seated in the upper row, observed the scene with a dark expression. In his heart, he had already placed Tang San and his companions on his death list. Ning Fengji watched the unfolding events with satisfaction, pleased with the performance of Tang San and his peers, who demonstrated seamless cooperation and unwavering courage in the face of formidable adversaries. Haha, Prince Shueshing. Do you know which mentor has cultivated these remarkable students? Emperor Shuya chuckled, stroking his long, white beard. Your Majesty, I do not know. Matters of the Academy have always been overseen by Chief Dream Machine. Shueshing stammered, seated beside Shuya. You mean to say that such gifted students have emerged within the Academy, and you have never taken notice? Shuya's expression darkened. Your Majesty, I have complete confidence in Chief Dream Machine and the other 2 Deputy Chiefs' management abilities. I believe that with them at the helm, the Academy will encounter no issues, nor will it miss out on any talents. I recall that when they first arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy, you nearly expelled them. Ning Fengji interjected with a cold snort. What? Is that so? Shuya's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Shueshing. Well, when they first came to our academy, they defeated Prince Shueping and humiliated him at the school gates. I suspected their cruel nature and feared they would be unruly here, which is why. Shueshing's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he attempted to justify himself. You should be grateful they are still students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Otherwise, you would have much to answer for. I shall deal with you after the competition. Yes. Haha. It seems that Sect Master Ning knows these individuals quite well. Your Majesty, you jest. Among this team, one of the young ladies is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. Oh, is she the girl with the tower martial soul? Alas, I must admit my oversight. Such a distinct martial soul, and I failed to recognize it. However, I noticed that her martial soul has 9 layers. What is the meaning of that? Shuya inquired, initially amused but soon puzzled. He had suspected that Ning Rongrong's martial soul bore a resemblance to that of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but upon closer inspection, he realized her martial soul had indeed transformed into 9 layers, prompting further contemplation. Oh, this is due to a fortuitous encounter. I obtained a rare treasure, and after administering it to Rongrong, her martial soul underwent a mutation. So, does this mean she will transcend the limitations of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul and reach the rank of title Douluo? Shuya asked in astonishment. Indeed. Salus furrowed his brow. This was not good news. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was already the foremost auxiliary sect in the world. If they were to possess a title Douluo with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul, it would be an overwhelming threat. Chapter 132. Taking action against Yu Shaojing, did the Lord Ning know who had educated these individuals? Such a prodigious teacher deserves to be amply rewarded. Shui nodded resolutely. Ah, Your Majesty, these students were managed by 2 members of the former Golden Iron Triangle, specifically taught by the Eagle's Wing Flander and the Master of Wisdom. Both are currently teaching at the Royal Academy of Heavendale, and this individual named Tang Yin is the Master's sole direct disciple. Master? Saras's eyes narrowed, recalling what he had previously heard from the Holy Sun. Yet, was not the Master's only direct disciple Tang San? How could it be this Tang Yin? Both of them possessed the blue-silver grass martial spirit. What connection could exist between them? Do you also know the Master, Bishop Saras? Humph. Who hasn't heard of the Golden Iron Triangle? The relationship between this Master and our Spirit Hall is quite extraordinary, Saras said, his expression somewhat grim. Ning Fengji observed Saras with intrigue, surprised by his emotional reaction. Ha ha ha. Since both of you hold this Master in such high regard, I must certainly witness his prowess in due course. Shui chuckled. Unexpectedly, the second team of Heavendale triumphed over the Elephant Armor team with such ease. In the audience stands, Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at Tang San and the others as they descended the stage. The other members of the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall were equally astonished. These individuals possess strength rivaling that of a team led by a Soul King. This team is intriguing. Aside from the monster from Qianrenlin Academy, they undoubtedly deserve to be in the top 3 of this preliminary round. Hulaina remarked coolly before turning to leave. Hey, Nana, where are you going? Xiaoyu inquired eagerly. You all stay here. I have matters to attend to and will return shortly. Are you going to find the Holy Sun again? Yin asked through gritted teeth. What business is it of yours? Hulaina replied disdainfully. Xiaoyu grasped her hand, wanting to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Unbeknownst to everyone, in an inconspicuous corner beneath the audience stand sat a figure cloaked in a black robe, his visage concealed. His attire did not stand out in this area, which was populated by scattered practitioners and spectators from the Spirit Hall. Most wore similar black robes, but this man was distinct. He donned a hooded black robe. At this moment, the cloaked figure slightly raised his head to observe Flander and the others, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Through the partially revealed face, it became clear that he was the long-vanished Xinian. Shrek, prepare to receive my gift. He cackled. In that moment, a sinister visage emerged. He sat concealed in a corner, his hand shrouded within a dark robe, forming a hand seal. Unbeknownst to those around him, a thread of imperceptible energy stealthily infiltrated the consciousness of everyone in Shrek, save for Flander. A wicked smile curled upon his lips as he rose to depart. Intent on further honing his cultivation, his mental fortitude remained insufficiently potent, with his demonic arts only having reached a nascent stage. The formidable soul power of Flander, reaching a staggering 78 levels, would undoubtedly unveil his use of demonic magic. Suddenly, Tang San paused, sensing an unfamiliar presence in his mind. Did you feel that? Mo Feng inquired softly. Tang San shot him a surprised glance and replied, You sensed it too? Mo Feng nodded slightly, remaining silent. What are you two discussing? What did you sense? Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. As the mental energy permeated Xiao Wu, it was purified by an unseen force. For she harbored a fragment of Qian Renxue's mental energy within her being. Did you not feel anything? Tang San queried, astonished. Not at all. I felt nothing. Dai Mubai and the others responded, scratching their heads in confusion. It seems someone intends to target me and Mo Feng. Tang San thought silently, exchanging glances with Mo Feng. It's nothing. Let us return. We still do not know whom we will face tomorrow, he remarked, shaking his head. Given that only he and Mo Feng had sensed the anomaly, it indicated that their adversary was solely focused on them. He surmised that someone was wary of their prowess and sought to eliminate them discreetly. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others gave it little thought as they regrouped with Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, departing the battle arena to return to their temporary lodgings. That fool, Qian Renxue, who had been monitoring the battles at the Spirit Hall, had naturally noticed Shernyan's presence and observed his petty maneuvers. Frustration bubbled within her. Just as Yu Xiaojiang and the others stepped beyond the arena's threshold, an invisible mental force enveloped Tang San and Mo Feng, dispelling the unknown energy within their consciousness, yet leaving Yu Xiaojiang untouched. This was not an act of kindness from Qian Renxue. Rather, it stemmed from her recognition of Tang San's exceptional nature. All her minor tactics would prove futile against him and would only serve to alert him, resulting in a counterproductive endeavor. The most effective means of dealing with him would be to strike when he was unaware, eliminating any future threat. Primarily, Qian Renxue had entrusted Xinian with the cultivation method solely as a means to confront Yu Xiaojiang. The remaining members of Shrek posed no threat to her. And should she attempt to strike at Yu Xiaojiang, there was a 500% likelihood that Bibi Dong would intervene. Is this the reason you allowed the 7 sword servants to participate in the preliminary rounds? Qian Renlin was acutely aware of the identity of the person before him. Yet he remained silent, gazing out the window. I implore you to hand them over to me. Send the 7 swordsmen back. Hulaina, undeterred by the lack of response, asserted resolutely. No, you are ill-equipped to confront him. Qian Renlin finally furrowed his brow. How can you be so certain that we cannot handle them? Although they possess certain remarkable qualities, they are ultimately mere soul masters below level 45. I have also learned that Mo Feng is one of your arrangements, is he not? Since you are already aware, you should comprehend that I must capture them. Will you trust me just this once? I promise to slay them on stage. To eliminate those you wish to see gone. Hulaina embraced him from behind. He is not so easily dealt with. And do you truly know who he is? Qian Renlin allowed her to lean against his back as he spoke with profound intensity. I know he is the renamed Tang San, a disciple of the Haotian sect. The son of Tang Hao. Bibi Dong has already dispatched individuals to publicize Tang San's deeds across the continent. However, the people of Tiando City remain unaware that the Tang Yin on the competition stage is none other than the Tang San listed on the wanted list by the Spirit Hall. Chapter 133. Hulaina's words tension has emerged. It will not be long before he returns to the Haotian sect. To avoid unnecessary complications, I must eliminate Tang San this time. Huh, you, so proud, are actually afraid? It is merely Tang Chun. The great offering's strength is by no means inferior to his. And we at the Spirit Hall have over a dozen titled Douluos, including your mother and the second offering, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. All of them are level 99 limit Douluos. Can the 3 limit Douluos not handle a mere Haotian sect? Hulaina released her grip around his waist. Stepping forward to meet his gaze, Qian Renlin was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly afraid? Indeed. What is it that instills this fear within me? The fortune of the child of destiny? Or perhaps the divine abode of the celestial realm? In this fleeting moment, Qian Renlin found himself in a state of confusion. The most crucial aspect is that as long as you are by my side, that is all that truly matters. I have faith that with you here, even 100 Haotian sects and 100 Tang Chins would not intimidate me in the slightest. Hulaina once again nestled into his embrace, resting her head against his chest as she spoke. Do you truly have such unwavering faith in me? What if one day I were to be bested by Tang San? What if I were to be trampled beneath him, reduced to nothing more than a stepping stone? Qian Renlin squinted his eyes as he spoke. It is impossible. I believe in you. I am confident that you will triumph. He is merely a moderately talented disciple of the Haotian sect, a mere speck of dust in your presence. While you shine like the resplendent sun, yet he may very well have a divine patron backing him. Qian Renlin stated gravely. This is what he feared the most. The divine is still too distant for him. Hulaina was taken aback. Impossible. Not a single divine being has ever emerged from the Haotian sect. He is merely a gifted young boy. How could he possibly have the support of the divine realm? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Moreover, even if he does have a god behind him, we need not be concerned. Have you forgotten that your ancestor is none other than the angel god? Qian Renlin's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten this crucial matter. He had yet to truly immerse himself in this world, having been ensnared in his own thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, whether it be Tang Chun or the divine abodes of the god realm, should anyone dare to harm you, they must first tread over my lifeless body. I shall not allow anyone to bring you harm. Hulaina raised her head, resolute in her declaration. Do you truly love me so deeply? As long as you are by my side, I feel that I could forsake anything in this world. I fear no hardship. Not even death, if it means being with you. Then go ahead and die. Qian Renlin gazed into her eyes for an extended moment, then exclaimed, All right, Tang San. I entrust this to you. Should you falter, I shall intervene personally. However, if you truly vanquish them and eliminate Tang San, I shall grant you a title. He had come to a realization. Wasn't it merely a matter of being a child of destiny? He too was a traveler from another realm, and he accepted the immense fortune that accompanied such a role. Tang San possessed innate full soul power, while he boasted the rare innate level of 20 in soul power. Tang San wielded dual martial souls, and so did he, with each of his martial souls surpassing Tang San's in quality by several tiers. Moreover, Tang San's advantage lay only in the Xiantian treasure record, which Qian Renlin also possessed, alongside having created even more formidable techniques. His soul power had reached level 70. allowing him to acquire soul rings at any moment, while Tang San languished at a mere level 43. Previously, Qian Renlin had harbored trepidation regarding Tang San's so-called status as the child of destiny, but now he had come to terms with it. What nonsense was this child of fortune? If he were to be wary of such trivialities, how could he aspire to create a divine position for himself? Little did he know that the moment he appeared, the god of Shura had already forsaken Tang San. He himself was the true child of destiny, the one destined for Douluo Continent. Inside, Hulaina felt a surge of joy. Have you finally accepted me? She mused. I knew my efforts were not in vain. Rest assured, I shall not let you down, Tang San. I am determined to slay you. With that, Hulaina rose onto her tiptoes to plant a fleeting kiss upon his chin before swiftly turning and departing. It was not that he did not wish to kiss her lips, but rather that her height restricted her, and even on tiptoes, she could only reach Qian Renlin's chin. Enlightened, Qian Renlin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, familiarity breeds contempt. Qian Renlin shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he had overly revered the so-called child of destiny, leading him to place undue importance on such a notion in this life. Upon reconsideration, he realized that the so-called child of destiny was nothing extraordinary, merely possessing slightly better talent and a unique advantage that others lacked. With this newfound clarity, when he gazed upon Tang San, he perceived him as nothing more than a pile of dirt, no different from any other passerby. How could I let myself be berated by a woman as timid? Meanwhile, stepping out of the soul arena, Tang San and Mo Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over them, the previous sense of strangeness dissipating. They exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared aura of confusion and bewilderment in the other's eyes. How refreshing. Indeed, I suddenly feel more lucid. Is it possible to be more intelligent? Have you ever been clever? Degu, you shouldn't be so harsh, lamented Ma Hongjun with a sorrowful expression. Amidst laughter and playful banter, the members of Shrek departed. Nana, what did you discuss with the Holy Sun? Xiaoyu inquired, observing the returning Hulaina with intrigue, puzzled by her evident joy. Meanwhile, Yin felt a pang in his heart, his intuition whispering that something unusual had transpired between them. It's nothing. Come on, let's head back. Hulaina cheerfully beckoned them, turning to leave. Not going to look again. No, we must utilize this month to hone our synergy and also revisit the previous 7-in-1 fusion technique. On the other side, Saint Spirit Academy received word to withdraw from the preliminaries. Dear viewers, I have just received shocking news. Saint Spirit Academy has withdrawn from the elite competition of advanced soul masters across the continent, announced the host, Bing Bing, taking to the stage. What? Why is that? I came here to see my idol compete, exclaimed a spectator. Why did they pull out of the preliminaries? It seems that this so-called Saint Spirit Academy, having witnessed the match of the Tiando Academy, realized they could not compete and succumbed to fear. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. Go on. Say that again and see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Indeed. They must have some significant matters at hand and do not wish to squander time on the preliminaries. Chapter 134. Re-entering the Stardew Forest. Everyone, please be quiet. Although Saint Spirit Academy has withdrawn from the preliminaries, they have stated that they will await everyone at the finals, where you will see them again at the Spirit Hall. As the audience below became increasingly chaotic, Saras suddenly stood up and spoke. The Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji furrowed their brows. There were only 3 reserved spots for the finals, one for the Heaven Do Empire, one for the Star Luo Empire, and one for the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. The spot for the Heaven Do Empire had already been granted to the Royal Academy's main team. What was Sacred Academy attempting? Were they intent on disrupting the rules to force their participation in the finals? Bishop Saras, this seems rather irregular, does it not? The elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent allows only 3 reserved spots for the finals. Are you attempting to contravene the rules by securing a place for Sacred Academy? The Snow Knight Emperor glared at him disapprovingly. Given their abilities, does your majesty truly believe they need to participate in the preliminary rounds? Moreover, should any issues arise, His Holiness the Pope shall undoubtedly provide an explanation to your majesty. Saras retorted, his tone resolute. The Snow Knight Emperor was seething with rage, gazing at the insufferably arrogant Saras, who he desperately wished to eliminate. However, mindful of Saras's status, he suppressed his fury. I am most eager to see how His Holiness the Pope will justify this to the world, he declared, his voice low and firm. Your Majesty need not concern yourself. I am confident that the Soul Masters across the continent will be delighted to witness this spectacle. Saras remarked coldly, observing the joy on the faces of the audience below. The spirit hall has become increasingly audacious, showing blatant disregard for both empires and brazenly violating the rules. Ning Fengji pondered, observing Saras's imperious demeanor. The Soul Master competition continued uninterrupted, while Qian Renlin had now arrived at the town at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. His soul power had reached level 70, making it the perfect time to acquire a soul ring. The Stardow Forest, being the largest gathering place for soul beasts, was the ideal location for this endeavor. His strength had become unfathomable. He no longer regarded ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts with any concern, and he was confident in his ability to escape even if he encountered Emperor Tian. At the forest's edge, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Four figures streaked through the air at lightning speed, landing beside Qian Renlin and bowing in respect. These four figures were the second elder of the offering hall. The golden crocodile Douluo, with a soul power of 99, the third elder, the white dragon Douluo, with a soul power of 98, the fourth elder, the Qianjin Douluo, and the fifth elder, the demon suppression Douluo, brothers who shared the same martial soul, the spiral dragon staff. After consuming the celestial herbs provided by Qian Renlin and cultivating the Xiantian Gong advanced technique, their soul power had also reached 98. These four were now the most formidable titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, second only to Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. Let us proceed. Qian Renlin cast a calm glance at the four individuals before proceeding forward, with the four attendants hastily following suit. In the shadows lingered both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. Curiously, despite the presence of tens of thousands surrounding the forest's perimeter, not a single soul seemed to perceive their existence as they passed by. The prince's mastery over dark and spatial elements was indeed formidable. The golden crocodile Douluo, walking to Qian Renlin's left, thought in astonishment. How could he not have noticed the changes in their surroundings? An invisible barrier enveloped them, rendering them unseen to the onlookers. Undoubtedly due to this very shield. The other titled Douluo were equally astounded. It had been quite some time since they had last encountered their prince, leaving them unaware of the extent of his current prowess. Had it not been for the grand enshrinement summons to the Stardow Forest to assist Qian Renlin in acquiring a soul ring, they would have remained oblivious to when they might next see him. Your Highness, what kind of soul beast and soul ring do you seek this time? The golden crocodile Douluo broke the silence, well aware that Qian Renlin desired a 100,000-year soul ring, thus adopting a cautious tone. Qian Renlin pondered for a moment before deciding to observe further. Aside from the Silver Dragon King, do you not? The elemental attributes of other spirit beasts had diminished in significance for him. He yearned for the spirit ring of Emperor Tian, yet upon assessing the strength of his companions, he could only shake his head in resignation. Even if all the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall emerged in full force, he doubted their ability to triumph over the myriad spirit beasts of the Stardow Forest. Currently, his only recourse was to execute a lightning-fast ambush on a spirit beast of 100,000 years, swiftly retreating into the void before Emperor Tian and the others could react. The other attendants gazed at Qian Renlin in silence, bemused that he summoned them to the Stardow Forest without even confirming the presence of suitable spirit beasts. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the forest at present. Yet, who could fault them? As this endeavor was led by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, even if they wished to voice their grievances, they found no avenue to do so. Your Highness, the Holy Son, the golden crocodile Douluo spoke, turning to Qian Renlin, I believe it prudent for us to ascertain our targets on the periphery before proceeding. If the beast god becomes aware of your return, we shall find ourselves in a perilous predicament. Indeed, Your Highness, another echoed. The golden crocodile Douluo's assessment is astute. There are numerous beings of over 100,000 years dwelling within the forest. Should they become alert, we could face dire consequences. Quite right, Elder Qianjin concurred. We cannot simply select any spirit beast for you. With a playful smile, Qian Renlin remarked, you are correct. My ambition is to casually capture a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. What? 100,000 years? Exclaimed the demon-suppressing Douluo in astonishment. What's so surprising about that? The Crown Prince has already donned a complete set of black 10,000-year soul rings. Naturally, his target this time is one that has lived for 100,000 years. The golden crocodile Douluo, having encountered Qian Renlin more than anyone else, understood him better than the others. It is truly astonishing that the Crown Prince, at such a tender age, possesses an entirely black set of soul rings. Even throughout the annals of the continent's history, no one at the level of the Crown Prince has achieved such a feat. Not only in history, But I dare say that in the millennia to come, it is unlikely anyone will reach level 70 in soul power at such a young age as the Crown Prince. Everyone, refrain from excessive chatter. We are nearing the heart of the forest. Exercise caution and remember, upon sighting a 100,000-year soul beast, regardless of its type, we must secure it in the shortest time possible. Qian Renlin solemnly instructed the titled Douluo, who were eager to curry favor. I am aware of my own prowess. Yet there is no need for such astonishment. These are merely fundamental operations. In Qian Renlin's view, achieving this level at the age of 14 was nothing to boast about, for he understood that it was not a result of his own diligent cultivation, had it not been for the hazy energy in his mind, which served as an extraordinary advantage. In the formidable support of the Spirit Hall, he might have found himself like other transmigrators, living in constant peril, cowering in some corner. Chapter 135. The Titan Great Ape Qian Renlin and his companions had ventured deep into the forest, yet they remained undecided on which soul beast to capture. Ghost Douluo, step outside and release a hint of your aura to see if it can attract a soul beast, Qian Renlin finally suggested. They had been cloaked within a barrier created by Qian Renlin, concealing their presence from ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, who would naturally be oblivious to them. The formidable beasts like Tian, on the other hand, could not be expected to constantly monitor the forest's surroundings. The accompanying worshippers gazed in disbelief, realizing they had failed to sense another titled Douluo concealed in the shadows. The golden crocodile Douluo, however, exhibited no change in expression. Fully aware that two titled Douluos perpetually shadowed Qian Renlin, Ghost Douluo nodded, stepping beyond the barrier and releasing a trace of his aura. Before long, a resounding beastly roar echoed through the air, followed by a tremor that shook the earth itself. Qian Renlin furrowed his brow, recognizing the source of the thunderous roar, which was precisely the cause of his discontent. The Titan giant ape could be deemed one of the most inferior among the 100,000-year soul beasts. It was merely the king of the forest. The demon spirit Douluo steeled himself, bracing for battle. What king of the forest? It was nothing more than a mere gatekeeper. We are fully prepared. As soon as it reveals itself, we shall capture it without delay. The golden crocodile Douluo scoffed. 100,000-year soul beast held no significance in his eyes. Were it not for the fierce beast like Emperor Tian within, he could easily subdue it single-handedly. Here it comes. Roar. Indeed, at that moment, a colossal figure charged from the distance, and as it fully emerged, a gigantic hand swung towards the ghost Douluo in the sky, intent on crushing the audacious human who dared to venture deep into the forest. Attack. First soul skill, Realm of Speed. Second soul skill, Metal Realm. Third soul skill, 5 Elements Realm. Fourth soul skill, Elemental Cage. Fifth soul skill, Thunder Realm. Sixth soul skill, Spatial Realm. The instant the Titan giant ape fully materialized, Qian Renlin unleashed his 6 formidable soul skills without hesitation. With his 6th soul skill derived from the 100,000-year softbone rabbit, Xiao Wu's soul ring. From Xiao Wu, he had acquired 2 powerful soul skills. The first was still a realm skill, this time unlocking his spatial abilities. The second soul skill, 6th soul skill, Spatial Cage. Indeed, the second soul skill was the Spatial Cage, and as this skill enveloped the Titan giant ape, it instantly vanished from this dimension. Let us go. With a thunderous roar, Qian Renlin unleashed a torrent of spatial power upon the esteemed offerings, causing them, along with himself, to vanish from this realm as if they had never existed. In the midst of an ethereal void, 5 figures materialized unexpectedly, surveying the bewildered Titan giant ape. Without hesitation, several soul techniques were unleashed upon it. The first soul technique, Carnage. The third soul technique, Dragon Spring Slay. The second soul technique, Extreme Killing Staff. The second soul technique, Extreme Killing Staff. Empowered by Qian Renlin's myriad domain enhancements, the golden crocodile Douluo hurled a soul power sphere toward the adversary, while a colossal white dragon, summoned by the white dragon Douluo, shot forth a laser targeting the Titan giant ape. Simultaneously, the Titan Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo raised their dragon coiling staves to strike at it. With its attributes diminished by more than half, the Titan giant ape could only watch helplessly as the onslaught approached, letting out a deafening roar in defiance of its fate. Boom, boom, boom. As the soul technique struck the Titan giant ape, a cacophony of explosions ensued. Even without exerting their full strength, the 4 offerings were far beyond the capability of a mere 100,000-year soul beast to withstand. Observing the mangled and defenseless form of Erming, Qian Renlin's gaze remained indifferent as he concentrated a soul power sword in his hand. Go. With a swift flick of his wrist, Qian Renlin unleashed a colossal beam of light. hurtling it towards the Titan ape with great ferocity. Roaring defiantly, the Titan ape fixed its gaze upon Qian Renlin, bellowing a declaration of its indomitable spirit and unwillingness to concede. It still clung to life. Qian Renlin swiftly darted before it, his soul power surging as he unleashed a formidable strike aimed at the creature's head. Bang! The Titan great ape's massive cranium was shattered at the corner by Qian Renlin's powerful blow. Bang! 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 Qian Renlin relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches, causing the faces of the four attendants around him to twitch in distress. The scene was undeniably brutal, as Qian Renlin's strikes had shattered his opponent's skull, scattering brain matter in every direction. It was only when a vivid crimson soul ring materialized that Qian Renlin ceased his assault. I alone am sufficient here. You all may leave to provide assistance. Qian Renlin had long since the Jew and ghost Douluo had engaged in combat with the other soul beasts, which explained his violent assault on the Titan great ape. Time was of the essence, and facing four soul beasts of 100,000 years, Jew and ghost had little chance of victory. When the golden crocodile Douluo and others emerged from the void, they beheld the four ancient soul beasts encircling Jew Douluo and ghost Douluo. Speak. It was you who took the heavenly dream eye silkworm last time, was it not? Where is it now? A massive humanoid demon spider addressed Jew Douluo with human-like speech. 10,000-year soul beast, the Spider King. The golden crocodile Douluo remarked, eyeing the creature warily. And where is Erming? What have you done with him? The Tianqing Neomamba inquired, glancing at the newly arrived golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. Upon noticing the Titan great ape's arrival, it had vanished, prompting its hasty arrival. Now, it observed 3 other spider kings and a wolf king drawn by the sin of humans, along with a red king resembling a dog. These soul beasts had recently emerged in the Stardow forest. Previously, it had only heard from Xiao Wu's mother about a nearly 800,000-year-old soul beast residing beneath the Lake of Life, known as the Beast God, the sovereign of all soul beasts. Thus, it had remained in the Lake of Life without venturing forth. After several humans had come and taken the heavenly dream eye silkworm, a dozen soul beasts over 100,000 years had subsequently surfaced from the Lake of Life. It was then that it realized the existence of so many ancient soul beasts within the Stardow forest, several of which exuded a presence surpassing its own, even mightier than Xiao Wu's mother. I know not. The golden crocodile Douluo would certainly not divulge that it had perished. In his view, Qian Renlin was at a critical moment of absorbing his soul ring, and he would delay for as long as possible. It was indeed your group that took the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Do you comprehend the massive loss this has inflicted upon the entire Stardow forest? The 3-headed red demon hound stepped forward, asserting its dominance. What concern is that to us? Bold enough to enter the Stardow forest again, you shall not escape. With a howl, the 3-headed red demon hound echoed through the skies. Boom, boom, boom. A tremor reverberated through the ground as powerful soul beasts rushed toward them with great speed. Chapter 136. So it is. At this moment, in the void space, Qian Renlin conveyed a message to the golden crocodile Douluo, then enveloped himself in an aura that shielded him from the outside world, settling into a meditative posture to absorb the soul ring before him. With his formidable physique and mental prowess, the assimilation of a mere 100,000-year soul ring should have been effortless. However, was reality truly so straightforward? As Qian Renlin drew the crimson soul ring of the Titan giant ape into his being, tranquility enveloped him. There was no tumult of soul power, nor did the resentment of the soul beast manifest, dissipated instead by the source of life. Just as Qian Renlin prepared to conclude this endeavor, a cataclysmic turn of events unfolded. Outside, the golden crocodile Douluo cast a glance backward, his eyes widening in alarm at what lay behind him. A staggering assembly of 100,000-year soul beasts. The first to emerge was a colossal abyssal dragon, the Hell Dragon King, Ziji. Following closely were the Cave Spider King and the Thunder Eagle, accompanied by a gigantic black python adorned with a single horn, the Horned Python King. Moreover, a massive tree with crimson eyes slowly slithered towards them, the Demon Eye Tree, monarch of all demons. Accompanying them were the Emerald Swan, by G, the dark golden grizzly bear, the Tyrant of Evil Eyes, and a 6,000-year-old demon tiger, the dark demon divine tiger, cloaked in a glossy black with red accents. Behind them trailed several bizarre and unrecorded 10,000-year soul beasts, creatures even the Spirit Hall had never documented. As for whether the Holy Unicorn Hall had any records, they were unaware. Yet, they understood that if Qian Renlin did not emerge soon, their exit from the Stardow forest might become an impossibility. In the void of space, As Qian Renlin was on the verge of concluding his task, the towering figure of a humanoid martial spirit, standing a staggering 7 meters tall, abruptly opened its eyes behind him. In an instant, a dazzling radiance of 12 vibrant colors enveloped the entire space. This brilliance was far beyond what the ephemeral void created by Qian Renlin's spatial elements could withstand. The intense light transcended the confines of the void, descending into the external world. A resonant, profound sound echoed forth, reverberating through the Douluo forest, ensnaring all soul beasts and soul masters engaged in the hunt within its luminous embrace. Again, that resounding voice reverberated, and in that moment, all beings, both human and beast, stood still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Even the air seemed suspended in this extraordinary stillness. The myriad of 10,000-year soul beasts rushing towards the heart of the forest froze in their dynamic postures, their expressions vividly captured in time. In that instant, whether they were the creatures of the forest or those on its periphery, all were rendered motionless, akin to a breathtaking landscape painting. What was this? Startled, Qian Renlin keenly observed the changes unfolding in the external world, yet he remained perplexed by the underlying causes of these phenomena. A voice, resonant as if echoing from the very essence of the cosmos, reverberated for the third time, enveloping the Douluo forest in a dazzling spectrum of 12 hues that surged outward at the speed of light. In that infinitesimal moment of 0.000000001 seconds, the entirety of Douluo Continent was suspended in a state of stillness. At that juncture, Qian Renlin's consciousness transcended to the periphery of the Douluo forest, hovering above the skies of Douluo Continent, where the entire realm unfolded before his gaze with unparalleled clarity, as if manifesting within the depths of his own mind. What on earth was transpiring? Qian Renlin gazed at the scene with utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the atmosphere was charged with incredulity. "This is the ultimate law," exclaimed the Shura god, astonished at the spectacle below on Douluo Continent. "What is the ultimate law?" queried the sea god and other first-tier deities, their brows furrowed in confusion. "The ultimate law resides above all rules, a power exceeding that of the divine realm. How could such a force manifest within a mere human?" The Shura god continued, still grappling with disbelief. "What? A power that transcends the divine realm? How can this be? Is there truly a force in this world greater than divine might? In light of these revelations, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Beyond the divine realm, countless worlds akin to Douluo Continent exist, as well as numerous domains resembling the divine realm, collectively referred to as the grand universe. Beyond the Douluo universe, an abundance of diverse universes also thrives. In ancient times, before the creator god ascended to divinity, he was merely a high-ranking soul master from another world. Upon discovering this unclaimed realm, he realized its rules were incomplete, devoid of any established laws. Once he conquered this land, he acquired dominion over the divine realm. Subsequently, he anointed himself the creator god and, utilizing the inherent rules of this world, brought forth myriad forms of life, elevating them to godhood. Through countless years of evolution, numerous celestial bodies orbited the divine machine, several of which birthed life, including the Douluo Continent we behold today. However, the deities of the divine realm did not foresee the emergence of an innate divine being on Douluo Continent, namely the dragon god. Upon his birth, he sired countless offspring, yet his ambitions extended beyond that, as he set his sights on the divine realm. The events that followed are known to you. At that time, I had only recently ascended to divinity, but my divine position was rooted in the most formidable aspect of the Shura laws. This is the origin of my title as the Shura god. During that period, numerous deities lent me their powers, and with the aid of the divine weapon, the Shura sword, I cleaved the dragon god in twain. The silver dragon king, who governed the spiritual realm, managed to escape, leaving us with the golden dragon king, who was dominant in the physical aspect. The subsequent events are known to you. After the fall of the Grim Reaper, I became the new enforcer, one of the three divine kings. As the god of Azura spoke, he paused momentarily. You may find yourselves perplexed as to why so many deities, myself included, are so eager to seek successors. The god of Azura glanced at the assembly of deities before him. The angel god, the sea god, and others nodded in agreement. Having ascended to divinity through their own cultivation, they were naturally unaware of why the preceding primordial deities were so hastily searching for heirs. This urgency stemmed from the fact that once the creator god occupied this realm, he subsequently departed. Yet, he harbored concerns for the divine realm. He believed that his absence would leave it without governance, descending into chaos and endless strife. Therefore, he amended the rules of this domain, mandating that each deity must find a successor to assume their duties before departing the divine realm. Their desire to leave stemmed from a quest for higher levels. Divinity is not the ultimate destination. The sea god pondered the words of the god of Azura, reflecting on the previously unrecognized truths of the divine realm. He had been perplexed as to why the ancients were so insistent on finding successors. It turned out they had grown weary of the divine realm and sought opportunities for breakthroughs into higher realms. What, then, constitutes the laws? Chapter 137. The laws represent the levels that all deities aspire to transcend. Within the divine realm, the power of rules we possess is not inherently ours but is derived from the rules of the divine position we inherit upon reaching level 100 and breaking through to become a divine entity. In essence, once you step beyond the bounds of the divine realm's rules, you are merely slightly stronger than a titled Douluo, devoid of the power of rules. The divine energy within you reverts to its original form as soul power. Is it true, Lord Azura, that the divine energy within us is this so-called power of rules? The god of Azura regarded the inquirer and replied, indeed. Upon becoming a deity, you must explore the elemental divine energy within you, cultivating your own power of rules. This way, after departing the divine realm, you need not fear the absence of the power of rules and the consequent loss of divine energy. Then, did all the divine entities that previously left the divine realm cultivate their own power of rules? Otherwise, how could certain primordial deities have innate power of rules from birth, while those inheriting their divine positions merely accessed the power of rules they left behind in the divine realm? They did not comprehend the power of rules. They simply grew weary of their existence here and hastily sought a suitable successor before departing. Now, I digress. I am unaware of what lies beyond the laws. But I do know that the power above soul power is the power of rules, and beyond the power of rules lies the law itself. The creator god of Ur was indeed a practitioner of laws, his law being creation. It was he, the Venerable One, who perfected the power of rules within the divine realm, ensuring that you, the successors, would not lack the divine energy necessary for ascending to the divine abode. Now, O Lord of the Shura, to what extent have you cultivated your power of rules? Me? I have completed the cultivation of my power of rules. Once I find my successor, I shall depart from the divine realm to seek my own path. As the Shura god spoke these words, a profound sense of nostalgia washed over him. A millennium has passed in the divine realm, 1,000,000 years in Douluo, and now, having been the god of Douluo for 1,000 years, he has finally perfected his power of rules, with his divine strength reaching the 139th level. If he were to find the opportunity to transcend the rules, he could ascend to the 140th level, stepping into an entirely new realm of laws. Little did the Shura god know that within Qian Renxue resided only the power of laws. Qian Renlin gazed in astonishment at the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Perplexed by the message his martial soul sought to convey, he could not fathom the reasons behind its actions. Indeed, he believed that everything unfolding before him was an attempt by his 12-winged elemental angel martial soul to communicate something profound, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, it could not articulate its intentions and resorted to this enigmatic means. What, pray tell, do you wish to reveal to me? Qian Renlin closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations of the world, attuning to the environment around him and the very air he breathed. In that moment, Qian Renlin felt as though he had merged with the entirety of nature, blending seamlessly into this realm, where every blade of grass and every tree seemed to cheer in jubilant celebration of his presence. Suddenly, Qian Renlin suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the far north, where a blazing brilliance emanated from his gaze. Why do I possess such a feeling? Why do I experience a sense of spiritual connection, as if my very blood resonates? Could it be that, in this world, there exist kin beyond Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue? Qian Renlin suddenly recalled, and then closed his eyes once more, earnestly attuning himself to the sensation of a bloodline resonance. In the far northern lands, there lay an unassuming little village known as Qingmu Village. At this moment, within a clean and tidy, relatively charming wooden cabin in Qingmu Village, a woman, drenched in sweat and feeble, lay on a large bed. Though weak, the affection and joy that emanated from her gaze as she looked at the infant in her arms did nothing to diminish her allure and beauty. The baby, wide-eyed and bewildered, gazed at the woman before him, with tear stains at the corners of his eyes indicating he had recently wept. Observing this still tableau, Qian Renlin's heart trembled violently. I have a child. I am a father now. He stared, wide-eyed, at the woman reclining on the bed. He was all too familiar with her. She was none other than Shui Yu, with whom he had shared the same bed for a week in the City of Carnage. the former envoy of the King of Slaughter. Why? Why did you not tell me you were pregnant? Why did you not come to find me? Why did you choose to bring him into this world? Why? Qian Renlin clutched his head in anguish, his features contorted in a grotesque expression. He had never contemplated the notion of marriage or parenthood. It had never crossed his mind. Yet now, he astonishingly realized that he had merely regarded it as a